Family. Uchiha Obito challenged me, HatakeKarotto, and ended up getting knocked away by a single punch. I was supposed to be a Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world, but due to a system error, I crossed over to the Naruto world. My little brother Kakashi forced me to go to ninja school, where I also met Might Guy. Life has been quite exciting. Let me tell you, knocking an Uchiha away with one punch feels incredible. That kid, what was his name again, Uchiha Obito, pointed at me and insisted on a challenge. I thought, fine, let's do some companion-style teaching, but after he scraped for a while, I got hungry, so I just exerted a little strength and bam, he flew out and landed on the ground contemplating life. This matter has to start with my unfortunate little brother Kakashi, who insisted I go to ninja school. HatakeKarotto, the eldest son of the White Fang of Konoha, and the biological brother of Hitaki Kakashi. But let me tell you, and not even from this world, I was originally supposed to be in the Dragon Ball world, living as a happy Saiyan, conquering the universe and all that. But thanks to that damn system, it messed up the time-space jump, and when planet Vegeta exploded, the system saved me by transporting me, along with itself, to the Naruto world. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying next to a baby who was crying loudly. Later, I found out that he was Kakashi. So I became the non-existent eldest son of the Hitaki family, HatakeKarotto, and built like a pure Saiyan and even have a tail. When I was born, I almost scared my cheap old dad, Hitaki to death. If it weren't for his reputation as the White Fang of Konoha, I would have probably been captured by that old geezer Danzo for experiments. What's worse is that my system finally woke up a year ago and started teaching me the turtle school training methods. You think it directly adds points? Dream on. It gives you the techniques, the plans, and whether you can learn them depends entirely on yourself. Luckily, I have Kakarotto's innate talent. Otherwise, I would have lost face as a crossover character. But the most outrageous part is that the system takes away 99% of the chi I painstakingly cultivated. It calls it the system repair fee. Does anyone understand? Even capitalists would cry. Every time I finish training, I feel great, but when it gets taken away, it's just tragic. Relying on that remaining 1%, I spend my days beating up my proud little brother Kakashi, which has become my only fun. That night, I had just finished training and collapsed on the ground when Kakashi came in, wearing a little mask, looking as cool as could be. He said, "Bro, ninja school starts tomorrow. You have to go." I was immediately unhappy, waving my hands. No way, no way. I can't even gather chakra. What am I going to do there? That's a place for little kids. Kakashi looked helpless. He understood me. Apart from my huge appetite, obsession with training, and excessive sleeping, I was fine. But he just couldn't understand why I could beat him, but wouldn't go to school. He quietly said, "Dad said he's going with us tomorrow. If you dare be late, you'll lose your meals." Good grief, that was a precise hit. Not letting me eat enough? That's worse than killing me. I had no choice but to concede. All right, I got it. You're so naggy. Tell that cheap old dad of yours that he'll be on time. The next morning, breakfast was quite a spectacle. The plates in front of me were piled higher than I was. My dad, Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha and nicknamed the Task Maniac, worked so hard for what? To earn my milk money. Watching me devour my food, he was probably calculating how many more strength missions he needed to take on. After eating my fill, I lay on the tatami, rubbing my round belly. My dad spoke up, "Kakarotto, if you don't like being a ninja, I won't force you. But as my son, being weak is very dangerous." I chuckled inside. Dad, you don't understand the terror of chi. But I had to respond, "Don't worry, Dad. I like being a ninja." Of course, being a ninja can make money. In a few years, with my appetite, you won't be able to afford to feed me. I didn't dare say that, fearing it would hurt his feelings. That's good. My dad nodded. Study hard at school and take care of your little brother. From behind the mountain of dishes, Kakashi muttered, "I can take care of him." My dad and I exchanged glances, both thinking that what the kid said seemed right. When we reached the school gate, the scene was packed with people. My dad is a hero in Konoha, so a crowd gathered to flatter him. "Oh, no wonder you're Sakumo's child. So talented." My dad was forced to smile and engage in small talk, his face nearly frozen. After registering, my dad sighed in relief, saying he'd rather do 10 missions than deal with this kind of socializing. The assessment was simple. The physical test was a piece of cake for us. Just as we exited the school, we ran into a pair of lively characters, wearing tight green suits and sporting intimidating eyebrows, none other than Might Due and Might Guy. My dad, being polite, took the initiative to greet them. "Hello, I hope you'll take good care of my two sons in the future." Kakashi was immediately displeased, with a look that said, "Do I need anyone's care?" But Might Due was even more straightforward. "No, I can't do that." The atmosphere became quite awkward. Kakashi quickly explained, "Dad, you got it wrong. This guy didn't pass." My dad's face turned red. He had committed a ninja taboo by not doing his homework. But Might Due just laughed it off, not caring at all. Kakashi added a jab. This guy is desperate to get in, but he can't even do ninjutsu. He suddenly choked on his words, probably thinking of me, his big brother, who couldn't do ninjutsu either, but could still pin him down. At that moment, the little watermelon-headed Mike guy suddenly gave my brother a thumbs up, revealing a shiny white smile. You must be Kakashi? Thank you for remembering me. Kakashi looked completely bewildered. I couldn't help but laugh and walked over to Pat Guy's shoulder. Let me tell you, this kid has a drive that comes purely from hard work. I smiled and said, I believe in you. You will definitely become an amazing ninja. Your training won't betray you. As soon as I said that, Guy's eyes turned red, probably the first time someone had affirmed him like that. He grabbed my hand, excited to the max. Really? Thank you. I won't let you down. Kakashi stood there dumbfounded. My dad chimed in, Kakashi, your brother is right. Don't be too proud if this continues. This kid might become stronger than you. Kakashi clearly didn't believe it. With a just him expression, my dad told him to ask for Guy's name. Reluctantly, Kakashi asked, Hey, what's your name? Guy struck a classic pose, overflowing with confidence. My name is Mike Guy. I will definitely become the strongest man. That pose, that expression, that confidence completely left my proud little brother speechless. He grabbed us and hurried away, as if afraid of catching something strange. On the way, my dad asked me, Kakarot, did you notice that kid's uniqueness? I nodded, yeah. He has a strength that comes from hard work. In terms of physical skills, Kakashi is not his opponent right now. Kakashi protested. How could that be possible? We ignored him. My dad asked again, what about you? Without turning my head, I casually replied, just a little kid. After hearing that, my dad burst out laughing, clearly pleased. No wonder you're my son. Let's go celebrate your enrollment with some barbecue. 当我听到烤肉的消息时，眼睛立刻亮了起来。卡卡西看着我们俩远去的背影，估计还在纠结那个西瓜头到底凭什么能成为他的对手。开学第一天，教室里热闹非凡，什么猿飞啊、司马昔日红，未来有名有姓的人物都在。最显眼的，非宇智波带土莫属。我和卡卡西一进门，全班女生的目光立刻集中在我们身上。不过，大部分尖叫声都是冲着卡卡西去的。带土那小子立刻炸了，从座位上跳下来，指着卡卡西：“你就是奇木卡卡西吧？本大爷是宇智波带土来挑战你的。”我一看这事儿跟我没关系，直接溜到最后一排，趴下就睡。早上又是锻炼，又是送牛奶的，累得我不行，得贯彻龟仙流的奥义，好好吃饭，好好修炼。好好睡觉。结果我刚要睡着，就听见砰一声，卡卡西一个过肩摔，就把带土给撂倒了。卡卡西冷冷地说：“别来烦我。”带土显得非常不服气，鲤鱼打滚，爬起来就要再来。结果老师来了，一个满脸刀疤的壮汉，叫浅川浩二，浑身都是杀气，一看就是从战场上下来的狠角色。他让大家自我介绍。带土第一个跳起来，我叫宇智波带土，梦想是成为火影。全班哄堂大笑。阿斯玛也说他要当火影，还特意强调他是3代火影的儿子，那得意的样子。轮到卡卡西，他说想成为像父亲一样优秀的忍者。最后轮到我，我打着哈欠站起来，我叫奇木卡罗特，喜欢吃，梦想嘛，成为最强。我这话一说，全班都安静了。他们还在想当火影，我的目标已经是忍界之巅了。那老师看我的眼神，瞬间就不一样了。无聊的校园生活过了1周，我真是受够了。放学路上，带土又窜出来，拦住我们俩。卡卡西，来一决胜负。卡卡西直接2个字：不要。带土被整不会了，转头把矛头对准我：“你是他哥吧？”他害怕了。我挑战你，这小子还挺机灵，觉得我名声不显，肯定 easy to bully. I pointed at myself. Me? Kakashi muttered, idiot softly beside me. I laughed and beckoned him with my finger. All right, come on. Please me to your heart's content. Obito shouted and charged at me, throwing punches and kicks, but he didn't even touch the edge of my clothes. After a while, he was exhausted, leaning on his knees and panting. Is dodging all you can do? I replied honestly, I'm just afraid that if I make a move, you'll have no chance. Damn it. He charged at me again. This time, I didn't dodge and grab his fist. He was stunned at that moment. I sighed and said, It's getting late. I'm hungry. I need to go home for dinner. As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a punch at his stomach. Wow. He curled up like a shrimp and flew out, crashing to the ground with a thud. I clapped my hands and called out to Kakashi, "Let's go. It's time to head home." After dinner that night, I directly confronted my dad. "Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore." I explained my reasons, saying that school was just a waste of time and that I might as well train on my own. My dad thought about it and agreed. He said, "Okay, but I will test you periodically. If you regress, you'll go back to school." "No problem, Dad." The next day, Kakashi reluctantly helped me take a leave of absence. I was sweating profusely in the training field by myself. I complained to the system, "What level of Saiyan am I supposed to be?" The system coldly replied, "Lower class warrior." Wow, still at a lower level. Doesn't that mean I'm still far from becoming a Super Saiyan? The system said, "Host, Goku breaks through kindness, Vegeta through evil." And what about you? You're not excelling in either, so just focus on your training. Just as I was bickering with the system, a voice suddenly rang out. "Is this your training, Kakarot?" I was taken aback and turned around to see my father, Kiki Maki Shikomo, standing on the tree I didn't know when. Once my anger subsided, my vigilance dropped sharply. He jumped down and said, "Son, if you're not going to school, as your father, I have to come and see what you're capable of." He looked at the training ground that I had messed up, his eyes full of shock. "Is this your power?" "Yes, father." He nodded seriously. "From the day you were born, I knew you were extraordinary. Can you control this power now?" "Yes." "No wonder you don't want to go to school," he sighed. "With your current strength, graduating is more than enough. But what are your plans?" I grinned and said, "Of course, I will continue to take leave. I still don't have the ability to sweep through the ninja world, and too much talent exposed can lead to downfall." My father was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, then smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad. You haven't let power go to your head. But wanting to dominate the ninja world, that's quite an ambition, Carrot." I clenched my fist and looked at him, saying, "Because I can definitely do it." My dad, Shuomao, was first taken aback by what I said. Then he couldn't help but laugh and said that I truly am his son, ambitious, and that he would protect me until I grew up. Not long after, Kakashi came back from school and started complaining to me, saying that a new classmate named Mike Guy had come to the class and insisted on challenging him on the first day, which was just a hassle. I thought to myself, isn't that great? Making more friends would save me from being like an old man every day. But then this kid shot back at me with a question. "Then why don't you go to school to make friends?" I told him. I just laughed at that moment and said to him with an air of certainty, "Because I'm a genius, Kakashi. You guys are all too mediocre, understand? Who among the family understands?" Just that one sentence completely fried this kid's CPU. His little face instantly couldn't hold it together, gritting his teeth and insisting on having another match with me, saying this time he would definitely win and make me take back that comment about mediocrity. Fine, let's practice then. In the courtyard, he struck a pose that was just perfect, using shuriken and kunai, and came at me aiming for my vital points. I sidestepped to avoid it, and wow, this kid even changed his moves, letting go of the kunai in his right hand while immediately catching it with his left and swiping upwards, almost tearing my new clothes. I jumped back, patted my chest, and said, "Ouch, Kakashi, are you trying to kill me to inherit my fortune?" He was furious and told me to be serious. I said, "All right, but you have to stand firm." The next second, I burst forward and reached him so quickly that his eyes couldn't keep up, and he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest. Then I heard a loud bang as I sent him flying with a punch. But I wasn't done. I jumped into the air and delivered a flying kick, forcing him to quickly use the substitution technique, and a wooden log shattered under my kick. He jumped out from the side, angrily shouting if I was trying to kill him. I shrugged and said, "How could I? You're a genius of Konoha. You can definitely dodge this little attack." This kid wasn't going to give up, charging at me with 2 kunai. His movements were so erratic that it was like a snake, but he couldn't touch a single hair on me. As I dodged, I cheered him on. "Come on, Kakashi. You're almost there. Your mouth is really annoying." He was probably getting frustrated, and his attacks became more aggressive. I thought to myself, I can't play around anymore. If I let him surpass me, where will my face go? In a flash, I disappeared from his sight. He was still stunned, and I lightly struck his stomach with a hand chop. He knelt on the ground, holding his stomach and gagging, and I won again. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. My year-long sick leave finally ended. And the reason I was at the ninja school today was simply that Kakashi was graduating early. And as his guardian, I had to witness it. Let me tell you, that old man of the 3rd generation is live streaming with his broken crystal ball. He even asked the Umbu next to him how I was performing. And the Umbu stammered for a long time, saying I had taken a whole year of sick leave. The 3rd generation didn't believe it, saying my dad's workload had only increased. So how could I possibly be sick? The Umbu was almost in tears, quickly explaining that my sick leave note included everything from colds and fevers to stomach aches, tripping while going out, drinking water, and having diarrhea. all uniquely different for 365 days. After hearing this, the old man didn't even notice the ash from his cigarette falling on his robe. He was probably too shocked by my antics. As soon as he glanced over, I felt it, looked up, and made eye contact with him, which startled him quite a bit. At this moment, Kakashi's assessment also began. The rules were simple. Hold out against the Chunin for 10 moves. I wasn't worried at all. With Kakashi's skills, 10 moves were nothing. As the assessment started, Kakashi and the Chunin were exchanging blows back and forth. I have to say, this kid does have some skills. Technically, he even had a slight upper hand. But after all, he was up against the Chunin, who was experienced and immediately used a shadow clone technique to go 2-on-1, quickly suppressing Kakashi. Kakashi was smart, realizing he didn't have much chakra left and couldn't afford to force it. He threw out a bunch of shurikens, then formed hand seals, using the shuriken shadow clone technique to double their number in an instant. The Chunin's clones were immediately blown away. But at that moment, the Chunin took advantage of Kakashi's brief moment to catch his breath, instantly appearing behind him with a kunai pressed against his neck. What a pity, just one move short. Is that so? Kakashi sneered, and in an instant, he transformed into a puff of white smoke. The substitution technique. The Chunin was dumbfounded, not even having time to react. And as he tightened his legs, he was pulled into the ground by Kakashi's heart-cut technique, leaving only his head above ground. You lose, Kakashi said, returning the earlier words back to him while holding the kunai. The whole place erupted, cheers ringing out. Just as everyone was congratulating Kakashi, our homeroom teacher, Teacher Asakawa, suddenly announced that the graduation assessment wasn't over yet. Someone had applied for early graduation. Everyone was puzzled, and Teacher Asakawa directly announced my name, HatakeKarotto. Goodness, I was completely stunned, pointing at myself and asking, is it me? Teacher Asakawa nodded, saying it was an application submitted by my dad. I thought to myself, what is this old man up to, not even giving me a heads up? But since it was his arrangement, I guess I should go along with it. Graduating with Kakashi wouldn't be too bad either. I walked to the center of the arena with a nonchalant expression, and guess what? My opponent turned out to be a Uchiha. With that fan symbol on his back, he looked quite flashy. This guy came up and started acting tough, saying that even though I was the son of Kakashi Hitaki, I was definitely no match for him, and that I should admit defeat. I just laughed at that. Perfect. Let me see how strong the Uchiha really is. If he accidentally gets defeated by me, that would be quite embarrassing. Defeat me? The look on his face was like he was looking at a fool. He would pay for his ignorance. The killing intent was evident. It seemed he had been on the battlefield before. The assessment began, and he let me make the first move, afraid that I would win right away. I thought, fine, this is what you asked for. In the next moment, I vanished. In the shocked gaze of everyone, I appeared right in front of him. His reaction was quick. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and took my punch head on. However, he was still knocked back several meters by the immense force. One impressive Uchiha actually sent flying by me. I stood there and clapped my hands. His face darkened, acknowledging that he had underestimated me. And then he pulled out a shuriken and threw it at me. The trajectory was quite tricky, locking me in from all directions. I stood still, not moving at all, and shouted, ha! An invisible wave of energy erupted from my body, and those shurikens hit an invisible wall, clattering as they fell and landed in the ground. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Time to show some real skills. Don't embarrass yourself with such petty tricks. All right, his eyes sharpened, turning blood red in an instant, with two tomo spinning inside. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. It was my first time seeing it in person, and I was quite curious, so I took a couple of extra looks. Come at me. Let me show you the might of the Sharingan. His confidence was soaring again. I'm really speechless. How can this person have such a bad memory? I stretched a bit. It's the Sharingan, right? As long as my attack is fast enough that your body can't react, what use is it that you can see it? As soon as I finished speaking, I disappeared from his sight again. His Sharingan widened in shock as he frantically searched for my position. I'm right here. My voice sounded from behind him, and he turned around suddenly, only to meet a heavy punch I delivered to his stomach. He saw my movement clearly, but his body just couldn't keep up. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Is this the powerful Uchiha you speak of? My words turned his face pale. This guy was completely enraged and launched an attack, even summoning 3 shadow clones to surround me. The scene instantly became intense, with the sounds of fists and feet colliding endlessly. I grabbed one clone as a weapon and smashed it into another, taking the opportunity to kick and destroy the third one. In the blink of an eye, his real body grabbed my hand, and a kunai was thrust directly at me. The force from my body suddenly shook, exploding his clone and sending his real body flying. Looking at the tear in my clothes, I felt a bit displeased. I really can't imagine that you're only 5 years old now, he said to me. Thank you for the compliment, I smiled. You're also strong, Uchiha. Oomph. But you still can't pass this assessment. He suddenly formed seals again, and one clone rushed towards me while his real body quickly formed seals behind. Fire style, great fireball technique. Damn, a huge fireball surged towards me, engulfing everything along with its shadow clone. Everyone in the audience was stunned, and Teacher Asakawa was shouting anxiously over there. Kakashi's eyes widened, his fists clenched tightly, and he yelled, "Brother!" That Uchiha kid had a cold expression, saying that unexpected incidents in battle were inevitable. Just then, amidst the flames and thick smoke, my extremely displeased voice came through. You're making me very angry right now, Uchiha. You almost ruined my clothes. As soon as I said that, the fire finally went out completely, and the surrounding smoke dispersed as well. Let me tell you, Teacher Asakawa's face turned pale at that moment, and he rushed over in one swift motion, his words stumbling. Carrot, are you okay? I waved my hand, my eyes still fixed on the Uchiha across from me. I said, Teacher, don't worry about it. The assessment continues. It's not over yet. The fire in my heart was like a volcano about to erupt, and I couldn't hold it back. Teacher Asakura was getting anxious. He didn't want me to continue fighting this dangerous individual. He quickly said, You've already withstood 10 moves. You've passed the assessment. I directly asked him in return, Can I apply to continue the assessment? What do you want to do? It's better to know when to stop. I just didn't get enough hits and wanted to vent my frustration. No way. He rejected me decisively. And guess what? That guy on the other side jumped in and said ominously, Then let's consider an exchange match between a lower Chunin and a Chunin. Well, he said himself, which suited me perfectly, so I couldn't be blamed. I didn't give Teacher Asakawa a chance to say anything else and disappeared in a flash. All I could hear was the sound of our fists colliding, bang, bang, bang. After a few exchanges, we separated and stood firm. The Uchiha on the opposite side looked green with anger, probably didn't expect that as a Chunin he couldn't take me down, feeling like he lost face as an Uchiha. I directly mocked him, asking, Hey, Uchiha, is that all you've got? He shouted back, What did you say? I replied, If that's all your skill, then the match is about to end. I should start preparing to pop the champagne. You're provoking me. He said, No, I'm just stating a fact. As soon as I finished speaking, I was already in front of his face. Faster and stronger. His eyes widened in shock, and he could only watch helplessly as I punched him flying. But that wasn't the end. While he was still in the air, I had already teleported behind him for another punch. I gave him no chance to react at all, just like whack-a-mole, one punch here, one kick there, treating him like a ball, kicking him around in the air. The sound of his bones cracking was unbelievable, just when I was enjoying the fight. A voice I knew all too well rang out. Kakarotto, that's enough. As soon as I heard it, I immediately stopped my actions. Great, Dad's here. That guy fell from the sky like a lump of mud and collapsed on the ground, not moving. I didn't take his life, but I broke half of the bones in his body. He won't be able to get out of bed for at least 6 months, and in the meantime, he'll be in excruciating pain. Who told him to mess with me? I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge. My father, Shikomo Hitaki, walked up to me with a stern face and said, Karotto, don't be so heavy-handed with the villagers next time. I knew very well that this was just for show in front of outsiders. Teacher Asakawa rushed over, bowing respectfully and calling out, Lord Shikomo. Then something even more absurd happened. He actually said, This can't be blamed on Karotto. It was a duel, and accidents are inevitable. We can only blame the opponent for being too weak to withstand Karotto's attacks. Who understands, right? I glanced at this teacher oddly. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes has an exceptional talent for turning black into white. It was just that Uchiha who didn't give you face a moment ago, and now you're starting to retaliate. But I like it. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was probably watching the whole thing live through the crystal ball, and his expression was as serious as if he were constipated. When the Uchiha family came to take that lump of mud away, they even shot me a threatening look as they left. Remember, we Uchiha won't let this go so easily. Just you wait. I thought to myself, threatening his son in front of the White Fang of Konoha with this level of intelligence. It's no wonder their clan was wiped out. Then there was the distribution of headbands, marking our official graduation. Teacher Asakawa looked at us with hope, wishing we could become ninjas like my dad. My dad even patted our backs and told us to thank the teacher. That kid Obito jumped out again to shout at Kakashi, only to be shot down by Kakashi's remark about being at the back of the pack. Guy was all fired up behind me, assuring me that he would never let me down. When we got home, the three of us sat together. My dad explained that tomorrow Kakashi and I would be assigned to different teams to start taking on missions. I glanced at Kakashi and that guy looked obviously relieved. Hey, this little brother actually dislikes being on the same team as his big brother. I was just about to complain when my dad suddenly spoke up, his tone extremely serious. Carrot, come out with me for a moment. I want to see your true strength. In our training ground, I stood opposite my dad. He said a barrier was set up around us, and no one could probe in, allowing me to let loose. All right. Without saying a word, I took off my shirt and threw it to the ground, making a loud thud that created a small dent. Kakashi's eyes nearly popped out. He walked over to help me pick up my clothes, and when he lifted it, his face changed. Bro, do you wear clothes like this every day? I moved my shoulders while saying, yeah, it's still a bit uncomfortable to take it off now. Kakashi's gaze towards me completely changed. My father spoke up. Go for it. Kakarot, once I make my move, you won't have a chance. Then I must defend you, father. After saying that, my figure vanished instantly, moving twice as fast as during the assessment. When I reappeared, I was already in midair in front of my dad, delivering a powerful kick. Kakashi beside us couldn't even catch my movement, but what he didn't know was that this was my full strength. But let me tell you, the least White Fang is no joke. With just one right hand, he effortlessly blocked my full force attack, then grabbed my foot and threw me like a sandbag. I spun in the air several times before finally landing on the ground. Truly, he is my father. I felt a deep admiration inside me. But this wasn't over. I wouldn't give up so easily. I shouted loudly and charged forward again, using the Wolf Fang fist. I felt as if I had transformed into a hungry wolf. My ghostly fists pouring down on my father like a torrential storm. My claws were sharp enough to slice through the air. Tsukumo Hitaki jumped back, and with a clang, he drew the ninja sword from behind him. Clang, clang. The clash of claws and blades produced a piercing sound. The ground where we fought was marked with deep scratches, some from the sword's aura and others from the wind of my punches. Kakashi, who was watching from the side, clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, I knew I wasn't his match yet, but this all-out battle was exhilarating. The Saiyan genes within me seemed to have completely awakened, growing stronger with each fight, and my momentum could even rival my father's. I threw a punch that shattered his sword's defense. He dodged to the side, and I broke a large tree with my punch. Is this your trump card, Kakarot? He asked. Be careful now, father. I began to unleash my energy, my hands bending at my sides. As my roar grew louder, the debris around me was sent flying, and the falling leaves were shredded before they could even get close to me. Kakashi, seeing this power for the first time, turned pale, feeling his chakra unable to circulate. Even my father felt the pressure. Finally, my roar ceased, and a faint blue energy surrounded me, my tail unfurling behind me. Father, I'm going to start my attack. In a flash, I appeared right in front of him. Tsukumo Hitaki's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated. We chased each other, creating quite a commotion. My father was very pleased to see my strength, but as a father, it was hard to maintain his dignity while being chased and struck by his son. The swordsmanship of the Hitaki family was fully displayed before me for the first time. I only felt a flash of the blade. It was incredibly fast. I captured the trajectory of the knife with my energy, but my body couldn't keep up at all. I could only use all my energy to block it, and I was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the wall, my energy instantly dissipating. This is the strength of the Konoha White Fang, truly powerful. I peeled myself off the wall, stood up, and dusted myself off. Father, you can't really want to kill your own son, can you? Hearing my words, Tsukumo Hitaki came to his senses, quickly put away his knife, and repeatedly said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He had just retracted most of his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have already been a corpse. Shall we continue, father? I asked. No need, he replied. You now possess the strength of a Jonin and have the ability to protect yourself on the battlefield, so I can rest easy. As soon as the battle ended, Kakashi rushed over with a concerned look. Brother, are you okay? Then he turned to my father and said, Father, I want to learn swordsmanship. It seemed he had been stimulated. My dad laughed heartily and said he thought neither of us was interested. I waved my hand. I don't need it. It doesn't team match my fighting style. Just kidding. A Saiyan warrior using a knife? Am I a big deal? Fists are man's romance. In the end, my dad waved his hand and happily announced, Today we're going to eat barbecue to celebrate your graduation. Of course, Kakashi and I had no objections, and the three of us set off for the barbecue restaurant. After graduating from the ninja school, I had been training at home with a specific focus. I was pondering how to approach Orochimaru to get a recovery pod when my dad called me out. In the living room, he was chatting and laughing with a ninja. When he saw me, my dad introduced, Kakarot, Let me introduce you. This will be your team leader, Matsushita Hokuto, also a student of mine. I quickly greeted. Hello. My name is Chimu Kaluot. The other party smiled and said, Hello. My name is Matsushita Beidou. You can call me Teacher Matsushita. Let me tell you, this guy is a pure fan of my dad's favorite character, always calling Kakashi sensei his idol and showering him with compliments. My dad looks proud as a peacock. They complimented each other for a while. And then Teacher Matsushita arranged for me to meet at the Hokage building at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to receive my first ninja mission and meet my teammates. Before I left, my dad specifically reminded me, Karotto, you must protect yourself out there. It's okay if you can't complete the mission, but you have to stay alive. I felt warm inside. I knew this was my dad, a man who would protect his family, even if it meant going against the ninja way. The next morning, I deliberately wore my turtle pattern training outfit, tying my forehead protector on my head and then on my arm, fulfilling a childhood dream. But before I could enjoy it, my dad forcibly dragged me to the Hokage building. When Teacher Matsushita saw me, his smile immediately vanished, and he looked serious. Karotto, I didn't expect you to be late for your first assembly. I opened my mouth and recited Kakashi's classic quote, Sorry, I've lost my way in life. There wasn't a trace of embarrassment on my face. The three people in front of me, including my two new teammates, clearly didn't believe this excuse, and their gazes had already labeled me as unreliable. Teacher Matsushita probably saw that my dad was still around and could only smooth things over. All right, just this once, and it won't happen again. Then he introduced me to my teammates. One was named Hyuga Sanada from the Hyuga clan, who rolled his eyes and looked down his nose at me, saying, This little brat can actually join our team? He'll just drag us down. The other was named Miwako, who was much easier to talk to. She even said she had heard of our Kiki twins' reputation. I happily accepted the compliment and told her that as a medical ninja, I would need to rely on her protection in the future, which left her quite flustered. My dad finished his conversation with my teacher and vanished in an instant. Teacher Matsushita took us to receive our mission. It was my first time in this place, and I was looking around like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Hyuga Sanada looked at me with even more disdain. As soon as we entered, we saw the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The amount of chakra in that old man was indeed immense, even more than my dad's. He chatted with Matsushita in a concerned manner for a while, then turned his gaze to me. You must be Sakumo's son, HatakeKarotto. Although it was a question, his tone was very affirmative. Yes, Lord Hokage, I replied. This was our first serious meeting. He said with a look of admiration, A tiger father does not produce a dog son. I hope you will become a ninja like your father and protect Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage, I won't disappoint you. Well, since this is Kakarotto's first mission, let's arrange a simpler one, a C rank, to eliminate bandits. I felt no turbulence in my heart. In this war-torn era, the simple task was to kill. Teacher Matsushita took on the mission and told us to go home and prepare, gathering at the village entrance at 2 in the afternoon, and specifically reminded me not to be late again. After we dispersed, I directly pulled Miko aside and asked her to wait a moment. She thought it was a big deal, but I took out a few space-time scrolls and somewhat awkwardly asked her to help me seal some things. Then, Miko followed me in disbelief as we swept through the entire food street. The food flowed like water into the scrolls, and each vendor happily sent us off. By the time we left, Miko felt like her worldview had been completely reshaped. After having lunch made by my dad, I set off. At 2 in the afternoon, I arrived punctually at the meeting point, and Teacher Matsushita visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. With a command, our team rushed into the forest. While on the way, my two teammates were secretly observing me. To keep a low profile, I deliberately changed out of my Turtle Sage martial arts uniform into the standard green vest of Konoha, since before being invincible, one should still act with humility. They found my running posture quite strange, the same as the one in our normal world, but my speed was surprisingly not slow at all. Teacher Matsushita even secretly accelerated to test me, and found that I could easily keep up. After a long journey, we finally arrived at the mountain bandit's lair. Teacher Matsushita ordered, Rest in place, eat something to regain energy, and we'll act tonight. I walked directly to Mihoko's side and handed her the scroll. Thank you, Mihoko. She took the scroll, made a hand seal, and said, Release. Bang! A pile of food appeared out of thin air on the scroll. Yes, you heard it right. A pile. Enough food for 50 people, stacked into a small mountain. This sight completely shocked Matsushita and Sanada. Seeing their expressions, Mihoko felt immensely satisfied, as they were exactly the same as when she first met them. Karotto, what is this? Matsushita could hardly speak. Oh, this is my dinner, Matsushita-sensei. All of this? Isn't it supposed to be? I answered nonchalantly, looking at my feast, then at the soldier ration pills in their hands. They instantly lost their appetite. I shared a portion with Mihoko, one with Matsushita, and handed another to Hinata. The kid probably took it awkwardly out of consideration for the food and muttered a thank you. Next came my personal eating performance. Plates of food disappeared into my stomach at such speed that only afterimages remained. Matsushita, Hinata, and Mihoko had never seen someone eat so much before, their eyes nearly popping out. Before long, the food on the ground was completely devoured, and I patted my belly, saying, "I'm about 70% full. That's enough. I'll save some for later." Upon hearing my words, the three companions simultaneously thought of one word: glutton. "All right, let us start the operation," Matsushita-sensei said, seeing that we had rested enough. "Our mission this time is to eliminate all targets." As he said the last two words, a hint of killing intent emanated from him. The few of us cleaned up our traces and stealthily infiltrated the bandit camp. The camp was brightly lit, and the bandits were drinking and celebrating, completely unaware that death was upon them. "Mission begins. Remember to leave no survivors." Matsushita-sensei reiterated the mission. Yes, Hinata, perhaps because he had eaten my food, reminded me not to hold them back before rushing in first. "Who goes there?" The bandit at the entrance hadn't finished his words when an arrow of blood shot out, and he fell. "Someone is attacking the camp." Chaos erupted in the camp. "Fight individually. Leave no one alive," Matsushita-sensei ordered. The three of them charged out in different directions, leaving me behind. Don't underestimate Mihoko as a medical ninja. She could handle ordinary people with ease. Hinata, with his Byakugan, used simple and effective techniques, making it the least labor-intensive. Facing ninjas, ordinary people were like ants. I know this is the first step I must take. Watching my teammates mercilessly reap lives, I moved. With a quick sidestep, I broke the enemy's spine with a punch and crushed their organs with a kick. I was like a human bulldozer, leaving chaos in my wake. Teacher Matsushita had been observing us and was ready to intervene at any moment, but when he saw my performance, his expression went completely blank. He realized that sometimes he couldn't even catch a glimpse of my figure. It wasn't a teleportation technique, just pure speed. It was terrifying. My shadow flickered constantly on the battlefield, and wherever I passed, the bodies of the enemies twisted in various eerie ways. Hinata, Sanada, and Mawako were also stunned. How could this be a freshly graduated ninja? Sanada was even more shocked. His Byakugan couldn't keep up with my speed, which meant my strength was far beyond his. He had previously mocked me for not dragging him down, and now he was slapped in the face too quickly. "So strong, Kakarot," Mawako couldn't help but praise. "Is this what genius looks like?" Sanada felt an extreme sense of unwillingness in his heart. Soon, my killing spree came to an end. There was no one left on the ground who could breathe. Yet, a terrifying aura emanated from me, a destructive force that could annihilate everything. The Saiyan ferocity was completely awakened in me during my first kill. This is bad. It's dangerous. I tell you, when that momentum burst forth, my hair stood on end. It wasn't just the aura of a master. It was pure madness, a desire to tear everything in front of me apart and destroy it. I had only seen something similar in my father, the Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, but no, my father's was the killing intent of the battlefield. While what was surging within me now was a destructive urge to obliterate the entire world. Goodness, at that moment, my mind went completely blank with just one thought: kill. Kill them all. Just as I was about to turn into a mindless killing machine, suddenly, I heard a ding in my head. My ridiculous system finally went online. "Host, wake up." I jolted awake, my back covered in cold sweat. What the hell is going on? The system told me it was a side effect of my Saiyan bloodline. The genes of a warrior race acting up. It was my first time experiencing this, and my mental state couldn't keep up, almost leading me to dark transformation. I panicked at that moment. Who would understand my family? I didn't want to become a madman who turned his back on everyone. Fortunately, the system said I just needed to practice my mental state more, and I would get used to it. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. It scared me to death. I talked with the system for quite a while, but outside it felt like just a moment. Teacher Matsushita stood in front of my teammate like a mother hen protecting her chicks, looking at me with a tense expression. When I eased the aura around me, he finally let out a breath, came over, and patted my shoulder, clearly relieved. "You scare me to death, Carrot. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to your dad? What could happen to me?" I immediately gave myself a thumbs up and boasted confidently, "I'm the genius of Konoha, don't worry." Teacher, seeing my carefree demeanor, everyone finally felt reassured. Next came the most enjoyable part, cleaning up the battlefield, which is just a euphemism for looting bodies. I was really into this. Let me tell you, Saiyans have an appetite that can wipe out a village in one meal. I can't just keep relying on my parents after graduation, right? My dad hasn't remarried in all these years. And I seriously suspect he spent all the betrothal money on my meals. Hinata Sanada's Byakugan was practically a divine tool at that moment, like a human radar, scanning every corner to find hidden stash. Finally, we divided the spoils, and since I'd taken out the most enemies, I naturally got the biggest share. Hey, how about my startup funds? This mission was a complete success, and I was officially accepted by the team. After resting for a night in the village, we returned the next day to report on our mission. The third Hokage praised me repeatedly after hearing Matsushita-sensei's report, encouraging me to keep up the good work. When I got home, sure enough, she was waiting for me at the door, first checking to see if I was hurt. That look in her eyes, Sai. It was a mix of wanting me to venture out and fearing I might come back missing an arm or a leg. That's what being a parent is like. With a blink of an eye, a year had passed. I had been incredibly busy this year, either on missions or on my way to missions. My strength had skyrocketed. Now at 6 years old, my chakra sensing range could cover the entire Konoha. When sparring with my dad, I could match about 70% of his strength, more than enough to be an elite J-nin. I'm just 6. I was still playing in the mud at that age. My little brother Kakashi was also pushed to the limit by me, practicing his ancestral sword technique daily and going on several missions, performing quite impressively. Now everyone in Konoha knows us as the Konoha Twin Stars. One day, while I was training in the yard, an eagle flew over. Great, another mission. I arrived at the meeting point, and Matsushita-sensei and the other two were already there. I asked, "Teacher, what is the mission this time?" Matsushita-sensei shook his head. "This time it's not a mission. If it's not a mission, then why did you call me here?" I was completely confused. "Because this matter concerns you. We're here to support you," Matsushita-sensei said with a smile. I was even more confused, wondering what was going on. He looked at me with a silly expression and didn't keep me in suspense. "It's the Chunin exam." Oh, I finally realized, right, in our small team, I'm the only genin. Teacher Matsushita asked me if I wanted to participate, and I said, "Isn't this something that requires a team?" He said you can participate individually, since in the end, it's all one-on-one. Well then, I'll participate. I just nodded, and Hinata Sanada stuffed a piece of information in my hand. "You will definitely be targeted alone. This is the intel I've gathered. Take a look." Hamiko even directly handed me a large bag of medical supplies, saying, "I can't help you with anything else, but I hope you won't need these." Family. This is what friendship is all about. So warm. When I got home, to my surprise, the task-obsessed Kakashi was actually there. He looked at my bags and thought I had gone shopping. I smugly waved the items in my hand. "This is a care package for the Chunin exam for my teammates. Do you have one?" Kakashi gave me a deadpan look. "Humph, I don't need it." "Oh, you don't need it, huh? How about I help you out and let you become the youngest Chunin in Konoha?" As I said this, I playfully ruffled his silver hair, enjoying the frustrated look on his face that seemed to say he wanted to hit me, but couldn't. "I will defeat you in the exam." He forcefully pushed my hand away, making a bold statement. "Fine, this kid has been training for a year and seems a bit inflated. It's time for him to feel the harshness of society." The next morning, we arrived at the exam venue. The first part was a written test. I stared at the paper, and it stared back at me, both blank. Submit a blank paper? No way. I can't let Kakashi laugh at me for the rest of my life. At the crucial moment, my unfortunate system chimed in. "Host, do you need help?" "Yes, absolutely." The system kicked in, and I wrote like the wind, just managing to copy down a passing score before stopping. Too high a score might lead to arrogance. Sure enough, everyone passed the written test. Just as we were celebrating, the door opened, and a pale-faced man with a cold gaze walked in. Good heavens, it's Orochimaru. His aura felt like he had just come out of a refrigerator. Being stared at by him sent chills down my spine. He was the examiner for the second part. He scanned the room and ominously said, "Surprisingly, no one has been eliminated. It seems the exam was too easy. But don't worry, by the end of my assessment, there won't be 10 people left here." With that, the room fell silent. He instructed us to reach the forest of death within 10 minutes, and with a bang, he vanished. The others ran for their lives, while I, unfazed, casually bought a few skewers of meat along the way. I took a bite. It was too sweet, and I really couldn't understand why they loved it so much. By the time I reached the forest of death, a third of the participants hadn't arrived and were directly eliminated. Orochimaru made his appearance again and announced the rules. The first 10 to reach the center tower will pass the assessment. The rules were simple and brutal, but this meant that the remaining 50-plus participants would have to fight like crazy for just 10 spots. To make it more interesting, he summoned 3 giant snakes, each 3 stories high. "You might get hurt," he said playfully, so don't let my efforts be in vain. A few timid ones immediately forfeited. I looked at the 3 giant snakes, my mouth watering, and a recipe instantly popped into my head: steamed, braised garlic charcoal grilled. Kakashi, seeing my pathetic state, quietly moved several steps away from me, trying to distance himself from this embarrassing situation. Hey, Kakashi, come here. I quickly called out to him. I was worried about him running off alone in this situation. But this kid completely ignored me and walked away. Fine, if the mountain won't come to me, I'll just be the mountain. At that moment, in the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage was watching the live broadcast with Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, my dad Tsukumo Hitaki, and Danzo, all gathered around a crystal ball. Jiraiya felt that Orochimaru had gone too far, while Danzo thought it was great. The weak should be eliminated. Even my dad rarely agreed with Danzo, saying that given the current unstable situation, it was better to let them experience the harshness of the battlefield early rather than go to their deaths. The scene shifted and the exam began. Everyone rushed into the forest like crazy. Kakashi's skills were indeed impressive. He quickly surged to the front, demonstrating that he didn't team need me. Fine. This arrogant little brat has too much pride. I was leisurely wandering in the woods when suddenly, a few shurikens shot out from the grass. I dodged to the side and firmly caught one with 2 fingers. Come out, don't hide. 3 Uchiha stepped out from the grass, and the one leading them glared at me with gritted teeth. The person you defeated in the graduation exam is my brother. Oh, I looked surprised and replied, I forgot. A defeated foe isn't worth remembering. That one sentence made the 3 of them explode with anger. They rushed at me, all 3 pairs of Sharingan activated, working together quite well. One provided long-range harassment, while the other 2 charged in. I lightly leaped onto a tree, looked at them, and smiled. Nice teamwork. But it's my turn now. As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished from my spot and appeared behind the leading Uchiha, grabbing his neck. The other 2 were startled, and one began to form hand seals to use ninjutsu. Good. I casually tossed the one I had choked out of the way, and the other Uchiha's fire release. Phoenix fire technique hit me in the face. They thought they had succeeded, but the next second, I emerged unscathed from the fireball, enveloped in blue light. It felt like I had just taken a hot bath. Their expressions were like they had seen a ghost. It was my turn. I didn't give them time to react. I knocked one out with a hand strike and took down the other with a punch to the abdomen. Done. What they didn't know was that a small white snake witnessed the entire process and quietly slithered away, transmitting everything it saw to Orochimaru. I could hear Orochimaru muttering to himself, such speed, such strength, and what is that blue power? Karo, you truly surprised me. Wow, Orochimaru, that sly old fox, is basically providing a 2025 immersive viewing experience, complete with VIP perspective. In the Hokage's office, a group of big shots was dumbfounded. The 3rd Hokage asked my dad what was going on, and my dad calmly made up a story. This is Karo's bloodline limit. After all, every one of the higher-ups knew I couldn't use chakra, so this reason was perfect. The 3rd Hokage's eyes lit up upon hearing this new bloodline limit. However, he also began to have doubts. My dad's reputation was too high, and now his son was so powerful, which posed a huge threat to his plan to support Orochimaru's rise to power. Danzo, that old guy, had a flash of malice in his eyes and was already calculating how to bring my dad down. At that moment, Minato suddenly spoke up, expressing his desire to take Kakashi as his student. He was clever, saying my talent was too strange for him to teach, but Kakashi suited him well. This was both true and a way to draw us, the Hitaki family, closer. My dad and the 3rd Hokage discussed it and agreed. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, Kakashi had sustained some minor injuries and secured 2nd place at the Central Tower. Soon after, the 3rd and 4th contestants arrived one after another. He had been waiting for me, but after waiting left and right, he still couldn't see me. At that moment, I was having an outdoor barbecue in the woods. A giant snake, oblivious to its surroundings, collided with my fist and adhering to the principle of not wasting food. I had no choice but to bury it with my bare hands. Aiming for a sense of relaxation, this flavorful Chunin exam needed some of its own life. The people in the Hokage's office watched me enjoying my meal through the crystal ball, jaws nearly dropping in shock. My dad was probably thinking, now you know why I work so hard to complete missions and earn money, right? After I finished eating, I leisurely made my way to the Central Tower, flickering my figure and easily securing 10th place, just barely qualifying. Orochimaru announced that the 3rd exam would take place a week later and then dismissed everyone. As soon as Kakashi and I stepped out of the Forest of Death, Sensei Matsu and the others rushed over. We passed. It was too easy, I boasted. Everyone cheered, and Tanaka pretended to remind me not to be arrogant. But I shot back with, you can't say that about me. which made him jump up and down in frustration. A week later, I said goodbye to my teammates and returned home, where my dad was already waiting for us. He smiled broadly and praised our performance today. I flattered him, saying, "Of course, my dad is Konoha's White Fang. How can we embarrass you?" I made him very happy. Then he turned to Kakashi and said, "By the way, Kakashi, I found you a teacher." Kakashi was taken aback. "A teacher?" "Yes, a very excellent teacher, Minato Namikaze." Kakashi's dead fish eyes instantly lit up, but he hesitated a bit. "But isn't he your rival for the position of Hokage?" My father interrupted him and said with great confidence, "You don't need to worry about the position of Hokage. Watergate and I are in healthy competition. He is suitable for you, and you should trust your father's abilities." Let me tell you, I was right there listening, and I almost couldn't believe what my dad, this political novice, was saying. I directly interrupted their father-son bonding moment. "Dad, come on, without any background. How do you think you can become Hokage? What kind of dream is that?" Goodness, the way they both looked at me, it was like they were seeing an alien. I cleared my throat and started to lay down hard. First, you see, from the second to the third Hokage, the succession of Hokage is based on the master-disciple system. It's about factions. And you're just the head of a small clan. And you don't even have as many supporters as the third Hokage's direct line. What do you have to compete with them? Second, and this is the most critical point, achievements can intimidate the leader. You're getting so powerful that you're almost overshadowing the third Hokage's heir. Do you think he can sleep at night? This time, when Minato took on a disciple, it was clearly the third Hokage testing you, Dad. This outburst of mine left my dad and Kakashi speechless. The two of them were dumbfounded. Their expressions seemed to say, "Is this still my big, silly son who only eats and trains?" Kakashi was probably also wondering, where did my brother, who only knew how to punch him, go? I tapped the table to bring them back to their senses. "What's wrong? Is the CPU overheating?" My dad snapped back to reality, and the first thing he said was, "So, does that mean I can't become Hokage?" He was really reluctant about it. After all, which Konoha ninja doesn't have a Hokage dream in their heart? I laughed. "Not necessarily." His eyes instantly lit up. "Really?" I waved my hand with great confidence and said, "When I become strong enough to sweep through the entire Konoha, if you want to be Hokage, then let's do it." It's all about showing off my strength to my dad. You know what I mean? Once I said that, my dad actually softened up, patted my head, and said, "As long as you and Kakashi are safe, it doesn't matter whether you become Hokage or not." Well, there goes Dad's love taking the high ground again. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and the third round of the Chunin exams is about to begin. Kakashi and I were late again because we practiced a bit longer in the morning. The examiner's face darkened, and he shouted at us, "You're the last two. Hurry up." We both replied with yes, yes. But our feet seemed glued to the ground as we leisurely made our way over. Once everyone was gathered, it was time for the draw. 10 people, paired off for battle. Let me tell you, those few common ninjas turned pale, almost praying not to be matched against us from these big clans. Unfortunately, Lady Luck must have been off today. When the results came out, Kakashi was matched against a member of the Inuzuka clan, and they exchanged glances, sparks flying, both feeling they would win for sure. Then it was my turn. I flipped my card, and wow, it was a member of the Hyuga clan. I thought, am I really going to clash with eyes again? I just finished dealing with the Sharingan, and now I get to be a Kugen set. The match began, and Kakashi was the first to go. The Inuzuka ninja, Inuzuka Yasha, started with a taunt. "Hey, little Hitaki, I suggest you surrender early. Becoming a Chunin is too early for you." Kakashi, with a sharp tongue, shot back. "The more you boast, the worse you'll look when you lose." That guy got flustered. "Fine, if you don't care about your dignity, I'll make sure you regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, he and his dog, named Inuyasha, charged in from both sides. Kakashi was prepared. He pulled out his kunai and clashed with the guy's claws. Then the dog lunged at him, and Kakashi performed a backflip to dodge, but the dog couldn't stop in time and crashed into its owner's arms. I laughed so hard. That guy was scolding his dog. "What are you doing? Your meals are getting cut in half." Next, he formed hand seals and used a beast mimicry technique. Four-legged technique, dropping to the ground with chakra surging, his nails growing long and thick, doubling his speed and power. He started showing off. "You can still give up now." Kakashi didn't even bother to respond. The guy took that as a challenge, and, with his dog, became a blur and charged at Kakashi. Kakashi's shurikens and kunai were all deflected by the chakra surrounding them, proving ineffective. In close combat, Kakashi was clearly at a disadvantage and got hit several times. Sent flying by a claw. My dad in the stands was worried sick. The opponent started urging Kakashi to surrender again, but Kakashi coldly replied, "Bring it on." "All right." Inuzuka Yasha got angry, and his dog suddenly transformed into another him, creating a shadow clone. Two Inazuki Yushas charged at Kakashi. Just then, Kakashi began forming seals. And let me tell you, his hand speed was so fast it left after images. Lightning release, earth walk, zzz. In an instant, the ground was electrified around him. The two Yushas, no matter how quick they were, couldn't outpace the electricity and were stunned. Their movement slowed. Kakashi seized the opportunity, delivering a flying kick that sent the main one into the air, then followed up with a kick to finish him off. However, the clone that the dog turned into was surprisingly loyal and jumped in to block Kakashi's pursuit. Inazuki Yasha took the chance to recover, his gaze entirely different now, finally treating Kakashi as a worthy opponent. Kakashi knew he had to use his trump card. He threw out several smoke bombs, instantly enveloping the arena in thick smoke. The Inazuka clan relied heavily on their sense of smell, and this smoke was a devastating weapon against them. The guy started coughing violently as soon as he caught a whiff, and his dog was even worse off, completely losing its fighting capability. Kakashi charged in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the dog, knocking it out against the wall. Now it was just one-on-one. Inazuki Yasha was furious and faster than ever. But Kakashi gritted his teeth and held his ground. It was a battle of endurance. Whoever couldn't hold out would lose. Gradually, Yasha's speed decreased, and his strength waned. The opportunity came. Kakashi's strikes became quicker. He slashed through Yasha's clothing, then a second slash, a third. Finally, Yasha's four-legged technique couldn't hold up anymore, reverting him back to human form, his body stiff from overusing ninjutsu. Kakashi's final strike landed firmly on his neck. I lost, Inazuki Yasha said, then collapsed. Kakashi was also exhausted, half kneeling on the ground. The examiner announced, "The winner is Kakashi Hitaki." The crowd erupted in cheers. It was my turn to face off. My opponent was Hyuga Koji, looking serious, with the typical expression of the Hyuga branch family. As soon as the referee called for the start, he activated his Byakugan, veins popping at his temples, and said in a distinctive tone, "I won't hold back." I was amused. That's truly something hard to come by. As a result, he gave me a blank stare, completely stunned, and asked in surprise, "You don't have chakra in your body?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Did you figure it out?" "Of course. I'm a chi cultivator. How could I be the same as you, who relies on chakra?" I quickly poured myself a bowl of chicken soup. There's nothing impossible. It's just a matter of choosing a different direction. He didn't say much either and came at me with a palm strike. I didn't dodge and met it with a palm strike of my own. When our palms collided, a shockwave erupted. He was even more surprised that someone without chakra could actually take his soft fist head on. I laughed. Is this surprising? There's more to come that will be even more surprising. Your soft punches are all flaws in my eyes. Wow. With just one sentence, I broke his defense, and his veins were about to burst. Nonsense. You will pay for your words. Suddenly, a bagua array appeared beneath his feet. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. I saw his figure flickering 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Slap, 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 a solid 64 palms, all hitting me. The Hinata family in the stands felt it was stable and had already started celebrating in advance. After finishing, Hinata Koji gasped for breath and turned to leave. I dusted off the dirt on my body and slowly spoke. Is that it? Is this how it ends? Your strength. Did you not eat? He suddenly turned around, his face showing a look of disbelief. How is that possible? You clearly fell victim to my 64 strikes. I teased him. Is it possible that you didn't hit my acupoint at all with your palm? He was about to retort when suddenly he realized, and his face turned pale. He understood that at the moment he struck, I had subtly adjusted my position at a speed he couldn't perceive. How fast was the man in his eyes? Since he didn't reciprocate, I grinned. Now it was my turn. Before I finished speaking, I swiftly appeared behind him. Just as he shouted not good, I'd already punched him in the back, sending him flying like a cannonball. Then, I flashed again, appearing on his flight path, and delivered an uppercut that precisely hit his chin. He didn't even have time to react. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The arena fell silent. What was supposed to be an epic battle turned into my personal show. It wasn't until the referee announced, the winner, HatakeKarotto, that the audience erupted into thunderous applause. No, dude, your bagua palm. Are you just scraping my back here? After the Chunin exam, both Kakashi and I became Chunin and gained great fame. Then came the routine of training and completing missions. One day, our team received a B-rank escort mission to deliver a batch of goods to the border. These types of missions are the most prone to unexpected issues. A B rank can easily escalate to an A rank or even S rank. Our team was personally selected by the Hokage due to having 3 Chunin. After receiving the supplies, we set off immediately. My backpack was the bulkiest because I couldn't use that damn sealing scroll. We rushed forward at full speed, and after a day and night, the medical ninjas and Miko and the team could no longer hold on, so Teacher Matsushita had no choice but to order a rest. Just then, I suddenly stood up. There are enemies. Teacher Matsushita and the others immediately took a defensive stance back to back. He probably didn't sense it at all and was likely shocked by my strength again. Without saying a word, he threw a fireball technique into the forest. With a loud boom, 8 rock ninjas jumped out of the woods, forming 2 teams that surrounded us. Teacher Matsushita confronted them and realized that the enemy had long known our route and had ambushed us here in advance. The leader on the opposite side demanded that we hand over our supplies if we wanted to leave, but Teacher Matsushita certainly would not agree. There was no other way. The leader of the rock ninjas immediately used Earth Style, Hell Swamp, and the ground beneath our feet instantly turned into a swamp. I flew directly into the air and, like pulling up radishes, I pulled Matsushita-sensei, Sanada, and Yoshiko out of the mud one by one and threw them to safety. Matsushita-sensei ordered, "I'll take care of those 2 Jonin. Karotto, the rest are up to you." Sanada wasn't satisfied and rolled his eyes as he charged at the 2 rock ninja Chunin. Yoshiko faced one, and I took on the remaining 3 by myself. Those 3 rock ninjas mocked me, saying, "Kid, you think you can take on all 3 of us alone? That's quite arrogant." I extended my index finger and shook it. No. I am here to deal with the 3 of you." Well, the rock ninjas got angry and threw a punch at my face. I stepped back with my right foot, bent my body slightly, and threw a punch in return. With a loud bang, I heard a crack, and his entire arm was pierced by my strike, blood gushing out. He would never use it again in this lifetime. The remaining 2 turned pale with fear. I didn't have time to play with them, so I raised my hand and unleashed 2 energy waves. With 2 sharp sounds, those 2 Chunin didn't even have time to react before they evaporated on the spot. I turned back to the one with the severed arm and added another strike. "I'm dealing with you. What's it to you? I'm just passing by, giving you a ride. Don't fall behind." In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. I instantly teleported to the side of Haniko, a medical ninja, who was being pinned down and was about to be stabbed by a kunai. I arrived just in time, extending 2 fingers to firmly pinch the enemy's kunai. "Karo!" Haniko exclaimed in surprise and joy. Without wasting any words, I unleashed another energy ball, sending that rock ninja away, leaving no trace behind. Haniko was understandably frightened, so I hastily made up an excuse about a bloodline limit. After making sure she was safe, I ran to check on Sanada. That guy was also in a bad state. He had taken one out, but was exhausted himself. I went over to examine his wound and intentionally patted it, making him gasp in pain. "Damn, Karo, you're taking the opportunity to get back at me." He cursed. I raised my hand as if to pat him again, and he immediately shut up. After handing over the injured to Haniko, I finally made it to the battlefield of the Jonin. I tell you, those 2 Jonin were fighting quite fiercely, but to me, it was just like kids playing house, especially since my usual sparring partner is my dad, who's a move-a-level fighter. When Teacher Matsushita saw me, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The IWNine on the opposite side was dumbfounded to see me finish so quickly. One of them charged at me directly, trying to ambush me. I grabbed his wrist, kicked up, and shattered his jaw, killing him instantly. I casually started searching his body. After all, a ninja on a covert mission is bound to have some good stuff. The other IWNine, seeing this situation, was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and he turned to run. "Well, where's your will of stone now? You still want to escape?" I picked up a kunai, infused it with chakra, and threw it in the direction he was fleeing. With a whoosh, that guy fell straight from the tree, a big hole in his chest. Teacher Matsushita, beside me, was utterly stunned, probably having his worldview completely reshaped. We took a break and continued our journey with the injured, which resulted in spending an extra day to reach the border. After completing the task, Matsushita-sensei's friend, Inoue, who was also a disciple of my father, saw me and kept praising me as the genius of the Hitaki family. The mission was finally rated as A-class, and the commission increased significantly, making everyone quite happy. Matsushita-sensei also earnestly advised us not to be arrogant. That brat Sanada couldn't help himself and said, "Don't worry, teacher, we all listen to you, except for Karotto." I appeared silently behind him and said softly, "I can't pretend I didn't hear that last sentence. So what if I heard it? I'm just speaking the truth. This guy, the only thing tough about him is his mouth." I smiled, reached out my hand, and accurately poked his freshly bandaged wound. I tell you, that scream from Sanada almost made my eardrums burst. This kid jumped up in pain and shouted at me, "Karotto, look at what you've done. Can I indulge him?" I replied directly, "Doing good deeds, being civilized. Thank for the compliment." Goodness, that one sentence made Sanada's face turn red. Teacher Matsushita was watching us from the side, looking like he had a headache, probably thinking these two clowns, one second they're at each other's throats, the next second they're buddy-buddy. Teenagers are really hard to understand. Originally, we were done with our task and were leisurely heading back when suddenly we heard a sharp eagle cry from above. Teacher Matsushita looked up and his face instantly fell. He whistled, and the messenger eagle landed steadily on his shoulder. He took a small note from the eagle's leg, glanced at it, and his expression became serious enough to squeeze water out of. "The situation has changed," he said in a deep voice. "We don't need to go back to the village. It's an urgent mission. A high-ranking ninja has defected, and our task is to capture him alive or kill him." Hiss! Both Sanada and I gasped in shock. A high-ranking ninja defecting? What a joke, in this day and age, with Konoha being so strong. Who would be so foolish? Am I going to be crushed by this? Teacher Matsushita continued. "The reason is unknown, but he may have important information, and we cannot let him escape from the Land of Fire. The intel says he is heading towards the border of the Land of Earth, most likely trying to defect to IWA Ninja. We not only have to be cautious of him, but we also have to guard against IWA Ninja support. I tell you, the atmosphere of the whole team instantly felt like we had entered the ICU. Everyone was on high alert. After all, he was a high-ranking ninja. If he wanted to hide, it would be like playing hide and seek, and we would be the prey. So what happened? We searched like headless flies for almost 4 hours and didn't find a single thing, and everyone's spirits began to wane. Just then, I stopped in my tracks. Something was off. My human radar went off, sensing a strong chakra presence rapidly approaching us. What's wrong? Teacher Matsushita immediately asked me. Let me explain the situation directly. Teacher, stop looking. The target has come to us. Are you sure? I'm sure. All right. Teacher Matsushita made a quick decision. Everyone hide. Set the trap. Let's catch him today, like a fish in a barrel. Then he asked me to protect Sanada and Yoshiko while he went to confront that rogue ninja. I must tell you, I know nothing about explosive tags or kunai traps. I could only stand by and watch. About 10 minutes later, a shadow really appeared in our line of sight. He seemed to be in a hurry and plunged straight into the trap area. Wow, that scene was like a cyber fireworks display, a burst of sparks and lightning, creating a pit 50 meters wide and 5 meters deep in the ground. But AJ Neen is still AJ Neen. His reaction was incredibly quick. At the moment of the explosion, he used a substitution jutsu and appeared unscathed outside the trap. Come out, he said coldly. Teacher Matsushita stepped out from behind a tree, and when he saw the other person's face, he was stunned. Watanabe? How could it be you? The rogue ninja, named Watanabe, also had a conflicted expression. I never expected it would be you. Matsushita, blocking my way. Why did you betray Konoha? That's our home. Teacher Matsushita's voice was filled with pain. I later learned that they were classmates in ninja school and the best of friends. This plot is simply unbelievable. Then Watanabe started laughing maniacally. Betrayal? I've always been a rock ninja. How could I betray? Matsushita, you are too naive. In this cursed world, we have no choice. On one side was friendship, and on the other was the village. Teacher Matsushita had no choice. He drew his kunai. Today, you won't be leaving. Watanabe's eyes hardened. Killing you is all I need. A great battle was about to break out. Teacher Matsushita unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, and a giant fireball roared away. Watanabe reacted quickly as well, raising an earth release, earth-style wall in an instant. The fireball collided with the earth wall, creating a huge explosion, and dust filled the air. Teacher Matsushita charged into the dust, and the sound of kunai clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere. In the next second, both of them were thrown out from the dust cloud. Not bad. Matsushita, you've improved a lot. You're not bad either. They exchanged compliments while attacking fiercely. Teacher Matsushita was waiting for the right moment, growing stronger in battle, while Watanabe, having run a long distance, was clearly at a disadvantage due to fatigue. Sanada beside them rolled his eyes and could only barely see two blurry figures darting back and forth at high speed, shouting, "So amazing." Then this kid didn't forget to provoke me. "Carrot, can you see clearly? Want to step on me while you can? Can I let him succeed?" I rolled my eyes. It's clear enough. It's not just about having eyes, right? You can't possibly not see it, can you? With a single sentence. I left him speechless for a long time. The battle was becoming increasingly tense, and Watanabe was getting anxious. Matsushita, give me a way out. If this drags on, the reinforcements from Konoha will arrive. Impossible. Teacher Matsushita said firmly, I will not let anyone who threatens Konoha go. Since that's the case, don't blame me. After Watanabe said this, he suddenly increased his speed and began to overpower Teacher Matsushita. He wanted a quick resolution, but Teacher Matsushita was dragging him out. Watanabe, surrender. I will plead for you with Lord Hokage. Teacher Matsushita was still making one last effort. Ha ha ha, you think you're naive, don't you? I'm just a pawn crossing the river. I can't turn back. For the sake of our friendship, let me go. Impossible. Then let us see who has the upper hand. The two fought fiercely. The sky darkened and trees fell. At that moment, Watanabe's expression changed, clearly sensing something. He smiled, but Teacher Matsushita's face darkened. Reinforcements were almost there. Sigh, Matsushita, Watanabe sighed. I didn't want to kill you. Why wouldn't you listen to my advice? After saying that, he charged straight at Teacher Matsushita. Just as the two were about to collide with their kunai, Watanabe, surprisingly, let his guard down and collided with Teacher Matsushita's kunai. With a thud, the entire kunai pierced into his chest. Why? Teacher Matsushita held the fallen Watanabe, his voice trembling. Watanabe coughed up blood but smiled and said, I can't escape. The only choice is to die by someone else's hand. Fortunately, I ended up meeting you, Matsushita. His voice grew weaker. Don't come looking for me too soon. Forgive me, my friend. After finishing, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Watanabe. Teacher Matsushita's roar echoed throughout the forest. 3 days later, we returned to the village. Teacher Matsushita clearly hadn't come out of the shadow of having killed his close friend, telling us to go back and rest while he went to report. I had just stumbled to my doorstep when I saw Kakashi actually waiting for me. Yo, a rare visitor. You're not out on a mission? I teased him. Humph, none of your business. He still had that cool demeanor, but his tone couldn't hide his concern. I heard you were attacked by Chunin. Are you okay? Do I look like someone who's in trouble? I even spun around in front of him. As long as you're fine. After saying that, he walked away coolly. Let me tell you, time really doesn't last long. In the blink of an eye, for years passed as if on double speed. This year, I turned 10 and managed to tie with my father, Hitaki, in a spar, solidifying my strength at the level of a Hokage. This time, I went on a mission with my team and didn't return for a whole month. As soon as I entered the village, I sensed something was off. The villagers looked at me as if I were walking 500,000, pointing and whispering. After all, I am Hitaki son. It's really embarrassing. All sorts of unpleasant comments buzzed in my ears like flies. My heart skipped a beat as I thought of something and rushed home like a madman. When I reached the front door, I saw Kakashi sitting there with a gloomy expression, looking completely drained. Brother. He called out to me hoarsely when he saw me. He had never called me brother before, and I couldn't imagine how much pressure he had been under during this time. My heart ached for him, and I walked over and patted his head. Don't be afraid, big brother is back. I pushed the door open and entered the room. The once spirited Konoha White Fang, my father Tsukumo Hitaki, was now sitting on the floor in a dejected manner, like a living dead. You're back, he said, opening his eyes, and a flicker of anger passed through them. I knelt down and got straight to the point. I didn't expect, father, that you also have tasks you can't complete. It's very normal. A ninja's missions always come with uncertainties. His tone was flat, like a stagnant pool of water. Can you tell me about it? I'm not trying to rub salt in his wounds. I want to find the right solution. Bit by bit, he revealed what happened. Simply put, during one mission, he abandoned the task to save a comrade, which resulted in enormous losses for the village. He took all the responsibility upon himself. And with the villagers cursing at him every day at the door, he was already prepared to commit suicide to atone for his actions. After I finished speaking, I bombarded him with a series of questions that left him stunned. Father, I've asked you before which is more important, the mission or your comrades. And you told me without hesitation that it's your comrades. You have upheld your ninja way. What is wrong with that? Can the rumors in the village define you? Are you living for those gossiping people? Are you going to give up on me and Kakashi? He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. I coldly continued. This is a conspiracy against you, Hitaki Tsukumo. From the very beginning, you were just a pawn. Whether you complete the mission or abandon it, you have lost. If you complete the mission, you are cold-blooded and ruthless. If you abandon it, you end up like this. Do you understand? As soon as I finished speaking, my father changed completely. The air of despair vanished, and a fierce killing intent instantly filled the entire room, shattering the furniture. This is the White Fang of Konoha. Why? He roared in anger. Outside the room, Kakashi was startled and wanted to come in, but I stopped him. Kakashi, don't come in. Guard the entrance. I said to him, Because you are too dazzling, father. You are blocking others' paths. To frame him, they were willing to let the village suffer huge losses. The political dirt behind this completely shattered my father's worldview. He needed time to calm down. I stood up, walked to the door, and said to him with my back turned, I hope you make the right choice. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for the consequences. Yes, I threatened him. If he were to lose his mind, I wouldn't care about the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan, or the Shimura clan. They would all have to accompany him to the grave. 3 days later, my father finally came out of his room, looking as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. He went to the Hokage building and had a secret meeting with the third Hokage for an hour. The next day, Fugaku Uchiha resigned, and the third did not try to retain him. This matter was considered over. My father now spends his days at home drinking tea, quite content. I asked him how he decided, and he smiled and said, Since I have to choose, I choose you and Kakashi. Home is more important than anything else. Not long after enjoying the peaceful days, shocking news shook the entire ninja world. The third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest of all time, mysteriously disappeared. The Raikage from the Land of Lightning, upon hearing this news, directly staged a scene of wanting it all and declared war on us, the Leaf Village, the Rock Village, and the Sand Village. The third great ninja war began without any warning. In the Hokage office in Konoha, Danzo was incredibly excited, passionately urging the third to go to war. Just when the third was still hesitating, news came from the Umbu that the Cloud Ninjas had already attacked. There was no choice left. The third immediately summoned the legendary 3 ninjas and Minato Namikaze to hold a war meeting. The war machine of Konoha instantly revealed its fangs. Jiraiya was in charge of the Sand Ninja border, Orochimaru was in charge of the Cloud Ninja, and Minato Namikaze was in charge of the Rock Ninja. Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, naturally teamed up with him. As for me, I was assigned to Orochimaru's team. Before we set off, my father gave his treasured sword to Kakashi, advising him to be cautious. When it was my turn, my father thought for a long time and finally managed to say, I have nothing else to say. Who understands family? Does this mean my father really doesn't love me anymore? In the end, I extorted a large sum of money from him to settle it. I looked at Kakashi and seriously told him, be careful on the battlefield. I don't want to end the war with one less brother. Kakashi smiled back, you too, brother. When I come back, I will definitely give you a beating. The two brothers exchanged a smile and headed to the battlefield. Orochimaru led our large troop, marching quickly for 6 days. Our feet were almost worn down to sparks. Finally, we reached the buffer zone between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, the Land of Hot Water. As soon as we entered, the atmosphere felt wrong. It was too quiet. The entire country was as silent as a ghost town. The command center immediately ordered, reconnaissance team, go. As soon as the Hyuga clan opened their Byakugan, someone shouted, not good. The next moment, the hidden Cloud Ninja could no longer conceal themselves and launched an attack. I tell you, the sky was filled with explosive tags, shurikens, and kunai raining down on us like they were free. Not good, we were surrounded. The reconnaissance team took the brunt of the attack, instantly covered by enemy fire. Just when I thought we were going to suffer casualties right from the start, Orochimaru made his move. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground with one hand. Summoning jutsu. Boom. 3 giant snakes as big as mountains appeared out of thin air, coiling around us to protect our entire troop. All the explosive tags detonated against the giant snakes, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The scene was incredibly tragic. Lord Orochimaru, the ninjas who had survived, shouted excitedly. But the Cloud Ninjas didn't give us a chance to catch our breath. Hundreds of ninjas charged from all directions, and we were immediately engaged in combat. The brilliance of ninjutsu wreaked havoc everywhere, with constant casualties, and some dragging down enemies with them in death. At that moment, I had only one thought. Wow, is this war? The smell of blood almost made me vomit on the spot. Let me tell you, several fresh graduates next to me immediately threw up their overnight meals. Who understands family? 1 second, you're joking around with your buddy, and the next second, he turns into a pile of minced meat. The visual shock and psychological trauma are just overwhelming. On the other side, Orochimaru was directly surrounded by 4 Cloud Village Jonin. They were calculating. First, hold down this boss while we clear the minions. Then come back with hundreds of people to finish you off. Hey, sounds nice, right? But Orochimaru, with his cold snake eyes, glanced over and sneered. Just you guys? As soon as he finished speaking, his arms suddenly transformed into countless venomous snakes that coiled around them. But those 4 Jonin were not pushovers. They reacted quickly and chopped off the snake heads with their kunai. However, they never expected that the snake's mouth could spit out swords. With a thud, One Jonin was pierced right through, leaving him feeling cold to the core. I haven't been idle either. On the battlefield, I'm like a flash of red lightning. Let me tell you, maxing out my physical skills feels amazing. I don't even need to perform hand signs, just a brush, and the enemy gets hurt. A touch and they die. The cloud ninjas are falling like dumplings, one after another. But just as I was getting into the killing spree, I turned around and saw my teammate, Sanada. That guy was just standing there in a daze, his eyes completely vacant. Karotto, is this what war is? His voice was trembling. I was furious at that moment. I rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, shouting, "Wake up! This is a life and death war. And you're over here playing artsy and sentimental? I don't want to go back to your grave to burn paper for you, you bastard. This peace education in Konoha is really making people stupid." After yelling at him, I ordered him to stick close to me. As I fought, I looked for our teammate, Himamiko, fearing something might happen to her. Just like that, a small troop unexpectedly gathered behind me. The commotion was too loud, and naturally, some clueless enemies had their eyes on me. An elite ninja from the Cloud Village had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, waiting for the right moment. And suddenly, he threw a kunai at me from my blind spot. My senses were fully activated, and I had already spotted that sneaky guy hiding in the grass. I deliberately left the gap for him, and sure enough, he took the bait. That guy came charging at me with a lewd smile on his face, as if he were a genius about to fall in my hands. If I bothered with him, it would be my loss. So I turned around and executed a spinning kick. With a loud crack, I felt like his skull flew off. Now I had completely stirred up a hornet's nest. 3 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village surrounded me, launching lightning release, fire release, and earth release techniques at me from 3 different directions. When the smoke cleared, I stood there unharmed and even smiled at them, saying, "Is there a possibility called smoke without injury?" I was thinking that relying solely on fists was too inefficient. All right, no more pretending. Time to reveal my true power. With a flick of my right hand, a high-speed spinning energy disc suddenly appeared in my palm with a buzz. Chi circle slash. The few Jonin instantly felt a chill run down their spines, sensing the fear of death, and shouted to stop me. But it was too late. With a wave of my hand, the chi circle slash flew out with a whoosh, and the guy opposite me was instantly cut in half. The remaining 2 were so scared they hit the brakes hard. I flicked my finger, and that plate turned into a boomerang, taking off another unlucky guy's arm. "Oh, you dodged that?" I chuckled, but things were about to get more complicated. Why not double the good fortune? I directly conjured another one. 2 chi circle slashes rampaged across the battlefield, truly merciless harvesting machines. The last leading Jonin, exhausted of chakra, knowing he couldn't escape, gasped and asked me, "May I know your name?" "Sure, I'll grant you that. Kakashi Carrot." After saying that, I shot a beam of light from my fingertip, giving him the dignity of a complete corpse. From a distance, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. That expression, it was as if he wanted to carve my power into his face. Since I was already exposed, why not? Increase the intensity. I spread my hand wide in Carrot's wave. Wow, it was spectacular. Countless tracking energy blasts shot out like they had GPS, zipping away. The entire battlefield was instantly covered by my barrage. Over 100 cloud hidden ninjas, Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin, all wiped out in one move. Everyone was stunned, and the morale on the Leaf side skyrocketed as they began to counterattack with loud cheers. My teacher, HatakeKarotto, rushed over to praise me enthusiastically, and I took the opportunity to sit down on the ground, pretending to be pale and exhausted from chakra. When acting, you have to go all out. The morale in Konoha soared, while the forces of the Cloud Village were retreating step by step. Orochimaru saw that it was about time and began to get serious. Summoning Jutsu, the giant python, Manda, made its appearance. It was so imposing, opening its massive mouth and charging straight towards the Cloud forces. The Cloud commander saw this and decisively ordered a retreat. And guess what happened? A giant octopus tentacle suddenly fell from the sky, directly pulling Manda back home. Following that, a guy wearing sunglasses appeared, singing Yo-Yo Check It Out. Oh my, it was Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's face darkened, knowing that this battle couldn't continue. He could only watch as Killer Bee covered the retreat of the remaining Cloud forces. After the battle, Orochimaru came over to pat my shoulder, saying he wanted to commend me and promote me to Jonin. My teammate, Sanada, was beside me, stunned and full of disbelief. Then a little sadly said we would have to part ways in the future. I laughed and hugged his neck. You make it sound like a life and death separation. I still prefer the you who got drunk and did a strip dance back in the day. He immediately blew up. A few days later, the Hokage's appointment came down. Orochimaru announced in front of everyone that HatakeKarotto, was promoted to Jonin. Just as this appointment letter was still warm, Orochimaru called me over again. Kakarotto, there's a high-risk mission to sabotage behind enemy lines and cut off their supply lines. Are you in? Hey, isn't this guerrilla warfare? I immediately recited the 16-character motto to him. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we disrupt. When the enemy is tired, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Orochimaru's eyes lit up upon hearing it. I immediately picked a person from the Hyuga clan as my eyes. And along with the Inoshikacho trio, I formed a 5-man team and set off overnight. We were discovered when we crossed the border. A sensory-type ninja, how annoying. I blasted the outpost with a key wave and then shouted at my teammates, run. But then another group came to block our way. I told them to go ahead while I held the rear. With a body flicker technique, I charged into the enemy ranks, moving so fast that they could only see an afterimage. The enemy tried to trap me with Earth style, which was laughable because I wasn't even touching the ground. I simply ascended slowly into the air and performed an anti-gravity demonstration. Those cloud ninjas were wide-eyed, probably wondering what kind of new bloodline limit this was. Thinking of a quick resolution, I brought my hands together in front of my face. Solar fist. Bang! A strong light illuminated the night sky as bright as day. Taking advantage of their blinded state, I sent them on their way with a key wave. When my teammates arrived, they saw me suspended in mid-air with a large crater beneath me, all of them stunned into silence. After shaking off our pursuers, we rested in a cave. The next day, I found that the area was filled with cloud search teams. I decided to take the initiative and split up to eliminate the 2 nearby squads. It's simpler for me. I sneaked up behind that team like a ghost, and there was a guy still looking at family photos. Come on, family. That's not how you set a flag. I was too shy to disturb him, so I just locked his throat from behind. Once he was out of breath, I kindly stuffed the photo back into his pocket. Then with a few swift moves, I took care of the rest. When Zhulu died and the others returned to regroup, we continued moving forward. Orochimaru also received the intel that we successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear, and the command center was in an uproar. After a while of marching quickly, we finally reached our final target, the Thundermoon Bridge. My teammate Hinata Koji and I crouched on the cliff and looked down. Wow, the guards were impenetrable. Our team's Hinata Koji activated his Byakugan and was stunned, saying there were 6 small teams below, with people at both ends of the bridge. He emphasized, Captain, there's a J-Nin with chakra that's ridiculously strong. Like a little sun, full of aggression. Just looking at it makes me feel immense pressure. As soon as I heard that description, I laughed. Hey, so it's him. That guy is no small fry. Let me tell you, he has the future 4th Raikage, the hot-headed brother A. Just as I recognized him, that guy on the opposite side suddenly glared over at us. His perception was just like he had radar installed. The guy next to me, Rihiko, turned pale and whispered, we're screwed. This guy's aura is even stronger than Orochimaru's. I almost blew our cover. Our mission is going to fail. The trio of Zhulu and I also looked serious, probably feeling anxious inside. How could they send a war god to guard such an important bridge? I interrupted him directly and said, you're wrong. They've already discovered us and are just putting on a show, waiting for us to dive in. That day, the little brother was completely stunned and said he didn't notice it. Let me tell you, his expression was just like a top student realizing they can't compete with a slacker. It was like his worldview had collapsed. I thought to myself, since I'm already here, I can't go back empty-handed, right? I made the decision and said we would act tonight. You guys go stick the explosive tags on the cliff like wallpaper. Make a big noise and draw everyone's attention over here. As for that hot-headed guy, I'll handle him. A few of them wanted to persuade me, saying that the enemy was an elite and told me not to get too excited. I laughed and said, don't worry. I won't take a fight I'm not confident in. Don't you know me by now? A few words calmed them down. As soon as night fell, the operation began. The secret technique of the Nara clan is amazing. They stuck explosive tags everywhere without anyone noticing. The Yamashiro clan's mind control was also in place, directly grabbing a tongue as an insider, working alongside the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The efficiency was top-notch. Guess what happened next? That AI is also an experienced guy. He suddenly felt something was off and said he was feeling uneasy, with a ninja's sixth sense going off wildly. He immediately ordered everyone to stop waiting and said the enemy must have already moved, so everyone should strengthen their patrols. Hey, too late. Just as his subordinates were about to head out, there was a loud boom. The whole mountain seemed to be dancing. The explosive tags we buried exploded in succession, flames shooting into the sky, and huge rocks were falling like rain. As AI rushed out of the tent, a several-ton heavy rock came straight for his head. But he flashed with lightning all over his body, used a thunder release armor technique, and with a punch, the rock turned into gravel on the spot. But while he saved himself, he couldn't save that bridge. Amidst a series of explosions, that big bridge snapped with a crack and collapsed into the abyss like building blocks. AI watched helplessly as the bridge was destroyed, his eyes turning red with anger, almost materializing his hatred. Without saying a word, he ran up the cliff faster than a sports car, like a flash of lightning, chasing after us. Konoha, you can't escape. His loud voice was clear to us. My team members were so scared their souls almost flew away, desperately running forward. I saw this wasn't going to work. We would be caught sooner or later. I said, Plan B. You guys go ahead. After saying that, I slammed on the brakes and came to a stop. Just as I turned around, whoa, AI was already in my face. That punch charged with lightning was so fast that I couldn't even see its shadow, coming straight from my chest. I quickly brought my hands together, and with a loud bang, I was sent flying, plowing a trench more than 10 meters long in the ground, before crashing into a big pit. As the smoke cleared, I was still in that prayer-like pose. I climbed out of the pit, dusting myself off, and said, Brother, it's a bit rude to greet someone with such a big gift, don't you think? AI was stunned, probably wondering where this kid came from, taking his punch as if nothing had happened. He arrogantly said, Kid, state your name. I don't strike at nameless people. Kakashi Hitaki. Remember it. Good. I'll bury you myself. After saying that, he vanished and charged at me again. I didn't dodge, meeting him head-on, fist to fist, foot to foot, creating a clash that shook the ground, with trees around us falling like dominoes. The sound of our punches landing was exhilarating. As we fought, he suddenly changed tactics, the lightning around him crackling more intensely, and his speed and power surged to a new level. I could see it coming this time, but my body couldn't keep up. With a punch, he hit me square in the stomach, and I flew out like a cannonball, crashing through 3 big trees before finally coming to a stop. I coughed twice while holding my stomach and stood up. I thought to myself, as expected of a shadow level, with such high attack and defense, it's no joke. System. All right, host. Family, who understands? I instantly felt so light I could fly. I bent down to gather my strength, and with a loud ah, a golden aura shot up into the sky, and the pebbles on the ground bounced around like jumping candies. I was glowing with golden light, looking at AI across from me, and I beckoned him with my right hand. This really annoyed him, and he charged at me like a madman. But let me tell you, it's different now. All his attacks looked like they were in slow motion to me, and I easily dodged all of them. Now it's my turn. I grabbed one of his fists, swung it up, and threw it into the sky. Then I followed up, hitting him with a punch in midair to send him flying in another direction. Then chased after him and hit him again, back and forth. I treated him like a sandbag, playing catch in the sky. In the end, AI was also desperate and used ninjutsu to forcibly stimulate his body to barely break free from my control. We confronted each other from a distance, with lightning and thunder on his side and golden light shining on mine, creating an incredibly fantastical scene. I thought the task was done, and there was no need to keep pushing him. I said, Buddy, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. After saying that, I instantly slipped away. AI wanted to stop me, but couldn't, and he wasn't confident he could keep me there. By the time his reinforcements arrived, I was already long gone. That guy was furious and immediately put a bounty of 30 million on my head. When I returned to the assembly point, my teammates were almost worried to death, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw I was safe. We quickly sent a mission report to Orochimaru and then ran like crazy, finally making it back to the Konoha camp in the Land of Water before the enemy's encirclement was complete. Orochimaru praised me highly, saying that I held off the enemy army by myself and managed to escape unharmed, which was impressive. Shortly after, Orochimaru called me for a small meeting and said something big was coming. With what we did to the Cloud Village, they would definitely launch a full-scale attack. He mentioned that on the battlefield, that hot-headed guy AI was under my command as he needed to deal with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. I just came out his tent, and my old teammates, along with Mei and Sanada, surrounded me. Mei hugged me and cried, saying she was so worried about me. It was quite an emotional scene. A few days later, the war suddenly began. 2,000 ninjas from the Cloud Hidden Village charged in aggressively, and Orochimaru led 1,500 men to confront them. As per the old rules, it was king against king, and I faced off against AI again. The moment he saw me, he made a fierce remark. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky. I spread my hands. Last time you couldn't keep me. Where does your confidence come from now? We ended up fighting again. On the other side, Orochimaru summoned 1,000 snakes, and Inoshikacho also unleashed their ultimate jutsu. We were at an advantage at first, but then The hidden cloud village played dirty, summoning two tailed beasts, the 8 tails and the 2 tails. This wasn't a battle. It was like bringing Gundams into a beginner village. Killer Bee transformed into his 8 tails form, and with one tail swipe, we lost a large number of our side. Orochimaru's 1,000 snakes were sent back as white smoke in less than 2 rounds by the 8 tails. To make matters worse, the 2 tails was rampaging and setting everything on fire, turning the battlefield into a hellish inferno. Orochimaru had no choice but to confront the 2 tails head-on while asking Inoshikacho to hold off the 8 tails. As a result, the 8 tails started charging up a massive jutsu, tailed beast bomb. The thing was aimed right at our rear base, where all the injured and supplies were located. Inoshikacho's eyes were bloodshot, and Orochimaru was entangled with the 2 tails, unable to make it in time. Just as that tailed beast bomb, larger than a basketball court, was about to crash down, I made a bold move, intentionally taking a punch from EI to propel myself forward, positioning myself right between the tailed beast bomb and our camp. My teacher, Matsushita, shouted anxiously from behind, "Karo, quickly dodge." Dodge? Are you kidding? I bent my legs slightly, brought my hands together, and a dazzling blue light instantly shone between my palms. Kamehameha! A massive energy beam shot out from my hands, precisely hitting the tailed beast ball. Historically, the left side of the wave always loses, and with this shot, I directly pushed the tailed beast ball back, causing a loud explosion as it was shoved back into the mouth of the 8 tails. The huge explosion sent it flying away. The entire battlefield fell silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. I shouted in anguish, "B," and dashed over in a flash. At this moment, Karabi was lying on the ground, spitting blood, barely clinging to life, looking at AI and struggling to utter, "Big brother, the 8 tails is dead." After saying that, he passed out. AI was completely stunned, the tailed beast. Dead? He looked at me, still maintaining my energy release pose, in disbelief. The next second, he immediately ordered retreat. Everyone retreat. The ninjas from the Cloud Village had already been scared out of their wits by my move and ran faster than anyone else. But as the saying goes, handsomeness lasts only 3 seconds. I can tell you I was stuck in that energy release pose, unable to move. Orochimaru came over, looked at me speechlessly, and had someone carry me back to the camp like a statue. During the evening meeting, I said I had killed the 8 tails, and the whole tent was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The strategist from the Nara clan repeatedly confirmed it. And it wasn't until Orochimaru said he couldn't sense the 8 tails chakra that everyone believed it was true. At that moment, I felt everyone's gaze towards me change. After the meeting, Orochimaru kept me behind to study my power with gleaming eyes. I proposed to him that I would teach him some theoretical knowledge from 9 years of compulsory education if he helped me set up a gravity room, a win-win situation. After that, life at the front became very strange. Whenever I appeared, the Cloud Ninjas would turn and run, which left me particularly speechless. One day, reinforcement from the village finally arrived, and leading them was none other than my father, Konoha White Fang Tsukumo Hitaki. When my dad arrived, he was decisive and directly said that we should launch a night attack tonight, while Yinrin thinks we won't dare to move, catching them off guard. After the meeting, I was alone with my dad, and he kept praising me, saying he was proud of me. I asked about Kakashi's situation, and he said that Minato was with him and that he was very safe. As we chatted, my dad suddenly said, "Tonight is a full moon. It's a pity Kakashi isn't here. The family can't be together." As soon as I heard it, the hairs on my body stood up. "Dad, what are you talking about? The moon is full tonight?" "Yes, it's the 15th tonight, didn't you know?" I was shocked. I quickly told my dad my Saiyan secret, which is that on a full moon night, if I stare at the moon, I will transform into a mindless gorilla, with my fighting power skyrocketing 20 times, but losing all recognition of kin. If I transform on the battlefield, I wouldn't be able to distinguish between friend and foe, and the consequences would be unimaginable. My dad was shocked after hearing it, but he quickly calmed down. I asked him to mark my tail completely, so that if I lost control, he could activate it and cut off my tail, allowing me to transform back. As night fell, my dad and Orochimaru split into 2 groups, quietly making their way to the Cloud Ninja camp. The Oil Girl Clan's bugs cleared out all the hidden sentries, and we arrived at the designated position without anyone noticing. When the time came, my dad waved his hand. Attack. Countless explosive tags were thrown into the Cloud Ninja camp, as if they were free. Bang bang. The sound of explosions instantly echoed through the night sky. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. I tell you, the ninjas from the Cloud Village went crazy at that moment, running around like headless chickens from their tents. Just then, Bia appeared in a flash, a figure crackling with electricity, and it was the third Raikage. He stood there like an immovable pillar, and the Cloud Ninjas instantly found their backbone. This guy is tough, feeling that Karabi lost face when he was pushed back, so he came to the front line himself. But we from the Leaf Village struck first. In his eyes, this was nothing. He believed that with just one move, he was invincible, showing immense confidence. The two sides immediately clashed, with various ninjutsu exploding like fireworks in all colors. Every burst resulted in an unfortunate soul getting taken out. The Two Tails Jinchuriki also panicked and transformed, spewing fire all over the place, turning the battlefield into a giant barbecue party. Our water-style ninjas were desperately trying to put out the flames, but the damage was too severe. My dad, the Konoha Shikamo, teamed up with Orochimaru to take on the Raikage. What happened? The Raikage activated his lightning armor, which was incredibly tough. My dad's sword struck and sparked, while Orochimaru's jutsu seemed like mere tickling. Seeing it wasn't working, Orochimaru summoned 1,000 snakes and casually said, "Go ahead and eat." But even the snakes couldn't manage it. The Raikage noticed this and said, "Oh, is it my turn now?" He charged at my dad, aiming to capture the leader first. My dad blocked with his sword, but it was so strong that his hand went numb. Then it turned into the Raikage's personal showcase, landing punch after punch on my dad. Just when it seemed hopeless, Nara Shikaku intervened with the shadow imitation technique, quickly linking the Raikage's shadow. Success! Akimichi CHG then rolled in with his human bullet tank, crashing into the Raikage. Orochimaru was even fiercer, transforming into the 8-headed serpent and whipping him with multiple tails. Who understands this smooth combo? It completely shattered the Raikage's proud lightning armor. I was having a great time on the battlefield, killing left and right with my super strong perception, even with my eyes closed. Then the son of the third Raikage, showed up to challenge me. We've been rivals for a long time, and when we meet, it's always a fight, punch after punch, shaking the ground. But then, let me tell you, the most amazing move happened. That Karabi, who should have been seriously injured and lying flat with bandages all over him, looking like a mummy, suddenly jumped out from the shadows and stabbed my dad right in the stomach. Everyone on our side was stunned. Orochimaru and his iron triangle defense were instantly broken. A tiger was unleashed. As soon as the third Raikage broke free, he was furious, broke the shadow binding, and punched my dad away, crashing through a dozen trees and knocking him out cold. The entire situation flipped in an instant. I was in a fierce fight with when I sensed that something happened to my father, and I shouted out loud, "Father!" Just that moment of weakness was seized by and that guy launched a series of deadly kicks right to my chest. I was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and my whole body was kicked away. Let me tell you, the most critical part was that when I was kicked away, I instinctively opened my eyes and happened to see the moon in the sky. Then, my body became uncontrollable. I started shaking, my muscles swelled, my clothes ripped apart, and hair began to grow all over my body. I was dumbfounded, watching me transform from a person into a gigantic gorilla. After I transformed, I gave my chest a fierce pound and let out a roar, which silenced the entire battlefield. Everyone looked at me as if they had pressed the pause button. At that moment, there was only one thought in my mind: destruction. Then I set my sights on the equally massive Two Tails, which posed a significant threat due to its enormous chakra. We both roared at each other and immediately jumped into battle. I grabbed a large tree as a weapon and leaped forward, smashing it down on the Two Tails. The tree shattered instantly. It wasn't that the Two Tails had a tough head, but rather that my strength was too overwhelming. The Two Tails was stunned. When had it ever been treated this way? It opened its mouth to breathe fire. But I reached into the flames with one hand and grabbed its mouth while using the other to rub my eyes that were stinging from the smoke. When it tried to claw at me, I grabbed its neck with both hands and slammed it into the ground. Left, right, like I was throwing a toy. And I was having a blast. Everyone present was dumbfounded. That was a tailed beast. Who understands, right? Don't tailed beasts care about their dignity? After a hard struggle, the Two Tails finally broke free and attempted to retaliate, but I stomped the ground, causing countless boulders to fly up and rain down on it like a machine gun. When it finally managed to charge at me, I punched it squarely on the chin, then slapped it back into the ground, embedding it there. After dealing with it, I began my indiscriminate attacks. I teleported right in front of a hidden Cloud Ninja, who didn't even blink before I slapped him, and he vanished. The hidden Cloud Ninjas scattered in fear, and quickly ran to report to his father, the third Raikage, Dad. That monster is Kakarotto. The Raikage was shocked and ordered a retreat while telling the Jonin to cover their escape. Those Jonin were tough, throwing all sorts of ninjutsu at me like they were free, but what happened? I opened my mouth and unleashed an energy cannon that swept through, instantly vaporizing all the ninjutsu and the slower hidden cloud ninjas. Even the Two Tails was sent back to its Jinchuriki form, lying motionless on the ground. One of the hidden cloud guys, probably having lost someone close, completely broke down and charged at me, screaming about the monster, looking for a death wish. Of course, I sent him away with a punch. In the end, the third Raikage stood up and said, "You all leave, I will cover your retreat." Wow, that was a bold move. He activated the strongest spear and shield, hell piercing, 4 books in hand, moving as fast as lightning, charging straight at me. I slapped out, but it was just a shadow clone. The next second, he appeared right in front of me and poked me on the nose. Let me tell you, it hurt so much that I yelled and covered my nose, stepping back. This old guy wanted to pursue the attack, but I swept him away with my tail, sending him flying. If not for his lightning armor, his ribs would have shattered. At that moment, Orochimaru saw the hidden cloud retreating and ordered a pursuit. Our Leaf Village ninjas ran past me, and I turned my head and roared at them. Orochimaru's heart dropped. He thought, "Oh no, I've misjudged. This thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe." Our Leaf ninjas were so scared they almost lost their legs. The third Raikage, seeing my attention diverted, was clever and decisively made his escape. Better to let the dead friends die than the path of the living. At that crucial moment, my father, supported by Naruto, came over. He had just been pulled back from the brink of death. Seeing me in a frenzy, he felt heartache, but had no choice. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted slash. With a snap, my tail was gone. I let out a roar, my body rapidly shrank, transforming back into human form. And then I fainted. When I woke up, I saw my father by my bedside. As soon as I called out father, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Folks, this father-son duo was truly a classic exchange of extremes. Medical ninjas rushed in to save me, saying it was due to excessive blood loss, and that I just needed to recuperate. Later, I heard that the news of this incident reached the village, shocking the third Hokage, who trembled while holding the report. Danzo, that old rascal, caught wind of it and tried to recruit me for the route as his trump card, but the third Hokage rejected him. My father, fearing for my safety, personally guarded me, worried that Danzo would pull some assassination tricks. By the time I was able to stroll around the camp, I noticed that everyone looked at me with fear, keeping a distance of 8 meters, until I met my buddy, Sanada, who came up to me and praised me, saying it was so cool that I single-handedly took down the hidden cloud. At that moment, I realized I shouldn't care about how others see me, as long as I protected those I cared about. Later, I started hanging out with Orochimaru. This guy is quite something. He directly asked me if I would support him if he became Hokage. I thought about it. Although Minato Senpai was impressive, his foundation was too shallow. Having an ambitious guy like Orochimaru as Hokage seemed more interesting. So, I made a deal. Build me a gravity room, and I'll stand by your side. Orochimaru agreed immediately. In the following days, I moved into his lab, training crazily in the gravity room every day, and my strength skyrocketed like a rocket. After a year of this, I felt almost invincible. Then, an order came down for me to go to the front lines in the Mist Village. Wow, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans couldn't hold on anymore. It seemed the village wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the Uchiha. I wasn't in a hurry. I took my time, stopping to eat along the way, and it took me 3 days to reach the seaside. Upon arrival, I met the person sent to pick me up, and I was stunned. It was Uchiha Shursui, the legendary Shunshin Shursui. He told me that the Raikage had given me the nickname Konoha's Red Demon and ordered that anyone who encountered me could abandon their mission without repercussions. That nickname was so lame. It was the most outdated title of 2025, no contest. In the camp, I ran into an old acquaintance. Guy, long time no see. I greeted him. "Kakarotto, it's really you," Guy said, almost not recognizing me. He was so excited. You can't deny it. I've indeed become quite handsome over the past year. "Kakarotto, I heard you're already a Jonin. Congratulations." "Oh, you're a Chunin now?" I feigned surprise. "Yeah, I owe it all to your encouragement. Kakarotto, you gave me confidence." Guy said happily. "You two are doing well too. Both are already Chunins." I praised Hinata and Ebisu beside me. They were a bit shy, considering I'd only spent a week in school and wasn't familiar with them. If I hadn't spoken first, they probably wouldn't have dared to come and talk to me. The ninja world is hierarchical, after all, so I waved them off, saying I had things to do, and took my leave. Let me tell you, those two looked at me as if I were some rare protected species, especially Guy, who had a face full of admiration, thinking my idol recognized him. Wow, I stayed at the front for 2 months, so bored that I was fishing every day, and guess what? In a month, I didn't catch a single fish. Was it the rookie protection period? Did a dog eat my bait? The most infuriating part was that Uchiha Shursui sat next to me, pulling in one fish after another as if he had cheats, while lecturing me about how fishing requires a calm mind. Calm my foot. Folks, who understands? This guy had no situational awareness. The leader was up in the air, and he didn't T-jump down to catch me a couple of fish. This generation of youngsters just doesn't cut it. Just as I was ranting in my mind, a signal flare shot up into the sky from the woods. An opportunity had arrived. I immediately told Shursui, "Watch the camp. I'm going to provide support." No sooner had I spoken than I vanished. I didn't want to return empty-handed. Now I had a valid reason. Not that I couldn't catch fish, but that I was saving people, you know? I flew incredibly fast, and when I arrived at the scene, wow, what spectacle. The 7 mist ninjas had surrounded Might Guy and his group of younglings, and they were on the verge of being wiped out. I decided not to rush out just yet, and found a tree to hide behind. I had to see this live. The next moment, a green figure made a flashy entrance. Might die. I tell you, this guy usually looks like a funny man in the village. But as soon as he showed up, without saying a word, he opened the 7th gate. The 7th gate of shock opened. That blue steam exploded with a bang, and a shockwave blew Kai and the others away. I was hiding behind the tree, stunned. Wow, this combat power is half a step into the shadow level. That brat, Yuzu Shirzong, was still trying to show off, but Dai charged right in front of him, punched him, and with a clang, his decapitating big sword was split in half, and he was sent flying. The rest were dumbfounded. How did a mere Chunin suddenly turn into Superman? When they finally reacted and tried to sneak attack, that guy with the shark skin, Suki Yamato, swung his sword, but Dai grabbed the shark skin, pulled him over, and then executed a daytime tiger right to his chest, killing him on the spot. From 7, it dropped to 6. Then came the peacock, with countless fire punches raining down. Those guys could only dodge awkwardly. Dai took this opportunity to unleash another daytime tiger, instantly taking out Yuzu Shirzong, who had lost his sword. From 7, it was now down to 5. However, opening the 7th gate was too taxing, and Dai was clearly struggling, coughing up blood, and it looked like he was about to open the 8th gate, the death gate. I thought this couldn't go on. I had to quickly step in and stop him. "Senior Dai." I instantly appeared and held him back. It wasn't worth it to open the 8th gate for these few useless fish. The rest is up to me. When Might Dai saw me, he breathed a sigh of relief. Who wants to die if they can live? Kai hurried over to support his father. The remaining 5 mist ninjas looked at me, their faces pale. One of them trembled and shouted, "White hair, red clothes. You are the Crimson Demon, Kakarot." I smiled at them and said, "You guessed it right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. Are you going to do it yourselves, or should I?" The guy named Black Hole Leia, a hot-headed youth, couldn't accept it and threw an energy ball at me. I dodged it with a quick move, and to him, it looked like I had just passed through. Then I disappeared, and the next moment, a hand was on his shoulder. "I'm right here." Before he could react, I pressed him entirely into the ground, and he was done for. From 7, there were now 4 left. Now, those 4 were completely scared and quickly distanced themselves. I beckoned them with my fingers. "Come on." Perhaps my disdain provoked them. These guys crawled out from the blood. Mist couldn't handle it. One of them directly formed a hand seal and used the mist concealment technique. In an instant, it became pitch black. The 4 of them coordinated their attacks from various tricky angles. But what happened? I easily dodged all of them. One of them was almost on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? We were so close. Is he playing with us? My faint voice echoed behind him. Not bad. It's not too late to guess now. He was so startled that he jumped away. I was a bit too lazy to play anymore, so I waved my hand and dispersed the thick fog. Now they were completely on the defensive. We looked at each other, and with a clatter, they all threw away their ninja blades and bound themselves up, standing in front of me. We surrender. I'm so dumbfounded. No, what happened to the spirit of you ninjas? You're supposed to be adaptable, right? I still wanted to fight a bit more. Forget it. I can only let Dai and the others take these 4 captives and the 7 ninja swords back to the camp. I tell you, when I caught the Mist Ninja 7 and the news got back, the entire camp exploded, just like during the New Year. When I returned, 2 rows of ninjas stood straight and shouted, "Lord Carrot." That scene, TSK, TSK. As for me, I directly handed all the mess over to Shursui and became my own carefree master. As a result, this kid, upon hearing about my achievements, developed a strong interest in my strength. After half a month, the Mist Village also calmed down, and every day he strolled around here like a retired old man. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore and came to find me. "Senior Carrot, I want to duel with you." I thought to myself, wow, is he dissatisfied with my work and planning to strike? But then he said he wanted to see my strength, to gauge his own abilities, and he wanted me to help the Uchiha. Fine, let's play along. His body flicker technique and fire style were like child-esque play to me. In the end, he activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion, and before me were all sorts of delicious foods. I pretended to be affected for a while, then simply stepped out of the illusion and appeared behind him, placing my hand on his shoulder. Sure, Sway, this is where it ends. This hit him hard. The pride of a genius shattered into pieces. Then, with a thud, he knelt on one knee and pledged his loyalty to me. Wow, this sudden loyalty caught me off guard. But then I thought, having a body flicker Sure Sway as a subordinate wouldn't be a loss. He could help me gather votes for Orochimaru. So I solemnly agreed. Just like that, I gained my first subordinate. Not long after, a shocking piece of news came. The third Raikage had died in battle. I knew right away that the Third Shinobi World War was coming to an end. Sure enough, Konoha issued an order for us to return home. Upon reaching the village entrance, it was a scene of drums and cheers, with crowds of villagers coming out to welcome us heroes. I immediately spotted my father. He was looking at me from the crowd, his eyes filled with pride. I dismissed the troops and went to the Hokage building to report. The third Hokage and I exchanged words about the will of fire, and for the sake of Konoha, putting on a show of mutual understanding, but inside we both knew the truth. This old guy can really act. That night, my comrades got me drunk, and I stumbled home, falling asleep immediately. The next day, I woke up to my father looking very serious, saying to me, "Kakarot, don't you think our family is too empty? How about I arrange a marriage for you?" I sprayed the tea in my mouth everywhere. I'm only 13. I quickly shifted the blame. Dad, I'm not in a hurry. Look at Kakashi. He's been reading those kinds of books all day long. He's almost worn out. It's better to marry a wife, soon to take care of him. Just as I was saying this, someone outside called for me. It was Hinata Sanada, inviting me to a reunion with Matsushita-sensei and our old classmates. I quickly made an excuse to slip away. My dad's gaze was too terrifying. At the gathering, we feasted and chatted about our recent situations. Matsushita-sensei treated us, and the injured world came together. After eating and drinking, I returned home, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw Kakashi. He had thick bandages wrapped around his eyes, and my dad was sitting next to him with a serious expression. My heart sank. Kakashi looked up when he heard me come back, and the first thing he said in a hoarse voice was, "Obito died to save me." As soon as I heard that, I almost pulled my foot back at the door. "Dude, are you acting a primetime drama here?" I interrupted his spell directly. "Stop. Who told you that Obito is dead?" Kakashi suddenly sprang up from the ground, tears still on his face, looking like a little kitten. Impossible. I saw him being crushed under a giant rock with my own eyes. I'm really too lazy to explain to him what anger is. These ninjas have nothing in their heads except chakra. It's ridiculous. I wave my hand. I'm alive, full of energy. Just consider it my exclusive superpower. The ability to sense life signals, especially Obito's signal, which is very strong. My dad, Hitaki Sakumo, was quite calm. He knew I never spoke carelessly and just asked me what evidence I had. Just as I finished speaking, a golden flash appeared outside the door. As soon as Minato-sensei walked in, his expression was like someone who just won 5 million but found out it was a fake lottery ticket, both shocked and doubtful. After hearing Kakashi's account, he also looked incredulous. "Kakarot, is it true? I've seen that place. There's absolutely no chance of survival." I sighed. Who understands a family? Explaining superpowers to these muggles is really exhausting. I decided to go all out. All right, he is not in the grass-hidden village anymore. He is in a land of fire, picked up by an old guy. Crying here is useless. I'll just go and bring him back. When Master Minato heard that Obito was in a land of fire, his mind started racing, and he quickly analyzed that the other side was after the Sharingan, and that Obito was in a lot of trouble. As expected of the future Hokage, he thinks a bit too much. He and Kakashi said in unison that they wanted to go with me. I couldn't help but laugh. Come on, guys, I'm not joking. Your speed is ridiculously slow. Master Minato's face turned green. Does he not care about the title of the fastest man in the ninja world? I didn't explain. Just placed 2 fingers on my forehead, and whoosh, I was gone. In less than a second, I whooshed back, holding a signed novel by Jiraiya. "Master Minato, is this from your study?" The room fell silent. Master Minato took the book, his hands trembling. I figured Aunt Kushina must be questioning her life at home, wondering if something dirty just floated by. Well then, goodbye everyone. I waved my hand gracefully, placed my fingers again, and disappeared once more. The next second, I was standing in a creepy cave. Obito was sitting on the ground, startled, pointing at me, his words stumbling. "Kakarot, what are you doing here?" That withered old man turned around, exuding a strong presence. "Young man, have you asked me, the master, if you could take him away?" I couldn't help but laugh at the time, "Master? Who do you think you are? I lay my cards on the table. Madara, right? Stop pretending. I'm the only one in the ninja world who knows about your little issues. Hurry up and hand over the person. I'm gonna rush to get home for dinner. That idiot Obito still wanted to defend the old man, saying he was doing it voluntarily. I got annoyed as soon as I heard that. Rin is still waiting for you in the village. She thought you were dead. Her eyes are swollen from crying. That one sentence left him speechless. Taking advantage of his daze, I knocked him down with a hand chop. The next part is a paid segment, so you won't hear it. Seeing that he couldn't fool me, Madara was bursting with killing intent, directly summoning people and creating a white Zetsu clone, infusing it with the chakra. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a dimensional crush. He breathed fire, and I slapped it away. He played with a sword, and I caught the blade with my bare hands. After fighting for a while, he got anxious seeing me play around and directly activated his Susanoo. A huge blue skeletal frame rose up from the ground. I exploded in rage, activating my yellow-haired Saiyan mode. That blue skeleton was kicked around like a sandbag by me, and with just a couple of hits, it shattered. After finishing, the clone looked like a broken piece of porcelain. Madara, being single, knew he couldn't win and started talking to me about ideals, painting a grand vision, trying to recruit me for the Moon Eye plan. I said, your piece is too hollow, I won't get involved. But don't touch my people, otherwise I'll flip the table. He agreed. Promises from strong individuals are generally reliable. Before leaving, I kindly reminded him, by the way, watch out for that dark little pet of yours. That guy may not actually be your biological one. With a teleport, I dragged the unconscious Obito back home. Goodness, there was a big meeting in the living room, with two of the legendary three ninjas present, Jiraiya and Tsunade. And Minato-sensei and his wife were also there. I tossed Obito on the ground and said, delivery, please sign for it. As soon as Obito woke up and saw Rin, he burst into tears like a dam had broken. A crowd surrounded him, asking how he was leaving me, the biggest contributor, out in the cold. Minato-sensei came over, thanking me profusely, and I said not to be so formal, just treat me to a meal. As a result, Aunt Kushina enthusiastically said she had made dinner at home. I immediately made an excuse that I was tired and slipped away. Are you kidding? Eating at her house really takes courage. Poor Jiraiya, Obito, and Kakashi were all packed up and taken away. Once the house was quiet, my dad finally spoke. Are you hurt? Just a small matter, easily handled. That night, Kakashi stood at my door for a long time, finally saying, brother, thank you. The next morning, I was invited to the Hokage's office for tea. The third Hokage, that old man, was openly praising me for saving people, while secretly trying to fish for information, asking who I had beaten up. I went into a mode of knowing nothing, just playing around. Tsunade, with her explosive temper, was ready to make a move. I shot back. Oh, Lady Tsunade, aren't you squeamish about blood? What if you hit me and I bleed? What will you do then, begging for mercy on the ground? Her face turned red from my words. In any case, the matter ended up unresolved. The old man announced he would hold the Chunin exams and asked me to be the examiner for the third round, while also being responsible for hosting the negotiation representatives from the Mist Village. I'm familiar with this job. There's profit in it. After the meeting, I went to Ichiraka Ramen to eat, and just as I was getting into it, Minato-sensei and the others arrived. I performed a feat of swallowing 50 bowls in front of them, leaving them dumbfounded. Minato-sensei, with his mouth agape, asked me, this is only 3/10 full? Yes. I picked my teeth, and I still had to go to the Uchiha clan later, so I didn't want to eat too much. Minato-sensei was taken aback. You're going to? I asked him what he was going to do. Kakashi's eyes need to be returned to Obito, and I wanted to ask Fugaku to give Kakashi a permanent Sharingan. So, as an older brother, I really have a tough life. Let me tell you, my younger brother has one eye, and it hurts to look at him. But here's the problem. The Sharingan can't be turned off unless you have the Uchiha bloodline. It's purely a blue bar burner, and Kakashi's chakra is simply not enough to use it. Even fighting Zabuza would be tough. But it's okay, I got his back. I'll go find Orochimaru later and get him a cheat code to solve the chakra problem in no time. We definitely have to go together. I decided on the spot. Then our group set off towards the Uchiha clan with great momentum. I thought I couldn't go empty-handed, so I bought some snacks along the way. As a result, Minato's face looked like he was constipated, complaining that I was slowing us down. Come on, am I eating your rice? After finally making it to the entrance, suddenly, a Uchiha boy appeared and blocked our way. Minato announced his name and was waiting for a response when suddenly someone called out Senpai from behind. I turned around and, oh, isn't that Sure Sway? There was also a little guy next to him with a cool expression. Sure Sway was incredibly polite, bowing and greeting me right away. He thought I was there to help Orochimaru gain votes and win Uchiha support. I waved my hand directly and said, "You're thinking too much, little brother. I'm specifically here to find you. There's something important." I tell you, at that moment, everyone's expression was like their jaws were about to drop to the ground. They all thought I was there to see their clan leader, Fugaku. Shursui quickly introduced the cool guy next to him. "Senior, this is my friend, Uchiha Itachi." "Oh, so this is the god Itachi, the ruthless one who proved his path by killing his own family." I took a couple more glances at him. Aside from being a bit more handsome than me, he has nothing special, just about on par with my younger brother Kakashi. Itachi looked at me with a strange expression, probably because he hears Shursui brag about me every day, and when he finally sees me in person, he thinks, this is it. At that moment, Fugaku also came out to greet us and let us inside. The Uchiha territory felt like a country within a country. No wonder it was hard to blend in. Along the way, that little guy Shursui was practically my personal steward. He bought me whatever delicious food he saw, even better than for his own brother Itachi. Itachi's little glances were something else. TSK, TSK. It was like he felt he had been misled. When we arrived at Fugaku's house, Minato's girlfriend Kushina was surprisingly there, chatting with Fugaku's wife Mikoto. I shot Minato a sideways glance and instantly understood. He was using the pillow talk tactic, quite cunning. As soon as we sat down, Fugaku asked Minato what was going on. Minato didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Fugaku, I want to ask for a Sharingan for my disciple Kakashi." Goodness. Fugaku's face immediately darkened. The Sharingan is a treasured possession of their clan, and it must be reclaimed after death, never to be passed on. But the problem was, with Minato sitting here, and me, the destroyer of the Cloud Village, watching closely, and his wife Mikoto giving hints beside him, the pressure was palpable. In the end, Fugaku relented with a sigh. "All right, I'll go get it." A little while later, he came out with a box, and when he opened it, I was stunned. It was actually a 3-tomo Sharingan. It felt like I had opened an SSR from Blind Box. Then Rin took Kakashi to undergo the surgery, and she was quite experienced at it. After settling Kakashi's matter, Fugaku asked me, "What about you, Carrot Jonin?" I cleared my throat and said something surprising. "I'm here to invite Shursui to be my deputy." Seeing everyone's confusion, I continued to explain. "Isn't this about negotiating a ransom with the Hidden Mist Village?" I tend to persuade people with reason. As I spoke, I twisted my wrist, making cracking sounds, just in case they were unreasonable, so I wanted Shursui to go and have a good communication with them first. The implication was clear to those who understood. Everyone in their hearts was mourning for the Hidden Mist Village. At that moment, Kushina suddenly slapped her thigh and pointed at me, saying, "Have you been to my house before?" Wow, that reflex could circle the earth. Just as she finished speaking, Kakashi returned from surgery, his crimson eye looking perfect. Everyone was delighted, but just as we were about to leave, Minato suddenly called out to me, "Karoti, can we have a duel?" "Oh, you want to test my limits? All right, then let's do it tomorrow at noon, training ground 67. As I walked away with Shursui, that kid Obito started cheering for his teacher behind me. What does that little brat understand? Only Kakashi, with a serious expression, said to Minato, "Teacher, I can see your strength clearly. But my brother's strength, every time I think I've seen the limit, it's just what he wants me to see. Family, who understands? It has to be a real brother." I give this high-level flattery a perfect score. On the way, Shursui started to get a bit restless and asked me if I was confident about tomorrow. I directly countered him. "What do you think Minato is strong at?" He said Flying Thunder God. I asked again, "What about me?" He immediately got stuck. I just wanted him to figure it out himself, not to be a brainless tool. Then I took Shursui to Orochimaru's secret base. As soon as we entered, we saw Orochimaru dissecting a corpse, and next to him stood a little glasses-wearing guy, Kabuto. I directly threw out the white Zetsu corpse that I had casually taken from Madara and said to Orochimaru, "Here, the first Hokage's cell clone, a work of Uchiha Madara." Orochimaru's eyes went wide at that moment. Then I started giving them a history lesson, explaining how Uchiha Madara used Izanagi to fake his death, how he was toyed with by Kaguya, and all the drama between the Sage of Six Paths brothers, Indra and Ashura's infinite reincarnation PK. I spilled it all out. I told them that the entire ninja world is just a giant chessboard, with Kaguya's son, Black Zetsu, and Sage of Six Paths playing a game from afar. And we are all just pawns. Obito is the poor guy who got tricked the hardest. After hearing this, Orochimaru's expression changed. He went from a research fanatic to a careerist, filled with enthusiasm. I assigned tasks to the two of them. "Orochimaru, you go and investigate the Hokage, and Itachi, you keep a close eye on the Uchiha clan. Don't let Obito take another one." Then I went to my exclusive gravity room to train. After all, muscles are the hard truth. The next day at noon, I sneaked into the training ground with Orochimaru and the others. Wow, what a scene. The third Hokage, Danzo, and the legendary 3 shinobi were all there. If you didn't know better, you'd think the fourth great ninja war was about to start. I regretted it in my heart. If I had known, I would have sold tickets. What a loss of 100 million. After greeting my dad and Kakashi, I faced off against Minato. No small talk. We went straight into it. Minato came at me with a series of flying thunder god techniques, zipping around, trying to sneak attack me from behind. Too naive, I kicked his shadow clone, exploding it, and his real body followed up with a Rasengan right to my face. I thought to myself, this thing can't be eaten. So I reached out, and with a bang, I sent the Rasengan right back at him. Minato got blown away by his own technique, his hand bleeding. It was quite tragic. Seeing that the normal mode wasn't working, Minato switched to Sage mode, with our makeup on. Wow, his combat power skyrocketed instantly. We started exchanging instant teleports, shaking the ground with our punches that sounded like thunder, and the spectators had retreated to 800 meters away. Minato, the warm-up is over. I'm not going to play with him anymore. I punch him in the stomach, turning him into a shrimp. Then it was my turn, throwing punches left and right, hitting him hard. Let me tell you, there's a reason I beat him up. Who told him to risk everything for a lousy village, putting both himself and his wife in danger, causing Naruto to have such a miserable childhood? This is what I call cross-time justice. Collecting some interest for the prince in advance. With the final punch, I knocked him out cold, and he fell to the ground. After I was done, I wrapped it up. As soon as Minato fell, Kushina charged over. Tsunade checked him and said he was fine, just unconscious. But this older sister wasn't satisfied and wanted to spar with me. I easily subdued her with one move, and she couldn't move at all. Now I had stirred up a hornet's nest. Seeing her boyfriend knocked out and her friend being bullied, Kushina exploded. Her red hair flared up, and the Nine-Tails chakra burst out, glowing red all over as she transformed into the three-tailed mode. Wow, things got lively. The third Hokage and the others turned pale and prepared to take action. Roar! The fourth tail sprouted, baring its teeth at me. For tails like spears lunged at me. But I dodged swiftly, creating 4 deep pits in the ground with a loud bang. Everyone, don't do anything. I shouted, let me handle this. You just hold the line. Are you kidding me? The Nine-Tails? This is just a chance I need to test my skills and see how strong this ultimate-tailed beast really is. The Nine-Tails empowered Kushina charged at me like crazy, her claws tearing through the air, swiping at me one after another. I easily dodged thanks to my speed. But in the eyes of the Nine-Tails, my actions were a blatant provocation. How dare an ant toy with Lord Kurama? Of course, it was furious. Suddenly, the 5th and 6th tails burst out. No more playing around. It directly yanked a boulder larger than me from the ground and smashed it down with both fists. The stone instantly shattered like a shower of celestial flowers, with debris flying at me like bullets from a machine gun. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. I moved with such agility, it was all about extreme positioning. Those pebbles couldn't even touch my shadow. But the trees behind me were out of luck. They were all snapped with a crackle, creating a clear patch of white ground. The Nine-Tails wasn't satisfied with just that. It opened its mouth and shot a tailed beast ball right at my face. I teleported instantly to right behind it, and that tailed beast ball exploded with a bang, shaking the entire training ground 3 times. Many ninjas in Konoha heard the commotion and rushed over, but they were all stopped by the Umbu. Come on, do they really think they can get involved in a fight of this level? I was floating in midair, arms crossed, and asked provocatively, no way, Nine-Tails, is that all you've got? Who understands family? When has the Nine-Tails ever suffered such humiliation? It might have stayed in Kushina's body for too long, forgetting the fear of being held down by a man with one hand back in the day. Now it was completely broken through, and the 7th and 8th tails burst out. That's right, now we're talking. This is the effect I wanted. Otherwise, there'd be no power in the fight at all. Next came pure power crushing. It chased after me. Every move aimed at pulverizing me to dust, and the entire training ground looked like it had been plowed by a bomber. But it was useless. It couldn't even touch a single hair on me. In the end, it got anxious, and one tail swept towards me with immense force. I raised my hand to block, but that tremendous power still pushed me back, and my feet plowed 2 grooves into the ground. But it wasn't over yet. The Nine-Tails with 8 tails began to form a super gigantic tailed beast ball. When I saw where it was aiming, I knew I couldn't dodge this one. That old fox was doing it on purpose. It calculated that behind me was Konoha Village, forcing me to take this hit. Just then, Orochimaru flashed in front of me, slammed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Triple Rashomon." 3 massive ghost-faced gates rose from the ground. He turned back and shouted at me, "Kakarot, get out of the way. Hey, this snake uncle is quite loyal. Worried I might get taken out in an instant." I floated to his side and smiled. "Orochimaru-senpai, do you underestimate me a bit?" As soon as I finished speaking, the tailed beast ball crashed into the threefold Rashomon like it was nothing, making a loud clanging sound 3 times, and it didn't even slow down. I stepped forward and stood in front of Orochimaru, saying, "Senpai, please don't do such dangerous things next time." Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, I extended one hand. Yes, just one hand, and I directly grabbed the tailed beast ball that could flatten mountains. With a gentle squeeze, it went pop like a big firework, shattering into countless thumb-sized specks of light that fell to the ground, hissing and smoking. The entire place fell silent. Orochimaru was right behind me, and he had the clearest view. The fervor and longing in his eyes were almost overflowing. I felt like I had played enough. So I shouted at the still rampaging Ninetales, "Let's end this, Kushina-senpai." I really didn't want to fight anymore. I had just knocked down her boyfriend, and now I had to beat up her girlfriend. What kind of situation was this? As soon as I finished speaking, a painful howl erupted from the Ninetales, and countless golden chains burst out from its body, tightly binding it before forcibly dragging it back into Kushina's stomach. To be honest, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are really something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them this much face. Kushina returned to her original form, glaring at me angrily, probably upset that she couldn't even touch me once. Only the third Hokage, looking at the devastated training ground, was holding his chest, probably feeling the pain of the repair costs. When Minato woke up to fulfill his promise, he waved his hand and treated all of us to a restaurant. Wow, they set up 2 large tables. Of course, I sat at the children's table, and then the waiter entered hell mode. Let me tell you, that night, the guy did nothing but serve me dishes and clear plates. The kitchen was almost overwhelmed. Minato was beside me, forcing a smile, but I could tell he was bleeding inside. This meal probably nearly depleted his savings. At the adults' table, Jiraiya and Tsunade were already drinking heavily. Tsunade, emboldened by the alcohol, directly confronted Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you want to be Hokage? Didn't you hate trouble the most?" It turned out that Jiraiya had been begging Tsunade to support Minato. Her reputation in the village was so high that whoever she backed would have a greater chance of winning. Orochimaru casually made up an excuse to brush it off. Tsunade slammed the table. "I've decided to support Minato. He is more suitable than you." Now, the 3 legendary ninjas were divided, with Jiraiya and Tsunade on one side and Orochimaru all alone. Jiraiya even smugly mocked Orochimaru. I held my bowl and stealthily made my way to the adults' table, plopping down next to Orochimaru, saying, "Yeah, until the end, no one knows the outcome. Now it's even 2 against 2. Tsunade glared at me, annoyed. "Kid, are you supporting Orochimaru?" I shot back. "It seems Lady Tsunade has lost her mind from gambling. Haven T, I always supported Senior Orochimaru." She was left speechless, unable to retaliate, only able to stew in her own frustration. Jiraiya, still not giving up, tried to sway me, starting his spiel about the destined child again. I really couldn't listen anymore, so I directly asked him, "Senior Jiraiya, why do you always place your hopes in others instead of believing in yourself?" That question completely stumped him. He was left in a daze, unable to utter a word for quite a while. I looked at him and expressed the real reason for my choice of Orochimaru, because I want to push for change myself, rather than waiting for others to save the world. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Chunin exams were about to begin. However, before that, I had to take care of something big, bringing Shursui to negotiate a friendly deal with the Mist Village. The negotiation took place with 3 people from the Mist Village, 1 Jonin and 2 children. One of the little girls looked somewhat familiar to me. Shursui was in charge of speaking, while I just sat there, acting as a good luck charm. No, I meant as a ballast. Shursui, being a bit shy, blushed and quoted a price: 7 ninja swords, plus 4 people, and accommodation fees. To give you a discount, let us round it to an even 400 million. The little girl exploded at that. "What did you say?" I didn't even lift my eyelids and said, "When adults are talking, what are little kids interrupting for?" The fog-hidden Jonin was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He had seen me on the battlefield. He quickly scolded the girl, "Kagaya-me, hurry up and apologize to Jonin Karoti." Oh, so it's the future Mizukichi. Although Kagaya-me was unconvinced, she still obediently apologized. I waved my hand generously and said, it's okay. It's understandable for a girl." Then I added, to express my generosity, just add another 1 million to the ransom. After some friendly back and forth, the price was set at 231 million. I directly pocketed 101 million, and the rest was handed over to the village. This immense wealth finally came to me. Afterwards, I counted out 30 million for Shirzei. The kid was so scared he kept shaking his head, saying he couldn't accept it. I stuffed it into his arms and said, "Take it, this is what you deserve." Following me around, are you going to end up with nothing? Shirzue accepted the 30 million with tears in his eyes, probably still feeling guilty about it. As a result, he ran into Itachi Uchiha on the street. Itachi, acting like a little aggrieved wife, complained that Shirzue hadn't played with him for a long time. I barged in with a pile of 3-colored dumplings and jokingly teased Itachi and the girl next to him, Izumi, about whether they were on a date, which made both kids blush. I gave Shirzue a long break to spend some quality time with his sulking little brother. Later, I heard that Itachi even asked Shirzue what kind of person I was. That kid is quite interesting. The village was chaotic due to the Chunin exams, with ninjas from other villages everywhere. One day, while I was eating in a restaurant, I encountered a group of cloud ninjas causing trouble, shouting that Konoha was treating them like criminals. One J-nin even deliberately broke a cup to escalate the situation, thinking Konoha would back down. The Umbu surrounded them, but they were still fearless. I, on the other hand, was sitting nearby, hidden behind a pile of empty plates taller than me. Once I finished my last bowl of rice, I leisurely said, "You guys are too loud." As soon as the cloud J-nin heard my voice, his face turned pale. And when he turned around to see me emerge from behind the mountain of plates, his legs started to tremble, and he stammered out 3 words. "Red. Red Demon." A clueless rookie behind him tried to shout, but was slapped into silence by the J-nin. That J-nin then bowed and apologized to me. I patted him on the shoulder and told him that we are in time of peace, but if someone intentionally causes trouble, the situation would be different. Then I ordered the dark members around. I command that anyone who dares to cause trouble in the village from now on will be executed immediately. As soon as I said this, the place fell silent. The cloud-hidden Jonin was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. I thought he was trying to pull a fast one on me. Of course, this matter reached the Hokage building, and Danzo was fanning the flames in front of the 3rd Hokage, saying that I was overstepping my authority. In the end, the 3rd Hokage completely ignored him and warned him to behave himself. On the way home, as expected, I was intercepted by 3 ninjas. I couldn't even be bothered to blink. With a light flick of my finger, 3 blasts of air shot out, and those 3 instantly evaporated. It's obvious who did it. Who else could take the blame but Danzo? With my iron-fisted order, the village indeed became much more orderly. On the day of the Chunin exam finals, they insisted I be the chief examiner, standing there like a monkey for a whole day, which nearly exhausted me. During the competition, a cloud-hidden ninja tried to make a deadly move, but I shot him a glare that made him kneel in fright and wet himself. In the end, 3 Uchiha members made it to Chunin, including that kid Suji, which was a satisfactory conclusion. Shortly after the exam, my buddy Hyuga Sanada got married and insisted I be the best man, with Shirzue as the doorman, which almost killed me. However, I also saved face, Orochimaru, my old man, and even the 3rd Hokage came to show support, leaving Sanada's relatives in shock with their jaws dropped. That night, I completely let loose and got drunk, and it was Shirzue who carried me home. The next day, I woke up with a hangover to find Kakashi sitting by my bed with dark circles under his eyes, saying I'd kept him up all night and he needed water. During breakfast, I asked him about his Sharingan. That thing was a huge chakra drain, and he could barely keep up. I directly suggested, "Why don't we capture a tailed beast and seal it in your body?" My dad thought this would create too much of a stir and could lead to war. That's when I revealed my plan B. Don't worry, I've already asked Orochimaru-sensei to research it and create a tailless tailed beast, a man-made power bank, to perfectly solve the problem. We were chatting when a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared and said that the Hokage summoned me and Kakashi. Goodness, I thought to myself, what kind of play is this? When I entered with Kakashi, wow, all the teachers, including Lord Minato, were there. The 3rd Hokage didn't waste any time and directly handed out the mission, saying there was a problem with the dragon vein of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, and I needed to investigate it with Lord Minato. I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, thinking, what the hell, Lulan? Isn't this plot supposed to be over already? Why are they bringing back this retro act in 2025? Plus, they specifically pair me up with Minato. Hey, this old man really doesn't like Orochimaru, huh? He wants us to build a good working relationship in advance, right? Taking advantage of the time, while I was packing up at home, I quickly teleported to find Orochimaru and said it very directly. Uncle Snake. The old man sent me out, and he's probably going to take action against you. Danzo knows too much dirt on you. Keeping you around is like having a ticking time bomb. How about I help you get rid of him right now? I have to say, Orochimaru was so calm. He replied to me with a sinister tone. No need. You deal with him. Who will take the blame for this? Just leave Shursui to me. Goodness. As soon as I heard that, I understood. This was a strategy of using your plan while I use your plan. Fine, since it's a showdown among big shots. A small fry like me won't get involved. Once that was settled, I went home, picked up Kakashi, and, on the way, we stopped by the food street for a luxurious meal. When we reached the village entrance, sure enough, Obito was already there bouncing around, asking, "Why are you guys so late?" We both replied in unison. We were helping an old lady cross the street. That excuse was so lame that it made Obito mad. If it weren't for Rin holding him back, I bet he would have demonstrated a fire style, fireball jutsu on the spot. After 5 days of a rapid march, we directly arrived at the ancient city of Lulon in the Wind Country Desert. Just as we got there, we heard a loud crash, and a golden-haired kid fell from the sky, yelling. Teacher Minato was quick on his feet, using the Flying Thunder God technique to catch him. When the kid introduced himself, I almost lost it. Naruto Uzumaki. Who understands? Our future prince had just parachuted in front of us. He pointed at Kakashi. His jaw nearly dropped. You're teacher Kakashi? And so young? And you have a brother? My little brother was left completely confused, asking with a dazed expression, I'm Kakashi. Is there a problem? Obito, with a sharp tongue, leaned in and said, Kakashi, he is looking at you strangely. Could it be that he has a crush on you? Kakashi jumped back 2 steps in fright. It seems he has been reading Jiraiya's novels quite a bit lately. Teacher Minato quickly redirected the topic, asking Naruto why he was here. Naruto explained how he was chasing a rogue ninja, ended up getting caught in the 4th Hokage seal, and had crossed over here. Obito exploded on the spot. What 4th Hokage? The 3rd Hokage is just fine. Are you treating us like some kind of joke? I couldn't take it anymore, so I bluntly pointed it out. What he said is true. This child is not from our timeline. Teacher Minato also realized it and asked me how I knew. I pointed at Naruto's belly. I could never forget the aura of that little fox inside him. As soon as I said this, Kakashi and the others were all shocked. Naruto, in disbelief, asked me how he could control the 9 tails. I teased him, saying it was simple, just beat it up, and if that doesn't work, beat it up again. Seeing his expression that said if I could beat it, I wouldn't be asking you, I smiled and said, don't worry, you and Kurama will get along just fine. But as soon as I mentioned Kurama's name, I felt that guy in Naruto's belly noticeably tremble. While we were chatting, just after I finished speaking, suddenly from all directions, there were armored puppet guards surrounding us like dumplings. Naruto really is rich. He started with over 100 shadow clones making Rasengan. Kakashi was rampaging with the Sharingan. And Teacher Minato was using the Flying Thunder God like going home, darting around in the crowd. I was different. I chose to stay next to Rin to protect the rear. But then the mastermind behind the scenes made a foolish move, sending a purple lightning bolt straight at Rin. I quickly flashed over, lightly flicked my finger, and with a snap, that lightning turned and exploded a bunch of puppets across the way. The guy named Lushan, hiding in the dark, probably noticed me by now. Soon, under the powerful firepower of Teacher Minato and the others, all those puppet guards were taken down. Teacher Minato analyzed that the chakra concentration in this place was ridiculously low and recovery was slow, so we needed to find a place to rest. I directly pulled out a giant bowl of Ichiraka ramen from my scroll, which left Naruto dumbfounded. I finished 50 bowls in one go, showing him what a real appetite looks like. We had just finished our noodles when the entire ancient city began to shake violently, and beams of purple energy shot into the sky, gathering at the highest point. That in Lushan had directly fused with the dragon vein, floating in the air and showing off to us. To thank you for coming to this performance, leave your lives behind. He immediately created a gigantic purple energy ball aimed at Naruto. If it weren't for Teacher Minato's quick reflexes using Flying Thunder God to dodge, the prince would have met his end prematurely. When that didn't work, this guy directly summoned a massive purple giant over 10 meters tall from the ground, and the pressure was overwhelming. Naruto, being stubborn, sent hundreds of shadow clones to unleash a massive Rasengan upwards, and the scene was explosive. What happened next? Just as they managed to damage the giant, it buzzed, and the dragon vein energy from underground surged, instantly reviving it and making it even stronger. What kind of fight is this? Everyone was a bit dumbfounded, and Lushan laughed maniacally from above. Scared, huh? Every time it repairs itself, it becomes stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, the revived giant punched out, creating a purple beam of light that flattened a large area of buildings. Naruto was blasted away by the shockwave, crashing through several buildings. If he weren't a Jinchuriki with a strong life force, he would have been done for. Teacher, this thing can't be killed. Obito was getting anxious. Teacher Minato directly entered Sage mode, his eyes changing color, and calmly analyzed. No, it can be killed. We just need to seal off its source of power. Cover me. I have to tell you, that cooperation was incredibly tacit. Obito set the fire as a smokescreen, and Kakashi's Chidori went zapping through, directly piercing the giant's eye. The giant roared in pain, and Naruto seized the opportunity, delivering a massive tailed beast Rasengan that created a large hole in its chest, just as purple light began to glow on it, indicating it was about to heal. Teacher Minato's hidden clone suddenly appeared, pulled out a scroll, and formed hand seals. A sealing technique surged up along the energy lines, directly cutting off its power. The light in the purple giant's eyes extinguished instantly, rendering it completely useless. And Lushan saw that his precious gem was gone and broke down, roaring in the sky. Damn it! You all deserve to die. You forced me to do this, he shouted, and the ground of the ancient city erupted with soaring purple light. Boom! From underground emerged a densely packed army of puppets, stretching as far as the eye could see, surging toward us like a tide. Ha ha ha! Let your blood witness my great moment of conquering the world. Obito's face turned pale. With this number, who could withstand it? Teacher Minato saw the situation and realized it had gone awry, shouting at me. Kakarot, after watching for so long, are you not planning to take action? That's right. We still have Kakarot. Obito's hope was reignited in an instant. I slowly made my appearance, patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said, Kid, these are just small matters. No need to call for backup. And Lushan, floating in midair, also noticed me and mocked. You finally showed up. I thought you were going to wait until they all died before appearing. I had an expression that seemed to enjoy the excitement. It's not that I'm so excited to see you. I'm just going along with it. However, before I answer your question, could you please hurry up and get down? I don't want to look up to talk to you. It's not good for my neck. As soon as I finished speaking, my figure flashed, and I appeared directly in front of him. With a kick in midair, I landed a heavy blow to his head. With a loud bang, and Lushan's entire body plunged into the ground like a nail, kicking up a cloud of dust. I flashed back to my original position, as if nothing had happened. When Naruto saw me make a move for the first time, his mouth was agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. And my speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Only Teacher Minato in the audience could barely see my movements. I casually told him, Naruto, don't be infatuated with brother. Brother is just a legend. As soon as I finished my line, good grief, that guy actually came back to life. And Lushan, with half of his head caved in, stood up from the ground like a crushed walnut, swaying unsteadily. Let me tell you, that scene, if I had been a bit more timid, I would have nightmares every night afterwards. He looked at me and, with half of his head caved in, mumbled indistinctly, Your kick has some power, huh? I was furious at that moment. Dude, can you at least fix your head before talking? It's not your fault for being ugly, but showing up with a face that looks like a disaster scene to disgust people is your fault. He actually took my advice. With a flash of purple light, his head was restored to its original form like a 3D print in an instant. Then he stubbornly asked me, Can you answer my question now? I was wondering if this guy had messed up his brain from doing research. Why is he so stubborn? I sincerely told him, Your move has turned an entire ancient city into a power bank for yourself. Quite a spectacle. I'll give you a 97 out of 100. The 3 points are just to prevent you from getting arrogant. As soon as I said this, Naruto and the others went pale. What the hell? An entire city's people? Just for this? Minato, however, remained calm and instantly understood why this was an empty city. That kid Naruto got furious on the spot, shouting and ready to charge. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. And Lushan completely ignored him and stared directly at me. You clearly knew my position all along. Why didn't you cause any destruction? Hey, this question hit the nail on the head. Not only did I not cause any destruction, but I was also hoping he would develop quickly. I shrugged my shoulders at that moment and innocently told him, because back then, you were too weak. Weak enough that I didn't even have the interest to make a move. As soon as I said this, Kakashi had a knowing expression, while the others were completely baffled. ISNT being weak bad? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can get off work. But they don't understand. Which would you choose? A punching bag that can fight back, or a fragile chicken that breaks with a squeeze? Of course, I choose the one that lets me enjoy the fight. So, do you regret it now? He asked me. I laughed. Regret? That word doesn't exist in my Carrot's Life dictionary. Don't you want the answer? Here, I'll stuff the answer right in your mouth. As soon as I finished speaking, I was gone. I instantly flashed in front of him and punched him away like a baseball. The battle officially began. That group of puppet soldiers also moved, charging towards Minato and the others, emitting purple light all over, holding cannon-like weapons, shooting purple energy blasts wildly, as if they were free. As soon as Naruto's shadow clone appeared, it was blown away like fireworks, completely useless. Minato, on the other hand, was handling things with ease, using Flying Thunder God to its full potential, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. It was simply a case of ants killing an elephant. I saw Minato clap his hands together and shout, "Sage Art, Spiral Sphere." Damn! He directly rolled out a supersized ball with a diameter of over 3 meters. He shouted at Kakashi and the others, "Get out of the way." Then, like tossing a bowling ball, he threw that big ball out. Naruto's eyes widened. What? The Rasen Shuriken can be used like this? The big ball rolled forward, instantly clearing all the puppets in its path, and finally crashed down with a bang at the hole where they emerged. Goodness, the entire ancient city shook, and a small mushroom cloud rose up. When the smoke cleared, there was only a bottomless pit left in its place. This attack from Minato directly wiped out the puppet's home, but he also exhausted his sage chakra and was extremely tired. Meanwhile, a large number of puppets were still glaring hungrily. On the other side, my battle with Lushan was also quite intense. To put it simply, he hit me, and I stood still. I hit him, and he flew all over the place. Bang, bang, bang. Every loud sound was him being smashed into the ground by me. But he just wouldn't die, coming back like an unkillable cockroach, clearly trying to wear me out. Another punch sent him crashing into the ground, and this time I used a bit more force. He struggled for almost 10 seconds before crawling out. This guy's mentality completely collapsed as he realized that I seemed to be getting stronger with every hit, and his recovery speed couldn't keep up with my increasing strength. He got anxious. He took the initiative to attack. With lightning crackling all over his body, he threw his strongest punch right at my face. The corners of his mouth began to rise, as if he could already see me being knocked away by him. Unfortunately, just when his fist was only 0.01 centimeters from my face, I reached out and grabbed his fist directly. Bang! Aside from the crisp sound of collision, the little electric sparks on his fist barely tickled me. I looked at him with a face full of disappointment. "No way, sir. I've been waiting for you for half a day, and this is what you show me? This is the extent of your strength, being so far ahead." These words hurt him more than hitting him would have, and he howled as he charged at me with all his limbs. I found it disgusting and stepped back to avoid him. Just then, something happened on the other side of the battlefield. Obito was caught off guard and was grabbed by a puppet, while another puppet came at him with a knife. Kakashi didn't think twice and pushed Obito away, taking the knife himself. The blade pierced straight through his abdomen. Kakashi. Obito went crazy on the spot. The Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, and the two Tomo instantly transformed into a complex pattern. The kaleidoscope was activated. "I want you dead." A terrifying chakra erupted from Obito, breaking free from his restraints. He stared intently at the puppet that hurt Kakashi, and that puppet was instantly shredded as if caught in a washing machine by the power of space. "Kakashi, are you okay?" Obito rushed over and pressed down on Kakashi's wound, almost in tears. "You all must die." Seeing his best friend bleed so much for him, Obito completely lost it. A blue energy skeleton rose up, instantly transforming into a gigantic armored warrior, enveloping both him and Kakashi. Susanoo. Wow, he just summoned a Gundam. Obito controlled the Gundam to draw the katana at his waist, gripping it with both hands, and swung it forcefully. A terrifying blade aura swept out, instantly severing a large number of puppets in half, triggering a chain explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The blade aura sliced through several buildings before finally stopping. Obito was stunned himself, but blood began to trickle from the corner of his eye. If it weren't for the Hashirama cells in him, that blow could have drained him dry. Kakashi weakly called out in his arms, "Obito, stop. Your eyes." Obito, with red eyes, refused. "No way. If I stop, what will happen to Sensei Minato and Naruto?" Seeing his friends unleashing their full power, Naruto couldn't back down either. He desperately urged the Nine Tails to unleash its power, charging forward with his Rasengan. But the effect was minimal. On Minato's side, he was rapidly reaping with Flying Thunder God, which was efficient, but he was nearing his limit, panting like a broken bellows. The four of them formed a circle back to back, and it looked like they were about to collapse. Suddenly, with a bang, a shadow fell from the sky, crashing down not far from them. The surrounding puppets instantly stopped their attacks. I slowly descended from the air, looking at their disheveled appearance. Just as I was about to make a joke, I saw Kakashi covered in blood. The smile on my face instantly disappeared, and the temperature of the air around me dropped by several degrees. Who did this? My voice isn't loud, but that killing intent made everyone shiver. Obito was closest to me, instinctively trembling, pointing at the surrounding puppets and saying, it's them. I turned around, looking at the dense army of puppets, my gaze icy then. Let them all die. I extended my right hand, and a brilliant light erupted from my palm. In the next second, countless yellow energy orbs surged from my hand, like a downpour of egg-yellow meteors, each with automatic GPS navigation, precisely locking onto every puppet. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions echoed through the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of flames. As the smoke cleared behind Lushan, not a single standing puppet remained. The ground was littered with debris. Watergate and the others were wide-eyed in shock. We fought desperately for half a day, and you just raise your hand and wipe them out? How are we supposed to continue playing like this? And Lushan was even more stunned. He realized that his proud puppets were utterly useless. The power of the dragon vein was still there, but it couldn't bring them back to life. I floated in front of him and deliberately asked, "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't your toy working? What did you do?" He shouted in despair. I smiled at him and said, "I won't tell you." Just playing around, I certainly wouldn't tell him that my energy level is so much higher than his broken dragon vein that it completely eradicated the resurrection mechanism from the root. And Lushan was utterly despairing. He knew I could kill him in the same way. This life-preserving guy, in his quest for immortality, turned himself into something neither human nor ghost, only to find out that death would still come knocking. He went mad. "Since I can't live, then you all can accompany me to the grave." His whole body shone with purple light, intending to detonate the dragon vein and take the entire Lulan with him. "Do you think you can succeed?" I instantly teleported in front of him and placed a hand on his shoulder. His vision went dark, and we both disappeared from the spot. The next second, we appeared over a vast ocean. I kindly said to him, "Look, I've chosen a grave for you. The feng shui is good, right? A top-notch sea view room, ready for occupancy." As soon as I finished speaking, he exploded like a balloon, leaving not even a trace behind. I instantly teleported back to the ancient city of Lulan and found Lin treating Kakashi. The entire ancient city had started to collapse. With the death of Lushan, the power of the dragon vein was completely out of control, and Lulan couldn't be saved. Naruto panicked. "Then how do I get back?" I pointed to a glowing crack on the ground. "Jumping down from there should be the way for you to go home." Naruto and Obito said their reluctant goodbyes, and then Minato pulled him aside. The father and son finally had time to chat alone. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Go in." It was my system, which had been quiet except for draining my energy. I wanted to absorb the ability to traverse time through the dragon veins. The system was brief and to the point. I thought this was a good thing. If you are strong, then I'm strong too. But I also asked a question. Why doesn't Naruto recognize me? Doesn't Kakashi in his timeline have a brother? The system was silent for a while and then dropped a bombshell. Because of your birth, there's an additional fork in the world line. And you and he are in two different parallel timelines. It's like we're acting out a Marvel story here. Wow, I'm completely shocked. The system urges me. The dragon vein is about to disappear. Hurry in. I greeted Shuei Min and the others, saying I was going to check things out, and then I plunged into the crack. As soon as I entered, I was stunned. Before me was a galaxy of purple stars, breathtakingly beautiful. Then something even more absurd happened. A guy who looked exactly like me emerged from my body. You're the system?" I stammered. "Hello, host." The voice was the same as always. He said this was a clone he created in a space outside of time, and then transformed into a large tree, taking root in the purple galaxy and crazily absorbing energy. The dragon vein began to retaliate wildly, and the entire space was exploding, resembling a demolition site. The system shouted, "Host, hurry and go into that crack." A new crack appeared before my eyes, and without thinking, I jumped in. As soon as I left, the space behind me completely collapsed. I feel like I've been thrown into a washing machine, and all my bones are about to be torn apart by the force of space. I don't know how long it has been, but then with a bang, I crashed to the ground like a meteor and embedded myself into it. Cough, cough. I'm alive. I crawled out of the pit and asked the system, "Where is this?" This is still the world of Naruto. However, it's the original timeline of Naruto. I was petrified on the spot. Then how do I go back? Wait. Once my doppelganger absorbs all the power of the dragon vein, the way back will be opened. How long will that take? Very soon, but I'm not sure of the specifics. Thank you so much. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Just when I was about to cry without tears, several figures rushed over. The blonde kid leading the group was stunned when he saw me. "Karo, what are you doing here?" "Hey, Naruto." I greeted him. "Hi." It's great to see you again so soon. Through Naruto's introduction, I got to know Captain Yamato, Sakura, and Sai. Then I decisively hugged Naruto's leg. Bro, do you have a place to stay? I'm out of money. Naruto generously agreed. But he quickly regretted it, because on the way back to the village, I ate his wallet clean in one meal. By the end, just hearing me say I was hungry made his legs go weak. Finally, we stood at the entrance of Konoha. Naruto opened his arms and shouted, "I'm back." I looked at this village, both familiar and unfamiliar, and arrived at the Hokage's office. There were quite a few people in the office, including the 5th Hokage Tsunade and Jiraiya. I immediately spotted the adult version of Kakashi. TSK. His listless appearance is really a bit unsettling. Tsunade scrutinized me and asked seriously, "The report from Yamato mentioned you. Your name is Carrot, right? You said you're also from Konoha, but I've checked all the ninja archives, and there is no information on you." I took a glance at Naruto. That kid was still making faces at me, as if saying, "See if I'm being considerate enough. I haven't exposed you." I smiled and thought, what's there to hide? I took a step forward, looked at Tsunade and everyone else, and confidently said, "I am Konoha's Karotto Hitaki, also known as the older brother of that Hitaki Kakashi over there." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the air in the entire office froze. Except for Naruto, that silly boy, everyone, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even my cheap brother Kakashi, had their eyes wide open like copper bells, scanning back and forth between our faces, as if they were about to use a magnifying glass to compare DNA. Aside from the fact that their hair was all white, they couldn't find a single point of similarity. Kakashi himself couldn't hold back anymore and directly said, "Impossible." Goodness, that expression was as if he was saying, "Come on, can you at least find someone who looks a bit more like you? You look younger than me at this age." Tsunade, with her short temper, slammed the table, trying to give me a show of authority. "But let me tell you, sis, your aura really doesn't work on me. I'm immune to that kind of intimidation." I ignored her and directly pulled Naruto over as a witness. "Naruto, look at this. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Who understands family?" Naruto, being honest, immediately stood up. "Tsunade Granny, it's true. He really is my Kakashi-sensei's brother. He ate from at my death." Then he spilled all the details about traveling through time and fighting centipedes. The expressions of the big shots present were spectacular. Going from "are you kidding me?" to "wait, is this real?" to "all right, I accept it," like a performance of Sichuan opera face-changing. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent, finally spoke, his voice trembling a bit. "Father, is he still alive?" I could see that the death of his father was the biggest thorn in his heart. I immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad is doing well over here. He just finished his 3rd battle and is preparing to retire and enjoy his old age." Kakashi's eternally dull fish eyes instantly lit up, and that genuine smile was hard to hide. Jiraiya, who was nearby, leaned in and asked, "So, has Minato become Hokage yet?" I shook my head and dropped a bombshell. "Not yet. Minato-sensei won't be able to become Hokage. Over here, the 4th Hokage can only be Orochimaru-sensei." "What did you say?" Jiraiya exploded on the spot, nearly spitting in my face with his words. "Orochimaru? How could he possibly become Hokage?" I shrugged, looking helpless. "Guys, don't use your script from here to fit our storyline over there." Tsunade remained relatively calm and stopped Jiraiya, who was about to argue with me, and asked, "Can you still go back?" "Yes, but it will take some time." "All right," Tsunade concluded, "then Naruto will follow you during this time." I knew full well that this wasn't really him following me. It was just sending a mobile monitor. But it didn't matter. I wasn't planning to cause any trouble anyway. As soon as Naruto and I stepped out, the 3 of them started a small meeting inside. Tsunade, who didn't like to think much, directly asked Jiraiya and Kakashi what to do. In the end, it was Kakashi who made the decision. Focus on monitoring. As long as he doesn't cause any destruction, just leave him be. My dear little brother, while saying he didn't believe it, was probably already starting to feel conflicted inside. On the other side, Naruto dragged me around the streets, and when he got hungry, he shouted that he wanted to go eat at Ichiraka Ramen. I got excited too. It was a good chance to see what was different about this world version. As soon as we entered, I saw the boss's daughter, Ayam, and greeted her enthusiastically. "Hi, Ayam." But Uncle Ichiraku's expression turned wary the moment he saw me, as if he had just spotted a pig getting ready to root through his fresh, green cabbage. When the 2 bowls of ramen came, both Naruto and I simultaneously said, "Let's eat," and slurped down to the bottom. I raised my empty bowl. "Another bowl, please." Naruto, not wanting to be outdone, shouted, "I'll have another bowl too." Goodness, that competitive spirit in men comes out so easily. By the 5th bowl, Naruto's speed slowed down. By the 7th bowl, he was already rolling his eyes from being too full. As for me, I was still relaxed and having fun, even raising an eyebrow at him, as if to say, "Is that all you've got, little rascal?" In the end, I single-handedly finished 50 bowls. It wasn't that I couldn't eat anymore. It was that Uncle Ichiraku had run out of ingredients. Meanwhile, Shikamu, who was watching from the side, had his eyes wide open, looking like a fan who had just met his idol. I ate and drank to my heart's content, and with a wave of my hand, I said, "Naruto, pay the bill." As a result, Naruto pulled out his frog wallet, and his face turned green. Oh no. There's only enough money for 2 bowls. We were staring at each other, preparing to study the feasibility of dining and dashing, when the curtain was lifted and Jiraiya walked in. Naruto looked like he saw a savior, dramatically exclaiming, "Oh, pervy sage, you're here." I suddenly remembered that I hadn't collected my clothes at home. So I said I had to leave first and asked him to pay the bill for me. After saying that, he dragged me out, and while running, he didn't forget to shout back, "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, for your generosity." As soon as Jiraiya heard the title Lord Jiraiya, he knew something was off and tried to slip away, but then a cheerful uncle with a kitchen knife blocked the door, exuding a murderous aura. The next moment, the entire street echoed with Jiraiya's roar, "Naruto, just you wait." That night, I was sleeping on the floor at Naruto's house, and this kid couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. He asked me, "Karo, can you use Sage Mode? Teach me, please." I said, "Don't you already have a big treasure inside you?" He touched his belly and said, "The Nine Tails? But I can't control it right now." Fine, I yawned and said I would teach him tomorrow. I went to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, I was woken up by an excited Naruto. We were getting ready to go to Mayaboka Mountain. I told him to use reverse summoning, and I had my own way to get there. But before the toad could arrive, Jiraiya showed up instead. This old pervert was called for a talk by the great sage Toad yesterday, who said that my appearance as a variable made the future unclear. So today, he rushed over and called me to Hokage Rock, seriously telling me, "Naruto is the child of destiny. Don't lead him astray." I laughed at that moment and directly said, "The path you planned for him? Did you ask him if he wants it?" The Akatsuki is almost right in his face, and he has a ticking time bomb inside him. All you've taught him these years is how to make a ball. If you don't teach him some real skills, how many Akatsuki members can you block for him? I tell you, with just a few sentences, I left Jiraiya speechless, and he ran off to greet Sage Shinsaku, giving us the green light. The next second, Naruto appeared with a bang at Mayaboka Mountain, and I followed with a teleportation. Sage Shinsaku knew I was the variable and didn't mind me, allowing me to wander freely. I treated it like a vacation, looking around and even taking a bath. Poor Naruto was over there getting whipped with a little stick by Sage Shinsaku, howling in pain. At lunchtime, Sage Shima served her specialty, an insect feast teeming with creepy crawlies. I tell you, those things were still wriggling on the plate. Both Naruto and I immediately developed a fear of clusters, just as Sage Shima enthusiastically tried to serve us. I had a quick thought and shouted, "Oh no." Lady Tsunade called me with an urgent matter. I have to excuse myself. Then, in a flash, I teleported away, leaving Naruto alone, staring at where I had disappeared, his expression a mix of anger and despair, as if saying, "You're not my only brother anymore." I sneaked out of my Bokuzen and happened to stumble upon Kakashi and Might Guy competing in an arm wrestling match. I suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling Guy so much that he trembled and directly lost to Kakashi. With a wary expression, Guy asked me who I was. I teased him, just a passing ninja. Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore and vouched for me. He is my leaf ninja. Seeing that there was no fun left, I directly said to Guy, "Come on, let's have a match." As soon as we shook hands, Guy exerted all his strength, turning red in the face, but my hand didn't budge. I added fuel to the fire. "Come on, use more strength." Guy, having never experienced this kind of pressure, shouted in anger, "Open the 6th gate." Goodness. He opened all the way to the 6th gate just for an arm wrestling match. Rock Lee beside us was dumbfounded and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, is this okay?" Kakashi had a look of amusement. "Don't worry, Guy knows his limits. He's trying to gauge my strength through Guy. I don't think it's enough. Keep pushing him. Not enough. Kai, let me see your strongest power." "All right, I'll satisfy you." Kai was ignited by me. The 7th gate, the shock gate, opened. With a bang, blue steam surged into the sky, and the wooden stump beneath us was directly shattered, but our hands remained firmly clasped in the air. I nodded in approval and said, "Not bad. Your skills are even stronger than your father's. You truly are a genius in physical techniques." I was taken aback, about my father? Of course. I was right there collaborating when he opened the 8 gates to fight the 7 ninja swordsmen back in the day. Impossible. I've never seen you. Kai looked skeptical because he was present at that time. Realizing I'd slipped up, I quickly laughed it off. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Who exactly are you? Kai trisid unrelentlessly. One no. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Kai let out a furious roar, unleashing his full power, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly. Niji opened his Byakugan and was directly shocked. How is that possible? That boy didn't even use his full strength. I felt his gaze and looked up in his direction, which startled him and made him shiver. I had enough fun and said, let's end it here. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I slammed the fully open Kai down to the ground. Kai was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place, unable to believe he was being crushed. But he was pure-hearted, without jealousy, and instead had an excited look on his face. So strong. Are you also practicing physical techniques? I can't feel any chakra from you. I'm training in the turtle school. Carrot. After I introduced myself, Kai burst into laughter, thrilled to have met a new strong opponent, rewarding himself with 1,000 laps around the village. Little Lee, let's go. And then the master and disciple really ran off without a trace. I looked at Kakashi, who was also ready to leave, so I quickly followed him. He couldn't shake me off, so he had to stop. How long are you going to follow me? I just want to go home with you, I replied confidently. No, I mean our home. I'm also a Hitaki. As soon as I entered the Hitaki house, I felt that it was too desolate. I started to worry about him. Aren't you lonely living alone in such a big house? Why not get a wife? I think Tsunade's assistant, Shizun, is quite nice. I can help you with the bride price. Kakashi turned pale and quickly pulled me back. No, please don't. I'm afraid Tsunade will kill me. Finally calming him down, he began to ask me questions about her timeline. I started to exaggerate, especially the part about how I saved my dad, making it sound grand. After finishing the story, I went upstairs and found a room to sleep in, leaving Kakashi alone in the yard, staring blankly at the door of the room where my dad had committed suicide. I could feel his struggle and pain. The next day, I was practicing boxing in the yard while Kakashi watched. I told him, take me to pay respects to my father later. When we arrived at the memorial stone, I looked at the names on it and directly asked Kakashi, are you satisfied? Are you okay with those who caused my father's death still being free? If you want to do something about it, tell me, and I'll help you take care of them all. Kakashi was left speechless by my question. I patted his shoulder, told him to think it over, and then left first. I had just walked a short distance when I felt someone watching me. Without turning my head, I said, come out, you've been watching for so long, you should be done. The space in front of me twisted, and a guy wearing an orange spiral mask appeared. He asked me who I was, and I shot back. Aren't you supposed to introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? Do you even know manners? Without saying another word, he attacked, and shuriken flew at me, passing right through my body. Oh, I see. It's a trick of intangibility. But his little trick was nothing in front of me. I increased my speed, and before he could phase out, I punched him hard, sending him flying and crashing into a large tree. You've angered me. He stood up, his Sharingan glaring at me from beneath the mask, trying to use Jinjutsu. The next moment, I was pulled into a pure white space, but before he could show off, I'd already appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. Tell me, if I apply a bit more force, will your neck break? The masked man looked dumbfounded, his mind probably filled with question marks. He quickly phased his neck to break free and jumped away, shouting weakly, that was my mistake. Now I'm serious. I teleported over and punched him again, this time hitting him in the stomach, making him spit bile. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? He stood on the tree, panting heavily, bloodshot eyes fixed on me. Shinra Tensei, a massive force of distortion, tried to pull me in, but I used my chakra to protect my body. His Shinra Tensei couldn't break my defense at all. He just stared in disbelief, to the point where blood started to flow from the corners of his eyes. But it was useless. I mocked him. What happened? Did you stop? Maybe if you persisted a little longer, you would have succeeded. He realized he had encountered a tough opponent today. If he continued, he would lose all face. He glared at me deeply, distorted the space with Shinra Tensei, and fled. I didn't stop him. This guy could still be useful later. After dealing with the masked man, I decided to check on Naruto. I teleported back to Mayaboka Mountain, and this kid was training quite diligently, already able to use shadow clones to supervise himself, waking himself up with a stick at the slightest sign of turning into a toad. The moment he saw me, he exploded in anger. You bastard Karotto! You just left me behind yesterday. Knowing I was in the wrong, I quickly changed the subject. Hey, where are Fukasaku and Shima? I don't know. They were suddenly summoned away. I closed my eyes and sensed with my chakra. Oh, they were in the rain village. Jiraiya was being beaten up by Pain's 6 paths and was already at a disadvantage, injured as well. Seeing my expression change, Naruto curiously asked, do you know where they went? I looked at him, sighed inwardly. Jiraiya was about to die at the hands of his former student. It's better if you don't know. Anyway, I told him, don't worry, I've arranged everything clearly for Jiraiya. When I arrived, the scene was brutal. Jiraiya was covered in blood, kneeling there, about to be skewered by Pain's black rods. I tell you, I was almost laughing out of anger at that time. Pain's 6 paths were there posing, looking all dramatic as if they were flourishing in the midst of slaughter. I was thinking, what are you pretending for? He instantly teleported over. Boom. I caught that deadly black rod just in time. Jiraiya's expression at that moment was as if he had seen a ghost. Karo, what are you doing here? Of course. I said, if I didn't come, the grass on your grave would be 3 feet high by now. The 6 Pains were also confused, surrounding me and asking who I was. I said, me? Just a concerned passerby. Saw you 6 beating up an old man, couldn't stand by and watch. As I spoke, I applied a little pressure with my hand. Crunch. That black rod was crushed to bits. That Pain kid was still being stubborn, saying that meddling would get someone killed. I pointed at Jiraiya and told him, today, this person, I will protect him. Not even Jesus can stop me. The atmosphere instantly exploded. The 6 Pains plus a flying paper person, 7 against me, started throwing various ninjutsu at my face like it was free. And me? I placed one hand on Jiraiya's head, though it was a bit rude, but there was no choice. That part of him was the only clean spot. I waved my hand at the barrage of skills and said, bye-bye now, and swoosh, we vanished on the spot. Behind us, that area went boom, directly blown into a big pit. I dropped in directly at Tsunade's Hokage office, carrying the barely alive Jiraiya. Goodness, when Tsunade saw Jiraiya's miserable state, her eyes turned red from concern, and she immediately hugged him and started administering emergency care right there. They were putting on a tragic drama, but I didn't have time to watch. I just said hello and slipped away. I went straight to Myobo-Kuzen to see Naruto training. Guess what happened? This kid mastered Sage Mode, but he can only maintain it for a short time. Oh no, not even 3 seconds, but 5 minutes. Who understands this? After working hard for half a day, he ends up being a real man for only 5 minutes. Who can bear that? Then the Toad Sage Fukasaku thought of a bad idea, saying he wanted to fuse with Naruto to help him maintain the Sage Mode. But as soon as he jumped onto Naruto's shoulder, the 9 tails went wild, probably thinking, you think you deserve my body? And just like that, he sent that old toad flying. When I saw these two, one big and one small, I was worried and said, are you guys stupid? Use shadow clones. Just create a few more small accounts to stay nearby and absorb energy. When a main account runs out of chakra, just release one shadow clone to recharge. Isn't that infinite stamina? Naruto's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately went to experiment. Goodness, the door to a new world was opened right away. Just as I activated a hack for Naruto, Pain directly descended on Konoha to start demolishing. The entire village was instantly thrown into chaos, with explosions everywhere, and gigantic summoned beasts trampling people as if they were invincible. The older generation, including Inoshikicho, rushed to the front lines. Choji's dad, Akimichi Choza, transformed and bravely faced a giant centipede, and the scene was truly tragic. Jiraiya, being stubborn, despite not having fully recovered from his injuries, heard the commotion and rushed out in his hospital gown, only to run into Pain right at the door. My goodness, these two met again. Jiraiya, dragging his severely injured body, fought hard, but wasn't that just sending himself to his doom? In no time, he was beaten until he coughed up blood, looking like he was about to collapse. A group of ninjas rushed out of the hospital to help, but it was like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandpa. One went to help, and one got taken out. At the critical moment, it was my hero Kakashi. He made a handsome entrance, throwing a kunai to block the deadly attack, directly forcing the others to retreat while he faced Pain alone. I'll tell you, Kakashi first faced a hungry ghost path Pain who could absorb chakra. It was a tactical masterpiece, with all sorts of feints and shadow clones. In the end, he seized the opportunity and used Kamui to directly distort half of Pain's body into another dimension, killing him instantly. But just as he took a breath, the real deal showed up. It was the Devapath Pain who could do the Pain bio attack. As soon as he appeared, he directly sucked Choji and his dad towards him like a ball and then bounced them away, completely unreasonable. Kakashi saw that this wouldn't do and quickly came to help, making it 3 against 1. The 3 of them soon discovered that there was about a 5-second cooldown between Devapath Pain's attractive and repulsive forces. An opportunity had come. They devised a strategy. Choji and his dad would launch a frontal assault while Kakashi would sneak around for a surprise attack. Their coordination was seamless, and it looked like Kakashi's Chidori was about to pierce through Pain. But then Pain used Shinra Tensei, and with a Baiyu, they were all sent flying thwarting their efforts. Does anyone understand? I was really caught off guard afterward. Pain specifically targeted the weak, and he started pounding on Choji. In order to save his son, Choji's dad took Pain's black rod with his own body, getting pierced right through. Kakashi saw this, and couldn't stand for it, with blood in his eyes. He activated Kimui again to redirect the nail that Pain shot towards Choji and his dad. Then he stood in front, urging Choji to hurry and escape with his father. In the end, Kakashi was left alone to hold off Pain, with his chakra depleted and his stamina at its limit. Sigh. Pain trapped him from below, leaving only his head exposed, and then shot out a nail. Kakashi could only watch helplessly, unable to dodge. And just like that, he was gone. I told you I was right there watching. It's not that I didn't want to help, but this matter is a bit complicated. Kakashi has always had a knot in his heart regarding his father. I thought, let him go down and meet him, so they can clear up what they had to say back then, and that would be a resolution. Anyway, with Pain's situation over, Nagato will use the Rinne rebirth to revive everyone, so it's not a big problem. After Kakashi left, I slowly made my way out. That day, when Pain saw me, he wanted to use that technique, universal pull, on me. But what happened? It was useless. A flash of golden light appeared on me, and his gravitational pull directly failed. I stepped right in front of him and directly grabbed his outstretched hand. His deadpan face still wanted to speak, but I didn't give him a chance. It didn't matter anymore. Let him die. I threw a punch and boom. The lower half of the Deva path was instantly turned into flying debris, while the upper half was still hanging from my hand. With a look of disdain, I tossed it to the ground, clapped my hands, and then picked up Kakashi's body and left. Meanwhile, the real Nagato, hiding in the shadows, probably sensed it and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of old blood, scaring Conan beside him. He must have been thinking, what the hell is this? Is this guy serious? But he was really ruthless. As soon as one Deva path was gone, another Pain appeared immediately and resurrected the Deva path's corpse. Summoning technique. With a loud bang. Let me tell you, that scene had the main character's entrance BGM cranked up to the max. Naruto, in Sage mode, landed from the sky riding on Gamabunta, looking incredibly cool. But to be honest, the process was like a roller coaster. At first, Naruto had the upper hand, hammering Pain to the point he couldn't find his bearings. However, after just 3 seconds of looking cool, he was caught by Pain's universal pull. Just when it seemed he was about to be taken away, Hinata rushed out to play the role of the beauty, saving the hero, but sigh. The result was that she was sent away in tears by Pain. Now this really pissed Naruto off, and the Nine-Tails chakra went berserk on the spot, causing the situation to spiral out of control. That old man Pain was also ruthless. Seeing that he couldn't control it, he unleashed a planetary devastation, forcibly creating a small moon to try to seal the Nine-Tails. Let me tell you, at this critical moment, the consciousness of the fourth Hokage, who is Naruto's father, suddenly appeared and had a heart-to-heart talk with Naruto. It was then that Naruto calmed down, broke the seal, and managed to persuade Pain with just words. You heard that right. It was pure verbal persuasion, and I would call this move a decisive victory. Nagato, that guy, is also a straightforward person. After being persuaded by Naruto's words, he decided on the spot to exchange his life for the lives of the entire village. He clasped his hands together and shouted the rebirth technique. To everyone's surprise, a gigantic King Enma emerged from the ground, opening its mouth wide and spitting out the souls of all the people who died in this battle. I was just thinking when Kakashi, lying next to me like a corpse, suddenly spoke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw my back. Awake? How does this one-day trip to the Pure Land feel? I didn't even turn around and just teased him. You know? Kakashi's tone was so shocked. It was as if I had activated a map hack. As for me, I knew just a tiny bit more. I just played dumb with him. We stood side by side on Hokage Rock, watching the villagers below, who had come back to life, embrace each other with tears and laughter. The scene was truly extraordinary, but it felt like something was still missing. We spoke in unison. As soon as the words left our mouths, we instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, Naruto had just finished talking with Nagato and was wobbling back to the village. He was in a state of complete exhaustion, and even a branch could trip him up. Just as he was about to faceplant, a shoulder steadied him. Kakashi-sensei. Yeah, let's go home. I casually ruffled the boy's golden hair. He had really worked hard. Thanks to Pain's live broadcast, the whole village knew it was Naruto who saved the world. The kid was completely worn out. As soon as he flopped onto Kakashi's back, he fell asleep in an instant. By the time we made our way back to the village entrance, it was a grand spectacle with drums and a sea of people. The entire village, young and old, had come out to welcome their hero. Kakashi set him down and gave him a little push. Go on, you deserve this. The next moment, Naruto was tossed into the air by the enthusiastic villagers. The next day, the reconstruction of Konoha officially began. Let me tell you, the efficiency was nothing short of extraordinary. Captain Yamato transformed into Konoha's top contractor. As soon as he used with style, fully furnished houses sprang up from the ground. The Akimichi clan, using their expansion technique, became human excavators, each one digging foundations like it was their specialty. As for me, I primarily focus on eating and drinking for free. Right now, all my meals are solved at Yao Ramen. This place is also magical. The Shinra Tensei surprisingly hasn't affected it at all. It's definitely a feng shui treasure. If you keep eating like this, I'm really going to go bankrupt. Kakashi looked at the mountain-high stack of bowls in front of me with a helpless expression. Ever since he came back from the dead, our relationship has rapidly progressed. Now he directly covers my food and lodging, and I'm almost being corrupted by this decadent lifestyle. You single dog, what are you saving money for? To have kids? I said seriously and absurdly. What? Kakashi-sensei is getting married? Naruto, that big mouth, shouted as soon as he walked in. Really? Kakashi. Guy's eyes also widened in shock, looking at Kakashi as if he had betrayed our single dog alliance. Kakashi was rolling his eyes almost to the sky. As soon as I saw a crowd, I immediately got excited. Oh, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Naruto, guy, come sit down. Feel free to order. Upon hearing this, Naruto's alarm bells went off in his head, probably recalling the painful experience of being tricked into helping Jiraiya by me back in the day. He quickly made up an excuse and bolted away. With him gone, I felt too bad to trick Guy. After all, a taijutsu ninja is notoriously poor. In the end, it was Kakashi who settled the bill and even treated Guy to a meal, making Guy hold my hand and thank me for a long time. That night, I was alone in the Hitaki family's yard, watching the moon when suddenly, I heard the system's voice in my head. Host, the dragon vein has been successfully absorbed. You can return at any time. My heart sank for a moment. It has finally arrived. To be honest, no matter how good this world is, it ultimately isn't my home. With this news in mind, I slept quite soundly. Early the next morning, I headed straight to the mission hall. However, I wasn't there to take on missions. I was there to make money. I memorized all the information about the bandits and outlaws in the Land of Fire. And then, my Red Sweet plan officially began. I tell you, that day the mountain bandits of the Fire Country experienced the darkest day of their lives. I wiped out the bigger mountain strongholds in one go, packing all the gold and silver treasures. The smaller groups of bandits heard the news and fled overnight with their bedding. From then on, a legend spread in the martial world. If you encounter someone in red clothes, don't hesitate, kneel immediately, and offer your money with both hands. You might just save your life. By the end of the day, I made a fortune. That night, when I showed the money to Kakashi, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. After hearing my wealth-building story, he was speechless for a long time. I treated everyone to a farewell dinner, inviting Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi's team, Guy's team, and Hinata, and we had a lively meal. My drinking capacity was astonishing. I got every single one of these ninjas drunk. On the way home, Kakashi suddenly asked me, "Are you leaving?" "Yes." "When?" "Tomorrow." After that, there was a long silence. Back in my room, I changed in my night gear. Danzo, that old man, it's time to hit the road. He hid during the Nine Tails incident. He hid when Orochimaru caused trouble, and he hid when pain destroyed the village. Always talking about how he cared for Konoha, but every time he acted like a turtle retreating into its shell. Most importantly, he was responsible for my father, Tsukumo Hataki's death. I must take revenge today. I flashed and disappeared. Just as I left, Kakashi from the adjacent room sensed it. "Welcome back, Pingen." The root base was truly eerie. Danzo was there issuing orders, talking about monitoring Tsunade and wanting to meet the daimyo. His expression was such that it was as if he wanted to carve the words, "I should be Hokage," on his face. He was still there, getting all emotional. "Teacher, you misjudged Dans. I am the one most suited to be Hokage." "Ha! I really can't listen to this anymore. That laugh is more unbearable than nails on a blackboard. Let me interrupt. You're laughing so loudly." "Who? Come out." Toby was furious at that moment. His prideful base was actually infiltrated by someone. "Stop looking. Just turn around and take a look." When he turned around, he saw me waving at him. "Who are you?" I said, "Are you stupid? Your men have been watching me every day, and now you ask me who I am?" I didn't leave him any face. "Well then, what are you doing here?" "Karotsuchi." He stopped pretending. "Isn't that obvious?" I shrugged. Goodness, this old guy's way of thinking is quite unique. He actually thought I was here to seek refuge with him, and he looked at me with admiration. "Not bad. You have good taste." I was living in Bungbu at that time. "Are you sick? If you're sick, go see a doctor. Why come to you? Why is your face so big?" Outrageous. Danzo was furious. Bring him here. In an instant, more than a dozen root ninjas appeared, kneeling on one knee. Kill him. At the command, those people charged at me like rabid dogs. They coordinated quite well. One used shurikens to force me to move, and just as I landed, shadow mimic technique. The shadow beneath me was instantly connected. Immediately after, another ninja shouted, "Insect cluster." Damn, a swarm of bugs crawled up from the ground like a tide, instantly wrapping me into a bug person. Danzo's roots really are full of talent, with all sorts of bizarre family secret techniques. I really overestimated you. Seeing me being controlled, Danzo started acting smug again. What a waste. Not good. Get away. The ninja from the Aburame clan suddenly shouted, because his bugs didn't even touch my body, all blocked by a layer of energy. Too late. Bang. I was hit by a surge of anger, and all the parasitic bugs on me were instantly blasted to ashes. The few ninjas closest to me were directly turned into sieves by the fragments of the bugs. Do you know how disgusting it is to have so many bugs on you? I was furious at that moment, and in a flash, I charged in front of that oil girl ninja. The Nara clan member tried to control me with their shadow, but I dragged them along, leaving them in a daze. Go to hell. With one punch, that guy didn't even have time to use his insect clone and took my punch head on, with a splat. All his internal organs were shattered, and he died completely. I sighed and muttered to myself, I'm still not fully trained. My temper is too volatile. I shouldn't be like this. The remaining root ninjas present were so startled by my words that they collectively took a step back. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and kill him. Danzo was still shouting over there. The group could only brace themselves and charge at me, aiming their blades at my eyes and neck. Those vital points. As for me, I focused on narrowly dodging, making them feel like they were just a hair's breadth away from hitting me. Gradually, they began to realize something was off. This wasn't just a close call. It was clearly a difference of an entire dimension. Had they already figured it out? Once I saw them change tactics, trying to wear me down, I lost the desire to play around. I grabbed a ninja's wrist, snatched his knife, and with a swift motion, I sent him off. The screams became the background music to my slaughter. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, I slashed, chopped, and stabbed, taking a life with every move. These root ninjas were completely brainwashed. Despite their fear, none of them retreated. When the last ninja fell after I cut his throat, only Toanzo and I remained on the battlefield. I walked step by step towards him with a bloodied knife in hand, then plunged the knife into the ground in front of him. They are a group of good subordinates, but unfortunately, they followed the wrong person. Just a bunch of useless fools, and I have to step in personally. Danzo's disdainful expression is truly cold-blooded to the core. He slowly took off his outer robe, revealing an arm covered in Sharingan. A nightmare for anyone with a fear of clusters. You are the first to see me in my perfect state. You can close your eyes now. Wind release. Great breakthrough. This old man, he activates ninjutsu without even forming hand signs. I jumped back instantly and exploded right where I was. In the smoke, he charged out with a knife. We exchanged a few blows, and then he suddenly put 2 fingers to his mouth. Wind release. Wind needle technique. Countless chakra needles shot towards me. I directly teleported behind him and kicked him right in the backside. Danzo slid several meters on the ground like a dog, eating shit. Oh, Lord Danzo is indeed impressive. Even his way of cleaning the floor is so unique. You dare to humiliate me, old man. He got up, his face covered in blood, and the bandage over his eye had been torn off, revealing another Sharingan. If you want to attack, then I will. I instantly appeared in front of him and threw a punch. Bang! He blocked it with his sword, but the blade vibrated violently. I kept throwing punches, and the katana finally couldn't withstand it, breaking with a loud bang, its shards cutting into his face. I landed a heavy punch squarely on him. Boom! Danzo spat out blood and died on the spot. All right, stop pretending. I know you're not dead yet. I looked at his corpse and said, I still know about the Uchiha clan's Izanagi. As soon as I finished speaking, Danzo slowly stood up, one Sharingan on his arm closing. Kakashi, you really know quite a few secrets. The secrets are all here. I pointed at my head. If you have the ability, come take them. Elder Danzo, time is running out. I still need to kill you 10 more times. Can you hurry up? I beckoned him with my fingers. The old man turned pale. He just wanted to run away, but the barrier set up for the assassination had now become his death sentence. Gritting his teeth, he charged at me with his sword. Each move aimed at mutual destruction. I kept dodging with my teleportation and finally kicked him away. He used the momentum to fly out of the secret room and began to flee frantically. Not bad, but can you escape? Next came a game of cat and mouse. I followed him closely, slow and steady. Elder Danzo, here I come. I casually shot out a wave of light, originally aiming at the stone next to him, but this old guy collided with it himself, making a puff sound, and died again. Just like that, in the corridor, I stylishly toyed with him, and he died a total of 8 times. He was sliced in half by a burst of energy, blown to pieces by a ki blast. I almost felt sorry for him, but he just wouldn't. He turned back, rushing forward with all his might. Finally, he reached the control center at the root, where the switch for the barrier was located. Just as he was about to deactivate the barrier, I dashed forward and punched through his chest from behind. Cough. Got you. He gripped my arm tightly, lifted his head, and locked eyes with me using that special Sharingan. Don't, deity. The corners of his mouth curled up, thinking he had already won. This was the strongest illusion that supposedly could change everything. He had nurtured it for over a decade, just for this day. Ha. As he looked at me, his expression turned confused, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Come with me. Danzo turned around to issue an order, but after taking 2 steps, he realized there was no movement behind him. He suddenly turned back and saw me looking at him with a mocking expression. Impossible. This is impossible. He pointed at me, terrified, retreating repeatedly. I was originally going to play along with you, but unfortunately, we wasted too much time playing hide and seek just now. I shrugged, looking troubled. Now he was truly scared and turned to run. Every time he changed direction, I teleported in front of him to block his way. Realizing he couldn't escape, he recklessly attacked me. But before he could even touch me, he was killed by a ki blast. The last Sharingan closed, and Danzo came back to life one last time. Why do you want to kill me? He finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Didn't I say? My name is HatakeKarotto. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Danzo's eyes widened as he remembered the Konoha White Fang he had plotted against. How could you possibly be the son of Tsukumo Uchiha? Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I walked towards him. I'm just here to kill you. Ha. Danzo laughed skyward. Just based on you? Come with me. For symbol seal. He slapped his stomach, and black runes instantly gushed out from his body, sealing the entire chamber's door immediately. You can't leave now. Do you regret coming to assassinate me? He struggled one last time. You're wrong. You will die, and I will not. I shot a beam of light and ended him. The self-destruct device inside his body activated instantly, and the entire secret room began to explode. The light of the 4-symbol seal tried to hold me back, but was blocked outside by my energy. To bury you in such a large place is worth it. After saying that, I disappeared. When I returned to the Hitaki family, it was already midnight. I wrote 2 letters and placed them on the table. System, here, host. It's time to go back. A door appeared out of nowhere in front of me. Huh, isn't it a crack? This looks better. The system is still as cold as ever. I twisted the doorknob and walked straight in. Bang! The door closed, disappearing without a trace. The next morning, Kakashi came and knocked on my door. Seeing there was no response, he pushed the door open and only found 2 letters on the table. One was for him, and the other for Naruto. He immediately opened his letter. Kakashi, I finished my business and left. Don't think too much about me. You're not young anymore. The Hitaki family needs to be inherited by you, so hurry up and find a wife. There are 2 boxes under the table, one for you and one for Naruto. Consider my gift to you. And that purple orb of light, crush it when you're most desperate, and unexpected things will happen. Your brother, brother, Kakashi whispered. He opened his box, which contained 100 million Ryo in cash and a purple orb the size of a baby's fist. Kakashi stored the small orb away and took the other letter and box to find Naruto. Coincidentally, Tsunade and Jiraiya were also there. Is this from Carrot? Yeah, I told you when I opened it. Wow, a whole box of money. That Carrot kid is something else. He left me such a huge parting gift before leaving. It'll last me several years of ramen. The letter also mentioned that I should get along with the 9 tails in my belly, saying that guy could become my strongest backup. I laughed at that. It's easy for him to say. The 9 tails is like a landlord collecting rent from me every day. How could I think about befriending him? No way. But Carrot's words did make me a bit curious. Who wouldn't want that power? While I was pondering how to establish a relationship with the 9 tails online, the Hokage office was in chaos. An Umbu suddenly knelt in front of Tsunade, trembling. Hokage-sama. Elder Danzo is dead. The root is completely wiped out. Tsunade's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, waving her hand to send him away. Muttering, you idiot, if you're going to leave, at least don't leave such a big mess. She knew very well that this matter, apart from that reckless Carrot, could only involve him. Just as they say, when you mention Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives. That Carrot kid had just finished his business in the lawn, absorbed some dragon vein power, and the system directly opened a VIP teleportation portal for him. In an instant, He appeared at the entrance of Konoha. As soon as he entered the village, he sensed something was off. Let me tell you, the gossip among the village's old folks spread faster than me eating ramen. Rumors about Orochimaru abducting children for experiments at midnight, and that the Third Shinobi World War was caused by him, were flying around, almost to the point of saying he was going to live stream selling immortality potions. Carrot immediately realized there was someone behind this. The Water Army was fostering the narrative, and it was professional. He looked up at the Hokage building, pondering whether it was the third Hokage or that old schemer Danzo causing trouble. If he couldn't figure it out, then he might as well go find the person involved. Carrot sensed Orochimaru's chakra and instantly disappeared. He had barely entered the village when the third Hokage received the news. In the office, Jiraiya and Minato were also there, the three of them holding a small meeting. Carrot is back. At that, the third Hokage's words made Jiraiya and Minato's faces turn green. Originally, Orochimaru's reputation was in tatters, and it was almost a sure thing that Minato would become Hokage. Now that Carrot, the biggest variable, had returned, it was all over. He was Orochimaru's staunch brother, with many powerful followers. Uchiha Shursui, who was now the deputy minister of the police department, was his #1 fan, constantly at odds with Minato's supporter, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, who would sit on the Hokage throne became uncertain. Minato, in a panic, asked the third Hokage what to do. The old man waved his hand confidently. We don't need to do anything. We just need to wait for public opinion to ferment and completely crush Orochimaru. Once Jiraiya and Minato left, that old schemer Danzo emerged from the shadows. It turned out these two old men were in cahoots. Why did the third Hokage abandon Orochimaru? Because Orochimaru was too strong. If he became Hokage, the first thing he would do is strip the elders of their power. Who would be willing to give up power? Danzo was the same. Seeing Orochimaru about to break free from his control, he immediately teamed up with the third Hokage to expose all of Orochimaru's dark secrets. When Carrot found Orochimaru, the scene was incredible. Outside, it felt like the sky was about to fall, while Orochimaru was leisurely drinking wine and eating snacks, completely unfazed. Carrot sat down and started eating, devouring his food, and asked predecessor, "You really have a big heart. With all the rumors outside, you still have the mood to drink?" Orochimaru slowly replied, "I've already sent Shursui to catch those spreading rumors and lock them up in the police department." Carrot was taken aback. Isn't that making things worse? To destroy it, one must first drive it mad. Orochimaru was incredibly calm, letting them think we have no plans, which would make them lower their guard. Just as he finished speaking, an Umbu appeared, informing Orochimaru that there would be a meeting at the Hokage building tomorrow, with all Jonin attending. It seemed the old man couldn't sit still anymore. Orochimaru smiled. Tomorrow would be a grand show. Carrot was also amused. He loved watching a show. The two clinked their glasses together, making a sound as if celebrating victory in advance. After leaving Orochimaru, Carrot went to see Shursui. That kid had now become the deputy minister, and his demeanor had become more resolute. But as soon as he saw Carrot, he immediately reverted to being a fanboy, excitedly stumbling over his words. When he returned home late at night, he found his father, Hitaki, waiting for him. "You're back." Just these 3 simple words warmed Carrot's heart. His father poured him a cup of tea and said Kakashi would be very happy if he knew he was back. Carrot took a sip of tea and smiled wryly. He might blame me. Hitaki sighed. Yes, Carrot supported Orochimaru, while his brother Kakashi supported Minato, and their father was caught in the middle, feeling torn. Originally, when Orochimaru was in trouble, he had prepared to support Minato, but now that Carrot was back. "Father, just do what you think is right." Carrot sensed his father's inner conflict. The next day, at the Hokage building, all the Jonin were gathered, resembling a shareholders' meeting. Carrot greeted his father and directly sat next to Shursui. Wow! The Uchiha clan had split into 2 factions, one following Shursui, treating Carrot with utmost respect. The other faction, led by Fugaku, was glaring daggers at him from afar. Uchiha Itachi watched as Shursui chatted and laughed with Carrot, his expression complex. He couldn't understand why Shursui was opposing their father. At that moment, Carrot's former teacher, Matsushita, also came over and sat next to him. This was like pressing a switch. One by one, several civilian Jonin came over to greet him and then sat down, showing their allegiance through actions. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the venue. My Dai, who was Guy's father, dashed over in his eye-catching green spandex outfit, crying and hugging Carrot. "Carrot, I heard you went missing, and I was so worried about you. To celebrate your return, I've decided to reward myself by running 500 laps around the village." Carrot was nearly suffocated by the hug, and quickly pushed him back into his seat. This guy might be a bit silly, but he's genuinely good-hearted. Finally, everyone was present. The third Hokage led the legendary 3 and Minato into the venue, and the show was officially about to begin. Today, the main discussion was about Orochimaru's human experiments. The third Hokage opened his mouth, directly targeting Orochimaru, and instructed someone to send down a pile of so-called evidence. Orochimaru, do you have anything to say? All eyes were focused on Orochimaru. He slowly closed the documents and casually said, "What kind of evidence is this? I could Photoshop something like this. If I change the name to Danzo, does that mean Danzo also conducts human experiments? You're slandering." Danzo exploded on the spot. What if there are witnesses? Danzo sneered, clapping his hands, and Tuombu brought in a ninja wearing a white coat. "You recognize this person, right?" "Orochimaru. I recognize him. He is my assistant." "Good. As long as you admit it." Danzo passionately accused Orochimaru of his crimes, feeling exhilarated himself. Does anyone understand the feeling of being backstabbed by one of your own? The elite Jonin present were in an uproar, and Jiraiya slumped in his chair in disappointment. "Orochimaru, do you have anything else to say?" Danzo asked triumphantly. "I don't." "Then please, Hokage-sama, pronounce the sentence. I conduct human experiments, using only ninjas from other countries." With this one sentence, the entire room fell silent. "I killed enemies. Which law of Konoha have I broken?" Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ninjas present, who had tea-stained their hands with blood, suddenly felt that Orochimaru made a valid point. The situation turned around in an instant. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, clearly prepared, and he unleashed a major move. What if one of them is from Konoha? He pressed on, stating that from his assistant. He learned that Orochimaru had kidnapped Konoha orphans and attacked Konoha ninjas. Now Orochimaru's supporters were panicking. Karotto gave his teacher a reassuring look. He believed Orochimaru wouldn't be that foolish. "Danzo," Orochimaru smiled, "your information comes from my assistant, but why did he choose to report to you instead of Hokage-sama? It seems he listens to you more." The ninjas present weren't foolish. Upon hearing this, they sensed something was off. "Shursui," Orochimaru called out. In an instant, Shursui appeared next to that assistant and pinned him down. Danzo's subordinates drew their blades to attack, but Shursui easily blocked them, and in the blink of an eye, the two had already engaged. Bang! The third Hokage slammed the table and shouted, "Do you still see me, the Hokage?" Orochimaru signaled Shursui to stop, but Shursui continued to hold the assistant tightly. Everyone was stunned by Shursui's instantaneous strength, even more shocked by why the Uchiha genius would follow Orochimaru's orders. "Orochimaru, give me an explanation," the third said coldly. "Everyone knows there's an organization in Konoha called Root, right?" Orochimaru began to unleash his big move. "Its master is our elder Danzo. Once you join Root, you will be marked with a curse seal called Tongue Curse Eradication Seal, which not only extinguishes emotions, but also ensures absolute loyalty to Elder Danzo. Never to betray." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the clan leaders changed. The clansmen they were coerced into giving to Danzo had become his private soldiers. "And this assistant of mine is a spy sent by Danzo to frame me." Orochimaru shocked everyone. "Shursui, show them." Shursui directly pried open the assistant's mouth and pulled out his tongue, where there was indeed a strange curse seal. "Danzo still wanted to argue. Even if he is from Root, he reported you because of your human experiments. If it were just him, I might still be uncertain." Orochimaru laughed like a devil. "But Elder Danzo, it's you who has lost the people's hearts. Some are willing to risk their lives to expose your crimes." Danzo's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. "Let him come out. Hasn't he always been behind you?" Danzo turned around and saw only two subordinates. He instinctively overlooked it. Everyone in the room understood now. Only he was still confused. "Step forward." As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Danzo's most trusted subordinate, Kaze, stepped forward. Danzo's eyes widened. He was backstabbed by his most trusted subordinate. Little did he know, Shursui's Kotoa Mitsukami had already reformatted Kaze's thoughts, and now Kaze was Orochimaru's person. "Kaze, tell everyone what kind of person Elder Danzo is." When Kaze spoke, it was earth-shattering. He revealed one by one all the dirty deeds Danzo had done over the years. From capturing orphans for experiments to plotting the murder of fellow village ninjas, most of the blame had actually been borne by Orochimaru for him. When Kaze mentioned Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, and her beloved, Dan, were both killed by Danzo for research on the first Hokage's cells. "I tell you," Tsunade exploded on the spot. "Danzo, you dog thief, come here and die." She smashed the table in front of her to pieces with a punch. Had Jiraiya not held her back, she would have torn Danzo apart on the spot. This revelation was too big. Even the third Hokage couldn't contain it anymore. He tried to make one last struggle, asking Kaze what evidence he had. I have it, Hokage-sama. With one sentence, Kaze directly pronounced Danzo's death sentence. The internal organs of Senjin Iwaki are currently preserved in the Root Laboratory. Tsunade followed the Umbu to collect evidence, while Kaze continued to expose even more shocking revelations. Do you know why Danzo always wraps his eyes in right hand? Kaze looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said word by word, Fugaku clan head. Those are all your Uchiha clan Sharingan. Boom! All the Uchiha clan members exploded on the spot. They were shocked to learn it was happening in their own house. Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, the usually timid clan head, turned red-eyed and stepped toward Danzo, his aura ready to erupt. If he didn't T-act, how would he survive in the clan in the future? You, the evil Uchiha. I tell you, Danzo is really stubborn. Even when death was imminent, he still dared to be hard-headed. Fugaku was so furious he was about to strike, but the next second, Tsunade burst in with several glass jars. I tell you, that scene left me dumbfounded. The jars were filled with the internal organs of her brother, Nawaki. Tsunade completely broke down on the spot, holding the jars and crying her heart out. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Jiraiya hurriedly held her and rushed to the hospital, in a complete frenzy. Now, it was all set, with both witnesses and evidence present. That old Danzo was directly hammered to death, unable to argue. Orochimaru naturally cleared all accusations of human experimentation. I looked at Danzo. He was indeed bold, standing there without saying a word, looking as if he had accepted his fate. I understood at that moment. He had a grip on the third Hokage. If their little issues were revealed, everyone would be finished together. Sure enough, in the end, the third Hokage just raised his hand high and then gently put it down. He stripped Danzo of his position, dissolved Root, and then locked him up in the Umbu prison. Externally, he issued a statement saying, "Oh, it was all Danzo's deception." Orochimaru was wronged. His image instantly regained its righteousness. The villagers of Konoha were also fickle. Just moments ago, they were cursing Orochimaru, and now they began to sympathize with him. The change in sentiment faster than flipping a book. The worst off was still Uchiha. Fugaku was casually appeased by the third Hokage with a few words, who said he would definitely give them an explanation, and then he was dismissed. Once the people in the office had mostly left, I immediately started clapping. I said to Orochimaru, "Senior, impressive. You turned the tables effortlessly and dealt with Danzo." Orochimaru was surprisingly humble, continuously praising Shursui, saying it was all thanks to Shursui's efforts. Shursui, in turn, praised Orochimaru back, and it felt like these two were engaging in some mutual flattery. I asked, "So, is Danzo just locked up like that? I can't believe the third Hokage would really do anything to him." Orochimaru gave me a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry, the real show is only starting tonight." Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. No way. Is it going to be that big? Orochimaru nodded, just like you think. I understood. The third Hokage was reluctant to let go of his dirty work and labor all handled by this white-gloved man. Sure enough, after Tsunade woke up in the hospital, she stormed directly to the Hokage building and caused a ruckus with the third Hokage. I heard the commotion was as loud as demolishing a building, but in the end, it all came to nothing, and she returned home crying all night. By nightfall, Orochimaru had summoned me, Minato, and F, and we stood in a small grove getting eaten by mosquitoes. I couldn't help but complain. I said, "Senior, why are you pulling me out here in the middle of the night?" Orochimaru still had that smiling face. Hee, just wait for a good show. I yawned, sat down on the ground, leaned against a tree, and waited for the show to start, too lazy to stand like imposing. On the other side, the Umbu prison was as defenseless as if it were made of paper. Old girl took a root, that loyal fan of Danzo, and swaggered to the door of Danzo's cell as if she were strolling through her own backyard. In a flash, she broke the seal, untied the restraints, and handed Danzo a set of clean clothes, showing that one should always maintain decorum. Then the two of them walked out, with all the Umbu along the way collapsing to the ground, but all just unconscious. That old fox, Danzo, knew to hold back, not killing anyone to avoid completely tearing his face with the third Hokage. Soon, the remnants of the root gathered, preparing to flee with Danzo overnight. Just as they left, one of the unconscious Umbu got up and rushed to inform the third Hokage. Meanwhile, another less conspicuous ninja quietly disappeared and, in the next moment, knelt before Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, everything is as you expected. They're coming this way." I was shocked at the time. Orochimaru's reach was too long. even managing to insert someone into the third Hokage's most trusted Umbu. His strategic ability was incredible. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling that person to continue monitoring. I leaned against the tree and couldn't help but praise. Good job, senior, you even have your people in the Umbu. Orochimaru smiled, cooperating with you. I can't do it without some skills. We exchanged glances, everything was understood without words. Before long, I felt dozens of chakra signatures rapidly approaching us. They're coming, I whispered. Orochimaru also sensed it and nodded to F. F, go. F acknowledged and instantly vanished from his spot. Over there, as Danzo ran, he felt increasingly uneasy. At first, it was nothing, but once he entered the forest, that sense of anxiety felt like a cat's first standing on end. This was the sixth sense he had honed through countless brushes with death. He suddenly raised his hand. Stop. The root members immediately halted in their tracks. Danzo shouted into the darkness ahead. Come out. Stop hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru clapped his hands, stepping out of the shadows with me and Shursui. As expected of Elder Danzo, your vigilance is still so strong. Danzo's face darkened instantly upon seeing Orochimaru, but he tried to struggle. Orochimaru, I was already preparing to leave Konoha. Let me go. It's not good for either of us to really fight. Orochimaru was directly amused by him. Elder Danzo, are you out of your mind? I've been waiting for you all night. Do you think I'm here to send you off? Others might be negotiable, but today, you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze was sharp as a knife. Then there's nothing to discuss, Danzo ordered, and the root members surged forward like madmen. Orochimaru simply waved his hand, and our ambushed ninja troops jumped out of the forest, directly confronting the root. Let's go, brothers. F and Oil Girl engaged in battle together. Meanwhile, Orochimaru personally approached Danzo. Senior, shall we go? Shursui quietly asked behind me. I opened a snack bag, munching as I said, Go where? We're just here to watch the show. I tell you, that scene was truly brutal. The people from Root are fearless, but the ninjas on Orochimaru's side are even more twisted. You stab him once, and the wound heals in a second. He stabs you, and you're on the ground, seriously injured. I realized right away, good grief, it's all thanks to the cells of Hashirama. The first Hokage is long gone, but the legends are still flying around. It's just a matter of time before these people from Root are ground to death. On the other side, F and Yn Suin were fighting in a way that was heart-wrenching. They knew each other too well, to the point where they didn't need any intelligence analysis. It was the purest taijutsu duel, with the sounds of kunai clashing ringing incessantly. Suddenly, F thrust a kunai forward, and Yn didn't T-dodge at all, instead bracing it with his chest. F wanted to pull back, but it was too late, watching helplessly as the kunai pierced his brother's chest. He rushed to catch the falling Suin, screaming, Why? Why did you do this? Suin coughed up blood, smiling sadly as he said, This is the best way. To die by your hand is my final choice. With his death, he offered his last loyalty to Danzo and freed F from the curse of Root. F, live unto his son, help me take care of the family. After saying those last words, Suin closed his eyes with a smile. F held his body, and his cries echoed throughout the forest. Shursui watched this scene, his voice heavy. Senior, peace is really hard to achieve. I sighed, yes. Every peace is accompanied by death, but we can't leave what needs to be done to the next generation. On the other side, Danzo heard F's cries and knew his men were finished, but he didn't stop his actions, fighting fiercely against Orochimaru. He unleashed a wind release, great breakthrough, and Orochimaru summoned the triple Rashomon, enduring the attack. Then Danzo attempted a wind release, vacuum great sphere, trying to sneak attack. Guess what happened? Orochimaru summoned 1,000 snakes. As soon as they appeared, he said, Orochimaru, this time I won. Before he could finish, he was hit by a wind release and went back home with a bang. Shursui and I were dumbfounded, using his summoned beast as a meat shield. Orochimaru is truly ruthless. Immediately after, Orochimaru summoned a mass of snakes, covering the trees and crawling on the ground. The scene almost made me throw up my dinner, and I quickly stepped back several paces. Once the battle on Orochimaru's side ended, and the Root members were cleaned up, he leisurely said to Danzo, Elder Danzo, your subordinates are gone. Do you want to consider going down to accompany them? Danzo knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today without dealing with Orochimaru, but he didn't know that Shursui and I were watching from the shadows. Just then, with a bang, the door of the Hokage building was burst open. The Umbu, pretending to be unconscious, rushed in and shouted, Hokage-sama, Danzo has escaped. The third Hokage immediately feigned shock, his acting deserving of an Oscar. Jiraiya, Minato, and the two advisors present were all stunned. The Umbu continued to report. It was Root that used Jinjutsu to rescue Danzo. We sacrificed many members. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya exploded. This is outrageous. The third Hokage immediately took advantage of the situation. Jiraiya, Minato, you two take people to chase after him. Capture Danzo alive. The master and disciple received the order and went to organize their team. Once the office was left with only the third Hokage, he murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Danzo, I've given you a chance. Don't waste it. Soon, the village's J-Nin gathered, including Uchiha Fugaku, the Hyuga brothers, Inoshikicho, and Kakashi. Just as Jiraiya announced the mission, Tsunade appeared with Shizune, her eyes red. We're going too. Jiraiya looked at her hungry eyes and couldn't refuse, so he agreed. Thus, a large group charged into the forest. On the battlefield, Danzo had already been stabbed through the heart by Orochimaru, losing another life. Orochimaru, how did you become so strong? This thought filled Danzo's mind as he resurrected. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes seemingly saying, Didn't you guess it? You succeeded? Danzo exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that Orochimaru had really succeeded in his research and hadn't told him. He had invested heavily in this project, and now he felt cheated. Furious, he roared that he would kill Orochimaru and charge forward. But now, in terms of chakra and recovery, he was no match for Orochimaru. Orochimaru easily severed his right hand holding the kunai. Danzo, being tough, remained unfazed, and with his left hand he stabbed the kunai into Orochimaru's body. Just as he felt triumphant, he sensed something was wrong. That sensation was not penetrating flesh. Sure enough, with a bang, Orochimaru transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. Elder Danzo, you're really ruthless, using one hand as bait. Orochimaru's voice came from behind him, full of admiration. Just as Danzo reattached his severed arm and hadn't caught his breath, he saw Orochimaru forming hand seals, and with several bangs, several coffins emerged from the ground. I thought Danzo was going to use the impure world reincarnation, but when the coffin lid opened, out walked two people who looked exactly like Orochimaru. I treat you so well, Danzo, using you to experiment with my creations. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the two clones dashed out at an incredible speed. Danzo blocked one, but the other kicked him hard in the back, sending him crashing into a tree like a cannonball. The two clones didn't give him a moment to breathe, launching a fierce attack. Danzo managed to use the body switch technique to dodge and got behind the two Orochimarus, striking their necks with a kunai, but instead of blood, a white liquid flowed out. The next second, with a loud bang, the two clones self-destructed. The massive explosion took Danzo with it as well. I was completely stunned at the time. Wow, isn't this just the ultimate evolved version of what are you looking at? Just a disagreement, and you're sent to the heavens. Orochimaru's mind is really something else. The explosion in the distance also caught the attention of Jiraiya and the others who were in pursuit. When Minato saw his teacher in a dilemma, he directly said, Teacher, I'll go ahead. After saying that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in an instant. Minato's speed is really fast. He arrived near us in no time. As soon as he hid, he saw countless bodies dressed in Umbu attire, actually from Naruto, and immediately thought it was our people who did this. His killing intent rising instantly. I sensed something was off. Why was he about to make a move? After a moment's thought, I realized he must have misunderstood. I quickly brought out Shizune and called out, Minato-senpai, come out. As soon as Minato saw me, he realized he had made a huge mistake. His mind worked quickly, and he instantly understood that the whole thing about Danzo escaping from prison was a setup, and even the Umbu had been infiltrated. Just as he was about to head towards the battlefield, I reached out to stop him. Minato-senpai, let's just wait here for the results. We were at a standstill, and Jiraiya had arrived with a large group. Upon seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, he asked Minato what was going on. Minato pointed behind me and said, Sensei, all the dead are from the root. Danzo is over there. As soon as Jiraiya heard this, he wanted to charge over. I blocked their path once again. Jiraiya-senpai, let's wait a bit longer and see how the battle turns out. Tsunade, with her fiery temper, couldn't wait and pushed me aside. Kid, get out of the way. I tell you, I didn't even move at that moment. She used all her strength, but I felt like a bottomless pit, and instead, she was knocked back several steps. Jiraiya sensed something was off, stopped Tsunade, and looked at me intently, saying, What if we really want to go over? The group of Jonin behind him also stepped forward, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Shizuka and Kaze brought their people to stand behind me, and both sides were on edge. I took a few steps forward and said calmly, if he can get past. As soon as I finished speaking, my aura began to rise. In an instant, with a loud boom, Jiraiya and everyone else felt as if they had been thrown into a 10,000-meter deep sea. The pressure from all directions made it hard for them to breathe. A few couldn't hold on and directly knelt down, their legs giving way. I quickly regained my composure. Those people looked like they'd just been pulled out of the water, gasping for air, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at me. This was a monster. This was the thought in all of their hearts at that moment. Now, I don't need to say much, right? As soon as I spoke, Jiraiya and the others instinctively averted their gazes. Even the usually fiery Tsunade seemed deflated. On the other side, Orochimaru sensed the commotion and seemed to see through Danzo's despair, saying, "Don't worry, no one will interfere in our battle. If you defeat me, no one will stop you." Hope reignited in Danzo's eyes. Jiraiya and the others could only watch us as spectators. He asked me, "Kakarot, is what Orochimaru said true?" I didn't take my eyes off the battlefield and replied, "Yes. If Orochimaru-senpai loses, I will let Danzo go." No one refuted me because they knew I had that strength. As if to echo my words, Orochimaru suddenly accelerated on the battlefield, and with a hidden shadow snake hands, he bound Danzo, swiftly cutting open his throat. Danzo was dead again. Just when Jiraiya and the others thought it was over, Danzo resurrected once more. "Danzo, you should die." Uchiha Fugaku suddenly shouted in anger. Jiraiya quickly asked him what he had figured out. Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, "That is a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan, Izanagi. At the cost of one Sharingan, it transforms the user's moment of death into a dream." Everyone present gasped in shock. Orochimaru looked at Danzo and began to taunt him. "Elder Danzo, how many lives do you have left?" Danzo felt deep despair. It was over. This was the last one. The 5 Sharingan he had painstakingly gathered were all used up that night. He knew he couldn't escape anymore. Finally, in the face of absolute despair, Danzo chose his own method of death. He believed that no one in this world could judge him, so he chose to take his own life. Orochimaru looked at his corpse and said to the wind, "Take him back. Consider it the last respect for this old rival." Then he nodded at us, ignoring Jiraiya and the others, and headed back to the village. I also greeted Kakashi and turned to leave. Minato looked at the scene of devastation and asked Jiraiya, "Sensei, what do we do now? The mission wasn't completed and people died. How do we report back?" Jiraiya was at a loss and could only say, "Let's go back." Back at the Hokage's office, as soon as Jiraiya reported, the 3rd Hokage was shocked. "What? Danzo is dead?" He looked at Jiraiya as if confirming whether this was a joke. "How'd he die?" "Suicide." "What?" The 3rd Hokage was completely stunned. Danzo would commit suicide? He would rather believe that a pig could climb a tree. In the end, Jiraiya explained everything in detail, and only then did the 3rd Hokage finally accept this fact. Dying 5 times, ultimately driven to despair and taking his own life. He probably thought to himself, "I had you fake your death to escape. How could you actually die?" Truly, human plans cannot keep up with the heavens. You know, the 3rd Hokage was feeling quite frustrated, and his 2 old buddies, Kurenai and Mito, immediately started to tease him. I have to tell you, these 2 old guys are just useless teammates. When Xiaoqun came up, she said, "Risen, isn't Orochimaru going too far?" She and Danzo have had a long-standing friendship for decades, and now she's feeling the sorrow of a rabbit dying with a fox. Mito Gate and also chimed in, "Exactly. How can Orochimaru unilaterally mobilize ninjas? That's against the rules. How many shady deals has he done behind Danzo's back? Now that Danzo is dead, doesn't that mean he's cut off from his source of income? Of course, he's anxious." The 3rd Hokage was listening with a headache, probably cursing inside. "Are you 2 really blind or just pretending? Can't you see that Orochimaru has already taken off? His strength is still on the rise, while my old arms and legs are starting to decline. How can I compete with him?" But could he say that out loud? No. He could only put on a serious face and define the situation. Danzo's betrayal is self-inflicted. Orochimaru did nothing wrong. The implication was that since he couldn't stop it, he would see just how high Orochimaru could fly. As a result, Jiraiya dropped a bombshell before leaving. He said seriously, "Teacher, you must not provoke that guy named Carrot. He's a monster, ridiculously strong. With just a thought, he could flatten Konoha." Wow. When those words came out, the 3rd Hokage almost crushed his pipe while smoking. He knew Carrot was strong, but he didn't expect him to be at such a godly level according to Jiraiya. Once everyone left, the 3rd Hokage turned off the lights alone. The office was pitch dark, with only the sparks from his pipe flickering, illuminating his clouded old face. On the other side, things weren't peaceful at the Uchiha clan either. That is Carrot, went home to sleep after watching the show, but Shursui was intercepted by his clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. On the way, Fugaka brought Shursui back to his home and got straight to the point. Shursui, just how strong is Carrot? I tell you, that moment tonight almost scared Fugaku into activating his Sharingan and spilling secrets he had hidden for years. Shursui replied with 4 words, unfathomable. Fugaku asked again, do you think Orochimaru and Carrot will treat us Uchiha well? He was scared, afraid that Orochimaru would become a second Danzo, constantly eyeing their Sharingan. Then Shursui suddenly countered. Clan leader, have you activated your Sharingan? He had already sensed it. Fugaku didn't hide it either. With a glare, the flashy Sharingan pattern appeared, and his aura instantly shot up to the level of a Hokage. He had kept it from everyone. Did you think that was it? The more explosive part was yet to come. Shursui's eyes also began to spin rapidly, and a few seconds later, a new pair of Sharingan appeared. Who understands? Seeing 2 in one night. Fugaku was overjoyed, pulling Shursui and saying he should return to the clan, claiming that with 2 Hokage-level Uchiha, revival was hopeful. But Shursui flatly refused, saying, it's impossible, clan leader. I tell you this secret just to make you understand that Lord Orochimaru and Lord Carrot don't care whether I have Sharingan or not. What they're doing is to change the entire landscape of the ninja world. As soon as he said that, the little flame that Fugaku had just ignited went out with a puff. He understood that in the face of absolute strength, what good was a Sharingan? They didn't even take it seriously. Once Shursui left, Fugaku spoke to the empty living room. You heard that, right? In the corner, Itachi quietly stepped out. It turned out this kid had been eavesdropping all along. Fugaku asked him what he thought, and Itachi, being a sensible kid, said, you are not wrong. You just want to save the Uchiha in your own way. That night, Konoha was in an uproar, with various clans holding secret meetings, busier than a market. The next day, I slept until noon before getting up, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Kakashi training like crazy. My skin is as thick as a city wall, so I went up and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, little brother, you're so diligent. I'm proud of you. Kakashi rolled his eyes. It's already noon, brother. Clearly, my performance yesterday had stimulated him, and he started to get serious. I looked at him and thought this isn't good. He needs to go out and relax. I dragged him towards the food street, and Kakashi had a wary expression. Where are you taking me? Just so you know, I'm not paying. This kid has been scared of me, tricking him. Don't worry, I've got money today. I pulled him into the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi family and shouted at the boss. Boss, bring out a whole cow's worth. While we were eating, we ran into Sanada from the Hyuga family and his friend Hinata Hizashi. I saw Sanada and thought, wow, he's gained some weight since getting married. I joked with him. Sanada, looks like you're living well. Has your wife been raising you like a pig? While chatting, Sanada suddenly said his wife is about to give birth, and I blurted out, what? You're pregnant? Does your wife know? I left Sanada stunned. Later, to make up for it, I declared that when his child is born, I will be the godfather. It's like I became a dad unexpectedly. After the commotion, Sanada suddenly wanted to play matchmaker and introduce Kakashi to a girl from the Hyuga family. I immediately thought, no way, my brother's girlfriend needs to be arranged by me. I rolled my eyes and came up with a plan. I cleared my throat and told Sanada, hey, don't introduce anyone, my brother already has a girlfriend. Kakashi was dumbfounded at that moment. His expression seemed to say, how come I didn't know? Sanada's gossiping spirit was ignited. Who is it? Who is it? I deliberately lowered my voice and said mysteriously, you know Lady Tsunade, right? Her assistant, Shizun. Before I finished speaking, Sanada shouted, what? Kakashi likes Lady Tsunade. The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant, and everyone turned to look. I quickly tried to smooth things over. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's admiration, admiration. Then I pulled Sanada over and gave him a good lecture. After that, to make him treat us, I started improvising a story, saying that Kakashi and Shizun were childhood sweethearts, innocent and close, but their relationship was interrupted by the Third Great Ninja War. The story was so convincing that I almost believed it myself. Sanada, a married man, listened with red eyes, patting Kakashi's shoulder, and choked out, Kakashi, you've suffered so much. Meanwhile, Kakashi was left speechless, his mouth hanging open, completely petrified. As soon as we left the restaurant, Kakashi snapped back to reality, grabbed my collar, and shouted, you're really something, relying on betraying your brother to make someone else pay the bill. I playfully pried his hand apart and said, when did I ever like being silent? Kakashi spat all over my face. I directly brought up my dad. Kakashi, our dad is getting old and wants to hold a grandchild. You're the eldest. You need to have a family. Oh no, you caught me. We started making a scene in the street, and he chased me to hit me. Guess what? He actually tried to use 1,000 years of death on me. Who understands this, family? He used a shadow clone to sneak behind me, striking that classic pose. In a flash, I executed a counter grab and turned him around. With a pop, he ended up hitting his own shadow clone hard. That scene was so beautiful I couldn't bear to watch. After enough commotion, I took him to the right place, the underground lab of Orochimaru. As soon as we entered, it was filled with Orochimaru submerged in jars. Like something out of a sci-fi movie. I directly asked Orochimaru, the experiment to increase chakra, has it succeeded? Orochimaru said it had, with 2 options. I can only say that Orochimaru's black technology is absolutely ahead of its time in the ninja world. One option was to directly transplant Hashirama's cells, and the other was to seal a chakra storage device called the Tailed Beast. Kakashi's eyes lit up when he heard about Hashirama's cells. After all, he's the god of shinobi. Who wouldn't want a bit of that? He chose Hashirama's cells without hesitation. But let me tell you, the injection process was like hell on earth. As soon as the syringe went in, Kakashi rolled around in pain, screaming heart-wrenchingly. I felt sorry for him and asked Orochimaru if he had any painkillers. Orochimaru looked at me as if I were speaking nonsense and said he only cared about the experiment's results, not the feelings of the test subjects. As soon as I heard that, I thought, fine. I walked to the bedside, looked at my suffering brother, and pondered that this wasn't a solution. So I raised my fist and slammed it against the back of his head with a bang. Kakashi rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The entire laboratory, he fell silent in an instant. I raised my fist and said to the bewildered crowd, "See, sometimes violence can indeed solve problems." By evening, Kakashi still hadn't woken up, so I was outside the lab eating skewers. Shursui suddenly appeared in front of me to report on the Uchiha clan situation. He said that a kid named Uchiha Chuan had gone missing. This kid was the grandson of the elder and had made contact with Madara's people. More importantly, Itachi had discovered that he was being monitored and now wanted to meet me. The next morning, I went to see Kakashi. Orochimaru said he could wake up at any time. I leaned close to his ear and shouted, "Kakashi, wake up." He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was punch me in the face. I caught it steadily, and hey, this strength was at least 10 times greater than before. I was about to tease him about how I'd stayed with him all night, but Kakashi gritted his teeth and said, even though I was unconscious, my senses were still there. "You clearly just came in the morning. It was you who knocked me out with one punch yesterday." We were chatting when Kakashi tried to sit up from the bed, pushing himself up with his hands. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the specially designed metal experimental bed was bent into a U shape by his force. We stared at each other, and Kakashi had an innocent look on his face, as if to say, "It's not my fault, it's the bed's poor quality." I was speechless at the time. I said, "Bro, your internal power went berserk and almost destroyed Orochimaru's laboratory, and you're telling me about being lazy in bed?" Kakashi also reacted, realizing that he just got this new power and still didn't know how to use it well, looking quite embarrassed. Well, this guy truly deserves to be called a genius. He figured out this new power clearly in just 3 days. Of course, I, as his older brother, played a significant role in that. As soon as he learned to control his chakra, he wanted to run off, thinking he was capable now, insisting on sparring with me to get back at me for my years of care. And what was the result? I pinned him to the ground and rubbed his face in it, specifically targeting his handsome face, turning him into a pig head. In the end, I had to rely on Toby to give him emergency cosmetic repair. Family, who understands? Just because he looks a little bit better than me, I, as his older brother, can't help but adjust him a bit, can I? I haven't been idle these past 3 days while beating up my little brother. I've been discussing with Orochimaru how to get the position of Hokage for Naruto. Let me tell you, those in politics have dirty minds. Orochimaru's plan is basically a walking textbook of the art of war. It left me dumbfounded and opened my eyes wide. If it weren't for the fact that he's my teammate, I would have really wanted to physically exorcise him on the spot. Anyway, I just treat this matter as a nuclear deterrent and leave the thinking to the professionals. Once everything was settled, we had just walked out of the lab when, bam, a figure in a green tight suit came rushing over like a signal flare. Might Guy shouted, "Kakashi, when are you and Shizun having your wedding?" It directly overloaded my little brother's CPU. I was so happy inside, it worked. The pit I casually dug 3 days ago through Sonata had fermented into an open secret in all of Konoha in just 3 days. The spread efficiency was simply viral. Soon after, Obito and Rin also came to congratulate us. Obito was so happy, rival -1, while Rin's expression was filled with disappointment. What a pity. But the 3 ironclad straight men present didn't notice a thing. Kakashi's glare was almost cutting me. Could I pamper him? With a flying thunder god, goodbye to you. Hiding my achievements and fame. Let me tell you, this matter has become quite a big deal. Jiraiya, that old pervert, went to Tsunade to blow his own horn, trying to play matchmaker, but ended up getting a good scolding from her. To everyone's surprise, that little girl Shizen actually blushed and tacitly agreed. Tsunade saw this and immediately decided to host a matchmaking event at Minato-sensei's house in the evening. After that, she kicked Jiraiya out and even helped Shizen by saying she must dress up beautifully for the occasion, because no girl can resist a new outfit. I just teleported home, and my dad, Kakashi Hitaki, was sitting there looking at me like a judge examining a criminal. Well, it's time to come clean. It was me. I pulled out my trump card. Dad, do you still want to hold a grandchild? That one sentence left him speechless. We exchanged glances and sighed together. With Kakashi's reserved demeanor, it was hard to say if he could seize the opportunity. To avoid Kakashi's murderous glare, I decided to go out and lay low for a bit. Without hesitation, I packed a few things and teleported straight to Uchiha Shursue's house. This guy was almost having PTSD from my sudden appearances. He said I always teleport in and out unexpectedly. And last time I scared him so badly while he was in the bathroom that he almost wet himself. I didn't care about that. I declared, buddy, the couch is mine for the next few days. He instantly understood and asked if it was because of Kakashi's situation. Wow, even the police department had heard about it. On the other side, the banquet at Minato-sensei's house had ended, and Kakashi was escorting Shizen home. They were just walking around awkwardly chatting while my dad was secretly tailing them, stamping his feet in frustration. But guess what? A bombshell news broke at Minato-sensei's house. Kushina-sensei was pregnant. Minato-sensei went crazy on the spot, spinning in circles while holding Kushina, shouting that he was going to be a dad. This was a huge win for him. Back to Kakashi, while they were chatting, they ended up talking about me. Kakashi was ranting about my glorious deeds over the years. And Shizen was surprisingly interested, even saying she envied our brotherly bond. Family, this is what we call breaking the ice. When they reached her door, Shizen even proactively asked to meet again. Things are looking good, but when Kakashi turned around, he spotted my dad hiding. My dad was so embarrassed that he got angry and scolded Kakashi instead. Kakashi, being the rebellious son, suggested that my dad remarry to have him a younger brother, which almost got him punished on the spot. Kakashi returned home empty-handed, furious because I had already moved in with Shursui, complete with my bedding. That night, while I was having a drink, Shursui brought Itachi over. This kid is something else. He immediately kneeled down and pledged allegiance to me. I asked him why, since his dad was on Minato's side. You should hear his analysis. He said Minato would definitely suppress the big clans, while I, unlike Orochimaru, would crush them with strength. The stronger the clan, the more I liked them because they were better tools. Wow, that perspective and insight left me stunned. This kid even saw through our ultimate goal, unifying the ninja world. I couldn't help but exert some pressure on him, almost sending him and Shursui away. All right, this guy's a talent. I'll take him. 5 days flew by, and it was the day of the Hokage election. As soon as I stepped out, I ran into Kakashi, who looked like he wanted to eat me alive, saying he was almost driven mad by all the people asking for invitations. I couldn't let him off the hook, so I started throwing out some flirty lines, saying it was the nourishment of love. At that moment, Jiraiya and Minato arrived, and I casually teased Jiraiya about when he and Tsunade would tie the knot. Just then, Tsunade appeared behind him, and with a loud bang, Jiraiya was physically taken out of the equation, leaving behind the echo of "Don't slap my face in the wind." Kakashi, witnessing that disaster, quietly said, "Bro, I think not getting married is pretty good." My dad and I said in unison, "No way." We entered the Hokage office, and the Jonin meeting officially started. Jiraiya, sporting a pig's head, also showed up. The third Hokage announced his retirement, and the voting began. I asked Orochimaru how confident he was, and he wore a knowing smile, saying it was just a formality. What happened next? One vote after another was counted, and in the end, there was a tie. Only one vote left. Mito Minion nervously opened the envelope. Minato, 1 vote. I was stunned, thinking, where's the script we agreed on? Half the venue erupted in celebration, and Minato's friends and family had already started partying. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still laughing, which sent chills down my spine. Just as the third was about to announce the result, the meeting room door burst open with a loud bang. 2 Jonin, who should have been long gone, rushed in, shouting, "Hokage-sama, we haven't voted yet." The third was dumbfounded, glancing back at Orochimaru, who returned a knowing smile. Without a second thought, those 2 guys cast their votes for Orochimaru. Let me tell you, it's not normal for me to hold back my strength, right? Who told you, you old money grubber, to hesitate for so long, making me get into the swing of things? If you had just agreed earlier, it would have been done. Do you have to wait until you get a beating to feel comfortable? Seriously. All right, stop looking like you've lost 5 hearts. From now on, you're mine. Specifically responsible for making money for me. Got it? I'll focus on companionship, and you'll focus on earning money. Our roles are clear. But to be honest, while I was recruiting myself as this new walking ATM, that's when things were really stirring in the Hidden Leaf Village. I tell you, the meeting room was dead silent at that moment. Minato, Jiraiya, and the others had expressions on their faces like they had just watched the A-share market crash, glowing green with despair. One moment they thought it was secure, and the next moment they were completely stunned by Orochimaru's sudden victory. The third Hokage slumped into his chair, looking as if he had just been drained of all energy. He knew he had completely lost, unable to outplay his own student. As for Orochimaru, he slowly stood up, a smirk on his face, and said to the third, "Teacher, it's time to announce the results." His tone was so nonchalant, but to the ears of those present, it sounded like a death knell. The old man, like a deflated balloon, trembled as he announced, "The fourth Hokage, Orochimaru." With a bang, the people on Orochimaru's side erupted in cheers, almost lifting the roof off. Orochimaru simply said 3 words. 3 days from now, I will take office. Cool, right? Absolutely cool. Minato's side was in shambles. When he got home and opened the door, he was greeted with a cannonade of cheers from Kushina, Obito, and Rin, who were holding a banner welcoming the Hokage back home. The scene was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Seeing Minato's face, which looked worse than crying, Kushina immediately understood. She rushed over and hugged him, comforting him. It's okay. If it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. You're still young. We can outlast Orochimaru. Family, who understands? Such a practical statement. Soon it was time for the inauguration ceremony. The whole village came, a sea of people. The third Hokage solemnly placed the ugly Hokage hat on Orochimaru's head while mumbling some nonsense about the will of fire. Orochimaru didn't even acknowledge him, directly saying, "I will lead Konoha to new heights," which left the old man speechless on the spot. Let me tell you, when Orochimaru took the stage, he was incredibly decisive. First, he promoted Uchiha Shursui to the head of the police department and even established a publicity office specifically for the Uchiha clan, promoting their dedication and responsibility in the village, essentially whitewashing the Uchiha clan. What a contrast! The Uchiha, once universally reviled, had now become a model department, and the villagers even started to help them out. Then, he kicked Tsunade, who was always hiding from her debts, back to the Konoha hospital to be the director. As for Jiraiya, that old pervert, Orochimaru couldn't be bothered with him, but he came running on his own, crying while hugging Orochimaru's leg, reminiscing about their childhood and their battles together, tears flowing like they were free. In the end, he left happily, reportedly after Orochimaru granted him a large budget for his research and a lifetime VIP pass to the village bathhouse. Once he settled these people down, Orochimaru's real work began. He had Kabuto find the 2 old advisors, Kurenai Akihiko and Mito Gate, with ironclad evidence of their embezzlement of war supplies. Let me tell you, that ledger was shocking. It nearly emptied Konoha's coffers. The most audacious move came next. Orochimaru didn't handle it himself, but tossed this hot potato, along with all the evidence, directly to Minato, instructing him to investigate. He even transferred command of the Umbu to him. What is this? It's giving the ousted prince a chance to redeem himself, as well as a declaration of allegiance. It's signaled to everyone. Either you work with me, or you end up with those 2 old geezers. Minato, the honest man, was enraged upon seeing the evidence. His eyes turned red. He teamed up with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans and immediately began arresting people without a second thought. In those few days, the Umbu prison in Konoha was packed like a can of sardines. The entire village was on edge, and the smart ones realized that the new Hokage was intent on a thorough purge of the old regime. Those 2 old geezers panicked completely and scrambled to the third Hokage's house for help. The third, furious, pointed his finger at them and scolded. "I told you to retire long ago. You cling to power, and now look what has happened. The snake has got its mouth around your neck, and only now do you think to run?" They cried and begged to resign and to surrender all their assets, just hoping to save their lives. The third sighed, his heart softened, and decided to help them plead for mercy. What happened next? The third arrived at the Hokage building only to be stopped by the Umbu. The Umbu member, expressionless, said, "Former Lord, the Hokage says he is not here." At that moment, the third Hokage completely understood. He looked up at the office window he had sat in for decades, knowing that Orochimaru was watching him from there. He said nothing, sighed, and his figure instantly aged 20 years. In the office, Orochimaru put down the telescope and coldly ordered the Umbu. Notify Minato. It's time to close the net. Minato and Jiraiya rushed straight to the third's house, where the two old men were still waiting. Upon seeing Minato, they rushed over like they had found a lifeline, asking if they could exchange money for their lives. Minato looked at them with eyes as cold as ice. Elders, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Lord Orochimaru has given you a chance. As soon as these words were spoken, the two old men lost all their spirit and directly collapsed to the ground. Resist? With what? The place was full of Umbu, and inside were Jiraiya and a yellow flash. Were they supposed to resist with their heads? A little show of strength was more than enough to intimidate them. The next day, news of the two major advisors of Konoha being corrupt exploded throughout the village. An era was completely ended by Orochimaru in the most ruthless and stable way possible. On the other side, HatakeKarotto had just beaten Kakuzu from the sky down to the ground, and let me tell you, it felt amazing. I clapped my hands, looking at the human-shaped pit I had just made from using him as a punching bag, not feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. Come on, this guy is said to be immortal. Where else could I find such a top-notch human punching bag? It would be a shame not to hit him a few more times. Kakuzu crawled out of the pit, looking incredibly frustrated, wanting to curse but not daring to, only managing to squeeze out of you. I walked over, patted him on the shoulder affectionately, and said earnestly, "Brother, let bygones be bygones. We must look forward." As for me, I was already moving on, but I didn't know if he could. To celebrate his voluntary joining on my luxurious team, I waved my hand. "Let us go team building. I'll treat." Then, Kakuzu experienced what it meant to have a Saiyan-level appetite. I tell you, the owner of that barbecue restaurant looked at me like he was seeing Godzilla come to town. When it came time to settle the bill, I slapped Kakuzu's shoulder. "Brother, it's your turn." Looking at the string of zeros on the bill, Kakuzu's face turned pale, even whiter than when I had just beaten him. Family, who understands? At that moment, he probably felt like he wanted to die, but he held it in. After all, money can be earned again, but if his life was gone, he wouldn't be able to make money for me anymore. Hey, my new ATM little brother is all about being flexible. While I was gorging myself, I suddenly sensed a particularly evil aura coming from Konoha. The Nine Tails? TSK. Not a big deal. The people in the village should be able to handle it. I continued to focus on my food. But what I didn't know was that the atmosphere in Konoha was incredibly tense. Kushina, my fourth brother-in-law's wife, was about to give birth tonight. Orochimaru had arranged the scene in such a way that it was airtight. The three legendary ninjas, Minato, Shursui, and Fugaku, were standing there like gatekeepers, fearing the Nine Tails might escape. Minato was outside the delivery room, anxious as a spinning top. It hurts. I don't want to give birth." Kushina's screams echoed from inside, and Minato's heart was twisted in anguish. Tsunade shouted from inside, "Keep going. The head is coming out." Kakashi and Obito clumsily comforted Minato. But let me tell you, at that moment, no advice was useful. Just then, with a loud cry, the baby was born. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly a furious shout came from inside. "Who are you?" Minato and the others kicked the door open and were immediately dumbfounded. A man in a black robe, wearing a whirlpool mask, was holding the weak and exhausted Kushina. That pair of Sharingan eyes was recognized by everyone. With a flicker, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope, and he roared at Kushina. "Come out, Nine Tails." Boom! The seal within Kushina's body exploded, and a red chakra storm blew everyone away. In the next second, a massive fox, blocking out the sun, appeared in the center of Konoha. The Nine Tails had emerged. The masked man arrogantly introduced himself. "I am Uchiha Madara." I tell you, everyone present, including Orochimaru, felt their heads buzz. Madara? That old relic was supposed to be long dead. How could he be so young? But there was no time for them to be shocked. The masked man used a Jinjutsu to control the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails opened its mouth to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru reacted the fastest, summoning 3 ghost-faced gates that rose from the ground, forcefully blocking the tailed beast bomb, but the explosion still echoed throughout Konoha. Orochimaru and Jiraiya summoned the Great Serpent and Gamabunta, respectively. What happened? The 2 summoning beasts were toyed with by the Nine Tails. One was whipped into the ground, and the other was beaten all over by the Nine Tails' tail. Jiraiya panicked and yelled at Orochimaru, "Where's Kakarotto? What did that kid run off to?" Orochimaru coldly replied, "He's not in the village." Jiraiya was dumbfounded. The strongest trump card in the village was absent. How could they fight? But he was also a man of determination. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, watch my Sage Mode, Jiraiya." Then he started to perform the summoning, preparing to enter Sage mode. At this moment, the main support team from Konoha finally arrived. My dad, Tsukumo Hitaki, the clan leaders of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, the Hyuga brothers, and Fugaku Uchiha were all there. With a command from Orochimaru, everyone charged forward. What happened? The Inuzuka clan used a series of ancestral combo moves. No effect. The Yamanaka clan almost became idiots trying to control the Nine-Tails' mind. The Nara clan Shadow couldn't even hold down the Nine-Tails' foot for a second. The Hyuga brothers attacked the Nine-Tails with their 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Acupoint ceiling? What good would that do against a chakra mass? It was all in vain. Just then, my dad, Konoha White Fang Tsukumo Hitaki moved. A flash of white light, and swish, the Nine-Tails' 2 tails were cut off. Now, that was professional. The Nine-Tails, in pain, unleashed an enormous tailed beast bomb again. Just as it seemed like they were about to be wiped out, Jiraiya finally arrived in Sage mode, wielding an equally large Rasengan to clash with it. A massive explosion occurred, creating a giant pit in the ground. Next, Might Guy arrived, opening the 8th gate. The blue steam radiating from him was like he had activated nitrous for acceleration, and he charged in to fight the Nine-Tails. Every punch landed with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground. But the 8th gate was too taxing. Might Guy quickly couldn't hold on, and just as he was about to be skewered by a giant tree lifted by the Nine-Tails, Orochimaru reached out with a snake hand and pulled him back. The farce should have ended here. Orochimaru said slowly. As Hokage, he could no longer allow this thing to rampage in the village. Then he formed hand seals and pressed his hands to his forehead. Buzz. Black patterns instantly spread all over his body, making him glow. I tell you, that aura was rising rapidly, and he was no longer human. He was a god. Jiraiya was immediately dumbfounded. Orochimaru wasted no words and charged in with a punch, forcing the Nine-Tails back. Then, he truly transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the Nine-Tails and delivering a flurry of explosive punches. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and someone suddenly realized, this technique looks so much like Kakarotto's fighting style. Of course, this was just a low-budget, knockoff version of my technique. On the other side, the masked man who called himself Madara was also busy, being beaten by Minato, Fugaku, and Shursui. Although his space ninjutsu was slippery, he couldn't withstand the assault from 3 top-tier experts, especially Shursui, whose body flicker technique was so fast it left afterimages. The masked man was being beaten back step by step and still wanted to incite Fujitake and Shursui. But the 2 brothers directly activated their Susanoo and slapped him across the face. Just as he was about to be captured on the spot, suddenly, a large number of white, gooey, humanoid monsters, those white Zetsus, emerged from underground. Wow, a sea of people tactic, taking advantage of the chaos. The masked man directly used a space jump and escaped. He ran faster than anyone. Minato and the others were entangled by this group of cannon fodder and could only watch him run away helplessly. After Minato cleared the white Zetsus, he remembered Kushina and immediately used the Flying Thunder God to head back. Only Fujitake and Shursui were left at the scene. Fujitake stared intently at Shursui, as if his gaze was saying that he must know him. Shursui simply replied, "Clan leader, some things are better left unknown." After saying that, he also vanished in an instant. At that moment, Fujitake stood there, feeling that he was truly a failure as a clan leader. Just as he left, a group of Umbu appeared as if they were clocking in for work, popping up all at once without a word to start handling the scene. Their level of proficiency making my eyelids twitch. I'm telling you, on the other side, Minato's heart was almost shattered. As soon as he arrived, he saw his wife Kushina, and oh my, her face was as pale as paper, completely lacking her usual spicy demeanor, barely hanging on to life. Minato's eyes turned red immediately, holding her hand, his voice trembling as he hurriedly asked Tsunade beside him, "Tsunade, is there any way? I'm begging you." Tsunade also had a serious expression, stating plainly that there were only 2 options. 1, to force the Nine-Tails that had just run out back into Kushina's body, using its chakra to sustain her life. But the problem was in her current state, Kushina could barely move a finger, let alone perform sealing techniques. The other option was to find a giant power bank to replenish her life force. Both options sounded like a fantasy. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Orochimaru, who was already engaged in battle with the Nine-Tails. The scene was like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. The Nine-Tails threw a punch that felt like a small mountain. But Orochimaru dodged with a snake-like maneuver, leaping onto the Nine-Tails' arm, running in reverse parkour. He reached the Nine-Tails' face and, without saying a word, landed several punches that made the Nine-Tails see stars, ultimately dislocating its jaw with a kick, sending its massive body flying. The Nine-Tails was enraged, getting up from the ground and cursing. "You damn ant, you've completely angered me." Its fur bristled, and chakra surged out like it was free. The tail that had been severed earlier grew back, and the Nine-Tails danced wildly, claws and tails attacking in a 360-degree assault. But Orochimaru seemed to be playing on easy mode, highly focused, weaving through the onslaught like a pro. However, he was still human, and as soon as his concentration wavered, the Nine-Tails seized the opportunity. One tail swept fiercely across Orochimaru's abdomen, sending him flying. Just as the Nine-Tails was feeling triumphant, it suddenly felt a chill at the base of its tail. Looking back, it was shocked to see Orochimaru had coiled part of its tail into a scroll. It turned out he had intentionally left an opening, using injury to exchange for equipment. Now, the Nine-Tails was completely on the defensive, having its tail cut twice in one night. Who could bear that? It seemed to enter a mode of unlimited firepower, using tailed beast bombs like regular attacks, exploding everything in sight, turning the entire forest into a lunar landscape. Orochimaru was being chased all over, looking utterly disheveled. But while the Nine-Tails was busy enjoying itself, it didn't notice the small saplings beneath it, greedily absorbing its leaking chakra and growing wildly. By the time it realized, countless branches had wrapped around its limbs like pythons. The more it struggled, the more chakra it expended, causing the branches to grow faster and tighter. In no time, the Nine-Tails was wrapped into a gigantic green zongzi. I'm telling you, Orochimaru's brain is something else. He had developed a new style of wood release specifically to countertail beasts. When Jiraiya and Minato arrived, they were dumbfounded. Orochimaru had taken down the Nine-Tails all by himself. His fighting power was several versions ahead of them. Just as Minato was about to ask where the Nine-Tails was, a massive explosion occurred as the gigantic wood release sphere burst. The shockwave was like a typhoon, throwing surrounding ninjas into disarray. The Nine-Tails emerged again, even more furious than before. Orochimaru's sage mode time had also run out, and as the glow faded, he realized he was in trouble. The Nine-Tails saw him, its eyes turning red, and it opened its mouth to unleash an instant-tailed beast bomb. Just in time, Minato grabbed Orochimaru and Jiraiya with one hand each, and whoosh. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. In an instant, the three disappeared, and the next second, a massive crater exploded at their previous location. The Nine-Tails, unable to find them, went wild running around. Soon, it locked onto a chakra signature and discovered Orochimaru standing alone in an open area. The Nine-Tails mocked. "Ant, have you chosen your grave yet?" Orochimaru quietly stared at it, his gaze as lifeless as looking at an inanimate object. The Nine-Tails couldn't take this and charged at him, only to find it was another shadow clone. Realizing it had been tricked again, the Nine-Tails howled in anger. Just as it was about to gather a supersized tailed beast bomb to obliterate the area, countless ninjas suddenly emerged from all directions, forming hand seals, and numerous golden chains bound the Nine-Tails tightly. It was the Vortex clan's adamantine sealing chains. On Hokage Rock, the Masked Man and Black Zetsu were watching as bystanders, complaining about how broken this sealing technique was and muttering about forming a villain team to counter Konoha's monsters, as they couldn't take them on one-on-one. But these ninjas weren't Vortex clan members, so the adamantine sealing chains were just a low-tier version, and they soon began to snap. At this critical moment, let me tell you, the savior arrived. Kushina, supported by Tsunade. She looked like she was about to fall apart with every step. But the golden chains flying from her were thicker than all the others combined. They tightly wrapped around the Nine-Tails. Minato rushed over to supply her with chakra, but she had just given birth and was too weak, clearly in a tug-of-war with the Nine-Tails and losing. Just as Kushina seemed about to give in, Orochimaru finally revealed his trump card. He had Shursui summon a scroll, which contained one of his clones. Then he activated his ultimate technique, with hands forming seals. A chain even thicker than Kushina's emerged from his body, directly suppressing the Nine-Tails' arrogant demeanor. Jiraiya's eyes were about to pop out. He never expected Orochimaru could use sealing techniques. It turned out Orochimaru had long prepared a backup body using Hashirama's cells, specifically for unleashing such one-time powerful techniques. Once this body was used up, it would be wasted. But he had already prepared a new one. Seeing Orochimaru again, the Nine-Tails mentality completely collapsed. It thought it could run rampant without Hashirama and Madara, but didn't he expect another Orochimaru to show up? It was simply its nemesis. Just as Orochimaru was about to drag the Nine Tails back into Kushina's body, she suddenly shouted for him to stop. She looked at the child in Minato's arms and made a shocking decision that stunned everyone: to split the Nine Tails in half, sealing one half in her body and the other half in her son's body. Wow, a mother would go to such lengths for her child. Orochimaru, as Hokage, confirmed the couple's wishes, and with hands forming seals, a gigantic Grim Reaper shadow appeared behind him. The dead demon consuming seal. The Grim Reaper sliced the Nine Tails soul in half, one half returning to Kushina's body, and the other half sealed within the baby Naruto. After using his ultimate technique, that Orochimaru's body was completely wasted, and the real Orochimaru transformed into a small white snake, slithering out of his mouth, seamlessly transitioning into the spare body prepared by Shursui, resurrecting on the spot. I was dumbfounded at that moment. This guy treats his life as a consumable for the sake of research. Anyway, the Nine Tails incident came to a close. The next day, on the protagonist Carrot's side, the tone shifted dramatically. He woke up in the morning, had breakfast, and caught Kakashi, this unfortunate fellow, for a hefty meal, making him pay the bill, leaving our money-loving Kakashi green with envy. As the two walked down the street, Carrot suddenly asked Tako, "Have you heard gods?" Kakashi looked at him like he was crazy, saying that those were just made-up stories. Carrot smiled, his eyes shining frighteningly. In my case, they are quite formidable opponents. Kakashi was completely stunned. You want to slay a god? Carrot shook his head, saying those so-called gods were merely beings with power beyond human comprehension. Before Kakashi could react, Carrot tore open space like it was a piece of paper, grabbing Kakashi by the collar and pulling him in. Kakashi's entire worldview collapsed. As soon as I landed, a muffled voice echoed in my mind. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Carrot arrogantly replied, "The one who will kill you." Without saying another word, they started fighting. Let me tell you, that scene was something Jiao Du had never seen in his life. Two deities were battling, and he, as a mere mortal, felt like a small boat in a storm, getting shaken by the residual waves until he foamed at the mouth and fainted. On the contrary, Carrot became more and more excited as he fought, bursting with golden energy, howling in enjoyment of this long-lost feeling of pain. He treated that deity like a punching bag, kicking it from the sky down to the ground, creating a massive pit. The deity was getting beaten so badly that it was almost dissipating, finally conceding and acknowledging Carrot's strength, even asking for his name. Carrot proudly stated his full name and then, with a look of regret, said, "You're losing your power too quickly. I haven't even used my full strength yet." He could tell at a glance that this deity was surviving on the faith of its followers, and now that the followers were gone, it was close to perishing. Carrot casually guessed, is it because of the Otsutsuki clan? That sentence hit like thunder, stunning the deity. How do you know? It had a face like it had seen a ghost. This history had long been erased. How could anyone on this planet still know about it? Seeing the deity's reaction, Carrot realized he had guessed correctly. The deity was also quite talkative and began to recount ancient tales through gritted teeth, saying they used to be powerful. But then two Otsutsuki descended from the heavens and directly defeated their local gods, with many dead and wounded. It was now hiding in a different dimension, barely surviving. What was even funnier was that the two Otsutsuki ended up fighting among themselves, and the last one remaining was sealed by the three great sacred lands. Carrot listened with great interest, wanting to know how his strength compared to the Otsutsuki. He asked, "So how do you think my strength compares to theirs?" The deity became serious. "Let me see your full power." All right. As soon as Carrot finished speaking, he pulled his hands to his waist and suddenly began to unleash his energy. The golden aura surged wildly, shaking the entire space violently. Even waking up the unconscious Jiao Du, when he opened his eyes, he saw Carrot suspended in midair like a small sun, his mouth agape in shock, wide enough to fit an egg. Crack, crack. The space began to show cracks. The deity's face turned pale, losing its composure, and it shouted for him to stop. 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 If you keep going, this place will explode. Goodness, I had just managed to stabilize my energy, and the space was finally steady. I raised an eyebrow at the deity and asked, "So, how is it? This is only half of my power. Does it look okay to you?" "I'll tell you." The way he looked at me was not just looking at a person. It was like looking at some prehistoric giant beast. He stammered, How'd a monster like you come about?" His strength could beat the six paths, but dealing with those Otsutsuki guys would still be a bit of a hassle. Time and space, right? I directly pointed it out to him. He nodded, looking constipated. "Looks like you know everything." Those guys, traversing time and space is like going home for a visit. Really too shameless. When this came up, he couldn't stay calm again. Probably recalling the embarrassing history of being made a fool of. Didn't you say there were two? One is locked up on the moon. What about the other? The other one, that guy is really strong luck. He managed to survive in that situation and even found a poor guy to parasitize. I was so frustrated watching that. If I could have gotten out, I would have physically exorcised him for sure. I looked at him with a face full of disdain. So you come here every day to spy on people? What kind of look is that? I'm just trying to understand my enemy. He got anxious. I believe you. I believe you. I nodded frantically, holding back my laughter. Anyway, later on, that guy somehow disappeared right under my nose. I suspect he already knew I was watching him and intentionally hid. Can't find him? That's easy. As soon as I finished speaking, I teleported right in front of his face, my hand pressed against his forehead. Don't be nervous, relax. Just think about that big Otsutsuki. The next second, all the information about that big Otsutsuki, including his unique energy signature, was directly copied and pasted into my brain. Goodness. As long as he is still in this world, I can drag him out. Once I was done, I shouted to the still dazed Kakuzu, let us go. Stop doubting life over there. Kakuzu jolted and hurried to catch up. The way he looked at me now was like he was looking at the god of wealth, no, even more affectionate than that. You're just leaving like this? The deity was taken aback. Weren't you here to kill me? Kill you? I'm just messing with you, I laughed. I came here just to find someone strong to practice on, and I also got the information I wanted from you. Why would I kill you? You're living off faith. Once no one believes in you anymore, you'll just vanish on your own. No need for me to lift a finger. Besides, you've also protected this planet, I saw that. I casually tore open a spatial rift, stepping 1 foot through it, and turned back to say to him, you keep a good eye on those Otsutsuki, I'll take care of them. Wait a minute, Carrot. I turned around. My name is Wind, as free as the wind. Wind, a good name, I will remember it. Goodbye. I stepped out, and behind me came his soft whisper. Farewell. My friend. I tell you, ever since I went with Jiao, it was like opening the moat of the world is so big. I want to see it, and before I knew it, several years had passed. We wandered around the world, specifically looking for those evil gods hiding in the corners and fighting them. Some of them, not knowing better, insisted on doing things like human sacrifices. And I definitely couldn't let that slide, so I took them down along with their divine kingdoms. But this really put my partner Jiao in a tough spot. His meager savings were completely spent by us over the years. In the end, we had to rely on robbing the rich to help the poor, essentially raiding the lairs of those evil gods just to barely get by. Finally, we took a boat back to the mainland. As soon as I got off the boat, I spread my arms and shouted, I'm back. Jiao next to me had a look on his face that said, I don't know this fool. I looked around and frowned. Something's not right. This place looks like a ghost town. I remember this port in the land of waves was quite prosperous a few years ago. Kakuzu was also puzzled. Yeah, I used to do some business here. It shouldn't be like this. A passerby uncle sighed. Young man, you're talking about a few years ago. Now the entire country's economic lifeline is monopolized by a black-hearted businessman named Karotto. His companion quickly pulled him aside, looking around in fear. Are you trying to get yourself killed? After saying that, the two of them ran off like they had seen a ghost. Well, that was a dead end. I shrugged. Where to now? Home. I threw my arm around Kakuzu's shoulder. He was stunned for a moment. Home? What home? My home is your home. After these years, Kakuzu has long become my brother for life. Kakuzu forced a grim smile, but his eyes were genuinely warm. All right, let's go home. Just then, as we started heading back to Konoha, we heard a clattering sound ahead. We exchanged glances and, in tacit agreement, concealed ourselves and climbed to the treetops to watch. Well, this is interesting. Isn't that my little brother Kakashi leading his team 7 on a mission? A blonde guy, a cool dude with a fan print on his clothes, and a pink-haired girl. I was stunned at that moment. Isn't this just the youth version of Class 7? But wait, Naruto's parents are alive and well in this lifetime, and Sasuke has Itachi and Shursui teaching him. I can understand those two graduating early. But what's up with Sakura? Is she also getting a power-up? I was pondering when that guy Zabuza below suddenly used the mist technique, and in an instant, visibility dropped to 0. From within the thick fog came Zabuza's eerie voice. Forehead, neck, or chest? Which will it be? This sent a shiver down the spines of the few little brats. Ding! With a crisp sound, Kakashi and Zabuza started fighting in the mist. However, since it was Zabuza's home turf, my dear little brother suffered a bit and was forced back by a slash. Zabuza, being the honest guy he is, insisted on finishing all 44 hand seals before a water dragon roared forward. As a result, Kakashi easily jumped away, landing on the water's surface as if he had anticipated it. I thought to myself, this is bad. Zabuza was waiting for this moment. Water release, water prison technique. With a slap, Kakashi was trapped inside a water sphere. Naruto and Sasuke panicked. Impossible. How could Kakashi-sensei lose? Only Naruto, with a knowing expression, was probably thinking, my teacher is just putting on a tactical performance, and now he's acting for me. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Kakashi in the water prison grinning at him. Zabuza was still pretending to be cool. Kakashi, your students are about to kick the bucket. Do you have any last words? Really? I can't tell, Kakashi replied, still looking lazy. Stubborn. Zabuza created a water clone and charged at Naruto and the others with his big sword. Sasuke reacted the fastest, performing a dazzling display with a shuriken. But Zabuza accelerated and dodged it all. Naruto was even more direct, using the shadow clone technique. Dozens of Narutos rushed forward shouting. The scene was quite lively, but it was useless. Zabuza took down one little brat with each slash, bang 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 like firecrackers. As Naruto's clones dwindled, Zabuza shouted to Kakashi in the water prison. See, your students are going to be wiped out. All your fault. Oh, I don't think so, Kakashi replied, still looking relaxed. After Zabuza dispatched the last shadow clone, he kicked Naruto's real body away and was about to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Sasuke shouted loudly, his eyes suddenly turning red, with two tomos spinning inside. His speed surged, and he managed to block Zabuza's decapitating sword with a kunai. Sharingan? Zabuza muttered, but it's useless. With a burst of strength, Sasuke was sent flying, along with Naruto, who landed in a heap. Kids, the game is over. Zabuza stepped closer, his killing intent as thick as unyielding ink. Just when Naruto and the others felt they were about to suffocate, Kakashi in the water prison finally spoke lazily. If you keep playing around like this, I might have a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly crackled with blinding lightning, and with a punch, the sturdy water prison shattered into pieces. Zabuza's eyes nearly popped out. He had never seen a water prison break like that. Kakashi's figure flickered, the lightning streaked past, and Zabuza's water clone evaporated on the spot. He turned back, flashed a handsome smile at Naruto and Sasuke, and then looked back at Zabuza. You did that. On purpose? Zabuza's teeth were nearly grinding together. He finally realized he had been treated like a beginner village elite monster, helping Kakashi's students farm experience. No, Kakashi shook his finger seriously. It wasn't intentional. It was deliberate. Let them experience the real ninja world, and you came just in time. Wow, Zabuza was so furious he started laughing. All right, I, Zabuza Momochi, am actually being treated as a teaching tool. He gripped his big sword tightly, leaped from the water surface, and swung it down at Kakashi. Boom! The ground was directly cut open. Kakashi easily dodged, but the fog thickened again. The two resumed their clashing sounds in the mist. Below, Sakura was almost crying, asking Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, is he all right? Sasuke replied with certainty, don't worry, his strength is far from just this. I can't help but laugh. This kid is quite perceptive. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, blood splattered in the mist. It was Kakashi's kunai that pierced through Zabuza's arm, which he used to block. Zabuza grimaced in pain, pushing Kakashi back with a knife, pulling out the kunai, blood gushing out. As the thick fog dissipated, he began to form hand seals. But as soon as he moved, Kakashi moved as well, with the same actions, speed, and even the same gaze. Sharingan. Sasuke was stunned. Naruto quietly educated him from the side. My dad said that was a gift from the Uchiha clan leader. On the field, the two looked like they were mirroring each other, simultaneously shouting. Water style. Great waterfall technique. Let me tell you, that scene was like two fire hydrants exploding at the same time, two huge waves crashing into each other, and the entire forest was instantly flattened. But obviously, Kakashi's chakra was stronger. His water wave directly overpowered Zabuza, slamming him against a big tree. Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, Kakashi appeared beside him, a kunai pressed against his neck. You lost. Naruto and the others jumped up in excitement. Just then, Kakashi suddenly looked up and said towards our hiding spot, friends over there, you've been watching for a while, it's time to come out, right? Naruto and the others were startled and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Zabuza was also taken aback, wondering if there were others. Kakuzu glanced at me. You've been discovered. That's because he got too excited and let it slip. I rolled my eyes. If you don't come out, I'm going to take action. Kakashi's voice came. Well, hiding was no longer an option. Kakuzu and I jumped down from the tree. Kakashi, my dear brother, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. I greeted him with a smile. Kakashi's face stiffened. He was embarrassed that I had witnessed the whole thing. Naruto poked Sasuke. Hey, he said he is Kakashi-sensei's brother. Sasuke ignored him, staring at me intently, his eyes filled with scrutiny and confusion. At that moment, I sensed an interesting aura and sent a thought over. Hey, big fox, don't hide. The nine tails inside Naruto instantly went berserk, roaring in my mind. Who are you? Don't be nervous. I chuckled. The person you've been waiting for is this kid, right? Just follow him well. The nine tails fell silent instantly, probably stunned by my words. It kicked Naruto's consciousness out and began pondering. When Naruto came to his senses, he saw me smiling meaningfully at him. Kakashi gave me a complicated look, then without further ado, swiftly knocked Zabuza out with a chop. Just when we thought it was all over, Kakashi suddenly turned around, his right hand crackling with lightning, and without a word, charged straight at my face. Wow, let me tell you, my dear brother was really going all out. That Raikiri crackled with energy, even more powerful than shattering that water prison earlier, coming at me like a lightning warrior, with an intent to obliterate me. The little kids beside us, Naruto and Sasuke, looked like their eyes were about to pop out, probably thinking, family, who understands? Is this really a brother? The welcome gift is sending someone to the afterlife, right? But I thought, what's the big deal? It was just about pushing you towards Shizune for a pairing back in the day. Is it worth holding a grudge until now? So petty. Just as that lightning attack was about to hit my face, I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. I simply extended my right hand, spread my fingers, and with a swift motion, I stopped his fully charged attack. With a thunderous boom, dust flew everywhere, and Naruto and the others quickly covered their faces, fearing they'd get hit by flying stones. When the dust settled, we found ourselves standing in a big pit, and my hand was still firmly gripping Kakashi's fist. Sasuke looked dumbfounded, probably feeling that his aloof worldview had been slightly shaken. He had never seen Kakashi so fierce. Usually, he looked half asleep, wandering around with that little book. But today, wow, he was radiating electricity, sharp as if he had drawn a blade. Naruto was about the same, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg, probably calculating whether his revenge plan for the 1,000 years of pain should be indefinitely postponed. Kakazu, the old miser, wore an expression of I understand, after all. Having been around me for a long time, he knew how troublesome I could be. He was probably thinking that if he could beat me, he would have personally taught me a lesson, not to mention his own brother Kakashi, who had grown up under my care. I purposely put on a very hurt expression and said to Kakashi, "Oh, my dear brother, I am truly flattered by this welcoming gift." He let out a cold snort and replied, "The surprise is still to come." As soon as he finished speaking, he magically pulled out a kunai with his left hand and stabbed it toward my wrist, where I was holding his fist. I had no choice but to let go of him, and he took the opportunity to pull out a scroll, bit his finger, and smeared it on the scroll, summoning a katana. He gripped the sword with both hands, and his chakra surged, covering the entire blade, while the lightning crackled around him, making him look like a moving power bank. As soon as I saw him, I chuckled. This kid, after not seeing him for a few years, is trying to steal my explosive anger. Huh? Although he's using lightning to stimulate his body for a force speed boost, which is far from my pure reliance on chi, it still looks quite similar. "I'm coming," he shouted, and in an instant he disappeared, reappearing right in front of my face, swinging down a knife. I sidestepped to avoid it, and he swept horizontally, but I performed a bridge pose with the tip of the knife grazing my belly as it passed. It was incredibly fast, fierce, and precise, each strike aimed at my vital points. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we had a deep-seated grudge against each other. But no matter how fast he was, could he be faster than me? My movement technique was like it had a script, focusing on extreme pulls. Always just a tiny bit off, making it impossible for him to land a hit. While I was dodging, I provoked, "Is that all? Can you go any faster, my dear brother?" Naruto was stunned beside me, probably thinking I was incredibly arrogant, acting tough even while being chased and attacked. Sasuke rarely nodded, which seemed to agree with Naruto's view. Kakashi, triggered by my taunt, got fired up. The lightning around him crackled brighter, and the ground beneath him started to crack. He swung his sword, and the blade's energy carried the lightning, creating an explosion on the ground. Hey, now, this is getting interesting. His Hitaki family's swordsmanship emphasizes speed above all, and now combined with lightning, the speed was simply outrageous. The people present probably couldn't even see the shadow of the sword. Only the ground we passed looked like it had been plowed, covered with blade marks. Even Kakuzu was shocked, saying that with Kakashi's current level, he would get beaten up if he approached. Just then, Kakashi thrust his sword at me. I jumped back, thinking I had dodged it, but the chakra on his blade suddenly extended, heading straight for my heart. The smug look on his face suggested he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. With a thud, the chakra blade pierced through my body. The younger ones were stunned, probably thinking, what the hell, is he really dead? What kind of explosive brotherhood is this? It was Sasuke's Sharingan that noticed something was off. How come I was pierced, but not a single drop of blood was shed? Kakashi also felt something was wrong, as if he had stabbed the air. The next moment, I clapped my hand lightly on his right shoulder. Two of me. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. One of me was being stabbed, while the other was grinning behind Kakashi. The pierced version of me slowly faded away. They finally understood that it wasn't a clone technique, but merely an afterimage left by my incredible speed. I tell you, at that moment, I was so close to being defeated by this kid. It would have been a disgrace for me as his older brother. Kakashi reacted quickly, retracting his blade and thrusting it backward. However, I anticipated that he would anticipate my move, so I took a step back just in time to dodge. Immediately after, with a bang, he created a shadow clone, and they attacked me from both the left and right. At that moment, I thought it was enough. I stretched out my right hand and raised my index finger, channeling my energy upwards. With a series of clashing sounds, the fierce and storm-like sword techniques from the two of them were all blocked by just one of my fingers. That scene, I ask you, was it elegant or not? Sasuke's jaw nearly dislocated. I guess his worldview was being reshaped. I seized an opportunity, clamping one of the katanas with 2 fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Then I exerted force with my fingers, and with a crack, the chakra-infused sword was snapped in half. Taking advantage of Kakashi's moment of shock, I instantaneously appeared in front of his clone and pointed a finger at his forehead. Boom! The clone exploded. The pain transmitted back to his original body, and Kakashi gasped sharply, probably feeling a significant headache. Now he realized he couldn't keep playing around. If this dragged on, his condition wouldn't hold up. I saw him position the broken sword in front of him and began to crazily pour chakra into it, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. The sword shone like a little sun. I didn't move either. Just wanted to see what new tricks he had up his sleeve after all these years. As a result, wow, his build-up directly triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning erupted from the clouds, as if a calamity was about to descend. Naruto was so scared he sat down on the ground, and Sasuke's legs were trembling. Kakazu, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. What the heck? Are these two really going to fight to the death? Wasn't it just that little incident from years ago? Is it really necessary? This old guy still didn't know that Kakashi was just angry that I had disappeared for so many years without giving any news to the family, making him worry for nothing. He simply wanted to beat me up to vent his frustration. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting his broken sword perfectly. Let's test my strongest move, my dear brother. He shouted, lightning release, thunder god SRA. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder from the dark clouds poured down on me like it was free. I felt quite pleased. Not bad, Kakashi. Your strength has improved so much. Now you can protect yourself in this dangerous ninja world. While I was thinking, I was frantically dodging in his thunderstorm, and the lightning seemed to have GPS, striking right behind me. Sasuke and Naruto were watching from the treetops in the distance, stunned. Each bolt could create a big crater on the ground, and if it struck a person, there would probably be nothing left but ashes. After dodging for a while, I realized it wasn't going to work. The lightning had locked onto my presence, and I couldn't evade it forever. So I simply stopped dodging and faced an incoming bolt of lightning. Slapping away with my hand, smack! I sent it flying. Sasuke was frozen in shock at this scene. Naruto quickly asked him what happened, and when Sasuke explained, Naruto's eyes started sparkling as if he had found a new idol. Kakuzu was nearby, holding Zabuza's sword, looking impatient. He didn't want to waste time watching US brothers put on a show. I stood my ground, letting the lightning come at me, and I simply used my energy to push it away, not even bothering to move my hands. I shouted to Kakashi, the power is strong, but unfortunately, it's useless against me, my dear brother. Kakashi's face turned dark, probably overwhelmed by frustration. Gritting his teeth, he increased the output of his chakra, and the lightning in the sky transformed from rain into a waterfall, pouring down from the heavens. Oh, now this is interesting. I erupted with anger. An invisible wave of energy surged upwards, forcefully holding the lightning waterfall in mid-air. As the two forces collided, the energy wave exploded, sending Naruto and Sasuke, who were perched on top of the trees, flying down. I looked at Kakashi, who was already starting to sweat, and said, "How much longer can you hold on like this?" As a result, this guy, despite being exhausted, stubbornly replied, "You don't need to worry. I can last a day." The two forces continued to collide, causing the ground to shake, with trees being uprooted one after another, making it look like the end of the world. Seeing the level of destruction was getting a bit too much, I thought it was about time to stop and couldn't play along with him any longer. I slowly bent down, clasping my hands together at my waist. Turtle, school, energy, blast. A blue wave of energy shot out from my hands, pushing back as lightning power at a visible speed, and with a loud boom, it shattered the dark clouds in the sky. As the clouds dispersed, sunlight poured down, clearing the sky. As soon as Kakuzu saw the fight was over, he rushed over. Sasuke and Naruto also followed, carrying the unconscious Zabuza. By the time they arrived, the battlefield had turned into a large lake, created by my attack. Kakashi was already exhausted, collapsed on the ground, and I was holding him up to prevent him from falling into the water. I floated down from the sky with him, and Naruto was shouting excitedly, probably because it was the first time he had seen someone fly. As soon as Kakashi landed, he couldn't steady himself. The after effects of overusing his chakra left him in pain all over. I looked at his stubborn expression and shook my head in schadenfreude. But as an older brother, I still extended my palm towards him and used my energy to help him heal. That gentle power enveloped him, making him groan in comfort. Just when he was enjoying it the most, I suddenly stopped. He looked confused. Huh? Why did you stop? I chuckled and said, "This is a lesson for you. Who told you to exert yourself recklessly? Right now, your actions are unaffected, but don't expect to use your strength for the time being. You're ruthless." He knew I was trying to see him make a fool of himself, which made him so angry that his teeth were itching. After that, we found a clean place, and I had Jiao take out all sorts of delicious food from the scroll, ready to feast. Naruto and the others were dumbfounded. Such a precious scroll was actually used to store food. What a luxury. At first, Naruto even wanted to compete with me in eating, but he ended up so stuffed that he rolled his eyes, while I hadn't even started to feel hungry yet. The way he looked at me was like he was staring at some prehistoric giant beast. After eating and drinking to our fill, I leaned against a tree, rubbing my belly, and asked Kakashi, "What's going on between you and Shizen? It's been so long, and you still haven't gotten married?" His face instantly turned red. Naruto chimed in from the side, "Teacher Kakashi isn't married." I looked at him with frustration, my gaze unintentionally darting down to his lower half. Could it be? What kind of look is that? He got anxious, saying, "I just think I'm still young. This is a matter of a man's dignity, and he can't tolerate it." That's good, that's good. I breathed a sigh of relief. The task of continuing the Hitaki family line is now yours, so I could just have fun. He immediately countered, "What about you? You've disappeared for so many years. Have you found me a sister-in-law?" I patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "In the Hitaki family, having you is enough." Just then, the unconscious Zabuza on the ground started to stir and woke up groaning. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Kakashi, he thought he was going to be taken out. Instead, Kakashi smiled and asked him, "Who sent you?" Zabuza, knowing he was on his own and had no way to escape, directly sold out his employer, Kato. Upon hearing this, Kakashi turned to our employer, Tazuna, and said, "You're not being honest, Mr. Tazuna." The old man immediately knelt down, crying and apologizing, saying that their country was blocked by Kato and they truly had no money, which forced them to resort to this desperate measure of misreporting the mission level. I tell you, when Kakashi heard this, he sighed and his motherly heart suddenly surged, saying how sad it is for small countries, their fate being controlled by others. Just as he finished his lament, Zabuza was there feeling dejected, saying that Cad had no backup plan left. He was the last trump card, and now he was also down. While he was explaining his last wishes, I tell you, suddenly, with a whoosh, several silver needles flew in from who knows where and stabbed Zabuza in the neck. Zabuza let out a sound, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down like a dead pig. Kakashi was startled at that moment and shouted, "Who?" Then a masked mist ninja jumped out of the woods, claiming to be from the assassination squad, to hunt down the rogue ninja Zabuza. Goodness, this show was performed to perfection. Kakashi actually believed it, ran over to check Zabuza's breath, and then turned back to us very seriously and said, "He's dead." I was almost laughing out loud at the time. Who understands the family dynamics? That kid named Bai was so nervous that his palms were sweating, afraid we would realize he was faking his death. I thought, "Kakashi, couldn't you just put your hand on his heart for a second?" In the end, he just watched as the Umbu carried Zabuza's corpse away. Kakuzu, that old money grubber, was giving me signals as if asking, "Are we just going to let them leave like this?" I shook my head at him, signaling him to keep quiet. Once Kakashi and the others escorted the old man away, Kakuzu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and leaned over to ask me, "Why didn't you tell Kakashi that Kid was not dead at all?" I was standing with my hands behind my back, watching Kakashi and the others disappear into the distance. I said to him, "Why tell him? This kid has been getting a bit carried away lately. A little power has made him lose his sense of awe. Let this be his first lesson from an older brother, so he remembers it well. Besides, don't you think it would be quite interesting if they run into each other again in the future?" On the other side, Zabuza woke up in a small broken house, and his first words were directed at Haku. "Haku, you went a bit too hard on him." Haku, looking wrong, replied, "Zabuza-san, I had no choice. How could I fool them without being a bit more convincing?" Zabuza had realized the situation by now and knew they must have reacted, realizing they were not dead. But now he didn't dare to seek trouble with Kakashi. All his pent-up anger was directed at Kato, the one who provided the false information. He was shouting to go back and settle scores with Kato. If he couldn't beat the strong, he would go after the soft targets. Ridiculous. As for Kakashi, sure enough, after finishing the meal, he started to review the situation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Oh no, Zabuza should still be alive." Naruto, with his clear stupidity, was still asking, "Huh? How is that possible?" Kakashi was probably speechless, thinking to himself, "How can my smart dad give birth to something like you?" He could only patiently explain, "The assassination squad is there to kill, not to collect corpses. They only need to bring back a head as proof, who would go through the trouble of carrying the whole body. That would be like moving." Only then did Naruto realize the situation. Kakashi, frustrated, slammed the table again. "That bastard Kato, he must have known all along. Ha, he's definitely cursing me behind my back. Sasuke, that little fanboy, even defended me, saying I might have been tricked too." Kakashi knew very well that I was teaching him a lesson, and in the end, he could only vent his anger on training, saying he would put the three of them through emergency training. But what he didn't know was that Zabuza had no intention of coming to find him again. Zabuza, fuming, went to settle scores with Kato, but halfway there, he was intercepted. Let me tell you about those two people. They were dressed in long robes with a black base and red clouds. One wore a vortex mask, while the other had a face as black as a pot's bottom. At a glance, they were clearly not good news. Zabuza became alert immediately, picking up his beheading sword. But the masked man, without saying a word, instantly appeared in front of him and threw a punch. Zabuza blocked with his sword, and there was a loud clang. The sword almost slipped from his hands. He was already injured, and this blow added insult to injury. Meanwhile, Haku tried a sneak attack with a few needles, but the masked man flicked his sleeve, and all the needles disappeared. Then, with a glance, he used a killing intent, and Haku froze as if hit by paralysis technique, staring blankly with lifeless eyes. Zabuza realized something was wrong. He had encountered tough opponents today, and their combat power was on a completely different level. He was also a ruthless person and knew he couldn't win. So he horizontally held his sword and said, "You're after me, right? I'll give up resisting. Can you spare him?" The masked man smiled, his tone playful, like teasing a cat. "Oh? Why should I spare him? However, if you can satisfy me, letting you both go ISNT impossible." Upon hearing this, Zabuza's eyes changed immediately. This was his only chance. He risked everything, bursting forth with extraordinary speed, and swung his sword at the masked man's waist. What happened? The sword passed right through the man's body. Zabuza was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. He combined his main body and water clone to unleash a frenzied attack on the masked man, but every strike went right through him, as if he were cutting through air. In the end, Zabuza was exhausted and spat out a mouthful of old blood, kneeling down. Only then did the masked man leisurely say, "Do you want to take revenge? Kill Kakashi?" Zabuza was stunned, thinking this person was crazy. But he still spoke the truth. "I can't beat him." The masked man began to paint a grand vision. "You can't, but with my help, you can. As long as you join us, we'll provide resources and strength." Zabuza knew he had no choice but to ask, "What organization are you?" The masked man slowly uttered a few words. "Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara." What the hell? Zabuza was so scared that he took several steps back, shouting impossible. The masked man couldn't be bothered to waste words. With a flash of the three tomo in his single eye, he directly gave Zabuza a taste of a Jinjutsu experience package. It was a disaster. By the time Zabuza came out of the Jinjutsu, he was completely exhausted, kneeling on the ground and trembling, not daring to utter a word. This was a case of a domineering CEO's forced love. No, it was forced employment. After dealing with Zabuza, I finally brought Kakuzu close to Konoha. Good grief. The closer we got to the village, the more uneasy I felt. This might be what they call electronic nostalgia. That old guy, Kakuzu, even joked about me, asking if I was the scumbag who ran away on my wedding night. I went up and punched him, giving him a bump on the head. Let you look at those toilet paper novels again. When we arrived at the village entrance, we were actually stopped by the guards for registration. I thought this was pretty funny, so I wrote down my name, Vegeta, purpose of visit, doing business. Just going with the flow. We had just entered the village, and Jiao Du was still marveling at the prosperity of Konoha when the intelligence was sent to the Hokage's office. The current Hokage is Orochimaru, and Minato is serving as the Umbu captain under him. When Orochimaru saw Jiao Du's image, he frowned and said that this was the veteran bounty hunter Jiao Du, whose strength was unfathomable. Minato also analyzed that it was not simple to have someone of that caliber as a bodyguard, so my Vegeta must be extraordinary. Orochimaru is quite suspicious. He directly ordered, Minato, go check it out yourself and see what they really want. Well, this is getting interesting. Minato is coming to meet me. This Vegeta, in person. Meanwhile, Jiao Du and I were looking for Ichiraku ramen, completely unaware that we had already been targeted. Wow, the roads in Konoha are winding. Relying on my memory, I turned and twisted until I finally caught a whiff of the aroma. Let me tell you, that smell could lure me in from 800 meters away. I took a deep breath, and it felt like I was swimming in tonkatsu broth, so refreshing. Jiao Du, the old-timer, was still mumbling that just because it smelled good doesn't mean it tastes good. Hey, I got fired up at that moment. Do you even know what you're talking about? This is Ichiraku ramen. I dragged him straight inside. Welcome. That familiar voice. Uncle Ichiraku's eyes are still as small as ever, but Ayam has become more beautiful. I shouted, Uncle Ayam, I'm back. They both looked up, saw my signature white hair, and were instantly shocked, exclaiming in unison, Kakarotto. I deliberately dug into my ear and said, Hey, keep it down. Are you trying to make me deaf? No matter, you have to buy me a bowl of ramen. Uncle Yao immediately waved his hand and said, You little brat, trying to eat and drink for free again? No way. As a result, Sister Changpu came out from behind the counter and protected me, looking me up and down. Oh my Karoti, you've lost weight. You've been suffering outside, haven't you? Don't listen to my dad. I'll treat you. Who understands the family dynamics? The expression on Jiao's face was like he had seen a ghost. He must have been thinking wildly. Lost weight? Miss, are your eyes okay? This guy eats more than a pig. I immediately climbed up the pole, pretending to look pitiful. Of course, that's why I rushed over as soon as I got back. For a supersized bowl of ramen, what does face matter? Sister Changpu's motherly love overflowed, and she rolled up her sleeves. Great. Today, I'll let you eat your fill. Uncle Yao looked at the situation and turned pale. His eyes were filled with a glare that seemed to wish he could pierce me through, as if begging me to spare his old arms. I just turned my head, pretending not to see. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were served. The coroner looked at my bowl, which was bigger than his face, and probably cursed in his heart. Isn't this blatant discrimination? But he didn't dare to say anything. Just a coward. We were both busy eating when I sensed a familiar presence. Hey, it's Watergate. But in this vast world, eating is the most important, so I didn't even look up. Jiao had finished his portion and paused to look at me, asking what's wrong. Nothing, just a few more flies outside, I replied. Then shouted directly to the kitchen, Sister Changpu, refill. Oh no, I meant refill the bowl. Jiao understood immediately that we were being watched, but he glanced at me with a calm expression. After all, he's with me, so what's there to be afraid of? At that moment, Watergate walked in. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback by the mountain of empty bowls beside me, probably wondering which glutton had been reincarnated. When he got closer and sat next to me, his gaze was like he was looking at a prehistoric creature. Karoti? He asked tentatively, with my mouth full of noodles. I mumbled, Konoha-senpai, if you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to misunderstand. I like women. At this, he was sure and immediately broke into a sunny smile. Long time no see. Welcome back. Is that so? Then shouldn't the welcome ceremony help me settle the bill? I won't miss any opportunity to take advantage of a big spender. As soon as he heard this, the smile on his face froze, and he let out a couple of dry laughs. I tell you, he must have remembered the last time he helped me pay, almost emptying his wallet. Now he is a married man and has to support a family. With an empty wallet, how could he dare fall into my trap again? Seeing him like that, I knew it was hopeless. I sighed and said to Uncle Yao, give him a bowl too, put it on my tab. Guess what? Watergate was so happy he almost jumped up. Really? That's great. He looked like someone who hadn't eaten a full meal in hundreds of years. I understood immediately. Kushin is cooking. Those in the know understand. Watergate's life must be really miserable. He took a bite, nearly in tears, with an expression of pure delight. When he finished, it wasn't enough. He looked at me with those big, watery eyes, giving me goosebumps. If I didn't know him, I would have punched him. Kakashi, on the other hand, had a good eye, He poked me, indicating I should look at Watergate's empty bowl. Oh, so he wanted more? Fine, fine, I waved my hand grandly. Eat up. Today's expenses are all on me. Watergate's eyes lit up. Really? The whole place? At that time, I didn't think much of it. There were only the three of us as customers in the shop. So it was the whole place, right? Yes, the entire bill will be covered by me. Young MasterCard. Well, my word seemed to press some kind of switch. Watergate immediately stood up, pulled open the curtain, and shouted outside. Brothers, come on in. Today, Karotto the Jonin is treating everyone to ramen. I was stunned at that moment. The next second, more than a dozen Umbu members swooped in, all bowing to me in unison. Thank you for your hospitality. Their eyes were filled with admiration, just like fans meeting their idol. What can I do? The words have already been said. I can only brace myself and pretend to be nonchalant, saying, everyone sit down, order whatever you like, eat until you're full. Uncle Yao's face turned even greener than before, and he immediately switched to full-on action mode, bustling around in the kitchen. I gritted my teeth as I watched Watergate. That guy's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. The hatred I felt inside was intense. Was it really necessary just because I once shortchanged you on a meal? You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually playing the gentleman's revenge card. 10 years is not too late for this. After satisfying his hunger, Watergate, along with his satisfied gang, patted his butt and left, even saying to me, Carrot, I'm going back to report now. Report my foot. I turned back and saw Uncle Lee's hands starting to tremble. The look in his eyes was full of resentment. You should leave. I don't want to see you right now. I hurriedly paid and dragged Kaku away. Just kidding. Provoking a chef with a kitchen knife is like looking for death, right? Once outside, Kaku asked where to now. Home, I replied. Meanwhile, Minato returned to the Hokage office and reported to Orochimaru's shadow clone. Upon hearing I was back, Orochimaru was very pleased, but his way of expressing joy was a bit unusual. He knocked on the table and said to Minato, Minato, the remaining work for today is up to you. After saying that, bam, the shadow clone disappeared. Minato was left stunned. Family, who understands the pain of working people? Ever since Orochimaru discovered that Minato was a genius at handling administrative tasks, he has been dumping work on him every day, calling it training. And he doesn't even get overtime pay. This made Minato exhausted like a dog every day. And when he got home, he still had to face Kushina's dark cuisine. It was like a hell-level dungeon. He must be swearing in his heart that once he becomes the 5th Hokage, he will hire 8 secretaries and slack off every day. Finally, I arrived at the entrance of the Hitaki family with Kakazu. I knocked on the door, and when the servant opened it and saw me, he was extremely excited and quickly welcomed us in. I asked him to prepare a guest room for Kaku, who was quite surprised and said my house was pretty big. Of course, the Hitaki clan is a prominent family in Konoha. He must be thinking to himself, wow, a family with 3 Hokage-level ninjas. Aren't they walking sideways in the ninja world? I went directly to the courtyard and saw my dad, Flagwood Tsukumo, brewing tea. Just like every time I returned from mission, he was always there, waiting for me. I feel a bit of soreness in my nose, and my steps have quickened. Father, I'm back. He looked up, smiled, and said, it's good that you're back, sit down. It's that simple, but that's how it is between father and son. He and Jiao both pour me tea. I took a sip, good tea. That guy Jiao just gulped it down, then complained that it wasn't as good as wine. Truly a case of a cow chewing peony. Dad saw that I was more robust than before and said with satisfaction, it seems you've been doing well out there. I chuckled and said, of course. When have I ever let myself feel wronged? Kakashi probably rolled his eyes nearby, thinking, yes, the ones who feel wronged are always others like me. Dad asked if I was going to leave again this time, and I said I wasn't going anywhere. I needed to rest well. These years have been spent either fighting or on the way to fight. I'm practically rusting. He mentioned Kakashi again, saying he had gone on a mission, and if he knew I was back, he would definitely be very happy. I immediately started to complain. Happy my foot. He doesn't respect me as his older brother at all. As a result, Dad shot me a glance, and my voice got quieter and quieter. Well, I know what kind of trouble I've caused myself. I had such a deep sleep that I didn't wake up until noon the next day. When I woke up and asked, Dad had gone fishing, and that money-loving Kakashi actually went out looking for ways to make money. I really can't believe him. I was leisurely enjoying my lunch, while Kakashi was having a hard time taking care of 3 kids and risking his life in the land of waves. That day happened to be the last day of their mission, with the bridge completed, and if Zabuza wasn't dealt with, those guys would definitely come. Sure enough, as soon as the bridge was finished, that short guy Kato showed up with a group of wandering samurai, acting all arrogant and saying they would destroy the bridge. Uncle Tazuna stood up bravely to confront him. Kato waved his hand. and his subordinates were about to attack. With a clang, Kakashi made his move, blocking the samurai's sword with a kunai. Kato tried to bribe Kakashi with his money, but Kakashi played tricks on him, which made Kato furious, and he ordered everyone to attack. Kakashi asked them to call Zabuza out, but Kato said that the bastard took the money and ran away. This left Kakashi a loss. Just as a chaotic battle was about to begin, the ordinary people of the Land of Waves, led by Tizuna, charged forward with hoes and carrying poles. Even Tizuna's little grandson brought a group of kids to help. Kakashi saw this and felt quite gratified. He stopped Naruto and the others from rushing in and told them, a hero of a country can only be themselves. This moment was truly a spiritual uplift. In the end, with Kakashi's covert assistance, these passionate commoners actually defeated the samurai, who were only in it for the money, and Kato was killed in the chaos. The Land of Waves celebrated their victory. The next day, Kakashi took his students back to the village. I was sunbathing in the yard when Kabuto came and said that Lord Orochimaru was asking for me. I looked at him and thought, hey, this kid Kabuto, I haven't seen him in a few years, and now I'm a head taller than him, nice. I was too lazy to walk, so I just rested my hand on his shoulder and felt Orochimaru's aura. I arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. Although Do's expression didn't change, I bet his heart was already in turmoil. Hey, Orochimaru-senpai, long time no see. What new tricks have you come up with? I greeted him enthusiastically. Orochimaru was already used to my antics. He smiled mysteriously and said, you won't be disappointed. He led me to a door covered in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, bit his finger, and pressed it against the door. I thought the door would open, but instead, the stone door suddenly turned into a puddle of water. I was shocked at the time. Wow, you really have skills. Is it really okay for a scientist like you to engage in such unscientific things? Orochimaru was so pleased. As we passed through the water gate, the scene inside left me utterly speechless. In the entire laboratory, dozens of researchers were all Orochimaru. What is going on? I was dumbfounded. He calmly said, these are all me, and you could also say they are none of me. I thought for a moment and blurted out, did you successfully clone? I remember just casually boasting about cloning technology to him, but I didn't expect this guy to actually pull it off. Yes, Orochimaru licked his lips, and his gaze was frighteningly intense. I even made a few modifications. They perfectly inherited my brain, and they will never go against my will. I looked at the room full of Orochimaru and couldn't help but want to pry open his brain to see its structure. I just said it casually, but not only did it become a reality, it even got upgraded. With 1,000 words at the tip of my tongue, I could only stammer out one sentence. Orochimaru-senpai, you're really amazing. Upon hearing this, he seemed to enjoy it immensely. He was probably thinking, I can't beat you in strength, but I can outpace you in technology. And that's just as satisfying. Carrot saw a transparent glass dome with a naked man inside. Carrot recognized this man. No, you should say everyone from the Hidden Leaf Village would recognize him, because his face is carved on the Hokage rock. Yes, you read that right. It's the first Hokage. Orochimaru stood next to Carrot, and they stood side by side as he spoke. You really have guts, Orochimaru-senpai. If Tsunade finds out, you definitely won't have good days ahead. Do I need you to tell me that? Only I can allow entry to this place. Thinking of Carrot's strange ability, Orochimaru continued. Of course, you're the exception. This is just a shell. Carrot did not feel the breath of a living person in Senju Hashirama's body. This has always been my place for researching the perfect body. He is one of my backups, Orochimaru said, pointing at Senju Hashirama's body. But what I didn't expect is that after the cells were generated, his appearance became fixed, and no matter what method I used, I couldn't change it. This might be the allure of the perfect Hashirama cells. When Orochimaru said this, a strange smile appeared on his face. Seeing this version of Orochimaru made Carrot very happy. Only this version of Orochimaru could cooperate with him. Both of them had a heart for relentless effort. Only this way could they go far. You must have tried using this body, right, Orochimaru-senpai? Carrot knew about Orochimaru's obsession with Hashirama's cells. There was no reason to leave such a perfect experimental subject here without taking action, of course, but every time ended in failure. It seems that this body rejects the incoming soul. As soon as the soul enters the body, it gets strangled. Orochimaru could not accept such a result. Having a treasure mountain, but being unable to use it was very painful, which is why he invited Carrot here. Although he exposed this place, Carrot's character meant he wouldn't spill the beans. Could it be that the soul's power is insufficient and thus gets destroyed by the body's own power? Carrot made his explanation. After all, this is Senju Hashirama, the man known as the god of the ninja world, whose strength is beyond doubt, and his soul strength is also among the top in the ninja world. Carrot's words made Orochimaru fall into deep thought. He had never considered this reason since other experimental subjects succeeded as soon as the soul entered the body, so Orochimaru had never thought in this direction. You make a good point, but where in the entire ninja world is there anyone who can match Senju Hashirama? Why look for him in the ninja world? Carrot's words sparked a light in Orochimaru's mind. Yes, why only think of finding someone in the ninja world? He could summon Senju Hashirama back from the Pure Land. Orochimaru smiled at the corner of his mouth, and Carrot already knew that Orochimaru had found a method. Before the summoning, Orochimaru would definitely prepare everything, because that was Senju Hashirama. Of course, this was for Orochimaru. As for Carrot, if Orochimaru couldn't handle the situation in the end, it would just be a story about a hand. A hand could destroy Senju Hashirama. Only the Six Paths level could make Carrot feel the desire to act. He wondered if the Six Paths level had the power of any deities. With a direction in mind, Orochimaru's spirit improved a lot, and Carrot had solved a problem that had troubled him for a long time. After looking at Senju Hashirama's body, Orochimaru led Carrot to another glass dome. Inside, the people all had faces identical to Orochimaru's. Orochimaru-senpai, what's going on here? Carrot knew Orochimaru wouldn't bring him here for no reason because Orochimaru was never that bored. He always acted with purpose. The devouring power of the first cells is too strong. My cells can only withstand 60% of the power. The bodies you see here all have 60% of the first strength. These are my perfect bodies. Do you think they can withstand the power of the 10 tails? Carrot didn't expect that Orochimaru intended to use this method. Previously, they had discussed with Carrot's help for Orochimaru to take over Uchiha Madara's body, using it as a container for the 10 tails to ascend to the 6 paths. He didn't expect that now Orochimaru would take a different path. It seemed that Orochimaru still preferred his own body. It should be possible. After all, I can't guarantee anything without experimenting. Sometimes I wonder, does becoming a 6 paths being mean one can only be a 10 tails Jinchuriki? This question has been swirling in my mind. The 10 tails is simply a beast. I really don't believe the first person to ascend to the 6 paths would think of becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki to achieve that. The 10 tails should be like a battery, providing energy to the Jinchuriki. That's how the 1 tails to 9 tails are. Why is the 10 tails an exception? Could it be that the powers of the 10 tails are different, just like the distinction between natural energy and chakra? Using natural energy can transform one into a sage. So using the energy of the 10 tails should be able to elevate one to the 6 paths as well. Orochimaru's remarks made Carrot explode with excitement. And indeed, the method Orochimaru proposed was feasible. Maybe this really is possible. You think so too, right? Based on this viewpoint, I've spent a huge price over the past few years searching for this type of power. A third type of power, different from chakra and natural energy. By chance, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration in my mind. Can different properties of chakra in the human body merge together? Would that create new power? Hard work pays off. After a lot of experiments, I really found a pattern. Some powers can merge, but they need to come entirely from the same person. So the cloning technique has been a great help to me. These clones are rich in all chakra attributes. Orochimaru waved his hand excitedly, pointing to the clones in front of him and speaking to Carrot. Chapter 136. Meeting the past, then why are they still like this? Why don't you fuse them? This was the part Carrot didn't understand. Since they already had a successful direction, why not implement it? At this moment, Orochimaru also stopped being cryptic. The fusion of every 2 properties must rely on another powerful force to compress it. The more types of properties used, the power increases geometrically. Once you use one type of power, you must use the same type afterward. You're the only one in the entire ninja world who can help me complete this experiment. From Orochimaru's words, Carrot finally understood the whole story. When do we start? If Orochimaru wanted to ask Carrot for help, Carrot would naturally assist him to the end. He also wanted to know whether this method would succeed. Being able to create a 6 paths powerhouse with his own hands would be a rare experience. We need to wait a bit longer, until these clones are adjusted to their optimal state. We can't afford any losses. Orochimaru had spent a lot of money over the years to create these clones. It was only because he became Hokage that he didn't go bankrupt. Alright, just find me when you need me. Carrot naturally doesn't mind. After all, he knows that professional matters should be handled by professionals. And being a tool is also not bad. With the appearance of the Rinnegan, he even established an Akatsuki organization, recruiting many skilled individuals in the ninja world. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had already sent undercover agents into the Akatsuki organization. Oh, are they about to start acting? The Akatsuki organization continuously strengthened its wings, and the result was nothing more than capturing the tailed beasts. Carrot and Orochimaru had already discussed allowing the Akatsuki's actions to proceed, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the Oriole waits behind. After all, everyone's goal is the 10 tails in the end. Maybe the Uchiha clan has contributed a lot to this, Orochimaru said with a grin. HatakeKarotto, who had been parading around under the name, had long been discovered. He is the grandson of the Uchiha elder, having faked his death to escape from Konoha. This was also one of Obito's backup plans. What movements does the elder have? What can he do? He has only been causing trouble for Sure Sway. Only Sure Sway knows about our plans. Otherwise, he would have disappeared long ago. Orochimaru said disdainfully, looking down on the elder's character. Isn't this good? Let them perform for us, making our lives less boring. Carrot loves watching shows the most. Seeing Carrot like this, Orochimaru knew his old habits had returned. To put it nicely, he enjoys being carefree. But to put it bluntly, he is being foolish. Who told him he could always be confident no matter how dire the situation? Orochimaru also wanted to be such a carefree person. Is everything all right? If so, I'll take my leave. After being here for so long, Orochimaru didn't even offer a glass of water, showing no manners at all. I want to summon the first Hokage. You need to come to support me then. Do as you wish. Carrot waved and vanished from the laboratory. Doe, prepare yourself. We're going to see the first Hokage's demeanor. Some information can only be best understood by people from that era. Many things from the Warring States period have long been buried beneath the river of time. All right, Lord Orochimaru. Carrot instantly returned home, grabbed his wallet, and headed out. Money is a man's backbone. The more money, the stronger the backbone. The more cash he has in his wallet, the more food he can hold in his hands. Boss, give me 10 skewers of meatballs. Here. Carrot took one, bit into it, and a sweetness filled his mouth. Life is already so bitter. A little sweetness is needed for balance. Is that you, Carrot? Just as Carrot was walking down the street, taking bites of his meatballs, a voice called out from behind. Carrot turned to look. It's you. Sanada, you've gotten uglier. Sanada happily greeted Carrot, not expecting Carrot to attack his appearance. What do you mean I look ugly? I've matured. Do you understand? Sanada would never admit he had become less attractive, vigorously defending himself. Dad, mind your image. A girl's voice reminded Sanada. Sanada immediately reverted to his familiar look. Is this your daughter? You had such a cute daughter. As soon as Carrot said this, Sanada was thrown off balance again. Carrot knew Sanada's personality all too well. Sanada immediately lunged forward wanting to hug Carrot's neck, but Carrot wouldn't given the chance, instantly teleporting and hugging Sanada's daughter instead. Goodbye, Sanada. I'm taking your daughter to play. Damn, Carrot, don't run. The two began a chase, with Carrot maintaining a lead over Sanada. What are you two doing? Hanamiko, what are you doing here? Carrot stopped, and Sanada caught up, snatching his beloved daughter from Carrot's hands. Hanamiko's not feeling well, so she came out shopping with us. Sanada chimed in. Then I'll join too. The group of 3 adults turned into a group of 4. Let's go eat. Carrot and Sanada said in unison. After sitting down at the restaurant, Carrot handed the menu to Hanamiko and focused on entertaining the child. Sanada's daughter was not shy at all, having a great time playing with Carrot, completely ignoring her father, which made Sanada extremely jealous. Wawa, come let Daddy hug you. Don't disturb Uncle Carrot while he's eating. Sanada tried to take his daughter from Carrot, but the little cotton-padded jacket refused. No, I'm with Uncle Carrot. So cute. This is how it should be. Your dad is too unreasonable. Wawa, you're so good. Later, Uncle will take you to buy toys, and you can buy as many as you want. With just one move, Carrot won over Wawa. Really? Uncle is the best. Wawa directly kissed Carrot on the cheek, breaking Sanada's heart. Hanamiko and Sanada's wife watched them act silly, secretly laughing. Old kids. Wawa, what do you want to eat? Uncle will feed you. Wawa's a big kid now. She wants to eat by herself. Wawa is amazing. Your dad needed to be fed when he was your age. Carrot wouldn't miss the chance to mock Sanada. Carrot, you. Carrot whispered into Sanada's ear. Think carefully, Sanada. I might skip out on the bill. This statement shocked Sanada, as he realized that this guy really could do something like that. He has a record. Under Huahua's gaze, Sanada nodded with tears in his eyes. Daddy is so embarrassed. I still need someone to feed me at this age. Daughter, I'm being threatened here. For your future dowry, Daddy is enduring this humiliation. Hanamiko and Sanada's wife shook their heads, holding back laughter at their antics. Chapter 137, Secret Crush. Carrot? As soon as Jiraiya entered the restaurant, he saw Carrot's figure. After all, such an eye-catching figure is hard to miss. White hair, orange martial arts uniform, and most importantly, that towering bowl. It was Wahua's first time seeing someone who could eat so much. Uncle, do you not have food at home? As the saying goes, children speak without filter. As soon as Wawa opened her mouth, Carrot almost couldn't hold back from spitting out the food in his mouth. Haha, Sonata would not miss the opportunity to tease Carrot. After all, it was his own daughter. This left Carrot speechless. Yes, it's all your father's fault. Back then, he borrowed money from me. He and your father are the best of friends, so I lent him all the money, which is why I have no money to eat now. Carrot squeezed out a pitiful expression, and the child immediately believed him. Uncle, you're so pitiful. If you want to eat, come my house. Wawa is the best. Carrot showed a victorious expression to Sonata, who looked as if the sky had fallen. Carrot really would shamelessly come to eat. Carrot, is it really okay to trick a little girl like that? Jiraiya, upon approaching, heard Carrot and Huahua's conversation and asked, Senior Jiraiya, did you marry Senior Tsunade? Why are you out eating together? Carrot surprised everyone, making them marvel at his boldness. Jiraiya quickly covered Carrot's mouth, saying, You can't say such things. It could get you killed. Although Jiraiya thought this, he wouldn't dare say it out loud, even if he had 100 courage. After Jiraiya spoke, he felt a killing intent from behind him. Then a heavy punch landed on his head, and Jiraiya felt as if the Grim Reaper was coming to claim his soul. Carrot, long time no see. After finishing with Jiraiya, Tsunade gritted her teeth and said to Karo, This little brat comes back and starts spreading rumors about himself. I really want to teach him a lesson, but unfortunately, I can't hurt him even if I try. What bad luck. Tsunade-senpai, long time no see. You look even more beautiful, Karo said, using a compliment he learned from books. With a sincere face, no woman would get angry at him. This was something only Karo could pull off. After all, his strength gave him some leeway. Waiter, bring me the best food and drinks. And put all on his tab, Tsunade said as she pulled out a chair and sat down. Since she couldn't overpower Karo, she decided to make him bleed a little financially. The waiter understood and looked at Karo, who nodded in response. All right, Lady Tsunade, please wait a moment. Karo didn't care about the money. He was no longer the same as before and had more than enough now. Karo, I have something good for you, Jiraiya said, pulling out a book from his bag. Karo saw the cover with the word intimacy and quickly snatched it up. This book was Jiraiya's masterpiece, and upon its release, he became a best-selling author. Why are you taking it so quickly? Let me see it. Sonata, who also noticed the cover, was intrigued. As a somewhat reserved man, you want to know more about it. You're too young. You wouldn't understand. Such things can only be protected by a strong person like me, Jiraiya said, knowing Karo wasn't as serious as he appeared. Bah, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you're a little pervert, Tsunade remarked, aware of what Jiraiya had given Karo. However, Miko and Sonata's wife didn't know, and Tsunade wouldn't say anything, only thinking to herself. Karo, where have you been these years? How come there's been no news of you? Jiraiya asked. After all, he was a big shot in Konoha, and Karo was the anchor of the village. Not hearing from Karo for years made Jiraiya anxious. He had even asked Orochimaru, who avoided the subject, leaving Jiraiya feeling itchy with curiosity. Now that Karo was back, he naturally wanted to know why. I went out to find some opponents to train with, but it didn't meet my expectations. I'm a bit disappointed, Karo replied, and those words would have gotten anyone else killed by the gods. How strong do you want to become? Jiraiya couldn't understand Karo's mindset, as he was a Saiyan with active combat genes, constantly training. Not too much. I'm just a little stronger than others, Karo said with a smile. Does that even sound like a human? It's clearly boasting, was the collective thought of those present. Nevertheless, they admired Karo, who could integrate training into his life. Karo enjoyed the meal immensely, reuniting with old friends and even agreeing to meet again after their next fight. Is he the one you've always been thinking about? Sonata's wife asked Miko. Ah, no, it's not like that, Miko stammered, having her feelings exposed. I noticed it right at the dinner table. Your gaze never left Karo. It was so obvious that besides the parties involved, even Jiraiya and my husband could see it. What about me? Sonata, holding his daughter, asked. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about our daughter. Just look, is it that obvious? My dear sister, your eyes are glued to him. How could Karo, that thick-headed guy, not notice? Didn't they say he has strong perception? This is definitely slandering Karo. He just hasn't thought about it like that, because Miko has always acted like a caring older sister, taking care of Karo since they teamed up, she complained. Since when did you start liking him? You're so beautiful. There must be many pursuing you, her friend asked. I'm not sure when I started liking him. When we first formed our team, he was just a little kid carrying a big backpack, and I kindly helped him store it in a scroll. From then on, our time together gradually increased. I took care of him like an older sister, and I just wanted to be with him. Seeing him made me very happy. Sister, you're nurturing him. Your husband has been training him since he was little, her friend teased. Don't laugh at me, Miko said, blushing. Miko, why is your face so red? Sanada asked, confused. Damn it, this useless husband always causing trouble. I'm leaving. Seeing Sanada and his wife bickering. Miko didn't want to be a third wheel. Chapter 138. Underhanded attack, I'm back. Karo shouted as he entered the door. Oh, my dear little brother is back. In the living room sat two people, Kakashi and Tsukumo Hitaki. My dear brother just came back from eating out. Why didn't you call Dad to eat with you? Kakashi said, pulling Tsukumo into his plans. I'm still a kid. Dad wouldn't blame me, Karo said, lying with his eyes wide open. You. Kakashi's face wasn't as thick-skinned as Karo's. All right, brothers, long time no see. Why are you bickering as soon as you meet? Tsukumo looked at his two sons, feeling increasingly hopeless about his wish for grandchildren. Tomorrow, I'll spar with Kakashi, and he'll understand, Karo said, knowing he had been away too long and Kakashi had forgotten the love of his fists. It was time to re-establish his brotherly authority. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a headache coming. He had personally experienced how hard Karo's punches were and dared not agree. Brother, you've worked hard outside. Let me toast to you. As your little brother. Kakashi quickly changed his attitude to be submissive. Don't. I prefer the way you were just now, Karo insisted, wanting Kakashi to remember their past. Kakashi looked to Tsukumo for help. Only Tsukumo could persuade Karo to change his mind. He didn't want the news of being beaten by his brother to spread throughout Konoha. Seeing Kakashi's pleading look, Tsukumo couldn't remain indifferent. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have indulged them. After all, they were both his sons. All right, Karo. Your brother also values his pride. Okay, I'll let it slide this time for Dad's sake. Karo sighed, knowing he had gotten away with it, wondering how he ended up with such a brother. If only I had been born first. Suddenly, a book fell from Karo's arms. It was the one Jiraiya had given him at the restaurant. Kakashi, with sharp eyes, recognized the cover immediately and felt his heart race. He wouldn't mistake it. This was the latest version that had just been released after much promotion. Carrot calmly tucked the book back into his arms. Brother, can I borrow this book to take a look? Kakashi's attitude was exceptionally good, as if he wanted to worship Carrot. Shikamaru was also surprised. Was one book really worth it? I'm a bit thirsty. Kakashi immediately placed a cup in front of Carrot and began pouring tea from a kettle. Here you go, brother. After drinking tea with Shikamaru for so long, Kakashi had learned the nuances pretty well. Carrot held the cup and took a sip of Kakashi's tea. After finishing, he caught Kakashi's eager gaze. Here you go. A man looking at you with such eyes gives you goosebumps. Father, I'll go rest now. Carrot said to Shikamaru and got up. By the way, Father, Kakashi has always been reading this kind of book. No wonder he hasn't married yet. After saying that, Carrot quickly left. Kakashi, let me take a look at the book. Upon hearing Carrot's words, Shikamaru reached out to Kakashi for it. Damn it, Carrot. You dug a big hole for me. Kakashi cursed Carrot in his heart, realizing he should have known Carrot wouldn't let him off so easily. Unfortunately, he didn't dodge. Under Shikamaru's watchful gaze, Kakashi had no choice but to hand over the still cool book to him. When Shikamaru saw the title, his eyelids twitched and Kakashi's heart raced. Shikamaru valued the family's reputation more than his own life, and now his youngest son was reading such a book. His anger surged instantly. Kakashi stared at Shikamaru's expression, knowing he couldn't escape this calamity. But it couldn't be that I suffer alone. Father, this book is enough. Shikamaru slammed the table, and Kakashi immediately swallowed his words. Shikamaru seemed to have selectively forgotten that this book was brought back by Carrot. In the past, he thought that even if his youngest son couldn't develop the family, he wouldn't do anything to tarnish their reputation. The result was a case of darkness under the lamp. Right under his nose, Shikamaru felt his educational efforts had failed. Kakashi, come to the training ground tomorrow. I need to assess your strength. Shikamaru stood up and was about to return to his room. Kakashi thought the night's incident had passed and let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, Shikamaru turned back and took the book back into his hands. Kakashi looked at Shikamaru in confusion, not understanding his reasoning. I'll keep this book for now. You can kneel at the shrine tonight. Shikamaru really left this time, but Kakashi felt upset. His father and brother treated him this way. It was frustrating. However, Kakashi couldn't ignore Shikamaru's words. In the end, he obediently went to the shrine to kneel for a bowl. He cursed Carrot in his heart all night. Meanwhile, our instigator Carrot had a carefree night, sleeping soundly until dawn. When Carrot went downstairs, he happened to see Kakashi limping through the door. Good morning, Kakashi. Carrot greeted Kakashi. Good, very good. Kakashi's expression was sour as he thought about his experiences. Kneeling all night And then getting a physical education session from Shikamaru early in the morning was a double torment of spirit and body. Carrot had returned and delivered him such a big gift. He truly was a real big brother. How careless of you. Come, let big brother help you treat it. Without waiting for Kakashi to respond, Carrot pulled him to sit face to face, placing his palm on Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi felt a warm current spreading through his body, making him feel cozy. So nice. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Whoa, that smile of yours is easily misunderstood. Carrot thought to himself, but he didn't stop treating Kakashi. After all, one must give a sweet date after a slap, or they would hold a grudge. Done. How's it feel? Very comfortable. Of course. I've only just mastered this trick, and I wouldn't use it on just anyone. Carrot said with a proud look. By the way, you look like you had a tough time. You. Carrot said before running off without a trace, leaving Kakashi speechless. Chapter 139. The inflated Obito, let's go out for a walk. Carrot invited Kakashi. Sure. Despite Carrot's earlier teasing, their brotherly relationship was like that. After a moment, what was there to be angry about? This place has changed so much. Yeah, the fourth did a great job. He's a qualified Hokage. Over the past few years, Orochimaru had contributed a lot to Konoha's development, prompting Kakashi to praise him. Sometimes Kakashi wondered if his teacher could do better than Orochimaru. Konoha's economy was thriving, and the villagers' income was incomparable to before, causing Orochimaru's popularity to remain high. Even if Orochimaru wanted to step down, the villagers wouldn't agree. Of course, your brother has a keen eye for people. He recognized that Orochimaru could be a good Hokage at a glance. Carrot said proudly. Kakashi looked at the happy Carrot with disdain in his heart. I know you too well. You're full of bad intentions. Supporting Orochimaru is only because he once helped our father, right? Kakashi wouldn't say this out loud, as it would spoil Carrot's mood. After all, his brother was very petty. Father seems to have aged a lot in these past few years. Carrot noticed that Shikamaru appeared even older when he returned home. Kakashi stopped in his tracks, not turning back. With his back to Carrot, the tree blocked the sunlight shining on him. Yeah, father goes to your room every night. It's been like this every day since you left. From Kakashi's words, it was clear he envied Carrot. Carrot had captured Shikamaru's love, although Shikamaru loved Kakashi too. He couldn't compare with Carrot. Carrot's talent and strength had always been cultivated by Shikamaru in the direction of the clan leader. I see. Hearing Kakashi's words, Carrot remembered Shikamaru's disappointed expression every time he didn't see him in his room, feeling quite sad. Father's body looks still strong, but signs of aging are slowly starting to show. Father thinks I don't know, but Rin is a doctor at the hospital. The ninja profession itself is about exhausting one's physical strength, and Shikamaru has experienced 2 ninja world wars, so his body has long been plagued by injuries. This time back, you shouldn't leave again, right? Kakashi asked, leaning against the tree with his right hand. He won't leave. He will stay here. That's good. Now it's your turn to take care of father. Kakashi, what are you doing here? A loud voice interrupted the brothers' conversation. As lively as ever, it was Kakashi's close friend, Uchiha Obito. Oh, Carrot, you're back. Obito recognized Carrot at a glance, since he had a deep impression of him. As soon as he saw Carrot, Obito's stomach seemed to ache slightly, remembering how Carrot's punch had once made him experience the harsh reality of society. Hello, Carrot. Obito and Rin are inseparable, no. It should be that Obito is always pestering Rin. Rin, long time no see. Oh, and Obito, you too. Obito watched as Karo and Rin chatted and laughed together, feeling a twinge of jealousy because he was always shy in front of Rin, but a social butterfly in front of others. Karo, I challenge you. Obito felt he was ready. Karo was known as the strongest in Konoha, and if he could defeat him, he would become the strongest in Konoha himself, ensuring his confession to Rin would succeed. With his mind solely on Rin, Obito didn't even consider the possibility of embarrassing himself in front of her. It's truly remarkable that Obito, without going dark, has made it this far. Kakashi looked at Obito with the eyes of someone watching a fool, stepping back a little to distance himself from this idiot, afraid of catching his foolishness. Are you serious? Even Karo couldn't help but be speechless, wondering if Liang had given him too much courage to say such things. Seeing Karo ask like that, Obito thought he was scared, straightened his back to prove he wasn't lying. Even Rin couldn't pull him back. All right, let's compete. How could he refuse a free opportunity for a fight? That's it. Kakashi and Rin shook their heads in silent mourning for Obito. Let's go to training ground 50. There should be no one there now. The 4 of them then headed toward the training ground. Kakashi-sensei. First, you hear his voice, then you see him. The power of Naruto Uzumaki's loud voice is truly something. Kakashi turned to see Naruto and Sasuke shopping with their respective mothers. Where are you going? Kushina asked directly. Sensei, Obito wants to challenge my brother. We're heading to the training ground now. Upon hearing that there would be something exciting to watch, Naruto's previously glum face instantly brightened. Originally, he had a good vacation, but his mom dragged him out to shop. If it weren't for her fiery personality, he wouldn't have to endure this suffering. And thankfully, Sasuke was there to share the burden. Mom, let's go watch too, Naruto said, pulling Kushina's hand in a spoiled manner. Although Sasuke couldn't mimic Naruto's actions, he also longed to watch after training. Yes, Sensei, come and take a look. The more people, the more lively it will be. Uchiha Obito also said, the more people there are, the more excited he becomes, ensuring his heroic stance would be remembered by more. Kushina loved lively gatherings, so she readily agreed. With her best friend's approval and her son's eager expectations, Makoto nodded in agreement as well. Mom is the best. A group of them marched toward Training Ground 50. Upon arriving, they found the training ground empty, perfect for Karo and Obito to duel. Karo and Obito stood facing each other. Karo looked relaxed, while Obito wore a serious expression. Kakashi-sensei, who do you think will win? The oblivious Naruto asked, just as Kakashi was about to respond with everyone watching. A voice suddenly interrupted. This should be a crushing match. The yellow flash of Konoha, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage appeared at Training Ground 50. Who would have thought we could see Karo in action? The third Hokage had only heard reports of how powerful Karo was and was now witnessing it for the first time. Dad, what does crushing match mean? Seeing the pure stupidity in his son's eyes, Minato thought, this is definitely my own. Karo's strength is the strongest in Konoha. It should be said he is the strongest in the ninja world. Minato didn't know why Obito decided to challenge Karo, but he knew his disciple must have some trump card. Chapter 140, Source of Confidence Karo. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Oh, am I that popular? You've been waiting for me this long, but don't fall for me, okay? I like girls. Oh, you. Obito knew Karo was unpredictable, but he didn't expect him to be even more so than before. Karo, if no one told you, it's easy to get beaten. Obito's words made everyone watching, except for Sasuke and Naruto, nod in agreement, leaving them both puzzled. No, everyone I've met has been polite to me. People are quite nice, Karo said earnestly to Obito. Karo would never admit to such things. He walks the path in the ninja world that values strength above all. And if anyone speaks nonsense to him, they'll be flattened. You really have thick skin. By the end, Obito was astounded by Karo's thick skin, not expecting that as Karo's strength increased, so did his boldness. Not bad. Do you still want to fight? If you don't mind, I'm thinking of ordering takeout. I'm a bit hungry. Karo rubbed his stomach. Saiyans get hungry faster than others. As you wish, let me show you how much I've grown these years. With that, Obito activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, as only the Mangekyou would pose some threat to Karo. The chakra from Obito was rapidly depleting, as using the Mangekyou consumed chakra severely. Obito stepped forward and instantly teleported in front of Karo, his speed beyond words. The power boost from the Mangekyou was comprehensive. So fast, X2 Naruto and Sasuke couldn't even see Obito's movement speed. Is this the gap in strength? Such thoughts emerged in the minds of the two children. Bang! Karo accurately caught Obito's fist. Obito's intention to retaliate was easily seen through by Karo. Have you eaten? Why is your fist so soft? Karo feigned a puzzled expression and asked Obito. Kakashi-sensei, I used to think you had a bad personality, but after seeing your brother, you're actually too conservative. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, finally feeling understood. Damn it! Obito shouted, pushing himself off the ground and lifting his legs to kick at Karo's head and chest, thinking that since Karo only had one hand, he wouldn't be able to block both kicks. Just as Obito was pleased with his battle strategy, Karo took a step back, stabilized his stance, and used one hand to unleash a wave of energy that sent Obito flying. Obito flipped several times before landing steadily. Fire style, great fireball technique. The ninjutsu Obito was most familiar with, as Karo watched the massive fireball soaring toward him. His expression remained unfazed. After all, throughout the history of the ninja world, no one had ever died under the great fireball technique. Karo raised his hand to block, and the enormous fireball was simply caught in his grip. How is that possible? Naruto and Sasuke, who had never seen such a thing, were shocked by Karo's actions. It's truly a sight to behold. Previously, ninjutsu could only be countered with ninjutsu or dodged. Yet Karo had created a third option. Sasuke was even more surprised than Naruto, as the great fireball was a signature technique of the Uchiha clan, and he practiced it daily. Seeing his own ninjutsu so easily countered left him feeling quite upset. Mom. Sasuke turned to look at Makoto. Makoto, on the other hand, felt differently, as they were ninjas of the same era as Karo, and they were witnesses to Karo's legend. Watching this match will greatly help broaden your horizons. Sasuke took Makoto's words to heart, and then focused entirely on the match between Kakaroto and Obito. As Kakaroto held the fireball technique, Obito suddenly burst out from within the fireball without any warning, holding a Rasengan in his hand. What was going on? The spectators were completely baffled as to how Obito managed to do this. He was able to pass through the fireball unscathed. Minato, I didn't expect you to pass the Rasengan to Obito. Jiraiya knew that the Rasengan was a technique created by his beloved student Minato, and its power was immense. Obito deserved it. Just 5 simple words contain Minato's feelings and regard for Obito. After all, in the original timeline, Obito caused the death of Minato and his wife. But Minato never blamed him. Just as Obito's Rasengan was about to hit Kakaroto, a smile broke out on his face. Kakaroto bent backward, and as Obito flew through the air without any support, he was about to go past Kakaroto when Kakaroto kicked off the ground and aimed to kick upwards. Just as it seemed he was about to kick Obito, Obito's face remained unfazed. In fact, it was completely useless. Kakaroto's foot passed right through Obito's body. Boom! Obito's Rasengan missed Kakaroto completely and crashed down to the ground. Spit! Spit! The explosion kicked up dust, causing Obito to spit. Once the dust settled, he didn't forget to dust off his clothes. After all, he had to maintain the image expected in front of his beloved. Minato, did you see that clearly? Jiraiya asked, as what he had just witnessed was truly unbelievable. He urgently needed someone to confirm it, and Minato was the best choice present. I saw it. How did Obito manage that? Kakaroto clearly attacked him. Why is that? As Obito's teacher, Minato also did not expect him to have such a move. Is this your trump card, Obito? Minato thought to himself. Even more surprised was Kakashi. His relationship with Obito was one of love and rivalry, and he had no idea when Obito had developed such an ability, as he had never shown it in front of Kakashi. You really kept it under wraps well, Obito. Naturally, Kakashi would not blame Obito. After all, every ninja has their own trump card. If you don't use it, it's a trump card, but once used, it can only be called a tactic. Oh, is this your confidence, Obito? Kakaroto knew about Obito's Manjiki Sharingan abilities, and facing it for the first time still felt quite fresh. Of course, Kakaroto, today, I will use the Uchiha Sharingan to end your victory, Obito said, looking at Kakaroto with his crimson Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 141, Astonishing Surprise Boom. Obito exerted force with his legs, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, and his whole person charged towards Kakaroto like a speeding car. His fists smashed toward Kakaroto like a violent storm. Kakaroto continuously dodged Obito's attacks by sidestepping. Dust flew wherever they went, and Obito was determined to defeat Kakaroto with all his might, but Kakaroto completely avoided him with just his body's reaction speed. Kakaroto, do you only know how to run away? Seeing that Kakaroto had no intention of attacking, Obito grew a bit anxious. After all, a one-man show was not something that could satisfy the audience. I'm just trying to cooperate with you. I'm letting you shine. Don't you like it? Kakaroto said while dodging, his speed not slowing down at all. Well, I still want to thank you then. No need for that. I enjoy helping others. Hearing Kakaroto's words, Obito's attacks became even faster, as if he had been provoked by Kakaroto. Fire style, fire flame technique. This was an inspiration Obito had gained from Susanoo. Fire chakra began to spread throughout his body, engulfing him in flames. The flames stimulated every cell in his body, enhancing his speed, strength, and perception across the board. However, there was a significant drawback. It inflicted considerable damage on his body. If it weren't for Madara helping Obito repair his body with Hashirama's cells, he wouldn't have had the chance to create this jutsu. Wow, so cool. Naruto exclaimed, giving his evaluation. It was like watching a 2D movie and then suddenly seeing a 3D movie. The visual impact was overwhelming. I didn't expect the usually carefree Obito to develop such a jutsu. Kushina seemed to truly realize Obito for the first time. Obito. Rin clasped her hands together, looking at Obito, who was now engulfed in flames, her eyes filled with concern. No one knew how much Obito had sacrificed to practice this jutsu. Every time he was battered and bruised, it was Rin who treated him. Obito threw a punch, and the rushing airwaves carrying intense heat surged toward Kakaroto. Things are getting interesting. Kakaroto could dodge Obito's punch, but he couldn't avoid the high temperature carried by the airwaves. After all, the intense heat from Obito was burning the air around him, raising the surrounding temperature. This was one of Obito's plans. In an environment with excessively high temperatures, the energy expenditure would increase. It's so hot. Makoto suddenly complained. At this moment, Kakashi also noticed the rising temperature. The alertness of an elite Nin instantly picked up on this strange increase in temperature. Could it be? Kakashi looked at the fiery Obito. After all, the temperature only began to rise after Obito used that jutsu. The destructive power of this jutsu is too great. Even 100 meters away from the center of the battle, one could clearly feel the temperature rising. How high must it be at the center? As if hearing Kakashi's inner thoughts, the ground where Obito stood began to wither and turn yellow, eventually carbonizing into ash. Minato, your disciple is truly astonishing. Jiraiya also did not expect Obito's jutsu to be so impressive. It must be an S-rank ninjutsu. I was also shocked. Even I, as his teacher, was kept in the dark. Minato also did not expect Obito to have this move. The previous jutsu had already surprised him, and now this one too. Do you think he has any hope of defeating Kakaroto? Among those present, only Kakashi, Minato, and Kakaroto had fought before. Kushina was too focused on her husband and had transformed in her tailed beast form, so she was completely clueless. Asking her would be pointless. As for Kakashi, it was merely playful banter between brothers. Jiraiya's question prompted all eyes, except Kakashi's, to turn to Minato. After pondering for a moment, Minato said, Obito's strength is growing rapidly. Even I, at my current level, am not entirely confident in defeating him. The crowd was astonished by Minato's evaluation of Obito. You are the renowned yellow flash of the ninja world. Is it really okay to give such a high evaluation? This was a common question in everyone's mind. The change in everyone's expressions did not distract Minato from what he was about to say next. As for Kakaroto, his strength is something I cannot gauge at all. Every time I see Kakaroto, there's a voice in my heart telling me that this person is not my match. He could easily kill me. Minato's words prompted Jiraiya to involuntarily rebut. How is that possible? Your speed is unmatched in the ninja world. Even if you can't win, escaping should be easy. Kakashi, do you feel that way too? Kakashi asked Jiraiya a question, but Minato did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Kakashi and said, yes. Every time I spar with my brother, I can feel that he is holding back his strength, as if using too much force would kill me. That's right. Kakaroto has never used his true power. Perhaps the only time he went all out was against the tailed beast of the Cloud Ninja. After hearing Kakashi's words, Minato became even more convinced of his thoughts. Just how strong is Kakaroto? At this moment, Sasuke spoke up. No one present could answer his question, as no one had ever witnessed Kakaroto fighting at full strength. I think only Lord Hokage knows my brother's true power. Kakashi knew that his brother's training tools and locations were provided by Orochimaru, so Orochimaru must have Kakaroto's training data. This could be considered an answer to Sasuke's question. Lord Hokage? Sasuke pictured Orochimaru in his mind. If I go to train with Lord Hokage, will I also become a strong person like Lord Kakaroto? After this trip to the Land of Waves, Sasuke deeply realized the importance of power. Defeating an elite Jonin was as easy as taking candy from a baby, which was unbearable for the already proud Sasuke. Just then, Orochimaru and Tsunade appeared on the battlefield, each accompanied by their subordinates, Kabuto and Shizen. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, everyone greeted them, while Jiraiya, as one of the legendary Sannin, greeted them casually, as they all shared the same master and had emerged together from the bloody battles. Chapter 142, Konoha Gundam Tsunade, Orochimaru, what brings you both here today? Jiraiya asked in confusion, knowing that both of them had their own interests and would rather spend 2 days in one. The Umbu told me there's a match here, so I came to take a look and unwind a bit. I happened to run into Tsunade on the way, so we came together. Orochimaru explained why he was there. However, Jiraiya didn't really believe Orochimaru's words. He thought to himself, if the two combatants didn't include Kakaroto, would you still come? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing that Jiraiya didn't believe him, Orochimaru stopped explaining, stating that he had given his reason, and whether Jiraiya believed it or not was none of his concern. Kakaroto, this move is specially prepared for you, and even Kakashi doesn't know about it. Obito boasted to Kakaroto, feeling quite proud of himself. He couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of Rin. Oh, is that so? Then I must see it. Don't let me down. I'm going to attack now. After shouting, the flames around Obito flared up even more. He clapped his hands in Kakaroto's direction, continuously launching fireballs the size of basketballs from his palms. However, the power contained in those fireballs demanded caution. Just as Kakaroto smiled and prepared to dodge, the fireballs suddenly vanished from sight. This scene left Kakaroto a bit puzzled, but he didn't have to wait long. The fireballs inexplicably reappeared behind him and crashed into his back. Boom! This wasn't the only time. Each fireball Obito launched disappeared and then reappeared, crashing into Kakaroto and exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, shaking the ground and sending sounds far away. What is going on? What happened to the training ground? Nearby, patrolling Konoha police rushed toward the training ground to investigate. However, just as they approached, they were intercepted by Umbu. It's just a simple match. You don't need to go over there, an Umbu member said to the Uchiha clan members. Due to the Uchiha's allegiance to Orochimaru, the Umbu personnel were quite polite to them. Orochimaru had already instructed the Umbu not to let anyone else get close before he arrived. Hearing the Umbu's words, the Uchiha clan members stopped moving forward. They still listened to Orochimaru's orders. Aren't you afraid of killing Kakashi-sensei's brother? Naruto spoke up. The others also showed serious expressions. They imagined themselves in that position and wondered if they could withstand such an attack. After all, they felt the energy contained in those fireballs. And Obito's strange disappearing fireballs shocked them. They couldn't dodge such a move. Minato, is that a space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya asked. It's not that it's too fast to catch its movement. It just disappears without a trace. Only Minato knows space-time ninjutsu. Asking him is definitely correct. Yes, I sensed a ripple of space-time. This should be a kind of ability from Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, Minato realized, feeling a deep admiration for the Uchiha clan's terrifying bloodline talent. He couldn't help but feel envious. He had suffered so much learning the Flying Thunder God technique, while his disciple had it built in. Who could he complain to? A new kind of space-time ninjutsu, huh? Little Uchiha, Tsunade remarked, as she had deep ties with the Uchiha clan. Since the Warring States period, they had loved and killed each other, and Tsunade understood the Uchiha's potential all too well. Unfortunately, the Senju had declined, and she could not carry the glory of the Senju clan. Only Orochimaru had no worries about Kakaroto. As long as Kakaroto wanted to, no one in this world could harm him. Orochimaru always had that confidence. Manjiki, huh? Hearing Minato's words, Sasuke stared intently at Obito's eyes. He thought to himself, if I also had the Manjiki, would my father's gaze linger on me a bit longer? Since Sasuke could remember, his father had always compared him to his brother. It's not that I fear being compared to others. I fear that I won't measure up. Compared to Itachi, Sasuke's talents were not just a little lacking. It was the difference between a lake and the ocean. Although Sasuke had a very good relationship with his brother, he still wanted more of his father's love. Huh! Obito gasped for breath. This move had drained too much of his energy, losing a third of his chakra. Looking at the results he caused, Obito was quite satisfied. Now he just had to wait for the smoke to clear to see how injured Kakaroto was. The law of no injury with smoke was vividly exemplified by Kakaroto. When the smoke dissipated, Kakaroto was seen standing at the bottom of the crater, which was about 5 meters deep and 10 meters long. Kakaroto slowly rose from the bottom of the pit, floating in the air. He can fly. Naruto and Sasuke were both shocked. It was their first time seeing someone fly. Humanity has never lost its yearning for the sky, and seeing Kakaroto soar like a bird amazed them even more than the fact that he could withstand such a powerful attack unscathed. As Obito watched Kakaroto fly, he noticed that besides a small tear in Kakaroto's clothes, he had no injuries at all, which was hard for him to accept. Even if Kakaroto had shown a hint of injury, Obito could have comforted himself. Noticing Obito's ugly expression, Kakaroto spoke up, "Not bad, Obito. You made a hole in my clothes." After saying this, Kakaroto turned around to show Obito his back. Kakaroto's comment only served to infuriate Obito further. "Carrot, you bastard." Obito directly activated the Gundam, and a 10-meter-tall Susanoo giant appeared before everyone. "Boy, do you believe in light?" "Wrong, I mixed it up." Carrot looked at the purple giant in front of him, extremely excited. Men have no resistance to big toys. The more Carrot looked, the more excited he became. This was the Ninja World's version of Gundam, and it was a limited edition, with each Uchiha being different. Carrot's eyes nearly sparkled. Obito, seeing Carrot like this, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 143. Easy victory. Obito's inner unease was immediately dispelled by his own power. He now felt invincible, filled with strength. And the little guy in front of him was nothing to worry about. The Uchiha's arrogance was evident. Obito's Susanoo held a long blade in one hand and a shield in the other, embodying both offense and defense. Obito pointed his sword at Carrot and said, "Carrot, dance under my power." Hearing this, Carrot felt a bit out of place. Wasn't that Madara's line? "You don't have that kind of momentum, Obito." After saying that, Obito swung his sword down, and the massive blade headed straight for Carrot. As Obito's sword got closer to Carrot, he made no attempt to dodge, as if waiting to be struck. Just as the blade reached the top of Carrot's head, he extended a single finger to block the descending sword. Obito immediately exerted more force, but the more force he used, the greater the resistance on the blade became. Obito tried his best to gain the upper hand, but Carrot's body began to rise slowly. Finally, Carrot gently tapped the sword with his hand, and Obito felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to stagger back a few steps. This can't be real. Our Uchiha Susanoo was pushed back like this? Sasuke couldn't accept it for a moment. The Uchiha had always been taught that they were the greatest clan in Konoha, that the Sharingan was unparalleled in the ninja world. But the scene before him was hard for Sasuke to accept, because that man is Carrot. Orochimaru answered Sasuke's question, saying that it's not that you Uchiha aren't strong enough. It's just that Obito is facing Carrot. After being pushed back by Carrot, Obito's mind cleared a bit. Since close combat wasn't working, he decided to go for a long-range attack. Obito sheathed his shield and tightened his grip on the sword handle, using all his strength to slash down. A crescent-shaped energy slash flew out from the blade, speeding toward Carrot. Obito's Sharingan spun, and the crescent slash disappeared and reappeared in less than a second, right in front of Carrot. But this time, Carrot didn't want to be attacked again. After all, clothes cost money. Carrot slapped the crescent slash, redirecting its path. The explosive force caused immense destruction wherever it passed. The ground was devastated, towering trees turned to ashes, and it didn't stop until it crashed into a mountain. Seeing that one slash wasn't enough, Obito slashed multiple times, trying to use quantity to make up for accuracy. Carrot saw this and realized that if he dodged, the training ground would be completely destroyed. Sigh. Carrot let out a breath. I'm really a workaholic. Carrot punched the crescent slash, and with a loud bang, it dissipated, sending shockwaves in all directions. Naruto and Sasuke were blown away. If it weren't for Minato and Kakashi's quick reflexes to catch them, these two unfortunate kids wouldn't know where they would end up. Using chakra on his legs, they clung to the branches. Kakashi immediately said that those two just didn't react in time. He had taught them these techniques long ago. Oh, okay. Naruto and Sasuke knew they had just embarrassed themselves and immediately followed suit. Carrot threw out a few more punches, and a series of explosive sounds created waves of air that caused considerable discomfort to the onlookers, making it hard for them to keep their eyes open. Let's call it a day. I have a good idea of your strength now. After saying this, Carrot flashed in front of Obito. Obito only saw Carrot's fist hit the outer shell of Susanoo, and he didn't have time to react. With a cracking sound, as if glass were shattering, the supposedly indestructible defensive shell shattered before Obito's astonished eyes. How could this happen? Obito had thought he would lose, but never expected it to be this easy. Susanoo seemed like a joke, failing to serve its intended purpose. Carrot's speed was so overwhelming that he couldn't even use his ocular techniques to phase himself out. The Mangeki Sharingan disappeared, and maintaining Susanoo while using the space-time ocular technique was too much for Obito's chakra, causing blood to flow from his eye sockets. Obito, feeling weak all over, fell from the air. Just as Carrot was about to catch Obito, the ever-reliable Rin appeared and caught the falling Obito. Obito, are you okay? Minato asked, concerned as he saw blood on Obito's face. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted, Obito replied. He didn't want Minato to worry. After all, this was just a side effect of overusing the Sharingan. That's good, Minato said, relieved. Rin didn't have Minato's Flying Thunder God, so she was a step late. She rushed to Obito's side and immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat him. A crowd gathered around Obito. Carrot stood alone on the side, watching but feeling quite dramatic inside. The world has changed. I'm the winner, yet no one cares. You're amazing. You actually defeated such a big opponent. Just when Carrot was feeling down, the silly Naruto came up to him, looking up to him in admiration. Oh, it was nothing. Quite simple, Carrot said modestly. Can you teach me? Naruto asked eagerly, having felt a sense of crisis after seeing Obito's Susanoo. Sasuke is also an Uchiha. Would he be able to do that too? How could he compete with him? Unable to find a solution, he saw someone in front of him who could help. If Carrot could teach him, even if Sasuke turned out like that, he could handle him. You want to learn? Naruto nodded vigorously, looking at Carrot with desire. But I don't want to teach, Carrot said with its Sundara attitude. This was the first time Naruto had heard such a direct rejection. The Nine Tails in Naruto's belly also sighed in relief. It's good that you don't teach. I don't want to face this violent man. I heard that. Do you want to taste my fist? The Nine Tails said, immediately covering its mouth with its paw and burying its head under its tail. At this moment, Orochimaru approached. Not bad, Carrot. You easily broke Susanoo. Orochimaru-senpai, have you really lost confidence in me that much? Carrot feigned shock. I trust your strength the most. Orochimaru selectively ignored Carrot's expression. Chapter 144. Night Visit. Of course, I'm not bragging. When I get serious, I'm even scared of myself, Carrot said with a self-satisfied expression. When it came to looks, Carrot wouldn't boast. There were plenty of people in the ninja world who were more handsome than him, including his brother Kakashi. But when it came to strength, Carrot wasn't afraid. You haven't changed in all these years. I'm just speaking the truth. Naruto admired Carrot even more after hearing him speak. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Orochimaru left with Kabuto. Hey, Carrot wanted to brag about himself to Orochimaru, but he didn't expect the audience to leave. Lord Carrot. Naruto looked obedient, and if Carrot didn't already know what kind of personality he had, he might have been deceived. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Looking like a delinquent here? Don't come looking for me. I don't want to provoke you. Carrot knows that Naruto is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and he doesn't want to get involved with the Sage right now. Orochimaru's plan can't have any mishaps. Everyone was a bit confused seeing Carrot like this. Those present understood Carrot's personality, and it was the first time they saw him react this way toward a child. Carrot, is my son that annoying? Kushina, the fierce mother, hugged her son and yelled at Carrot, especially when Kushina was angry. Her hair flew up, looking like a red-haired demon. Your son is great. His future achievements will definitely not be below Minato's. Carrot was somewhat envious of Naruto's potential to reach great heights, easily standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, a height others could never reach in their lifetime. So, can you be his teacher? Kushina spoke up. Wait for me here after all this talk. It turns out you wanted to take Naruto as a disciple. Hearing his mother's words, Naruto looked at Carrot with hope, and even Sasuke felt the same way. If Naruto succeeds, can I too? Naruto doesn't need me. As long as he digs well into the three powers within him, he will eventually. At this point, Carrot suddenly stopped. What three powers? Carrot, clarify that. Minato became nervous. He knew his own son had his chakra and the Nine Tails power. So, it should only be two types. Why did Carrot say three? Just kidding, Watergate-senpai. Carrot turned to Kakashi and said, do you want to come with me, Kakashi? After getting Kakashi's answer, Carrot instantly teleported away. After Carrot left, Minato turned to Naruto, seemingly trying to see through him. Words from someone like Carrot carry weight. But if Carrot is unwilling to speak, there's nothing he can do. Minato was brought back to reality when Jiraiya patted his shoulder. Jiraiya shook his head at Minato. Let's go back. It's not appropriate to stay here. This house you bought is nice. Kakuzu. Carrot instantly teleported to Kakuzu's newly purchased house, commenting on it. It was a 3-story villa with a small courtyard. The courtyard had precious flowers and plants. Who would have thought this old man knew how to enjoy life? Carrot, can you not appear so suddenly next time? Kakuzu was about to pull down his pants to pee when Carrot showed up, almost scaring him back. Kakuzu was worried that if Carrot did this a few more times, his future happy life would be in jeopardy. So Kakuzu didn't have a good expression for Carrot. Next time I'll be more careful. Don't be so petty. Carrot waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Carrot like this, it was clear he didn't take it to heart. Carrot had always been someone who didn't learn from his mistakes and would just repeat them next time. Having a friend like this, Kakuzu felt quite helpless. Where's my room? The second room on the second floor. Kakuzu had already accounted for Carrot when buying the house. He knew Carrot would ask for it. You make things easy for people. After saying that, Carrot went upstairs to check on his room. Stay for dinner tonight. Kakuzu yelled upstairs. Okay, got it. After hearing Carrot's reply, Kakuzu instructed his servant. Prepare enough food for 100 people tonight. The servant was a bit surprised at the master's words. Preparing food for 100 people for just 2 people seemed wasteful. However, as a professional house servant, he didn't say anything and went to prepare. Carrot, having eaten to his fill, returned home in the middle of the night. Just as he was about to undress and sleep, a yellow figure appeared in his room. The visitor was none other than our yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. Watergate-senpai, why are you here looking for me in the middle of the night instead of being with your wife? I'm a bit scared. After saying that, Carrot hugged the blanket, pretending to be frightened. Seeing this, Minato's forehead twitched. Didn't you call me here? Minato said, suppressing his anger. What did I say that? Carrot was also confused. He recalled what happened during the day. He indeed hadn't said that. You walked in the shadows when you left during the day and touched the back of your head, displaying 3 fingers. Didn't that mean for me to come find you at 3 in the morning? What? Minato's words were hard for Carrot to believe. He had just hidden because the sun was too harsh. Was it not okay to scratch the back of his head? Watergate-senpai, are you overthinking this? Is the pressure too much lately? Married men tend to think too much. Seeing Carrot's expression, Minato realized he might have misunderstood. He had spent the whole night worrying for nothing. It's still because you mentioned Naruto. Looking at the now, calm Minato, Carrot understood him. This was a father caring for his son. Naruto really has. Carrot reached out to stop Minato from speaking further. Carrot snapped his fingers, and a sphere of energy enveloped the two of them. Now we can talk. No one else will hear us in here. Seeing Carrot's seriousness, Minato became even more worried about Naruto's situation. Is it those 3 powers? Minato asked, hitting the nail on the head. Carrot smiled. As expected of Minato, the first power is Naruto's own chakra. Carrot raised one finger. The second power is the Nine-Tails strength. He raised a second finger. The third power is the power of the Sage of Six Paths Sun. Carrot raised a third finger. What? Minato couldn't believe the third power. Chapter 145. Agreeing to Minato's request, Carrot's words were like a thunderclap in Minato's mind. How could my son have the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths Sun? Is it reincarnation or conspiracy? Minato's expression changed rapidly. But soon, he regained his composure. Watching Minato digest this news in such a short time, Carrot couldn't help but admire him. As expected of a renowned ninja in the ninja world, this kind of strong resilience is impressive. Will this have any side effects on Naruto? After calming down, Minato's first concern was his son's safety. How to put it? With this chakra, it would be hard for him to die. This is the treatment of a protagonist, with the Sage of Six Paths as a backing. He can walk horizontally in the current ninja world. By the way, tell Jiraiya not to look for any destined child. If he can't see it right in front of him, he should first go treat his eyes. Carrot still didn't know that after his battle, the Toad Sage could no longer see the timelines of the future. Is my son the one who will bring change to the ninja world? This statement from Karoti completely stunned him. Jiraiya still considered Minato to be the child of destiny, and he hadn't left the village for a long time, always following Tsunade. The old tree has blossomed. Of course, Karoti didn't know any of this. He had been away from the village for so many years, and due to Karoti's presence, the development of the Naruto world in his mind had also changed. This was what Karoti hoped to see, but he just hadn't reacted to it yet. You don't think it's you, do you? Minato blushed a bit, feeling a bit embarrassed. He really did have that feeling, and Jiraiya thought so too, which is why Minato had been working hard to become that child of destiny. Seeing Minato's expression, Karoti already knew the answer. Karoti, can you help Naruto master the third type of power? Minato requested. After all, only Karoti had noticed it. Do you know why I created this barrier to surround us? Yes, to prevent others from eavesdropping. Don't you realize the seriousness of the situation? With our 2 strengths, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Minato reacted as he listened. That's right, and we're still in Konoha. Seeing the change in Minato's expression, Karoti knew he had understood the answer. It's the Sage of Six Paths. Is he still alive? One could say he is dead, or one could say he is not. He exists in a special form in this ninja world, overlooking its development. He's an old schemer. Hiss. Minato gasped. He didn't expect to hear such explosive news here. Karoti, can you beat him? Upon hearing that the Sage of Six Paths was still alive, Minato's first reaction was whether Karoti could defeat him. If the Sage of Six Paths personally intervened, someone would have to be able to restrain him, and Minato believed that only Karoti could do that. I don't know if I can beat him, but I am invincible. Karoti was only confident in his own invincibility. Hearing Karoti's words, Minato's tense heart finally relaxed a bit. Do I have any way to deal with the Sage of Six Paths? It's better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Minato couldn't place all his hopes on Karoti. He needed his own means to counter him. Yes. Minato's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Please elaborate. You should know that chakra is a cultivation method passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. So to deal with him, this is not enough. Minato nodded, acknowledging Karoti's statement. Your Sage mode can deal with the Sage of Six Paths. Sage mode absorbs the power of nature for use, and its energy level is higher than chakra. Are you saying that the power the Sage of Six Paths uses is higher than chakra? Karoti had to admire Minato's intellect. He deduced such information just from Karoti's words. Yes, because he is a Sage-level powerhouse, his strength has evolved. Since it was brought up, Karoti decided to start from the beginning and explain the levels to Minato. I see. Karoti's words expanded Minato's knowledge. Karoti, please help Naruto master the power of his body. Minato-sensei, didn't I say it before? Karoti wouldn't draw the Sage of Six Paths' attention just to help Minato. That's not what I mean. I just hope you can help Naruto control the power of the Nine-Tails within him. Hearing this, Karoti became interested. After all, there was nothing else to do, and it wouldn't be bad to play with the fox. Sure, but my training is very strict. You need to be mentally prepared. Plus, You'll have to pay and provide meals. Upon hearing provide meals, Minato knew this was not a simple matter. It sounded like bankruptcy. Sure, after saying those two words, Minato felt tears of sadness welling up inside him. Naruto, you must succeed, or your old dad will suffer a huge loss. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, intending to leave this sad place, but no matter what he did, he couldn't sense the technique's force. Huh, what's going on? Why is my Flying Thunder God ineffective? Minato said in astonishment. This was the first time the technique had failed. Oh, I forgot to retract this barrier. Sorry, Minato-sensei. Karotto said a bit apologetically, as he hadn't expected Minato to want to leave so soon. Karotto snapped his fingers, and Minato sensed the seal on his house, allowing him to leave directly, feeling embarrassed for losing face here. After Minato left, Karotto called out to the door. Kumin, eavesdropping on others isn't like you, Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi had known from the moment Minato entered. Having learned the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato, Kakashi had a keen perception of spatial powers. Can you tell me what you and the teacher talked about, brother? Originally, Kakashi had heard, but as soon as Karotto released the barrier, he couldn't hear anything at all. Joining in could be dangerous, Kakashi. Karotto didn't want Kakashi to get involved. He didn't want him to face even the slightest danger. You have to give me a goal. Kakashi insisted. Seeing his brother's determined look, Karotto knew Kakashi wouldn't listen to him. He couldn't ignore his brother. It's better to let you in on it. Once you learn the Flying Thunder God, I'll tell you. Even if you can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. All right, remember what you said. After Kakashi said this, he went back to his room. Finally, it's quiet. Don't you think so, father? Tonight, the Hitaki family is really lively. Even eavesdroppers are too. I don't know. I was sleeping. Hitaki Sakomo yawned as he heard the footsteps returning to his room. Finally, I can sleep. Karotto fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Chapter 146. Karotto's Method Dad. Will Kakashi's teacher really come? Naruto lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The father and son had waited all morning, but Karotto still hadn't appeared. He will come, Minato said, gently as always. He had made an appointment with Karotto for today. But I'm really hungry right now. Naruto's stomach grumbled. He had been brought here early in the morning by Minato, without having breakfast. Then I'll go buy you something to eat. Knowing his son was hungry, Minato planned to use the Flying Thunder God to return to the village and buy food for Naruto. If the second Hokage saw his technique being used to buy food, he would surely kick the coffin lid off to come out and kill him. Hi, how are you? Just as Minato was about to leave, Karotto finally arrived. You're so late, Karotto. Naruto jumped up from the ground, pointing at Karotto. His hunger made him forget Karotto's terror. I got lost on the road of life. Karotto shamelessly said. Your excuse is just like Kakashi-sensei's. Liar. Upon hearing Karotto's response, Naruto was furious. Minato sighed inwardly upon hearing Karotto's words. So Kakashi's tardiness was learned from you. Minato-sensei, can we start now? Yes. The two of them ignored Naruto's wishes and made their decision directly. Only Naruto stared foolishly at the two of them, puzzled. Dad, where are we starting? Are we going to start teaching me how to cultivate? Naruto only knows that Carrot will come and teach him today, but he is not clear on the specifics. Doesn't he know? Carrot is a bit emotional about how big Minato's heart is. He hasn't had the chance to say it yet. Minato, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Then let me say it. I am here to teach you how to control the power of the nine tails inside you. Carrot chose to be straightforward. After all, Naruto is quite direct-minded. If he speaks too convolutedly, he might not understand. Really? Naruto was very happy. Ever since he saw the power of the nine tails when he was in Carrot's belly, he knew how powerful it was. Now that he has the opportunity to gain that power, he is naturally eager. What I need to do? Naruto was eager to try. The thought of having such powerful strength made him even more impatient. The nine tails inside Naruto's belly also heard Carrot's words. Humph, there's no way you can do it. The nine tails said, as arrogant as ever. It's very simple, just gain the nine tails' approval. If you do that, you can use its power freely. Carrot's words shocked both Minato and Naruto. If it's possible to easily gain the nine tails' approval, then there would be no need to seal it away. Seeing the disbelief on the faces of the father and son, Carrot continued, there are two methods to gain the nine tails' approval. The first is to defeat it until it submits. This method is quite simple. I can do it with just a little effort. The nine tails inside Naruto was speechless upon hearing Carrot's method. I'm a mighty beast. How could I possibly submit to your power? The nine tails doubted its own endurance. The second method is to earn the nine tails' genuine approval. Although this one is difficult, it is the best way, and only you can do it. Which one do you choose, Naruto? Minato understood Carrot's intention. It was a test for Naruto. Naruto was contemplating Carrot's words. I choose the second method, Naruto said after some thought. You need to think carefully. The second method is very difficult, and you might die. Carrot continued to tempt him, knowing that a child at this age would still fear death. Naruto fell into deep thought for a moment, while the two beings waited silently for his answer. I still choose the second method. I believe I can do it. I will definitely earn the Nine-Tails' approval, Naruto said, clenching his fists to encourage himself. Is this the confidence of the child of destiny? This is also why I liked Naruto back then, Carrot thought, looking at Naruto, his mind slowly drifting back to the past. Truly my son, Minato felt proud of Naruto's determination. What a fool, the Nine-Tails commented sharply on Naruto. But a different feeling was spreading in its heart. All right, then let's go see the beast in question. Carrot placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and their consciousness directly entered Naruto's belly, while Minato was responsible for keeping watch outside. Nine-Tails, your environment is really too poor. Don't you know to improve it? Although it was not Carrot's first time entering, he still found it uncomfortable, a prison submerged in water. Carrot would not let himself get wet. Did he practice the flying thunder technique for nothing? Naruto, however, did not have that luxury and plopped down in the water. Do you think I want to? The Nine-Tails was also quite angry. If you want me to be imprisoned, at least build a bigger prison. You should know I'm the strongest tailed beast. Given my status, a luxury single room wouldn't be too much to ask. Naruto remained silent upon hearing the Nine-Tails' complaints. After all, this was a seal reinforced by his mother, and Naruto couldn't bring himself to speak ill of her. Nine-Tails, you should have heard the reason we came in, right? Carrot flew to the front of the cell and addressed the Nine-Tails. I know, but do you think you can do it? The Nine-Tails pointed at Naruto with its claws, looking disdainful. It had seen many who were stronger than Naruto in terms of strength and talent, and it did not believe Naruto could succeed. If he can't do it, then no one can, it said. As soon as Carrot finished speaking, the Nine-Tails' eyes nearly popped out. They were so wide. Naruto couldn't hear Carrot's following words because it was intentional. All he knew was that after Carrot finished speaking, the entire beast seemed off. Ahem. I think it can be tried. The Nine-Tails deliberately coughed, shocked by the implications of Carrot's words. Carrot gestured to Naruto, who stepped forward and reached out his hand. Please take care of me. The Nine-Tails also extended its arm, and in that moment the two clasped hands and paused together. Then goodbye. After Carrot spoke, he disappeared with Naruto. After waiting so long, they finally appeared. The Nine-Tails murmured after the two vanished. Chapter 147. Encounter with Jiraiya Minato-sensei. Goodbye. After greeting Minato, Carrot directly left. Since Naruto did not choose a physical method, there was no place for Carrot here. Anyway, since the Nine-Tails already knew that Naruto was the one it had been waiting for, it should cooperate a bit, right? As long as he wouldn't die, it didn't matter. Carrot waved his hand casually. Carrot-sensei, long time no see. Oh, what a coincidence, Shursui. Shursui ran over and bowed to Carrot. I was waiting here specifically for you, Carrot-sensei. Is there something you need from me? Carrot asked, puzzled, as he noticed no signs of urgency on Shursui's face. I am here to report on the elder situation. After hearing Shursui's words, Carrot slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this matter. Before leaving Konoha, he had given Shursui this order, but as time passed, he completely forgot about it. Has he done anything out of line again? Carrot would not embarrass himself in front of Shursui. As a leader, he still had to maintain appearances. The elder has been frequently visiting the Uchiha clan's family shrine to meet with someone. I dare not approach for fear of being discovered by the two of them. Shursui strictly followed Carrot's instructions to avoid alerting them. Has this increased suddenly in the past few days? Carrot suspected it was due to his return to the village. After all, that little black guy, Kurizetsu, had witnessed his strength. That's right, it used to be once every 6 months, but in the past few days, it's happened more than 3 times. I understand. Shursui, you did very well and did not disappoint me. It is my duty to serve my seniors. By the way, senior, why don't you let me use the eye technique on the elder? As long as he becomes one of us, things would become much simpler, right? Shursui asked Carrot, as he had never understood why Carrot didn't allow him to use Kotoeme Tsukumi to alter the elder's consciousness. Using Kotoeme Tsukumi on him would be a waste. Your Kotoeme Tsukumi still has great use. It would be a waste to use such a powerful technique solely on the elder. I see, Carrot-sensei. Do you have any other orders? Let's not just talk about business. Shursui, do you have someone you like? Upon hearing Carrot mention this, Shursui's face turned rare red. Seeing Shursui's reaction, Carrot realized that this honest person had actually betrayed the revolution and secretly found a romantic interest. To be honest, are you planning to get married? Karoti slapped Jishue's shoulder, causing Jishue's face to twitch, which shows how much strength Karoti used. Senior, I'm also at the age to get married. It's not easy to have a girl who likes me. But why don't you find someone? Do you hear what kind of words a person can say? Is having a partner something to be proud of? Can you act recklessly? Jishue, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I plan to test your strength. You wouldn't refuse such a simple request, would you? With Karoti's sinister smile, Jishue's hair stood on end. Senior, don't you think this is a bit embarrassing? Jishue now knows how petty Karoti can be. However, he didn't dare to practice with Karoti. Don't you know that besides being strong, I have a particularly thick skin? Jishue was stunned by Karoti's shamelessness. Senior, look, there's a new snack shop that just opened. Jishue pointed in the direction behind Karoti, and as soon as Karoti turned around, Jishue used a technique to disappear, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The world has gone downhill. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Karoti thought to himself, never expecting that Jishue, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, had actually learned to deceive. Having a romantic interest has changed him for the worse. Senior, please don't blame me. Once he confirmed that Karoti didn't chase after him, Jishue gasped for breath. His speed in escaping was faster than ever, proving his fear of Karoti's fists. Upon arriving at the police department, Jishue regained his usual demeanor. After all, as the minister, he couldn't lose face in front of his subordinates. Good day, minister. Jishue entered the office without any danger. While Karoti was wandering and eating, he unexpectedly spotted a white-haired man sneaking around outside the women's bathhouse. How can there be such a person in Konoha, peeping at a women's bathhouse in broad daylight? Is there no law? Is there no law? They don't even regard Konoha or me. Karoti couldn't tolerate this. He instantly teleported to Jiraiya's side. Lord Jiraiya, you would want people to know that one of the legendary Saiyan of Konoha is here doing something uncivilized, would you? Karoti said with a smiling face to the terrified Jiraiya. Karoti, what are you doing here? Jiraiya stuttered. I just came out for a walk and happened to bump into you. I didn't expect your hobbies to be so broad. Senior Jiraiya. Ahem. I'm just looking for material to write novels. You and think that I, the great Saiyan Jiraiya, would do something so lowly, would you? I, Jiraiya, have a significant position in the literary world, and that is all thanks to my unique insight, Jiraiya said firmly, trying to build a grand image for himself. Senior Jiraiya, even if I believe you, would anyone believe a creepy man peeking outside the bathhouse? As soon as Jiraiya heard Karoti call him a creepy man, he immediately got angry. Who are you calling a creepy man? I just look a bit older. How can you unjustly accuse someone? Jiraiya said, not forgetting to strike a few poses he designed for his entrance. Senior Jiraiya, your moves look great. Please don't do them next time. I'm afraid I might throw up. After seeing Jiraiya's glaring moves, Karoti couldn't help but say, what is wrong with you, a grown man? Dancing around to disgust people? Karoti decided he needed to go see a performance afterward to cleanse his eyes. You don't appreciate art. Jiraiya secretly labeled Karoti in his heart. Senior Jiraiya, is Tsunade also inside? Karoti put his arm around Jiraiya's shoulder and whispered in his ear. How did you figure that out? Do you even need to ask? Your mind is completely on Tsunade. Who doesn't know? You definitely wouldn't make any moves that would make her misunderstand you, unless Tsunade is also inside. Karoti, do you think Tsunade can accept me? Jiraiya said with a face full of frustration. Over the years, he had been devoted to Tsunade, but had made no progress at all, making him want to give up. Chapter 148. Being tricked. Karoti looked Jiraiya up and down and said, it's not easy for Tsunade to take a liking to you. What? Jiraiya was completely caught off guard by Karoti's words. You're saying that you're always so messy, and you smell like a man. Not even a woman would dare to accept you. People from the land of fire don't deceive people from the land of fire. Karoti's sincere words made Jiraiya lift his shirt to smell himself. Aren't all men like this? No, that's just you. Karoti couldn't admit Jiraiya's words. He himself was very clean and felt uncomfortable if he didn't shower every day. Senior Jiraiya, if you want to pursue Senior Tsunade, there's a way. Once these words came out, it was like a ray of light appeared in the dark night sky, making people yearn for it. Of course, Jiraiya had to seize it tightly. Karoti, what is the method? Jiraiya tightly grasped Karoti's hands with both hands, full of hope. Karoti quickly pulled his hands away from Jiraiya's grasp, not forgetting to wipe his hands on Jiraiya, who had been squatting here. Who knows what strange actions he had done? As the saying goes, there are 3 elements to pursuing a girl. First, don't be shy. Second, still don't be shy. Third, absolutely don't be shy. Can this work, Karoti? Jiraiya asked somewhat skeptically, After all, Karoti had always been single, and according to Jiraiya, Karoti had never even touched a girl's hand. You don't believe me? If it weren't for a familiar person, I wouldn't tell him this method. I only shared it because I saw that you, Senior Jiraiya, have not made any progress, so I generously imparted it to you, and you're still ungrateful. Karoti patted his heart and said, stepping back and pointing at Jiraiya with a disappointed face. With Karoti's acting skills, not having an Oscar is a huge loss. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya felt that if he didn't believe Karoti, he would be a sinner. Karoti, I misjudged you. It's my fault. What else could Jiraiya say? He could only apologize first. It seems that this scatterbrained Jiraiya has already been fooled by him. Karoti is very satisfied with his acting. Thus, the two men, one daring to teach and the other daring to learn, squatted on the ground whispering. From time to time, they burst into laughter that made people want to leave quickly. Senior Jiraiya, there shouldn't be just one woman inside, right? Karoti suddenly thought of a question. Tsunade's little psychic wouldn't be inside too, right? Oh, Shizune is also inside. She is inseparable from Tsunade. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the corners of Karoti's eyes twitched. He wished he could beat Jiraiya to death right now. That Kakashi's rumored girlfriend. You old pervert still dare to peep. Jiraiya, however, completely did not notice Karoti's expression. He was still talking about his plans to Karoti. Senior Jiraiya, I hope the next time I see you, you'll still be alive. What? Before Jiraiya could get an answer, Karoti directly punched him in the eye socket. Jiraiya flew toward the bathhouse. Bang! Jiraiya crashed into the lobby of the bathhouse, followed by Karoti's voice. There's a man peeping at the women's bathhouse. After shouting, Carrot left immediately, as this place was not suitable for staying long. As soon as Carrot left, a series of loud cries erupted. A chorus of soprano voices rose, reaching the sky and attracting passersby, because it is human nature to enjoy a spectacle. In the hall, with a shout, a flurry of footsteps followed. Tsunade and Shizune were among them. Jiraiya? As soon as Tsunade saw the person lying on the ground, she knew who it was. Only this pervert would do such a thing. Get him for peeping. Someone shouted, and the women bathing in the hot spring immediately turned to Jiraiya with fists and kicks. Especially Tsunade and Shizune, who knew Jiraiya was here because of Tsunade, so they hit the hardest. Ouch, don't hit my face. I earn my living with my looks. Jiraiya was awakened by the pain in his body. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he did, the blows to his face became even worse, swelling to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Stop. Finally, members of the Uchiha clan, who managed the Konoha police, arrived, and they were both women. Seeing that the Uchiha had finally come, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, he would surely be beaten to death, and he didn't dare to fight back. He was afraid that if he did, others would know who he was. And if he lost face, it would be big news in Konoha. Someone reported that there was a peeping Tom here. Is it true? There was no need to ask. This case was reported by Carrot, who still had a bit of conscience. Just not much. As long as Jiraiya wasn't dead, that was enough. Yes, it's this person. He was hiding on the roof and accidentally fell down when discovered. The boss thought so. After all, she heard a shout and then saw Jiraiya fall from above. I've been running this place in Konoha for so long, and I've never seen someone so bold as to peep during the day. The boss said indignantly. Today she really opened her eyes. I never expected such a disgraceful person would appear in Konoha. Tsunade stepped out and didn't forget to step on Jiraiya. Jiraiya fainted from the pain. Lady Tsunade. The Uchiha members greeted respectfully. Tsunade was the idol of all Konoha female ninjas. Beautiful, strong, and her weaponry was unmatched. Since the evidence is conclusive, we will take this person away. Take him away. Make sure to take good care of him at the police department. Thinking about how Jiraiya might have seen her while peeping made Tsunade's anger flare up again. She was afraid that if Jiraiya stayed here, she wouldn't be able to control herself and would beat him to a pulp. Two members of the police department lifted Jiraiya's arms and dragged him out. Lady Tsunade, are you really not going to care about Lord Jiraiya? Shizune knew that if Jiraiya's identity was exposed, it would be a serious matter. What does it matter? This bastard doesn't learn from his teacher. He only learns those shameful things. Although Tsunade outwardly seemed unconcerned about Jiraiya, no one knew what she was really thinking. However, Tsunade's body was very honest. The direction she was walking was indeed towards the domain of the Sarutobi clan. Such matters could only be brought to the elderly Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, even though he had retired, he still had some face. Chapter 149. The reason Carrot doesn't look for a girlfriend at night. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked out of the Konoha police department with a dark expression, followed by a dejected Jiraiya. Originally, Hiruzen was enjoying family time at home, but Tsunade brought him news that made him lose face. His beloved disciple Jiraiya was caught peeping and was now in the police department's jail, needing him to bail him out. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had dominated the peeping world without fail, looked down on Jiraiya's crude methods, which were beneath him. But as a teacher, he felt he had to show face, especially since the honest Shursui was on duty. So Hiruzen Sarutobi bailed Jiraiya out. You did this, and with your skills, you actually fell into the hot spring, Hiruzen Sarutobi said to the downcast Jiraiya, almost poking him in the head with his finger. Teacher, it was a setup. I was just following your teachings. Jiraiya didn't finish, and Hiruzen quickly covered his mouth, warning him with a glare. There were so many people around, and he obviously wanted to drag Hiruzen down with him. Remember, what you did has nothing to do with me. Hiruzen Sarutobi added a verbal warning, as he was still trying to maintain his reputation, and he couldn't let Jiraiya tarnish it. Teacher, where's Tsunade? Jiraiya knew Tsunade was at the scene. She came to inform me and then left. I'm not sure. Oh, are you thinking of making a move on her? Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a mischievous smile, nudging Jiraiya with his shoulder. Jiraiya suddenly couldn't speak. What's wrong with that? As your teacher, I naturally hope you can find your own place. But Tsunade is a thorny rose. Are you sure you can hold on to her? If you're not confident, I advise you to stay away, or you won't even have friends. Hiruzen Sarutobi advised Jiraiya, as someone with experience. Teacher, when did you become so knowledgeable? I remember you and Annie met through an arranged marriage, right? How come you seem so rich in feelings now? At that moment, Jiraiya felt like he was seeing his teacher for the first time. Hiruzen Sarutobi enjoyed Jiraiya's astonished gaze. It was worth it for him to continue studying even after retirement, just to enjoy such looks. This is all the experience of my life. If you were my favorite disciple, how could I share this with you? Teacher, didn't you say your favorite disciple was Orochimaru? How did it change to me now? Jiraiya asked incredulously. Can I return this? His pig-headed disciple. I don't want him anymore. How can he expose the teacher's secrets in public? Hiruzen Sarutobi regretted bailing Jiraiya out at this moment. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was at a loss for words, Orochimaru arrived. Teacher, Orochimaru was still very polite, but he only gave Jiraiya a disdainful glance. Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Are you here to watch my joke? Jiraiya was provoked by Orochimaru, wondering who he was looking down on. Oh, after spending some time in jail, you become smarter, huh? Want to go back in for a while? Orochimaru looked at the outwardly strong but inwardly weak Jiraiya with interest. This time, he was indeed there to watch Jiraiya's joke, which showed the bond between them. Even though they usually acted like they didn't get along, their feelings for each other were genuine. Jiraiya soon lost the argument. He had never won a verbal battle against Orochimaru, not even once. Let's go. Do you want to stay here and be the laughingstock? Orochimaru said, as their identities were not simple, and having two Hokages together was too eye-catching. Teacher, Carrot, after doing good deeds, met his leading teacher. Matsushita was very happy to see Carrot. Carrot was a significant part of his ninja career, and Matsushita felt very proud to be Carrot's teacher. Soon, the two of them went to a tea house to have tea. Teacher, I heard from Sanada that you are back to teaching at school now? Yes, after the war ended. I had the idea of teaching the knowledge I learned on the battlefield to students, so they can adapt to the ninja life more easily in the future. After I discussed this idea with the Hokage, he arranged for me to become a teacher at the school. Matsushita shared the reasons he became a teacher with Carrot, expressing his satisfaction with his new role. And you, Carrot, you've been away from Konoha for so long. Where have you been? Every time I went to the Hitaki family estate looking for you, I only got the news that you hadn't returned yet. Matsushita noted that he had gone to find Carrot the most times with Amiko. As a teacher, he was well aware of Amiko's feelings for Carrot. But Carrot seemed completely oblivious, focused solely on his training. I've been out training. I knew it. Matsushita said immediately after Carrot finished speaking. Carrot, haven't you thought about getting a girlfriend? Matsushita asked seriously as Carrot's teacher. Teacher, why do you and my father both hope that I find a girlfriend? I'm doing just fine on my own. Why would I want someone to waste my time? Carrot asked in confusion. Now, even his teacher hoped he would find a girlfriend. He yearned for a life like Orochimaru's, focused on doing what he loved without letting other things disturb him. Is that really how you think, Carrot? Matsushita was greatly surprised by Carrot's perspective. He had considered various possibilities, such as Carrot not liking girls or having some unspoken difficulties. But he never expected that Carrot's reason would be this. Amiko, I might not be able to help you. Matsushita thought to himself, unsure of what to say to his student. Teacher, are you okay? Seeing Matsushita dazed, Carrot waved his hand in front of him, trying to bring him back to reality. I'm fine. I was just shocked by your thoughts. Chapter 150. The running night. Carrot didn't understand why Matsushita was so shocked. Wasn't this normal? Amiko, it's not that the teacher can't help you, but this teammate simply can't keep up. Matsushita-sensei, Carrot. Sanada, what are you doing here? Carrot asked in confusion as a married man appeared in the tavern late at night. Well, I just came out to relax, Sanada said as he casually leaned against Carrot. Seeing that Carrot wanted to ask more, Matsushita stopped him and said, you don't understand the post-marriage life of a married man. You're just a single dog. Teacher, how can you insult people like that? Carrot immediately retorted. Even though I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. How can you dismiss my broad knowledge based on superficial factors? I didn't insult you. I was just stating a fact. Matsushita shrugged, ignoring him. Carrot realized that continuing the argument was pointless, so he started drinking. As the night grew later, the tavern became busier, and the three of them gradually entered a good mood, with the bottles on the table constantly being replaced. Carrot, you can really drink. Matsushita and Sanada both looked at Carrot with newfound respect for his alcohol tolerance, especially since Carrot had never drunk alcohol when they teamed up, which was due to him not being of age. I'm not bragging. You two are just lightweight amateurs. Matsushita and Sanada couldn't take it anymore. You can say our skills are lacking, and we accept that, but how can you question our drinking capacity? We can't lose face today, even if it costs us our lives. Bartender, bring the drinks. Matsushita and Sanada said in unison, and in that moment, the two teachers made up their minds. Either you pour or we pour. Then the three of them began a drinking contest. Ugh. Matsushita eventually passed out, and Sanada had already slid under the table. Carrot started to feel dizzy as well. His mind was clear, but his body was just a bit slower to respond. I haven't even tried hard, and you guys are already down. Now, as the victor, Carrot could say anything without anyone opposing him, as those who would have objected were already out. Leaning back in his chair, he didn't want to move at all, and the bartender noticed something was off and brought over a hangover remedy. Hello, sir. This is our restaurant's secret hangover remedy. It works great for sobering up. Thank you, Carrot said and downed the remedy in one go. After drinking it, he felt much clearer. You two idiots. Do you owe me something? Do I have to take you home? Carrot lifted Matsushita and Sanada by their arms, yes. He lifted them up like plastic bags to prevent them from throwing up on him. As he walked through the crowd, he received many confused looks, as Carrot was the first to treat his drinking buddies this way. Who should I take first? Carrot looked at the two people in his hands, momentarily confused. Carrot, what are you doing here? Amiko's voice rang out behind him, and Rin was there too. Amiko was surprised because she knew Carrot didn't drink at all. Hi, you too. Carrot greeted, and unfortunately for Sanada, his face hit the ground, and it was unclear if he had hurt himself. Even in his drunken state, Sanada still managed to let out a sound. Is he okay? Amiko and Rin asked in unison. He's fine. He has a thick skin. A little injury like this is nothing for him. Carrot didn't hold back, even though Sanada had ordered expensive drinks. Carrot and Sanada were good brothers, and their bond was strong. After saying that, Carrot picked Sanada up from the ground again. Are you going to take them both home? Amiko pointed at the two men in Carrot's hands. I have no choice. I can't just leave them on the street, Carrot replied helplessly. You two came here too? Carrot nodded towards Amiko and Rin, indicating they were here to drink as well. No, we just finished shopping and we're about to head back. Carrot noticed the big bags in Amiko and Rin's hands and knew they must have spent quite a while shopping, at least more than half a day. He couldn't understand how they could exert so much energy while shopping when they complained about training being hard. Well, see you later. Carrot turned to take the drunkards home. Wait a minute, Carrot. Rin snatched the shopping bags from Amiko's hands and said to Carrot, let Amiko go with you. You can't take care of two people by yourself. Having a medical ninja around to help is good too. After saying that, she pushed Amiko towards Carrot. I'm leaving Amiko in your care. Without waiting for Carrot to respond, she ran off. At this moment, Himizi blushed and lowered her head. She naturally understood her best friend's thoughts, but Carrot, that blockhead, didn't know. Let's go together. Carrot saw that Lin had already disappeared and had no choice but to accept the suggestion. The two walked along the road, one in front and one behind. Carrot? You must have suffered a lot these past few years, right? No, you know me well. How could I let myself suffer? At that moment, the moonlight shone on Carrot, mesmerizing him easy. Carrot was walking and didn't hear the footsteps behind him, so when he turned back, he saw Himizi standing still. Is there something on me? Carrot looked at himself, but found nothing unusual. Such a beautiful scene was directly disturbed by Carrot. After Carrot took Sanada Matsuhome back home, he could vaguely hear Matsuhome's continuous cries of apology from their house. Wow, the changes in married women are so big. Just thinking about how Sanada's wife got angry made Carrot even more resistant to the idea of marriage. Seeing Carrot's frightened expression, Himizi curiously asked, "Carrot, are you feeling unwell?" Carrot couldn't help but worry about whether Himizi would also become like that after getting married, feeling concerned for her future husband. "I'm fine. Maybe I just drank a bit too much. I just need to rest a bit." "That's good. Let's hurry and take Matsuhome home, and you can get some rest early." Himizi directly grabbed Carrot's hand and started running wildly in the night. Chapter 151, The Promise Ugg. Drunk Matsuhome started to vomit after all. Being carried while running up and down felt like a roller coaster. Carrot was afraid of getting vomited on, so he directly tossed Matsuhome aside. Yes, you heard it right. He tossed him. Bang! Ouch! When Matsuhome fell to the ground, he let out a cry. "Are you okay, teacher?" Carrot only approached to ask after Matsuhome woke up and sat up. "If no one had thrown me out just now, I would have been better." Matsuhome looked at Carrot's feigned concern and sarcastically remarked, "I was just afraid you would vomit on yourself, so I made that choice to wake you up. I'm doing this for your own good, teacher." Carrot ignored Matsuhome's sarcasm, thinking that as long as his skin was thick enough, he could always win the argument. "Teacher, are you feeling better now? Hurry up, the ground is cold." Himizi saw the two staring at each other like children who had never grown up. She went back to help Matsuhome up, but since Matsuhome was drunk, Himizi alone couldn't manage it. Carrot, being perceptive, placed Matsuhome's arm over his shoulder. Under the streetlight, the three slowly walked towards Matsuhome's house. "Carrot, I didn't expect you to be quite the drinker." Matsuhome wasn't at all upset about being out drunk by his student. After all, losing to Carrot in anything was understandable, so accepting defeat in drinking wasn't hard. "What can I say? I'm just that excellent." Carrot always accepted compliments fully. "Teacher, will your wife be angry when you come home drunk?" Carrot vividly recalled Matsuhome's earlier experience. "At home, as long as I say go east, your wife wouldn't dare to go west. If I say catch a dog, she wouldn't dare to catch a chicken. I am the head of the family, so you can rest assured." Seeing Matsuhome so confident and not showing any signs of panic, Carrot believed him. It seems that the situation in the Sanada family is just an exception. Himizi watched her teacher bragging to Carrot but didn't expose him. As someone who had a very good relationship with Matsuhome's wife, Himizi was exceptionally clear about the teacher's standing at home, which was completely the opposite of what he said. What a bold talker and a gullible listener. "Really? Honey." Although it was just a simple 4 words, Matsuhome felt surrounded by a chilling aura. "Oh, you're here, dear." Matsuhome slowly turned his head and saw his wife smiling as she walked toward him. "Hello, teacher." X2 Carrot and Himizi quickly greeted her. "Hello, Carrot. Long time no see." "Hello, teacher's wife. Long time no see. You are getting more beautiful." "Really? I think so too, but some people just don't have that kind of vision." When she said the latter half, she glanced at Matsuhome, causing him to swallow the compliments he was about to say. They just don't have the vision to appreciate the beauty of the world. Matsuhome's wife really liked Carrot's flattery and didn't expect that the little kid from before had grown up so much in the blink of an eye. "Teacher's wife, since you are here, I will leave the teacher to you." You all should go home too. It's getting late." "Teacher, goodbye." X2, goodbye." Matsuhome didn't want Carrot and Himizi to leave so soon. Once they left, he couldn't bear the pressure of being the head of the family alone. "Car." Just as Matsuhome was about to call Carrot back, his wife ominously said, "Honey, what are you planning to do?" "Nothing, I just feel a bit numb in my arm. Stretching a bit." After saying that, he began to rotate his hands. "What did I tell you? I told you to drink less, drink less. Do you take my words as wind in one ear and out the other? And now you're drunk." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, directly grabbing Matsuhome's ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Honey, be gentler. My ear is going to fall off." "It's too late." After saying that, she pulled Matsuhome straight into the house. "Kneel." Bang. After that, no more sounds were heard. Carrot, of course, didn't know any of this. Matsuhome wouldn't tell Carrot that he feared his wife. After all, as a teacher, he needed to maintain some dignity in front of his students. He would keep it under wraps for as long as he could. "Carrot, this seems to be our first time walking together," Himizi said, looking at Carrot's profile. "Is it?" Carrot thought for a moment and then said, "It really is. In the past, it was always their little team together. Now that Sanada was married, he had to spend most of his time with his wife." Himizi sensed a hint of regret in Carrot's words. "However, I am truly happy for Sanada to find happiness." In a flash, Carrot was happy for Sanada again. "That's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, Sanada and I might not have survived the battlefield." How can you say that? We are teammates. So it's my duty to protect you. Carrot said this with determination. So, do you have any plans to get married? Himizi finally asked her most concerned question. Himizi, when did you become so nosy? Carrot really couldn't take it anymore. Why was everyone so concerned about this? Isn't it good to be single? Isn't it nice not to get married? I don't know. It's too troublesome. But now my father and I are looking for a wife for Kakashi. Are you sure? Himizi had never heard anyone describe marriage that way before. Of course, living alone, suddenly adding another person, wouldn't it feel crowded? Carrot used his cleverness to describe his understanding of marriage. At this moment, Hamiko wished she could split open Carrot's head with a knife to see what was inside. Just as Hamiko was about to pry into Carrot's thoughts, Carrot spoke up. You're home, Hamiko. Hamiko looked and realized it was true when she was with Carrot. She hated how time passed so quickly. Thank you for bringing me back, Carrot, Hamiko said gratefully. It's nothing. It's not safe for a girl to walk alone at night. Now that you're home, goodbye. Goodbye. Carrot turned to leave. Suddenly, Hamiko called out loudly, Carrot. Carrot stopped and turned to look at Hamiko. How about we go eat together tomorrow? Sure, Carrot said with a smile. When there are more people, the food just tastes better. Chapter 152. Each of their schemes, yay. Our Miss Hamiko is back from her date. As soon as Hamiko opened the door, Rin jumped out. Hamiko was startled by Rin's sudden move and patted her chest to calm down. Rin, you almost scare me to death. Hamiko rolled her eyes at Rin. Rin came forward and hugged Hamiko's arm, acting cute. How could our Miss Hamiko be so timid? You didn't even flinch at bloody wounds in the hospital. Rin said, while shaking Hamiko's arm. All right, if you keep shaking, my arm will break. The two of them playfully sat down in the living room. So, did Carrot fall for your charms? Rin asked curiously. As Hamiko's close friend, she knew Hamiko had always liked Carrot. Hamiko often took out and polished the gifts Carrot had given her, not allowing anyone else to touch them. P.S. Such a blockhead. I'm always the one trying to keep the conversation going with him. Hamiko complained, her tone slightly lifting at the corners of her mouth. Rin saw that Hamiko was like this and knew she was hopeless. With Hamiko's beauty, there were often people trying to flirt with her at the ninja hospital, but Hamiko had always kept her distance and decisively rejected them. Stop talking about me. I don't believe you can't see how Obito feels about you. I know Obito likes me, and I've tried to accept him, but my heart just can't accommodate him. Rin was also troubled by this. She wasn't dumb. She could see Obito's naked affection for her, but because she saw it, she didn't know how to reject him. If she handled it poorly, how deep would Obito's hurt be? How do we both end up liking two clueless brothers? Yeah, the two close friends exchanged smiles. I'm back. As Carrot entered the house, he saw Shikamaru and Kakashi sitting upright, staring at him seriously. Carrot was momentarily confused, looking back and forth between the two. Is something going on tonight? Why do you both look so serious? Unable to stand the atmosphere, Carrot spoke up. Carrot, shouldn't you explain a bit? Shikamaru was the first to speak. Dad, don't play riddles. Just ask me what you want to know directly. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat, Shikamaru continued. Kakashi saw you holding hands with a girl tonight. Is that true? Shikamaru asked nervously, shocked that his eldest son was actually holding a girl's hand. Finally, the Nara family might have some good news. How long had Shikamaru been waiting for this day? Other ninjas his age were already grandparents, but their family was still full of bachelors. Yes, Carrot admitted directly. Great. When are you bringing her home? We should set a date for your marriage. Seeing Shikamaru getting more off track with every word, Carrot quickly stopped him. Dad, you must have misunderstood. That's Hamiko. She just pulled me along to run. Kakashi, did you exaggerate? Carrot looked at Kakashi, who was avoiding eye contact. It wasn't that Kakashi wanted to do this. It was just that Shikamaru's pressure on him was too much. During the time Carrot was away from the village, Shikamaru had focused all his energy on Kakashi, arranging blind dates and introducing the daughters of comrades, causing Kakashi a lot of distress. Now that Carrot was back, Kakashi wanted Shikamaru to divert some attention to Carrot. Hence this tactic. Really? Shikamaru still wouldn't give up, looking at Carrot. After receiving Carrot's confirmation, Shikamaru turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Shikamaru lightly called out to Kakashi. Kakashi felt a chill, knowing his days ahead wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, Carrot watched the show from the side, thinking, in the face of love's iron fist, Kakashi has become obedient. Shikamaru looked at his two sons, both of whom were excellent and stood out in Konoha, yet were emotional idiots. He could only blame himself for not teaching them how to handle love, only teaching them killing techniques. Lord Orochimaru, their news. Late at night, the tech-savvy Orochimaru was still busy. Speak. Orochimaru showed no sign of stopping, directly instructing his assistant, Kabuto, to report. The undercover agent reported that the rogue ninja from the mist has joined the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, the Akatsuki has recently been gathering information on Jinchuriki. Oh, the last piece of news piqued Orochimaru's interest, lifting his head from the workbench. After Carrot fought with Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru had sent an undercover agent into the Akatsuki. It seemed their plan was about to begin. Kabuto, have them closely monitor the movements of the Jinchuriki and not take any action. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. After receiving Orochimaru's instructions, Kabuto went down to convey them. As Orochimaru's top aide, Kabuto personally took care of all the tasks assigned by Orochimaru. Is it finally starting? I waited so long. Orochimaru murmured as he looked at the clone he created. Madara, are you sure you want to start? Nagato asked Uchiha Madara, having waited for this moment for a long time. The piece Nagato wanted to create was finally at hand. We can start. We have everything ready. Just lacking the tailed beasts. Uchiha said with his hands behind his back. He had waited for this moment for a long time. This was the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, Uchiha Madara had used the Sage of Six Paths to lure him into joining the Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara was very accurate in reading people. He understood everyone's primal desires and could often persuade others with his exceptional eloquence. All right, let the plan begin. The two puppets of the Akatsuki finally started their self-righteous plan. Mom, just wait a bit longer. You can leave soon. Black Zetsu looked up at the moon in the sky. However, at this moment, the face of Carrot emerged in Black Zetsu's mind. Carrot's strength was the obstacle to his plan. But thinking back to what Madara had said, that Carrot wouldn't interfere, Black Zetsu felt relieved. After all, although Madara was foolish, he had never gone back on his word. How many schemes and tricks are hidden in the dark night? No one knows. Chapter 153. Jiraiya one morning. While Carrot and Kakashi were having breakfast, an unexpected guest barged in. Good morning, Carrot Kakashi. It was a face that looked old, paired with a bearded chin, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, making him look like a street thug. Asuma, why are you here so early instead of spending time with your girlfriend? Carrot asked in confusion, knowing that Asuma, the devoted admirer, would stick to Kurenai like glue for 24 hours a day. Didn't Kakashi tell you? I proposed successfully last night. Asuma said, unable to hide his smile. Having fulfilled his long-cherished wish, he felt content. Congratulations, Asuma. Carrot was genuinely happy for Asuma and Kurenai, the couple who could finally be together. Don't just say it. Be my best man. Asuma invited Carrot. Me? Carrot pointed at himself, a look of disbelief on his face. Shouldn't you invite Kakashi instead? This was also puzzling for Carrot, as Kakashi had a much better relationship with Asuma and only knew Carrot in passing. Moreover, Kakashi was the disciple of the third Hokage, making him a more suitable choice. Asuma, you're afraid Kakashi will steal your thunder because he's too good-looking, Carrot said, realizing the reason behind Asuma's choice. Upon hearing this reason, Carrot's good mood for the day vanished. If it weren't for the third Hokage's sake, Asuma would have been beaten up so badly that his mother wouldn't recognize him. Even if that's the case, you shouldn't say it in front of me. Seeing Carrot's change in expression, Asuma realized something was wrong. From now on, you get half price at our Uchiha family's restaurant. Asuma made a generous offer. Hearing Asuma's offer, Carrot immediately changed his tune. After all, who would pass up such a great deal? Only Asuma knew how much he was losing. Half price basically meant no profit, especially with Carrot, the big eater. Kurenai, for your best friend, our quality of life in the future might not be so good. That's right. It was all Kurenai's directive, having her best friend as the bridesmaid and asking Asuma to find Carrot to be the best man, creating opportunities for the two of them to interact. Who else is the best man? Carrot asked. Obito, Guy, and you, Asuma listed off. Wow, you have a good eye. Carrot silently praised Asuma's choice. Obito, a man who could turn the ninja world upside down for his beloved, and Guy, who was invincible when opening the 8th gate. Carrot didn't need to say anything about himself. They were all his little brothers. I handpicked them. They all look similar to me. Asuma said proudly. All right, I overestimated you, Carrot thought, slapping his forehead. A man in love couldn't he think that far ahead? I agree. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Carrot accepted Asuma's invitation. Great. Thank you, Carrot. After receiving Carrot's answer, Asuma was very pleased, as this was Kurenai's order, and he didn't want to ruin his image in her eyes. The wedding arrived as scheduled, and many prominent figures from the Hidden Leaf Village attended. Given the Uchiha family's reputation, the scale of the wedding was expected to be grand. When Carrot was blocking drinks for Asuma, Jiraiya showed up. Carrot, you've made me suffer. Just thinking about the scene where Carrot had beaten him in the bathhouse made Jiraiya feel very uncomfortable. Having spent days bullying others, he never expected to get a lesson from Carrot. Now he finally had a chance for revenge. He wanted to get Carrot drunk. Jiraiya was well prepared today. He had brought along his good disciple Minato and his friend Choji. He didn't believe that 3 against 1 wound tea be able to outdrink Carrot. Isn't that our Jiraiya-sensei? Still looking good after all this time? Of course, just wait and see how powerful I am, Carrot. Jiraiya thought, determined to regain his lost face by making Carrot drink until he was down. I'll be waiting, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya-sensei, you should look around you. When Jiraiya turned to look at Carrot's words, he found that Minato and Choji had already left his side, and now he was surrounded. What is going on? Due to his earlier boasting, Jiraiya hadn't noticed that Carrot and his classmates had gradually encircled him. Minato and Choji, sensing danger, had quietly slipped away, and the people surrounding them didn't stop them. Jiraiya-sensei, don't blame us for bullying you. We're all one-on-one, Carrot said, taking advantage of the situation. The one-on-one he referred to meant that each of them would take turns against Jiraiya. Ouch, my stomach hurts. After calling out, Jiraiya clutched his stomach. Let me through. Jiraiya attempted to push past the people in front of him, but it was useless. Jiraiya-sensei, how can you come to my wedding without drinking a toast? Is it because the Yuanfei family's wine doesn't suit your taste? Asuma raised his glass. Asuma had been paying attention when he saw Jiraiya approaching Carrot with Minato and Choji. He couldn't let someone bully his best man, so he called on their classmates for backup. Come on, Jiraiya-sensei, I'll drink. You do as you please. Asuma shoved a drink into Jiraiya's hand, then drank his own glass, staring intently at Jiraiya. With no choice, Jiraiya forced himself to drink the glass. Jiraiya-sensei, you drank with Asuma. You can't refuse to drink with me. Before long, Jiraiya was lying on the ground after drinking glass after glass. Carrot hadn't even had to step in, and Jiraiya was already down. Minato and Choji watched Jiraiya fall so quickly and were very grateful they had left early. Otherwise, the number of people down would have increased by 1. Even the 3rd Hokage couldn't bear to watch such a scene. It was embarrassing for a respectable elder to compete with the youth in drinking and end up getting drunk without gaining anything. The 3rd Hokage never expected Jiraiya to make him feel embarrassed again. Don't worry, Carrot, on my turf, I'll protect you. Asuma acted like a boss of a gang, not knowing whether the 3rd Hokage would be infuriated seeing Asuma let loose like this. He was supposed to be trained in the direction of Hokage, but ended up going astray. Chapter 154. The people from the future time flew by, and half a month had passed since Asuma's wedding. Carrot was at home training, sitting cross-legged in midair. Even butterflies that approached were knocked to the ground by Carrot's protective aura, taking some time to fly away without getting hurt. In Carrot's perception, the sky outside the hidden leaf village suddenly split open, and 2 figures appeared. How could this happen? Carrot woke from his meditation, already knowing who those 2 people were. This was clearly not the time and space they belonged to. How could they appear here? This was completely beyond Carrot's imagination. Swish! Carrot appeared directly in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, there's been a situation, Carrot said solemnly. Seeing Carrot's expression, Orochimaru immediately ordered his subordinates to leave, leaving only the 2 of them in the office. What on earth happened that made you so anxious, Carrot? Orochimaru asked. A visitor from the future has come to our territory, Orochimaru-senpai. Oh, things are getting more interesting. Orochimaru became intrigued by the news brought by Carrot. After all, it was a person from the future. I wonder if I succeeded in the future. Orochimaru-senpai, you might have misunderstood. It's not our future. What does that mean? This completely exceeded Orochimaru's imagination. And only after Carrot's detailed explanation did he understand the existence of parallel timelines. What should we do now? Wait until the ones chasing them arrive. Then we will capture him. But that's a member of the Otsutsuki clan. That's right, such a good experimental subject cannot go to waste. Orochimaru and Carrot conspired, and no one else knew about it. Wow, the Hokage rock has become smaller. Now, there are only 4. Huh, Mr. Sasuke. ISNT that Orochimaru? Boruto pointed at the 4th Hokage's face. Sasuke looked in the direction Boruto was pointing, and indeed, it was Orochimaru. What is going on? How did the 4th Hokage become Orochimaru? What exactly is happening? Sasuke turned to look at the turtle in Boruto's hands, feeling very confused. Logically speaking, the 4th Hokage should be Minato Namake's. That's right. The setting of this is to return to the childhood of the Vortex clan. We have already come back. Said confidently. Look closely. When did Orochimaru become the 4th Hokage? At this moment, Sasuke wished he could strangle the little turtle in front of him. If Ri killed Naruto, what would be the point of their time travel? My time-space movement has no errors. It is indeed the childhood of Naruto Uzumaki. He wasn't lying. It really is Naruto's childhood. At this moment, a fourth voice came. Who? Sasuke was greatly surprised, as he had not sensed anyone approaching. Boruto also looked wary, knowing that anyone who could make his idol Sasuke feel threatened must be quite powerful. Who could it be? Sasuke could not think of anyone besides the Otsutsuki clan whose strength was around him without him noticing. Hi! Carrot and Orochimaru suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke and Boruto. Carrot waved his hand to greet Sasuke and Boruto. Don't be nervous. If I had malicious intent, you wouldn't still be standing here. Sasuke had no doubts about the strength of the person speaking. After all, if that person could move at a speed that even his Rinnegan couldn't see, it would be difficult to defeat him. After Carrot spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the little turtle. Upon noticing Carrot's gaze, Boruto quickly put Ri away. How stingy. Kid, it won't take a piece of meat from you to look at it a little longer. Carrot was very critical of Boruto's actions. What is your purpose for coming here? Orochimaru asked. Carrot had only mentioned that these two came from the future, but he was unclear about their purpose for being here. We are here to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing that Orochimaru was also here, Sasuke knew that his lie could not deceive the man in front of him. So to gain Orochimaru's help, he had to confess the truth. Of course, the person standing next to Orochimaru put too much pressure on him. Sasuke had a premonition that he could not defeat him. You came all the way from the future just to protect the Jinchuriki? How do you know that? Sasuke couldn't believe that Orochimaru spoke of their origin. Did you come to the wrong place? What do you mean? Sasuke didn't understand, but Ri, who was nestled in Boruto's arms, did. You mean parallel timelines? Absolutely correct. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Ri explained the definition of parallel timelines to Sasuke and Boruto. Then shouldn't we hurry over? What if Naruto is in danger? Sasuke said anxiously, as Naruto's safety was especially important in his eyes. My setting is to arrive at the childhood of Naruto Uzumaki. Since he is here, Ri will definitely come back. But it will be a few nights later. Are you sure you want to go? Ri spoke. Mr. Sasuke, what should we do now? Boruto couldn't make up his mind and could only wait for Sasuke to make a decision. Let us stay here. We must protect Naruto. Sasuke ultimately made a choice. Since Ri would come, he had to be prepared. One Ri scared you like this? It seems the future you is still not quite formidable, Sasuke. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, who was on high alert. It's a pity that the Rinnegan followed you. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, a subconscious reaction when he was interested in something. Sasuke saw no need to argue with Orochimaru, as Ri's power was unimaginable to them. Hokage-sama, we want to get close to protect Naruto. Is that possible? Of course. But I want to study that turtle in the kid's hand. No way. Boruto spoke first. The importance of Ri was self-evident, and the two absolutely could not allow Ri to leave their sight. The atmosphere in the scene suddenly became tense. All right, I don't like to force people. Carrot, let us go. Orochimaru said to Carrot, who placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and the two of them vanished from Sasuke and Naruto's sight. Chapter 155, Father and Son Meet. Mr. Sasuke, what should we do now? Don't worry. Since the other party has already expressed goodwill, we just need to protect Naruto. All right then. The two reached a consensus. The bait has been set. We just need to wait for the fish to bite. Orochimaru stood at a distance, watching Sasuke and Boruto's figures gradually fade away. Carrot, are you confident? After all, they are enemies of the same clan as the Sage of Six Paths. And in Orochimaru's view, being cautious is not excessive. You should ask whether he can withstand a punch from me. Hearing Carrot's confident words, Orochimaru felt relieved. What would happen if we took the Rinnegan from future Sasuke? That's the legendary sage S.I., and it's south so close to us. Truly the cold-hearted Orochimaru, starting off with such eye-catching ideas. Let us forget it. Orochimaru-senpai. After all, if the bait is too weak, wouldn't the fish lose interest in performing? That's true. When the clam and the snipe fight, it's best for us to profit from it. Sasuke and Boruto entered Konoha disguised as traveling performers. Mr. Sasuke, Konoha's prosperity now is comparable to our time. Boruto couldn't help but compare the current Konoha with the one he was in, finding little difference. Yes, it's truly prosperous. While Sasuke and Naruto were wandering around, they were stopped by someone. We receive a report that you two have been sneaking around asking questions. What is your intention in Konoha? The leader of the Uchiha clan asked. You are from the Uchiha clan. How could this be possible? Sasuke asked in surprise. According to this timeline, shouldn't the Uchiha clan have been exterminated? Boruto noticed Sasuke's shock and quickly grabbed his sleeve, bringing him back to his senses. Meanwhile, he answered the police department's inquiry. We are traveling performers, and it's our first time visiting such a prosperous village. We couldn't help but be curious, so we asked a lot of questions. I apologize for that. Of course, under the leadership of Lord Hokage, everything in Konoha is developing positively. It's great that you two are here to perform, the officer replied. That's wonderful. As you can see, my brother and I have often been bullied while performing outside. Just look at my brother's broken hand, Boruto said, his eyes welling with tears, ready to cry at any moment. That's so despicable. Don't worry. You can perform safely in our village. No one will bully you. Our police department will not tolerate crime. With Boruto's pitiful appearance, the police officers didn't dig too deeply into their past and left after a brief inquiry. Mr. Sasuke, what happened to you just now? Why did your emotions change so drastically? Does that mean the Uchiha clan members are still serving in the police department, which implies the Uchiha clan wasn't exterminated? Are my parents still alive? Sasuke ignored Boruto's questions and ran towards the Uchiha clan's ancestral land based on his memories. Mr. Sasuke. Boruto couldn't help but call out his name. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke returned from training and heard Boruto calling Sasuke's name. Huh? Who are you? I don't recognize you, Sasuke said, staring at Boruto for a long time, but still couldn't figure out who he was. I heard there's a genius named Sasuke in the Uchiha clan. So when I saw you, I couldn't help but call out. You're my idol, Mr. Sasuke. Boruto fabricated a lie effortlessly, not needing to prepare. Is that so? Although Sasuke tried hard to suppress the smile on his face, it was evident he was not very good at hiding it. Sasuke, you already have fans. Naruto exclaimed happily for his friend, thinking to himself, when will I have my own fans like Sasuke? Naruto, keep it down. No need to shout so loudly. Sasuke quickly stopped Naruto, wanting to maintain his cool image. What? This person in front of me is my dad. Boruto looked at his young father. Feeling that he was completely different from the dad, he remembered. Why are you following us? Naruto asked Boruto, who was trailing behind him and Sasuke. I got separated from my family and don't know where to find them. I only know you two in Konoha. We'll help you look for them, Naruto said directly. Seeing someone in trouble, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Although Sasuke didn't speak, his choice to stand beside Naruto already indicated his agreement. Really? That's great. What do your family members look like? Otherwise, we won't know how to help you. Sasuke was not like Naruto, who was foolishly planning to search without any information. That's simple, Boruto said as he took out a brush and paper from his bag. After a series of operations, he completed a rather abstract drawing. This is what they look like. After finishing the drawing, Boruto looked quite pleased with himself. Sasuke, I want to hit someone after seeing that, Naruto said. At that moment, both Naruto and Sasuke shared the same thought. Boruto's drawing was an insult to the paper. No. Seeing Naruto roll up his sleeves and approach him, Boruto felt a bit nervous. I was just joking. Now it's time to witness a miracle. Boruto then drew a picture of Naruto as an adult on the ground. Why does this person look so familiar? Naruto said as he looked at the drawing. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him somewhere too. Really? Do you really know him? Boruto asked excitedly. If you recognize him, then you must have met him, Sasuke said. Yes, Sasuke, we must have seen this person somewhere. Let's split up and meet back here in the evening. Let's see who finds him first. I won't lose, Sasuke said as he took off first. You're cheating, Naruto exclaimed as he also set off in the opposite direction, unwilling to back down. Finally, I've tricked them into leaving. Boruto didn't expect that he had inadvertently drawn Naruto's appearance as an adult. Luckily, he cleverly concealed the past. It does look quite similar, Carrot said as he picked up the drawing from the ground. It's you? Boruto jumped up, looking nervously at Carrot. This person appeared and disappeared without a trace. He didn't know what his intentions were. Chapter 156. Carrot's request, don't be so nervous. I mean you no harm, Carrot said, finding Boruto's nervousness amusing. Do you want to stay by Naruto's side? I can help you with that. Really? Of course. He will definitely listen to what I say, Carrot said confidently. Just as Carrot and Boruto were enjoying their conversation, Naruto and Sasuke returned. Carrot-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto said, noticing Carrot chatting amicably with the little boy. Naruto, why are you calling Carrot-sensei? Didn't I tell you? Carrot-sensei has guided my training. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke began to feel jealous of Naruto. He had checked Carrot's information before. Carrot was recognized as the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Now that Naruto received guidance from Carrot, did that mean Naruto's strength surpassed his? If Naruto can I too? Sasuke looked at Carrot with sparkling eyes. Huh? What kind of look is that? I'm not into that, Carrot thought, keeping his distance from Sasuke's gaze. Carrot-sensei, Naruto's voice brought Carrot back to reality. I saw this little friend looking pitiful, so I stayed here to chat with him. Right, little friend? Carrot smiled at Boruto. Yes, thanks to this uncle for keeping me company. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do, Boruto said pitifully. Wrong, it's brother, Carrot corrected sternly and with a threatening look. Boruto had no choice but to change his words. Thanks to this brother. After hearing Boruto's words, Carrot nodded in satisfaction. Naruto, you are responsible for taking care of this little friend. Why? Carrot-sensei, we should send him to the police department. It would be easier if his family comes to find him, Naruto asked in confusion. Because you both have yellow hair. What a coincidence. If you leave this child at the police department, he will be cold and hungry. That would be so pitiful. You're going to be the Hokage, after all. Naruto was left confused by Carrot's words, especially the last line about becoming Hokage, which was a killer statement. Don't worry, Carrot-sensei, I will take good care of him. Naruto promised, patting his chest. I have high hopes for you, Carrot said, pointing at Naruto with his hands in a gun pose. Then I'm off. Carrot turned to leave. Sasuke saw Carrot leaving and also said goodbye to Naruto, going to chase after Carrot. By the way, I still don't know your name? Boruto. Good name. Boruto. It's getting late, come home with me. Naruto said to Boruto. Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy with Boruto, something he couldn't quite put into words. On the way home, Naruto noticed Boruto seemed hesitant to speak and asked, Is there something on your mind? Naruto, who is that person named Carrot? You seem to respect him a lot. You mean Teacher Carrot? Yes, a powerful ninja. My dad told me that Teacher Carrot has never lost since he debuted. And do you know? He once single-handedly pressured the Cloud Village to the point of gasping for breath and almost killed the Eight Tails. He is the strongest man in the ninja world. Once Naruto started talking about Carrot, he couldn't stop. This information was all from his dad. It's worth noting that Carrot had just graduated at that time. By the way, he has a brother who is also my teacher, named Kakashi. Isn't that the name of the 6th Hokage? How come I didn't know the 6th had an older brother? Boruto had a bold hypothesis at that moment. Maybe this time and space is different because of Carrot. We're here. This is my home. I'm back. Naruto shouted as he opened the door. Welcome back, Naruto. Huh, who is this? Minato and Kushina saw a child next to Naruto and asked. This is what Teacher Carrot entrusted me to take care of. He got separated from his family. His name is Boruto. Naruto honestly explained Boruto's background. How pitiful. Come in quickly. You must be hungry, right? We're just about to eat. Kushina warmly grabbed Boruto's hand and pulled him into the house, as if she were snatching a child. Are these my grandparents? This was Boruto's first time seeing his grandparents, as these two had passed away when Naruto was a child and had left no photos behind. Mom, I have something to do and want to go out for a bit. Naruto made an excuse to go out. What's wrong? Don't you like your mom's loving cooking, Naruto? Kushina's hair started to float. I'll go out after I finish eating. That is a good boy. Kushina smiled and said. Boruto didn't understand Naruto's desire to escape, but when he saw the dishes on the table, he fully understood Naruto. Eat. Don't be polite. Kushina helped Boruto scoop a lot of food, afraid he would feel shy. Boruto looked at the dishes emitting a black aura and felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He gulped. Boruto struggled to lift his chopsticks, while Naruto looked at him as if he were a hero. When he took a bite of the food, Boruto's face turned pale. At that moment, he felt like his soul had left his body. How is it? Kushina asked eagerly. It's delicious. After swallowing the food, Boruto gave Kushina a thumbs up. Great. Minato. Finally someone like you said my cooking is good. Kushina happily said, hugging Minato. Your cooking is already very delicious. As if to prove his statement, Minato started eating heartily. Naruto also didn't want to be outdone and did the same as Minato. Kushina looked at her husband and son with a face full of happiness. Dad, did you ever have a life like this? Boruto looked at Naruto in this time and space living so happily and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for his dad. He learned from Sasuke how miserable his dad's childhood was. If only Grandpa and Grandma hadn't died back then, how nice would that be? Boruto thought to himself. Boruto, you should eat more. Seeing Boruto staring blankly at her family, Kushina thought he was shy. Oh, then Boruto also joined in the frenzy of eating. Minato began to observe Boruto, feeling a familiar warmth towards this child, especially because he was entrusted to Naruto by Carrot. Chapter 157. The Careless Sasuke, Lord Carrot. Wait a moment. Sasuke finally caught up with Carrot. Is there something you need? Carrot asked, looking at Sasuke, who was out of breath. I want to request your guidance in training. Sasuke bowed to Carrot. Oh, what makes you worthy of my guidance? At this stage, there really wasn't much that Sasuke had to offer for Carrot to guide him. His talent was far inferior to Itachi and Shursui, and Carrot simply couldn't take him along. Sasuke was completely thrown off by Carrot's words. He was an Uchiha, yet someone was looking down on him. To be honest, your talent is far behind your brother's. Itachi's talent is incredibly strong. By the time Sasuke was at this stage, Itachi was already a Jonin, while Sasuke hadn't even graduated. Even Sasuke had to acknowledge his brother's talent. In every competition, if Itachi didn't hold back, Sasuke wouldn't even have a chance to draw his sword. Every time he heard his father praise his brother, Sasuke felt very disappointed. Just as Sasuke was about to give up, Carrot added, "Actually, your best teacher is Orochimaru sensei." Sasuke's path was different from Naruto's. He needed a planned training regimen, and Orochimaru could perfectly fulfill that need. After all, Sasuke went to find Orochimaru when he defected, and he gained power that allowed him to challenge the Eight Tails. Is there a way for Lord Hokage to guide me? The person in front of him who could say that his best teacher was Orochimaru must have a way to arrange for him to be guided by the Hokage. The one thing Sasuke couldn't stand was Naruto surpassing him. So now Carrot was his only lifeline, and he needed to hold onto it tightly. Looks like you're not stupid after all. Carrot was quite pleased with Sasuke's perceptiveness, unlike Naruto, whose head was filled with mush after a fight. Orochimaru sensei will come to find you. After saying this, Carrot brushed past Sasuke. Watching Carrot's back as he walked away, Sasuke clenched his fists. He would cherish this opportunity and prove that Sasuke, wasn't much weaker than Naruto. Sasuke arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds. Looking at the villagers coming and going, he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect the Uchihas to allow outsiders into their clan grounds. As he walked in, the guards at the Uchiha family gate didn't even glance at him, as if they were merely stone statues. Watching the scenes in his mind appear before his eyes, Sasuke's eyes became a bit red. "Itachi, this is for you." When he heard this name, Sasuke turned his head, only to see a girl shyly handing a dumpling to Itachi. Itachi naturally accepted it, as if this kind of situation had happened many times before, and he was used to it. "Brother." Sasuke didn't expect to see Itachi again. Itachi suddenly felt someone looking at him and turned to follow that feeling, but found nothing. "Is something the matter, Itachi?" Izumi asked, noticing Itachi's unusual expression. "Maybe I misread my feelings. I just felt someone was looking at me." Itachi explained to Izumi. "Maybe you didn't misread it, Itachi. After all, outstanding people like Itachi are bound to attract the attention of many girls." Izuna said with a smile after finishing her words to Itachi. As expected of an elder brother, your perception is still so keen. When Itachi looked over, Sasuke had already avoided eye contact, just as he had been told. He couldn't let himself be recognized by the people of this time period. Just being able to see from afar that they were living well was enough for Sasuke. "Itachi, are you on a date?" Mikoto asked when she saw Itachi and a girl looking very close to each other as she walked out of the mall. "Mother, Aunt Mikoto." The two quickly greeted her, while Izuna turned as red as an apple, as if someone had poked her heart's secret. Mikoto understood with just one glance. Izuna had feelings for her son. Mikoto had seen Izuna a few times and thought she was a very quiet girl, and she genuinely liked her. However, it had always been a case of unrequited love, and now that Itachi was out on a date with Mikoto, perhaps her wish to have grandchildren would soon be fulfilled. If Itachi knew what Mikoto was thinking, he would definitely be surprised. He only had a good impression of Izuna and had always wanted to pursue the figure in his heart, rarely considering matters of romance. "Mom, it's really you." The moment Mikoto appeared, Sasuke's gaze never left her. At that moment, Sasuke even began to envy the Uchiha Sasuke of this time, with family companionship, his brother's care, and friends, all of which he had lost since childhood. "Mom, you haven't changed at all. You're still as beautiful and gentle." Sasuke looked at Mikoto, who was no different from his memories, the only difference being that her smile had increased significantly. In this time, Mikoto did not have so much pressure because the Uchiha clan had not been ostracized by the village but had integrated into it. "I won't let you destroy the village." Sasuke made a decision in his heart. He had to protect his family in this time. "By the way, where's Boruto?" At this moment, Sasuke remembered Boruto, who had come here with him. If Boruto knew that Sasuke only remembered him at this point, he would definitely say, "Am I really that unimportant?" Sasuke was momentarily at a loss. With such a large Konoha, where should he look for Boruto? Let's go find Naruto first. Sasuke thought that Boruto might have gone to find Naruto before him, so he planned to take a chance there. Naruto was also living very well in this time. Sasuke arrived outside Naruto's house, and, at a glance, he could tell that such a house was not cheap. He knew that Naruto had lived in a commoner's house provided by the village during his childhood, where he often faced days without food. Sasuke was very happy that his friend was doing well. Now, he had a question mark about whether the Nine Tails was still inside Naruto. Since from information Sasuke had gathered, Minato Namikaze was not dead, and Kushina Uzumaki was also alive. So, the Nine Tails should still be inside Kushina. Sasuke used his Rinnegan to look inside Naruto's house. How could this be? He saw two Nine Tails inside Naruto's home. This completely exceeded Sasuke's expectations. How could he protect two? Sasuke was suddenly in a dilemma. Who? Minato Namikaze suddenly sensed someone peeking at his house and immediately ran out. Once outside, Minato saw a figure flash past. Anyone who could evade Minato's sight was not someone who could be easily escaped from. Don't forget, Minato was famous for his speed in the ninja world. Chapter 158. Late night, visit. No matter how fast Sasuke ran, he couldn't shake off Minato behind him. Impressive. The fourth. At this moment, Sasuke finally witnessed what was known as the fastest speed in the ninja world. Minato's speed did not slow down due to Sasuke's praise. Instead, it gradually closed the distance between them. Sasuke did not dare to run at full speed for fear of attracting the attention of other ninjas. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in Konoha, and his plan against Urashiki would be ruined. Eventually, Minato managed to block Sasuke. Who are you? Why are you peeking outside my house? Minato asked directly, fearing that this person might be a companion of that masked man from before. He couldn't let Kushina and Naruto be harmed again. I'm a friend of Carrot, and also a family member of Boruto. This was Sasuke's tactic. He had to borrow Carrot's name. After all, Carrot had said he wouldn't interfere with their plans. Carrot? Upon hearing the young man mention Carrot's name, Minato's aura visibly weakened. That works. Sasuke noticed Minato's change. It seemed Carrot's status in Konoha was higher than he had imagined. Even Minato Namikaze was giving him face. Then come with me. If Boruto really knows you, that would be great. If not, you should know the consequences. Minato proposed his solution. Sasuke nodded, agreeing with Minato's plan. In this way, he could better protect the mission target. Now you should tell me your name. Sasuke. You're also named Sasuke, Minato said in surprise, thinking to himself, what is so good about the name Sasuke that so many people like it? Minato saw that Sasuke did not wear any family crest and assumed he was a commoner, as commoners only had names without surnames. Boruto, do you see who this is? Minato said to Boruto after returning home, while keeping an eye on Sasuke. If Boruto didn't recognize this person, Minato would immediately take action against him. Mr. Sasuke, you finally found me. I've been looking for you for half a day. I was so worried. Boruto was very happy to see Sasuke arrive, as Sasuke was his pillar of support. Without him, he didn't know what to do. Seeing that Boruto recognized Sasuke, Minato felt relieved. His guard against Sasuke was not as strict anymore. As long as Carrot recognized him, Minato could truly relax. Sasuke looked at Boruto, who was devouring food, thinking that if he put down his chopsticks, he might believe that he was actually worried about him. Since you two know each other, then let's all join in, Sasuke. Minato invited him in. Since Sasuke hadn't eaten yet, he went along with it. But after taking the first bite, he began to regret it. Boruto also stopped his ravenous eating. He had only acted that way to trick Sasuke. And now that Sasuke had taken the bait, Boruto decided to stop pretending. After all, there were too many dishes on the table. And even if he and Naruto risked their lives, they couldn't finish them all. Sasuke gave Boruto a knowing look, but Boruto ignored it. It was getting late, so Sasuke decided to stay over. In the middle of the night, while Kushina was fast asleep, Minato quietly left the house. After sensing that Minato had left, Sasuke continued to feign sleep, fully aware of where Minato was headed. Minato-senpai, you keep coming to see me at night like this. If someone finds out, I won't be able to explain. Carrot, who was in deep sleep, almost attacked Minato when he suddenly appeared in his room, but thankfully, Carrot managed to control his body's natural reaction. Otherwise, Minato might have ended up on the floor. It was sudden. Otherwise, I wouldn't have disturbed you at this hour. If anyone finds out, I'll help you explain it. Minato said earnestly. No, please don't. Just don't come looking for me in the middle of the night. Wow, you still want to help me explain why a single older man and a married man are secretly meeting at midnight? That's a much more believable reason. What are you in such a hurry for? Looking at the water gate standing in front of him, Carrot spoke. Honest people are not to be trifled with. Today, a child and a young man came to Konoha. You had Naruto look after the child, and the young man claims to know you. Now both of them are guests in my home. Carrot, do you have anything to say? Watergate asked Carrot, knowing that Carrot must be aware of their origins. Did you see something? Carrot didn't answer Watergate's question, but instead pushed the question back to Watergate. That kid Boruto has been watching Naruto closely, and they look quite similar. And that young man named Sasuke has an amount of chakra that no one else can compare to. If it weren't for him not wanting to solve the problem with force when we were chasing each other today, I wouldn't have been his match. Plus, he has a Rinnegan. When Watergate was chasing Sasuke, he saw the other eye hidden beneath Sasuke's hair. Are they from the future? After the experience with the ancient Lulan Kingdom, Watergate was somewhat open to the idea of someone being able to traverse time and space. After speaking, Watergate stared intently at Carrot, hoping for a response. After hearing Watergate's question, Carrot thought to himself, Watergate's analytical ability is truly powerful. He actually deduced that those two are from the future. Carrot remained silent. After all, this was a plan between him and Orochimaru, and he didn't want to reveal it. But his silence already gave Watergate the answer. Seeing Carrot remain quiet, Watergate knew he was right. Then what is their purpose? Watergate pondered. The various actions of Boruto and Sasuke, along with Carrot arranging for Naruto to take care of Boruto. Their goal is Naruto? It sounds like a question, but it's actually a statement. Watergate couldn't sit still at this point. He needed to go back immediately and drive those two away. He couldn't let Naruto and Kushina suffer any harm. Senior Watergate, there's no need to be so anxious. Although their target is Naruto, they are here to protect him. Carrot timely stopped Watergate from leaving. He didn't want Watergate to drive Sasuke and Boruto away and alert them. After all, the Otsutsuki clan has many strange tools. Protection from a future indicates that something significant must have happened in the future to make a strong person like Sasuke come back. Chapter 159, A Contest Between Men. Carrot, do you know something? When it comes to the safety of his wife and child, Watergate could no longer remain calm. I know a little, but don't worry. I will protect Naruto and Kushina. Carrot assured Watergate. Urashiki could appear at any time, and Carrot didn't want to change the plan. Is the Hokage also involved? Yes. My plan with Orochimaru is to capture that future visitor alive. Upon hearing Orochimaru's involvement, Watergate realized he couldn't influence the situation anymore. I want to join your plan. Is that okay? Since resistance is futile, joining in is the simplest thought for Watergate. You don't need to do that. With me here, there won't be any accidents. I'm still worried. They're my family. Watergate's words were filled with determination. Carrot could only share what he knew with Watergate. From Carrot's words, Watergate learned about the existence of the Otsutsuki clan and that they regarded others as livestock. He also learned that there are other life forms besides his own planet, and all this information overwhelmed Watergate's mind. It's too cruel to use a living planet as nourishment for their evolution. Does such a race still need to exist? Although Watergate had yet to see a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he was already filled with hatred for them. Senior Watergate, welcome to join us. Carrot extended his palm to Watergate, and Watergate grasped Carrot's hand. At that moment, Watergate officially joined Carrot's camp. Watergate's talent and information analysis ability were highly valued by Carrot. Watergate now knew that Carrot and Orochimaru had been preparing to deal with the extraterrestrial visitor, and he was very happy to be able to join them. I will head back now. I've been out for too long, and I'm afraid Kushina will wake up. After Carrot nodded, Watergate directly left. Hurry up, Urashiki. Let me see how powerful you are, that even the two peaks of the ninja world can't handle you. Back already? You've been out for quite a while. Sasuke had been waiting for Watergate to return. His attitude towards him will be determined by Watergate's return. This was also something Sasuke had been worried about. After all, he was using his wife and child as bait. When Watergate returned and made no moves, Sasuke understood Watergate's plan. Watergate wanted to respond to changes without changing. This made Sasuke even more interested in Carrot. He could persuade Watergate to hold back, which showed how extraordinary his status in Konoha was. Why is my time and space lacking you? Carrot, if you were my time, then the Uchiha clan, brother, father, and mother would definitely be alive. At this moment, Sasuke was clearly a bit obsessed. The next morning, Naruto took Boruto out to play. After all, youth is the time for fun, and Sasuke was quietly protecting the two of them from the shadows. Kushina, I haven't had a mission recently, so I can accompany you well. When it was just Watergate and Kushina left, Watergate spoke out his excuse. This was all to protect Kushina. Really? Watergate, you haven't taken a break for a long time. This husband of hers was either helping Orochimaru with administrative tasks or out on missions, so he spent very little time at home, sometimes not seeing her for a month. Although Kushina knew Watergate must have reasons for doing this. Being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and having learned the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, she was not a fool. Instead, her sharpness was not inferior to that of Watergate. but as long as she could be with Watergate. She felt that playing the role of a fool was not unacceptable. The couple happily went out together. For the past few days, Konoha had remained calm, and Naruto introduced Boruto to his little friends, and they got along very well. During this time, Boruto even became Naruto's love advisor, helping Naruto get closer to Hinata Hyuga. As Boruto didn't want his parents in this time to miss out again, Boruto couldn't accept that. This caused the Hyuga brothers to roll their eyes at Naruto and Boruto, wishing they could get rid of these two brats. Thanks to Boruto's efforts, Hinata Hyuga no longer fainted from embarrassment when she saw Naruto and could now talk normally, though her love for Naruto couldn't be hidden in her eyes. Unfortunately, Naruto, being a straightforward guy, didn't understand love at all. Meanwhile, Watergate was exhausted. He found that a woman's talent for shopping was simply unmatched. With Watergate's physical condition, he couldn't even last 2 days. Especially when Kushina asked him to finish shopping with her good friend Meichin, it was even more exaggerated. Even Uchiha Fugaku was dragged over by Meichin to shop, and at that moment, the two men felt a sense of mutual understanding. Fugaku, if you can't keep up, you can ask Meichin to go back, Watergate said, seeing Uchiha Fugaku's exhausted appearance. Minato, I think you should tell Kushina to go home. Look at you, drenched in sweat. You can't hold on any longer, can you? At this moment, the damn competitive spirit of men is at play. Although they are friends, men can't admit they are unable to keep going. The two of them muster their spirits and follow behind their wives. They are both wealthy. Fugaku Uchiha has many rental properties, so this little bit of money is nothing to him. Minato, on the other hand, is an elite jonin of Konoha, undertaking S-rank missions. He bought a villa before even getting married, so it's easy to imagine his earning power. Kushina is even more capable than Minato, having inherited all the resources of the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools, making her a true little wealthy woman. It's a pity Minato doesn't realize how good it is to live off a woman. Otherwise, he could have retired long ago. Let's go grab something to eat. Kushina inquired about Mikoto's thoughts. Sure, just saying that makes me a bit hungry, Mikoto immediately agreed. They then called their husbands over. What's up, Kushina? Aren't we continuing to shop? I still have plenty of energy, Minato said, shaking off his previous fatigue and appearing spirited, as if the exhaustion he felt moments ago was just an illusion. Fugaku was not to be outdone. He couldn't let Minato have the upper hand. He immediately snatched the shopping bag from Mikoto's hand and said, Mikoto, I'm taking over this street. You and Kushina can shop freely, and I'll pay for everything. Fugaku Uchiha said confidently, feeling immensely satisfied seeing the sparkle in his wife's eyes. He couldn't help but throw a provocative glance at Minato. Damn it, he got me. Minato thought to himself, cursing that rich guy. Chapter 160. Tsunade's suspicion compared to Minato. Naruto was out playing with Boruto when they coincidentally ran into Jiraiya and Tsunade. Aunt Tsunade, pervy sage. Naruto quickly pulled Boruto towards them. Oh, it's Naruto. Is this kid the one Kakaroto asked you to take care of? Jiraiya asked, looking at Boruto, not noticing anything unusual about him. However, anyone entrusted by Kakaroto must be extraordinary. Yes, this is my new little brother, Naruto said excitedly, as if he had something good to show off. As a woman, Tsunade had her delicate side. She looked at Naruto and Boruto and felt they were very similar. Where are you guys planning to go? Boruto and I are heading to the training ground. I'm going to teach him the Rasengan, Naruto said, surprisingly eager to take on the role of a teacher. Training the Rasengan is very dangerous. I'll go with you. If you get injured, I can help treat you. Tsunade said, her real intention being to understand who Boruto really was. Really? That's great. Naruto exclaimed happily. He was well aware of the potential injuries from training the Rasengan. Unlike others who didn't have a tailed beast inside them to help heal. With a medical expert along, Naruto felt completely at ease. Has the fifth Hokage discovered my identity? Boruto pretended to be indifferent as he looked at Tsunade, but Tsunade, being a seasoned veteran, would not let anyone see through her thoughts. Jiraiya wore a bitter smile. After the bathhouse incident, Tsunade had ignored him for a long time. Today he finally got her out, but he didn't expect Naruto to interrupt. So frustrating. Jiraiya, do you disagree with my decision? Tsunade asked, noticing the expression on Jiraiya's face. Of course not. As long as it's your decision, Tsunade, I fully support it. Jiraiya quickly changed his tone, flattering Tsunade. These days, following the love advice Kakaroto left him, he had seen some results and didn't want to ruin the situation with his hesitation. When the four of them arrived at the training ground, Sasuke and his brother Itachi were already training there. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto asked curiously. When he tried to find Sasuke earlier, Sasuke had refused to go out with him, claiming he was unwell. He didn't expect to catch him in the act. Sasuke certainly wouldn't tell Naruto that he was secretly training hard to surpass him. The weather is nice today, so my brother and I came out for a walk. Sasuke replied to Naruto, causing Itachi to smile and shake his head. It was just that he didn't want to fall too far behind Naruto, and was working hard to practice more. Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, Itachi greeted Tsunade and Jiraiya. The scene then divided into 3 groups: Itachi and Sasuke, Naruto and Boruto, and Tsunade and Jiraiya. Itachi and Sasuke were sparring, while Naruto was teaching Boruto the Rasengan. And Tsunade and Jiraiya sat under the shade watching Naruto. "Tsunade, have you noticed something off?" Jiraiya voiced his doubts, knowing that Tsunade wouldn't follow Naruto without a reason. "I thought you wouldn't ask," Tsunade teased Jiraiya. "If I don't ask, you definitely won't tell me. You always keep things to yourself." Ever since her lover and brother passed away, Tsunade had become more serious. "Don't you think Boruto and Naruto are somewhat similar?" After Tsunade pointed it out, Jiraiya carefully looked at both Naruto and Boruto, realizing that they did share some resemblance, just as Tsunade had said. "Are you saying that Minato has a child with someone else outside?" "That's impossible," Jiraiya exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of Naruto and the others, who couldn't understand what could make one of the legendary Saiyan react like that. "Shut up." Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head, causing a bump to form. Naruto and Sasuke turned away in perfect synchrony, both thinking simultaneously, how brutal. At that moment, they had no intention of defending Jiraiya. After all, it was a case of mutual consent. Tsunade also didn't understand Jiraiya's wild imagination. She was clearly talking about the resemblance between Naruto and Boruto, but Jiraiya had twisted it into a family drama. It made her not want to sit with Jiraiya, fearing that stupidity might be contagious. "Can you stop thinking about your romantic paradise all day and show some wisdom?" "I was talking about the resemblance between Naruto and Boruto. What does Minato have to do with it?" Tsunade was exasperated. "Oh, is that what you meant?" Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly, fully embodying the effect of a man in love whose IQ drops. "There are many people in the ninja world who resemble each other. What is the problem with that?" Jiraiya had a point. "If that were the case, I wouldn't think much of it, but their gestures, expressions, and even the way they speak and act casually are also quite similar. It's as if they've spent a long time together, and one has unconsciously picked up on the other's mannerisms." Tsunade had been quietly observing Boruto since arriving at the training ground, which is how she discovered these secrets. "Are you suggesting that Boruto's relationship is not ordinary?" But Naruto had grown up in front of them. It was impossible for him to have contact with Boruto without them knowing. "Could it be that you mean?" Jiraiya suddenly widened his eyes as he looked at Tsunade, realizing what she was getting at. "Looks like you're not as stupid as I thought," Tsunade said, knowing Jiraiya had finally understood her point. After all, being at a height like theirs, they deeply understand that any bizarre or strange events in the ninja world are acceptable, such as the resurrection of the dead and time travel. The last time it was Naruto who traveled through time, and of course, the higher-ups in Konoha knew about it. This time, Naruto's son also being involved is acceptable. Why is it always people from the Namake's family? What is his purpose for coming here? Jiraiya looked at Boruto, who was training with Naruto, and said, "A person wouldn't come here for no reason. There must be some purpose." "He is not alone," Boruto replied. "What does that mean?" Jiraiya knew that Tsunade wouldn't make such claims without reason. "There is someone who has been following us all along, though he is hiding very well." Chapter 161. The enemy arrives, really? Jiraiya lowered his voice. After all, someone who can hide from him must have considerable strength. "Well, you know my specialty is medical ninjutsu, and to master it, one must have strong perception. Although that person is hiding very well, to me, he is as bright as a beacon in the night." Jiraiya had great trust in Tsunade's perception. After all, it had been validated on the battlefield. Is his target Naruto? Jiraiya thought as he looked at Naruto, who was seriously teaching Boruto ninjutsu. Why would you become his target? What exactly happened? This question lingered in Jiraiya's mind. If he couldn't find the answer, he wouldn't be at ease with Naruto. Tsunade nodded. The mysterious person behind them had been far behind since she noticed him, but not too far away. It was a distance from which he could provide support at any time, which puzzled Tsunade. What is his motive? Should we bring him out? Jiraiya asked, wanting to know the answer to the problem. It would be simple. As long as they caught the person behind them, all problems would be resolved. Jiraiya was confident that as long as he and Tsunade teamed up, the mysterious person behind them would not be a match. "No, we can't do that. The person behind us has no hostility. He might be with Boruto, and Boruto is being looked after by Kakaroto, so Kakaroto must play some role in this." Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya knew that Kakaroto must be aware of this matter. Moreover, Jiraiya's sixth sense indicated that Orochimaru was also in the know. These two old foxes must have some secret they are hiding. Just as Jiraiya was still entangled in his thoughts, suddenly a hole opened up in the sky above them. This occurrence surprised everyone present, except for Boruto and Sasuke, who were hiding in the shadows. A figure emerged from the hole, with pale skin and gray-white long hair. Dressed in white clothes, sporting a broken horn, carrying a glowing red fish basket, and holding a chakra fishing rod. He floated in midair, looking down at the people below. What a coincidence! You're right here, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes were focused solely on Naruto, filtering out everyone else. Who is this person? Everyone present had the same question. The aura emanating from him and his unusual appearance indicated that this person was not simple and was an enemy, not a friend. Naruto felt uncomfortable being stared at so intently. The disdainful look in the newcomer's eyes and his arrogant demeanor made Naruto very unhappy. Who are you? Naruto asked. The nine tails within him sensed the newcomer, and distant memories began to awaken. This person resembled the sage of six paths. He could feel the malice directed at Naruto from the newcomer. Just as he was about to warn Naruto to be careful, he found that Naruto had already spoken first. The one who will take your life. With that, Urashiki began to swing his fishing rod, intending to ensnare Naruto with it. Be careful. Boruto saw Urashiki make a move and immediately jumped to tackle Naruto. Urashiki's hook whizzed past, slamming into the ground with a loud bang, creating a large hole. The small hook caused such great destruction, which astonished everyone present, and they all glared angrily at Urashiki. You little brat. Urashiki finally noticed Boruto, blaming him for making it harder for him to catch the nine tails. Just as Urashiki was about to attack again, a sound of slicing air came from behind him, and Urashiki reacted swiftly, sweeping his fishing rod back. When the fishing rod collided with the katana, it made a crisp sound. However, it was clear that Urashiki's strength was greater, and he forcefully pushed Sasuke away. This series of events happened quickly, but for those who had experienced battles in the ninja world, it was enough time to prepare for combat. Itachi shielded Sasuke behind him, while Jiraiya and Tsunade glared angrily at Urashiki. Now that everyone is here, after I kill you two, the plow will be back in my hands. Urashiki had completely disregarded everyone present. To him, these people were merely fodder for the god tree. Everyone be careful. He can absorb other people's ninjutsu. Sasuke warned Jiraiya and the others, knowing he wasn't a match for Urashiki and could only rely on everyone's combined strength for any chance of victory. After hearing Sasuke's words, Tsunade was the first to take action. After all, her immense strength was not ninjutsu. Come at me, white-haired brat. Tsunade was extremely brutal toward her enemies. The young man before her had attacked Naruto without saying a word, which made it hard for Tsunade to swallow her anger. She regarded Kushina as a sister. If Naruto got hurt during her fight, how could she explain it to Kushina? Therefore, Tsunade's punch was filled with resentment. And with a loud bang, Urashiki arrogantly caught Tsunade's blow with his palm, feeling the force in his hand. Urashiki didn't have time to react before he was sent flying, crashing into several large trees before finally stopping. You've successfully provoked my anger, woman. Urashiki had never been humiliated like this before, having been knocked away by a mere woman whom he viewed as an ant. This made him want to tear Tsunade apart. Urashiki suddenly appeared in front of Tsunade, raising his foot to kick her. Tsunade was not to be outdone and used her immense strength to kick back. After exchanging several blows, neither side was able to gain the upper hand, which caused Urashiki to reassess Tsunade's abilities. It should be known that Urashiki's body had been refined through the secret techniques of the Otsutsuki clan. Ordinary people could not possibly last this long against him. Tsunade was becoming more surprised. She was known for her immense strength in the ninja world, and there were very few people who could face her directly. Yet, the man before her seemed to be slightly stronger, which was hard for the proud Tsunade to accept, seeing that he hadn't been able to take down Tsunade quickly. Urashiki started throwing punches rapidly. Tsunade clasped her hands together to block, and Urashiki was waiting for this opportunity. The chakra fishing rod in his hand quickly extended, and it seemed he was about to ensnare Tsunade. But because Tsunade's hands were clasped together, her vision was blocked, and she missed the chance to evade. Chapter 162. Orochimaru's scheme. At this moment, Urashiki suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. He saw himself capturing the nine tails, planning to use it as a pill. No. At this moment, Urashiki realized something was wrong. He had just been fighting. How could he suddenly be enjoying his spoils? Urashiki quickly connected the dots and realized he might have fallen under a genjutsu. The energy within the body quickly circulated, breaking through the illusion created by the Jinjutsu. Breaking a Jinjutsu is simple yet difficult. As long as your chakra level is significantly higher than that of the caster, it becomes easy. Otherwise, you might be toyed with by the caster. Uchiha Itachi staggered back a few steps, the backlash of the Jinjutsu affecting him, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Brother, what happened to you?" Sasuke quickly asked upon seeing his brother inexplicably injured. Since Sasuke was behind Itachi, he did not see Itachi using Jinjutsu on Urashi. "It's fine, Sasuke. Don't worry." Tsunade, having escaped Urashi's attack due to Itachi's Jinjutsu, quickly retreated out of Urashi's attack range. "You dare to bully my woman?" While Tsunade was fighting Urashi, Jiraiya entered Sage Mode with the help of the two toads. Just as he was ready, he saw Urashi attacking Tsunade from a distance, and he couldn't reach her in time to help. Fortunately, Itachi's Jinjutsu saved Tsunade from danger. Filled with anger, Jiraiya shouted at Urashi. Jiraiya's words stunned everyone present. Aside from Urashi, everyone admired Jiraiya's audacity. Only Jiraiya could dare to say that Tsunade was his woman in front of her. "The pervy sage is quite brave," Naruto said, astonished. He had seen how Tsunade beat Jiraiya to a pulp, and it was brutal. Did the pervy sage have a masochistic tendency? In Boruto's time, he had also witnessed Tsunade's explosive temper, so he agreed with Naruto's words. Tsunade herself gritted her teeth at Jiraiya, furious that this bastard had the audacity to claim she was his woman in public, clearly making a unilateral decision without informing her first. After Jiraiya visited the police department once, he became even more persistent and shameless. After entering Sage Mode, his combat power soared, and as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya was a top figure in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Jiraiya and Urashi fought fiercely, but their battle shockwaves constantly caused destruction. "So strong," Boruto exclaimed. He hadn't expected the pervy sage his dad spoke of to be so formidable. "What's that sound?" Minato, who was eating with Kushina, heard the villagers talking outside and rushed out to check. "That's the training ground. Someone is probably training." The police department members came out to disperse the villagers, as it is human nature to watch the commotion, but they couldn't guarantee that no one would dare to check it out. Karoti had already met Orochimaru as soon as Urashi appeared. Orochimaru gave an order to ensure the police department kept a close watch on the training ground, preventing anyone from entering. "It seems the enemy has arrived." Minato saw that members of the Umbu were also cooperating with the police department. After all, Minato was currently the Umbu captain, and he recognized his subordinates. "Captain, it's the Hokage's orders." An Umbu member knelt before Minato, presenting a scroll with both hands. Minato used a secret technique to open the scroll, which contained only a single sentence: "You are free to act." Upon reading the content, Minato understood what he needed to do. Orochimaru sending the scroll meant he could safely support Naruto, and there would be no issues on Kushina's side. After Minato finished reading the scroll, it automatically ignited in flames, ensuring secrecy. Minato turned and entered the shop. "Honey, the Hokage is looking for me. I need to go." "Go ahead. You've been with me for many days. It's time to start earning a living." Kushina waved her hand nonchalantly. She had seen the Umbu come to see Minato. Orochimaru wouldn't mobilize the Umbu without an important matter. Minato's departure wasn't too early or too late. As soon as the explosion sounded, he was set to leave. Uchiha Fugaku thought deeply. He felt that Minato's departure was related to the explosion. However, Fugaku was currently not trusted by Orochimaru, so he could only remain here obediently. After all, who would willingly sit idly while a ninja was at the peak of their power? With a swish, Minato vanished from the spot. "Orochimaru-senpai, aren't you going to personally guide us?" Karoti casually sat on the sofa in the Hokage's office. Only he had the guts to do so. As Orochimaru's term as Hokage extended, his aura grew heavier, making others cautious around him. "Didn't you say that the last one to appear is the strongest?" Orochimaru showed no concern for Karoti's teasing. Their relationship had always been like this since they met. "Knock, knock." There was a knock at the door. "Come, Orochimaru replied. The door opened from the outside. "Hokage-sama, Karoti-senpai." The visitor was Uchiha Sure-Sui, one of Orochimaru's trusted subordinates now. Before Orochimaru could speak, Karoti took the lead. "Sure-Sui, now that you're here, you can't escape." Karoti held a grudge. He couldn't let Sure-Sui slip away this time after having narrowly escaped last time. Karoti's mischievous grin made Sure-Sui's heart race. Orochimaru observed the two, playing a guessing game in front of him, puzzled. Did these two have some secret relationship they were hiding from him? Orochimaru's imagination ran wild. His thoughts were beyond imagination. Sure, Sway, can you use your Kodo Amatsukami now? Orochimaru asked, as this was the most crucial step in their plan. Conquering someone mentally was far superior to physically defeating them. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hearing Shirsue's response, Orochimaru's plan was finally perfect. He had devised multiple strategies, with a success rate of over 90 for capturing Urashi, utilizing both overt and covert methods. As long as it was effective, Orochimaru would use it since the other party was an enemy. A powerful and intelligent individual knows what they can achieve. Chapter 163. Rescue with Karotto as the physical helper and Shirsuei as the mental helper. Orochimaru couldn't imagine he would lose this battle. The advantage is on my side, Karotto thought. Kodo Amatsukami, this unimaginable ninjutsu, this technique directly affects a person's mind, and even if others were hit by it, they wouldn't realize it. Karotto began to mourn for Urashi. I hope you cooperate honestly, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Hokage-sama, the communication is ready, Do said at this moment. Karotto was still wondering where Do, Orochimaru's first subordinate, had gone. It turned out he was busy with this. However, Karotto didn't understand much, but he asked, maintaining a proactive attitude, does communication refer to a call? Orochimaru-senpai, it's just a little gadget I made in the lab. Orochimaru replied coldly, as if it were just that. If you could wipe that smile off your face, I do believe you. Karotto naturally wouldn't ruin Orochimaru's mood. After all, he didn't want to be dragged into the lab to watch him conduct experiments, which was quite boring. Do led several ninjas into the room, each carrying transparent panels. A few small panels were combined together to form a large piece of bread. They connected a black line to the panel and pulled the other end of the black line back. At this moment, only 4 people remained in the room. After a while, Carrot felt the chakra flowing from the other end of the black line into the panel. Soon, images and sounds of characters appeared on the panel, resembling a television. Orochimaru-senpai, amazing. Live broadcast. Carrot walked up and sat in front of the panel to watch the Konoha ninjas gang up on Urashiki. Indeed, the images in the panel were exactly of Naruto and the others. Orochimaru appreciated Carrot's straightforward praise. After all, asking a ninja who had just attended a day's worth of lessons to say flattering things would be putting them in a difficult position. So close, Minato-senpai. While watching, Carrot explained that he happened to see Minato using the Flying Thunder God to reach the scene, just as a Rasengan was about to hit Urashiki's back, but was dodged. What a shame. This guy is so strong. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Minato-sama together are no match for him. Shirsuei saw that the 3 of them joining forces couldn't take him down. You counted wrong, Shirsuei. It should be 5 people. We have to add Itachi and Sasuke from the future. Sasuke from the future? Shirsuei asked in confusion. Yeah, he came from a future through time travel. It should be a future from another timeline. Shirsuei was confused by Carrot's words. However, Orochimaru and Kabuto understood. After all, they knew about Carrot's travels to another timeline. Is he really strong? Carrot knew Shirsuei was asking about him. He's from the same clan as Sage of 6 Paths. So is he strong or not? No wonder. As a fierce warrior on Orochimaru's side, Shirsuei naturally knew the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths Senjutsu Rasengan. Minato activated his Sage mode, knowing this was the only technique he had that could harm Urashiki. 5 against 1. Everyone used their ultimate moves. Boom! All the techniques hit Urashiki. A thick cloud of smoke rose from the center of the explosion. Is he dead? The 3 little ones watching from a distance asked with Naruto, saying, "He should be dead." Sasuke said uncertainly, "He is not that easy to kill." Before the smoke could dissipate, Urashiki walked out of it, looking calm and composed. Impossible? This scene shocked Naruto and Sasuke. Urashiki took out a few pills from his pocket and swallowed them, restoring his momentum. It seemed he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. This was the thought in Jiraiya and the others' minds. He took drugs. Damn it. Injured during time travel. And now he is using the few pills he has left. He needs to replenish quickly. Urashiki glanced at Naruto and immediately devised a plan. He gathered an energy ball at the tip of his index finger and shot it directly at the 5. The energy ball moved quickly and had great power. If left unchecked, it would surely cause significant damage. Each of the 5 used their special abilities to destroy the energy ball, while Urashiki took advantage of the time difference to quickly fly toward Naruto. Not good. Minato realized Urashiki's intention and thought, the 5 can't break free right now. Urashiki threw out a fishing line, trying to pull the 9 tails out of Naruto's belly. Naruto and the others wouldn't sit idly by. Great fireball technique. Rasengan X2. The three tried to use ninjutsu to interrupt the fishing line and buy time for the five to come to the rescue. But they never expected the fishing line to easily pass through the fireball and Rasengan. How is that possible? This was a huge blow to the morale of the three. As the fishing line got closer, Naruto couldn't react. Just at that critical moment, another fishing line shot out from behind Naruto and knocked Urashiki's fishing line back. How didn't he expect to be interrupted while fishing here? Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, emerged from the bushes behind Naruto, carrying a bucket that only contained water. Father. Carrot never expected his father would be on the scene. Moreover, from the way he used the fishing line just now, it seemed like he was wielding a sword. Even Tsukumo-senpai is in the mix. It's getting more exciting. Orochimaru also noticed that Tsukumo's technique was not simple. An ordinary fishing line had repelled Urashiki's chakra fishing line. Saved. Naruto collapsed on the ground, knowing that if the fishing line had touched him, he would have died. This was the first time Naruto faced the pressure of death. Just holding on until now was quite impressive. Sasuke looked at Tsukumo with shining eyes, wanting to learn. Who are you? Urashiki was now furious. As just when he was about to capture the Nine Tails, someone always came to ruin his good fortune, and each one was stronger than the last. I am Urashiki, and I also like to fish, but not like you. Oh, the tail beasts are now owned by someone. You have quite the ambition. How can you know it won't succeed if you don't try? The two were at odds, exchanging sharp words. Then I'll have to test your strength. Tsukumo said seriously. Tsukumo took the initiative to attack, holding the fishing rod, and the fishing line rose without wind. The fishing line quickly charged at Urashiki, who blocked it with his fishing rod. There was a loud bang as the end of the fishing line slammed against the fishing rod, causing Urashiki to be pushed back, leaving deep marks on the ground. The fishing rod in Urashiki's hand buzzed. Tsukumo pressed the attack, not letting up. A good enemy is one who doesn't fall down. Knowing this well, Tsukumo wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Tsukumo began to let out the line, making the fishing line longer, and the sky was filled with flying fishing lines. Leaves blown by the wind accidentally fell into the net woven by the fishing line and were instantly torn apart. How terrifying! Who is this person? Naruto exclaimed. Boruto, seeing Tsukumo's technique, sincerely admired him, thinking he had never seen him in Konoha. Normally, a strong person like him should leave an impression. This is Kakashi-sensei's father, Tsukumo Hitaki. When Naruto visited Kakashi's house, he often saw Tsukumo, but each time he either made fishing rods or prepared to go fishing. Naruto always thought he was just an ordinary fisherman. But today, Tsukumo's appearance completely changed Naruto's view of him. The father of the 6th Hokage. Didn't he die? Boruto knew the 6th Hokage's father had committed suicide when the 6th was a child. Didn't he expect to see him in this way? Carrot. Tsukumo-senpai has already reached the realm where all things can be a sword. As a knowledgeable person, Orochimaru naturally understood the realm of a swordsman. Yes, the old man is hiding quite deep. I've been back for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him. Carrot looked at Kakashi Hitaki's tall figure. The Konoha White Fang has returned. Urashiki could only keep dodging. He felt an unprecedented sharpness from the fishing line, and his instincts told him that if he got cut, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Urashiki fled in embarrassment, filled with hatred for the natives of this planet. Why can't you just obediently be fertilizer? Why resist the great Otsutsuki? Kagaya, look at what you've done. Urashiki never thought he would have such a day. He had spent his energy and sustained serious injuries while crossing through time and space to withstand the layers of time, and his current strength was far from his peak. As soon as he appeared in the ninja world, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was sent to him, thinking it was his lucky day, only to find that they were all more troublesome and stronger than the last. Swish! Urashiki's reaction speed slowed down, and Kakashi Hitaki seized the opportunity. By the time Urashiki reacted, it was already too late. A deep gash appeared on Urashiki's arm as Kakashi cut off a piece of flesh. Urashiki shouted. He was actually cut like livestock. Urashiki vented his anger. So impressive, Boruto exclaimed. He had eaten too many defeats at Urashiki's hands, and now that Urashiki was injured, he wished he could celebrate with firecrackers. He was anxious. As an observer, Carrot said, when a person gets anxious, their actions are often uncontrollable. Clearly, Urashiki is like this. Isn't it better that he's anxious? For every bit of energy he loses, we are happy for a bit. Orochimaru didn't care how Urashiki would fare. He just needed Urashiki to stay alive. That way, it would be more convenient for Orochimaru to manipulate him. You ants, you deserve to die. Urashiki's hatred for Kakashi far exceeded his feelings for Kagaya, ranking first. After all, Kagaya was still one of the Otsutsuki clan, but Kakashi? In Urashiki's eyes, he was just an ant that could be killed at will. Choosing to be an Otsutsuki, Urashiki was actually countered by an ant. How could Urashiki not be furious? Urashiki's hair slowly floated up, defying gravity, and the wound on his hand began to grow new flesh. His aura increased exponentially. He was now willing to use the Otsutsuki clan's secret techniques to temporarily restore his strength. He wanted to kill Kakashi. It's bad. Let's attack together and not let him succeed. Sasuke shouted, taking the lead to act. He needed to interrupt Urashiki's secret technique, or everyone here would die. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, everyone had no intention of holding back and attacked Urashiki together. Seeing people coming from all directions, Urashiki smiled and calmly said 2 words. It's over. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from Urashiki, blowing back the Konoha ninja who were rushing toward him. Urashiki's aura also pressured everyone, making them feel immense stress. Feeling invincible, Urashiki looked at the Konoha ninjas he considered ants and mocked. You all look so pathetic now. Hee. Filled with power, Urashiki was eager to eliminate the ninja who had just put him in a tough battle. I'll start with you. Urashiki flashed in front of future Sasuke, placing a finger on Sasuke's shoulder. You've already lost one hand. This one is also a waste. Urashiki's finger emitted a wave of light that pierced through Sasuke's arm. Sasuke frowned but didn't cry out in pain. Mr. Sasuke. Boruto couldn't help but shout when he saw Sasuke get hurt. What? He's Sasuke? Was the reaction in the minds of those present. Itachi's reaction was the most severe. The name Sasuke was a taboo in his heart. Itachi's eyes quickly spun, evolving from the 3 Tomo. Since this space-time Shursui hadn't died, Itachi had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. A giant red figure enveloped Itachi. He drew a katana and swung it. The blade's aura shot toward Urashiki and Sasuke. Urashiki sensed the movement behind him, smiled, and jumped up. He wanted Itachi's blade aura to kill Sasuke. However, he never expected how strong Itachi's control over power was. Itachi held the sword upward, and when the blade aura reached Sasuke, it flew into the sky. Chapter 165. The commotion outside the training ground. Urashiki, who was about to put on a show, never thought he would end up being the clown. The blade aura struck Urashiki directly. Boom! A loud rumble echoed through the air. Is someone fighting? Kakashi looked toward the training ground where the sound came from. He had come to duel with Guy today. The two were like children who never grew up, and their duel was decided by who could jump farther from a standing position. Lee, who was also a student of Guy and had thick eyebrows, acted as the referee. The previous sound made Guy, who was just about to jump, make a mistake and step over the line. He regrettably lost. Damn it, who is fighting? The noise is so loud. Both of them didn't believe that someone was attacking Konoha. If that were the case, the Umbu would have notified them long ago. After all, these 2 childish men were elite jonin of Konoha. However, they didn't realize that the Umbu were involved this time. Kakashi, should we go take a look? Guy suggested. Since it made such a loud noise, the battle over there must be more interesting than theirs. Okay, Kakashi agreed with Guy's idea. What about me, teacher Guy? Lee pointed at himself. Kakashi almost forgot about Lee's existence. Lee, you should do some basic training and warm up. When the teacher comes back, I'll help you train. All right. Teacher Guy. Lee nodded vigorously. He fully obeyed Guy's words. Let's go, Kakashi said and set off first. Goodbye, teacher Guy. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei. Lee waved at the 2. Not only Kakashi and Guy heard the sound. Many ninjas from Konoha came as well, but they were all stopped by the Umbu. Asuma, Red. You guys are here too? Kakashi greeted them as he approached. We were just shopping nearby, and came to see what was going on when we heard the noise. But we didn't expect to be stopped. Asuma said helplessly. After all, the people in front of them were part of Orochimaru's loyal forces, and he didn't want to offend them. Kakashi, you're here too. The commotion couldn't be without Obito's appearance. However, this time he wasn't accompanied by Rin, as Rin, being a medical ninja, had to work. Why isn't Tsunade using her powers? That's because she's not only a medical ninja, but also the princess of Konoha. That identity is big enough. What's going on inside? It's human nature to watch a spectacle. It's the same everywhere. The training ground was already regarded by the outside ninjas as a sparring match, and it had attracted the Umbu's attention. They speculated that one of them must be the Hokage, Orochimaru. The other was a topic of much debate. Some said it was the 3rd Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, while others said it was Uchiha Fugaku, and the most absurd claim was that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were dueling for love, with the winner getting Tsunade. Carrot watched the Konoha ninjas chatting on the panel, and when they finally talked about Orochimaru's gossip, It made Carrot laugh to the point of tears. Senior Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to have this connection with Senior Jiraiya. After Carrot finished speaking, he clutched his stomach and laughed wildly on the sofa, completely ignoring the sullen Orochimaru. The most uncomfortable were Shurzue and Kabuto, both wanting to laugh but not daring to. After all, they were trained ninjas, and more importantly, they feared being targeted by Orochimaru. Kabuto, take note. Those ninjas who just spoke, make them clean up the entire Konoha color area. Not a single stain can be left. Orochimaru said coldly, feeling increasingly angry as he thought about how he wanted to show off in front of Carrot, but ended up being embarrassed by his subordinates. With a grudge, Orochimaru immediately took action. Shurzue and Kabuto couldn't help but mourn for those ninjas, while Carrot, who laughed the loudest, received no punishment, which made Shurzue and Kabuto envious again. Kabuto faithfully carried out Orochimaru's orders, holding a note as he walked out of the room and handed it to an Umbu member. Less than a moment later, that member appeared on the panel. He pointed at the ninjas who had just claimed to fight for Orochimaru's love and announced Orochimaru's orders. The faces of those ninjas quickly changed from joy to frustration. That was the village's toilet. It felt like the sky had fallen. Orochimaru was pleased to see others unhappy. How pitiful, Obito said as he watched those departing ninjas. It seems the Hokage is not inside. Kakashi stroked his chin and said, How did you figure that out? Obito asked, looking at Kakashi with his clear, foolish eyes. How could his best friend be so foolish? Kakashi shook his head, thinking to himself. However, Kakashi still answered Obito's question. Otherwise, Obito would chatter on for a whole day, and Kakashi couldn't afford that. The Umbu member had come from within the village. To be precise, he had just come out of the Hokage building. The Hokage could see and hear everything happening here. Although Kakashi was guessing, his tone was full of certainty. Asuma, upon hearing Kakashi's words, thought of his father, who had a ball that could see anywhere in Konoha, and said, Kakashi is right. I join my hands together and keep saying, Hokage-sama, you are the Hokage I respect the most. Your glorious and majestic image is deeply imprinted in my heart. You are my guiding light and the direction I move forward in. Everyone approached Obito, wanted to hear what he had to say, but as soon as they got closer, they immediately walked away. Flattery. Everyone silently looked down on Obito, as they didn't have the same thick skin as him. Carrot, your brother is quite smart. Orochimaru couldn't help but praise Kakashi. You should see who his brother is. Carrot completely accepted the praise for his brother, as in his heart. He believed Kakashi was entirely his creation. He deserved at least 9/10 of the credit, with the remaining being Kakashi's hard work. Although he deeply understood Carrot, he was even more impressed by how Carrot could refresh his limits every time. I think Obito is pretty good. Kabuto, who had been silent, surprisingly spoke up. He found that his thoughts were exactly the same as Obito's. Carrot and Shurzue exchanged glances. This kid is completely hopeless. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with admiration, which filled Kabuto with motivation. Should we go in and take a look? Obito, who had once been the king of skipping class, said. After all, he had just said so many good things about the Hokage, and a small mistake shouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 166, Itachi's Reluctance. I think it's fine, Kai said in agreement, wanting to see who was inside the training ground and wanting to compare skills. What about you guys? Obito turned to Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Since we're idle anyway, there's nothing wrong with going in to take a look. Asuma said casually. I won't go in. I have plans to go shopping with Rin and the others. Girls usually don't like fighting. They prefer shopping. No way. You guys made a mistake. There should be a smart person to explain it. Kakashi also agreed with Obito's suggestion. Soon, the four of them sneaked into the training ground. After all, they were elite Jonin, so avoiding the station Umbu was quite simple. Elite Jonin weren't common. They were the leadership level in the ninja village. Oh, four little mice went in. Carrot happened to see the four sneaking in and couldn't help but comment. Their movements are too unprofessional. Poor performance. Carrot didn't forget to evaluate. Should we stop them? Orochimaru was well aware of Carrot's concern for his brother Kakashi, especially since the chakra supply in Kakashi's body was something Carrot had insisted Orochimaru provide. Forget it. They're young. Let them experience a little setback. It's good for them. After hearing Carrot's words, Orochimaru no longer hesitated. Who was that white-haired guy flying in the air? Obito spoke bluntly. When they arrived at the scene, they saw a person flying in the air, facing the Konoha companions alone. Obito looked at his pretentious demeanor with disdain, thinking, you can't act cool. However, he found his actions quite fitting for himself. Itachi's blade aura had no effect on Urashiki. It merely made Urashiki's long hair flutter in the wind. His defense is so strong. Itachi clearly felt he had struck him, but did not cause any harm. Let's all attack together. The Konoha crowd now realized that this guy in front of them was not someone any of them could defeat alone. Urashiki looked at the approaching opponents without showing any fear. Instead, he seemed eager to try, wanting to use absolute strength to crush their confidence. Attacks came from all sides simultaneously. Above, Itachi's big sword waited. Below, Shikamaru's fishing line, and Urashiki had no gaps to exploit. Suddenly, Urashiki spread his arms. Two energy balls emanating from his palms. Jiraiya and Tsunade had to retreat. Jiraiya attempted to clash with his Rasengan, and with a loud explosion, Jiraiya's body was sent flying through thick smoke, tumbling several times before stabilizing. Meanwhile, Tsunade was about to punch the energy ball when Urashiki smirked, and Watergate just happened to see it. Watergate quickly flashed to Tsunade's side, pressing down on her shoulder, and the two instantly disappeared. Just as their figures vanished, the energy ball exploded. Boom! The ground in their area shook, indicating the immense power of Tsunade's energy ball. Urashiki released two energy balls, and Jiraiya was slightly faster. He collided with the Rasengan, but sustained no injuries, leading everyone to fall into a misconception that the second one's power was similar. This prompted Tsunade to take the risk. Fortunately, Watergate saw Urashiki smile, and with his flying Thunder God speed, he saved Tsunade from danger. Urashiki broke through three sides. I've been waiting for you. At this moment, Sasuke also arrived, holding a chakra-covered katana in one hand, still very brave. After all, that's why he was called the second pillar. Sasuke fiercely stabbed the katana toward Urashiki's back, but Urashiki turned around, clasped his hands together, and firmly clamped Sasuke's sword in his palm. With a forceful slap, the sword was shattered. Pusher seized the opportunity to catch the broken blade with his bare hands, not knowing if tetanus existed in the ninja world. His hands remained unharmed, not cut at all. Sasuke, on the other hand, seemed unable to accept the outcome, frozen in shock. This was his specially crafted sword. Its hardness was unmatched in the ninja world, enhanced with his chakra, yet it was snapped by someone with a single strike. Pusher took advantage of Sasuke's moment of distraction, swinging the blade to cut his throat. Because of this bastard in front of him, he had to go through all this trouble. Wouldn't it have been better to just hand over his life? Instead, he was about to be killed by him. At that moment, Pusher was finally about to achieve his wish, and his thoughts were running wild. Just as the blade was about to reach Sasuke's neck, a fishing line that Pusher did not want to see wrapped around his hand and pulled it back. It's you again ruining my plans. I had intended to kill you last, but didn't expect you to cut in line. Sasuke, slightly dazed, quickly regained his composure, releasing the hilt of his sword. His chakra gathered, and his palm tightened like it was gripping lightning. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping struck towards Pusher. Kakashi, do you know that person? How could he be your Raikiri? How would I know? I've never seen this person before, Kakashi replied irritably, feeling as if his Raikiri was as common as dirt. Although one of Pusher's hands was bound by Hitaki Sakomo, he managed to grab Sasuke's wrist with just one hand, and the Raikiri gradually dissipated. With only one hand, Sasuke was unable to do much. He wondered if he regretted not connecting his hand like Naruto had. A good opportunity. Itachi saw that Pusher was already ensnared, and when Pusher grabbed Sasuke's hand, it also meant that his hand was caught by Sasuke. All of this was providing Itachi with the best chance to attack. Itachi controlled his Susanoo, preparing to cleave Pusher in two from above. Should he shout a slogan at this moment like, 1/2 cuts, the wishful sword? Itachi was decisive and said little, not hesitating at all as he swung his sword down. Just as everyone was about to rejoice, a sound abruptly halted their happiness. How is this possible? The one most incredulous was Itachi himself. He knew just how much power was behind his strike, yet it didn't even break Pusher's scalp. Was this a joke? Blood began to flow from Itachi's eyes, and he could no longer maintain the Susanoo. He could only watch as the blade above Pusher shrank until it disappeared. Itachi covered his eyes, feeling utterly unwilling. His proud strength had no effect whatsoever. Brother. The young Sasuke rushed over to check on his brother's injury. Chapter 167. The Azure Beast of Konoha. Is his head a turtle shell? Itachi found it hard to imagine. As a man who could also activate Susanoo, he naturally understood its power, which is why he said this. I don't know if it's a turtle shell. I just know it's very dangerous, Asuma said solemnly. He was aware of the Uchiha clan's Susu, and he understood that a family like the Uenfei clan had a deep heritage. Shirze, your little brother seems to have suffered a huge blow, Karo said. Seeing Itachi sitting on the ground without saying a word, even ignoring his beloved Udu, Shurzue looked at Itachi with some worry, but believed he could pull himself together because he was Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, I'm fine, Itachi said, letting Sasuke help him up. He had just fallen into a trap, trying to fight Pooh with a power he was not skilled at. Although Uchiha Itachi was quite strong, his specialty was illusion techniques. Now that he had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, those techniques must have become even stronger, since Pooh had been affected by his illusion earlier. Even though Pooh had somehow become stronger, Itachi's SI power had also increased. Now, Itachi was confident that his illusion could definitely catch Pooh. However, he planned to take a moment to recover his eye power, as he had used too much just now. As expected of Itachi, he bounced back so quickly. Shurzue praised him. Karo shook his head, another brother complex. Pooh withdrew his hand that had grabbed Sasuke, turning it into a fist. Sasuke shared the same thought, and their fists collided, causing Sasuke to be pushed back by the recoil. Pooh then freed one hand, letting the blade he had dropped from his bound hand fall, catching it with the other hand, and hurled it towards Hitaki Tsukumo. Hitaki Tsukumo twirled the fishing rod in his hand, causing the fishing line to spin until it completely wrapped around the blade. Pooh's throwing knife, unlike Lee's, did not hit its mark and was directly broken. However, while Tsukumo was breaking his throwing knife, Pooh had already torn the fishing line apart with his hand. The situation on the field formed a standoff once more. Since you won't come over, then I'll come to you. With that, Pooh immediately attacked, knowing that if he killed everyone in front of him, he wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal properly. Therefore, Pooh was ruthless. He grabbed Tsunade's fist that was swung at him, and the next punch landed directly on her stomach. Ugh! Tsunade was hit and gagged, showing no mercy. In Pooh's eyes, they were all just ants, easily disposed of. With Tsunade's stomach hit, she bent over, giving Pooh the chance for a second punch aimed at her head. Just as that moment arrived, Jiraiya stepped forward, cradling Tsunade in his arms and turning his back to Pooh. Uffed, Jiraiya's back took a heavy blow, and blood uncontrollably sprayed from his mouth. Just as Pooh was about to attack again, Minato finally arrived. Jiraiya, are you okay? Don't scare me, Tsunade anxiously asked, holding Jiraiya in her arms. Her gentleness fully displayed at that moment. Jiraiya shakily extended his right hand, seemingly trying to grasp something. Tsunade immediately took his hand. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. Finally, he had made contact, and it was worth it to block that punch for her. Indeed, Jiraiya was using a ploy. Tsunade, I feel like I might not make it, Jiraiya said in a shaky voice. At this moment, Tsunade seemed to completely forget she was a doctor and didn't check on Jiraiya. If she did, she would realize he was just pretending. You won't. They say disasters last for 1,000 years. You definitely won't die. Tears streamed down Tsunade's face as she spoke. Tsunade, before I die, I have a question to ask you. Have you ever liked me? Jiraiya trembled as he finished, nervously looking at Tsunade. The bystanders, including Karo, were also eagerly awaiting Tsunade's answer. Often, the simplest answer resonates the most. Jiraiya received the answer he most wanted. He jumped up in joy. Unable to contain his loud outburst, he began to dance with excitement. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Tsunade realized she had been tricked. As the saying goes, care breeds confusion. She never expected Jiraiya could deceive her. Tsunade's joints cracked as she prepared to give this man a good beating. Truly, a day without beating him would lead to him taking liberties. Before Tsunade could make her move, Minato's voice reached them. Teacher, if you don't come help soon, you won't see your disciple again, Minato said anxiously. When Jiraiya first started, he was also very worried. However, Minato was not as confused as Tsunade. He sensed that Jiraiya's aura was completely stable, which was something he could only perceive while in sage mode. Oh, I'll be right there, he said. And then Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade. My answer is the same as yours. After saying that, Jiraiya rushed over to support Minato. After all, he couldn't just stand by and watch his disciple suffer. If there was going to be trouble, they would face it together as master and disciple. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade smiled. That smile was stunning, like the beauty of a palace adorned with makeup. But now it had fallen into the hands of Jiraiya, the big pervert. Orochimaru-senpai, how do you feel about Tsunade-senpai being pursued by Jiraiya-senpai? Karo asked, curious about Orochimaru's thoughts at that moment. The three of them had grown up together, and now two of them had developed a romantic relationship, while only Orochimaru remained single. Both Kabuto and Shurzue couldn't help but lean into here. What can I say? I'm just too old to be a best man now. It's fine if those two are together. It saves Jiraiya from always wanting to run away. Tsunade can keep him in check. Tsunade and Jiraiya were the only two friends Orochimaru had, so he naturally hoped they would be happy. Urasaki, 1 against 3, pressured Jiraiya, Minato, and Sasuke to retreat repeatedly, and a slight mistake could mean death. Just as the three were contemplating their strategy, a loud voice rang out. The Konoha Azure Beast has arrived. The gate opened. A man surrounded by blue energy fell from the sky, standing in front of Urasaki. Chapter 168. Angry Karo and Orochimaru seeing yet another Konoha ninja blocking his path. Urasaki was speechless. Can't you Konoha ninjas finish one fight without sending another one right after? Don't you find it boring? Urasaki's mindset exploded. It was the first time he hated a planet so much. On other planets, problems could be solved with just a little effort. But here it felt like an endless series of trials. Urasaki did not stop his noble strides despite the blue aura emanating from Might Guy. He continued to punch his way through. But this time he encountered a tough opponent. Might Guy preferred to go head-to-head, and Urasaki found this approach the simplest without any frills. Boom! The two fists collided, and an invisible shockwave spread in all directions. The force was mutual, and both were pushed back. Guy retreated 5 steps while Urasaki retreated 3. This surprised Urasaki greatly. It was the first time he had shown such an expression. Urasaki knew how strong his physical abilities were. Even Tsunade had only given him a sense of awe, but this man in forgiving colored clothing could actually match him. This planet was truly bizarre. Although he couldn't unleash all of his power, he was confident that with his physical body, he had nothing to fear. Reality, however, slapped him hard in the face. Might Guy was very pleased. Now he had a second person who could take his punches. Previously, those he trained with used various ninjutsu, or jinjutsu against him, which prevented Guy from fully unleashing his potential. Now, this unknown person was the perfect sparring partner. Guy could hardly wait. He launched the first attack, moving so fast that even the eye couldn't keep up. He wanted to have a good fight before his body could no longer handle the pressure. Wherever they went, the sound of their physical clashes echoed, and the released power made the already battered training ground even worse. Is this really Might Guy? Boruto thought to himself. Since he could remember, Might Guy had always been in a wheelchair. He never expected him to be so fierce. So impressive. Naruto and Sasuke said in unison. They saw Guy every day in the village. He was either running or doing handstands. Naruto always thought he was a funny ninja, while Sasuke thought he was wasting time. But now they realized that the clown was actually themselves. Naruto and Sasuke secretly decided that once this was over, they had to learn this skill. Kakashi, when are we going out? Obito asked, watching Might Guy display his prowess while he could only watch from the sidelines, feeling quite displeased. Everyone is lagging behind. When did you start to work hard? Now the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark, which is our advantage. Besides, don't you find it strange? It's been so long and the Hokage hasn't shown up. Kakashi wanted to mention Karo but thought better of it. After all, he was his good brother. He didn't want to say anything that might provoke Karo's wrath. Yes, the Umbu have already surrounded this training ground. Logically, the Hokage should have arrived long ago. Asuma began to think. Could this be a trap set by the Hokage, aiming to kill everyone in the training ground? Obito felt he had discovered a huge secret and quickly covered his mouth, but the terrified look in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Kakashi and Asuma simultaneously slapped their foreheads. Their eyes filled with disdain for Obito, who kills people in the village. Moreover, given Orochimaru's nature, he wouldn't do such a thing. Obito, don't say you know me next time you go out. Kakashi said to Obito. Count me in, Asuma quickly added. What do you mean by that? Am I wrong? Obito, who always believed he was smart, insisted on getting to the bottom of it. I just don't want others to think I know a fool who would openly kill in the village. And with the teacher's strength, if this were true, he could have escaped and exposed it long ago. Oh yeah, how'd I not think of that? Obito's limited intelligence finally grasped the issue. Boom! Might Guy and Urasaki separated once more, but this time both looked slightly disheveled. Guy's breathing was heavier than before, while Urasaki had begun taking drugs again. Your body can't handle this kind of power, can it? After fighting with Might Guy, he realized the source of Guy's strength, but such power demanded a very high toll on the body. I'm still holding on. You don't need to worry about that. Come on, let us have a good fight. Might Guy was already boiling with excitement. All right, then I'll let you experience the feeling of despair. Urasaki once again stimulated himself. He wanted a quick resolution as he had already delayed too long. If this continued, his period of weakness would arrive. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Urasaki's body, creating a whirlwind that forced everyone present to shield their eyes, or they wouldn't be able to open them. The ground couldn't withstand Urasaki's pressure and began to crack, with fissures rapidly spreading into the distance. Once the dust settled, everyone was astonished by the scene before them. This was no longer a lush training ground. It looked more like a barren wasteland. The trees were nowhere to be found. "Damn, are you here for demolition?" Karo exclaimed after witnessing Urasaki's actions, feeling that this was simply destroying Konoha's public property, which included a share of Karo's. Karo now had zero tolerance for Urasaki. I will make him pay for his actions. Even the usually cold and taciturn Orochimaru couldn't help but speak up, saying that the money to repair the training ground had to come from him as the Hokage. He didn't even have enough funds for his own experiments. And now he had to rebuild the training ground. Orochimaru was clearly holding a grudge against Urashiki. He originally planned to treat him a bit better, but now he wished he could kill him. Yes, people without a sense of public duty shouldn't be treated well. Let him experience the tortures of the Umbu first, and then watch himself get sliced. For now, this is how it is. Carrot's clever little mind could only think of this much. Your idea is good. After all, the Otsutsuki clan has a strong vitality and won't die easily. Orochimaru highly agreed with Carrot's opinion. Kabuto and Shursui exchanged a glance, both receiving the same message as their own thoughts. These two had such great chemistry, clearly arranging things for one person. Chapter 169. Urashiki's severed hand. Is this even human? Just the sheer momentum created such a scene. The expressions of the people present were extremely grim. The more they fought the enemy, the stronger he became. Even though they had the numbers, they had never heard of ants being able to bite an elephant to death. Might Guy, however, was different from the others. He was now trembling with excitement. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated he became. "I'm coming." Might Guy could no longer contain himself. Fighting a strong opponent was his dream. Only through constant battles could he clearly understand his shortcomings. Urashiki also wanted to teach the guy in front of him a lesson, letting him know how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Might Guy launched an all-out attack, but he found that his opponent didn't even need to fight back, just standing there for him to hit. Yet Might Guy's fist didn't touch Urashiki at all, as if their powers were not in the same dimension. "Use whatever means you have," Urashiki said calmly, hand behind his back. He wanted Might Guy to have hope before experiencing despair, truly a case of killing while also striking at the heart. "Since the area of my fist is too small to hit you, I'll change my approach." Might Guy took a step back and readied his stance, targeting the peacock. His fists quickly rubbed against the air, forming a deadly technique. "Here, S1 for you." Urashiki swung a punch, directly sending all of Might Guy's attacks back at him. All of Might Guy's techniques hit him. It was the first time he felt his own fists. He was sent flying, and, at that moment, the time for the 8 gates was also up. Might Guy struggled to support himself with his hands on the ground to avoid falling, but the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth proved he was seriously injured. Senior Guy, Naruto, and the other two immediately rushed over to support Might Guy. This was the only thing they could do. They couldn't intervene in such a battle, only watch helplessly. On the Konoha side, there were already 2 injured who couldn't fight. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Minato were surrounding Urashiki in battle, but the situation was unclear. The 4 were simply no match for him. Although they had the numbers, they were still being knocked back one by Urashiki. First, Jiraiya flew to Naruto's side, unable to maintain Sage Mode. Suddenly, at that moment, a man holding Raikiri appeared behind Urashiki. With unstoppable speed, he struck Urashiki's back, while Asuma's chakra blade pierced into Urashiki's body. Urashiki stumbled forward. Minato naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. A Rasengan struck Urashiki's chest. In an instant, Urashiki suffered a triple hit. Kakashi and Asuma relied on Obito's Sharingan ability to silently approach Urashiki from behind. After being sent flying by Minato's Rasengan, Urashiki knelt on one knee with one hand on the ground and the other pressing against his chest. The wound on his chest was visibly healing at an incredible speed. The same with his back. Although the injury was healing, the damage done still made Urashiki spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn, how did they appear? Urashiki still couldn't understand how Kakashi and Asuma got behind him. Could it be a problem with his perception? Urashiki fell into self-doubt. Time-space abilities are incredibly powerful. Back then, Obito used ninjutsu along with a Sharingan to dodge the explosion of 60 trillion explosive tags. Seeing Urashiki spit blood, the expressions of the crowd improved a bit. If such an attack couldn't injure Urashiki, then wouldn't everyone be working in vain? Fortunately, there was a result. Urashiki's aura was no longer as strong as before. Urashiki stood up, saying, "Just as 2 of you go down, 2 more come. Are you all looking down on me, Urashiki?" He instantly teleported in front of Asuma, sensing that this bearded man was the weakest among them, thinking it best to pick the softest persimmon. Kakashi wanted to step forward to help, but Urashiki was now quite cunning. Whenever Kakashi approached, he would change direction, forcing him to face only one enemy. Soon, Asuma's flaws became more and more apparent. Minato and Kakashi couldn't just watch this unfold. This was the beloved youngest son of the fourth Hokage. If he sacrificed himself here, what a blow that would be to the third Hokage. Seeing Minato and Kakashi advance, Urashiki directly grabbed Asuma's arm and flew into the air, preparing to punch Asuma's head. At that final moment, Asuma thought of his wife, Kurenai. Kurenai, I can no longer take care of you. This was the last thing Asuma wanted to say. He closed his eyes, not wanting to die with his eyes open. However, Asuma did not feel the punch come down, but a warm liquid fell on his face. Asuma looked up to see Urashiki's punch aimed at him had inexplicably caused his arm below the joint to vanish. Urashiki screamed in pain, his other hand unconsciously loosening, and Asuma was saved. In that moment between life and death, Asuma escaped, grateful to still be alive. What is going on? Carrot, do you know? Orochimaru, who had originally planned to intervene, saw Carrot sitting there motionless and relaxed, knowing that Carrot wouldn't allow Urashiki to kill in Konoha. The only explanation was that Asuma would be fine, and it turned out to be true. Orochimaru just didn't understand the reason. The more unknowns there were, the more fascinated Orochimaru became. That is the power of time and space. In simple terms, Urashiki's hand was taken into another dimension. As soon as Carrot said it, Orochimaru understood. Is this the ability of that Uchiha Obito? The heavens truly favor the Uchiha. At that moment, Orochimaru couldn't help but complain about how good the heavens were to the Uchiha clan, as if they were afraid the Uchiha wouldn't have enough to eat, chasing after them to feed them. Indeed, a very interesting ability. Carrot had also tried it, but he was much luckier than Urashiki, not sustaining any injuries. Who is it? Show yourself. Urashiki was furious. He couldn't tolerate someone making him lose a hand without revealing themselves, especially in this chaotic Konoha, repeatedly breaking his previous understanding. Konoha really has such powerful people. Boruto was seeing Urashiki in such a predicament for the first time, one hand covering the bleeding wound, constantly searching for the instigator. Obito? He's here too. As a future Sasuke, he naturally recognized this as Obito's Sharingan ability, an extremely precious power of time and space. Chapter 170. Preparing to unleash a big move, Obito flashed and appeared in front of Urashiki. It's you? Yes, it's me. Obito has lost a hand, so he chooses not to hide in the shadows for a sneak attack anymore. The people of Konoha all believe that Obito could no longer recover this time. However, reality often breaks their boundaries. Suddenly, Obito's arm restored to its original form. If you had attacked my head just now, I might really have died. You've lost your chance. Your techniques won't harm me anymore, Obito said to Madara. Then why do you still pretend that you can't recover? You lured me out because you're afraid of my abilities. Madara replied, indicating that he wouldn't be fooled. Luring you out is to take revenge for my lost arm, and also because I'm afraid you might escape. Obito explained his reasoning. Seeing his opponent's shock, Obito felt a sense of superiority. He dove down in front of Madara, his arm piercing through Madara's body to avenge his lost arm. He wanted to see Madara's discomfort, but all he saw was the mockery in Madara's eyes. Is that all you've got? Madara had long been displeased with Obito and thought he was overdoing it. Now, it was Madara's turn to teach him what it means to show off. Obito launched a series of attacks on Madara, whether physical or magical. None of them caused any harm. Now it's my turn. Madara placed a finger to his mouth, took a deep breath, and exhaled a raging flame that shot out toward Obito, colliding with him and singeing his hair. You. Obito pointed at Madara, speechless. No need to thank me, Madara replied, interpreting his words as compliments. After being mocked repeatedly, Obito's anger could no longer be suppressed. He wanted to wash away the humiliation he suffered here with the blood of those in front of him, even if it meant falling into a coma. Obito released the power within him, no longer suppressing his injuries. His strength returned at that moment. The sun in the sky was covered by dark clouds, as if foreshadowing a future without light. Be careful, Madara. Kakashi's chakra momentarily paused. The chakra within Kakashi's body was created by Orochimaru, modeled after the tailed beasts. Now that Obito had regained his 6 pads level strength, Kakashi's chakra experienced that brief moment of hesitation, prompting him to warn Madara. The 9 tails within Naruto was trembling in fear. It had felt such power long ago from the sage of 6 paths. The Ninetales understood that this person before them was targeting itself. It couldn't think of anyone who could compare to the Sage of Six Paths, nor anyone who could save it. What kind of power is this? Everyone was astonished as they watched Obito unleash his full power, as if he were a life form on another level. They swallowed hard. Is this the Six Paths level? Orochimaru watched Obito. When he first appeared, he still needed a significant amount of strength to suppress his injuries, so he couldn't feel his true power. Now Obito was reckless, wanting to erase Konoha entirely, and he believed he could do it. Perfect. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he stared at Obito. Who will die first? Obito said from a high vantage point, as if he were Yama, deciding who lives and who dies. It felt like a multiple-choice question, but it was really a self-indulgent exercise. You. Obito rushed to Madara's side, as he thought this person was too arrogant. He slapped Madara directly across the face, sending him flying, immediately causing swelling on his cheek. Obito quickly pursued Madara and slapped him again because he thought Madara's words were too ugly. Just when Obito was enjoying himself, Madara couldn't take it anymore. He phased his body to dodge, but just as he canceled the phase, Obito's attack came too quickly to defend against. Minato threw out a few kunai as markers, signaling the start of another round of attacks. Shikaku was responsible for long-range attacks, while Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Minato handled close combat. Asuma was completely unreliable. He was too weak, just a spectator. We've been waiting for you a long time. The enemy was too dispersed, and attacking them one by one was too troublesome. It was better to let them attack actively, allowing Obito to wait for the opportunity. This is why Obito kept targeting Madara. He was using him as bait to lure the Konoha ninjas. When Minato and the others' attacks were about to hit Obito, they were always inexplicably blocked, unable to get close enough to subdue him. But Obito's attacks were ruthless and heavy. Jiraiya was accidentally kicked by Obito, breaking his arm. And when he tried to smash Obito's head, Minato used Flying Thunder God to move Jiraiya away. Minato, this isn't the solution. We can't harm him at all. If we keep fighting like this, we'll exhaust ourselves to death. Their reckless attacks were intended to resolve the situation with Obito quickly, but it turned out to be futile. Minato was also troubled at this moment. If anyone on the scene could harm Obito, it would be Sasuke. Sasuke used the power of his Rinnegan to break through Obito's defenses, allowing Shikaku's fishing line, Kakashi's Raikiri, and Tsunade's brute strength to reach Obito. But all of this was often in vain. It was only the defense that was broken. But the power exploding from Obito's body stopped their forces just 10 centimeters away from him. Obito could clearly see the unwillingness and anger on their faces, which was exactly what he wanted to see. Obito cried out, and Kakashi and the others were sent flying. The amount of force they used to attack Obito was matched by the damage they received in return, somewhat akin to Muron Fu's an eye for an eye. Among those flying away, only Shikaku was uninjured, just losing his fishing rod, which he didn't care about. Kakashi and the others were in worse shape, with blood flowing. Karo, they can't hold on any longer. With Obito unleashing his full power, Orochimaru understood the outcome. From Karo, Orochimaru had received data about the six-path strength, realizing that winning through numbers was essentially impossible. Yeah, the grand play should come to an end. Karo stood up from the sofa, but at that moment, a man in green with thick eyebrows barged in. Let my last blood boil. My guy shouted loudly, fists clenched at his waist. The 8th gate is open. Death. Chapter 171. Obito looking for an excuse. You must be joking. Karo knew what Might Guy was up to the moment he jumped out. This was the man who almost brought about the grand finale before. He was trying to use the same trick again. Karo glanced at Orochimaru, who understood what to do. Orochimaru placed a hand on Karo's left shoulder, while Shursui placed one on his right. Of course, Tobi was on his idol Orochimaru's shoulder. With a swish, the four quietly left the Hokage's office. Just after Might Guy said death, before the door could close, Karo instantly teleported to the battlefield. Guy, no need to risk your life. Leave the rest to me. The four of them appeared on the battlefield without any sense of incongruity. Upon hearing Karo's voice, Guy immediately stopped his action of opening the 8th gate. He believed that as long as Karo arrived, Obito would no longer be a threat. Karo, big brother. Might Guy ran over to greet him. Carrot's position in Mate K's heart is exceptionally high. Carrot is the second person to acknowledge himself, and also the lifesaver of his father. So Mate K can be said to listen to Carrot unconditionally. Don't be so foolish next time. You only have one life, you know? Carrot said earnestly. Got it? Brother Carrot. Kai, like a primary school student being reprimanded by a teacher, responded obediently. After finishing with Mate K, Carrot walked towards Tsukumo Hitaki. Father, are you injured? Have you been watching the whole time? Tsukumo asked Carrot, as Carrot's appearance was too timely, neither early nor late, just when Mate was about to risk his life. No, Carrot answered quickly and affirmatively. He was not watching from nearby. He was in the Hokage building. Carrot certainly did not lie to Tsukumo. Tsukumo looked at his eldest son with disbelief, and Carrot, unable to stand Tsukumo's gaze, quickly left. My dear brother, are you injured? Carrot approached Kakashi, noticing his swollen wrist, and asked in surprise, even poking at it with his hand. Hiss! Kakashi inhaled sharply. The bone-deep pain in his wrist immediately registered in his brain, causing him to break into a cold sweat. This was a backlash from Kakashi's Raikiri attack on Otsutsuki. Is this really Kakashi's brother? Boruto asked Naruto, watching in pain as Carrot directly went for Kakashi. Naruto's response was concise. If he hadn't confirmed it himself, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Are you two okay? Orochimaru approached Jiraiya and Tsunade, showing concern as one of the few friends. Can't die. Why didn't you come earlier? Jiraiya complained to the tardy Orochimaru. Because I was happy watching you get beaten, Orochimaru replied, true to his character with a rather unique reason. Since Carrot and his group arrived on the battlefield, Urashiki had been watching intently without intervening. He couldn't make sense of how Carrot and the others made their entrance. He hadn't sensed any fluctuations of time-space powers and wondered how the four had arrived after the fight. Hello, Otsutsuki Urashiki. Carrot slowly flew up, facing Urashiki. Urashiki was very surprised that this person could fly. He hadn't sensed any chakra from Carrot. How is he doing this? You seriously injure my brother, and you will pay for it, Carrot said seriously, though the smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. What could make him happier than seeing Kakashi frustrated? The answer was nothing. Watching the haughty Kakashi get bullied brought Carrot great joy, but that bullying could only be done by him. If it were someone else, that would be unacceptable, and Carrot would make them regret it. Ope, with a punch? Urashiki said, throwing a punch at Carrot, who caught it with his palm. Why is it so soft? Haven't you eaten? Carrot mocked, realizing he had overestimated Urashiki. With such a weak attack, it clearly didn't meet Carrot's standards. What did you say? Urashiki roared, unable to tolerate being looked down upon by a native. Kakashi, you're having a tough time. Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder, indicating that if Carrot didn't have strength, his mouth alone could make him mysteriously disappear. Often, simple answers express the most profound meanings. Urashiki continuously attacked, using both hands and feet against Carrot. As Urashiki attacked, their positions in the sky kept changing. Although Urashiki was putting in a lot of effort to take down Carrot, he achieved very little. He couldn't even touch a hair on Carrot, who dodged effortlessly. This punch was a bit slow, this punch had a tricky angle, and if I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been in trouble. Carrot incessantly criticized Urashiki's moves, but what Carrot didn't expect was that the more he talked, the more Urashiki would become frustrated. Who is this person? How come he dodges all my attacks so easily? The more Urashiki fought, the more he doubted himself. How can this be? Boruto felt a sense of relief seeing that Urashiki, although chasing after Carrot, had not caused any damage. There's hope. The Nine-Tails in Naruto's belly observed Urashiki chasing Carrot and, with his keen eyes, quickly realized that Carrot was toying with Urashiki. Fight back! Urashiki shouted at Carrot, not believing that this man had the strength to confront him, thinking he was only a bit faster. You said it, Carrot replied, seeing Urashiki's fist coming, and without much thought, he threw a punch of his own. The two fists collided at that moment. Bang! Urashiki was sent flying like a satellite launch, crashing into several trees before finally stopping. See, I didn't even use much strength, and you fell. Carrot aimed to strike at Urashiki's heart. How did this man do it? He must be able to handle the Otsutsuki. Sasuke thought when he saw Urashiki being sent flying. Cough cough. I was careless and didn't dodge. Urashiki couldn't help but cough, looking for excuses for his failure. Chapter 172. He got anxious. Wow. Your falling posture is so unique, Carrot said, covering his mouth as he looked at Urashiki on the ground, each word piercing Urashiki's heart. Urashiki performed a flip and stood up, looking seriously at the man in the orange clothes before him. When he attacked, there was no trace of chakra on him, as if he was purely relying on physical strength. Urashiki carefully observed every detail of Carrot, examining him from head to toe. He seemed like an ordinary person, with nothing special, yet this ordinary person had made him unable to react when he attacked. Stop staring at me like that. Although I know I'm good looking, you can't just keep staring. Just to be clear, I like women, Carrot said seriously, not noticing Urashiki's face turning visibly darker. Damn it, this ant dares to insult me. Otsutsuki Urashiki. D. Urashiki shouted, and the truth-seeking ball behind him flew straight at Carrot. Carrot turned his head, and the truth-seeking ball brushed past his face. Boom! A violent explosion sounded behind Carrot, and debris scattered in front of him as he turned to look, revealing a large, deep pit. That was close. Just a bit more. Carrot said flippantly, "Is this Urashiki's real strength? Was he just toying with us earlier?" Jiraiya remarked upon seeing the deep pit created by Urashiki. If Urashiki had done this earlier, they wouldn't have had to play around. They would have gone to the Pure Land long ago. Yes, but he didn't want to use it at first. He couldn't. Sasuke explained, Urashiki must have been injured during his time-space transfer and couldn't use his full strength. Then what about now? Is this still not his full strength? I'm not clear about what exactly happened, but he is indeed giving it his all now. All we can do is hope that Kakaroto can win. Otherwise As someone who has faced off against Urashiki at his peak, Sasuke naturally understands Urashiki's strength. If Kakaroto fails, they will all be killed. Sasuke didn't finish his last sentence, but everyone understood the implication. It was nothing but death. Do you think Kakaroto will lose? Orochimaru asked Kakaroto, who was carrying everyone on his back. If he could lose, that would be strange. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Orochimaru began to reply to himself. Orochimaru, I know you trust Kakaroto, and I know his strength is formidable, but you have seen Urashiki's power. It is completely unbeatable. You have no idea what divine power is. Now open your eyes and witness a legend. After saying this, Orochimaru fell silent. Once they experienced Kakaroto's strength, they would naturally shut up. You were lucky to dodge it. Now let's see how you avoid it. This time, Urashiki launched not one but 6. He wants to blow Kakaroto to pieces. Kakaroto flew up, and the Super Spirit Bomb seemed to have a radar-like tracking system, following closely behind him. So that is how it is. Kakaroto understood the principle. The tracking of the Spirit Bomb relied on Urashiki's eyes. As long as he was locked on by Urashiki's gaze, he couldn't escape his Spirit Bomb. Moreover, Urashiki's eyes had a 360-degree field of view, so Kakaroto flying around would only waste energy. Urashiki had used this method before to make his prey please him. Kakaroto intentionally slowed down. Urashiki thought his chance had come. 6 Spirit Bombs collided with Kakaroto in a synchronized attack, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the entire ground. Is this the divine power you speak of, Orochimaru? Jiraiya finally found the opportunity to mock Orochimaru, as he had been so arrogant just now. Kakaroto, Shikamaru, seeing his brother attacked by the Spirit Bomb, instinctively tightened his grip on the fishing rod, breaking it in the process. Brother, Kakaroto, Kakashi, and Might Guy couldn't help but shout out. How can you die like this? I haven't defeated you yet. I won't accept this kind of death for you, Kakaroto. Obito looked at the thick smoke hanging in the air. He couldn't accept that Kakaroto would leave in such a manner. This scene felt familiar. Minato couldn't believe that Kakaroto would meet his end like this. Just when everyone thought Kakaroto had been blown to pieces, his voice emerged from the smoke. If the power had been a bit stronger, that would have been better. After speaking, a powerful aura directly dispersed the smoke, revealing Kakaroto's figure once again. Not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Orochimaru shook his head. This Kakaroto, always pulling off such tricks. Is he even human? Naruto was in shock. He had seen the power contained in the Spirit Bomb with his own eyes. And even his father wouldn't dare to take it head on. Yet this man had taken 6 of them without a scratch, and even mocked their strength as insufficient. Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, please let me wake up a little later. After all, watching Urashiki suffer is the best thing that can make me happy. Yes, Lord Kakaroto is truly unbelievably strong. I want to be as strong as him. Naruto said with admiration. Just you? You should just wash up and sleep. Of course. It's only by having me help you that you have a chance. The 9 tails within Naruto spoke arrogantly, daring to show itself only because Kakaroto was there. Well then, let's work hard together, Kurama. Naruto disregarded the 9-tail sarcasm. After all, they were friends. At least that's what Naruto thought. I don't believe it. You must have used some method to dodge it. Urashiki refused to accept that Kakaroto had casually endured his ultimate move. He must have dodged it like that red-eyed guy, relying on some special skill. If you don't believe me, I can do it again. This time, I'll take it a bit easier, moving slower to accommodate you. Kakaroto said sincerely. In Kakaroto's eyes, it was sincerity, but in Urashiki's eyes, it was nothing but sarcasm. Urashiki couldn't even accept defeat. So how could he remain indifferent to Kakaroto's mockery? This is what you said. This time, the Spirit Bomb Urashiki gathered was larger than before, containing an immeasurable amount of power. Run, it's too close. Sasuke shouted, warning everyone to leave quickly. The power contained in the Spirit Bomb was evident even to his Sharingan. Chapter 173. Being pressured even if Sasuke didn't say it. everyone wouldn't leave this place of trouble. Just from the power within the spirit bomb, anyone with functioning eyes could see what was coming. They felt as though there was an insurmountable chasm between them and those two. They couldn't participate in this battle anymore. They had just been obedient spectators, having fought a halftime match, realizing they had fought in vain without even testing the enemy's strength. It wasn't easy to encounter such a battle. In comparison, it was like the final valley battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, which had no spectators. This time, they would act as witnesses. Urashiki's spirit bomb was finally ready. He launched it directly. Kakarot looked at the rapidly approaching spirit bomb, showing no intention of dodging. What's wrong with Kakarot? Why isn't he dodging? Jiraiya watched Kakarot stand there, not planning to evade, and he became anxious. Just watch. You talk too much. Orochimaru, his old rival, spoke up. He and Jiraiya always liked to bicker when they met. Fortunately, Jiraiya finally found love, or else some might suspect they were dating. Kakarot slowly raised his right hand and directly grasped the spirit bomb, which stopped dead in his hand, unable to advance even an inch. How could this happen? Kakarot's sudden action startled Urashiki, causing him to break into a sweat. No one had ever used this method before. What a surprise. Isn't this quite normal? This is the result of 20 years of being single. How could a tiny spirit bomb possibly trouble me? Kakarot applied a little pressure, and the spirit bomb made cracking sounds, with cracks appearing all over its surface. Then with a bang, the spirit bomb shattered. Yes, it shattered. There wasn't even a sound. This action scared Urashiki, causing him to retreat repeatedly, pointing at Kakarot and stuttering. You couldn't finish a sentence. Were you going to ask me how I did it? Urashiki answered briefly. It's very simple. As long as you have hands, that's enough. Kakarot replied just as simply. Everyone can see you're using your hands, but are you sure others can do it? This day would mark Urashiki's Waterloo. He shouldn't have come here. He now had no confidence in defeating Kakarot. How could he defeat someone who could crush a spirit bomb with bare hands? Urashiki had no confidence, but as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he wouldn't allow himself to back down. Even if he died, he would die on the path forward. I can handle 5, but you only have 2 hands. Let's see how you manage. After speaking, Purushi immediately launched the remaining Dragon Balls. In an instant, the Dragon Balls appeared in front of Karoti, as he aimed to crush Purushi's confidence with absolute power. Karoti directly slapped one of the Dragon Balls back, colliding it with another Dragon Ball, resulting in an obvious explosion. The explosion of the Dragon Balls was not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. A mushroom cloud appeared before everyone, followed by a violent shockwave. If they hadn't been holding hands, they might have been blown away by the shockwave. Karoti smashed one of the remaining 3 Dragon Balls with his fist, returning the other 2 to Purushi, as it would be rude not to reciprocate when others came to visit. It wasn't excessive to give 2 Dragon Balls back, considering Purushi had treated him with gifts. When Purushi saw the Dragon Balls turn around to attack him, he realized that Karoti was up to something. Unfortunately for Purushi, he was hit by one of the Dragon Balls and was sent flying, the impact breaking his spine. The power of the explosion was evident. This was only a light injury after Purushi had mitigated the force. If it hadn't been for his own Dragon Balls, he might have really died. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the others were also suffering from the shockwave. If they hadn't been holding hands, the people there might not have remained intact. Once the mushroom cloud dissipated, everyone was truly dumbfounded. The training ground was completely destroyed, with only a pockmarked ground left. How much would it cost to repair this? Damn Otsutsuki. Orochimaru hated Purushi intensely, as he dared not hate Karoti, given his overwhelming power. Purushi was about to become a prisoner once again, and it was obvious who needed to be dealt with. The sounds of bones regrowing and reconnecting echoed from Purushi's body. Although most of the power of the Dragon Balls had been released, it was still beyond what his frail body could handle. Fortunately, he didn't hit his head. Otherwise, Purushi wouldn't have survived. This was intentional by Karoti, as he still wanted to play. Just as Purushi was contemplating how to deal with Karoti, Karoti began to speak. Why are you so silent? Hurry up and show me your skills, or you won't get another chance. Karoti's words were directed at Purushi. In an instant, Purushi dashed towards Karoti, aiming an elbow strike at his chin, but Karoti blocked it with his hand. Purushi then jumped up, preparing to deliver a hook kick, the speed of which hinted at its power. Karoti dodged back, and Purushi's attack missed, kicking the ground instead. With a loud bang, a crack spread from where Purushi landed. Your kick is quite powerful, Karoti remarked, and without pausing, Purushi attacked again. Their figures continuously changed as they clashed, sending shockwaves that caused the training ground to begin collapsing. We should stand back a bit. After saying that, Sasuke led everyone away. I'm really happy today, Karoti said while fighting. It's been a long time since I've had such a thrilling battle. Purushi's body had a self-healing ability, allowing Karoti to fight without accidentally killing him. However, Purushi was becoming increasingly uncomfortable as he was gradually unable to keep up with Karoti's rhythm. Defending against Karoti was becoming problematic, and he was completely being led by Karoti. Karoti landed a punch on Purushi's left cheek, then another on the right to avoid asymmetry. He lifted his foot and struck Purushi in the abdomen, making him feel like he was about to expel his bile. Karoti then slammed both fists down onto Purushi's head, completing a triple combo that sent Purushi crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 174. Purushi is afraid. Is this too easy? Naruto thought as he watched Karoti effortlessly knock Purushi down, making him feel like he could do the same. However, Naruto also knew Purushi's strength. It seems simple, Naruto replied. Karoti has been avoiding Purushi's attacks for 7 of the 10 minutes since he appeared. They only fought for about 3 minutes, while Jiraiya and the others fought for half a day and gained nothing, ending up injured. You really can't compare people. Purushi staggered his feet, his head still spinning. Everything looked blurry. He shook his head to clear his mind. No need to look for me. I'm right here. Just as Purushi was looking around for him, Karoti spoke up. Following the direction of Karoti's voice, Purushi looked over and saw Karoti lazily leaning against a large tree. I didn't expect someone as powerful as you to exist on this planet. Although you're praising me now, I won't hold back when I make my move, Karoti replied, leaving Purushi at a loss for words. But as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Purushi couldn't beg for mercy, as his bloodline wouldn't allow it. My clan has many stronger beings than me. If I die here, they will come to avenge me. Your strength, while great, won't be able to withstand them. Purushi declared firmly, as he did not want to die there. I naturally know of the Otsutsuki's reputation. They plant trees all over the universe. If they come, that's even better. I won't have to find them one by one. Karoti didn't yet know the coordinates of the Otsutsuki clan, or he would have gone there long ago. This clan had countless lives on their hands and had destroyed many living planets for their own interests. How bold. Do you know what you're saying? Purushi and considered that Karoti would be so audacious as to harbor such thoughts. Then Purushi changed his approach. Even if you aren't afraid, what about your friends and family? Can they survive under Otsutsuki's attack? Purushi attempted to persuade Karoti by appealing to his feelings for family and friendship, hoping that if Karoti didn't want to kill him now, he could recover from his injuries and leave immediately. He believed he was determined to leave, as no one besides Karoti could keep him there. After all, Karoti couldn't watch him all the time. When did you get this delusion? You think your clan members would be my opponents? The words echoed in Purushi's ears, and his eyes widened as he realized he hadn't even noticed when Karoti had moved next to him, having just been leaning against a tree. Do you know? I hate being threatened by others, especially with my family and friends. You've committed both offenses. What do you think I should do? Karoti spoke casually, but the implications made Purushi feel cold all over. Karoti placed his hand on Purushi's shoulder. Boom! Purushi felt an immense force pressing him down into the ground. Every cell in his body trembled. He could only watch helplessly as his body was pinned into the ground like a nail, leaving only his head above the surface. That's a wrap. Karoti clapped his hands, as if the dirt on his hands had come from pressing down on Purushi's shoulder. Is it over just like that? The once imposing Purushi was so easily dealt with by Karoti, which left Obito feeling quite uncomfortable. Although he knew Purushi would fail once Karoti appeared, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. At least hold on for a while. Make Karoti work a bit harder. I didn't expect you to be so disappointing. Karo's move this time made Obito's desire to challenge him cool down. After all, Obito wasn't foolish. He knew he was just going to get beaten up and hand over his head. Truly worthy of being called Brother Karo. My guy, as the biggest fan of Karo in Konoha, couldn't help but feel emotional since Karo had already defeated Uchiha. This is the Otsutsuki clan. Orochimaru approached Uchiha, licking his lips, his eyes seemingly glowing green. Uchiha felt a chill run down his spine at Orochimaru's actions. He sensed a coldness from Orochimaru, an indication of danger. However, in Uchiha's eyes, Orochimaru's strength was just so-so. Yet for some reason, he felt a sense of disgust from Orochimaru's gaze. The closer Orochimaru got, the more satisfied he appeared. Previously, they had only interacted in the office, but now he could feel the vitality of the Otsutsuki clan up close. Wasn't this the perfect specimen he had been searching for? Orochimaru, you wouldn't be thinking of Jiraiya, didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present was not foolish. Combining Orochimaru's past actions, they all understood what he was after. Indeed, he is not one of us from the ninja world, And besides, he cannot die. So there is no need to worry. Orochimaru's standards had risen. He didn't want anything that wasn't a special physique. Heaven had sent him that suits Suki. It would be a shame not to experiment with him. Humph. Tsunade snorted, but did not oppose. After all, what Orochimaru did would ultimately benefit Konoha. Mr. Sasuke, what exactly is the fourth Hokage planning? Boruto was confused, but the only person he was familiar with here was Sasuke. The fourth is just thinking about how to imprison Uchiha. As someone who had trained under Orochimaru, Sasuke naturally knew what Orochimaru intended to do, but he decided to keep it for Boruto. After all, this was a topic unsuitable for children. Why choose to imprison him instead of killing him? In Boruto's mind, bad guys should only be killed to be considered bad. Sure, Sway, it's your turn to perform. Karo grabbed Uchiha's head and pulled him up from the ground. Are you going to use Kodo Amatsukami? Sasuke guessed, as Kodo Amatsukami was known as the strongest genjutsu that could alter a person's thoughts. Do you want to turn Uchiha into a Konoha person? Sasuke thought of Orochimaru's plan, and his expression changed dramatically. Mr. Sasuke, are you okay? Boruto asked with concern upon seeing Sasuke's change in expression. Hearing Boruto's words, Karo glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke was sweating profusely. Ie me fine. Sasuke dared not voice his suspicions. After all, the others didn't know the secret of Shusui's Sharingan. Don't come over. Uchiha instinctively felt something terrible would happen as Shursui approached. Chapter 175. Another crossing? Uchiha's miserable scream did not stop Shursui. Instead, it felt like a countdown from the Grim Reaper. As Shursui got closer, Uchiha's feelings grew stronger. You're forcing me. Uchiha suddenly said this, making Karo a bit alert. He was confident that Uchiha could not do anything in his hands. Uchiha directly activated the space-time power within him. But while he was traversing space-time, this power entered his body and left him severely injured. Now he couldn't care less. His internal alarm was growing stronger, and Uchiha needed to take a gamble. Get out of here, Karo suddenly spoke. He was very clear about the power unleashed from Uchiha. It was quite similar to the dragon vein power within him. Hearing Karo's words, Orochimaru and Shursui immediately distanced themselves. A surge of space-time power instantly enveloped both Uchiha and Karo. Ha! With you accompanying me on this journey, I'm worth it. Uchiha spoke recklessly to Karo. No one could escape the annihilation of space-time power. Really? Suddenly, purple dragon vein power erupted from Karo, countering the space-time power summoned by Uchiha. How is this possible? What kind of secret do you have? Uchiha exclaimed, his eyes wide open. That is not for you to worry about. Karo's fist glowed with yellow light and struck Uchiha, forcing all the space-time power out of his body, leaving behind his own aura as a replacement. What did you do to my body? Uchiha realized he could no longer mobilize his power. It felt like he was an ordinary person, which was maddening. Senior Orochimaru, catch. After saying this, Karo grabbed Uchiha by the back of his collar and created a protective membrane around him with dragon vein power before tossing him out. Bang! Uchiha fell face first to the ground, and Orochimaru stood there, showing no intention of catching him. Kabuto stepped forward to restrain the struggling Uchiha, who now couldn't resist at all and had to comply. After Uchiha was thrown out, the space-time power seemed to become enraged. Because Uchiha hadn't used this tool, it was considered a smuggling act. Now that the culprit was gone, the space-time power began targeting Karo. Karo was also unwilling to back down, and the dragon vein power on him surged out as if it were free, countering Uchiha's space-time power. The area where Karo stood became unstable due to the clash of the two space-time powers. What is going on? The outside observers were worried as they watched Karo appearing and disappearing. Ha ha ha, if he can't hold on, he'll be crushed by the space-time power. Uchiha laughed heartily, feeling elated. If it weren't for Karo's appearance, he would have already captured the Nine Tails. It was all because Karo ruined his good plan. If Karo hadn't chosen to save Uchiha from the start, he wouldn't have fallen into danger. It could only be said that the Saiyan genes were affecting him. Is there any way to save him? Shursui asked fiercely, grabbing Uchiha by the collar. Do you think I would tell you? I wish he would die. Uchiha was now entirely unyielding. Since Karo chose to save him, it meant these people weren't planning to kill him. You will tell me. Shursui insisted. Soon after, Shursui's eyes turned crimson. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan directly acted on Uchiha. Hokage-sama, it's done, Shursui said wearily to Orochimaru, while wiping the blood from his eyes. Hokage-sama. Uchiha knelt on one knee and greeted Orochimaru. Am I seeing things? Tsunade exclaimed. Uchiha actually knelt before Orochimaru. Tsunade wasted no time and directly gave Jiraiya a smack on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Jiraiya rubbed his head. It should hurt. You're not dreaming. Uchiha's actions shocked everyone present. They couldn't imagine that the previously arrogant Uchiha had submitted to Orochimaru without him even doing anything. Everyone looked at Shursui in horror. It was because of Shursui that Uchiha had become like this. Humans are filled with fear when facing the unknown, and Shursui was already on that list. What do we do to get him out? Orochimaru asked the kneeling Uchiha. I don't know. I've never encountered this situation before. I initially intended to use the space-time power to erase myself. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Uchiha answered honestly. The power of the dragon vein in the space-time is not infinite. It gradually began to lose. Another force of space-time also entered Karoti's body, and the two forces turned Karoti's body into a battlefield. Damn it. Shouldn't you consider whether I, the master, agree with this? Karoti's protests had no effect at all. While the space-time power was destroying, Karoti was trying to repair it with his energy. However, destruction is easy, while repair is difficult. Karoti suddenly began to spit blood. If this continued, Karoti wouldn't last much longer. Once Karoti's energy was exhausted, it would be the end for him. I never expected my ending would be like this. The people outside could not see Karoti at all. When the space-time power entered Karoti's body, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Karoti seemed to be in another dimension. Host. Karoti heard this voice and felt like he had found a treasure. System, you finally woke up. What should I do now? Karoti was completely at a loss. His strength was utterly useless in front of the space-time force. Your body can't hold on any longer. As soon as the system finished speaking, Karoti's body seemed to crack open, and countless wounds began to appear. The system began to exert power, first forcing the space-time force out of Karoti's body. Then the three forces battled in the void. As a result, the three forces were too powerful and directly opened a passage. The system and the dragon vein power quickly pulled Karoti's body inside. The passage immediately closed. Bang! Karoti's body suddenly appeared in midair and then fell directly to the ground. Cough, cough. Karoti spat out the dirt in his mouth, struggling to pull himself out of the ground, revealing a human outline. Why is the sky so dark? It's still thundering. Karoti slumped on the ground, looking up at the sky. Karoti also sensed that two people were fighting not far away. Huh? Why does that person look so much like me? And the small guy fighting him looks so familiar, like Frisia. Karoti was now in a state of malfunction. Chapter 176. Back to Earth. After a while, Karoti regained his senses. System, don't tell me we've arrived in the Dragon Ball world? Karoti asked, wide-eyed, unable to accept this reality. Congratulations, you guessed it right, host. System, damn you. Karoti couldn't help but curse. He never expected to end up here. The Dragon Ball world is not like the Naruto world. Here, when people fight, they either blow up planets or destroy the universe. The danger level is far beyond his control for someone with such a small frame like Karoti. Host, this is entirely your fault, so don't blame me. If you hadn't been reckless in your fight with Pushur, he wouldn't have had the chance to trigger the space-time force. And I wouldn't have been forced to awaken from my slumber. The struggle of the three forces broke the barriers of time and space. If I had been a moment slower entering this world, you might have been torn apart by the space-time force. The system laid out the facts logically, leaving Karoti speechless. System, your timing is too perfect. The first time you shoved me into the womb, and this time you plan to send me directly to reincarnation? Karoti looked at the lightning and thunder on Namek. Host, haven't you noticed how dark it is today? The system couldn't help but remind its foolish host. Oh, I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Doesn't that mean the dragon of Namek hasn't granted its last wish yet? Karoti couldn't help but say. He was not like Frisia, who could survive in the gaps of the universe. Well, as long as you don't refuse the dragon's offer to take you away, everything will be fine this time. The system boasted in the end. By the way, host, there is still another remnant space-time force in your body. If you don't eliminate it, it will take a long time to wear it down. Before that, you can only use half of your power. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Your body has become several times stronger through continuous destruction and repair, and most importantly, the potential contained in your body is unimaginable. Lastly, let me tell you one more thing. Before the system could finish, Karoti immediately interrupted. System, what's going on? Why does it sound like you're delivering a farewell speech? Karoti felt very anxious. Am I going to fall into slumber again? Every time my energy is about to be full, I always need to come save you. I don't know if it's a debt to you. Other hosts help the system, but you're consuming the system. Karoti felt that the system was no longer cold and unfeeling, but more human-like. You must remember, you are not a person of this space-time. Your soul does not belong here. If you die, you will not be revived because your soul will be extinguished at the moment of your death. Karoti, I can't help you on the remaining path. Don't worry. When you wake up next time, I will still be here. Although the system couldn't hear what Karoti was saying now, this was Karoti's promise to it. Karoti lay flat on the ground. He couldn't help it. Right now, Karoti couldn't even mobilize a bit of energy in his body. And the injuries he sustained couldn't be healed on his own. Hurry up and make a wish. Otherwise, I might end up in such a lonely way. Karoti felt uncontrollable pain all over his body. Finally, Karoti waited for it. A voice in his mind asked him, and he didn't hesitate to agree, knowing that staying on Namek would leave him with nothing but ashes. He wasn't like Goku, with a protagonist halo, who could find a spacecraft at the last moment. As soon as Karoti appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Goku? Karoti didn't expect him to appear beside Bulma. Hello, beautiful, you got the wrong person, Karoti said, revealing his blood-stained teeth. You are indeed not Goku. He has never called me that. Bulma replied firmly. She had known Goku since childhood and was very clear about each other's personalities. Bulma, are you okay? Gohan rushed over to ask. Because Bulma was blocking Karoti's face. Gohan did not see the face that looked exactly like Goku's. Huh? Dad? No, who are you? Gohan almost mistook Karoti for Goku, but everyone's energy is different. As the strongest Earthling, Gohan almost immediately sensed that the person in front of him was not his brother and looked at Karoti with vigilance. Vegeta and Piccolo noticed Gohan's change and rushed over. They were also afraid that Frieza's subordinates had come to Earth. But when they saw Karoti's face, they were shocked. It wasn't just similar, it looked exactly the same. Who are you? Why do you look so much like my dad? Gohan politely asked. My name is Karotto, and like your father, I am a Saiyan. Karoti said truthfully. He had no desire to lie. After all, how could a strong person be full of lies? Impossible. There are only me and Karoti left among the Saiyans in the universe now. That mixed-blood kid only counts as half. Vegeta didn't believe what Karoti was saying, but he is also named Karoti. Gohan innocently pointed out, while Vegeta was left speechless. In fact, it's very simple to determine whether I am a Saiyan or not. After finishing speaking, Carrot's tail popped out from behind him. He had been pressed down earlier, so everyone hadn't seen it. He had a tail, just like Goku did when he was a child. Bulma saw Carrot's tail and exclaimed excitedly, as if she had discovered a new continent. Carrot spat out blood at an inopportune moment. Are you okay? Looking at the face that looked just like Goku's while spitting blood, Bulma felt a pang of sadness. It would be even better if you could help me find a doctor. Sister, I'm a wounded soldier right now. You guys have been here asking me questions, and no one has thought to help find a doctor. Oh, I'll help you find one right away, Bulma promised. Hearing Bulma's promise, Carrot finally felt relieved. He wouldn't doubt Bulma's abilities. As the richest person in the Dragon Ball world, with money in hand, which doctor could refuse her? At that moment, Gohan brought a smaller Piccolo over. He had already seen Carrot get hurt and went to find his good friend Tian. After all, Tian's abilities had been proven on Namek. Chapter 177. Staying at Bulma's house. Tian, I'm counting on you. No problem. Tian stretched out his small hand above Carrot, and a yellow glow enveloped Carrot's body. Carrot felt a warm sensation, and his injuries began to heal at a visible rate. Before Carrot could feel happy, a subtle balance within his body was broken, and a purple energy along with a black energy erupted from his body, directly blasting Tian away. This scene shocked everyone watching. Carrot was also severely injured, with blood seeping from every pore, turning him into a bloodied mess. Tian, on the other hand, was knocked out cold from the attack. What kind of power is this? Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others felt a deathly aura from his power. Tian was already unconscious just from being hit by the energy wave that burst out of Carrot. Carrot never expected that using energy for healing would break the balance. While Tian was helping to heal him, Carrot had accumulated a bit of energy. Come back. Carrot extended his right hand, glowing with yellow light, as if there was a pulling force. The purple energy pulled the black energy back into Carrot's body. This was just a small amount. If all of it escaped, Carrot might have been done for. Carrot spat blood again. He had been here for less than a day, and he was almost out of blood. Are you okay? Bulma wanted to help, but was afraid of causing him further harm. I'm not dead yet. Bring that little guy over. Gohan quickly carried Tian over. Carrot pressed his hand on Tian's chest. The light on his hand flashed, and Tian woke up. It hurts. The first thing Tian said upon waking was to complain about the pain. Because my energy isn't enough, I could only help him wake up. I can't do anything about the pain. Carrot felt a bit embarrassed. Someone had kindly come to help him, but instead, they ended up getting hurt. However, everyone couldn't bear to blame Carrot. After all, he was already injured. Carrot, how did you end up on Namek? Were you also looking for the Dragon Balls? Gohan asked Carrot, since everyone who appeared on Namek had that one purpose. That's a long story. Carrot was about to elaborate, but Bulma wouldn't let him. Just make it short. Everyone was concerned about Goku's situation and didn't have time to listen to Carrot's boasting. It's a very sad story. After Carrot said this, he didn't continue. Go on, Bulma urged. Didn't you ask me to make it short? Carrot replied innocently. After all, it was her request. Yet she turned around and blamed Carrot. I didn't expect you to be so brief. Bulma shouted. After a bit of commotion, everyone learned Carrot's name. But Carrot remained tight-lipped about everything else. I wonder how Goku is doing. Why isn't he back with you? Bulma looked up at the sky, in the direction of Namek. He asked fine. With Goku's current power, dealing with a Frieza is very simple. Carrot reassured her. It's a big regret for me that Bulma and Goku didn't end up together back when I watched Dragon Ball. You know that. Vegeta interjected. Of course. Super Saiyan. It's enough to deal with the current Frieza. Carrot was very enthusiastic about becoming a Super Saiyan, but he couldn't transform, which was now a regret. Do you know how to transform? Vegeta asked eagerly, as Goku's power had far surpassed his. As the prince of the warrior race, he would allow any other Saiyan to be stronger than him. I do. Carrot answered matter-of-factly. What? This time, it was Vegeta's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected this man in front of him to actually know how. Vegeta stared at Carrot as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Tell me, and I'll spare your life. Vegeta said forcefully. He was determined to obtain the transformation method of the Super Saiyan. What gave you the illusion that I would tell you? Carrot replied, not willing to compromise. Vegeta utterly disregarded Carrot, knowing he was the strongest among all Saiyans. Carrot, that boastful one, didn't count. At that moment, Gohan stood in front of Vegeta. Get out of the way, kid, or I'll kill you too. Vegeta didn't regard Gohan at all. I want to let you harm Mr. Carrot. Gohan said firmly. All right, let us see if you can stop me. After saying that, Vegeta launched the first attack, not believing that Gohan could stop him. As the two began to fight, Gohan immediately found himself at a disadvantage. But who was Gohan? He was the one with the greatest potential in Dragon Ball, with his ability to grow stronger when faced with stronger opponents. He went from being suppressed by Vegeta to being able to fight back. Unfortunately, Vegeta didn't give him any time to react, knocking Gohan down with a loud thud that brought Carrot back to his senses. Vegeta is ruthless, Carrot thought to himself, looking down on Vegeta. Now no one can save you. Tell me the method. Vegeta pressured Carrot. Carrot opened his palm, and two energies, one purple and one black, appeared in his hand. Want to try? See if you can survive. Vegeta stopped in his tracks, unwilling to take the gamble. Winning would mean getting the method to transform into a Super Saiyan, but losing would cost him his life. Vegeta wasn't willing to take such a big risk. After Vegeta left, Carrot started coughing again. He was still forcing out energy. Faced with threats from others, Carrot was unwilling to compromise. Come with us to my house. The conditions there are better. Carrot, the richest man, finally had a plane from Bulma arriving. Then I'll take my leave. Carrot didn't want to miss this opportunity, especially since he wanted to borrow the power of the Namekian dragon, Shenron, to restore his body. Hopefully it would be useful. Carrot settled down at Bulma's house, waiting for the Dragon Balls to restore and grant wishes. In the technological world, Carrot became somewhat carefree. He spent all day playing in the gaming world, just like a typical internet-addicted teenager. The content of Krillin's appearance from the previous chapter has been revised. I didn't expect to make such a ridiculous mistake. Chapter 178. Recovery of injuries. During this time, Gohan kept pestering Carrot. Gohan felt that Carrot had the same face as his father, but his personality was completely different. He was very mean, yet Gohan wanted to get close to him, so the two became good friends. Carrot, stop playing games and come out. Carrot, busy clearing levels. Heard Gohan's call. I'm coming. Reluctantly responding to Gohan's urging, Carrot stepped out of the door. After 130 days of recovery, Carrot could live like a normal person, but he still couldn't use his strength. It was unbearable for him to fall from the peak to the mundane. Today, Carrot can finally make a wish. My friends can be revived. Gohan said happily to Carrot. They had worked so hard to get to Namek just to wait for this moment. Yeah, you did it, Gohan. He was still a child. While others his age were growing up under their parents' love, Gohan had already participated in battles early on. Gohan and Carrot arrived at the gathering place, which was already crowded with Namekians, making Carrot and the others look like aliens. Vegeta was still posing coolly with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree. Upon seeing Carrot approach, he snorted coldly. Every time he saw Carrot, who looked just like Goku, he didn't know what to think and always got angry. Carrot, however, didn't care much. He felt better when others were uncomfortable. Carrot, why does Vegeta always act like this when he sees you? Gohan had been curious about this question for a long time. Maybe he feels inferior because I'm too handsome, Carrot said, stroking his chin, boasting shamelessly. Carrot's words were not quiet, and Vegeta heard them clearly. The tree Vegeta was leaning against shook violently. It was unclear if he was venting his dissatisfaction. As long as you're happy. Innocent Gohan still didn't have the concept of being handsome, because the people he interacted with were all battle maniacs. Bulma nodded at Tian, indicating that she was ready. After receiving Bulma's nod, Tian began to recite his incantation to the Dragon Balls on the ground. Soon, the light dimmed, and a beam of light rose from the Dragon Balls. The Namekian Porunga appeared. Watching the Dragon God in person for the first time, Carrot was also stunned by the scene. This is the living Dragon God, Carrot muttered. He then took out his newly bought phone and began to take selfies with the Dragon God, which could be posted on social media without editing. Unfortunately, these photos could only remain on Carrot's phone. Seeing Carrot's actions, Bulma felt like hitting him. Can't you be more aware of the occasion? We're here to do something important, and you're here fooling around? Moreover, this phone was bought at Carrot's request. Carrot thought that since he was already living at Bulma's house, spending a little money didn't matter, especially since it was all on Gohan's tab. What did it have to do with him, Carrot? Carrot was now very perceptive. Noticing Bulma's face darkening, he quickly stopped his actions. After all, he was under her roof. It was hard to believe that the top man of the ninja world had to watch a woman's expression. How the world had fallen. Porunga's first wish had nothing to do with Carrot. He was just there to watch the fun. Krillin and Kairatsu were revived, and Vegeta, knowing Goku's unwillingness to return, directly piloted the spaceship to train. Living off Bulma's hospitality, Vegeta's methods were much more sophisticated than Carrot's. Unable to repay his debts, he directly offered himself, becoming the representative figure of living off others in the Dragon Ball world. It's really amazing. Krillin and Kairatsu, after Gohan's introduction, came in front of Carrot, staring at him intently. Both were good friends of Goku, with Krillin being the closest to him. There's a saying online that describes the relationship between Krillin and Goku. Krillin offers his life to the heavens. Why did Frieza choose to attack Krillin? In the end, he lost his own life. One could only say that was fate. Aside from the hair color, everything else is exactly the same. Krillin made his final conclusion. You and Goku aren't twins, are you? Krillin thought for a moment and could only come up with this explanation. Otherwise, how could there be such a situation? You guessed wrong. Our Goku really just looks alike. Carrot was well aware of the truth, but couldn't say it. Okay, if Goku comes back, I wonder what his expression will be. Just mentioning Goku made Krillin miss him even more. Once again, it was wish time, and this time it was for Dumpling and Tien to be revived. Only one wish remained. At this point, Carrot stepped forward. Can I have this wish? Carrot asked the current Elder Namekian. Originally, this wish was for them to move to a suitable planet for survival. Carrot didn't want to miss this opportunity. Sure, you could go first. We can wait for the next time. Thank you, Elder. Carrot bowed to the Elder. This was a debt he owed. I hope the Dragon God can heal my body. As soon as Carrot finished speaking, he looked at the Dragon God with anticipation. Tian, quick to react, conveyed Carrot's request to the Dragon God. I can't do that. Tian translated the Dragon God's words. Carrot immediately felt disappointed. This was the best solution he could think of. He didn't expect even Porunga couldn't do it. However, the Dragon God said he could heal your injuries. Tian's second statement immediately turned Carrot's disappointment into joy. Carrot's original intention was to permanently heal his body, eliminating the black time-space power within him. He didn't expect Porunga couldn't do that. He could only heal his injuries, allowing him to gradually erase it with his energy system. So you've calculated all of this. I can only rely on my own strength to eliminate it. Carrot increasingly missed the system in his heart. Is that okay? Tian asked Carrot. After all, the Dragon God was still waiting. Of course, let's do as the Dragon God says. Suddenly, the Dragon God's eyes flashed red, and the entire dragon began to ascend, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls and flying away. At this moment, Carrot's injuries completely healed, and he could use half of his power. Chapter 179, Getting Beaten Boom. Carrot suddenly lost control of his body's strength, and Tian, who was closest to him, was directly blown away by the airflow generated by Carrot's power. Tian's miserable scream was heard. Carrot quickly retracted his energy, after experiencing a fierce struggle with his body's strength and facing near death during his journey. Carrot was now unsure of how strong he had become. He hadn't even had time to familiarize himself with the newly generated power, which is why he lost control. So strong. Although Carrot's energy was only fleeting, it was still captured by Piccolo, Krillin, and others. They were no match for him at all. No one knew whether it was good or bad that Carrot's power had been restored. Gohan flew over with his arms wrapped around Tion's armpits. "I'm sorry, Tion. I was rude just now." Carrot sincerely apologized. "Someone just helped you, and you turned around and hurt them." Although Carrot was thick-skinned, he still felt the need to apologize. "So, where are you going next, Carrot? Do you want to come over to my house to play?" Gohan invited Carrot. Gohan's little thoughts were well known to Carrot. As soon as Gohan returned home, Chi-Chi demanded that he study and catch up on the homework he had missed. He's still just a kid. Even Saiyans can't handle that kind of pressure, Carrot thought, imagining how much stress Chi-Chi must put on him. Carrot dared not accept Gohan's invitation. A mother's desire to cultivate her child's study habits must not be interrupted, or the consequences could be severe. "I'm going to stay at Bulma's house for a while longer to get familiar with my new powers." "Really?" Gohan said, somewhat disappointed. Just thinking about the mountain of homework made Gohan's head hurt. That night, Carrot went to find Bulma, asking her to help him build a gravity chamber. After all, among the people Carrot knew, only Bulma had the capability to do so. "Sure, I don't know what's up with you Saiyans. Vegeta wants one, and now you want one too." Bulma's comment made Carrot ecstatic. After all, it was free. Maybe Bulma is just used to it. She doesn't talk about money with friends, especially since most of her friends seem to be poor. Vegeta? It seems he wants to copy Goku's homework, Carrot thought, realizing why Vegeta was always a step behind Goku. It was evident from their training. Carrot didn't expect Bulma to work so quickly. She finished the gravity chamber in just one night. Early in the morning, while Carrot was still asleep, Bulma knocked on his door. In his dazed state, Carrot was pulled out of his room by Bulma. "Did you build this?" Bulma brought Carrot to the gravity chamber she had constructed. Although it was called a gravity chamber, it was essentially a larger version of a spaceship, nearly 3 times the size. When Carrot arrived, Vegeta was just coming out of it, clearly having just showered, exuding the scent of body wash. He finished his in the middle of the night. "Yours was just completed," Bulma remarked, unable to suppress a yawn. "This girl must have been working all night." "Thank you, Bulma." Carrot hadn't realized how many times he had said thank you since coming to the Dragon Ball world. "No problem. It wasn't difficult. Now that it's done, I'm going to catch some more sleep." After all, staying up late is a girl's enemy. Without waiting for Carrot to respond, she walked away, embodying a casual attitude. Carrot opened the gravity chamber door and went inside. The layout included a bedroom and a bathroom, and importantly, there was a sound system for playing music. Carrot wasn't like Goku, whose focus was solely on training and eating. "Not bad. Let's get started." After a brief warm-up, Carrot set the gravity to 100 times. As soon as he said the gravity value, it instantly adjusted to 100. To prevent any accidents, Bulma had changed the gravity control system to voice activation. Carrot noticed that the 100 times gravity had no effect on him. "Increase it." "Not enough. Increase it more." "Max it out." "Is my body really this strong?" Carrot mused to himself while looking at the gravity reading. Unfortunately, the system had already gone into sleep mode. Otherwise, it would have given him an answer. Training alone is a bit monotonous. Carrot scratched his head and thought aloud. After Image Fist, 3 identical figures emerged from Carrot's body. He had modified Tien's After Image Fist. The clones possessed all the power of the original. If the original's energy had not been fully consumed or actively dismissed, the after images would not disappear. Seeing the after images, Carrot arrogantly said, "You 3 come at me. I'm Carrot. What do I have to fear?" As soon as Carrot said this, the after images looked at him as if he were a fool. After all, they were all Carrot. How could they not know his power? Carrot fought against the 3, countering their attacks with various body parts. After all, 2 fists couldn't compete with 6 hands. "Don't hit my face." This was Carrot's last insistence. But the after images seemed not to hear him and relentlessly punched him in the face. However, Carrot did gain something from this battle. He was now able to perfectly control the power within him. The price he paid was heavy, though. His face looked so bad that even Kakashi couldn't recognize this man as his son Carrot. Carrot didn't dare to go out looking like this. If someone saw him, his reputation would be ruined. But the more he feared it, the more it seemed to happen. Just as Carrot lay on the ground alone, the gravity chamber door was opened from the outside. "Huh? Who are you? Where's Carrot?" It wasn't Bulma's fault. As soon as she entered, she saw a swollen-faced guy lying on the ground. "I'm Carrot." Bulma recognized him immediately, especially since Carrot was wearing clothes made by her company. What happened to you? You look like you've been beaten up, Bulma asked curiously. I just tripped. Seeing Bulma's disbelieving expression, Carrot himself didn't believe his lame excuse. He quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to discuss this with Bulma. Did you come looking for me for something? Carrot knew Bulma had gone back to sleep. I came to get you for dinner. You're just like Goku. You lose track of time when you train. It's already evening. It's that late already? Bulma's comment made Carrot's stomach growl. Grr. The sound echoed loudly in the gravity chamber. Chapter 180. Rejected Carrot and Bulma arrived at the dining room, and before them were rows of stacked, empty plates. Sure enough, Vegeta was already eating. Carrot naturally took a seat and began to eat. Carrot and Vegeta had started a competition without knowing when it began. Perhaps it was a contest between two big eaters. There were no prizes, just the satisfaction of saying, I won. While Carrot and Vegeta were enjoying their meal, the chef Bulma hired was suffering. Just one Vegeta was already hard enough for him. Now with Carrot, how could their animal-like appetites fit so much food? The chef's complaints went unheard by Carrot and Vegeta, who were now in a state of oblivion, focused only on the food in front of them. Finally, it was over. The chef looked at his trembling hands and said, Now I don't even have the strength to pick up a cup. However, when he saw the reward Bulma gave him, he would gladly do it all over again. Just as Carrot was about to leave the dining room, Vegeta asked, You could transform into a Super Saiyan now, right? Ever since Carrot mentioned he knew how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta had been trying to pry information from him. I can't, but you know how? So why can't you? It's because I know how that I know I can't. Besides, as long as I get strong enough, what's the difference between transforming and not transforming? Carrot knew that Gohan could defeat Majin Buu even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Well, before Vegeta could finish, Carrot interrupted him. Let son Wukong tell you about this. After all, you would believe him more. After saying that, Kakarot walked out of the restaurant. Time passed quickly, and it was once again the day of the Dragon Ball wishes. This time, with Kakarot's intervention, Purunga appeared 3 times in total, and finally, there were no surprises. The Namekians wished to find a suitable planet to live on, and then, with Gohan and the others' blessings, they disappeared from Earth to live their peaceful lives. Are you leaving too? Kakarot's departure surprised Bulma. Bulma knew that Kakarot had no relatives on Earth. Yes, I want to go out and see the world. Staying at Bulma's house is no longer helpful for Kakarot's training. Just as Kakarot was about to leave, Bulma threw him a time capsule. Inside, there was a phone that you could use to contact me anytime. Okay, if you need someone to help you, you can call too. After saying that, Kakarot flew away. Kakarot's speed broke the sound barrier directly. Where to? Kakarot suddenly had no direction. He stopped in midair, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. Found it. After saying that, Kakarot disappeared from the spot. Hello, Master Karen. Yajirobe. Master Karen and Yajirobe were clearly surprised by Kakarot's sudden appearance. Kakarot's appearance caught them completely off guard. You call him Master Karen, I can understand, but what on earth is Yajirobe? Yajirobe said to Kakarot while hiding behind Master Karen. Before Kakarot could respond, Master Karen had already spoken for him. That's because you're fat. Master Karen's words were very to the point. Yajirobe certainly didn't think of himself as fat. He just considered himself a bit more plump than average. Soon, the two began to tussle. This was their strange way of getting along. They had a close relationship through play fighting. Kakarot didn't urge them, just watched their playful antics, which had its own charm. Stop fooling around. We have a guest here. Yajirobe said as he found himself at a disadvantage. Are you here for something? Master Karen said as he tidied his fur. I'm here to borrow some Senza beans from Master Karen. Senza beans are rare healing medicine in the Dragon Ball world. As long as there is a breath left, they can fully revive a person. If it weren't for Yajirobe once eating the Senza beans as snacks, they wouldn't be so scarce. You came at a good time. The Senza beans have just matured, but there are only 5. Master Karen extended his paw and licked it with his tongue, which reminded Kakarot of Orochimaru from the Shinobi world. 5? Thank you very much. Having 5 beans was already a worthwhile trip for Kakarot. By the way, Master Karen, could you also give me a Nimbus Cloud? The Nimbus Cloud is a childhood dream for many kids. Watching son Wukong flying in the sky on the Nimbus Cloud was something to envy. Now that there was an opportunity, having one for collection would be nice. Master Karen pointed to the sky with his stick and shouted, Nimbus Cloud. Immediately, a large yellow cloud appeared in front of Korin Tower. It's so big. Kakarot exclaimed upon seeing such a large Nimbus Cloud. You can choose one. Master Karen pointed at the Nimbus Cloud and said to Kakarot, You know me? Kakarot pointed to himself and asked Master Karen, I'm a deity on Earth. It's not strange to know your name, right? Master Karen said matter-of-factly. I see. Kakarot acknowledged. Looking at the large nimbus clouds, Kakarot jumped up, but before he could do anything, he found that he had no point of support on the nimbus cloud. He fell straight down. Huh? Master Karen and Yajirobe widened their eyes at this scene. They didn't expect Kakarot to not be recognized by the nimbus cloud. Kakarot flew back up again. He wanted to try again, but the result was still that he couldn't gain the nimbus cloud's recognition. Even someone as pure as him wasn't accepted by the nimbus cloud. That was too much. Giving a bad review. Kakarot certainly wouldn't think it was his problem. It must be the nimbus cloud's judgment standard that was wrong. Master Karen waved his paw, and the nimbus cloud began to dissipate. Well then, goodbye, Master Karen and Yajirobe. After Kakarot said that, he flew away. He didn't want to stay in a place that embarrassed him. Master Karen, why are you so nice to him? Giving him sins of beans and a nimbus cloud. Yajirobe was still mad that Kakarot called him Yajirobe, because he is very strong. When Kakarot appeared, Master Karen could feel the immense power within him. He didn't want to put himself in danger, so he didn't refuse Kakarot's requests. Chapter 181. Request Kakarot settle down in the Dragon Ball world like this. However, living without food, clothing, and other necessities is impossible, and working is out of the question. Kakarot thought of a brilliant idea to become a doctor. After all, his key therapy was very popular among the wealthy. People wanting to see him had to start making appointments. Indeed, having a skill meant he could eat well wherever he went. Kakarot doctor, have you finished seeing today's patients? Kakarot's secretary, with her long legs, walked over and said. She didn't forget to show off her long legs. She was selected from hundreds of job applications because she was good looking. Besides, Kakarot also deserved some enjoyment. Finally done. For some reason, most of Kakarot's patients were women. Perhaps Kakarot's 8-pack abs were quite attractive. After all, it was all for work. Boss, I don't know if you have time later. Would you like to go eat together? The secretary mustered her courage to say. In her eyes, Kakarot was like a diamond bachelor. Good-looking, and more importantly, he had strong earning potential. Kakarot sensed something unusual. You actually have an interest in my body? Kakarot mentally gave the secretary a big X. You can be interested in my money, but not in me. Kakarot couldn't let the secretary fall too deeply, so he fired her. The secretary didn't expect that an invitation for a meal would lead to losing her job. Being alone is nice. Peaceful. Watching the secretary rush out, Kakarot was glad he resisted temptation. After all, who doesn't like long legs? Huh. While resting, Kakarot sensed two evil energies slowly flying towards Earth from outer space. It seems that Frieza and his son are here to deliver their heads. Kakarot stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a thermos and looking at the sea. A phone ringing shattered Kakarot's tranquility. Could it be that they want me to deal with Frieza? Kakarot saw the number and knew it was Bulma calling. After all, only Bulma knew his number. The phone was a gift from Bulma. Hello, Bulma, what do you need me for? Kakarot eventually answered the phone. Bulma had taken care of him a lot on Earth, and one must repay debts of gratitude. However, the voice on the other end was not Bulma's. Kakarot, you sense the evil energy, right? Gohan asked. On Earth, only Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta were aware of Frieza's presence. I know, and it's not just Frieza. There is someone even more dangerous. Carrot kept everyone in suspense. Also, this is bad. Gohan chose to trust Carrot's words. He believed that Carrot wouldn't joke in such a situation. Carrot, are you coming? Gohan didn't insist that Carrot must come to protect Earth, as he couldn't do it either. If I say that when you all arrive, someone will take care of Frieza, would you believe it? If that's the case, that would be great, but I still want to see for myself. The two briefly chatted about their recent circumstances before hanging up the phone. The warriors of Earth gathered together. When they quietly approached the spaceship of Frieza and his father, they saw a Saiyan, or rather a Super Saiyan, mercilessly beating Frieza and his father, ultimately turning them into ashes with ease. Just as Carrot had said. Gohan, what do you mean? Gohan's adoptive father, Piccolo, asked. I was on the phone with Carrot earlier, and he said that when I got to the place, Frieza would have been dealt with by someone. Everyone was shocked by Gohan's words. Could Carrot really have the ability to predict the future? Damn it. Could it be that Carrot knew how to become a Super Saiyan? While others merely speculated, Vegeta confirmed that Carrot indeed had the ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that he, a prince of Saiyans, didn't know how to do it, while Carrot did. After some explanation from the silver-haired figure, they all waited for Son Goku's return together. So comfortable. Press a little harder. Carrot wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for Son Goku like they did. He might as well wash his feet instead. Oh, while Carrot enjoyed himself, Gohan and the others were bored, sunbathing, just as they were becoming impatient waiting. A spaceship broke through the atmosphere and flew straight towards Earth. Boom! The spaceship landed heavily, creating a pit, and our Mr. Son Goku jumped out from inside. Hi, everyone. Long time no see. Son Goku greeted everyone. In short, everything continued to develop along the timeline. After the future boy left, everyone was about to part ways. Suddenly, Carrot appeared, startling everyone. His entrance was just like Son Goku's with those sunglasses. It's you. As soon as Carrot appeared, Son Goku recognized him, or rather, felt Carrot's energy. When Son Goku was fighting Frieza, Carrot had suddenly fallen from crack in space, and Son Goku had just happened to see him. It's me. Your name is well known. Son Goku said, am I that famous? Son Goku looked at Hitaki. I want to ask you for a favor. It's very simple, Carrot said somewhat shyly. Sure. Wait, you just agreed without asking? What if it's something bad? I can feel from your energy that you're not a bad person. Energy doesn't lie. Son Goku said matter-of-factly. Carrot paused for a moment before speaking. You really are a special person, Son Goku. Simple and pure. I want you to transform into a Super Saiyan again. I want to test my own strength. Is that all? That's simple. After that, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Carrot felt Son Goku's energy increasing geometrically as he transformed. This is what a Super Saiyan is. This was the first time he was so close. The last time he had only gotten a fleeting glance before being teleported away. Vegeta watched Son Goku with envy, clenching his fists, reminding himself that one day he too would become a legendary warrior. Although the others had already witnessed Son Goku's transformation once, they found it endlessly fascinating. That longing for power made them want to push further. Carrot took off his white coat and tossed it aside, letting it flutter in the wind. His tail also came into view. You're also a Saiyan? Yes. Son Goku looked at Carrot's tail with a nostalgic expression. Once upon a time, he had such a tail too. Carrot stood in front of Son Goku, and the two faced each other, standing as if looking in a mirror. Except one had black hair and the other had silver. Then Carrot began to release the energy from his body. Boom! Everyone felt the pressure of Carrot's aura crashing toward them like a tidal wave. They could barely breathe. Is this Carrot's power? Krillin and the others had already thought Carrot was strong enough, but they still underestimated him. Damn it, I can't even compare to Carrot. Vegeta's pride was once again trampled. While he could make excuses for being unable to match a Super Saiyan, he couldn't comprehend why Carrot, who was also unable to transform, was stronger than him. The energies of Carrot and Son Goku clashed, causing the area around them to begin shaking. Carrot continued to amplify his power, reaching a level where he could match Son Goku equally. What percentage of your power are you using? Carrot asked, not believing that Son Goku was at full strength. About 30%. Son Goku thought for a moment before answering Carrot. 30%? Carrot muttered to himself. No wonder you're a Super Saiyan. At this stage, I'm still not a match. Carrot realized his own strength. He was still too weak. It had been a long time since he felt this way. However, he believed in himself. Given time, he would catch up. Carrot retracted his energy, as the result was already clear. Is that enough? Seeing that Carrot had no intention of continuing, Son Goku also exited his Super Saiyan form. That's enough. Thank you, Son Goku. Carrot said, gratefully. I didn't really help you much. By the way, Carrot, do you want to train with us? Son Goku invited Carrot. Thanks, but I prefer to train alone. Carrot politely declined. That's really too bad. Son Goku regretted not being able to spar with Carrot. After all, having a rival was a rare thing. Then we'll meet again in 3 years. Son Goku said goodbye to Piccolo and Gohan before parting with everyone. Then everyone went their separate ways. 3 years? Carrot murmured to himself. In 3 years, the androids wouldn't be that terrifying. Cell was just like that. After all, they couldn't destroy Earth. As long as Carrot hid well, it shouldn't be a problem to keep his life safe. But Carrot couldn't get past his own threshold without fighting strong opponents. After all, he also had the genes of a warrior race. In the Naruto world, Carrot had no rivals, but upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, the opponents were too strong, catching him off guard. 3 years couldn't be wasted. Carrot quickly left the place. He needed to train diligently. Vegeta also learned how to become a Super Saiyan from Son Goku. Everyone was preparing for the appearance of the androids in 3 years. Time always flies during training. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The warriors of Earth were all heading towards the location of the androids' appearance. As soon as the androids appeared, they eliminated their creator, the Galabans, and turned into Super Saiyans, defeating Vegeta and transforming into the Tragic Tower. Initially wanting to show off, he unexpectedly became a fool himself. There was no one present who could match them. They were completely crushed by Android 17 and 18. Fortunately, There were no casualties this time. Son Goku had to exit early due to illness. At this moment, our Carrot was sitting cross-legged at the deepest part of the ocean, honing his body. There was no sound at all, and boundless darkness enveloped him. Carrot opened his eyes, and a water column shot up to the sky from the sea surface, reaching a height of 100 meters. Carrot stood up, walking directly on the seabed. Luckily, he had a special underwater respirator developed by Bulma. Otherwise, Carrot might have become the first to drown. After walking a short distance, he arrived at his home on the seabed. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he needed to go out to fight. Carrot closed his eyes, searching for the energy of the Earth Warriors. He didn't know the location, but the Earth Warriors must have already appeared on the battlefield. As long as he found them, Carrot could teleport over in an instant. After all, heroes are always the last to appear. What was going on? Carrot was surprised to see Mr. Tragic Tower being beaten up by Cell. Wasn't the battle just about to start? How had Cell already transformed into his perfect form? Carrot looked at his watch and saw that it had long since stopped. Carrot could withstand the pressure of the seabed, but the watch couldn't. With a flash, Carrot arrived at the island where Cell was. Carrot knew that Cell could transform into his perfect form because Mr. Tragic Tower had been standing by, so upon seeing Mr. Tragic Tower being beaten, Carrot chose to be a quiet and handsome man. Just as Carrot was getting into the scene, Cell shot a key blast directly at Carrot's position. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and soon Carrot's figure emerged from the dust. Son Goku? Cell asked uncertainly. The person before him looked just like Son Goku, but his hair was silver, while Son Goku's was black. That's why Cell asked this question. No, I'm just a passing Saiyan. But why did you blow me up? You interrupted my show. Cell ignored Carrot's words. He had only one goal, to fight Son Goku. Now that he had transformed into his perfect form, he naturally didn't take Carrot seriously. Underestimated? Huh. Seeing the change in Cell's expression, Carrot guessed Cell's thoughts. In Cell's view, only Son Goku on Earth was worthy of being his opponent. The others were just there to watch. Carrot swiftly appeared in front of Cell, and the two locked eyes. Cell understood Carrot's intention from the look in his eyes. Cell released his grip on Mr. Tragic Tower's wrist. In Cell's eyes, Vegeta posed no threat to him. A little Carrot. Carrot quickly approached Cell, and judging by his speed, his power wouldn't be too far off. A warm-up match before Son Goku's arrival wouldn't be bad. Cell thought to himself. Chapter 183. No match without exchanging any pleasantries. Carrot and Cell immediately started fighting. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their clashes echoed throughout the area. The spectators, including Piccolo, Dend, and Krillin, kept their eyes moving, tracking Carrot and Cell's figures. After dozens of exchanges, Cell threw a heavy punch aimed at Carrot's face. Carrot quickly crossed his arms to block, but Cell's strength still sent Carrot flying. Boom! Carrot's body was driven into the mountainside. Ha ha ha! Carrot laughed as he emerged from the mountain. It had been a long time since Carrot had tasted the feeling of being crushed by someone. You're much stronger than Vegeta. You deserve to have your name remembered, Cell said, landing in front of Carrot, as if being remembered was a glorious thing. Carrot didn't expect that Cell in his perfect form would be so arrogant. Indeed, with no Super Saiyan 2 in sight, Cell was invincible. One could say Cell already had 1 foot in Super Saiyan 2, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 after experiencing a self-destruction. Carrot, I've remembered you. I hope your strength improves by the time of the upcoming martial arts tournament. After saying this, Cell flew away, not even glancing at the others. After all, in Cell's eyes, they posed no threat to him, and his target had always been Son Goku. Underestimated, huh? Carrot slowly said, watching Cell's figure disappear. Since Carrot stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, he had always been the one saying such things to others. He never expected that he would also have a day of being lectured. Carrot, are you alright? Krillin flew over to ask, as they all saw Carrot being hit by Cell. I'm fine. No injuries. I had foreseen Cell's punch and prepared for it. If it weren't for the fact that I can't mobilize all my power right now, the outcome would still be uncertain. What about you, Krillin? Are you very sad? Carrot teased Krillin at this moment, especially since Android 18 was swallowed by Cell right in front of him. Seeing the mischievous smile on Carrot's face, Krillin was momentarily dazed. Goku had never had such an effect. After coming to his senses, he realized that the person before him was Carrot, not Son Goku. It's just a pity. She was so innocent, but lost her life in the prime of her youth. Krillin had lived with Master Roshi since he was a child, and had learned all of Master Roshi's knowledge, so he naturally understood Carrot's implication. Hello. Trunks approached Carrot to greet him. He knew that the person before him was not Son Goku, but he was curious about Carrot's identity. Hello, Trunks. How do you know my name? Trunks hadn't introduced himself to Carrot. I have my channels. Haven't you already realized that this timeline is not the past of your timeline? Trunks nodded and didn't ask further, as everyone has their own secrets. Isn't this our Saiyan prince? Why does he look like he got hit by an eggplant? Carrot wouldn't miss the chance to mock Vegeta. If it weren't for Vegeta's arrogance, Cell, who didn't swallow Android 18, would easily deal with him. But Vegeta, that foolish guy, thought that just because he could transform into a Super Saiyan, he could look down on everyone. The result was that he was slapped in the face repeatedly. If Cell weren't too lazy to kill now, everyone here would have to pay for Vegeta's arrogance. Humph. Vegeta could only snort coldly. After all, what Carrot said was the truth. He was daring and reckless, but he wouldn't change. It's not that this is bad. It's just that Vegeta lacks the ability to back it up and needs others to clean up his mess. Piccolo and Krillin also looked at Vegeta with disdain. If they weren't outmatched in strength, they would have beaten Vegeta to the point where he wouldn't even recognize himself. Trunks also felt some dissatisfaction. But what could he do since Vegeta was his father? What are your plans now? Carrot asked. Let's head back to the sacred world for now. The strongest brain, Piccolo, spoke up. Everyone else agreed with this decision. Can I go there too? KakaroTo wants to borrow the room of spirit and time as well. He wants to make up for the loss today. Otherwise, he would look down on himself. Sure, Piccolo replied. After all, half of Piccolo's body is from the former Supreme Kai, so he certainly has that right. Put your hand on my shoulder, KakaroTo said to everyone. They all followed KakaroTo's instructions and set off. As soon as KakaroTo finished speaking, they appeared in the Supreme Kai's temple. You're back. Tian and Bobo ran over to greet Piccolo and the others, as they already knew what had happened in the lower realm. Now, they could only hope for Goku and Gohan. Vegeta is still unreliable. Hi, nice to see you again, Tian. Hello, Mr. Bobo, KakaroTo greeted one by one. Hello. Welcome to the Supreme Kai's temple, Bobo, being polite, responded. It was KakaroTo's first time seeing someone as dark as Bobo. Perhaps it was because there was no sun in the Supreme Kai's temple. Hello, KakaroTo. As soon as Tian finished speaking, KakaroTo's stomach growled. Is there anything to eat? KakaroTo didn't care about being polite. Being hungry was a big deal. Please follow me, KakaroTo said, walking directly with Bobo. Piccolo watched KakaroTo until he disappeared. Mr. Piccolo, is something wrong? Trunks asked as he saw Piccolo staring at KakaroTo's back. When KakaroTo fought against Cell, it seemed like KakaroTo wasn't using his full power. Piccolo expressed his thoughts. Are you mistaken? If KakaroTo really had that strength, why was he only able to defend against Cell? That's something I've been puzzled about, Piccolo continued. He indeed didn't use his full power. Vegeta, standing with his arms crossed, spoke up. The four looked at Vegeta, wanting him to elaborate. Do you remember when we first saw KakaroTo? That red and black power within him? Upon hearing Vegeta say this, Piccolo and Tian remembered that KakaroTo had repelled Vegeta with that power. Chapter 184. KakaroTo takes the stage. Vegeta remembered clearly. At that time, he felt a threat of death under those two powers. So even though KakaroTo was mocking him now, Vegeta didn't retaliate. Is it really because Vegeta, can't draw my sword? Anyway, he didn't lose any flesh, so if you want to say something, go ahead. Or there could be another possibility. KakaroTo can no longer use that power. True to his reputation as the strongest brain, Piccolo deduced the result from just a few clues. So if KakaroTo could use that power, could he deal with Cell? Trunks asked, as the pressure from Cell was too great. With their current strength, they had no chance of winning. KakaroTo's appearance was like a glimmer of hope. So Trunks looked at Piccolo with anticipation. I'm not sure. Piccolo couldn't provide an answer. Vegeta, who had the most authority to speak, said, if he can use it, then yes. Facing KakaroTo's power, Vegeta felt a deep sense of helplessness. When facing Cell, Vegeta still had the courage to resist. So Vegeta stated firmly, that would be great. Now that we have KakaroTo's help, dealing with Cell shouldn't be too difficult, right? You're too optimistic, Trunks. If he could use it, would KakaroTo still be completely defenseless against Cell? KakaroTo's determination is not any lower than mine. I've guessed his purpose for coming to the Supreme Kai's temple. He wants to take advantage of the room of spirit and time to train, just like we thought. Vegeta believed KakaroTo had such intentions. What a pity. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from inside the Supreme Kai's temple. Goku and the others had come out. Goku, you're finally out, Krillin said, very happy to see Goku emerge from his training. After a brief exchange, Goku left with Gohan. He had his own training plan, just as KakaroTo was enjoying his meal. A massive energy surged from below, impacting the Supreme Kai's temple. Goku was asking Karin to help him gauge his strength against Cell. Nice power, Goku. KakaroTo sensed Goku's strength, which had already reached the peak of Super Saiyan 1. He was only a step away from Cell. If Goku was willing to stay in the room of spirit and time to train, defeating Cell would be possible. However, after sensing Gohan's strength, Goku changed his mind. This time, he wanted his son to fight. It was entirely a desire for his son to succeed. Kakarot didn't care much. The food in front of him was the most delicious. Although Kakarot was no longer paying attention, Vegeta, who had always viewed Goku as a rival, couldn't accept it. They both trained for a day, so why was Goku suddenly stronger than him? What was he lacking? Vegeta now believed he had fallen to third place. In reality, he didn't know he had already dropped to fourth. I'm so full. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Bobo. Kakarot patted his round belly and thanked Bobo. You're welcome, Bobo replied, hand behind his back. Since Kakarot met Bobo, he had always kept his hands behind him. When Kakarot came out, everyone was still deciding on the usage rights of the room of spirit and time. What is there to argue about? Just play rock, paper, scissors. Kakarot suggested a relatively fair method, since there were still a few days until the martial arts tournament, which was more than enough time for them to use it. Vegeta certainly didn't want to waste time. The energy Goku released earlier made Vegeta feel envious and jealous. Goku had already gotten a step ahead. If he didn't catch up, the gap between him and Goku would only grow larger. Kakarot waited outside for many days. During this time, he did nothing but lie in a rocking chair and soak up the sun. When it was mealtime, Bobo would prepare food for him. Kakarot was living a retired life ahead of time. Finally, after they were done, Kakarot pushed open the door to the room of spirit and time and walked straight in. 1 day outside, 1 year inside. Kakarot planned to stay inside for 2 years before coming out. That day eventually arrived. The Cell Games officially began, and the warriors led by Goku appeared at the competition site on time. The show was about to start. Kakarot watched the match from the Supreme Kai-S Temple. Kakarot, aren't you going? Bobo asked Kakarot at that moment, knowing how hard Kakarot had trained. I will, but not now. The main event hasn't started yet. Just wait a little longer. Goku was the first to go. He wanted to give Gohan a practice run. Goku and Cell faced off like needles against wheat, both sides exchanging blows with precision. Every move showcased the beauty of violence. In the end, Cell complained that the venue was too small to allow them to fully display their abilities and blew it up. The exciting battle was a collaboration of both fighters. Goku and Cell presented a visual feast for everyone. However, it ended with Goku's defeat. Gohan took the stage. After experiencing the death of Android 16, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, making it difficult for Cell to cope. Unfortunately, Gohan made a mistake that every Saiyan tends to make. He got too carried away and inadvertently let Goku down. Just when everyone thought it was over, Cell reappeared. Shilu reappeared this time with a much stronger power, catching everyone off guard. Gohan lost an arm, and the other Earth warriors had no chance to fight back at all. It was time for me to take action. Just as Shilu was about to use his Kamehameha wave against Gohan, Kakarot appeared, striking the energy wave with one hand and redirecting its trajectory. It's you? Shilu recognized who had appeared. You're late. Shilu shook his head at Kakarot. Now, Shilu's power could be said to have reached its peak. Not late, just in time. Kakarot had intentionally held back before. If Goku hadn't died, could he still transform into Super Saiyan 3? This was Goku's assurance for dealing with the Majin. Kakarot didn't know when he would leave, so he tried not to disrupt the existing timeline. After all, Shilu was destined to die in the end. It didn't matter whose hands it was by. Looks like you're quite confident. Shilu's aura grew even stronger, crackling with lightning. This was the state of Super Saiyan 2. Whether I have confidence or not, you'll know once we start. Kakarot stood in front of Shilu, his aura matching Shilu's. Chapter 185. Kaioken. The two of them silently stared at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind blew by, signaling the start of the fight. In the next moment, both disappeared from their spots simultaneously. Bang! In the sky, their figures appeared at the same time, throwing punches at each other, the shockwaves from their fists radiating outward. They exchanged glances, both revealing a slight smile, enjoying having a worthy opponent to fight against. In the next moment, they both unleashed their energy, commencing a high-speed battle. Bang, bang, bang. The more they fought, the stronger their auras became. It's too fast. I can barely keep up with their speed. Krillin had been keeping an eye on Kakarot and Shilu's battle. As Kakarot represented the fate of Earth. We feel the same way, Tianjin and Inchao said. This was quite a blow to them, especially for Tianjin, who aspired to be a martial artist. The enemy's power was far too overwhelming. Relying on him to protect Earth was simply impossible. Among the people present, only Gohan could see everything clearly. Boom! After a collision, both quickly retreated. Shilu looked at Kakarot, praising him. I didn't expect your strength to improve so much after just a few days. Shilu had no idea about the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. You are mistaken. Kakarot corrected. Oh, what did I go wrong? Shilu, now emboldened, could transform into Super Saiyan 2. Even Gohan, with equal strength, was not a match in Shilu's eyes. This was the confidence of a strong person, invincible among peers. It's been over 2 years since we last met. A day outside equaled 2 years inside the hyperbolic time chamber, plus the waiting time for the tournament to begin. I see. After a brief moment of distraction, Shilu understood. In the Dragon Ball world, people could be revived after death. Shilu believed Goku's group must have some time-accelerating items. But you shouldn't have come. The implication was that Kakarot was not a match right now, and coming would only lead to death. How would you know unless you try? Kakarot's words sounded like bluster to Shilu, who thought Kakarot's appearance was just to buy time for Gohan to recover. Shilu wanted to wait until Gohan was fully healed before engaging in a life-and-death struggle, using Gohan's life as a gift for his own breakthrough. However, Kakarot thought differently. Having been defeated once by Shilu, he was here to regain his honor. No one can help you now. With that, Shilu clenched his fists. The energy surrounding Shilu grew stronger, causing the ground to tremble. An earthquake? Mr. Satan, who had just regained consciousness, stumbled and fell again. And his disciples and the television crew were equally shaken. Shilu was getting serious. Just as Gohan finished speaking, Shilu's figure vanished from everyone's sight, instantly appearing in front of Kakarot, followed closely by Shilu's fist. The moment Shilu disappeared, Kakarot knew he would be attacked in the next instant. Kakarot was right, but unfortunately, Shilu's speed was too fast. Kakarot's eyes followed, but his body couldn't react in time, getting punched squarely in the chest. Bang! Kakarot was sent flying. Shilu pursued, appearing in the air, waiting for Kakarot's body. Shilu had already prepared. As soon as Kakarot arrived, he launched his attack. Like playing tennis where only Shilu was the player and Kakarot was the ball. Just as Shilu was about to strike with deadly intent, his fist was aimed straight at Kakarot's head. The terrifying force made it clear that if it hit, Kakarot's life would be in danger. Gohan! Piccolo shouted at that moment. Although they hadn't spent much time with Kakarot, they couldn't just watch him get killed by Shilu. The reason he called out Gohan was that among them, only his adoptive son Gohan had the ability to save Kakarot. Gohan shook his head. As an observer, he could see everything clearly. Kakarot's speed had begun to catch up to Shilu's. There was no need for him to intervene. Kakarot was improving while fighting. What a terrifying talent. Shilu noticed this too, which was why he wanted to end the battle quickly. However, Shilu never expected that his seemingly unbeatable punch would be firmly caught by Kakarot. Bang! Good thing I caught it. Kakarot's voice showed no signs of weakness. Instead, he was full of energy. Kakarot's other hand quickly counterattacked. He had long found Shilu's green face displeasing. If Shilu were entirely green and wore a green hat, it would be a perfect match. You could say Shilu was ugly, but you couldn't say his strength was lacking. Kakarot's punch didn't land on Shilu's body, but was instead blocked by Shilu's aura. With a loud bang, it felt as if he had struck glass. Following that, Shilu unleashed an even more powerful aura, causing Kakarot to be pushed back, his grip on Shilu's hand shaken off. You're quite good, Shilu commented, but I won't let you touch me again. Anyone can talk big. Kakarot hadn't finished his sentence when he received a punch to the abdomen. This punch was quick, so fast that Kakarot couldn't prepare for it all. Shilu's body emitted yellow energy with crackling lightning. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? Kakarot thought. It's really strong. Kakarot was now barely at the level of Super Saiyan 2, just stepping into that power, but it was only a foot in, equivalent to not having died once against Shilu. To die under such power, you could say it was a worthy death. Shilu had no intention of toying with Kakarot any longer. The talent of this person in front of him made Shilu feel threatened. Especially in battle, he visibly increased in strength after each exchange. Given time, Kakarot's power would surpass his own. Such a person had to be eliminated before he could grow. Unfortunately, my life or death is not for you to decide. Kaioken. Carrot bent his body in midair, with both hands curved at his waist. His momentum was continuously rising, causing the ground to shake, and even the clouds in the sky were blown away by Carrot's aura. Chapter 186. Transformation. Is this not the King Kai's martial arts? How can Carrot do it too? T, who had trained on King Kai's planet for a lifetime, said. Where did Carrot learn this? Tien also finished in confusion. He learned the training methods on King Kai's planet, but could never master them. King Kai, when did you secretly teach the King Kai fist to Carrot? At this moment, Sun Wukong and King Kai were on Snake Way. Knowing Sun Wukong, King Kai felt he had drawn the short straw. Usually, that would be fine, but during holidays, Sun Wukong never came to visit or brought gifts. Instead, if he did come, he would bring you a trip to the afterlife. A massive human bomb had killed King Kai, and King Kai's planet was gone. Hard work was undone in an instant, and a life was lost. I have never taught him, and besides, I have never met him. King Kai looked at Carrot, whose face looked just like Sun Wukong's, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Just as Sun Wukong and King Kai were talking, Carrot had already launched an attack. Carrot instantly moved in front of Silu, throwing a powerful punch that created a sound of breaking air. Silu met the punch head-on, believing in his own strength. The two fought back and forth in midair. Carrot kept up with Silu's speed, using his instant transmission ability. The sounds of their punches echoed continuously, with their speeds only leaving behind afterimages, making it nearly impossible to see their movements. Silu's punch hit Carrot's face, sending him flying. Silu's figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Carrot in the next moment. Ready to strike down again. Carrot reacted quickly. He turned around and unleashed a Kamehameha. Silu immediately dodged, but it was still a step too late, and Carrot's Kamehameha grazed his arm, deforming it. Silu hadn't expected Carrot's battle awareness to be so sharp. If that punch had hit Carrot, he would have also lost his fighting capability. Silu and Carrot faced each other in silence. Then Silu yanked down his injured arm and tossed it away, launching a wave of energy that obliterated it. As Silu finished speaking, a new arm immediately grew back, covered in some unknown liquid that looked a bit disgusting. Carrot remembered that Piccolo had used this technique during the World Martial Arts Tournament. One must commend Dr. Gero for combining all the advantages of Earth's warrior's genes into Silu's body. If Orochimaru and Dr. Gero were thrown together, they would certainly have a lot to talk about. After seeing Silu's arm regrow, Carrot noticed that Silu's aura had not diminished at all. What a freak. Carrot unleashed his prince's combat technique, launching countless energy blasts towards Silu. Seeing Silu engulfed in energy blasts and the continuous explosions, Carrot put even more effort into his attack. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the center of the explosions. The owner of this aura was Silu. Silu unleashed his energy, directly pushing Carrot back. The laws of the Dragon Ball world. Where there is smoke, there is no harm. Silu suffered no damage at all. The combat plan of the prince's technique had completely failed. I admit I underestimated you just now. Being able to push me to this extent, you can be proud. But next, I will unleash my true power. As soon as Silu finished speaking, he felt the energy around Carrot rapidly dissipating. It seems your King Kai fist has a time limit. Seeing Carrot like this, Silu guessed the limits of King Kai's training. Now, what can you do to fight against me, Carrot? Silu was no longer in a hurry to attack. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. Yes. What method should I use? Carrot murmured. It seems there's only this method left. This will somewhat damage my brilliant image. Until the last moment, Carrot really didn't want to use this technique. After all, it looked too embarrassing. But compared to looking bad, Carrot hated losing even more, especially to a fake Saiyan. Silu saw a white energy sphere appear in Carrot's hand, slowly rising into the air. Silu didn't attack, but quietly watched, wanting to see what trick Carrot would pull next. Could it be? Vegeta noticed the white energy sphere Carrot was releasing and guessed what Carrot was about to do. After all, he had used this technique when fighting Sun Wukong on Earth. Dad, you know what Carrot is going to do, right? Trunks asked, noticing Vegeta's change in expression. Vegeta glanced behind Trunks and suddenly remembered that the boy didn't have a tail, so he didn't know that Saiyans could transform into great apes. He is using the most common transformation technique of the Saiyans. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Carrot's face twisted into a fierce expression. His clothes began to tear apart as his body expanded. The Earth Warriors already knew what was about to happen. After all, they had seen Sun Wukong transform into a great ape. They were just a bit worried if Carrot could control his inner destructive urges. Don't worry. Since he chose to transform, it means he can control it perfectly. Piccolo noticed Gohan's frown and knew exactly what he was thinking. He was Gohan's mentor, and he understood Gohan very well. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan realized he was overthinking it. Even Vegeta could perfectly control his consciousness in great ape form, so there was no reason Carrot couldn't. Carrot was even stronger than Vegeta. If Vegeta knew Gohan was comparing him to himself, he would definitely thank Gohan's family. Carrot's body, stimulated by the energy sphere, transformed from human form into great ape form. Roar! Once the transformation was complete, Carrot let out a great ape roar at Silu, blowing him back several meters. This showed just how powerful Carrot's great ape form was. The great ape that Carrot had transformed into clenched and then relaxed its fists. This state felt a bit unfamiliar. After all, Carrot rarely needed to use this form. Fighting the Eight Tails was one instance. Now he was fighting Silu again. He could count the occasions on one hand. Carrot pointed a finger at Silu, gesturing for him to attack first. Even one of his fingers was thicker than Silu. Chapter 187. Gaining the upper hand when had Silu ever been looked down upon like this? Carrot was simply insulting him. Silu charged at Carrot quickly. Carrot was waiting for this opportunity. As Silu flew towards him, Carrot opened his mouth wide, and a yellow energy beam shot out. Seeing this, Silu abruptly halted his body and veered to the side. This kid doesn't he adhere to martial ethics? The unspoken rule is to fight head-on. You actually fired an energy wave. If Carrot had heard Silu's thoughts, he would have scoffed. I set the rules. Besides, this isn't a wave attack. It's just a spit wave. Silu was flying, while Carrot's wave was in pursuit. Boom! Carrot flattened the nearby hillside. Not a single stone fragment was left. It simply vanished. Carrot has made outstanding contributions to environmental protection. Seeing that this move did not harm Silu at all, Carrot immediately stopped. Besides, keeping his mouth wide open affected Carrot's breathing. Suddenly, Carrot charged toward Silu, so fast that it startled Silu. He never expected that someone as large as Carrot could move so quickly. Bang! Just as Silu reacted, he was directly hit hard and screamed as he flew out. Cough, cough! Silu got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then revealed an excited smile. Carrot's strength has now reached at least a level of Super Saiyan 2. By transforming into a great ape, Carrot forcibly pushed his power to the current stage, revealing his trump card. If he can become a Super Saiyan, then I can become a great ape. Come on. Carrot's strength made Silu even happier. He now wanted a good fight to settle their differences and determine life and death. Silu then charged out directly. Carrot snorted coldly and did the same as Silu. Bang, bang, bang. The two began a brawl, exchanging punches while moving at high speed. In their eyes, there was only the opponent. The fight would only stop when one of them fell. Carrot suddenly burst with energy and used the Kaioken again, increasing his speed and power to another level. Instantly, he clenched his palm into a fist and delivered a heavy blow that sent Silu crashing into the rock. Boom! A huge pit appeared, and Silu wanted to fly out of the pit. But what awaited him was Carrot's Kamehameha wave. Swish, swish, swish. Countless Kamehameha waves shot out from Carrot's palm, targeting Silu at the bottom of the pit. Boom, boom, boom. The pit was continually expanded by the Kamehameha waves. How impressive! Trunks praised Carrot upon seeing Silu completely suppressed. Father, can you transform like that? Trunks asked curiously. He had no idea that Saiyans could have such a form. He thought Saiyans could only become Super Saiyans. What's the deal with transforming into a great ape? This can't be completely blamed on Trunks, as all Saiyans on Earth had their tails removed. To them, a Saiyan with a tail was too dangerous. Even someone like Vegeta, who retains his sanity after transforming, didn't want to keep his tail. No, Vegeta's answer was concise, as it was a choice he made himself. So are there any restrictions to transform like this? As the most cautious warrior, Trunks needed stronger power to protect his world. He wouldn't give up any power he could utilize. Did you see Carrot's tail? Trunks nodded. That's the condition for transformation. Once Trunks realized the condition for transformation, he knew it was impossible for him. Carrot suspended in the air, admiring his masterpiece. He wouldn't believe that Silu would die so easily, and as long as his head wasn't seriously injured, Silu would be fine. At this moment, Silu was already at the bottom of the pit. Taking advantage of the gaps in Carrot's energy waves, he moved to a position directly below Carrot. Suddenly, Silu burst out of the ground. Everyone was staring at the pit, and no one expected Silu to be so cunning. Silu rushed towards Carrot's tail at high speed. As a creature created by the Jero, Silu was very clear that if he cut off Carrot's tail, Carrot would revert to his original form. However, what Silu didn't know was that Carrot was already prepared. As Silu approached Carrot, Carrot's tail swung fiercely, hitting Silu as he flew in. Silu came in fast, but he flew back even faster. Boom! Another loud noise, and Silu made intimate contact with the ground again. Carrot looked at the pit and smiled slightly. But with his great ape form, the smile looked quite ferocious. Come out. I know you won't be so easily defeated. As if to confirm Carrot's words, a loud noise erupted. The entire ground shook. Huh! A powerful yellow energy column shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds above. Silu's body slowly rose, with numerous abrasions all over him, especially the injuries caused by Carrot's tail, with a clear red mark visible. Seeing this, Carrot became even more cautious of Silu. He knew that Silu was now the most dangerous. Shilu was preparing to go all out. Carrot was still maintaining the power of the Kaioken. Only in this way could he steadily suppress Shilu. Lord KO, is Carrot still maintaining the Kaioken? Goku on Snake Way asked KO, knowing that if anyone understood the Kaioken best, it would be KO himself. Yes, this kid hasn't even touched the Kaioken yet. If he continues like this, I'm afraid his body won't be able to handle it. KO began to worry about Carrot. After all, only Carrot had the strength to kill Shilu now. Gohan was actively overlooked by KO. Gohan was too kind. His personality made it hard for him to use all his strength when he did act. I hope Carrot can finish Shilu soon. Goku could only pray for Carrot to end the battle quickly. You're the second person to force me to use all my strength. The first to force Shilu to self-destruct is watching from below. After Shilu said this, the energy around him grew even stronger. Then Shilu charged directly at Carrot. Bang, bang, bang. The two began to collide at high speed again. Whether in strength or speed, Shilu was slowly catching up to Carrot. Damn Jero! Carrot cursed the deceased Dr. Jero, who told him to inject Saiyan cells into Shilu for no reason. It made Shilu so difficult to fight now. Chapter 188, Shilu's Scheme. Although Shilu began to keep up with Carrot's speed, he was still half a beat slower. Carrot seized an opportunity and punched Shilu in the face. Carrot's fist was so large that it completely covered Shilu's head. Luckily, Shilu reacted in time. Otherwise, his head would have exploded. Shilu felt a burning pain on his face. Instead of retreating, Shilu became braver in battle. Carrot saw Shilu's defensive gap and threw a punch that created a sonic boom, demonstrating just how powerful Carrot's punch was. However, Carrot did not see the fear of being hit in Shilu's eyes. Instead, Shilu's mouth revealed smile. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Shilu's body. Shilu flew out at high speed. Oh no! As an observer, Vegeta felt something was wrong when he saw the direction Shilu was flying, because that direction was where Carrot had released the energy ball. Father, what's happening? Trunks asked with confusion upon seeing the panic on Vegeta's face, as it seemed that Carrot had the upper hand. Hearing Trunks' question, Vegeta replied, maintaining the great ape state requires a tail in that thing. Vegeta pointed at the glowing energy ball. Carrot felt something was off when he knocked Shilu away. Unfortunately, Carrot realized it too late. Shilu couldn't destroy his own tail, so he aimed to destroy that glowing sphere. Shilu's previous desperate moves were all for show, meant to lower Carrot's guard. No longer focusing on that sphere, because Shilu only had one chance, he had to make it foolproof. Fortunately, Kakaroto fell for it and personally sent Shilu to where he wanted to go. Clearly, everyone else was playing with muscles, but you started playing with brains. No wonder you could deceive the number one brain, Bick. Shilu, goodbye, great ape. After Shilu finished speaking, he extinguished the light sphere, and with a bang, it signified that Kakaroto would also revert to human form. At the moment the light sphere disappeared, Kakaroto gradually shrank. Kakaroto quickly covered his lower body with his hands. He was completely naked now. He didn't want these people to take advantage of him. In the end, it was Krillin who threw Kakaroto's previous pants to him. Kakaroto had taken off his outer pants before transforming. Now, they came in handy. If I say I want to switch people now, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Kakaroto said to Shilu. He was no longer a match for Shilu. The after effects of the King Kai fist were starting to kick in. Knowing he couldn't win, yet still going to deliver his head, was foolish. Kakaroto was not a fool. So he's going to step down? Do you think that's possible? Shilu had great abilities, but was also petty. Just now, he had been pressured by Kakaroto, and now that he had the chance to retaliate, would he let it go? Of course not. The saying an eye for an eye referred to characters like Shilu. After saying this, Shilu instantly appeared in front of Kakaroto. With a punch thrown out, Kakaroto hurriedly defended but still couldn't block all the force. Ultimately, the punch landed on Kakaroto's body, making him feel as if he was falling apart. His whole body ached. The aftereffects of the King Kai fist combined with Shilu's power left Kakaroto with no strength to stand up. Cough, cough. I never thought I, Kakaroto, would be so embarrassed one day. After saying this, Kakaroto directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shilu would not let such a good opportunity go. He knew that being kind would only harm himself. So he had to be ruthless and eliminate Kakaroto first. The Earth Warriors were not in his eyes. Except for Son Gohan, who he cared about a bit. Go accompany Son Goku, Shilu said, pointing a finger at Kakaroto. And a wave of light shot from the tip of his finger, aimed straight at Kakaroto's forehead. Am I going to die? Kakaroto had no strength left. When he transformed into a great ape, he had maintained the King Kai fist for overwhelming power. The great ape's body could be sustained. As long as he waited to eliminate Shilu, he could find Kurin and eat a senza bean, and that would be it. Unfortunately, he had been careless. He hadn't eliminated Shilu and ended up being schemed against by him, forced to end his Great Ape mode prematurely. The overuse of the King Kai fist's aftereffects began to manifest. Just as Shilu's wave of light was about to pierce Kakarot's forehead, Son Gohan appeared in front of Kakarot. With a wave of his hand, he knocked Shilu's lethal strike away. Saved. As Gohan sent Shilu's wave flying, Krillin and Yamcha also arrived in front of Kakarot, helping him away from the battlefield, leaving these two with a blood feud. Shilu watched as one person after another came to replace the other, feeling it was really dishonorable. You finally made it, Son Goku's son. I thought you would hide behind and cry. Shilu naturally didn't have a good expression for Gohan, who had forced him to self-destruct, and he mocked him mercilessly. After all, he was a child. Emotions were easily affected, which would hinder his strength. Unfortunately, the current Son Gohan was no longer the Son Gohan of before. Son Goku's departure had caused Gohan to grow rapidly. He had to protect this planet in place of his father. Shilu was the kind of person who would disrupt Earth's peace. And Gohan reminded himself that he must not be soft-hearted. Remembering Android 16's warning and his father's instructions, he unconsciously clenched his fists, as if sensing Son Gohan's determination. Shilu stopped talking nonsense. The two began a fight, both being Super Saiyan 2. Their powers were unconsciously unleashed in a clash, forcing Kakarot and the others to retreat from the area of their battle, mainly to avoid being affected. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of high-speed collisions was deafening, and the warriors present nervously watched the fight between the two as it concerned the future of Earth. Krillin, do you still have senzu beans? Kakarot asked Krillin. Kakarot hated being in this situation, severely injured and with no strength left. They were all destroyed by Shilu, Krillin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, Kakarot could only endure. After all, he couldn't just make a senzu bean himself. Chapter 189. The battle ends. The battle between Son Gohan and Shilu was a spectacular fight. Both reached a state of forgetting themselves, with only the enemy in their sights, determined to eliminate the opponent. Is Gohan really okay like this? Krillin said unintentionally. In his heart, Gohan had always been a kind and lovely child, and now he had to bear such a heavy burden. Don't worry, he's Son Goku's son. He'll handle it well. Kakarot understood Gohan's character. Despite seeming weak on the surface, he was actually strong inside. The decisive moment between Gohan and Shilu had arrived. Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha to try to eliminate Shilu, while Shilu responded with a counterwave. Shilu made a critical mistake. No matter how much advantage you have, never engage in a wave struggle with a member of the Sun family. Shilu and Gohan began a tug-of-war with their energy, and with the addition of the Earth Warriors, Shilu successfully sent himself away. After Shilu was eliminated, everyone felt a sense of surviving a disaster. After all, they had all joined in to interfere with Shilu's battle, allowing Son Gohan to deliver the final blow. However, Kakarot was powerless. Lying on the ground, he was in pain all over. Let's go. To the lookout. There are still matters we need to address. Big said and flew off first, with the others following. Krillin, being smart, knew to carry a girl, while Kakarot was supported by Trunks. Before long, they arrived at the lookout, where Den had been waiting for a long time. Kakarot, being the most severely injured, received treatment first. After Den's gentle healing, Kakarot's injuries recovered at a visibly fast rate. Truly a great healer. As Kakarot's injuries healed, his strength also increased. Den was pushed back by Kakarot's rising aura, which was just Kakarot's unintentional burst of energy. The Saiyan physique was vividly demonstrated in Kakarot. Each time he returned from the brink of death, his power increased. If Kakarot were to face Shilu now, he could battle for hundreds of rounds in his Great Ape form. This meant Kakarot had now stepped with one foot into Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot, you've gotten stronger again. Trunks, who had been by Kakarot's side, felt this most acutely. Just a little bit, Kakarot said, pinching with 2 fingers to indicate. But seeing the smile on his face, it was clear that it was far more than just a little. Trunks envied Kakarot's talent. Why were all Saiyans so exceptional? He knew that he had trained hard since childhood to protect Earth. Yet here, others were effortlessly reaching heights he couldn't achieve, referring to Gohan. Was there no justice? Don't worry. With your current strength, it's enough to deal with androids 17 and 18 from your timeline. Kakarot patted Trunks' shoulder and said, this kid was under a lot of pressure because he could only rely on himself. I understand that Trunks knows that with his current strength, he can completely deal with those 2 executioners. Just thinking about the sins they committed makes Trunks unable to contain the anger in his heart. The death of his teacher and friend Gohan has always been a knot in Trunks' heart. If he could have transformed into a Super Saiyan earlier, Gohan wouldn't have had to fight alone and might not have died. As Trunks was lost in thought, the dragon was summoned. I can grant any 3 wishes you desire. This statement was indeed filled with grandeur. It broke through the sky just by boasting. Perhaps this setting was influenced by the dragon of Namek. Everyone's wishes were fulfilled one by one, and the warriors began to say their goodbyes. Kakarot accepted Krillin's invitation to live at Kame House. After all, it was the home of the founder of the Kame School, and Kakarot wanted to communicate with him. Time passed quickly, and this day was the day Trunks would return home in the time machine. Kakarot and the others came to see him off. After sending Trunks off, Kakarot settled down at Kame House. Kakarot and Master Roshi exchanged their martial arts experiences. When it came to serious training, Master Roshi was indeed extraordinary, and even Kakarot benefited greatly. Kakarot learned from each other, and his strength increased significantly. Kakarot, you really are a monster, Krillin said sincerely. It seemed like Kakarot had no limits. Every day Krillin felt Kakarot's growth, making it hard for him to keep up. Thank you for the compliment. Kakarot accepted Krillin's praise. After all, being called a monster was a recognition of his strength. While Kakarot lived at Kame House, his enthusiasm for training inspired Krillin to join in. Our Master Roshi was also enthusiastically involved in training, buying dozens of magazines for young girls. The blood from his nose didn't stop, and Kakarot was a bit afraid that Master Roshi would die from excessive blood loss. One day, an unexpected guest arrived at Kame House, a youthful and beautiful girl, which made the old pervert Master Roshi's eyes widen. Master Roshi wanted to make a move, but unexpectedly got beaten up instead. Krillin saw his teacher's predicament and secretly thought, deserved it. You should see who you're dealing with. Hello, Android 18. Is there something you need? Krillin asked nervously. Every time he saw Android 18, Krillin couldn't help but feel his heart racing. I'm here to find you. I plan to go shopping and have a lot to buy, but I'm afraid I won't be able to carry it all. I'll help you, Krillin quickly said, as if he thought that if he didn't say it soon, the opportunity would disappear. The two then flew into the sky, disappearing from Kakarot and Master Roshi's sight. I didn't expect my silly disciple to have a springtime of his own. Master Roshi had always worried that Krillin would spend his life alone. Even a tough guy like Goku had found a wife, while Krillin could only accompany this old man. Master Roshi was constantly worried that Krillin's orientation might become abnormal, and then the island would only have himself and an old turtle. Just thinking about it was frightening. What's so good about women? They only slow down my training. After saying that, Kakarot continued to immerse himself in training. He knew how strong the enemies of the future were. He couldn't afford to die. If he did, he couldn't be revived in the Dragon Ball world. Master Roshi sighed inwardly upon hearing Kakarot's words. You are very much like Goku. Only people like you can possess such immense strength. Of course, Kakarot couldn't hear Master Roshi's heartfelt words. He was now thinking about how to apply the power of the Dragon Vein to combat. Chapter 190. Kakarot's expectations. Kakarot was now able to use the power of the Dragon Vein, although the power of the Dragon Vein had not fully recovered. As its owner, Kakarot could still utilize a bit of it. After a day of hard work, Kakarot still hadn't developed the combat power of the Dragon Vein. It seemed that the power of the Dragon Vein could only traverse time and space. Suddenly, Kakarot had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Time and space? Obito's Kamui is also a form of time and space. If I apply the power of the Dragon Vein to myself, when someone attacks me, I could teleport the part that is about to be struck to another space, and after the attack disappears, teleport back. Isn't this the Dragon Vein version of Kamui? Moreover, it doesn't have the time limit that Obito's has. As long as the Dragon Vein doesn't perish, this move would be effectively permanent. The more Kakarot thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Once he had a direction, all that was left was experimentation. However, Kakarot's experiment was abruptly interrupted because our Mr. Krillin returned with a beaming smile and started dancing with Kakarot. After all, living in someone else's territory, Kakarot had to give him some face. Krillin had been coming and going early and late these days, but the smile on his face never faded. The smell of love was in the air. However, Kakarot was genuinely happy for Krillin. Being able to win over a beauty was also a testament to Krillin's strength. Unable to bear Krillin's love-struck behavior, Kakarot decided to move out to find a quiet place to experiment with his new moves. You white-haired one, stop right there. As soon as Kakarot arrived on land, he encountered a robbery. He didn't know if he was lucky or if it was the criminals who were unlucky. Did you not hear me telling you to stop? One of the robbers, who had the body of a pig and the head of a man, arrogantly pointed a gun at Kakarot. Another one with a monkey head said, Brother, how can you treat our guest like this? You need to be gentler. After all, we're just borrowing a little money from him. After saying that, he turned to Kakaroto. My brother spoke a bit loudly earlier. Please don't mind him. Just hand over the money on you. We want money, not lives. Kakaroto looked at the duo before him. Initially, Kakaroto thought, since you guys are looking for death, don't blame me. But what Kakaroto never expected was that the robbers were so polite. Why don't you hand over the money instead? Kakaroto was worried about not having money for food, and now someone was delivering it to him? Kakaroto thought robbing the robbers didn't count as a crime. White-haired one, what did you say? Do you think I won't shoot? The pig-headed robber was furious upon hearing Kakaroto's words. He suspected that Kakaroto was a fool. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage. Yet he couldn't see the situation and wasn't afraid of death. I said, I want to borrow a little money from you to spend. Kakaroto said as he walked toward the pig head. Then he grasped the gun barrel with his hand and pressed down hard, bending the barrel directly. The pig head and monkey head were drenched in sweat, terrified, as it was their first time seeing someone with such immense strength that they could bend a gun barrel. They were so scared that they sat down on the ground, quickly distancing themselves from Kakaroto, seeing that the two didn't even want the gun anymore. Kakaroto walked towards them holding the gun. Why you don't come over? The monkey head, as the elder brother, spoke up. He realized that he and his brother had kicked a hard iron plate this time. I'm here to return the gun to you. Why are you stuttering? The monkey head certainly wouldn't say. He was scared out of his wits. Big brother, if you don't want money, then if you do, I'll give you all the valuables I have. After saying that, he immediately took out a time-space capsule, and as the smoke cleared, an off-road vehicle appeared before them. The monkey opened the trunk, and a bag of money came into Kakaroto's sight. I didn't expect the robbery industry to be so lucrative. We were just trying to scare them, and they gave us so much. My two brothers have never taken a life. The monkey head said while shedding tears, fearing that Kakaroto would kill them to silence them, which would mean he would suffer a great loss. He believed what Carrot said, as he sensed no killing intent from either of them. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you two can't continue this line of work anymore. Understand? After saying that, the submachine gun in Carrot's hand turned to dust. The two, seeing Carrot's power, nodded their heads vigorously like pendulums, swearing never to engage in this line of work again. The shadow he cast on them today was too great. Carrot drove away in his off-road vehicle. Big brother, that was our income for a whole year. Just like that, we let him off easy, Pighead said angrily. Consider it a life-saving fee. Carrot replied as he drove to his training ground. He planned to not leave until he developed his version of the divine might. While Carrot was training, Sun Wukong was also training in the underworld. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. One day, Carrot was training when he noticed a black dot rapidly approaching his location. It's Gohan. How did you know I was here? Upon seeing the little boy from back then had grown into a humble young man with an aura of a scholar, Carrot was surprised. Carrot, you really know how to find a place. Gohan observed Carrot's training spot as soon as he landed. It was very peaceful, making one feel at ease unconsciously. This place had taken Carrot a long time to find, as one must not be impatient when training divine might. Uncle Krillin told me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found it. Gohan continued. By the way, my dad will also participate in this year's martial arts tournament. You should join too. It would be great for everyone to gather. After saying this, Gohan looked at Carrot, hoping he would participate. Ever since they defeated Cell, they hadn't gathered even once. With Dad returning from the underworld, it would be a great opportunity to reunite. Sure, Carrot readily agreed. He also wanted to take this chance to have a match with Sun Wukong and test his newly developed techniques. Great. Gohan was very happy to hear Carrot's agreement. As the organizer, the more people, the better. After a brief chat with Carrot, Gohan flew off to notify others, as time was a bit tight. Is it about to start? I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if my current strength can defeat you, Sun Wukong. Carrot gazed at the sunset in anticipation. Chapter 191. Drawing lots, everyone was training hard in anticipation of Sun Wukong's return. However, Carrot was different. He stopped training to adjust himself to his best state. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 was no joke, and Carrot had to take it seriously. As for the two Kaishins who came to Earth, Carrot didn't think much of them. Their strength was simply pitiful. If not for their appearance, Gohan wouldn't have been drained of energy, and Majin Buu wouldn't have been unsealed. They were practically the catalyst for Majin Buu's escape. As long as they were captured when they appeared under Babbidi's control, there was no need to track them down. Couldn't they just be tortured for information? Krillin was very happy that Wukong was coming back. As Wukong's best brother, he didn't want to let his friend down, so at his request, Android 18 trained with him. Vegeta was also training intensely, considering Wukong his rival and wanting to defeat him fairly. Gohan was training nervously while waiting for Videl to leave. Everyone was putting in effort for the World Martial Arts Tournament, while our Lord Carrot was enjoying a full-body massage. A bit harder. Oh, Carrot exclaimed excitedly. Guest, your muscle lines are beautiful. The masseuse couldn't help but touch Carrot's back muscles. Carrot suddenly tensed up. He had specifically chosen a male masseuse for this. I didn't expect this. What a world. That's enough. You can leave now. Carrot dismissed the masseuse. As she left, the masseuse looked back at Carrot with misty eyes, as if he had taken advantage of her. I didn't expect there to be gay people in this profession. Carrot thought it was still unsafe, so he decided to take a bath to wash off the places that had been touched. Time flew like a burning cigarette, and soon it was time for the World Martial Arts Tournament. The venue was bustling with flags and throngs of people. This tournament attracted a large crowd because the Earth's savior, Dend, was participating. Bulma flew everyone to the tournament venue. The richest were indeed extravagant. After landing, they started searching for Sun Wukong. However, they searched everywhere to no avail. Oh, everyone, long time no see. Carrot greeted them while wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, along with large sunglasses. Long time no see, Carrot. Bulma happily greeted Carrot, as they had gotten along well when Carrot stayed at her home. However, Vegeta's expression darkened upon seeing his wife so warmly interact with Carrot. Piccolo nodded at Carrot, maintaining his usual cool demeanor, except with Wukong and his son. Master Roshi, are you going to participate in the tournament as a dragon this time? Carrot asked with a smile. No, I'm old now. It's the young people's world. Master Roshi replied. He had his glorious days when he won the tournament, but now even the likes of Dend could become the world champion, showing a significant drop in quality. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared before everyone. Oh, everyone, long time no see. As soon as Wukong appeared, everyone embraced and cried. The joy of reunion after separation always warms the heart. Wukong was very happy to learn he was a father again. After a brief chat, he went to register. The registration process was simple, but Gohan had no time for anyone else as he accompanied his good friend. With plenty of time before the match began, the cafeteria became the only option. The three big eaters went all out in the cafeteria, creating a scene like a wrecking crew. The cafeteria staff had never received such an order before, unleashing their hidden culinary skills. The spoons danced as if they were creating mirages. After filling their stomachs and watching the children S group match, they were stopped on their way to the competition venue. Here they come. The short Kaioshin chatted briefly with Sun Wukong before leaving. However, the Kaioshin's words cast a shadow over both Sun Wukong and Piccolo. All fears stem from a lack of power. After the mysterious figure left, Carrot spoke up. Do you know him, Carrot? Everyone turned to look at Carrot, who had his sunglasses covering most of his face. I know him. He doesn't know me. However, his arrival brings trouble. Indeed, it was a problem. These two Kaioshins were too weak and had a narrow vision, which ultimately led to Majin Buu's unsealing. There's a power around him that blocks my perception. I can't gauge his strength. Piccolo shared his insights with everyone, feeling that the aura from that person seems somewhat familiar. Of course, you would be familiar with him. After all, half of your body has been a god. Don't worry, his strength isn't strong. It's just that his position is relatively high. Ignore him. Anyway, his target isn't us. My goal has always been you, Sun Wukong. I want to have a duel with you. Karoti declared war on Sun Wukong. He wasn't sure when he would leave here, so the sooner he could compete with Sun Wukong, the better. I feel the same way. Sun Wukong stared directly at Karoti. Their identical faces seemed to spark with energy. Damn it, these two actually look down on me. I must let you experience my strength later, Vegeta thought, clenching his fists as he watched Sun Wukong and Karoti. You're contestants, right? The match is about to start. Hurry up and come over, the person in charge shouted. These guys are chatting instead of preparing for the match. It's truly absurd. Hearing the person's words, everyone quickly got ready to go on stage. They couldn't afford to lose their qualification for the match due to delays. After the host explained the rules, everyone began to draw lots. Unfortunately for Karoti, he drew the lot for Babiti's minion. Not drawing against Sun Wukong was a failure for Karoti, but that's fine, as long as he defeats Babiti's minion. The match can continue, and he will eventually encounter Sun Wukong among the remaining contestants. As for the plan of the Kaioshin, in Karoti's eyes, it was simply not worth mentioning. Chapter 192. Karoti is ambushed. Karoti stood face to face with his opponent. The opponent was very pale, as if he had been bleached, with Babiti's magical mark on his forehead. When the host shouted to start, the opponent looked at Karoti as if he were prey. He attacked first. Karoti greatly disliked that kind of gaze. It was clear that the other party had already decided he could be easily defeated. Just as Karoti was about to make a move, his body suddenly couldn't move. Karoti turned to look at the contestant area and saw the short Kaioshin holding his palm towards him. At this moment, Sun Wukong also noticed something was off with Karoti and followed his gaze to the Kaioshin. "What are you doing?" Sun Wukong said angrily. Karoti is his friend, and now he was being ambushed in front of him. "I'm doing this for the piece of earth. The enemy hides in the dark. Only by throwing out bait will the fish bite," the Kaioshin said, revealing his difficulties to everyone, but his hand showed no intention of stopping. Babiti's minion took out a syringe and was about to inject it into Karoti's body. "Am I giving you face?" Karoti suddenly erupted. An overwhelming aura whipped up a strong wind that made it hard for others to open their eyes. "Gohan, this person's aura is so strong." Bidili, standing next to Gohan, remarked. Having recently trained with Gohan, she could vaguely sense a person's strength through their aura. "Of course, his power is unfathomable," Gohan said firmly. Just from the aura that erupted from Karoti, Gohan already realized that Karoti's strength had surpassed his own. Even if Gohan's talent was strong, he had only recently begun training, and he couldn't compare to Karoti's relentless practice. Besides, Karoti's talent wasn't any weaker than Gohan's. Damn it, Vegeta thought angrily. He never expected Karoti to possess such strength, which had already surpassed his own. This was unacceptable for the proud Vegeta. Karoti regained his ability to move and grabbed Babiti's minion by the neck. "You insignificant pawn dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Karoti turned to the Kaioshin. "I'll settle the score with you later." The Kaioshin wanted to use Karoti as bait without his consent, which infuriated the usually self-assured Karoti. Although Karoti appeared cheerful on the surface, his inherent pride was comparable to Vegeta's. "How is this possible? A mere human cannot break free from my restraints," the Kaioshin said, disbelief evident on his face. Karoti lifted Babiti's minion with one hand. The minion tried to pry Karoti's fingers apart, but it was completely ineffective. Instead, Karoti's grip tightened. "Is that all you've got? The power you traded your soul for is nothing but this." Karoti not only physically subdued his opponent, but also aimed to strike at his heart with words. Cough, cough. Babiti's minion could barely speak due to being choked and could only passively endure Karoti's attacks. Karoti turned to another. "Aren't you going to help?" Karoti asked. After all, they were supposed to act together. Babiti's minion remained silent, watching quietly. "Big guy, you subdued him so easily. Do I still need to go up and offer my head?" "Although I sold my soul to Babiti, I didn't sell my brains." Babiti's minion was now panicking. He was afraid Karoti would come down and attack him. How boring. After saying that, Karoti smashed the head of the person in his hand violently against the ground. Bang. Even the audience in the stands could hear the sound of the head colliding with the floor. "That white-haired guy is so brutal, but I like it. Did I hit too hard? Will he die?" The sound was so loud, and his opponent's head didn't even break. He really has a tough head. The audience discussed among themselves, each with their own thoughts. The referee can announce the result now. Seeing that the referee had not spoken for a long time, Karoti looked at him and said, "This referee is a standard for the martial arts tournament." Oh. The referee, realizing, announced, "The winner is Karoti. The next contestants may enter." But this was no longer Karoti's concern. He walked straight toward the Kaioshin. "You said you came to Earth to find Babiti. You could have just gone to find him. Why did you have to scheme against me?" Just as Karoti reached the Kaioshin's minion blocked Karoti's path. "Step aside." After saying those two brief words, the aura erupting from Karoti completely pressed down on Jebit. Jebit was gradually bending his knees under Karoti's pressure. However, Jebit continued to resist. He had his pride as a god and could not allow himself to kneel before a mortal. "Not bad, but how much of my strength can you withstand?" Karoti began to increase his strength. Jebit's knees crashed hard against the ground. Bang! Then his entire body made intimate contact with the ground. "How can you not respect your elders and love the young at all?" Bidili remarked upon seeing Karoti's actions. She was about to help Jebit up. Karoti then pressed his aura onto Bidili as well. Bidili felt an incredibly powerful force pressing her down, and she couldn't resist. Just as Bidili was about to hit the ground, Gohan appeared and caught her, performing a hero's rescue. "Gohan, are you going to stop me too?" Karoti asked as he released the pressure on Bidili. After all, Karoti and Gohan were friends. "No, I just don't want Bidili to get hurt." Gohan believed that Karoti had his reasons for doing this, as the Kaioshin's actions were very secretive, and he had not seen it. Only Sun Wukong and Piccolo were present to witness it. When Gohan, before Bidili could say anything else, Gohan shook his head at him. Bidili, not being foolish, quickly understood that there must be some hidden truth behind Gohan's unusual behavior, who was usually kind-hearted. At that moment, Bidili looked at Kakarot and thought, "This person is so strong. Just based on his aura, I have lost any chance to resist. What if Dad fights with him? At this moment, Bitterlie began to worry about Satan, fearing that he might get hurt. Chapter 193. Angry Vegeta, my lord, did you go too hard? The Kaioshin couldn't help but speak up when he saw Jebbet completely suppressed by Kakarot. The Kaioshin did not expect that this Saiyan strength could overpower Jebbet, who was a god. Hard. You were the one who attacked me first. I just used your method against your subordinate, and you can't handle it, Lord Kaioshin. As soon as Kakarot revealed the identity of the white-haired figure, Sun Wukong and the others widened their eyes in shock, with Sun Wukong and Piccolo being the most astonished. Sun Wukong was aware of the high status of the Kaioshin due to his time in the underworld, while Piccolo, having once been part of the gods himself, was naturally aware of the Kaioshin's stature. The Kaioshin was also shocked that Kakarot had called out his identity. He did not know where he had gone wrong, leading Kakarot to see through him. With a kick, Kakarot sent the blocking stone Jebbet flying. Bang! Jebbet had a close encounter with the wall. Now there was no obstacle between Kakarot and the Kaioshin. Swish! Without Jebbet, Sun Wukong appeared. Kakarot, hold on. I believe that Lord Kaioshin must have his reasons for doing this. Why don't we listen to his explanation first? Sun Wukong, having received a message from the Kai in the underworld, wanted to stop the angry Kakarot. He couldn't let the Kaioshin watch his leader get beaten and remain indifferent. That would be like watching a joke unfold in front of him. Alright, I still want to give you face. Although Kakarot knew the purpose of the Kaioshin, he couldn't reveal that information. Seeing Kakarot calm down, the Kaioshin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to be beaten by a human. Otherwise, his dignity as a Kaioshin would be shattered. The Kaioshin explained Babbidi's plan to everyone, which made the Earth Warriors deeply resent Babbidi and fear Majin Buu. If you just want to take Babbidi's place, that's simple. Just make a wish to the dragon. Just as everyone was still frowning, Krillin spoke up with a surprising suggestion. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Krillin's words garnered collective praise from the previously troubled group. Dragon? What is that? Only the Kaioshin asked in confusion. But when he looked at Sun Wukong and the others, their faces were filled with confidence about the dragon. Then Krillin explained the function of the dragon to the Kaioshin. That's great. You Earthlings actually have such a thing, the Kaioshin said excitedly. The pressure from Majin Buu was too great for him. He had witnessed Majin Buu's bloodthirsty nature firsthand. The Kaioshin of his planet had been killed, leaving only him. The Kaioshin's goal was merely to prevent Majin Buu from breaking free from his seal. He did not have the courage to face him directly. Then let's go find the Dragon Balls now, the Kaioshin suggested. He was afraid that if they waited too long, more variables would arise. Krillin looked at the Kaioshin with some difficulty. They had come out to participate in the martial arts tournament, and there were several battle enthusiasts present. Asking them to go look for Dragon Balls now was like asking for the impossible. Moreover, Goku only had one day, and everyone wanted to spend more time together. Seeing the group's hesitant expressions, the Kaioshin couldn't help but speak up. Did no one understand what I just said? If Majin Buu were to be released, it would be a disaster for all life in the universe. The Kaioshin's frantic expression made Sun Wukong realize the pressure he was under. Lord Kaioshin, you don't need to worry. We will help you. Sun Wukong patted the Kaioshin's shoulder, hoping to give him some support. Really? Yeah. Wukong, are you thinking about withdrawing from the tournament now? Kakarot interjected, asking. After all, Sun Wukong only had 24 hours to return, and go to find the Dragon Balls would definitely waste time. Kakarot, you heard about Majin Buu's power. This is the only way to protect the Earth now. That's true. But what does that have to do with you? You're already a dead man. Protecting the Earth should be left to the living. If you want to withdraw, then we can fight ahead of time. Kakarot's goal in participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament was to fight Sun Wukong. Now, being able to do it early would be the best. Well, you have a point. I am indeed a dead man. Kakarot's reasoning convinced Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong had only been anxious earlier, but now that he had calmed down, he shared the same thoughts as Kakarot. Only the living had the right to protect the Earth. My opponent is supposed to be me. At this moment, Vegeta knew he could not remain silent any longer. If he stayed silent any longer, he might lose his opponent. Sun Wukong did not expect himself to be so sought after. First Kakarot, and now Vegeta. Why don't you just give up, Vegeta? Kakarot said, glancing at Vegeta. What do you mean, Kakarot? Vegeta understood Kakarot's meaning from his gaze. Don't underestimate people, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted this, and then a powerful aura erupted from his body. The ordinary Bitterlie was blown away by Vegeta's aura. If it weren't for Gohan's quick reflexes in grabbing her hand, she would have been blown out of the lounge. That's Dad's aura. What happened inside? Trunks and Goten. While playing outside, sensed Vegeta's immense power. Logically speaking, it wasn't time for Dad to make an appearance. Why was he exploding with energy? Is there some danger? As soon as Trunks thought of this, he hurriedly ran towards Vegeta. Trunks, where are you going? Goten called from behind. They were supposed to be going to eat. So why were they rushing? Ryukong, hurry up and follow us to see the excitement. The two were at an age where they were more curious than anything. And of course, they did not mind making a fuss. Trunks did not forget to call his good friend along. Hearing Trunks calling him to see the excitement, Goten immediately followed. Bittleye still had a face full of fear. She had not expected to be overwhelmed by just an aura, while her classmate, Gohan, remained calm. This already showed the difference. She thought her dad would definitely not be a match for these people. No, it should be said that he wasn't even qualified to be an opponent. Chapter 194. The Kaioshin's request, not bad, aura. Vegeta, you have not been slacking off these years. Kakarot said to Vegeta. Although Vegeta's talent was not as high as that of the Sun family, his desire for power was no less than Sun Wukong's. Perhaps both of them had experienced helplessness in being weak. Kakarot, I admit that your strength was greater than mine before, but over the years I have never stopped training and have been even more dedicated than before. I have already reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Before fighting Son Goku, I want to show you a thing or two. Vegeta walked up to Kakarot and spoke to him one sentence at a time. Vegeta could clearly sense from Kakarot's words that Kakarot believed he was inferior. Oh, are you sure about that? Kakarot and Vegeta locked eyes, and he saw eagerness in Vegeta's gaze. Excuse me, what is happening here? Why is it so chaotic? The host entered to find the waiting area in disarray, with items scattered everywhere as if something had swept through. Vegeta, it's your turn to go on stage now. The host came in because the participating contestants had not yet taken the stage. After hearing the host's words, Kakarot retracted his aura. You should go compete first. Vegeta knew the two couldn't fight now, so he could only go compete. Since a final decision on withdrawing had not been made, everyone could only continue to participate in a match. Ouch, that hurts. Jebbit finally woke up from his coma, remembering only that he had been kicked by Kakarot before losing consciousness. He couldn't recall anything else. Jebbit, you finally woke up. The Supreme Kai flew to Jebbit's side to check on his injuries. Don't worry, I was very measured. He only suffered a little skin injury. Kakarot said with a relaxed expression. He indeed went easy on him. Otherwise, Jebbit wouldn't have woken up so quickly. The Supreme Kai signaled to Jebbit that this matter could be put aside, as they still needed the help of this group to find Babidi. Since we need to find that Dragon Ball first, why stay here for this martial arts tournament? The Supreme Kai asked, somewhat puzzled. He believed there should be a priority order for things. The most important thing now is to find the Dragon Balls, not to play house here. Because we all want to have a good fight. And as Kakarot said, I only have one day. Once the time is up, I have to report back to the underworld. Son Goku explained the purpose of their actions to the Supreme Kai. As long as you two have the Dragon Ball radar, you can look for them yourselves. It's very convenient. Kakarot interjected from the side. After all, Kakarot would not give up this opportunity to challenge Son Goku. If he missed this chance, he wouldn't know if he would have time to wait for Son Goku to be revived. Kakarot increasingly felt that this space was slowly rejecting him. As his power grew stronger, this feeling became clearer. It was like a cold. The human body catches a cold when it is invaded by a virus, and the immune cells reject the virus. And Kakarot is like that virus, being rejected by this space-time. That's why Kakarot wanted to have a fight with him on the day Son Goku returned. Can you lend us the Dragon Balls? The Supreme Kai politely asked, as most of the people present were stronger than him, except for the Earthlings. Sure, I'll have Bulma get them for you, Son Goku said. Taking charge. Gohan, is there really a Shinron? Gohan suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. Turning around, he saw Videl. Seeing Gohan looking at her, Videl quietly asked. She was just too curious. From their tone, it seemed that this Shinron could grant any wish. Yes. Upon hearing Gohan's affirmative answer, Videl covered her mouth with both hands. Too many things had happened today, each one refreshing her worldview. Son Goku returning from the underworld, the universe destroyer Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai of the gods, and finally, a Shinron that could grant any wish. This brought Videl into a new world. You all are overthinking it. At this moment, Vegeta had returned victorious, dragging another one of Babidi's minions with him. Thud! Vegeta threw Babidi's minion to the ground. Here's a ready-made answer. I don't understand why you all want to go the long way around. Vegeta began to doubt whether these matters were due to a lack of brains. If they just interrogated Babidi's minion, Babidi's whereabouts would naturally be clear. Vegeta was very familiar with this aspect when he was a planetary developer in the universe. He had used all sorts of methods, coercion, and water torture. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone had a look of realization. They had previously been led into a trap by the Supreme Kai, not expecting there was this approach. Kakarot turned to look elsewhere. He had seen such things many times in the ninja world. However, as his strength gradually increased, Kakarot had also gotten used to using his fists to speak. Moreover, while Vegeta was speaking, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Kakarot, as if to say, "You're not smart enough?" Vegeta was getting back at Kakarot for earlier mocking him. "Speak. Where is your master's location? If you tell, you'll feel better." Ultimately, this kind of handiwork naturally fell to Vegeta, since he had the experience. Everyone could only hear the miserable cries coming from beyond the wall. I'll talk. Babbidi's minion wasn't exactly a hard nut to crack. After all, a person who would sell their soul for power. What else could they not sell? Then, Vegeta delivered a chop that knocked Babbidi's minion out. He didn't want to kill him as it would dirty his hands. What now? After Vegeta revealed Babbidi's hiding place, he asked, "I hope you get your help." The Supreme Kai spoke up at this moment. After witnessing the power of Son Goku and the others, the Supreme Kai wanted their assistance. After all, no one knew if Babidi had any accomplices nearby. If it was just him and Jebbit, it could be like sheep walking into a tiger's den. After speaking, the Supreme Kai looked at Son Goku and the others with hope, fearing they would refuse. Chapter 195. Kakarot's actions. Ultimately, the Supreme Kai got his way. The group flew to Babbidi's location. Originally, Kakarot had no intention of going, but Son Goku clearly told him that unless he confirmed that Majin Buu had not been born, he could not wholeheartedly fight Kakarot. Kakarot's group flew ahead, with Gohan and Videl trailing behind, but the two of them could no longer see Kakarot's figures. "Gohan, I really want to go take a look, but unfortunately, my strength doesn't allow it. You go after them." Videl stopped and said, knowing she had held Gohan back. "What about you? I'll go back to the tournament venue. You don't have to worry about me. Be careful and come back safely, okay?" After Gohan responded, his speed suddenly surged, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Videl's line of sight. So fast, Videl exclaimed. Now she deeply understood how strong Gohan's power was. Before, she had been caring for her own feelings. He truly was a gentle person. They finally arrived at Babbidi's lair. "Lord Supreme Kai, what should we do now?" Among their group, the Supreme Kai was the most knowledgeable about Babidi, so Son Goku first asked for the Supreme Kai's opinion. However, while Sun Wukong was chatting with the Kaioshin, Kakarot had already started a new activity. Kakarot arrived at the hatch of Babbidi's spaceship. A Kamehameha wave struck the hatch directly. Boom! With the sound, the hatch was blown open. Everyone present was completely stunned by Kakarot's actions. Wasn't he supposed to sneak into the village and avoid gunfire? Why did he come in with such a bang? Even Babidi, inside the spaceship, was puzzled by Kakarot's approach. Indeed, as soon as Kakarot and his group appeared, Babidi had already noticed them, but he chose not to take action because he wanted to play with them. What he didn't expect was that Kakarot would come out swinging with a big move. No need to overthink it. Let's finish the battle quickly. Everyone is busy. Kakarot said impatiently. As long as Majin Buu was not unsealed, Babidi was just a little brother. Of course, Babidi could seal things, which might have posed some trouble for the old Kakarot. In any world, sealing techniques were about overcoming the strong with the weak. This was the most annoying part. However, Kakarot now was not afraid of sealing techniques at all. That's right. Vegeta's thoughts aligned with Kakarot's for once. However, Kakarot, you still haven't gone far enough. Vegeta directly unleashed his prince's fighting style. Energy balls were thrown towards Babbidi's spaceship like they were free. Damn. Kakarot saw that Vegeta hadn't even considered whether he would be affected. He instantly teleported away from the explosion range of the spaceship. Vegeta was quite petty. He remembered what Kakarot had said to him at the first martial arts tournament. Now that he had this opportunity, he couldn't let it slip by. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring explosions left the entire spaceship completely exposed to everyone. The most critical point was that the spaceship had been reduced to ruins by Vegeta's attack. Damn Earthlings! You have angered the great magician Babidi. A voice rang out from the center of the thick smoke. Here it comes. The Kaioshin would not forget this voice. It was exactly like Babbidi's father's. The Kaioshin knew that Babidi was about to emerge. Just as the Kaioshin had said, after finishing his speech, Babidi appeared with his minions in front of everyone. Two aliens, one tall and one short, with a significant height difference, stood before the Earth warriors. Kaioshin, you really are a persistent ghost. I've even come to Earth, yet you still come to ruin my plans. As soon as the magician Babidi appeared, he complained to the Kaioshin. because what you're doing is too dangerous for this universe. I had to intervene. What's dangerous? As long as I'm alive, he can't move. Babidi was very confident in his magic. As long as Majin Buu showed any sign of trouble, Babidi would be happy to reseal him. Babidi forgot one thing. You have to chant spells when casting magic. If your mouth is held shut, you can't chant the spell, and your power becomes essentially useless. Even with great abilities, it wouldn't help. Babidi signaled to Dabura, who understood. Dabura immediately spat at Jebbit, just as the spit was about to hit Jebbit. Kakarot had already made his move. He threw a rock from a distance, perfectly blocking Dabura's spit. Who gave you the audacity to act first in front of me? The world has changed, Kakarot thought to himself. However, Kakarot was also watching that rock. It is well known that anyone or anything spat on by Dabura would be turned to stone. Now that a rock had encountered Dabura's spit, would there be any noticeable effect? The result was that there was no effect at all. Dabura followed the path of the rock and saw a young man with white hair. Kid, you're quite brave. But this is where it ends. Dabura would not let Kakarot go. He dared to show off in front of him, so he might as well die. However, what Dabura didn't expect was that he hadn't sought trouble with Kakarot first. Yet Kakarot had already appeared beside him, delivering a punch directly to Dabura's face. With a loud bang, Dabura's body crashed into a mountain like a car, losing control. Now it's just you left, Magician Babidi. Kakarot looked down at the short Babidi, blaming him for wanting to unseal Majin Buu. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Otherwise, you should be facing off against Sun Wukong one-on-one now, instead of wasting time clearing out minions. Babidi felt a sudden jolt in his heart when he saw Dabura being sent flying by Kakarot. He knew how strong the Demon King Dabura was, otherwise he wouldn't have taken him as a subordinate. But now, in just one encounter, Dabura had already been defeated. How could he still be called the Demon King? Babidi was very disappointed in Dabura now. Majin Buu was the ideal subordinate. Babidi missed Majin Buu even more now. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. It will just be a moment, Kakarot said, raising his palm towards Babidi, ready to send him off. Chapter 196. Crushing. Just as Kakarot finished his move and started to glow, Babidi was chanting his spells, and his whole person suddenly disappeared from Kakarot's sight. Oh, the little guy runs pretty fast, Kakarot praised. He didn't expect this little guy Babidi to have such a trick up his sleeve. People really shouldn't be judged by their appearance. Cough, cough. Dabura, who had been sent flying by Kakarot, finally crawled out from under the rubble. He only remembered that he wanted to teach that white-haired guy a lesson, but unexpectedly, he had been the one to be taught a lesson. If you hadn't come out, I might have forgotten about you. Kid, I wasn't serious earlier, which is why you were able to sneak attack me. Now, I will make you pay. Dabura would never admit that he lost due to being outmatched. Yes, you're right. Kakarot didn't argue. He was used to convincing others with physical means, and Dabura was the kind of person who needed that. Damn it. Kakarot's tone was like needles, piercing Dabura's pride. Dabura had never encountered someone as annoying as Kakarot. It was truly a sight to behold. Dabura was now completely enraged by Kakarot. As a demon king, Dabura had always been the one mocking others. Now that he was being mocked, he couldn't swallow this anger. The only way to vent this anger was to eliminate Kakarot. Dabura flashed and appeared in front of Kakarot. A punch struck out like lightning, making it impossible to defend against. He truly was a man with the demeanor of a demon king. However, Kakarot was not an ordinary person. He easily dodged this punch and even commented, "Your speed is quite fast. Just don't know if your strength is enough." Seeing that Kakarot still had the energy to make sarcastic remarks, Dabura couldn't help but curse inwardly. If you want to test my strength, then don't dodge. Just stand there and let me hit you. If Kakarot heard Dabura's words, he would definitely scold him vehemently. I'm not a masochist, using my body to test your punches. Dabura's speed of attack was getting faster, but Kakarot still perfectly dodged every strike, their positions constantly changing. Aren't you all going to help Kakarot? He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. The Kaioshin said with a foolishly clear look in his eyes. It's not his fault, after all. The Supreme Kai is not responsible for fighting. He usually just reads books and enjoys afternoon tea. This time, he was forced to step in to resolve such an incident because there was no Supreme Kai available. Moreover, he had heard about the strength of the Demon King Dabura. Even he himself was no match for Dabura. We just need to be spectators, Supreme Kai. Besides, I want to see how much progress Kakarot has made over the years. Sun Wukong said to the Supreme Kai while watching the battle between Kakarot and Dabura. From the current situation, it seems that Kakarot's strength should be above Dabura's, but by how much remains unknown. The Supreme Kai looked at everyone and found that they all appeared relaxed and unconcerned. He decided to go along with them. What the Supreme Kai didn't know was that their lack of tension was entirely due to Sun Wukong's presence. Even if Kakarot ultimately couldn't defeat Dabura, with Sun Wukong around, they felt reassured. Vegeta, on the other hand, believed that his own strength was enough to defeat Dabura, so he didn't worry at all. In Vegeta's mind, only Sun Wukong was his rival. Everyone else was beneath him. Thus, Vegeta crossed his arms and watched as Kakarot toyed with Dabura. "Come on, you're almost there." Kakarot kept encouraging Dabura. Kakarot always managed to dodge at the last moment, giving Dabura the illusion that he could easily defeat this annoying opponent with just a bit more effort. Back on the spaceship, Babidi watched the battle between Dabura and Kakarot. In Babidi's view, Dabura was completely overpowering Kakarot, who had no chance to fight back at all. Hit harder. Babidi absorbed the energy released from the battle between Dabura and Kakarot, using it to help unseal Majin Buu. Just wait a moment. Majin Buu, you'll be out soon. In Babidi's eyes, only Majin Buu was truly powerful. As long as Majin Buu was around, these weaklings would no longer be a threat to him. Kakarot had genuinely made Babidi feel the threat of death. He vowed that as soon as Majin Buu emerged, he would send Kakarot to his demise to relieve his own resentment. If it weren't for his strong magic, Kakarot might have already gained the upper hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakarot and Dabura moved at an incredible speed, and fortunately, the spectators were not ordinary fighters. "Kakarot, if you keep playing around like this, I'll have to go back to the afterlife." At this moment, Sun Wukong spoke up. He only had one day, and he couldn't waste it just being a spectator. Sun Wukong watched Kakarot and Dabura fight, feeling an itch to join in. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kakarot realized, that's right, Sun Wukong only has 24 hours. If he used too much power, the time would shorten. As this thought crossed Kakarot's mind, he became serious. Bang! This time, Kakarot did not dodge, but directly caught Dabura's punch. "I can't play with you anymore, Demon King." Huh? Before Dabura could react to Kakarot catching his punch, Kakarot kicked him in the abdomen, making Dabura feel like he was about to vomit his last meal. Wow! Since Kakarot had grabbed Dabura's hand, he could not fly away after being kicked. He only covered his stomach with his other hand. Kakarot released Dabura's hand, and Dabura fell straight to the ground. Seeing Dabura kneeling with both hands covering his abdomen showed just how powerful Kakarot's kick was, leaving a Demon King completely defenseless. Kakarot landed in front of Dabura and said, "I haven't even used my full strength, and you can't handle it." "You." Dabura raised his head and pointed at Kakarot, unable to speak. If not for the pain, he would have certainly greeted Kakarot's family in a friendly manner. "Don't be so excited. The real show is just beginning." Kakarot grabbed Dabura's finger pointing at him, spun around a few times, and then flung Dabura away. Chapter 197, Blown Away. Dabura barely had time to scream before he was sent flying. Kakarot quickly appeared above Dabura, fists clenched, and struck him down. With a loud crash, Dabura slammed into the ground. Kakarot slowly descended from the sky, and just as Dabura stood up, it was clear how battered he was. His clothes hung on him like rags, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. "Not bad. You can still stand. I look at you with new eyes," Kakarot said, surprised that Dabura was still trying to fight back. He had thought Dabura would give up, but he underestimated Babidi's spell. As long as Dabura had breath left, he would not abandon the order to kill Kakarot. Dabura wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at Kakarot as if he wanted to remember every detail about him. "You're tough." The Supreme Kai was astonished that Kakarot had so easily defeated the Demon King Dabura. This was something the Supreme Kai had never dared to imagine. Dabura's reputation was simply too great, giving the impression that he was unbeatable. Jebbit was also stunned by Kakarot's performance. Although he had been knocked out by Kakarot's kick at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he didn't think Kakarot was particularly strong, since neither he nor the Supreme Kai were fighters and couldn't gauge Kakarot's true strength. But now, Dabura gave both the Supreme Kai and Jebbit the illusion that they could also take him on. What kind of race are the Saiyans, after all? Jebbit wondered to himself. Kakarot gestured for Dabura to attack, but Dabura was in no position to fight back. If he could, he would have already fled. "You're forcing my hand," Dabura shouted, and a large amount of black energy began to emanate from him. Indeed, Dabura's energy was black, reflecting his dark nature as a Demon King. Dabura raised his hands, causing the ground to tremble. Fortunately, the Earth fighters could all fly, making it easy for them. Dabura used forbidden techniques to double his power, aiming to kill Kakarot with this increase. After a loud shout, Dabura launched himself at Kakarot like an arrow shot from a bow. Just as Dabura's mouth began to curl into a smile, he was shocked to find himself flying back at an even greater speed than he had charged at Kakarot. His face began to swell involuntarily. Boom! Dabura crashed into a mountain. So brutal. This was the consensus among the spectators regarding Kakarot. Kakarot had delivered a fatal blow to Dabura at the peak of his confidence. Kakarot raised his right hand, releasing a Kamehameha wave. With a loud explosion, the area where Dabura stood was obliterated, and Dabura's body was sent flying, landing in front of Kakarot, completely unconscious. The fall of a mighty demon king like this left everyone feeling a sense of disbelief. Chapter 198. Rival son Wukong. The warm-up is over. Come on, Wukong. It's our turn now. Karoti turned to son Wukong and said. During the battle with Dabura, Karoti increasingly felt the exclusion from this world. His time here was running out. That is perfect. I've been waiting for you for a long time, too. Son Wukong walked towards Karoti, standing face to face with him. Damn it. I should be the one facing you. My opponent can only be you. Vegeta watched son Wukong and Karoti, his heart roaring. Through Karoti's previous battle with Dabura, Vegeta understood he was no match for Karoti. Although Karoti had been increasing his energy every time he hit Dabura, Vegeta, with his keen perception, still caught on to it. His pride as a Saiyan prince was severely struck. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Vegeta's mind. Babiti's minions had their power greatly increased after receiving a cursed seal. What if I also get one? This thought took root in Vegeta's mind, and he couldn't shake it off. Boom! Karoti and son Wukong simultaneously erupted with energy. A wave of energy spread outward from the two of them. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back, shielding their eyes from the flying dust and debris. This commotion also interrupted Vegeta's contemplation. Wow! King Kai and Jebbit, the two gods, were baffled by this sudden display. Didn't we come to deal with Babidi? Why are our own people starting to fight each other? However, they were still shocked by the power of Karoti and son Wukong. Son Wukong transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2, enveloped in a yellow aura. Although Karoti couldn't transform into Super Saiyan, his energy was no less than son Wukong's, making them evenly matched. The two energies clashed, even scattering the clouds in the sky. The sky was clear. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wukong, Karoti said to son Wukong. Years ago, son Wukong faced death to protect Earth, but for Karoti, he lost a rival. Now that son Wukong had returned from the underworld, Karoti wouldn't miss this opportunity. Ever since Karoti mastered the power of space, he felt the pressure of exclusion here growing stronger. Karoti's time was limited. I also want to fight you. I didn't have the chance before, and now it's perfect. Son Wukong shared the same thought of wanting to finish this fight with Karoti. Ever since witnessing Karoti's power, son Wukong had a thought in his mind, which was to battle Karoti. He knew this fight would be spectacular, so he had been training hard in the underworld. Here we go. Yes, this was like the horn of battle. After speaking, the two instantly clashed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their techniques colliding echoed continuously. The ground couldn't withstand their power and began to tremble, small stones bouncing around. There were no test runs or holding back. Both faced each other in their strongest states. Crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground. Once there was a beginning, more followed. Gohan and Krillin immediately distanced themselves from the scene. They stepped out of the combat range of the two. King Kai even ordered Jebbit to pull Dabura out of the battle range. After all, this was a great achievement, capturing a demon king alive. Everyone was completely captivated by the battle between Karoti and son Wukong, not noticing that Vegeta had quietly left. He was going to find Babidi to discuss his life ideals. Son Wukong threw a punch at Karoti's face. Karoti tilted his head to dodge, but son Wukong wanted Karoti to react this way. His other hand instantly struck Karoti's face. Bang! The force of the punch made Karoti stagger in midair. I rely on my looks to make a living. Karoti roared, as if gaining some kind of boost. He instantly teleported in front of son Wukong and retaliated with a punch. Son Wukong was also not spared, and the two resumed their fierce exchange. Kamehameha. After blasting Karoti away with a surge of energy, son Wukong immediately unleashed the Kamehameha. The blue energy wave flew out from son Wukong's palm. Karoti wouldn't be foolish enough to clash with a Kamehameha. He dodged son Wukong's attack with a quick move. However, the truth was that son Wukong's Kamehameha turned around behind Karoti and flew back, heading straight for Karoti's back, like a precise radar. Oh no! Karoti sensed that son Wukong's Kamehameha had a built-in navigation system. Karoti didn't want to use his fragile body to take on son Wukong's wave. Karoti ran through the air with son Wukong Kamehameha, chasing behind him. He fled while it pursued him. He was like a bird trying to escape. Just as the Kamehameha was about to hit Karoti, he teleported in front of Sun Wukong. Karoti smiled at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha passed right through Karoti's body. What? Sun Wukong's mind went blank. He never expected Karoti would dodge his Kamehameha in such a manner. The Kamehameha struck Sun Wukong directly. Sun Wukong was shocked by Karoti's technique, which caused him to lose focus, and he didn't have time to cancel the Kamehameha. This was the first time a Kamehameha user was hit by their own attack. Bang! Although Sun Wukong canceled the Kamehameha, he was still knocked down by it, his whole body crashing hard to the ground. Karoti's unexpected move was effective. It would be difficult to achieve the same result next time. Cough cough. Sun Wukong was choked by the dust in the air. Karoti, what was that technique just now? Sun Wukong asked Karoti. He truly couldn't comprehend how Karoti did that. He saw Karoti, but at that moment, he completely couldn't sense Karoti's energy. How could this not intrigue Sun Wukong? It's a technique that hides your body in a different time and space, allowing you to dodge all attacks. Karoti didn't hide this from Sun Wukong. Impressive. Sun Wukong gave Karoti a thumbs up. So, is there still a need for us to continue fighting? Sun Wukong asked, since if no one could hit him, what was the point of competing? I want to use that technique again. Karoti promised. After all, he wanted to have a fair match with Sun Wukong. Chapter 199. Super Saiyan 3 Karoti and Sun Wukong clashed again. The sound of air being torn echoed, showcasing the intensity of their battle. Karoti no longer suppressed his energy. An incredibly powerful aura even forced Sun Wukong back. How is this possible? Gohan looked at Karoti in shock. Because Karoti's energy had surpassed Super Saiyan 2. As someone who could currently transform into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan felt the difference most acutely, while Krillin and the others only felt that Karoti was exceptionally strong. What kind of race are the Saiyans? King Kai and Jebet both had this question in their minds. This level of power had surpassed that of the gods. Karoti continued to raise his energy, causing the whole earth to tremble. This is Karoti's energy. What is happening? Tianjin Han and Kaiotsu looked towards Karoti's direction. Since Tianjin Han had fought alongside Karoti, he recognized the energy. Such a powerful aura. Trunks and Goten simultaneously sensed an unparalleled energy. It was more powerful than they could have imagined. Is it the end of the world? Who will save me? The shaking of the earth made people afraid. What is happening? Bulma spoke up. For her, who had gone on several adventures with Goku, this was completely unusual. It was a sudden eruption of an incredibly powerful energy that caused the earth to shake. Chi-Chi pointed in the direction where Kakarot and the others were. After all, Chi-Chi had learned the turtle school techniques, and she could sense energy as well. Do you know who it is? Bulma asked, hoping that this person was a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, her friends would have to fight again. It's Kakarot, Master Roshi said solemnly. You have to admit that when Master Roshi gets serious, he gives a sense of reliability. Master Roshi also sensed that Kakarot was actually facing Goku. What exactly was happening over there? Why were Kakarot and Goku fighting? A series of questions lingered in Master Roshi's mind, and he couldn't share his fears with the two women beside him. Sorry for taking a bit of time, Kakarot said apologetically to Goku. Kakarot had now surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Although he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, his energy level had exceeded it. Since you're not coming over, I'll come to you. With that, Kakarot instantly appeared in front of Goku and threw a punch. Goku's eyes could keep up with Kakarot's speed, but his body couldn't react in time before Kakarot's fist hit him. Bang, bang, bang. These were the sounds produced by Kakarot's attacks on Goku. Goku, do you know? Today is the happiest day for me since I came to this place, Kakarot said while hitting Goku. Don't say it's because you're hitting me. Goku replied while taking the hits. Correct. Now here's your reward. With that, Kakarot punched Goku on the chin, and Goku fell hard to the ground. A large pit formed instantly. Kakarot slowly descended in front of the pit, not believing that Goku would lose his fighting power just like that. Sure enough, with a bang, Goku flew up from the bottom of the pit. However, he had transformed from Super Saiyan 2 back to a regular Saiyan. Ouch. Kakarot, you don't know how to hold back a little? Goku said, holding his chin. Goku had thought Kakarot would be strong, but Kakarot's strength exceeded his imagination. Because you're my opponent, I won't hold back. I believe you can take it, Kakarot said earnestly to Goku. Ultimately, Kakarot just wanted to give Goku a good beating. Goku felt speechless at Kakarot's words. This was clearly a double standard. You should show your strength too, Goku. Otherwise, this won't be fun, Kakarot said, staring straight at Goku, wanting him to transform into Super Saiyan 3 to fight him. What? This isn't Goku's true strength? Krillin couldn't help but say after hearing Kakarot's words. It should be true, Goten said, drawing the attention of those around him, who were eager for his explanation. Dad's breathing hasn't changed at all. It's still so calm, just like he hasn't exerted his full power. Goten was right. As a godfather, Piccolo also said. He had been closely watching the battle between Kakarot and Goku, and with his superior intellect, he analyzed that Goku was very likely not using his full power. This isn't even full power, King Kai exclaimed. Today's shock was indeed significant for him. First, Dobra's appearance had made King Kai feel threatened, but Kakarot had easily dealt with him. And now there was a duel between the two. It was truly eye-opening. Huh. Suddenly, all eyes except Kakarot's were drawn to Goku. Goku bent over, fists clenched at his waist. Goku began to release the energy within him. The earth started shaking again. Who would have thought that, as the earth itself, I would have this day? Once isn't enough. You want to come again? The clouds above were blown away by Goku's energy. Is this still Goku? Krillin watched as Goku's hair slowly grew longer. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This scene was truly shocking. This is Goku's energy, Chi-Chi said in astonishment. This scene was exactly the same as earlier. The end of the world is really coming. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. My life is still incomplete. As an ordinary earthling, I can only pray now. What on earth is happening? Bulma was very angry about not knowing the root of the matter. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. What is going on with Goku? Aren't you and Kakarot friends? Master Roshi murmured, looking in that direction. This is Goku's energy. What on earth happened? Tien Shinhan said as he gazed towards Goku's direction. Moreover, this energy could even be sensed from afar. Goku, just how strong are you now? This was the only question Tien Shinhan had at the moment. Kakarot looked at the now golden-haired Goku. Especially that long hair made Kakarot feel it was quite stylish. I'm still not used to looking like this. The words were filled with a sense of superiority. He could transform into Super Saiyan 3 and was flaunting it in front of me, who can't transform into a Super Saiyan. How infuriating. Chapter 200. King Kai's Planet. This is Goku's energy. Vegeta's expression twisted when he sensed Goku's powerful energy. Why can a low-class warrior like Goku become so strong? Every time Vegeta thought he had surpassed Goku, reality slapped him in the face. This made the proud Vegeta completely unable to accept. He regarded Goku as his rival, but he didn't want to fall too far behind Goku. Damn Babidi, where are you? Babidi was now the only way for Vegeta to gain power. After today, Goku would return to the afterlife, and Vegeta would no longer be able to fight him. Vegeta opened his senses to search for Babidi's energy, not expecting the space of this spaceship to be so vast. It was worth my wait for you for so long. Goku, Kakarot said after seeing Goku finish transforming. The overwhelming energy from Goku's body was exactly the opponent Kakarot had been waiting for. Boom! Goku and Kakarot clashed directly. The two fists collided, creating shockwaves that made the ground tremble uncontrollably and rocks crack. A whole area couldn't withstand their power and turned into a massive pit. Is this something a human can do? Krillin was completely terrified by the destruction caused by the clash between Kakarot and Goku. Compared to this, so was like a small fry. As Kakarot and Goku continued to fight, the situation became even more severe. The Earth's ecosystem began to spiral into chaos. Volcanoes erupted without warning, tsunamis occurred in coastal areas, and earthquakes struck inland. All of this was a chain reaction caused by the Earth being unable to withstand the power of Kakarot and Goku. If their battle lasted too long, the Earth would be blown apart by their powers. Stop fighting. You two stop fighting. Piccolo shouted loudly. As the former god of Earth, Piccolo was very aware of the series of disasters that had occurred on Earth, and the instigators were right in front of him. These two individuals. Piccolo had to stop them from continuing to fight. Otherwise, all life on Earth would perish because of their battle. He never anticipated that Kakarot and Goku would possess such immense power. He never expected that these two Saiyans could reach this level, comparable even to Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai, watching the battle between Kakarot and Goku, couldn't help but exclaim. As the only god who had witnessed Majin Buu, he had the most authority to speak on the matter. With him around, Majin Buu was no longer a problem. The Supreme Kai thought to himself with satisfaction, Uncle e Piccolo. What should we do now? Gohan looked at Piccolo, wanting to stop Kakarot and his father from fighting, but he couldn't keep up with their speed. Now, Gohan couldn't even intervene in the battle between Kakarot and Goku. The sky above Earth had begun to change color. It was no longer blue, but shrouded in dark clouds. And the daylight gradually faded. Thunder and lightning occurred intermittently. Boom, boom, boom. Kakarot, and Goku each had their own opponents in their eyes, completely unaware of the changes happening on Earth. All they wanted now was a thrilling battle. At this moment, the Supreme Kai stepped forward. Although he didn't have a way to end the battle, he could change the location of their fight. Don't worry, I'll move them to the Supreme Kai's planet. That place is a sacred ground and can fully withstand their powers, the Supreme Kai said to Piccolo and the others. What? Lord Supreme Kai, that's a sacred place. How can mere humans go there? Jebbit said to the Supreme Kai, hoping to dissuade him from such thoughts. Jebbit, I am the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai replied, his tone growing heavier. I'm sorry, Lord Supreme Kai, I shouldn't question your decision. Jebbit bowed to the Supreme Kai. As a subordinate of the gods, Jebbit would naturally not go against the will of the Supreme Kai. He would only offer advice, and if the god did not accept it, there was nothing he could do. Do you all want to go too? The Supreme Kai turned to Piccolo and the others and asked. Of course. It would be a huge loss not to see such an exciting battle. Krillin expressed his thoughts. The others nodded in agreement. All right, don't refuse my power. It will take us to the Supreme Kai's planet. Everyone nodded to indicate their understanding. The Supreme Kai then began to channel his power, enveloping Kakarot and Goku, conveying his thoughts to them. Suddenly, Kakarot and Goku disappeared, followed by Gohan and the others. What? What's going on? Vegeta could no longer sense Goku's energy. Could it be that they were both dead? No, that's impossible. Vegeta quickly dismissed that thought. Moreover, it wasn't just Goku and Kakarot's energy that had disappeared. Gohan and the others' energies were gone as well. It was impossible for them all to die in an instant. There must be something I don't understand. Vegeta couldn't think about that now. His only thought was to find Babidi. After all the effort, Vegeta finally sensed Babidi's energy at the bottom of the spaceship. He quickly flew toward Babidi's direction. How is this possible? Master Roshi's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he could no longer sense Kakarot and Goku's energy. The disappearance of energy meant death. What on earth had happened? Was Kakarot already dead? The key was that Goku had already died once. If he died again, it would mean his soul would be obliterated. Seeing Master Roshi's expression, Bulma quickly asked, Old man, what happened? Don't scare me. Seeing Master Roshi's expression, Bulma knew something big had happened. She rarely saw Master Roshi like this. Every time he appeared like this, it meant a friend's death. It's Goku's energy that has vanished. Master Roshi reluctantly revealed what he sensed. This. Hearing Master Roshi say this, Chi-Chi fainted immediately because she knew that Goku had already died once. If he died again, there would be no soul left. How could this happen? Bulma was also filled with sadness. She had a very close relationship with Goku, and now he had died again. How could Bulma not be heartbroken and upset? I need to find the Dragon Balls, Bulma said decisively. She wanted to use the Dragon Balls to bring Goku back to life. That was the only thing she could do for him now. Chapter 201. Vegeta's decision. I want to go too. Chi-Chi, regaining consciousness, quickly said. But Goku is already dead. How can he be revived? Master Roshi, quick-witted, replied. Goku just took a day off to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Didn't he come back from the underworld? Master Roshi's words brought the two women back to reality. However, they still needed to find the Dragon Balls. Aside from Goku's energy, I couldn't sense anyone else's energy disappearing in an instant. Master Roshi said heavily, Only by finding the Dragon Balls and summoning Shenron can we confirm whether they are still alive. Even if the worst result occurs, Shenron can bring them back to life. Okay, then let's set off now. I have a Dragon Ball radar on my plane. Since they decided to set off in search of the Dragon Balls, Bulma quickly took charge, truly living up to her reputation as a strong woman. With Master Roshi and Yamcha as bodyguards, their journey's safety was ensured. Bang! Vegeta kicked Babidi away. You made me look for you. Cough, cough. How dare you treat me like this, do you know? Before Babidi could finish his words, Vegeta's foot had already stepped on Babidi's face, gradually applying more pressure. Speak. Keep talking. Let's see if you finish your sentence first or if I crush your head first. Vegeta's words made Babidi shut up instantly. After all, no one wanted to die. Seeing Babidi quiet down, Vegeta continued, That's right. This is how it should be. Now you listen to me, understand? Understood, Babidi said with difficulty. As his face was being stepped on, it was already a miracle he could speak. Give me that spell that can increase strength. Vegeta revealed his true intention. This was the reason he came to find Babidi. He could only use this method to narrow the gap between him and Goku. If it weren't for Goku only having a day, Vegeta wouldn't have taken this shortcut. Babidi had long since cursed Vegeta in his heart. If you wanted this, you should have said it earlier. You come in here and start beating me up. Is this how you treat someone you're asking for a favor? If Babidi had known that Vegeta wanted this, he would have been very willing to oblige. After all, once someone was hit by Babidi's spell, they would be utterly loyal to him. The example of the Demon King Daburo was a good one. Could you please lift your foot? Only then can I cast the spell. Babidi had already put Vegeta on his kill list. He wanted to make Vegeta suffer for stepping on the great sorcerer Babidi. Vegeta finally lifted his foot. He wasn't afraid of any tricks Babidi might pull. After all, his strength was there. Dealing with a powerless sorcerer was as easy as pie. Then Babidi began to chant a spell, and Vegeta felt the power within his body growing in an incredible way. It was the first time Vegeta visibly felt an enhancement. A mark appeared on Vegeta's forehead, a symbol representing Babidi. Haha! Upon seeing the mark on Vegeta's forehead, Babidi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Babidi believed that Vegeta was completely under his control. He never expected that one day someone would actively ask to be beaten down. Having enjoyed Babidi's mark, Vegeta would have to pay the price of freedom to be manipulated by Babidi. Slap yourself, Babidi commanded Vegeta. Vegeta's previous actions had enraged Babidi, and he wanted Vegeta to pay the price. Vegeta's hand slowly lifted, and just as it was about to slap his own face, it stopped. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and do it, Babidi urged again. Vegeta slowly walked up to Babidi, and in Babidi's shocked expression, he slapped Babidi away. Vegeta then swiftly grabbed Babidi by the neck and said, I was going to cooperate with your performance since you looked so excited, but why give an order that can't be followed? Babidi's face turned red from being choked, half from anger at Vegeta. Babidi couldn't understand where his spell had gone wrong. Clearly, the spell had ended, and the mark had appeared on Vegeta's forehead, so he should be able to control Vegeta's life and death completely. Don't you get it? Your spell, to put it simply, only controls those with weak willpower. And my determination to fight against someone is something no one can obstruct. If Majin Buu were here, you wouldn't be talking so boldly. Babidi hated that he couldn't unseal Majin Buu. This guy in front of him had ruined his grand plans. Before dying, Babidi glared at Vegeta fiercely, as if to engrave his face deeply in his mind, so that he would never forget it in his next life. Majin Buu, huh? Hearing that name, Vegeta threw Babidi away forcefully. He wanted to see for himself if Majin Buu was as formidable as rumored. Is Majin Buu really that strong? Vegeta asked. The Kaioshin said that Majin Buu was very strong, but the Kaioshin himself was weak. Could it be that he was just comparing his own strength to Majin Buu's? And now Babidi said the same. This piqued Vegeta's interest. He wanted to see just how strong the legendary Majin Buu really was. Could he be stronger than Super Saiyan 2? This was the only thought in Vegeta's mind now, considering it a warm-up before fighting Goku. Of course, Majin Buu is the strongest. Seeing Vegeta questioning Majin Buu's strength, Babidi immediately defended him. Although Babidi himself couldn't defeat Vegeta, he was sure that Majin Buu could. Babidi had unparalleled confidence in Majin Buu, a confidence that came from his father, the great sorcerer who created Majin Buu. Then I want to see for myself. Vegeta's arrogance flared up again. A Saiyan with enhanced power was inevitably arrogant, as if it were a common ailment. Really? Babidi looked at Vegeta with an incredulous expression. He never expected Vegeta to have such thoughts. What I need to do to see Majin Buu? You just need to pour your power, what you call ki, into him. Babidi quickly explained the method, as if afraid Vegeta would change his mind. Chapter 202. Majin Buu hearing Babidi's words, Vegeta looked at the seal of Majin Buu, and without hesitation, placed his hand on it, directly pouring his ki into it. That's right, he poured it in. Vegeta's power had already reached the limit of Super Saiyan 2, so the amount of ki was enormous. Vegeta would never have thought that his actions would ultimately lead to his demise. With a crack, the seal of Majin Buu was broken by Vegeta. A large amount of purple smoke emerged, but Majin Buu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Where's the Majin Buu you mentioned? Vegeta questioned Babidi while looking at the empty seal. Babidi was also dumbfounded. He had worked hard to open the seal just to get a powerful subordinate. But all he got was a puff of purple smoke, not even Majin Buu's body to be found. Neither of them realized that the purple smoke they just saw was actually Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Goku on King Kai's planet was unaware of Vegeta's reckless actions. The battle between Goku and Kakarot was too captivating. Their fight, which was somewhat destructive, could only be sustained in a place like King Kai's planet, enhanced by divine power. Boom! Boom! Kakarot and Goku engaged in a brutal fist fight, causing the mountains and hills of King Kai's planet to suffer. Everything in their path was destroyed, leaving no good ground behind. Kakarot's palm faced Goku, and energy blasts continuously shot from Kakaroto's hand. Each energy wave flew towards Goku. However, Goku's incredible speed and terrifying reflexes rendered Kakaroto's attacks ineffective. But the mountains and ground suffered greatly. They had been fine there, never expecting to experience such damage. A small hill was struck by one of Kakaroto's energy waves, with a sword stuck on top of it. With a boom, the sword was blown away. The sword didn't wait for someone to come and pull it out. Instead, it met a rough energy wave. King Kai's sword. Seeing his King Kai's sword being destroyed by Kakaroto and Goku, King Kai felt it was a mistake to let Kakaroto and Goku fight on King Kai's planet. However, when King Kai and Jebit approached the King Kai's sword, the situation became a bit awkward, as neither of them had the strength to lift it. Lord King Kai, what kind of sword is this? It looks quite nice, Gohan said. As everyone knows, Gohan's taste is quite unique. This is the King Kai's sword. It is said that whoever can pull it out will gain immense power. That sounds like a story from a book. After hearing King Kai's words, Krillin couldn't help but reference a trope from Earth, making King Kai blush a little. Let me give it a try. Maybe I'm the one the divine sword is waiting for. After saying that, Krillin attempted to pick up the fallen King Kai sword, but even after exerting all his strength, his face turned red, and the sword remained firmly on the ground. It's so heavy, Krillin exclaimed, thinking to himself how impressive King Kai's planet was, as even a random item was a treasure. Gohan, why don't you give it a try? Krillin invited Gohan, as he was the strongest present, except for the two fighting maniacs. Gohan stepped in front of the King Kai's sword, trying to lift it. At that moment, the sword remained as steady as a mountain. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating yellow light. He firmly grasped the hilt, and the sword was lifted by Gohan. Even the Kaioshin sword. Jebit looked at Gohan as he raised the Kaioshin sword. His shock was beyond words. This is the Kaioshin sword. Throughout history, every Kaioshin wanted to draw this sword, but none succeeded. The battle between Kakaroto and Goku had reached a fever pitch, as Kakaroto and Goku's fists collided. Boom! The ground beneath them sank dramatically. When their fists struck each other, the brilliance emitted made it hard to keep one's eyes open. Not bad. Goku, you truly are my rival, Kakaroto said to Goku. Goku was actually becoming stronger in the fight against Kakaroto. Truly, heaven feeds you well. At this moment, Kakaroto even felt a bit envious of Goku. You're quite impressive too, Kakaroto. Goku felt the power surging within Kakaroto. Not to be underestimated, coming to the living world this time was truly worthwhile. It's great to have a worthy opponent. Vegeta and Babidi stepped out from the spaceship. Vegeta had an indifferent expression, while Babidi looked utterly frustrated. How could such a large Majin Buu just disappear like that? It was hard to believe. Suddenly, Vegeta in front stopped, causing Babidi, who was behind him, to bump into Vegeta's thigh. Why did you stop suddenly? Huh? Babidi looked under Vegeta's legs and saw a chubby Majin Buu. Buu, Babidi called out. It's me, Lord Babidi. Majin Buu responded. Hearing that voice was like hearing heavenly music to Babidi. What a twist of fate. Babidi rushed towards Majin Buu. Buu, kill him. Standing next to Majin Buu, Babidi pointed at Vegeta and said. With Majin Buu beside him, Babidi felt a sense of security. He believed that as long as Majin Buu was there, he was invincible, and the humiliation that Vegeta imposed on him, Babidi wanted to repay it in full. Only with Vegeta's death could Babidi's anger dissipate. Yes, Lord Babidi, Majin Buu said with a smile. In Majin Buu's eyes, Vegeta was utterly insignificant. Majin Buu stomped hard on the ground and shot towards Vegeta, his plump body not weighing him down at all. You underestimate me too much, Vegeta shouted. Majin Buu didn't take him seriously at all. Vegeta wanted Majin Buu to pay the price for underestimating him. Chapter 203. Kakaroto takes a beating seeing Majin Buu getting closer. Vegeta threw a punch, but his fist went straight into Majin Buu's body without causing any damage. Majin Buu's large face broke into a wicked grin as his body collided with Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta was sent flying back. Whoosh! Vegeta slid a considerable distance on the ground. It was the first time Vegeta had seen such a nimble fat guy. Clenching his fists, Vegeta charged at Majin Buu. He wanted to quickly defeat this guy and go find Goku. After all, Goku only had one day. But things were developing completely contrary to Vegeta's expectations. All of Vegeta's attacks were completely blocked by Majin Buu, who was slowly getting used to Vegeta's fighting style, countering more smoothly. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their battle were deafening, indicating how intense it was. However, Vegeta was increasingly unable to withstand Majin Buu's attacks. his defenses became more frequent, which began to frustrate Vegeta. If one were to say this was also Vegeta's own fault, it was because he had helped Majin Buu break the seal, which had already cost him a significant amount of energy. After coming out, he had no rest and immediately fought Majin Buu, essentially running on empty. Meanwhile, Majin Buu had rested for a long time, and now that he was warmed up, his strength had naturally returned. Moreover, Majin Buu's power was not weaker than a fully powered Vegeta. In fact, it was stronger. Bang! Majin Buu's fist accurately struck Vegeta's face. Vegeta's head tilted, his body staggered, and Majin Buu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, unleashing a flurry of quick punches on Vegeta. Good, very good, Buu. Babidi cheered for Majin Buu from the sidelines. Babidi had always harbored resentment towards Vegeta for what he had done, and now with Majin Buu as his ally, Babidi felt emboldened. Buu, make sure to torment him well. Don't let him die that easily. Majin Buu did not refute Babidi's words, because he knew Babidi had the power to seal him again. What Majin Buu needed to do was wait for Babidi to let his guard down. Cough, cough. Vegeta stood up from the ground, looking at Majin Buu approaching him. Vegeta finally regarded Majin Buu as a serious opponent. They had been fighting for so long, and Majin Buu showed no signs of fatigue, while Vegeta was already breathing heavily. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was pondering a counter-strategy, Trunks and Goten arrived on the battlefield. Trunks saw Vegeta's condition and turned to look at Majin Buu, angrily asking, "Did you do this to my dad?" "Yes. He was playing fighting with me," Majin Buu replied, bouncing around. "Do you want to play too?" He then asked Trunks, as Majin Buu wanted more people to join in the fun. After being locked up for so long, he was curious about everything now and wanted someone to play with him. Goten, let us attack together." Trunks called for Goten to join him in dealing with the chubby foe before them. After all, Trunks felt he might not be able to handle this guy alone. Didn't he see Vegeta was injured? Trunks wasn't foolish. He knew to seek help. Goten gave Trunks an affirmative response simply because Trunks was his friend. Before Vegeta could stop them, Trunks and Goten had already charged towards Majin Buu from both sides. Don't underestimate them. Despite their young age, they were still Super Saiyans. Both transformed, their fists rapidly struck towards Majin Buu. Unfortunately, all their attacks were evaded by Majin Buu. The two kids didn't know what giving up meant. They only saw Majin Buu struggling to keep up with their attacks, without any opportunity to counter. "Buu, stop playing around. Hurry up and take care of those two," Babidi said, somewhat angrily, as Majin Buu was taking too long to deal with the two suddenly appeared kids. Hearing Babidi's commanding tone, a flicker of disdain crossed Majin Buu's face, but no one noticed the change in his expression. One could say Majin Buu was a master of disguise. Majin Buu quickened his attack speed, and in Trunks' incredulous expression, he punched Trunks in the abdomen. Bang! Trunks was sent flying, crashing into a mound of dirt. "Trunks!" Goten shouted loudly, seeing Trunks in distress. However, Majin Buu wouldn't give him a chance and kicked Goten away as well. Good brothers should stick together. That was Majin Buu's mercy towards them. Boo boo boo. Majin Buu clapped his hands and made strange sounds to celebrate, his short legs jumping up and down. On the King Kai Star, the battle between Karo and Sun Wukong continues. Both are going all out, not holding back at all. This is a sign of respect for their opponent and a way to test their own strength, as finding a rival of equal caliber is not easy. "How exciting. I didn't realize Wukong had become so powerful," Krillin remarked, remembering the time when he trained under Master Roshi alongside Wukong. Krillin recalled that their strengths were quite similar back then, and he often bullied Sun Wukong. "Yes, he's like a monster with no limits," Piccolo echoed. He used to be Wukong's archenemy. They met and became friends through their battles. This is something Piccolo never expected. After all, he was born to kill Sun Wukong. He never anticipated things would turn out this way. It could be said that Wukong's personal charm is simply too strong. However, he is also a person who gives hope, Piccolo said, looking at Wukong battling Karo in the air. Indeed, if there's anyone who has the most say in this, it would be Krillin, as his bond with Wukong is the deepest. They grew up and trained together, and Krillin is also the one who cares the most about Wukong. Sun Wukong erupts with energy, bathing in a golden glow, and at this moment his speed and strength receive an all-around boost. Karo is in for it now. Sun Wukong's fists rain down on Karo like raindrops, and Karo cannot dodge at all. In the end, Sun Wukong delivers a heavy punch, sending Karo crashing into a fake mountain, which collapses and buries Karo inside. Chapter 204, Another King Kai. You're really ruthless, Wukong. You punch my face. How much do you hate it? You know I look just like you. Karo said as he emerged from the rubble, rubbing his sore face. Hearing Karo's words, Sun Wukong felt a bit embarrassed. But when it came to fighting, he held nothing back. It's just that it was so easy to hit. Besides, your face is such a big target. I couldn't help myself, Sun Wukong replied, causing Karo's inner hurt to spike instantly. Is he mocking my big face? Karo shook his head, dismissing that thought. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. After saying that, Karo began to unleash his energy. Now that his injuries were fully healed, he no longer needed to suppress his power and could fight with all his might. As Karo's energy gradually increased, the sacred land began to change dramatically. A fierce wind arose, and clouds thundered. The pressure from Karo's rising energy left Son Gohan and the others struggling to breathe. As if they were drowning, Son Gohan and the others retreated repeatedly until they were far enough away to feel relief from the pressure. Is this Karo's power? Even the King Kai looked shocked. Just now, Wukong's displayed strength had already shattered his understanding, and now Karo was clearly not weaker than Wukong. In fact, it seemed that Karo's power was even greater. No one at the scene could answer his question, as Karo had repeatedly broken their expectations. I'm coming, Wukong. With that, Karo stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. The two immediately engaged in battle, rising from the ground. Sun Wukong threw a punch, but Karo transformed his fist into a palm to catch Wukong's incoming punch. Pulling forward, Sun Wukong was unexpectedly yanked, and Karo's fist was already waiting for him. Wukong received a heavy blow to his abdomen, bending his body in midair. Karo would not let such a great opportunity slip by. After all, Wukong had just enjoyed beating him up. Karo believes in revenge that is not delayed. He seizes the moment. Wukong's bent body gave Karo an excellent chance. Karo struck upward with a powerful punch, hitting Wukong's chin. The attack left Wukong dazed, and he shot upward like a rocket. Karo instantly moved above Wukong, waiting for his arrival. Karo raised his foot in a kicking stance and delivered a powerful kick to Wukong's back. Boom! Wukong fell downward at an even faster speed. The ground shook with a tremor, revealing the strength of Karo's kick. Boom! Sun Wukong exploded with energy, blasting away the rubble covering him. He looked up at Karo in the sky, realizing that Karo's speed was clearly faster than his during their previous exchanges, which left Wukong unable to dodge Karo's attack. It seems he would have to use all his strength now. Sun Wukong began to remove his weighted clothing. His clothes and wristbands had been enhanced by King Kai's gravity training. Seeing Wukong's actions, Karo understood that Wukong was about to unleash his full power, which was exactly what Karo wanted to see. After all, a fully unleashed Sun Wukong is the opponent Karo desires to fight. Piccolo, this move of Wukong feels familiar. Krillin remarked as he recalled Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament against Tien Shinhan. Yes, Piccolo smirked. Back then, the main characters were himself and Sun Wukong. He never expected that while Wukong remained steadfast, he would be left as a spectator now. With his full power unleashed, Sun Wukong's strength soared, making their battle truly evenly matched. This was tough on King Kai's star, as the clash of their powers severely damaged the sacred land. What happened to the sacred land? A sudden voice came from behind the crowd. An elderly hunchback man approached, wearing clothes identical to the King Kai's. May I ask who you are? The King Kai asked, as it was the first time he had seen this old man after being on King Kai's star for so long. Oh, I am the King Kai from 15 generations ago. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the King Kai and Jebbit instantly knelt before him. Ancestor, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo looked bewildered. This suddenly appearing old man had such high seniority. Ancestor, why did you just return now? The King Kai asked. After all, he had been the only King Kai for many years, bearing immense pressure. Now that an ancestor had appeared, as the saying goes, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Hearing the King Kai's question, the old King Kai showed a look of disappointment. I was sealed within the King Kai sword, waiting for a descendant who could pull it out. What a pity. He glanced sideways at the King Kai. Upon hearing the old King Kai's words, the King Kai felt awkward. After all, he had never seen anyone capable of pulling the King Kai sword since he could remember. Ancestor, how did you come out today? The King Kai asked, which was something everyone wanted to know. It's all thanks to those two little guys. The old King Kai pointed at Karo and Sun Wukong, who were still fighting. If it weren't for Karo's Kamehameha destroying the peak where the King Kai sword was inserted, I wouldn't have been able to come out. If you all had waited any longer, I might not have come out at all. The old King Kai didn't forget to poke fun at the King Kai. You've suffered. Ancestor. The Kaioshin can only admit their mistakes honestly. After all, their seniority is there. What is going on between the two of them? This is a holy place. When did it become a duel arena? Why aren't the other Kaioshins coming to intervene? The old Kaioshin looked at the beautiful Kaioshin planet, now a scene of devastation, and felt pain in his heart. The Kaioshin quickly told the old Kaioshin about the events after his sealing. Now there are only the two of them left as Kaioshins. So that's how it is. The old Kaioshin did not expect so many things to happen after he was sealed. Subsequently, the old Kaioshin also joined the spectators, as he couldn't stop the battle between Kakarot and Son Goku anyway. Chapter 205. Vegeta's death. At this moment, Vegeta is being brutally beaten by Majin Buu. Majin Buu attacks Vegeta with punches and kicks, and Vegeta is unable to fight back, only passively taking the hits. Bam! Majin Buu sends Vegeta flying with a huge slap. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Trunks and Goten immediately rush over to check on Vegeta's injuries. I'm fine. Vegeta struggles to stand up. He did not expect Majin Buu's recovery ability to be so strong. He is unable to inflict any damage on him, and as a result, Vegeta's injuries are worsening. Originally, Vegeta was already severely injured, and encountering Majin Buu is just as bad luck. Buu, stop playing around and kill him already. Babidi orders Majin Buu from behind. Although Babidi is very happy to see Vegeta being tortured, the humiliation Vegeta inflicted on him can only be washed away with Vegeta's blood. I still want to play a bit longer. Majin Buu shows signs of resistance to Babidi's orders. Do you want to be sealed again? Babidi will not give Majin Buu a chance to refute. He needs Majin Buu to obey him absolutely. Okay, I'll do it right away. At this stage, Majin Buu still chooses to follow Babidi's words. Goten, promise me you'll take Trunks away later. Vegeta knows he can't escape, but he must ensure his children survive. Dad, what are you talking about? We should leave together. The mature Trunks understands Vegeta's plan and is unwilling to let him do such a thing. Remember my words. After you two escape, go find Goten's dad. He will have a way to deal with Majin Buu, even at the last moment of his life. Vegeta thinks of Son Goku. One can only say that he truly loves Son Goku. Dad, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you. Trunks says to Vegeta with tears in his eyes, knowing that this departure is a permanent goodbye. After embracing Trunks, Vegeta says, You're my son. You need to be strong. Help me tell your mother that I can't go back. Dad, Before Trunks can finish, Vegeta knocks him out with a chop to the neck. Goten, take him away. After saying this, Vegeta walks toward Majin Buu, leaving only his back to Son Goten. Don't worry, Uncle Vegeta, I will definitely bring Trunks back safely. Goten promises Vegeta. During the conversation between Vegeta and Trunks, Goten, innocent as he is, realizes what Vegeta is about to do next. Uncle, I believe in you. Hurry and go. Saying this, Vegeta charges toward Majin Buu. Upon seeing Goten taking Trunks away, Majin Buu tries to stop them, but is blocked by Vegeta. Your opponent is me, Vegeta says firmly. He will not allow Majin Buu to harm his children. Since this monster was released by him, it should be him who destroys it. Vegeta, taking advantage of Majin Buu's moment of unpreparedness, directly embraces him. No matter how Majin Buu strikes, he cannot break free from Vegeta's embrace. Vegeta unleashes all of his energy. Majin Buu seems to realize Vegeta's intentions and tries to pry Vegeta's arms apart. Let's go to hell together. Vegeta knows he has committed too many sins to go to heaven, so he can only go to hell. Son Goku, what a pity in the end. We still can't fight. Boom! A violent explosion occurs, and a mushroom cloud suddenly appears with the intense blast. Goten, who is flying, can no longer sense Vegeta's energy at this moment. Tears stream down his face, but Goten's speed increases even more. Uncle Vegeta, don't worry, I will bring Trunks back. Bulma, who is searching for the Dragon Balls, suddenly feels a sharp pain in her heart, as if she has lost something important again. What's wrong, Bulma? Seeing Bulma clutching her heart, Chi-Chi asks with concern. It's nothing, just a sudden subtle feeling. Let's continue. Bulma's primary task now is to find the Dragon Balls. Once she finds them, all problems will have answers. While battling Kakarot, Son Goku suddenly senses Vegeta's energy has vanished. Not paying attention, he is punched away by Kakarot. Kakarot, do you feel it too? Son Goku asks Kakarot, hoping to get a different answer from him. Yes, I felt it too, Kakarot replies honestly. Son Goku no longer has the desire to continue fighting Kakarot. Vegeta's sudden death makes Son Goku worried about the safety of Earth. Son Goku can't imagine who on Earth could kill Vegeta. Seeing that the two aren't continuing their fight, Gohan and the others are puzzled. They stop before a victor was determined, which is not like them. Goku, why do you look so pale? Krillin notices the change in Son Goku's complexion and asks. After all, No one has a face as green as Piccolo's. Vegeta is dead. Son Goku's words are like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly disturbing everyone's emotions. Impossible. Who could kill him? Besides you and Kakarot. Krillin is the first to not believe it. Although he doesn't like Vegeta's personality, he still acknowledges Vegeta's strength. Yeah, Dad, you must be mistaken. If it were just me, there could be a possibility, but Kakarot felt it too, so it must be true. Son Goku says seriously. He also doesn't believe that there is any enemy on Earth capable of killing Vegeta. If there is anyone on Earth who could do it, it would probably be Majin Buu, as the Kaioshin said. Just as everyone is puzzled, the strongest brain, Piccolo, speaks up. Of course, these people do not include Kakarot, as he knows the answer. What? Majin Buu has been unsealed? The Kaioshin is shocked. The terror of Majin Buu is a shadow imprinted in his mind. And now that Majin Buu is unsealed, he, as the Kaioshin, is filled with dread, completely losing the calmness expected of a god. Majin Buu is very strong. Even Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta is not his opponent. Goku, do you have confidence? Krillin immediately thinks of Son Goku when faced with difficulties. In Krillin's mind, as long as Son Goku is involved, no strong enemy is a match. Krillin, I am now a dead man. I cannot interfere in the matters of the living. Son Goku also looks regretful, regretting that he cannot avenge Vegeta. Chapter 206. The method upon hearing Son Goku's words, Krillin also reacts. And then his face is filled with despair. Yeah, Wukong is dead, so who can deal with Majin Buu? Kakarot, what about you? Are you confident in taking action? For Krillin, there is only Son Wukong in his heart, but Piccolo has always been smart. Hearing Piccolo's words, everyone present, except for Son Wukong, looked at Kakarot. After all, everyone has witnessed his strength. I can't take action either, Kakarot said truthfully. He felt that he could be kicked out of this timeline at any moment during his fight with Son Wukong, so he didn't dare to use his full power against him. Without using full power, he couldn't deal with Majin Buu. Is there a reason? Although Piccolo hadn't spent much time with Kakarot, he understood Kakarot's personality to some extent. So, Piccolo wanted to know the reason why Kakarot couldn't take action. Since they were going back anyway, Kakarot casually decided not to hide anymore and told them about his situation. When everyone heard Kakarot's words, they were all shocked. It was truly a case of learning throughout life. They never expected to encounter such a thing. However, everyone's ability to accept it was strong, as this world was already quite miraculous. Actually, I know a method to deal with Majin Buu, Kakarot said, causing a stir among those present. Vegeta's self-destruction had no effect. Majin Buu was still alive and well. However, Babidi didn't want to let go of the escaping Trunks and Goten and issued a message about them to the entire Earth. If no one provided information, Babidi would let Majin Buu destroy everything honestly. After learning the news, Bulma immediately found Trunks and Goten and took them to hide in Master Roshi's house. What should we do now? Bulma felt very sad after learning from Goten about Vegeta's death, but she had to protect her son and be strong. Perhaps this is the love a mother has for her child. Goten, did you see your dad on the battlefield? At this moment, Master Roshi asked. After all, with even Vegeta being forced to self-destruct, the only ones left who could fight Majin Buu were Son Wukong and his group. When I arrived with Trunks, I only saw Uncle Vegeta there. I didn't see anyone else, Goten honestly explained, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events. Where did Wukong and the others go? Logically, they couldn't have left Vegeta alone there unless they all. Master Roshi voiced his hypothesis. Chi-Chi couldn't accept it and fainted. After all, her husband and son were there. In fact, Wukong and the others were not on Earth. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside Master Roshi's house. Mr. Bobo, what are you doing here? Bulma called out the name of the newcomer. After all, she had learned some Namekian from Mr. Bobo. God knows Babidi is looking for Trunks and Goten. Earth is not very safe, so I came to take you to the Heavenly Temple to hide for a while. There was no hesitation. Everyone unanimously decided to go to the Heavenly Temple since it was currently the safest place on Earth. Is this true, Kakarot? They never expected to see Hope again. Earlier, Kakarot said he couldn't take action, and now he had a method to defeat Majin Buu. How could that not excite people? Especially the Supreme Kai, who was the happiest. Because of Majin Buu's ferocity, he had the most say in this matter. The method is Gohan. Kakarot pointed at Son Gohan, whose talent had been unmatched in the Dragon Ball world. If he hadn't wasted his training to become a scholar, what would have happened to the others? It's known that Son Gohan could easily crush Majin Buu's second form. If it weren't for his carelessness, Wukong wouldn't have had to save the day. And that was merely the Elder Kai unlocking a bit of Gohan's potential. Me? Gohan pointed at himself in confusion. as he never thought Kakarot would suggest him. That's right. It's you, Gohan. As long as you unlock your potential, dealing with Majin Buu will be a piece of cake. That's right, Gohan. Earth is counting on you now. Piccolo also spoke up. He knew his adopted son's potential, but this son had been overly protected by his mother and had fallen behind in training. Even if I want to deal with Majin Buu now, training takes time, and what we lack most is time, Gohan stated correctly, as growth indeed requires time. Yes, it requires time. This was the first thought that came to everyone's minds. I can handle this, the Elder Kai stepped forward. He didn't want to let this young one show off without giving him a chance. Where would that leave his face? Really? Ancestor, that's wonderful. After receiving the Elder Kai's response, the Supreme Kai and Kobito were so happy they almost jumped up. Oomph. The Elder Kai truly didn't want to deal with the two. As they were dragging down the dignity of the Supreme Kai, after being praised by everyone, the Elder Kai agreed to help Son Gohan unlock his potential. Chapter 207. Soon to part Gohan. You stay here and wait for Lord Supreme Kai to help you increase your strength. We'll head back to Earth first, Wukong told Gohan. Wukong, having used Super Saiyan 3 for too long, didn't have much time left in this world. Krillin needed to return because he was worried about his wife and child. And Piccolo wanted to go back to see Din anyway, so it was very safe for Gohan to stay on Kaioshin's planet. What about you, Kakarot? Wukong asked Kakarot, knowing that Kakarot didn't have much time either, hence the question. I'll go back with you. After all, I've received a lot of care from Bulma, and now that Vegeta is dead, I should go check on her. Hearing Kakarot's words, Wukong nodded. Then, the few of them used Wukong's instant transmission to arrive at the Heavenly Temple. Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo all had people waiting for them, while Kakarot stood alone on the side. Later, with the comfort of Wukong and the others, everyone quieted down. They had already understood the course of events. Now, all they could do was wait for Gohan to return, and then Majin Buu would no longer be a threat. Wukong's words were a strong encouragement to them. Majin Buu's indiscriminate killings had truly frightened them, far more cruel than the previous Demon King Piccolo. Cities were vanishing one after another, and the threat of death loomed over them, but now Wukong's presence gave them a sense of security. However, Son Wukong had also made preparations. He taught Trunks and Goten the fusion technique as a backup plan. The two little boys started out with their noses in the air, but after being taught a lesson by Kakarot, they became good kids, especially with a funny bump on their heads. Bulma, my condolences. Just as Son Wukong was training Trunks and Goten, Kakarot approached Bulma and comforted her. Thank you. Bulma was still caught in sadness due to Vegeta's passing. Kakarot, do you think the technique Trunks and Goten are practicing can kill Majin Buu? Although Son Wukong said they could deal with Majin Buu once Gohan returned. Bulma's heart was more inclined towards Trunks avenging his father by killing the enemy himself, because she saw the hatred in Trunks' eyes, which couldn't be resolved no matter what. It should be possible. Kakarot honestly stated that as long as he didn't mess around, a full-powered Super Saiyan 3 could handle Majin Buu. That would be best. Bulma glanced at Trunks, who was practicing diligently under Goku's guidance, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. You two take a break, Goku said with difficulty, his breathing uneven. His time was running out. Old son, what's wrong with you? Piccolo noticed Goku's unusual behavior and quickly asked. He's going back to the afterlife. Kakarot replied for Goku. Isn't there a whole day? It's only been half a day at most, Piccolo said. Hearing this, Kakarot awkwardly touched his nose. After all, this situation was caused by Kakarot. If he hadn't insisted on Goku having a match, Goku wouldn't have had to report back so early. Kakarot had calculated many things, but didn't foresee why Majin Buu could break free from his seal. Alright, anyway, after I go back, the training of the two kids will be up to you, Piccolo, Goku arranged. After all, only Piccolo was the most suitable to be a teacher because he was strict enough. With no other choice, Piccolo had to agree. Just then, chains fell from the void. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone, don't panic, they're here for me, Kakarot shouted loudly. Originally, Kakarot should have left when he was on King Kai's planet. He delayed a bit longer, which led to this situation. Just as the chains were about to touch Kakarot, he suddenly erupted with energy, wrapping himself in a yellow aura. Kakarot didn't want to be bound by the chains. It would damage his image. Goodbye, Goku, my friend. Goodbye, everyone. After saying this, the chains wrapped Kakarot, person and aura, tightly. Then with a flash of light, Kakarot disappeared before everyone's eyes. Where's this? This place was so dark that he couldn't see his own hand, completely shrouded in darkness. Even the light on Kakarot seemed to be tainted with a layer of black. This is a rift in time and space. You have been exiled here, the system in Kakarot's mind answered. What should I do to leave here? Kakarot hurriedly asked. He didn't want to stay here. It felt like being locked in a small dark room where he could hear his own heartbeat clearly. The method is simple. As long as you have coordinates, you can leave here. But how do I find the coordinates? This was the question Kakarot was most concerned about. After all, you can't find your way here at all. You're really lucky. Didn't you forget that you left a bit of your energy with Orochimaru? When the system said this, Kakarot suddenly remembered. When he left Konoha, he had left a bit of his energy with Orochimaru, and he never expected it would become his guiding light now. Great, we can go home, Kakarot said happily. In his subconscious, Kakarot had long regarded the system as his family. Kakarot, I might not be able to go back with you this time, the system said after a moment of silence. What? What's going on? Kakarot never thought that one day he would be separated from the system, which was a huge blow to him. You know, I should have been in the Dragon Ball world. Because Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, I ended up in the Naruto world with your spirit by mistake. Now is the time for us to part ways, Kakarot. After the system finished speaking, it emerged from Kakarot's body, emitting a soft glow that hovered in front of him. It's the first time I've seen your true form after all this time, Kakarot said to the system that had accompanied him through countless days and nights. Isn't it handsome? The system said somewhat narcissistically. Kakarot stumbled at the system's words. You owe me my cool system back. Kakarot screamed internally. As if hearing Kakarot's thoughts, the system continued. I learned all this from you, like the saying goes, one who stays near ink gets stained black, Kakarot. Kakarot's face turned awkward. He didn't even know how to refute his own system. Chapter 208. Return to the Naruto world after a bout of playful banter system. Are you really going to stay here? Kakarot's words were full of affection for the system. Kakarot, every being has its own place. I was meant to belong here from the moment I was born, and you have your own place now. They are waiting for you. By the way, don't mess around anymore. There won't be this system to back you up, Kakarot. The system's nagging words sounded so heartfelt to Kakarot. Don't worry. There isn't a single opponent for me in the Naruto world anyway, and now that I have mastered your powers, what do I have to fear? Indeed, through this journey in time and space, the system had left a seed of time and space within Kakarot, and he had not been idle. After Kakarot's relentless efforts, the seed had sprouted. Now it could be said that Kakarot had mastered all the various abilities that the system possessed. Hearing Kakarot's words, the system felt its worries were unnecessary. You should go now, Kakarot. The system spoke as the rift in time and space began to compress. It would kill any living being. Can we meet again? Kakarot asked after a moment of silence. He had never thought that one day he would be separated from the system, which had accompanied him when he was weak, giving him the opportunity to reach the peak and instilling within him a heart of a strong man. The day he possessed everything was the day he would part ways with the system, which could be considered a form of irony. The system did not answer Kakarot's question. Silence was the best answer. I understand. Kakarot's tone was somewhat dejected. Kakarot, although we won't see each other again in the future, we will live on in each other's memories. As long as we don't forget each other, we will always be together. The glowing system slowly said, having its own path to take, just as every being has its own place. Yes, we have always been together. Kakarot nodded and then said to the system, let's begin. As soon as Kakarot finished speaking, the system hovering in front of him emitted a dazzling light, connecting countless time spaces within this rift. If one wasn't careful, they might be exiled to a different time and space. The system's light pierced through the time barrier for Kakarot. Kakarot now, the system shouted. Breaking the time barrier would consume too much energy. Even the current system couldn't hold on for long. Kakarot began to sense his energy. It was the energy he had left with Orochimaru. This was Kakarot's only way back. That energy was like a direction, as long as he had it. Kakarot wouldn't lose his way. Kakarot suddenly opened his eyes wide. Found it. Kakarot pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, looking deeply at the system that helped him open the way home. I'm leaving. His tone was filled with hoarseness. Safe travels. Take care of yourself. After hearing the system's words, Kakarot activated instant transmission, and his entire being vanished into the rift. After Kakarot left, the system stopped exerting its power. The dazzling light began to slowly retract. Goodbye, my friend Kakarot. The sound dissipated in the crevices of time and space. After speaking, the system transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from here. Just as Carrot vanished, everyone was still worried about him. They asked if there was any way to bring Carrot back. Hitaki Tsukumo coldly told Uchiha that if he didn't provide a solution, Tsukumo would kill him. Carrot was Tsukumo's most proud son, and now he had been secretly harmed by the man before him. Tsukumo hadn't killed him yet, which was already giving Orochimaru face. Otherwise, Whether Uchiha could withstand the punishment and torture of the ninja world was a question in itself. I have no way, Uchiha said honestly, having fallen victim to the Bitsuten Shin. This was related to the power of time and space, which Uchiha couldn't fully comprehend. Carrot had also been accidentally swept into it due to the power of time and space. Hitaki Tsukumo directly threw the fishing line in his hand, which wrapped around Uchiha's neck. If you don't come up with a solution today, I'll take your life. Tsukumo had completely lost his last bit of calm. If anything were to happen to Carrot, Tsukumo would make Uchiha pay for it with his life. Even Jesus couldn't save him. Hitaki Kakashi, hearing Tsukumo's words, came to his side to support his father. What should we do now, Tsunade? Jiraiya looked at the furious Tsukumo and the calm Orochimaru, unable to believe how things had turned out. Tsunade was also troubled. Orochimaru had gone to great lengths to capture a living Otsutsuki. He wouldn't let him die at Tsukumo's hands. If neither side took a step back, it might not end well today. What made Tsunade more vigilant was Uchiha's sure sway. His Sharingan's ability was truly terrifying. It could turn a bloodthirsty wolf into a docile sheep, which was incredibly frightening. Even someone as strong as Uchiha couldn't withstand it. Tsunade believed no one present could resist Shursue's eyes. Orochimaru was not blinded by hatred like Tsukumo. He always believed that Carrot wouldn't die so easily. After all, disasters could last for 1,000 years. Just as Orochimaru was considering how to handle the situation, a ball of energy that Carrot had given him began to shine. Orochimaru was a bit puzzled, but took out the glowing sphere. As soon as he did, the sphere flew into the air and began to shine brighter and brighter, outshining the sun. What is happening? Everyone was confused about what kind of play Orochimaru was performing. They sensed a tremendous power from the sphere. This power shocked them, and they were very familiar with it, because only Carrot in the entire ninja world used such power. No one else could even imitate it. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the sky was torn open, and a man dressed in orange walked out from inside. Long time no see, everyone. Carrot greeted them warmly. For them, Carrot's disappearance had only lasted a few minutes, but for Carrot, it had been several years. Now that old friends had reunited, Carrot couldn't be happier. Chapter 209, a different Carrot's sudden appearance made everyone present extremely happy. After all, it was the power of time and space. The fact that Carrot could return safely showed just how powerful he was, but they had no idea what had happened to him during this time. Carrot knew what Hitaki Tsukumo wanted to ask and shook his head at him. Seeing Carrot's gesture, Orochimaru remained silent. Keen-eyed Tsukumo and Orochimaru noticed that Carrot was different. Tsukumo could tell it was because of the bond between father and son, while Orochimaru could see it due to his terrifying insight and his unusual attention to Carrot. After all, Carrot had always been Orochimaru's top experimental target, but Orochimaru dared not show it, fearing he couldn't handle Carrot's wrath. Seeing Uchiha following behind Orochimaru, Carrot knew that Orochimaru's battle plan had succeeded, and his powerful assistance was no longer needed here. Since the matter has been resolved, then goodbye, everyone. After saying that, Carrot instantly teleported away. Hitaki Kakashi reached out to call Carrot back, but before he could speak, Carrot had already vanished, leaving Kakashi feeling a bit embarrassed with his hand raised in the air. As his brother, Kakashi felt Carrot's frustration the moment he appeared. It was the first time he sensed such an emotion from Carrot. He wanted to ask for clarity, but Carrot didn't give him the chance. When he's ready to speak, he'll naturally do so. For now, we just need to be with him, Tsukumo said, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi nodded, fully agreeing with his father Tsukumo's words. Everyone, Kakashi and I are heading back. Kakashi said, help me carry the fish bucket. After saying that, Tsukumo slung the fishing rod over his shoulder and walked away. Kakashi followed with the fish bucket in hand. I'm leaving too, Orochimaru. Tsunade waved at Orochimaru and walked off casually. Tsunade, wait for me. Jiraiya didn't want to let Tsunade go just like that. He had finally expressed his feelings, and she seemed interested too. If he missed this chance, there wouldn't be another. Orochimaru watched as they left one by one, leaving him to deal with the aftermath, which was undoubtedly a blow to him, especially since he didn't have enough time for experiments. However, our clever Hokage was naturally going to find a scapegoat, and without a doubt, Minato was the best choice. A chosen laborer like him would not be let go easily. Minato, the follow-up handling is up to you. Yes, Hokage. Minato could not defy Orochimaru's order. After all, his will of fire was strong. As long as it did not endanger Konoha, Minato would still obey Orochimaru. After assigning the task to Minato, Orochimaru left with his subordinates and a new group, wanting to discuss many questions with Uchiha. The laboratory was already set up, and he would definitely give Uchiha an unforgettable memory. Mr. Sasuke, what should we do now? Boruto, seeing Uchiha being dealt with in this way, was truly enlightened and became even more curious about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Just now, seeing Shursui barely use his eye, they effortlessly resolved what seemed like an insurmountable enemy. How could the gap be so large among members of the same clan? And what about his childhood friend? What abilities did her Sharingan have? Sasuke seemed to sense what Boruto was thinking and glanced at him, startling Boruto. It was a classic case of being guilty. Sasuke also admired how Orochimaru and the others resolved Uchiha's crisis. But Suten Shin is truly powerful. This illusion truly deserves its reputation as the strongest illusion. Sasuke had only heard about it before, but now he witnessed it firsthand, and its strongest title was well-deserved. Once the energy fills us both, we can go back. This time, Sasuke and Boruto's mission was to return and protect Naruto, and now that the source of danger had been eliminated, there was no need to worry about Naruto's safety in this era. With Carrot around, Naruto would be safe for a day. Even someone as powerful as Pushi looked like a clown in front of Carrot, and Sasuke couldn't think of any danger for Naruto. All right, Boruto replied somewhat dejectedly. He had come here hoping to show off, but ended up not even getting a chance to take action before everything was over. Although I'm weak, I can still annoy the enemy. Great! Naruto's loud voice rang in the ears of Sasuke and Boruto, and he was very happy to learn that the two would stay here for a while longer. They had become good friends during their time together. I'll treat you both to Ichiraku ramen. After saying this, Naruto pulled the two away. Only the worker, Minato, was left behind to handle things. Poor guy. Swish. Carrot instantly teleported home. Every decoration in the room had been discussed with the system, and just as he had felt embarrassed back then, now he felt nostalgic seeing them. Knock, knock, knock. Dinner's ready. Carrot. Kakashi knocked on Carrot's door. You eat with Dad? I'm not hungry, Carrot said while lying on the tatami mat. Since returning home, he had been lying around in a daze, feeling uncomfortable all over. Where's Carrot? Shikaku asked when he saw only Kakashi coming down. Carrot said he wasn't hungry. Kakashi's words made Shikaku unable to believe that this was his eldest son speaking. After all, even when sick, Carrot could eat as much as 3 people. Now you're telling me he isn't hungry? Shikaku would rather believe the sun had risen from the west. What happened during Carrot's disappearance? Shikaku said worriedly. Carrot's behavior was too abnormal. Even Shikaku, no matter how smart, couldn't guess that Carrot had simply disappeared for a few minutes, while in reality, several years had passed. Yeah, Kakashi was also very worried about Carrot, although he always called Carrot by name. That was just their way of interacting, without knowing the root of the problem. They couldn't find the right solution, so the 2 Shikaku family members were at a loss for what to do. They could only think hard about finding a way to help Carrot. Chapter 210. Explosive news. Carrot, come fishing with me. Early in the morning, Shikaku called Carrot. This was the idea he had thought about all night, as focusing on one thing could help someone let go of their worries. Carrot understood Shikaku's intentions and didn't want to refuse his father's invitation. After all, a father's heart shouldn't be hurt. When Carrot arrived in the living room, Kakashi was already preparing the fishing gear. Naturally, the family had to go out together. Bang! Carrot threw the bait into the water. The 3 of them sat in a row, with Shikaku in the middle, Carrot on the left, and Kakashi on the right. They all silently stared at their fishing rods without speaking. Shikaku was naturally good at avoiding awkwardness, and Kakashi was a reserved guy. So the responsibility of creating a lively atmosphere fell on Carrot. With Carrot silent, the scene became very quiet. Just as Shikaku was about to speak, Carrot's bobber started to move. Quick to react, Carrot noticed and immediately pulled up the fishing rod, pulling a big fish out of the water. It leaped into the air, shining in the sunlight. What were you going to say, Dad? Carrot asked after putting the fish in the cage. I wanted to say. Just as Shikaku was about to speak again, Carrot's bobber moved again, and Carrot immediately focused on reeling in. Kakashi watched as Carrot hooked 2 fish in a row while he had no action at all. How could there be such a big difference on their first fishing trip? Was this also a matter of talent? Unwilling to let Carrot take all the glory, Kakashi quietly asked Shikaku. After all, Shikaku always came home with full cages of fish. If Kakashi could cook, he would know that fish were sold in the Konoha market. Dad, can you help me? My fishing rod isn't moving at all. Shikaku felt his head throb at Kakashi's question. Didn't you see that my fishing rod isn't moving either? Shikaku naturally wouldn't say this. As a father, he often had to maintain his image. Do this, do that. Shikaku shared what he learned from the fishing manual with Kakashi. Kakashi had a good trait. He listened well, especially to his dad and brother. Listening to his dad was a matter of blood connection, while listening to Carrot was due to the pressure of blood ties. When Carrot said something, it felt like, if I can't argue with you, my fist will persuade you. Kakashi enjoyed this dynamic, so he naturally listened to Carrot's words. After receiving Shikaku's guidance, Kakashi's fishing rod began to move. This made Kakashi extremely happy. If he had known, he would have asked about fishing methods earlier, so he wouldn't have let Carrot take the lead. Seeing that both sons were unlikely to come back empty-handed today, Shikaku started to feel a bit nervous. This was about his reputation as a father. It's coming. Shikaku's fishing rod began to bend, and the degree of bending was significant, causing a big smile to spread across his face. Shikaku was steady as a veteran fisherman, slowly reeling in and letting line out, but unfortunately, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He pulled up a piece of driftwood, which made Shikaku want to curse. It's coming. I got one too. The voices of Carrot and Kakashi echoed in Shikaku's ears. He could only comfort himself that they were still in the beginner's protection period. Before long, both Carrot and Kakashi's fishing cages were full, indicating it was time for them to head back. Among the three, one was always absent-minded. Once back home, before entering his room, Carrot said to Shikaku, "Dad, thank you. I had a great time today." That day, Shikaku felt that Carrot's mood had improved a bit. His own feelings of emptiness weren't so hard to bear anymore. Hurry up and recover. I don't want my son to look so gloomy. You're not suited for that path. I know, Dad. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was unspoken. Meanwhile, as Carrot began to recover, a heavyweight piece of news spread rapidly through Konoha. Jiraiya was going to marry Tsunade. Upon hearing this news, Carrot immediately spat his milk all over Kakashi's face. Cough, cough. Carrot choked, or rather was startled. Kakashi had thought about how Carrot would react to this news, but didn't expect him to spit milk all over his face. This was beyond Kakashi's expectations. Are you sure your news isn't fake, Kakashi? Carrot still looked disbelieving. How could these two suddenly decide to get married? Carrot wasn't the only one with such doubts. Now the whole of Konoha knew. Everyone uniformly believed that someone was spreading false information. Although the protagonist of the story is one of the two Saiyan, the villagers of Konoha generally believe that with Jiraiya's lecherous nature, he is not worthy of their Lady Tsunade. Because of Jiraiya's peeping into women's baths, his image among the villagers and ninjas in Konoha is that of a lecher. The wedding venue is already being prepared. How could it be fake? Hearing Kakashi's words, Karo also accepted this news. This is good. Karo has always thought that Tsunade and Jiraiya are quite a match. And Jiraiya had given up the opportunity to develop with Tsunade because he was burdened with the quest for the Child of Destiny. Now that the ninja world no longer needs a Child of Destiny, the union of Tsunade and Jiraiya is only natural. Chapter 211. Kicked out when Hitaki Tsukumo returned home. He saw his two sons smiling faintly, which instantly made him furious. Humph. Hitaki Tsukumo sat in front of Karo and Kakashi and snorted. This made the Hitaki brothers look at each other in confusion. Did you make Dad angry again? Karo shot Kakashi a look, and Kakashi understood immediately. No. The house has been peaceful lately. Could it be you? Karo, that's impossible. I erase all traces of my actions. Seeing Karo and Kakashi still communicating with their eyes, Hitaki Tsukumo's anger grew stronger. After raising them for so long, they couldn't even guess what their own father's thoughts were. Knock, knock. Hitaki Tsukumo tapped his fingers on the table to attract Karo and Kakashi's attention. You heard about Jiraiya getting married, right? Yes. X2 Karo and Kakashi nodded simultaneously. Seeing that his two adult sons still didn't understand his implied meaning, Hitaki Tsukumo felt helpless. His two sons were great in every way. But there was one thing that made Hitaki Tsukumo and the Hitaki clan very troubled. They were still unmarried. This had caused Hitaki Tsukumo a lot of worry. What about you two? When do you plan to get married? Hitaki Tsukumo decided to be straightforward and laid it all out. Karo and Kakashi had not expected this topic to fall on them, looking incredulous. You two are already quite old. Other ninjas your age have children, yet you don't even have a partner. You've embarrassed our Hitaki family. Now even Jiraiya, that peeping Tom, is getting married. Aren't you even a little anxious? Hitaki Tsukumo said, spitting as he spoke. He also wanted grandchildren for joy, but his strength didn't allow it. Father, don't rush. Once Karo gets married, I'll follow suit. Kakashi's unexpected comment gave Karo a new understanding of Kakashi. Karo looked at Kakashi in surprise. How did Kakashi steal my line? Can reading adult magazines really make one smarter? What Karo thought, Kakashi was naturally unaware, but after being betrayed by Karo for so many years, Kakashi had deeply understood the importance of selling out teammates. Karo, do you already have your sights set on someone? Hitaki Tsukumo asked expectantly. As long as Karo wasn't interested in men, he didn't care about the rest. A girl alive would suffice. Ahem. Karo cleared his throat. Father, why don't you marry again and practice a bit more? As soon as Karo finished speaking, Hitaki Tsukumo's fist came flying over. Karo reacted quickly, using body flicker to dodge, while also pulling Kakashi along. Hitaki Tsukumo's fist hit Kakashi's eye socket perfectly. Bang! Instantly, Kakashi's eye socket turned black. Ouch! Accompanied by a scream, Kakashi thought, I didn't say that, yet I'm the one suffering for it. Karo, you little brat, you've gotten brave. You dare to make a joke about me. Just wait until I beat you to death. Hitaki Tsukumo began chasing after Karo, but unfortunately, Karo always managed to dodge just in time, perfectly avoiding Hitaki Tsukumo's attacks. Kakashi sat by the table, drinking tea, waiting for Karo and Hitaki Tsukumo to stop, as if he had experienced this situation many times before. Father, since it's all about having children, whether you get married and have kids, or I do with Kakashi, it's all the Hitaki bloodline, right? You can totally do it yourself, father. Karo's reverse operation broke Hitaki Tsukumo's defenses. Right? Father, I think Karo is right this time. Kakashi chimed in, agreeing with Karo. To be honest, Kakashi had also been forced by Hitaki Tsukumo to the point where he felt helpless. He still wanted to work a few more years and didn't want to get married yet. You two little brats, are you making a joke out of me? Bring it on. After saying that, Hitaki Tsukumo used Shadow Clone Jutsu, chasing after Karo and Kakashi to fight. A series of clashing sounds followed. Karo and Kakashi ran to the street in a panic. Don't come back until you find a wife. I feel embarrassed. After saying that, Hitaki Tsukumo slammed the door shut. Bang! The loud sound of the door closing clearly indicated Hitaki Tsukumo's mood at that moment. Fortunately, father didn't chase after us. Karo and Kakashi stood on the street, looking a bit shaken. Karo, this is all your fault. Now we can't go home. Kakashi said to Karo. I didn't expect to experience being kicked out of the house at my age. Truly a rare sight. Can you blame me for this? Weren't you just agreeing a moment ago? You're my accomplice now, Kakashi. Karo happily patted Kakashi on the shoulder. You sold me out just now, and now you can't go home. Perfect. Kakashi, Karo, what are you doing here? A female voice rang out from behind Karo. It's Rin, Kakashi exclaimed, and at the same time, he noticed that Rin was carrying a bunch of things. Rin, where are you taking all these? I didn't buy these. My colleagues at the hospital knew Lady Tsunade was getting married and bought them as a gift for her. I'm just responsible for delivering the gifts to her. Karo watched as Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, chatting with Rin, without offering any help. I have to step in at a crucial moment, Karo thought, and then took action. Karo skillfully took the gifts from Rin's hands and, in Kakashi's incredulous gaze, pulled Kakashi's hand out of his pocket, handed the gifts to him, and said, Rin, as a girl, you can't carry such heavy things. Let Kakashi help you. He is strong. After saying that, Karo just walked away. Yes, he just left, leaving Kakashi and Rin with his back. Let's go, Rin. Kakashi was speechless at Karo, thinking if everyone was going to help, then they should all help together. But you just ran away. Kakashi had no idea of Karo's good intentions. Wouldn't this delay your time? Kakashi. Being alone with Kakashi naturally made Rin happy, but she was also afraid of disturbing him. No, I have plenty of time now. After all, I can't even go home now. As if seeing the question on Rin's face, Kakashi told her what had happened at home today. Seeing Rin trying to hold back her laughter, Kakashi said, If you want to laugh, just laugh. It's okay. With Kakashi's permission, Rin laughed so hard that tears almost flowed down her face. One laughed heartily, while the other quietly watched. Chapter 212. Meeting of the Akatsuki organization. It's still the quietest place here, Orochimaru senpai. Carrot skillfully abandoned Kakashi and wandered around Konoha. However, today the streets and alleys of Konoha were abuzz with discussions about Jiraiya and Tsunade getting married, which made Carrot's ears feel raw. He desperately needed a quiet place. Naturally, the quietest spot in Konoha was Orochimaru's laboratory. So Carrot directly moved to Orochimaru's location. Oh, it's Carrot. Orochimaru glanced at Carrot before lowering his head to focus on his experiments. It was already a big favor to greet Carrot amidst his busy schedule. Carrot was used to Orochimaru's demeanor. Orochimaru only acted this way during critical phases of his experiments. He was usually quite easy to talk to. Carrot watched Orochimaru fiddling with various bottles and jars without saying a word, enjoying the silence. After all, Carrot came here specifically for some peace and quiet, and he got what he wanted. Bang! Wow! Carrot was startled by the sudden loud noise. He had been intently watching Orochimaru work on his experimental items, and that sudden explosion nearly scared the soul out of him. Orochimaru-senpai, next time you plan to blow something up, at least give me a heads up. Getting scared like this is quite embarrassing. The nature of experiments was filled with uncertainty, which was part of their charm. All right, it's your territory, you're right. Since he was on someone else's turf, Carrot chose to forgive him. Jiraiya and Tsunade are getting married, and you're still here doing experiments, Orochimaru-senpai? Carrot's gossiping spirit was ignited. He didn't believe that Orochimaru had no romantic feelings for Tsunade. Tsunade was also somewhat of a scientist, having developed medical ninjutsu that saved countless Konoha ninjas. She was on par with Orochimaru in terms of research. One was the granddaughter of a Hokage, and the other was directly a Hokage himself. A perfect match. What else should I do if I'm not experimenting? They really are quite suitable for each other. Orochimaru was well aware of the questions Carrot wanted to ask. However, as he grew older, his philosophy diverged from Tsunade's, so he had long repressed his feelings and was now fully devoted to the path of science, believing that women would only hinder his experimental progress. Carrot was disappointed that he couldn't stir up any drama with Orochimaru. After all, a confrontation between the three of them would certainly be quite lively, but there was no excitement to be found. Orochimaru-sama. At that moment, Fushire brought another set of experimental materials to Orochimaru, placing them in front of him, then stood behind him like a pillar. Carrot glanced at Fushire and preferred the rebellious version of him. Now he had a frozen expression. What a pity. Is that blood from Fushire? Carrot couldn't help but ask, looking at the red liquid in the test tube. Orochimaru couldn't be that impatient, could he? Just having become his subordinate, Fushire was already providing blood for experiments. No capitalist understood exploitation like Orochimaru. Yes, after all, this is a big Tsutsuki, so naturally, we have to increase his burden. You win. Carrot gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. What a pity. After a whole day of experiments, I still haven't found method. Anyway, I can hold on. Yesterday, Orochimaru had already gained a deep understanding of Fushire. This kid was simply a treasure with endless potential. Carrot understood what Orochimaru was thinking. As long as he figured out the mysteries of the Tsutsuki, the potential of the body he cultivated would soar. As long as you're happy. At that moment, Carrot silently mourned for Fushire. Why did you come to Earth in the first place? You just came without a care, and now you're crossing over to here. Isn't this just a ride? You've turned into a lab rat. That's fate. Fushire was now obediently following Orochimaru's orders. If we're talking about power, it was Uchiha Shursui who was truly formidable. Without him, the Tsutsuki clan lost an excellent tool, while Konoha's Hokage gained a subordinate who wouldn't complain about fatigue. Unlike the laughter of Konoha, the memories of the Akatsuki organization were filled with seriousness. Zabuza and Haku were attending an Akatsuki meeting for the first time. Previously, they only communicated with the masked man. Hello everyone, I've gathered you all here to announce something. A matter that concerns the structure of the ninja world. Hearing the leader's words, Zabuza couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it weren't for his limited strength, he wouldn't want to have any interaction with them. Everyone is just trying to survive, and you actually want to provoke the strategic weapons of the 5 great ninja villages. Isn't this just asking for death? However, Zabuza didn't dare to show this on the surface. After all, this was their stronghold, and there were many experts here. In a one-on-one situation, Zabuza felt he had no chance of survival. He could only listen to the meeting in silence. Chapter 213, The Wedding in Progress, Zabuza-sama. Haku, who did not attend the meeting, finally waited for Zabuza to come out. However, the attentive Haku also noticed the seriousness in Zabuza's eyes. After entering the room, Zabuza confirmed their surroundings were safe before speaking. Haku, we really have entered a tiger's den. Zabuza recounted everything that happened today to Haku. In this world, Haku was the only one Zabuza could fully trust. This is too crazy. Haku was also shocked by the leader's plan. He and Zabuza had already faced countless dangers to escape from Kirigakure, and now the organization wanted to dance on the edge of a knife, provoking the 5 great ninja villages. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the entire ninja world. Does the Akatsuki organization have this kind of strength? This was a major question in Haku's mind. Although the masked man's strength was mysterious and unpredictable, Haku didn't believe he could run rampant in the ninja world. Moreover, there was that man. Haku, today I also met the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and he possesses the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths. This news shocked Haku even more. The Sage of 6 Paths was a legendary figure. He didn't expect the leader of the Akatsuki to have the same eyes. Haku's mind raced as he calculated how Zabuza could ensure his safety. He didn't consider his own safety at all. His thoughts were solely on Zabuza. Zabuza-sama. I think that Rinnegan is the leader's confidence in challenging the 5 great ninja villages. Upon hearing Haku's analysis, Zabuza nodded. The abilities of the Rinnegan were too ancient, and no one really knew much about them anymore. However, the Uchiha clan, known for their eyes, had the Sharingan's power that was evident. Moreover, the Rinnegan was even more powerful. However, that masked man always gives me a very dangerous feeling, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike me down at any moment. Just thinking about the masked man made Haku's heart race. Even having experienced blood in battles, Haku was no exception. Your thoughts are the same as mine. However, we have no choice now. The ninja world is vast, and this is the only place we could take refuge. Zabuza knew what the Akatsuki organization wanted to do, but as he said, he had no way out, living a life of hiding in the ninja world. They were merely turning one enemy into 5. Besides, they were not without a chance to win. Their leader was a man with the Rinnegan. Zabuza could only comfort himself this way. Zaibujan said, "What if we defect to Kakashi?" Bai expressed his opinion, and if there were a leaderboard for those Bai least wanted to oppose, Kakashi would undoubtedly be at the top. An unshakable existence. Just hearing that name made Zaibujan's face pale. Karo had left a deep impression on him, one that he could never forget. Zaibujan knew that there was a tailed beast in Konoha. Given this development, it was only a matter of time before he encountered Karo. Whether he could return alive would depend on luck. Bai, you take care of this. Zaibujan thought that even if he didn't think of himself, he had to think of Bai. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zaibujan knew that it was his partner urging him. Today, they're going to set out to capture the tailed beast. Bai, the rest is up to you. After Zaibujan finished speaking, he closed the door. Don't worry, Zaibujan, I'll handle everything, Bai said quietly, watching Zaibujan's back. At the same time, Karo sneezed. I wonder who's thinking about me. Just as Karo was lost in thought, Orochimaru's voice suddenly rang out. Are you ready with your share, Karo? Yes, of course. Karo answered immediately. Having been hurriedly kicked out today, he hadn't had time to eat. Orochimaru was in charge of the meals, and Karo certainly wouldn't miss out. One must not neglect good food. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of Jiraiya and Tsunade's wedding. Konoha was like a joyful ocean filled with laughter and cheer. At this moment, the popularity of Jiraiya and Tsunade was thoroughly displayed. The villagers spontaneously came out to celebrate the couple's wedding. Of course, Tsunade was more popular than Jiraiya. After all, Tsunade was so beautiful while Jiraiya was a rough man. And the outcome was obvious. Congratulations, Jiraiya. As one of the only 2 friends getting married, Orochimaru put aside his experiments today to congratulate Jiraiya. Ha ha, thank you. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Come help me entertain the guests. There are too many people. Without hesitation, Jiraiya pulled Orochimaru to work as he noticed Orochimaru was just standing idle. Only Jiraiya had the guts to do this in Konoha, given Orochimaru's long-standing authoritative image. Congratulations, Jiraiya. You won the beautiful bride. Kikikaro and Kiki Sakumo arrived simultaneously to congratulate him. What about Kakashi? Kakashi, as Jiraiya's disciple, had already been drafted to handle various trivial tasks by Minato. You think I'm someone easy to handle? This is a piece of cake for me. Jiraiya was very arrogant in front of Karo. He still remembered how Karo made him famous in Konoha, and Jiraiya was looking for a chance to get back at him. Then how did I hear that someone was thrown out of a room a few days ago? Karo smiled at Jiraiya. Damn it, how does Karo know? Seeing the hidden blade in Karo's smile, Jiraiya felt a bit overwhelmed. Moreover, those around Jiraiya perked up. They hadn't expected to hear such explosive news at a wedding. Haha, and there's such excitement. Karo, you only just told me this now. Jiraiya believed that as long as he wasn't ashamed, he was invincible. Next time, I'll definitely take you to see it. Just as Karo finished speaking, the voice of Yuan Fei Risen came over. Jiraiya, hurry up. The wedding is about to start, and you're still chatting. Jiraiya invited Yuan Fei Risen to act as the male host, as the 3rd Hokage was Jiraiya and Tsunade's teacher, and he had the qualification to do so. I'm coming. Jiraiya signaled to everyone and immediately ran towards Yuan Fei Risen. He couldn't offend this old man today. Boom, boom. Countless fireworks began to explode. The wedding was now like a lively ocean. Jiraiya had spent a lot of effort on this wedding. All expenses today were covered by Jiraiya. Orochimaru-senpai, are you envious? Karo said beside Orochimaru. What's there to be envious of? They just found their own happiness. Then, senpai, have you found your own happiness? Haven't I always been doing that? Karo wasn't surprised at Orochimaru's answer. After all, the title of the scientific madman Orochimaru wasn't given for nothing. Stop. Who are you? How dare you attack my sand village? 2 oddly dressed individuals were stopped by the ninjas at the entrance of the sand village. Just as the sand village ninjas were about to react, they suddenly felt something tightening around their necks, their feet slowly leaving the ground. and ultimately they were choked to death. Enemy attack. The ninjas of Sand Village were quickly approaching the entrance. They never expected that just 2 people would dare to cause trouble in Sand Village. This was unforgivable for the ninjas of Sand Village. Explosions are art. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of explosions began to ring out. Boom! Even the reinforcements from the Sand Shadow were blown to bits. Haha! Seeing the Sand Shadow ninjas falling one by one, the instigator began to laugh. Deidara, don't forget our main business. The Akatsuki member, Sasori of the Red Sand, said as he was on all fours beside Deidara, showing no sign of being affected by Deidara's rampage in his former village. This village had only brought him endless hatred, having taken away his most important family. Okay, I understand. Deidara still listened to Sasori's words. After spending so much time with him, he knew how terrifying Sasori's strength was beneath that exterior. The key was that he was even harsher on himself than on enemies. A person who could abandon their physical body, one might say, should heed his advice. Moreover, this team was always planned by Sasori, with Deidara just following along. Who are you? Dare to attack my Sand Village? The supporting ninjas from Sand questioned Deidara and Sasori, both dressed in bizarre outfits. As a middle school boy, Deidara wouldn't allow anyone to outshout him. He immediately used his clay technique, and the Sand ninja who was speaking was blown to pieces. What a waste of my chakra. Deidara's disdain was evident. Senpai, the Sand ninja called out in deep sadness, as a perfectly fine person had just vanished in an instant. A feeling of fear rose in their hearts. Kill them. Avenge our senpai. But the responsibility as comrades outweighed their fear. They had to kill these 2 who were wreaking havoc in Sand Village to honor their fallen companions. Swish! Countless shurikens and kunai flew towards Sasori and Deidara. Just as they were about to hit Deidara, he appeared to be oblivious, standing still and too lazy to even move in resistance. Just as the Sand ninjas showed expressions of delight, Sasori moved. 10 fine threads flew from his 10 fingers, weaving in the air to form a net that separated Sasori and Deidara from the Sand ninjas, trapping the shurikens and kunai in the net. Here you go. His hoarse voice sounded like the sigh of death. Puff! The sound of kunai and shuriken piercing flesh, along with the cries of anguish. Those who died instantly at least felt no pain, while the injured had to endure the suffering themselves. As a ninja who has walked out of Sunagakure, Scorpion would naturally not let them continue to endure physical torment. His fingers danced skillfully in the air, as if the threads were alive, extending the length of his fingers. He gently cut open the throats of the Sand ninjas, who clutched their throats, longing for the last remnants of Sunagakure. Puppet technique. Who are you? The jonin of the puppet class, Kankuro, led a group of ninjas to provide support, only to witness Scorpion in the act of killing. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, I've heard of you, a ninja famous for puppet techniques, but to wield it so skillfully is rare. It was precisely because he did not know Scorpion that Kankuro felt a sense of impending danger. Not knowing meant being completely in the dark about the enemy's attack methods and strategies, while the enemy's information was known to them. Such a battle was entirely disadvantageous. In fact, Kankuro's worries were entirely unnecessary, as in Scorpion's eyes, Kankuro's puppet techniques were nothing more than a minor nuisance. Only his grandmother Chiyo's puppet techniques could pose a threat to him. Kankuro? What is that? Scorpion expressed that he had never heard of him. Let's go together and let them experience the power of our Sand Ninja puppets, Kankuro said to his subordinates. After saying that, he took a scroll off his back. It contained everything he had, as his puppets were all inside. Scorpion, do you want me to take action? Deidara whispered to Scorpion after observing Kankuro's movements, as if afraid others would overhear their conversation. No need. I was just about to warm up. After all, the opponent after this one is someone I don't have absolute confidence in defeating, Scorpion replied, recalling Chiyo's face in his mind. All right then, consider this a dessert before the main course. Deidara also thought that defeating Kankuro's puppet class would be a joke. With a bend of his knees, he jumped away, leaving the battlefield to Scorpion and Kankuro's puppet class. Seeing Deidara leave, Kankuro did not feel relieved, but rather more cautious. Does he think he can handle us alone? Kankuro did not believe that the opponent was being overconfident, especially since they had come to challenge one of the 5 major ninja villages so openly. Such a person was either foolish or had absolute confidence in their abilities. It was clear that these 2 were the latter. The fallen Sand Ninja on the ground was the final evidence. Have the civilians been evacuated? The 4th Kazekage, Raza, asked his subordinates. The sudden attack from the enemy had caught Sunagakure off guard. The loss of civilians was something a village could never accept. Kazekage-sama. Elder Chiyo, is in charge of this matter. That's good. Hearing that it was Chiyo in charge, Raza felt somewhat reassured, as Chiyo's abilities had been proven. A storm is coming, Raza said, looking towards the direction of the enemy with his hands behind his back. He needed to stabilize the morale at the Kazekage building and could not mobilize easily. Chapter 216. The appearance of Kisame. The battle between Scorpion and Kankuro was filled with tension. Both sides operated their puppets, trying to eliminate the opponent. Scorpion's puppets charged forward, scattering Kankuro's puppet army. Moreover, Scorpion's puppet strings were not idle, ruthlessly harvesting Kankuro's puppets, leaving puppet fragments scattered everywhere. How is this possible? Kankuro could not believe that he would lose so decisively. Is this the current level of puppetry in Sunigakure? It truly disappoints me. Scorpion spoke while his hands did not slow down, but instead moved even faster than before. This left Kankuro helplessly watching his subordinates fall one by one to Scorpion's harvesting of life. Bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. Foolish. Since you say so, I will do as you wish. Scorpion said as he maneuvered his puppet to pick up a shuriken from the ground and charged at Kankuro. As the shuriken grew larger in front of him, Kankuro found himself unable to move. After all, it was impossible to remain unscathed in a battle with Scorpion. Bang! A dull sound rang out. It turned out that a puppet stood in front of Kankuro, blocking Scorpion's lethal strike. Since you've come, why not show yourselves? Upon seeing the puppet's design, Scorpion immediately recognized who had arrived. After all, this was his grandmother's puppet. In a flash, Chiyo appeared on the battlefield. She intended to eliminate all these intruders to honor her fallen comrades today. Old and still a thief, Chiyo would not engage in conversation first. As an old ninja, she understood that on the battlefield, it was best to settle things with a single decisive blow. The highest level of puppet combat in the ninja world immediately unfolded. The two fought back and forth, both aiming for each other's lives. What are your thoughts on revisiting this place, Zabuza? On the way to the Mist Village, Kisame asked Zabuza, knowing that Zabuza had once been hunted by a Mist Ninja pursuit team. It feels like turning the tables. I never expected to return here one day. Kisame and Zabuza were here to capture tailed beasts, as they were originally members of the Mist Ninja, familiar with everything in the Mist Village, making it easier to locate tailed beasts. Kisame and Zabuza exchanged glances and quickly looked away, both understanding each other's intentions. Swish! Bang! Boom! Kisame and Zabuza immediately scattered. Only the dull sound of bodies hitting the ground could be heard. Both Kisame and Zabuza were masters of assassination. In no time, they dealt with the hidden ninjas. Clap! Clap! Terumi Mei walked out from the shadows, applauding. As expected of the predecessors of the assassination team, impressive skills. However, Terumi Mei's face was filled with sarcasm. In her view, these two used the skills they learned in the Mist Village to kill Mist Ninjas, which was truly an act of betrayal. Since you have defected, you should have gone far away and never returned. Now you come back and silently kill several of my Mist Elite. Are you here to provoke the dignity of Mist Village? After speaking, Terumi Mei unleashed the killing intent from her body, charging towards Kisame and Zabuza. This little girl is no simple matter. Both Zabuza and Kisame thought the same at that moment. As ninjas who had survived through piles of corpses and seas of blood, they naturally had a keen sense of killing intent. The killing intent emanating from Terumi Mei was not something an ordinary ninja could possess. Moreover, their opponent was not just Terumi Mei, but also the 5 companions behind her. This posed immense pressure on Zabuza and Kisame. They did not expect that the moment they stepped into the land of water, they would be discovered. However, this also saved them from making a big commotion. Kisame and Zabuza each drew their weapons. Upon seeing their movements, Terumi Mei commanded, "Kill." The 5 companions, hearing Terumi Mei's order, flew towards Kisame and Zabuza. With a 5-2 advantage and fighting on their own territory, Mist Village's side was filled with confidence. Terumi Mei frowned as she looked at Kisame and Zabuza, contemplating what their purpose was in Mist Village. It was known that neither Kisame nor Zabuza was foolish. Foolish people had already perished. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kisame began to expel a large amount of water from his mouth, instantly transforming the battlefield into a vast ocean. But it wasn't over yet. Kisame quickly formed hand seals, his fingers moving so fast that only shadows could be seen. After all, not everyone was called Hashirama Senju, who could summon whatever he wanted with a clap of his hands. Kisame slapped the water surface and shouted, "Water release. 1,000 feeding sharks." Instantly, countless sharks flew out of the water, attacking the direction of Mist Village. In other words, with such a massive amount of chakra, Kisame can use such large-scale jutsu without even breathing heavily. This is the first time Zabuza has seen Kisame in action, and it truly shows the skill of a master. Kisame has created the most suitable battlefield for him to exert his full power. Damn! The 5 members of the Mist's elite squad immediately went on the defensive as they saw the 1,000 sharks heading their way. After all, 1,000 sharks are no joke. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water bullet technique. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Water style, water fang bullet. Water style, water blade slash. The 5 Mist ninjas are not pushovers either. They immediately unleashed a combination of offensive and defensive ninjutsu, with some focusing on defense and others on attack. The remaining Mist ninjas could only hope their skills would allow them to survive. Chapter 217. The Impressive Terumi Mei Boom. The rampant use of various ninjutsu continuously triggered large-scale tsunamis on the battlefield. Terumi Mei wanted to rush forward to support the elite squad and quickly end the battle, but a feeling of unease lingered in her heart. However, she was stopped. Your opponent is me. If you get past me, it would make me look useless. Zabuza stepped forward to block Terumi Mei. As Zabuza said, if Terumi Mei joined the fight, Kisame would be unstoppable. After all, their opponent is not just anyone. Moreover, if Zabuza did not take action and the mission failed, the masked man would not spare him. A pawn does not need to think, it just needs to follow orders. Humph, Terumi Mei scoffed, knowing that if she didn't deal with Zabuza, there would be no way for her to support her comrades. Since you're here to die, I'll be a good person and help you. No wonder she can become the Mizukage. Her words are filled with dominance. Lava release, melt monster technique. Terumi Mei immediately unleashed her bloodline limit. She was aware of Zabuza's information and knew that to quickly subdue him, she had to use her bloodline limit. Zabuza had already heard of Terumi Mei's fame during her time as Mizukage. She was a genius girl with 2 bloodline limits. Upon seeing Terumi Mei release her ninjutsu, Zabuza naturally did not let his guard down. After all, a name is not without substance. No matter how careful one is, it is never too much. At the moment Terumi Mei's ninjutsu came at him, Zabuza quickly jumped aside, and the spot where he stood just moments ago was instantly melted. If Zabuza had reacted even a moment slower, he would have been finished. Upon seeing Zabuza jump, Terumi Mei would not let such a good opportunity slip away, as a person cannot change direction in midair. Boiling release, mist technique. Terumi Mei expelled boiling mist from her mouth. Boiling release is even more powerful than lava release, with a temperature high enough to dissolve even the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. Damn! Terumi Mei's series of tactics had Zabuza in a precarious situation. Zabuza found himself enveloped in mist, and the high temperature of the mist was already unbearable. If he were to be hit directly, it would be a miracle to survive. Zabuza-sama, catch this. The voice sounded like heavenly music to Zabuza's ears. A kunai tied with a fine thread flew from a distance. Zabuza quickly caught the kunai, and with a strong pull, he was yanked out of the attack range. Zabuza slid across the water for quite a distance before coming to a stop. White also jumped out from the shadows and stood beside Zabuza. Zabuza watched as Terumi Mei calmly walked out from the mist, as if she were on an outing. She had an exceptionally beautiful face, and when it came to killing, she was ruthless. Are you from the Mizukage clan? Terumi Mei asked the ninja who appeared beside Zabuza. Just now, White not only saved Zabuza, but also used his bloodline limit to shoot needles that blocked Terumi Mei's pursuit. There are no Mizukage clan members here. Only Zabuza-sama's subordinates, White replied. The identity of the Mizukage clan is now dead. Zabuza gave White a second chance at life, which is why White is so loyal to Zabuza. Oh really? Then you too can die. Upon hearing White's words, Terumi Mei abandoned her intention to capture him alive. Although the Mizukage clan held a high position in the mist, this was White's own choice to give up such privileges. Even if Terumi Mei were to strike him down now, no one could say anything against it. After all, in Terumi Mei's eyes, they were all enemies. Zabuza and White exchanged a glance, their years of cooperation allowing them to understand each other's thoughts without needing words. Using their bloodline limit, they conjured dozens of flying needles directed at Terumi Mei, while Zabuza wielded his decapitating sword and charged forward, combining close combat with range support. It was all about cooperation. The decapitating sword danced in Zabuza's hands like an impenetrable barrier, locking down all of Terumi Mei's escape routes. However, Zabuza underestimated Terumi Mei. She had no intention of retreating. Instead, she engaged Zabuza in close combat with her kunai. After several exchanges, Zabuza found himself at a disadvantage, with several rips in his clothing. If it weren't for White's continuous support, Zabuza would be in a much worse position. This woman is simply versatile. Although Zabuza considers Terumi main enemy, her performance, whether in ninjutsu or physical techniques, is flawless. Zabuza has come to see Terumi May as a monster in human skin. After all, she is capable of becoming the Mizukage. So her talent and skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Since you're not attacking, then I'll come to you. Seeing Zabuza remain stationary and not advance, Terumi May spoke up. After all, the uneasy feeling had not dissipated, and Terumi May naturally wanted to conclude the battle quickly. Chapter 218. The role of Kisame and Zabuza. Terumi May sprinted across the water, rapidly charging towards Zabuza. Suddenly, she leaped into the air and kicked towards Zabuza's face. The force of this kick was so powerful that the sound of the air being torn apart indicated its strength. Bang! Zabuza blocked with his decapitating sword, completely hiding behind it. However, even so, the sword still buzzed from the impact. This woman's physical techniques are not simple either. Zabuza thought to himself, feeling that this year might not be his year. First, he encountered the Hitaki brothers, then the Masked Man, and now Terumi May. Why was he running into so many experts? One wrong move in this battle could cost him his life. I'm just a rogue ninja. Could you not involve me in such life and death situations next time? Terumi May couldn't hear Zabuza's inner thoughts, and even if she did, it wouldn't matter. After all, losing one more life for a ninja is not a burden. Taking advantage of standing on the decapitating sword, Terumi May pressed down and performed a flip, landing behind Zabuza. Swish! With a flick of her hand, a kunai appeared, aimed at the back of Zabuza's head. Zabuza stood still, seemingly unaware. Suddenly, Terumi May's heart skipped a beat as she saw Zabuza tilt his head to the side. Several flying needles came rushing at her. Clang, clang. Terumi May changed her kunai's thrust into a swing, deflecting the incoming kunai, but the speed of the flying needles was so fast that even with her quick reflexes, one needle still slipped through. Just as the needle was about to pierce Terumi May's forehead, she opened her mouth and bit down tightly on the incoming needle. White was slightly stunned to see his flying needle intercepted in such a manner. This was truly an unexpected sight. Baya Rinbuzin would not hesitate. He spun 180 degrees, and with a surge of momentum, his large blade struck down like lightning, determined to cleave the woman before him in two. Rinbuzin would not show mercy. In his eyes, there were only enemies and corpses. Terumi May had no means to block it. With a crack, her kunai was directly severed, and the decapitating blade descended, splitting Terumi May in half. Rinbuzin frowned. This didn't feel like cutting into flesh. As if to confirm Rinbuzin's suspicion, Terumi May's body suddenly transformed with a loud bang into a piece of wood. Terumi May had used the substitution technique. At this moment, her real body slowly emerged from the water surface, having bought herself a moment to activate the substitution technique by using the kunai to block the strike. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a simple light injury. Terumi May suffered a slight injury from the backlash of Rinbuzin's power, making her no longer underestimate the combination of Rinbuzin and Haku. Their teamwork had brought her to the edge of death. Unlike Rinbuzin, who had the upper hand, Kisame was firmly in control. Yes, Kisame was indeed at an advantage. After the events involving Karo and Might Guy, this generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen understood the importance of teamwork, and their strength had significantly improved as a result, further validating their beliefs. Therefore, Kisame was feeling the pressure, and wounds began to appear on his body. However, he chose not to retreat, knowing that the longer he and Rinbuzin held out, the higher the chances of their plan succeeding. The battle raged on fiercely, and at the same time, the Mist Village was under attack. That's right. Kisame and Rinbuzin were bait, luring the Mist Village to mobilize a large force out of the village, thereby greatly reducing the village's defenses. How could the Mist Village not mobilize their main forces? It was completely impossible. After all, 2 of the ninja tools from the 7 ninja swordsmen were in the hands of Rinbuzin and Kisame. The Mist Village had long dreamed of gathering these 2 swords, and now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they would definitely fall for it. This was an open strategy. Even if they knew it was a trap, they would only sacrifice some tools at most, and the Mist Village felt they could afford to lose. However, this time they completely underestimated the appetite of their invading enemies. You want the swords? I want your tailed beasts. The masked man rampaged through the Mist Village, and no one could stop his advance. After all, he was wielding the Uchiha Susanoo. Is Konoha trying to instigate a ninja world war? The elders of the Mist Village watched the masked man rampaging through the village, gritting their teeth in anger. Whether it was Konoha or not, we must stop him first. Otherwise, the village will be gone. The fourth Mizukage spoke up, as this was a direct hit to his pride. Chapter 219. Tailed Beast Transformation. After the fourth Mizukage finished speaking, he charged towards the rampaging Susanoo. You finally appeared. The masked man murmured as he saw the fourth Mizukage approaching him. He had been luring the fourth Mizukage out, after all. The best way to find someone is to make them come to you. The katana in Susanoo's hand swung towards the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yuta. A massive flame erupted from the katana. Damn! Kagaya Yuta felt the terrifying heat enveloping him, wanting to burn him to ashes. Boom! The fourth Mizukage retreated at an even faster speed. Boom! The masked man's attack directly plowed a large area out of the Mist Village. This can't be real? The ninjas of the mist watched as the giant caused such destruction with just one blow. Had they been playing with the giant all this time? The ninjas of the mist could not accept this. Don't let me down. If this is all the power you have? Oh! Suddenly, a powerful surge erupted, creating shockwaves that demolished the surrounding buildings. Kagaya Yuta entered Tailed Beast Transformation. Now it gets interesting. The masked man was eager. He had never defeated a Jinchuriki in Tailed Beast form before, so this would be like a rehearsal. Roar! Kagaya Yuta let out a fierce roar towards the masked man. And then three tails rapidly elongated toward the masked man's Susanoo. The masked man blocked with his sword, but with only one blade against the three tails attacking from different directions, he couldn't keep up. Clang! As one tail was dodged, he attempted to pull back his blade to counter the other two, but Kagaya Yuta would not give him a chance. The other two tails charged towards the masked man's front and back. Crash! There was a loud collision sound, and before Kagaya Yuta could rejoice as the smoke cleared, the two tails could not break through Susanoo's defenses. Can you exert a bit more strength? This feels like just a tickle to me. The masked man mocked Kagaya Yuta. Kagaya Yuta remained unfazed and immediately controlled the two tails to bind Susanoo. Then he opened his mouth wide to the sky, chakra slowly gathering within. Kagaya Yuta intended to finish off this despicable man with a tailed beast bomb. The previous attack was merely a tactic, deliberately allowing his tails to approach the masked man to pin him in place, enabling his second plan to be executed smoothly. Yes, the second step was the tailed beast bomb. In Kagaya Yuta's understanding, nothing could withstand a tailed beast bomb head-on. The tailed beast bomb grew larger and larger. The masked man began to shake violently, trying to break free from the entanglement of the three tails, but he was firmly held in place, unable to move. The masked man could see the immense power contained within the tailed beast bomb. At that moment, he wasn't too sure if he could withstand a head-on. After all, he was not his ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Finally, Kagaya Yuta completed the charge and released his tailed beast bomb. Boom! The ground of the Mist Village began to shake violently. The deafening sound of the explosion resonated. A mushroom cloud proudly unfolded, and over half of the Mist Village turned to ashes. Terumi Mei, who was battling Ren Buzen, felt the chakra fluctuations coming from the direction of the village. It was quite far from the village, yet the chakra could reach here. Coupled with the unusual actions of Kisame and Ren Buzen, you are the bait, aimed at luring the combat strength of the Mist Village out. Terumi Mei was not foolish. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent. It was as if she was inquiring, but she had already confirmed it in her heart. Ren Buzen remained silent, but his movements quickened. Terumi Mei was no longer holding back her strength. She needed to return to the village quickly. After all, her family was there. Moreover, knowing that Kisame and Ren Buzen had entered the Land of Water, she had brought a large number of elite ninjas to ambush them. The other 5 members and elite ninjas shared the same idea as Terumi Mei. However, this made things difficult for Ren Buzen, Haku, and Kisame as their injuries accumulated. Nonetheless, the 3 of them still managed to hold the elite forces of the Mist Village here. Cough cough. As the smoke cleared, the masked man appeared unscathed before the tailed beast transformed Kagaya Yuta. That attack had directly shattered Susanoo. Truly a tailed beast. The power is truly mesmerizing. The masked man remarked, as one could see just how powerful a tailed beast bomb was from just one attack. It was clear that it had shattered his Susanoo. I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but this is where it ends. After saying this, the masked man's Sharingan instantly entered the Manjiki state. Not good. Kagaya Yuta's brow twitched. Chapter 220. Invasion of the Cloud. Ninja Kagaya Yuta was still a step too late, and he stood frozen in place. The illusion techniques of the Uchiha clan are renowned throughout the ninja world, especially those of the Manjiki Sharingan, which are particularly lethal against tailed beasts. Is this the village hidden in the clouds? Pain said as he looked at the village before him. This time, the Akatsuki organization mobilized all its members to showcase their strength to the ninja world and capture tailed beasts, having visited all 3 major ninja villages besides Konoha and Iwagakure. As the strongest of the 3 major ninja villages, the village hidden in the clouds was naturally targeted by Pain, who claims to be a god. You might wonder why we aren't attacking Konoha. Please, who would want to raid that hellish dungeon? It's not like there aren't substitutes for the 9 tails. Is there really a need to go through such trouble? As for Iwagakure, there's even less to say. The tailed beasts don't prefer to stay in the village. They're always roaming outside. This is the easiest opportunity to seize them. Nagato, the positions of the 2 tails and 8 tails are right here. As Nagato's only trusted person, Conan pointed out the locations of the tailed beasts. That's good. I don't like wasting time. Pain split his forces into 2 teams to capture the tailed beasts of the Cloud Ninja. Boom. What happened? The Raikage, who was in a meeting, suddenly heard a violent explosion erupt from the village. Lord Raikage, there is an enemy invading the village. At that moment, an Umbu member knelt before AI to report. Boom. Damn it. AI smashed the table in front of him, which showed the intensity of his anger. This was the first time since the founding of the Cloud Village that it had been invaded, and it was during his administration. Wasn't this a clear slap in his face? Relay my orders. The entire village is to enter a state of combat readiness immediately, with the lower ninjas responsible for covering the retreat of the villagers. The remaining ninjas will fight the enemy with me. As the leader of the village, AI naturally had to protect the civilians, and since the enemy dared to attack so brazenly, they were certainly not to be taken lightly. So the lower ninjas didn't need to join the fray. Yes, Lord Raikage. The Umbu immediately went to relay the Raikage's orders. Found you, why? Pain stood in front of the wooden man. So, your target is me? No, it should be said that it's not just me. The wooden man realized from Pain's words that he was their target. Moreover, considering that the enemy had the audacity to come to the village hidden in the clouds, it was certainly not just for him, as the village housed 2 Jinchuriki. Pain did not expect that the Jinchuriki before him was so perceptive that he could gather so much information from just one title. Summoning technique. Pain would not waste words with him and directly use the summoning technique. Damn it. The wooden man saw that the enemy could summon such a large summon beast, which meant great destructive power. And there was more than one. With no other choice, the wooden man had to enter tailed beast mode. I will kill you. As the perfect Jinchuriki, the wooden man would not lose his rationality. But seeing the summoned beast wreaking havoc in the village hidden in the clouds still filled him with rage. Pain directed the 3 summoned beasts to charge at the wooden man. Seeing the 3 summoned beasts coming towards him, the wooden man showed no fear. Rat-tail beast ball. The wooden man released multiple chakra spheres and manipulated them towards the summoned beasts. Pain was naturally aware of the wooden man's abilities. After all, with Kagaya's influence, even the tailed beasts knew what color their underwear was. At that moment, the hungry ghost path Pain suddenly stepped forward, raised both hands, and directly absorbed the wooden man's chakra. How is this possible? The wooden man's face changed drastically. His ultimate technique was so easily countered. As long as this person exists, his techniques would basically be useless. This was not good news for the wooden man. Boom. Damn it, not again. AI was once again blown away by the Deva Path Pain. However, he also discovered the weakness of this technique, which was that it had a time limit. Chapter 221. The might of the Raikage having understood how Pain's power operated, AI finally felt reassured. The most fearful thing in battle is being completely unaware of your opponent. ZZZ. AI's body crackled with electricity. In an instant, AI's figure appeared right in front of Pain, and he threw a punch. Before Pain could respond, he was already sent flying. After all, the speed of lightning is incredibly fast, and AI's speed matched that. AI thought of strategy. As long as he attacked while his opponent's skills were on cooldown and at a speed they couldn't react to, he would gain the advantage. Although Pain couldn't keep up with AI's speed, he managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be knocked away. This couldn't be blamed on Pain. He simply wasn't skilled in speed. As a result, he encountered the 4th Raikage, who possessed both high speed and high attack power. AI would not give Pain any time to think. He transformed into a blur and unleashed a series of combo punches of the Deva Path Pain. Meanwhile, the other Pains were entangled with other ninjas. After all, this was the village hidden in the clouds, AI's stronghold, where he had many subordinates. For the first time, Pain found himself at a disadvantage, forced into a passive defense. This was an insult to Pain, Since declaring himself a god, it was the first time he had been at a disadvantage in battle. As an experienced ninja, AI, despite facing the emotionless Pain, keenly noticed his impatience during their battle. This lowered AI's assessment of Pain. He was just an immature individual with immense power. Lightning style, Thunderblade. AI gathered lightning release chakra all over his body and charged at his opponent, attempting to deliver a fatal blow with his powerful arm strength. In this state, AI resembled a dazzling light source, with the power of lightning raging around him, almost mocking his opponent. AI's attack was just a finger's breadth away from piercing through the Deva Path Pain's body. However, the result was Almighty Push. A powerful repulsive force emanated from the Deva Path Pain, pushing AI's attack back and even sending AI flying away. AI couldn't believe it. This was his ultimate move, and it had no effect. This enemy's ability was simply insurmountable. This left AI momentarily at a loss against Pain. After all, as long as he couldn't find a way to deal with this bizarre ability, he couldn't inflict any damage. Lightning release, lightning armor, wrapped in lightning chakra. AI thought, since I can't deal with your ability, I'll take you out when your ability is on cooldown. AI was not someone who easily gave up. Since the opponent had a weakness, he would attack it. As long as his speed increased, he could eliminate the opponent when they lost their ability. After being stimulated by lightning release chakra, AI's speed became even faster, comparable to the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namikaze. Boom! With a stomp, the ground instantly formed a crater, and AI used that recoil to appear in front of Pain. Boom! Pain had already prepared, and with both hands together, he barely managed to block AI's strike. However, AI was not just throwing one punch. His extreme speed brought extreme power. Although Pain was emotionless, he felt the flow of chakra in his body becoming less smooth due to AI's consecutive attacks. Just as AI was about to land a fatal blow to Pain's head, the Azura Path Pain separated his wrist from his arm, pulling out a series of missiles from the arm's opening and aiming them at AI to launch a rocket attack. If AI delivered that punch, he would inevitably be hit by the Azura Path's missiles. Such a one-for-one approach was unacceptable to AI. Damn it! After battling with Pain for so long and using all his skills, he unexpectedly found this opportunity so easily defused. How could this not make AI feel heartbroken? Tendu Pain had countless opportunities, while he only had one, which was ruined by others. Moreover, AI could not maintain the Reikage state indefinitely. The human body's endurance is limited. Once exceeded, it can lead to minor injuries or death. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, hidden mist technique. Kisame received a message from Black Zetsu. He directly released a ninjutsu to interrupt the 5 Kage's attack. And at that moment, Zabuza also cooperated with a hidden mist technique to obstruct the enemy's line of sight. The figures of Kisame, Zabuza, and Haku were covered by the thick mist and disappeared from the enemy's view. This is bad. We must return to the village immediately. Terumi Mei's expression changed dramatically. The enemy's retreat must mean they had accomplished their plan. After saying that, she accelerated her return to the village. The 5 Kage also immediately followed. Chapter 222. Pain shows his skills when Terumi Mei returned to the village. What greeted her was a scene of devastation. The previously orderly village seemed like a different world. Mei, you finally returned, said the elder of Mist Village. Elder, where's Lord Mizuki's? Terumi Mei asked anxiously, hoping the worst thing she feared had not happened. Lord Mizuki has been captured. The elder had witnessed the strongest Mizuki being easily defeated by the enemy, causing his faith in the Mizuki to collapse. What? Terumi Mei looked incredulous. If the Mizuki had been killed by the enemy, she could accept that. After all, there are no ninja in the ninja world who cannot be killed. However, capturing a Kage-level powerhouse would come at an unimaginable cost. Sharingan. Hearing those 3 words from the elder, Terumi Mei took a step back in shock. Is it from Konoha? In an instant, she thought of Konohagakure, as only the Uchiha clan from Konoha possessed the Sharingan. Konoha must declare war on Mist Village. But this was not what Terumi Mei was most worried about. The first thought that crossed her mind was of that white-haired boy. She had witnessed Karotto's prowess during the negotiations between Mist and Konoha. In her heart, she dared not become his enemy. No, he said he comes from the Akatsuki organization. Hearing the elder's words, Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from Konoha was just too great. Currently, there was no ninja village in the ninja world that could compete with Konoha. On the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja, Tendu Pain was nearly beheaded by the combined attack of AI and Killer Bee. Luckily, The shared vision among the Pains allowed him to use Shinra Tensei to repel the two. This battle against the Cloud Ninja was Pain's most arduous fight. He could not end the battle with overwhelming strength, making it the hardest battle Pain had fought since his debut. Today, the Cloud Village could be considered the most powerful ninja village besides Konoha. The three individuals, two full-tailed beasts and Raikage AI, were all Kage-level powerhouses and not just any Kage level. Therefore, this was Pain's most difficult battle. AI said to Pain, "What is your purpose in attacking my Cloud Village?" This also demonstrated Pain's strength. If AI could have taken him down, he wouldn't be wasting his breath here. He would have already made Pain pay for his reckless actions. Hand over the 8 tails, and I'll leave it once. Tendu Pain pointed at Killer Bee, his purpose simple and straightforward. Killer Bee and AI exchanged glances, and the two brothers showed their intent through their actions. Seeing the brothers attacking him, Pain understood that things would be a bit tricky, but this was within his expectations. Roar! Killer Bee directly transformed into his tailed beast form, knowing he had to bring out his strongest state to confront the enemy before him. Since the enemy dared to infiltrate their camp, they must have sufficient confidence in their strength. In an instant, Killer Bee's speed increased, and while running, his 8 tails attacked Pain from all directions. Pain used Shinra Tensei to deflect the attacks, and AI's assault immediately followed. The two brothers did not give Pain a moment's respite. The other Pains wanted to assist, but the other Cloud Ninja were no pushovers. Although they blocked Pain's advance, they created an ideal combat environment for AI and Killer Bee, a 2-on-1 scenario. AI's offensive was fierce and domineering, just like his personality, while Pain remained calm and composed. As the onlooker had clarity. However, the destructive power of lightning release was limited, and it also interfered with Pain's chakra transmission, causing Pain's movements to sometimes become disjointed. AI keenly noticed this and continuously increased his chakra output during the fierce battle with Pain. Pain used the momentum from colliding with AI to create distance, and his physical discomfort immediately vanished. However, just as he escaped AI's attack, the 8 tails lay in wait to finally catch Pain alone. The tail beast ball came flying towards Pain at a tricky angle, and Pain's skills were still on cooldown, leaving him unable to react. It was fortunate that Killer Bee seized this opportunity. However, just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit Tendu Pain, the unexpected happened, the last thing the Cloud Ninjas wanted. With a loud bang, another Pain appeared in front of him, perfectly blocking the tailed beast ball and buying Tendu Pain time for his skill cooldown. Shinra Tensei! Tendu Pain's cold voice rang out. The tailed beast ball was repelled, crashing into a nearby building. Boom! The violent collision shook the Cloud Village. After the explosion, a giant crater appeared before them. Damn it, another one has come. As soon as AI spoke, 2 more Pains appeared with a bang, bringing the total number of Pains to 6. Big brother, you might as well not speak. Killer Bee couldn't help but tease his older brother. Every time you speak, 2 more come out. Bang! A figure knelt beside AI. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a member of the Cloud Ninja Zambu. Raikage-sama, the Ymura has been captured. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, AI's anger surged. He knew that Ymura was one of his top generals. I will kill them. AI understood that the 3 sudden appearances were the culprits behind Ymura's capture. The angrier he became, the stronger AI's power grew, and his mind became calmer. The enemy was now 5, but they were in their stronghold, giving them the advantage. Just as AI was contemplating how to deal with the enemy, he saw one of them summon the King of Hell, feeding their companions into its mouth, chewing them up, and then spitting them out to revive them. This operation shocked the Cloud Ninjas greatly. They had Resurrection Jutsu too. How were they supposed to fight now? Chapter 223. The wedding force to stop the Cloud Ninjas looked at the 6 members of Pain with a sense of impending doom. What was happening now was beyond their imagination. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the 8 tails, and we'll leave immediately. Pain did not want to waste time on battle. In his view, as long as the other side did not obstruct his plan, sparing their lives was possible. I'll say it again. If you have the ability, kill us all and take him away yourself. Otherwise, we will deal with you. AI was a man of iron and steel. If he showed no response after others had already made their moves, he would not be worthy of being the Raikage of the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village was the most united ninja village in the entire ninja world, a point that even Konoha could not compare to. Pain knew that his proposal would not be accepted, but he still wanted to give AI and the Cloud Village a chance. Then let your village disappear along with you. As soon as Tendu Pain finished speaking, he charged forward. The 2 sides immediately engaged in battle. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, it was a joyous and lively occasion as Tsunade and Jiraiya's wedding was happily underway. Jiraiya, that old pervert, was afraid that someone would make things difficult for him at the wedding, so he directly invited Orochimaru as his best man. Just by standing there, Orochimaru could ward off evil. He praised Tsunade, noting her high status as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage. With her beauty, Tsunade was definitely one of the top beauties in the entire ninja world. But when it came to Jiraiya, he gritted his teeth. After all, he wasn't the groom. "Everyone, enjoy your drinks and food," Jiraiya said, as he started to toast table by table with Tsunade. As the main character of the day, Jiraiya's smile never faded, and he was incredibly happy to finally have his wishes fulfilled. "Kakarot, let us have a drink together." Jiraiya raised his glass and approached Kakarot. If it weren't for Kakarot's sudden rise, Jiraiya believed he would have been wandering the ninja world searching for the so-called child of destiny. Kakarot's appearance changed Jiraiya's fate. "One drink isn't enough, right, Jiraiya-senpai? At least until we're drunk." Kakarot looked at Jiraiya with mischief. Jiraiya had been able to drink less because he had Orochimaru as his best man, and others were giving him face because of Orochimaru, but Kakarot wouldn't miss this opportunity. Hearing Kakarot's words, Jiraiya was startled. Kakarot's drinking capacity was on par with his appetite. Once, when Jiraiya drank with Kakarot, he ended up sleeping for 2 days straight. Next time, definitely, but today just one drink. Jiraiya laughed, not wanting to miss his chance with Tsunade tonight, or else she would definitely kill him. Haha. Everyone at the table saw Jiraiya's antics and burst into laughter. Only Kakarot could make Jiraiya act like this. "I'll drink with you." Tsunade pulled Jiraiya back, knowing that Jiraiya was now her man and she couldn't let Kakarot bully him. Behind Tsunade, her group of female companions was looking at Kakarot with keen interest, making Kakarot feel overwhelmed. As the saying goes, only women and villains are hard to please, and Kakarot didn't want to offend the entire women's group of Konoha, as they were all heads of the hospital. If they got a headache or something, it would be disastrous. Tsunade picked up an entire bottle, wanting to compete with Kakarot in drinking, but Kakarot knew Tsunade's drinking habits. If she got drunk, who knew what kind of commotion would ensue at the wedding? "Tsunade-senpai, just one drink is enough." Kakarot raised his glass to toast first, and seeing Kakarot's understanding, Tsunade huffed and led her sister group to start toasting one by one. "Kakarot, do you have your eye on anyone?" Just as Kakarot sat down, Shikaka leaned in and whispered. Kakarot was about to answer, but everyone at the table leaned in to hear his response. Kakarot was simply too likable, strong, good-looking, and from a prominent family. He was definitely the best son-in-law candidate. Even if he didn't have a daughter, there were plenty of unmarried women in his family, and as long as he could marry into the Nara family, they would have a strong backing for decades to come. "They're all great, just not suitable for me." "Father, you should focus on Kakashi instead," Kakarot said, unable to withstand Shikaku's intentions for him to get married. He understood Shikaku's thoughts, but Kakarot had never considered that aspect. Fortunately, there was Kakashi. Kakashi, who was eating, suddenly felt a shiver. "Are you unwell, Kakashi?" his good friend Guy asked, noticing something was off. "It's nothing, just feel like someone is thinking about me." "Probably that girl is thinking about you." Asuma, the old pervert of their generation, suddenly chimed in. Hearing Asuma's words, everyone at the table burst into laughter. They all knew how popular Kakashi was, so they could only envy him. During the wedding, an Umbu approached Orochimaru. "Hokage-sama, the Cloud Village, Mist Village, and Sand Village have been attacked, and the Jinchuriki have been taken." Chapter 224. The Konoha meeting the wedding was inevitably interrupted by such turmoil in the ninja world. The higher-ups in Konoha needed to hold a meeting to discuss countermeasures. "Hokage-sama, according to the information, the capture of the tail beasts is the work of the same organization. But this organization is far too powerful. The current head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, known for his intelligence in the ninja world, spoke up. Indeed, Hokage-sama, what Lord Shikaku says is correct. We cannot underestimate the enemy." The meeting room began to murmur. "Quiet," Orochimaru said, and the room fell silent instantly, demonstrating his control over Konoha. "Shikaku, do you have anything else to add?" Orochimaru turned to ask, knowing that having such a smart subordinate without utilizing him would be a failure as a capitalist. "Hokage-sama, in the information from the Mist Village, there are records of the Uchiha Sharingan. Lord Fugaku, do you have anything to say?" Shikaku raised the information in hand towards the sitting Fugaku Uchiha. Due to Kakarot's rise, the Uchiha clan had not weakened but rather grown stronger, which also caused the interests of the Ino-Shikicho trio to be affected. However, with Orochimaru's support, Ino-Shikicho also got a share, but it still couldn't compare to the Uchiha. Shikaku naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to suppress the Uchiha clan slip by. As Shikaku spoke, everyone in the room, except Kakarot, looked at Fugaku, expecting him to provide an explanation. Fugaku was greatly shocked upon seeing the information. To control the power of the tailed beasts, one must possess the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. Currently, in the Uchiha clan, only he and Shui had that power. Shui and he had been in the village, yet there was someone outside with the Manjiki. At that moment, Fugaku felt fear, realizing that there might be things hidden from him within the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, all activated Uchiha clan members are recorded. We can check their locations during this incident. This is definitely someone trying to frame the Uchiha. Fugaku stood up, speaking out, not wanting to bear this heavy accusation. Lord Fugaku, don't be agitated. I know this matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. After all, the current Uchiha was a sharp knife in Orochimaru's hands, and they could be properly subdued to let them know who the master was. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto, who understood it was his turn to step in. This organization is called the Akatsuki. It is a very dangerous organization composed of rogue ninja from various villages. Their goal is to capture all the tailed beasts for undisclosed purposes. As soon as Kabuto finished speaking, the meeting room erupted in chaos. This news was simply too shocking. Among them, Minato was particularly surprised, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was his wife and child. Hokage-sama, is this true? Minato asked Orochimaru, leaning on the table. Minato, do you think I would lie at a meeting? Besides, hasn't the enemy already begun to act? Orochimaru smiled at Minato. Minato, who had just been concerned, was thrown into disarray. The strength of the Akatsuki exceeded his imagination, capturing all the tailed beasts except for the Nine Tails in a single day, which left even the usually calm Minato momentarily stunned. After all, his wife and child are in great danger. Clap. Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder. Sit down first. Don't worry. Jiraiya pointed his chin towards a direction. Looking in the direction Jiraiya was pointing, Minato saw Karo, who was dozing off. Only Karo would dare to sleep during such a serious meeting. One could only say he was bold and skilled. Seeing Karo like this made Minato feel at ease. After all, Karo's strength was truly reassuring. Once Minato sat down, the meeting continued. Finally, it was over. Karo stretched and said, leaning against the wall to sleep is really not as comfortable as sleeping in bed. Orochimaru shot Karo a glare, thinking, how can you even talk about the meeting? As soon as he entered the conference room, Karo started sleeping, and even the noise in the room couldn't wake him up. Karo had a thick skin just like his strength, and he chose to ignore Orochimaru's glare. He casually picked up the fruit in front of Orochimaru, wiped it on his clothes, and took a bite. Crunch. Not bad. Free stuff is always sweet. After finishing, he didn't forget to share his thoughts. The other three in attendance had no way to deal with Karo. Do and Shui couldn't afford to provoke him, while Orochimaru couldn't control him. Orochimaru, with his hands behind his back, looked at the myriad of lights outside and said, their plan has finally begun. I've been waiting a long time for this. Karo walked over to Orochimaru, and the two stood side by side, while Do and Shui stood behind them. Yes, Senior Orochimaru, they have finally started. Chapter 225, the conversation of the Hitaki family. When Minato returned home that night, he still had his usual demeanor, but as his wife Kushina, lying beside him, sensed something was different. She gently hugged Minato from behind. Is there something wrong with the meeting today? Why do you look so tired? Minato paused for a moment, but continued to pour himself a drink. No, it's just that other ninja villages were attacked. I'll handle it. After drinking, Minato turned around and embraced Kushina. She gently rested her head on his chest. You still want to lie to me? We've been married for so long. Don't I know you well? Come on, just tell me. I can't help share the burden. Kushina looked up, and Minato happened to look down. Their eyes met, and they saw the determination in each other. All right. However, Minato capitulated first and told Kushina about the meeting's content. After hearing it, Kushina's face was filled with shock because, as the Jinchuriki, she understood the power of the Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization managed to capture all the tailed beasts from 1 to 8 in just one day. How strong must that organization be? Kushina finally realized what Minato was worried about. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha was his wife and child. What about Naruto? Kushina's first concern was still her child. She was also afraid that Naruto would be captured by this organization. Naruto shouldn't go on missions. It's safest for him to stay in the village. Minato stated the village's decision. If they allowed Naruto to roam outside, he would inevitably attract the attention of the Akatsuki members. Is the village safe? Kushina thought that since the Akatsuki could capture the Nine Tails under the heavy protection of the Cloud, Mist, and Sand villages, was Konoha also unsafe? This was the question in Kushina's heart, as the Akatsuki's achievements in one day were too shocking. Don't forget, there is Karo in the village. As the saying goes, worry leads to chaos. Kushina had forgotten this. Once she realized, she asked in confusion, since you have measures in place, why were you so worried just now? Minato scratched his head awkwardly and replied, because you are my wife and child. After hearing Minato's words, Kushina's face turned red, resembling a ripened cherry. Just as the couple was sharing sweet nothings. I'm back. Naruto returned home and saw his parents hugging. Dad, Mom, what game are you playing? I want to join. Naruto ran over with open arms, only to be sent flying by Kushina's spinning kick. You chose to come back now, of all times. You interrupted my good moment. Clean the house. If it doesn't pass inspection when I return, you know the consequences. Kushina had her hands on her hips, her red hair standing on end. Seeing this, Naruto knelt down, not caring about the pain on his face. He simply couldn't understand why his mom was so terrifying. Perhaps for Naruto's limited understanding. He couldn't grasp the concept that his parents' love was genuine and that he was an unexpected addition. Honey, let's go shopping. We haven't done that in a long time. Kushina ran over and hugged Minato's arm, acting like a little woman, seemingly forgetting how fierce she had just been. Okay, let's go right away. Minato responded promptly. After all, he knew Kushina's temperament. Thus, a world where only Naruto suffered was formed, as the couple happily went shopping. Clap. Karo closed the door and walked towards his room. He saw his younger brother Kakashi leaning against the wall. Why are you still up, my dear brother? Karo teased. Are you doing this on purpose? You've never come back this late before. Kakashi gritted his teeth, having waited for Karo for more than 4 hours. You become smarter, Kakashi. Quelle finite surprise. Earlier in the meeting room, Kakashi had wanted to ask Karo something, but since Orochimaru had kept Karo behind, Kakashi couldn't achieve his goal and was left waiting at home. Seeing Karo's annoying expression, Kakashi took a deep breath and repeatedly reminded himself, he is my brother, my real brother. The more Kakashi tried to restrain himself, the more interested Karo became. This might be the love of an older brother for his younger brother. I'm going to my room to sleep. I'm too tired tonight. Good night. Kakashi. Karo greeted Kakashi and was about to leave when Kakashi threw a shuriken at him, missing his throat by just a centimeter. Kakashi, are you trying to murder your brother? Karo pointed at Kakashi, exasperated. I just want to ask you if your plan will hurt Naruto. Oh, so you care about that little brat? Karo said with a smile to Kakashi. But aren't you meddling too much? In an instant, Karo's aura intensified, causing Kakashi to feel breathless and break out in a cold sweat. This kind of momentum was like divine wrath, something a mere human could not withstand. Naruto is my student. If anyone wants to harm him, they must step over my dead body. Kakashi vaguely knew that Karo and Orochimaru had a plan. From the intelligence Kakashi had gathered, it was definitely related to the tailed beasts, and his disciple Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Currently, the only remaining tailed beasts in the ninja world were Naruto and Kushina. If anything happened to them, his teacher, Minato, would certainly not survive. That's why Kakashi came to find Karo. Karo looked at Kakashi's determined eyes, knowing that he was warning him. Karo turned around and left, afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from beating Kakashi up for daring to threaten his brother with his own life. He had really grown some wings. Brother, promise me. Hearing Kakashi's words, Karo paused for a moment before continuing to walk. Just as Kakashi's face was filled with disappointment, Karo's voice rang out, don't worry. He won't get into trouble. Kakashi suddenly looked up and then laughed. Father, you've been watching for so long, it's time to come out. Karo said as he grasped the doorknob. Ha, you can't hide anything from you, Karo. Konoha Shikaku thought that his strength had improved and Karo wouldn't notice him. But it turned out to be the same as before. Are you afraid I'll beat up Kakashi? Father. Shikaku awkwardly smiled. He really did have such thoughts. I just got up to use the bathroom. I didn't intentionally eavesdrop on your conversation. Shikaku would never admit that he was old enough to eavesdrop on others' discussions. Oh, really? Father, if you have any difficulties, you should seek medical attention. After saying this, without waiting for Shikaku to turn around, he quickly twisted the door handle and entered the room. With a bang, Karo's door slam brought Shikaku back to his senses. How can you speak like this? I was just concerned about the conversation between the two kids, and you slander me like this. You should know that I, Shikaku, am not only feared on the battlefield, but also a good husband in bed. However, Karo didn't care about Shikaku's words. Father, if what you said is true, I'll take you to try it tomorrow. You are insulting the literati. Humph. After Shikaku snorted, he hurriedly left. Finally, it's quiet. After Karo finished speaking, he fell into a dream. Thank you all for your support. It's your support that gives me the motivation to keep writing. The Year of the Dragon has arrived. I wish us a happy new year and prosperity in the Year of the Dragon. Chapter 226. Raikage Plan Madara. Nagato is injured. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and said to the masked man, "Useless. How can someone with the Rinnegan get injured in the Cloud Village?" In the eyes of the masked man, the Rinnegan, which is considered a higher level than the Sharingan, is the most powerful. As a holder of the Rinnegan, he should also be the strongest, so the masked man looks down on Nagato. "Should I take Nagato's eyes right now?" The masked man asked Black Zetsu symbolically. "We still need Nagato's power. Wait a little longer," Black Zetsu advised, not wanting his plan to go awry. "Fine, you continue to monitor Nagato. I don't want him to pull any tricks." After the two discussed, Black Zetsu left. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, the masked man snorted coldly. "I want to know what you're hiding. But the Rinnegan is something I must have. If you get in my way, don't blame me for being ruthless." Although the masked man was chosen as Madara's successor, Madara also had limited time, which led to their brainwashing not being thorough enough, allowing the masked man to develop his own ideas. Moreover, let's not forget that the masked man had a grandfather who was a high elder of the Uchiha clan. After discussing all the issues he encountered here with his grandfather and learning that the Akatsuki had Rinnegan, he became impulsive about wanting to obtain the Rinnegan. That is the Eye of God. Other clans might have forgotten, but the Uchiha clan, with its long history, remembers it clearly. The elder was also thinking that once the clan obtained the Rinnegan, he could topple Fugaka's position as clan leader and become Hokage. So he and his grandson devised a series of plans to seize the Rinnegan. The Akatsuki is not large, but everyone has their own little schemes. "Nagato, are you feeling better?" Konan asked nervously when she saw Nagato stop coughing up blood. Nagato's earlier appearance was too terrifying. The blood just kept flowing. "Cough, cough. I'm fine." "Konan," Nagato said weakly. He didn't expect the eight tails to self-destruct for a human. If it weren't for the Rinnegan's special properties, Nagato might have already died. His 6 bodies were also turned to ashes in this explosion. The other 5 can be replenished at any time. But the body of his dear friend Yahiko was also lost, which was the most heartbreaking part for him. "I'm injured. Did Black Zetsu do anything?" In the Akatsuki, the only person Nagato trusted was Konan. To him, everyone else was just a tool to execute his plans, especially Black Zetsu, whose true purpose Nagato could never figure out. No, he's always been honest. Konan informed Nagato about Black Zetsu's movements during his injury phase. This is the most terrifying part, the less he acts, the greater his actual goal, Nagato said with a worried expression. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. Years of growth made Nagato realize one truth. Others would only obey you if they wanted something from you. "Should I go kill him?" Konan, with her beautiful appearance, spoke coldly. Like Nagato, she would kill anyone who posed a threat to him. Nagato shook his head. He didn't want Konan to take risks. Anyone who has survived in the ninja world for so long has some means, and Nagato didn't want Konan to take risks. Seeing that Nagato did not agree with her plan, Konan did not insist further. Now we only have the 8 tails and 9 tails left to capture. What should we do next? Konan said to Nagato, as she was used to following his orders. The 8 tails are not a concern. We can wait for him to revive and then capture him again. I'll personally bring back the 9 tails from Konoha. But Jiraiya is. Konan's words were interrupted by Nagato. "Konan, you have to understand that we have been heading in the wrong direction since the beginning." Yes, there was no turning back from the start. However, Konoha's strength is also the strongest in the ninja world. Can we afford to take such risks? Konoha is currently filled with talent. With the elder Sir Toby Hiruzen still not retiring from the stage, the legendary Sannin in their prime, and the new generation led by Minato, which includes Kakashi and Might Guy, were making their mark. Moreover, there is also Carrot, although there is currently no news of him in the ninja world as Jiraiya's disciple. Carrot was the name Jiraiya mentioned the most during his guidance. Jiraiya once warned them that if they encountered Carrot, they must not be enemies. This was the only time Jiraiya gave them a serious warning. "Don't worry, Konan. Under my eyes, everything is just an ant," Nagato said confidently. Ever since he became invincible with the Rinnegan, Nagato inevitably became inflated. Even the most basic vigilance disappeared, or else he wouldn't have been injured by the 8-tail self-destruction. Konan has always been blindly confident in Nagato. She wouldn't say anything against him. For her, as long as she was with Nagato, everything else was irrelevant. "Lord Raikage, what should we do now?" Darui, who was dressed like a mummy, limped to ask Ei. Ei looked down at the completely changed Cloud Village, Pain's last attack. The almighty push directly wiped out half of the Cloud Village. The other half would have been obliterated by Pain's power if the Eight Tails hadn't used his strength to block it. This also caused the Eight Tails to suffer excessive power loss and fall into a coma, leading to Pain capturing him. We need to hold a 5 Kage meeting. That organization is no longer something any ninja village can face alone. AI was forced to put aside his pride and seek help from other ninja villages. For someone as strong-willed as AI, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. However, in order to take revenge for his village and his brother, AI had no choice. Lord Raikage, we have received intelligence that the tailed beasts from Sunagakure and Kirigakure have also been captured. An elder from Kumogakure rushed to inform AI while holding the intel. What? AI quickly reviewed the information in his hands. He had initially thought he had overestimated the Akatsuki organization, but it turned out he had underestimated them even more. This organization was far stronger than he had imagined. In just one day, they had attacked 3 major ninja villages, and all without exception succeeded. AI had some difficulties in requesting to convene a meeting of the 5 Kage, but now it was no longer just a matter for Kumogakure. It was an issue for the entire ninja world. Someone was challenging the existing structure of the ninja world. Why is there no intel from Konoha? AI looked up at the elder. Konoha has not been attacked, the elder replied. Hearing this made AI feel uncomfortable. It was said that one does not suffer from scarcity, but from inequality. His village was attacked, so why not Konoha? AI felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. Chapter 227, The Plan to Attack Konoha Lord Hokage. This is an invitation letter from Raikage of Kumogakure. Orochimaru's assistant reported as he entered with a scroll while Orochimaru was handling official business. Oh, I want to see what AI is planning, Orochimaru said. Hearing this, Kabuto, Orochimaru's secretary, stepped forward and took the scroll from the Umbu's hands, placing it on Orochimaru's desk. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. This is not the AI I remember. I still prefer his rebellious demeanor. Kabuto was puzzled by Orochimaru's words, his mind filled with question marks. Seeing Kabuto's expression, Orochimaru handed him the information. Kabuto quickly read it and said, Lord Orochimaru, does this Raikage have a specific purpose for wanting to convene the 5 Kage meeting? Seeing his capable subordinate ask a question, Orochimaru was happy to answer. Kumogakure's AI is arrogant and has a no one can rival me attitude, but his strength can indeed back up his arrogance. Now that he has been awakened by the Akatsuki organization, wanting to borrow the power of the 5 great ninja villages for revenge is indeed a clever plan. So he won't participate? Kabuto asked. In the meeting room, only Kabuto had the audacity to ask this, while the Umbu who delivered the intel knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Why not participate? With other ninja villages charging ahead for us, we can avoid losses. Why not take advantage of it? Orochimaru said with a smile, but his tone was so indifferent that Kabuto felt the temperature in the meeting room drop several degrees. Truly the cold-hearted Lord Orochimaru, handsome yet ruthless. Go call the elite Jonin and above from the village. I need to hold a meeting with them. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu promised and immediately vanished. Not daring stay even a second longer. It was too terrifying. Is this secret something someone on my level should even hear? A storm is coming, everyone. An obscure organization has hidden such a vast secret. Moreover, they have already captured 8-tailed beasts, which is extremely frightening, said Jukyu, who served as Orochimaru's right hand. Those who could attend this meeting were all high-ranking members of Konoha. They would not question the authenticity of this information, only weighing the benefits and losses for their own families during the process. Knock, knock. Orochimaru tapped his fingers on the table and said, Everyone, feel free to share your thoughts. It is inevitable that the 5 Kage meeting will be held. What role should Konoha play in it? Everyone can speak freely. Lord Hokage, how should the tailed beasts be distributed? Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. He did not believe that the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages could not match the Akatsuki. So he immediately brought up the distribution of spoils. Yes, Lord Hokage, Fugaku is right. The leaders of Konoha's ninja, especially the high-ranking ones, did not believe they would fail in battle, which reflected their arrogance. Hyuga Hayashi shot a glance at Uchiha Fugaku, not expecting his rival to be so arrogant now. However, seeing Shursui and Itachi beside Fugaku made him understand Fugaku's confidence. The Uchiha clan truly had exceptional talents. Meanwhile, his own family was indeed lagging behind. The only ones attending the meeting were himself and his brother. Any other thoughts? Orochimaru looked around. Jiraiya and Tsunade had been whispering to each other, while the 3rd Hokage was smoking his pipe. The heads of other clans were simply sitting stiffly. Jukyu, you will handle this matter. With Jukyu's clever mind, Orochimaru was certain that Konoha would reap huge benefits. All right, now to arrange matters. While I leave Konoha to attend the meeting, the affairs of the village will be handled by the third Hokage, with Minato assisting him. This meeting will be attended by Karo and Jukyu alongside me. Orochimaru began issuing orders without any hindrance. Only Karo was left bewildered. Why am I involved in this? Orochimaru had given him a hint, and he was very comfortable in the village. Who would want to go on a business trip? Is the food here not delicious? Is my bed not comfortable? Who told you to be the strongest? With your protection, I feel even more at ease. Orochimaru looked at Karo sincerely. Karo thought to himself, you still need my protection? You're the hardest to kill in the entire ninja world. However, Karo did not refuse Orochimaru, as he knew that Orochimaru wouldn't act without reason. He must have some plans. Teacher, the village is in your hands. Rest assured, this old bone of mine can still guard your rear. The next morning, Orochimaru set off with a yawning Karo and his accompanying personnel. Finally leaving? White Zetsu said, looking at Karo following behind Orochimaru. We need to report to Pain quickly. White Zetsu slowly merged into the large tree. Lord Pain, he has left. White Zetsu reported happily. Finally gone. Pain stepped out of the shadows, not revealing how he had restored Yahiko's body. Leader, do we need to be so afraid of someone named Karo? It turned out that not only Pain was present, but also Zabuza and Kisame, along with Deidara and Sasori. This time, to ensure everything went smoothly, Pain had brought 2 additional teams, and it was Deidara, the artistic boy, who spoke up. You can ask Zabuza about my strength. He is the only one here who has fought against me. I only follow Black Zetsu's suggestion. Pain's plan to attack Konoha was also made after consulting with Black Zetsu, who advised that they should only proceed once Karo had left the village. Everyone's gaze turned to Zabuza, who was masked and holding a sword. Hearing the name Karo, Zabuza did not appear as calm as he seemed. His eyes revealed a trace of fear. He is a god, an invincible god. Zabuza's words stunned everyone present. Then came a round of cold laughter. A god? Ha ha ha, Zabuza, have you been scared silly by the enemy? Deidara mocked while clutching his stomach. Kisame, who had worked with Zabuza for some time, gave Zabuza a deep look. Someone who could provoke such an evaluation from Zabuza must possess extraordinary abilities. He needed to be cautious. All right, Deidara. Pain stopped Deidara, knowing that if Zabuza didn't intervene, it would be the most frustrating for Pain, because Pain has always believed that he is a god. In order to prevent any prolonged troubles, they set off. After speaking, Pain took the lead, with Sasori, Deidara, Zabuza, and Kisame following. As they passed by Zabuza, Deidara didn't forget to make a face at him. Hopefully, Haku can give me a surprise. Zabuza placed all his hopes on Haku. Chapter 228, Shajori's Revengeboom. A loud rumble echoed through the village of Konoha. What happened? In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Raizen asked in shock. This is Konoha? It's Konoha under his control, and just as Orochimaru handed it over to him, it was attacked in the blink of an eye. Where would that leave his face? Yuan Fei Raizen looked towards the distant smoke rising, feeling extremely anxious, but still waited for news in the Hokage building. After all, his identity as Hokage required him to coordinate and arrange matters. Just as Yuan Fei Raizen was anxious, the Umbu finally delivered the information. Lord Third, the enemies are Akatsuki Sasori, Deidara, Zabuza, and Kisame. These Umbu members are all Orochimaru's subordinates, so they naturally know the members of Akatsuki. Is it just these 4? Yuan Fei Raizen felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He didn't believe that these 4 would dare to attack Konoha. So far, there are only 4. He immediately issued orders to Minato and Kakashi to protect Kushina and Naruto respectively. Since you chose to attack Konoha, your goal must be the tailed beasts. As long as I protect the Jinchuriki, I can respond to any changes. Yes, Lord Third. After saying that, the Umbu immediately left. Konoha is truly prosperous, blooming with the most beautiful art under my artistry. Deidara laughed maniacally. Sasori instinctively moved away from Deidara's side. After all, Sasori still had a sense of shame. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment would be on others, and Deidara was getting further down this path. Although Deidara was arrogant, his strength was still quite formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trained as an heir by the Tsuchikage. Deidara suddenly conjured a small white bird in his hand. Explosions are art. The little bird spread its wings and flew directly towards the buildings of Konoha. Deidara turned and walked away. A true man never looks back at the explosions behind him. A loud bang was heard. Boom. Countless fragments flew, and the building disappeared, leaving behind a scene of destruction. You little brat, how rude. Look at what you've done to Konoha. Kakashi Shikaku emerged from the smoke. He originally came here to pick out fishing rods, but didn't expect to encounter such an event. This uncle, you're the first to come here to die. Deidara, not knowing Kakashi Shikaku, immediately mocked him. The youth today really has a foul mouth. Kakashi Shikaku continued to step forward towards Deidara and Sasori. At this moment, Deidara also noticed the extraordinary presence of the old man with white hair. He observed that the Hokage along the way actively avoided this man. At that moment, Sasori suddenly jumped in front of Deidara, looking at Kakashi Shikaku trembling. Sasori, this man is my target. Why did you jump out? Deidara was unclear about what his old partner was doing. It was the first time he had seen Sasori show any other emotion. Sasori had always been cold towards everything. Yet this man could actually move this 1,000-year iceberg. Could there be some secret connection between them? Deidara looked back and forth between Kakashi Shikaku and Sasori, trying to find some commonality to confirm his thoughts. In the end, as soon as Sasori spoke, he overturned Deidara's speculation. Kakashi Shikaku, I didn't expect we would meet under such circumstances. Sasori's hoarse voice sounded, but the hatred contained in it was obvious to anyone. We haven't met before, have we? Kakashi Shikaku looked at Sasori, trying to recall, but could not remember who this man was. No. Then is there some misunderstanding between us? Kakashi Shikaku was confident that all his enemies had already died at his hands. There would be no survivors. There is no misunderstanding. I came today to take your life. Sasori would not forget that this man before him had killed his parents, and their once happy family was shattered overnight. He had turned himself into a puppet in search of power for revenge. This trip to Konoha was something he had strongly requested to participate in. If he were to seek revenge alone, it would undoubtedly be an act of futility. Only by following the leader would there be a chance of success. Oh, you're not the first to say that. Kakashi Shikaku's implication was that those who had said the same before had already died at his hands. Boom! Suddenly, two puppets flew out from under Sasori's coat. Kakashi Shikaku recognized these two puppets, as they were the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo from Sunagakure, both of whom he had killed with a single strike. Moreover, it was the first time Kakashi Shikaku had seen someone turn corpses into puppets. You should remember them, right? Sasori said gently. In order to be with his parents forever, he turned them into puppets, which was also a form of reunion for their family. Yes, Kakashi Shikaku did not deny it. In the war between the two villages, the goal was to eliminate the enemy's living forces. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were the strongest of the younger generation, and killing them could greatly impact the morale of Sunagakure. It's good that you recognize them. Then you can atone for your actions. Sasori quickly moved his fingers in the air, and blue light emerged from the hands of the two puppets, beginning to attack Kakashi Shikaku. Kakashi Shikaku swung his fishing rod forward, but when he tried to retract it, he found he couldn't move it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the fine strings controlling Sasori's puppets had wrapped around it without him noticing. Lord Kakashi, the ninjas of Konoha wanted to help upon seeing Kakashi's situation, but Deidara blocked them. A fair fight does not allow for interruptions. Your opponent is me. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas understood that they couldn't assist Kakashi Shikaku without taking down the blonde-haired man in front of them, and they immediately engaged Deidara in battle. The blue chakra from the puppets aimed to stab into Kakashi Shikaku's chest. Alas, my fishing rod! Kakashi Shikaku gripped tightly, and with a crack, the fishing rod shattered, revealing the fine sword inside. Kakashi Shikaku gripped the sword hilt, and chakra instantly filled the blade. The blade emitted a blue glow. Using the Kakashi sword technique, he was able to block the puppet's attack effortlessly. This is interesting, Sasori said. Only by killing this Kakashi Shikaku would it count as completing his revenge. Boom, boom. Sasori took out a scroll, and after a series of sounds, 5 more puppet figures appeared. Sasori immediately brought out his trump card. As a villain, one should use all their strength to kill their enemies. Chapter 229. Sasori's repeated failures, such powerful puppet techniques. Kakashi Shikaku saw that Sasori had summoned 7 ninjas, each with different chakra attributes. The 7 ninjas quickly began their attack, aiming for very cunning positions, targeting areas that were hard to defend. Kakashi Shikaku's fine sword danced rapidly, moving at an extreme speed, perfectly blocking each of the puppet's attacks. To outsiders, Kakashi Hitaki seems to dance on the edge of a blade, but only Scorpion. The master of the puppet understands the forces at play. Each of Kakashi's attacks carries the same intensity, as if he were a precise instrument. This Kakashi is the most terrifying, calm, and powerful. No wonder he is known as the White Fang of Konoha. In this moment, Scorpion couldn't help but admire Kakashi's strength. Only someone like him could have the ability to defeat you. Scorpion thought as he looked at the puppets of his parents on the field. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. I miss it a little. Since his retirement, Kakashi had not participated in any ninja activities, living a peaceful life every day. Hearing this nickname now made his face flush with embarrassment. Only someone like you is worthy of dying in my hands. Scorpion's last words were shouted out, and his desire for revenge peaked at that moment. Seeing Scorpion's emotional state, Kakashi heightened his guard. Some people become calmer as their emotions fluctuate, and Scorpion was one of those people. Earth release. Wind release. Scorpion raised dust with earth release, creating a sandstorm with wind release to obscure Kakashi's vision. In the sandstorm, only the sounds of clashing weapons and sparks could be heard. Kakashi's sword technique, third form. Kakashi's figure suddenly sped up significantly. Although Scorpion could sense it, his control over the puppet couldn't keep up with Kakashi's speed after receiving the signal. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of hard objects being severed could be heard, and Scorpion could no longer sense his puppets through the strings in his hands. Scatter. Kakashi swung his long sword, directly cleaving through the sandstorm. He emerged from the gap without a speck of dust on him. But then, as Kakashi took a step forward, he appeared before Scorpion as if he had teleported, stabbing his sword into Scorpion's body. It's over, Kakashi said to the Scorpion in front of him. Is it really? Scorpion replied with a smile. Crack, crack. Several ropes flew out from under Scorpion's coat, binding Kakashi tightly. The one who should end is you. Scorpion's tail swiftly pierced through Kakashi's body. Boom. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Kakashi transformed into a piece of wood. Kakashi looked at Scorpion in confusion, surprised that someone could take his blade without any injury. This is truly extraordinary. He also sensed the enemy's uniqueness. At this moment, Scorpion felt a twinge of regret. The opportunity was only once, and he had let Kakashi slip away. One could only say that Kakashi truly lived up to his reputation. With reflexes among the best in the ninja world, Scorpion removed his outer coat, revealing his true form. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. He had never seen anyone as ruthless as Scorpion, who had transformed his own body into a puppet. Scorpion wasn't done yet. With a crack, another puppet emerged from the ground, resembling a doll-like figure. In this moment, Scorpion revealed his original appearance. Fighting with other puppets would deplete his strength, making it impossible for him to fully unleash his power. Let me greet your death in this state, White Fang of Konoha. Scorpion pulled a scroll from within his body. He bit down on the scroll and quickly performed hand seals, finally bringing his hands together. Hundreds of silver threads flew out from the scroll. Watching the threads approach, Kakashi continuously changed his position, swinging his small blade. Kakashi keenly sensed that his weapon felt lighter and that his chakra was depleting more rapidly. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but as the situation worsened, he became concerned. Kakashi quickly identified the cause. It was Scorpion's weapons causing this. Moreover, the chakra within Kakashi's body was also slowing down. This was the most critical factor. A ninja's chakra level represents their strength, with the exception of Might Guy, of course. Now, Kakashi was calmly thinking of a solution. He knew that the clearer his mind, the better. What Kakashi didn't expect was that Scorpion had thoroughly researched his information. One knew their enemy well, while the other only relied on last-minute efforts. If it weren't for the insurmountable gap in strength, information would be the key to victory. Fire release, fireball. Seeing Kakashi ensnared by his silver threads, Scorpion immediately unleashed a new jutsu. The sky was filled with flames, enveloping Kakashi. The temperature around them rapidly rose, and Kakashi felt an intense heat, causing him to start sweating. Water release, great. A Konoha ninja attempted to use water release to extinguish the flames to help Kakashi, but was stopped by Deidara, that crafty one. Boom! Deidara flung his clay, which landed precisely in front of the Konoha ninja, and a violent explosion sent him flying. His fate was uncertain. In the face of Deidara, a human-shaped bomber, the Konoha ninja could never organize an attack, being interrupted each time. This is bad. Kakashi gasped for breath. He realized this was a sign of poisoning. The flames were toxic. As the grandson of Chiyo from Sunagakure, Scorpion was well-versed in the use of poison. Forget about the code of honor. This was a life-and-death battle. Either the enemy dies, or I do. With one hand gripping his sword, Kakashi formed hand seals, maintaining focus. Open. After completing the last hand seal, a powerful aura surged from Kakashi's body, forcefully repelling the flames and silver threads. This technique was inspired by his imitation of Kakarotto's explosive power. He never expected it would come in handy here. Scorpion did not anticipate that his lethal trap would be countered by Kakashi in this way, nearly breaking his defenses. This technique was not recorded in Kakashi's information. Scorpion thought to himself. At this moment, he realized that his collected intelligence on Kakashi was no longer accurate. Chapter 230. Encounter. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement. Zabuza encountered Kakashi's team while wandering through Konoha. Zabuza, why are you in Konoha? Are you working with them? Kakashi asked Zabuza. Konoha was under attack, and Zabuza happened to be wandering around. It was hard not to think this way. Zabuza's expression darkened. He had been very careful, yet he unexpectedly ran into Kakashi, who recognized him. It seemed like fate was playing tricks. I say I'm just here for a vacation. Would you believe me? Zabuza's excuse was one he couldn't even convince himself of, and he sighed as he drew his beheading sword from his back. It seems I need to capture you to understand what is going on. Kakashi entered battle mode. Since this was a fight within Konoha, he couldn't afford to be as laid back as usual. He needed to resolve the battle quickly to minimize Konoha's losses. Whoosh! Kakashi, fully armed, moved at an astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers unable to track his figure. Zabuza barely managed to block Kakashi's attack, relying solely on his instincts. However, the force behind Kakashi's strike was too great, and Zabuza was directly knocked back by the impact. Is this your true strength, Kakashi? Zabuza thought to himself. The serious Kakashi was truly a huge surprise for him. He initially believed that his strength had increased, but in the end, he was still no match for Kakashi. Is this what genius is? This was the first time Zabuza felt this way. However, surrendering was not Zabuza's style. Even if he had to die, he would die on the offensive path. Zabuza swung his sword at Kakashi. His moves were bold and expansive, and the sword in his hand looked perfectly natural. The sword aura, unintentionally released from the blade, destroyed the surrounding buildings, causing the ground to crack. Kakashi, don't think you're the only one improving. I have also paid a great price to stand in front of you again. After joining the Akatsuki organization, Zabuza's strength had skyrocketed due to the resources he received. Kakashi was the driving force behind Zabuza's progress. Zabuza envisioned cutting Kakashi down. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed, but no one could see the combatants. This was the feeling of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura present at the scene. Why is it like this again? The strong Sasuke, even with his Sharingan activated, could barely see two black shadows and nothing more. But for the determined Sasuke, this was not enough. During his time back in the village, Sasuke had been training hard under Itachi's guidance, believing that even if he couldn't match Kakashi, he should be close. But the outcome dealt him a heavy blow. Your teacher is always your teacher, especially when it's a fully powered Kakashi. Kurama, help me. Naruto shouted at the Nine Tails inside him. You need my help for this? The Nine Tails replied proudly, and then its chakra flowed from Naruto's body to his eyes. Suddenly, Naruto could see the duel between Zabuza and Kakashi. The Nine Tails had been watching Naruto's efforts closely and recognized him, allowing them to share power. Sasuke, standing next to Naruto, suddenly felt a powerful and evil chakra that made his heart race. Unable to help himself, he looked around and took a step back upon realizing that the source of the evil chakra was Naruto. What's going on? What exactly is happening inside Naruto? Sasuke couldn't help but sweat, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of chakra. This was the largest and most unmasked chakra he had ever seen. To Sasuke's Sharingan, there was no concealment whatsoever. Roar. The Nine Tails, noticing Sasuke observing it, couldn't help but roar. It bore no ill will toward Sasuke, but Sasuke's eyes reminded the Nine Tails of its past suffering. It had once been a free beast, only to be conquered by a man with Sharingan with just a glance. From then on, the Nine Tails lost its freedom and could only be sealed away. Sasuke stumbled back and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura rushed to help as she saw Sasuke suddenly fall. Sakura, this is your chance to shine. You can touch Sasuke's body. Sakura's mind wandered, but her speed did not falter. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto asked with a confused expression, wondering why Sasuke had fallen. The Nine Tails had no intention of revealing its prank to Naruto. I'm fine, just the ground is slippery. Sasuke quickly deflected, not wanting to admit he fell out of fear of what was inside Naruto. That would ruin his cool image. Seeing that Naruto didn't believe him, he quickly changed the topic. Naruto, can you see Kakashi-sensei's movements? Sasuke asked, as he noticed Naruto's eyes now had a hint of gold, which prompted his question. I can see clearly. Kakashi-sensei has the upper hand, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Thanks to the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto could clearly see Kakashi and Zabuza's movements, but just seeing was one thing. Keeping up with them was another. and it would be difficult for Naruto. Although the Nine Tails chakra could enhance Naruto's strength, there were limits based on Naruto's physical capacity, and at this stage, he couldn't handle that kind of power. After hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke clenched his fists. He and Naruto were friends, but he didn't want Naruto's strength to surpass his own. It was like not wanting his brother to suffer, while also not wanting to see his brother driving a luxury car. Sasuke felt conflicted. However, what Sasuke didn't know was that normal people couldn't compare to those with special abilities. From the moment he was born, Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, had given him a special gift. Among them, only Sakura felt dejected, as she could only listen to the battle unfold. Sometimes Sakura wondered what role she played in this team. Each mission was completed with the help of Naruto and Sasuke, and she had little opportunity to shine. This was not the result Sakura wanted. She needed to be involved, or she would be left further behind by Naruto and Sasuke. She feared that one day, she wouldn't even have the right to stand next to Sasuke. Chapter 231, Kakashi's Flying Thunder God Bang. This sound interrupted Naruto and the others' conversation. They turned to look in the direction of the noise. Once the dust settled, they saw Zabuza half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with his sword, a streak of red liquid at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Zabuza couldn't help but start coughing. Only when he coughed did the pain in his body lessen. Kakashi stood 5 meters away from Zabuza, quietly observing him. Kakashi, you're not a qualified ninja. Zabuza stood up and said to Kakashi. In Zabuza's view, it was unqualified for Kakashi not to take advantage of his weakest moment and instead wait for him to recover. I just think, even if I give you time to recover, what difference will it make? Kakashi's words conveyed absolute confidence in his own strength. Damn Kakashi. Hearing Kakashi's words and seeing his smug expression, Zabuza's anger erupted like a volcano. For the first time, Zabuza felt that a ninja like Kakashi should not exist in this world. However, Kakashi's strength also shocked Zabuza. As the wielder of the decapitating sword, Zabuza was well aware of its hardness, yet there was now a crack on the sword, left from blocking Kakashi's attack earlier. If Zabuza hadn't reacted quickly enough to block Kakashi's punch with the decapitating sword, he might have already been a corpse. For the first time, Zabuza felt so close to death. Zabuza's mind raced as he thought about how to break the deadlock. He didn't want to die in Konoha. He still wanted to live. After all, no one wants to die. Suddenly, Zabuza caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and thought, if I can't deal with Kakashi, can I not deal with you? Zabuza placed his hope of breaking the deadlock on Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi, I admit you're strong, but if I fight desperately, you won't have it easy either. How about letting me go? Zabuza wanted to buy some time. After all, although Kakashi's attack hadn't directly hit him, the terrifying force had still injured him. Zabuza needed to adjust, as he only had one chance. If he failed, his chances of survival would diminish further. Oh, do you think that's possible? Just surrender and you can still live. Live? Ha ha ha. Do you think I would believe what you say, Kakashi? Being caught by you means endless imprisonment. After you have drained my value, death is not far away. As a former member of the Mist's assassination force, Zabuza is naturally aware of the dark side of ninjas. Zabuza will not entrust his fate to others. For Zabuza, there's only the death of moving forward, and no retreat to survive. After saying this, Zabuza stepped hard on the ground. He launched forward like a bullet fired from a gun. His speed increased to the next level, even faster than during his previous fight with Kakashi. Kakashi was on high alert, waiting for Zabuza's attack to come. But a strange scene occurred. When Zabuza was halfway through his charge, he suddenly turned, and his feet exploded with chakra, creating an afterimage, further increasing his speed. Additionally, as the chakra erupted, Zabuza released a water clone to block Kakashi, buying time for his own actions. What's going on? This was the collective thought in Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's minds. Zabuza's previous performance had been so impactful that they all thought he would have a decisive battle with Kakashi, not realizing he had turned his attention towards them. If Zabuza knew what the three were thinking, he would definitely scoff. A ninja must do whatever it takes to survive. Only by surviving can one have a chance. Fundamentally, this is a result of the differing educational approaches of Konoha and the Mist Village. Your opponent is me. Zabuza's water clone saw Kakashi trying to block Zabuza's actions and stopped him, saying, although the water clone only has half my strength, as long as it buys me a few seconds, I can succeed. Ha ha ha, come at me with your lives, brats. Zabuza laughed wildly, having seen a glimmer of hope. As long as he captured one of the three brats, he would have a hostage. Knowing Kakashi as he did, Zabuza was certain Kakashi would let him leave Konoha. Ding! Zabuza's eyes widened as he looked at Kakashi, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, his brain unable to process it for a moment. How did Kakashi get here? This question flooded Zabuza's mind. His water clone was intact, yet Kakashi had blocked his attack. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, and the others were equally bewildered. Naruto and Sasuke had been ready to confront Zabuza, and after their previous battle, they had recognized their shortcomings and trained harder upon returning to the village. Eager to redeem themselves. Now, with an opportunity in front of them, they found it snatched away by Kakashi-sensei. It felt as though their fists had struck empty air. Kakashi, it seems I underestimated you. Zabuza thought that the more he fought Kakashi, the more cards Kakashi seemed to have, while he had none left. It seemed like his path ended here. Zabuza thought to himself. The reason Kakashi was able to reach Zabuza so quickly was because of the Flying Thunder God technique. When Zabuza used his sword to block Kakashi's fatal blow, Kakashi had left a Flying Thunder God mark on the sword. Kakashi-sensei, how much are you hiding from us? Sasuke said, looking at Kakashi's back. Sasuke noticed that the longer he spent with Kakashi, the less he understood his strength, as Kakashi always seemed to have new tricks up his sleeve. Go for it, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, as the morale booster, was doing his job well. Even though Kakashi had stolen his moment, he still cheered for Kakashi, as usual. Only Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. She had been frozen in fear when she saw Zabuza charging at them. At that moment, she felt death was so close. It was only with Kakashi's appearance that Sakura regained her composure. But when she looked at Naruto and Sasuke, she felt ashamed. Just moments ago, Naruto and Sasuke had stepped in front of her to face Zabuza. Next time, I will definitely not hold back. Sakura vowed in her heart. She also wanted to become strong like Naruto and Sasuke to protect her comrades. Chapter 232. Kakashi's power. Zabuza Momochi is just a name without substance. Want to take my students hostage? Did you ever ask me, their teacher, if I agreed? Although Kakashi said this in a relaxed tone, Zabuza, as the person involved, sensed a deadly danger in Kakashi's voice. But Zabuza, having survived the world of blades, instantly shook off Kakashi's mental pressure. Kakashi, this is the world of ninjas. Not the children's game you played when you were young. Only the victor has the right to teach. Is that so? Is my victory not clear enough to make you think you can still win? As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zabuza's clone suddenly dropped from the air, hands forming seals rapidly. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon appeared out of thin air, opening its mouth to try to swallow Kakashi whole. While Kakashi was being restrained by Zabuza, Zabuza's attack was already upon him. This was Zabuza's second plan, before attempting to capture Naruto and the others as hostages. He had already thought about what to do if the plan failed. From Zabuza's chain of schemes, it is evident how cunning he is as a ninja. However, Zabuza forgot one thing. When the opponent's strength completely surpasses yours, no amount of strategy can make up for the gap in strength. For Kakashi, Zabuza was such an opponent. Kakashi smirked slightly, completely disregarding the water dragon jutsu. One hand held a kunai to block Zabuza's sword, while the other hand formed seals with one hand. Raikiri. Kakashi called out the name of the technique, then raised his hand. The power of Raikiri crashed violently into the water dragon's head, producing a loud bang that shattered the water dragon. This move could even cut through the thunder in the sky, let alone the water dragon jutsu. Instantly, it was as if a torrential rain had begun, and water can conduct electricity. Zabuza's body visibly shook. Naruto and Sakura were even worse off, collapsing to the ground, while only Kakashi and Sasuke remained unfazed. Sasuke, how come you're completely fine? Naruto asked, his lips trembling, while Sakura's eyes were also filled with questions. I don't know either. Sasuke was equally unsure of the principle behind it. In fact, it was quite simple. Both Kakashi and Sasuke possessed lightning-type chakra, giving their bodies some resistance to electricity. This was also one of the factors in the original story for Kakashi choosing Sasuke as his disciple. Having the same chakra attribute and being a genius made it easier to teach him. Zabuza had not anticipated that a fully powered Kakashi would be so difficult to deal with. Every attack he made was countered by Kakashi. That was the most terrifying part. Every time Zabuza took the initiative, Kakashi would perfectly counter it, leaving Zabuza feeling completely disheartened. Zabuza jumped backward, escaping Kakashi's reach. Since this might be my last grand performance, I cannot end it so hastily. Zabuza thought to himself. Dying at Kakashi's hands was also acceptable to him. After all, since becoming a ninja, Zabuza had either been on the path to killing or being hunted. He had long been prepared to be killed. Moreover, if he were to die at the hands of a well-known ninja in the ninja world, he would have no regrets. After Zabuza quickly completed a few hand signs, he shouted loudly, An invisible wave of energy erupted from Zabuza's body, flattening the surrounding buildings. What is going on? Naruto asked, blocking the incoming debris with his hand. How did Zabuza's power suddenly increase so much? It's that sign. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, noticed that Zabuza's chakra had suddenly increased after completing the hand signs. Is Kakashi in danger? Sakura couldn't help but worry about Kakashi in the field. If Kakashi couldn't withstand Zabuza, even the three of them together wouldn't be a match for Zabuza. Sasuke looked at Kakashi again and saw no change on Kakashi's face. At that moment, Naruto said, "Don't worry, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei hasn't used his full power yet." Among the people present, Naruto understood Kakashi's strength because his father was Kakashi's teacher. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura looking over, Naruto began to show off. You two finally have something you don't understand, right? Seeing Naruto's smug expression, Sakura had already guessed what he was thinking. She clenched her fist and punched Naruto on the head, shouting, "Stop stalling. Just say it already. It's hard to get a chance to show off. And you won't even let me have a little moment." Naruto, feeling a bit wrong, said, "But seeing you pulling up your sleeves, I immediately told you what I knew." He didn't want to experience Sakura's education again. "I heard my dad say that Kakashi-sensei has sealed a tailed beast inside him." What? This was the first time Sasuke and Sakura had heard such explosive news. Naruto continued, "Sasuke, doesn't maintaining your Uchiha clan's Sharingan consume an enormous amount of chakra?" Hearing Naruto's question, Sasuke nodded and replied, "Yes, I can't keep my eyes open for too long. Otherwise, my body can't handle it." Sasuke seemed to realize something and looked shocked. "You thought of something?" Naruto asked. "Yeah." Only Sakura looked confused. "What kind of riddle are you two playing?" At that moment, the difference between commoners and ninja clans was evident. Kakashi-sensei is not a member of the Uchiha clan, so his Sharingan has never been closed. This. Sakura was so shocked she couldn't finish her sentence. Sakura had seen the aftereffects of Sasuke using his Sharingan, and Kakashi-sensei had never closed his? What an enormous amount of chakra. Because in the ninja world, a ninja's strength is usually measured by their chakra. Let's put it this way. Even my dad has never seen Kakashi-sensei use his full power. I guess only Kakashi-sensei's brother has seen what Kakashi-sensei is like when he goes all out. Naruto sighed. Thinking of Kakashi-sensei's brother made Naruto unhappy. To master the power of the Nine Tails, he had once sought advice from Karo, which led to a brutal beating. Of course, the result was good. Naruto gradually mastered the power of the Nine Tails, experiencing pain and joy at the same time. Chapter 233. New techniques. Naruto, you're talking too much. Kakashi, hearing Naruto mention that bastard Karo from behind, began to feel annoyed. It was because Karo always wanted to test his own strength by giving Kakashi a lesson, leading Kakashi to train constantly to regain his dignity. Oh, Naruto quickly covered his mouth. He knew how Kakashi-sensei had been educated by Karo. He was afraid that if he said too much, Kakashi would give him a hard time. Sasuke looked back and forth between Kakashi and Naruto, feeling that these two were hiding something from him. "Are you done?" After finishing, Kakashi turned to Zabuza and asked, "Kakashi, should I say you're arrogant or just overconfident?" Zabuza pointed at Kakashi and said. Then Zabuza clenched his fist. With a bang, several pits formed in the ground, indicating that Zabuza's power had suddenly increased due to his inability to control it perfectly. No matter how strong the clown is, he is still just a clown. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zabuza, who was initially filled with joy from his newfound power, glared at Kakashi. "Say that again." Zabuza gritted his teeth and said. This was the first time Zabuza had heard someone describe him like that. He felt he had to tear Kakashi apart to avenge the insult. "Kakashi-sensei looks like someone I've seen before," Naruto said, and both Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was because Karo had stayed with Kakashi for too long. Kakashi inevitably learned some of Karo's admirable traits, such as enjoying taunting his opponents. Of course, this requires one to absolutely suppress their opponent, which Karo could do with anyone. While Kakashi's situation here was unclear. In any case, like father, like son. Are you still listening? Kakashi took out a small device from his bag. After operating it a few times, the words Kakashi had just said came out of it. No matter how strong the clown is, he is still just a clown. Everyone was stunned. Such a thing exists? What was that thing in Kakashi's hand? This device was used by Orochimaru to record experimental data. After Kakashi saw it, he asked Orochimaru for one. And of course, Orochimaru generously gave Kakashi one, considering Karo was also Orochimaru's partner. This was one of Kakashi's many clever moves. Zabuza shouted with both hands clenched, the explosion of chakra stronger than before. Perhaps this was the reason for his anger, boosting his strength. Kakashi. Zabuza roared. Zabuza drew his executioner's sword and charged at Kakashi. At that moment, Zabuza completely abandoned the thought of escape. His mind was filled with the single thought of killing Kakashi in front of him, even if it cost him his life. At this moment, Zabuza was the strongest Zabuza, devoid of any distractions, filled only with pure killing intent. This was the Zabuza trained by the Mist Assassination Unit. Zabuza's moves were fierce, and his actions swift. Every strike was executed with the most efficient use of strength to unleash the most powerful offense. If it weren't for Kakashi's rich combat experience, he might have had trouble defending himself. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of weapons clashing were like a welcome song of death. If either of them couldn't hold on, it would be a farewell song. Crack. The kunai in Kakashi's hand broke. In Zabuza's eyes, it appeared that Kakashi couldn't hold on any longer, and the dawn of his victory was right in front of him. But the real reason was that Kakashi's kunai couldn't withstand the force and broke. Come at me, Kakashi, Zabuza said excitedly, as if he could already see Kakashi lying before him. Captain, should we go support Lord Kakashi? At that moment, a member of the Umbu in the shadows asked his squad leader. Kakashi and Zabuza had been fighting for so long without anyone interrupting them, because the Umbu had isolated the battlefield to prevent anyone from disturbing them. No need. We just need to ensure no one interrupts their duel. We'll step in once Kakashi-san decides the outcome. But that's Kakashi-san. The Kakashi-san who has a 100 success rate in Umbu missions. His strength far exceeds your imagination. The captain of the Umbu has great confidence in Kakashi because he was once a member of Kakashi's Umbu team and has witnessed Kakashi's strength firsthand. Without any weapons, Zabuza is pressing the attack, and Kakashi narrowly dodges each of Zabuza's strikes. As the saying goes, the day will come when defense is finally broken. Kakashi serves as a perfect example. He is slashed across the chest by Zabuza. Fortunately, at the last moment, Kakashi manages to evade, leaving only his clothes damaged. Seeing that he finally managed to attack Kakashi, Zabuza is very pleased, thinking that one success leads to another, and he aims to capitalize on it. Just as his giant blade is about to strike Kakashi, the three ninjas shout in unison, "Watch out, Kakashi-sensei, quick dodge." However, Kakashi seems oblivious, standing still. Zabuza's smile can't be contained, but quickly turns to shock. Kakashi shouts, and the chakra within him explodes, sending Zabuza flying. Zabuza tumbles several times before landing steadily. He never expected Kakashi to counter his attack in such a manner. Not only did Zabuza not foresee this, but the three ninjas also did not. This is a technique developed by Kakashi based on Kakarotto's explosive power. Kakarotto's words have enlightened Kakashi. Both ki and chakra are forms of power, and we can choose how to wield this power. This has solidified Kakashi's determination to imitate Kakarotto's technique. What a pity, this elite Jonin's clothes are expensive, Kakashi murmurs. What's wrong, Naruto? Sasuke asks, noticing Naruto's change in expression. Is something off with Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi-sensei seems angry. I've seen him like this once before. The quieter he speaks, the angrier he gets. As if to validate Naruto's words, Kakashi continues. Then please, prepare to die, Zabuza. Kakashi raises his right hand overhead, palm open, and a circular technique made of chakra appears in his hand. He flicks his hand, and the circle flies out accompanied by a shout, "Chakra round slice." The name is so plain that Kakashi can't be bothered to change it. He simply copied Kakarotto's. What is this? The three ninjas are stunned. Kakashi-sensei has so many secrets. Even though Zabuza has seen many techniques, this is the first time he's encountered something like this. However, Zabuza doesn't have time to be dumbfounded. He quickly dodges Kakashi's chakra round slice while mocking him. Kakashi, are you trying to be funny? Just this? Not only Zabuza, but even the three ninjas and the hidden Umbu are puzzled. Logically, Kakashi's ultimate technique shouldn't be so easily avoided. At that moment, something astonishing happens. Kakashi's chakra round slice curves in midair, flying back towards Zabuza's head. Zabuza feels goosebumps rise on the back of his neck. Habitually tilting his head, a strand of hair is directly cut off. Zabuza's pupils dilate as he incredulously watches the chakra round slice hover in front of Kakashi. This shatters Zabuza's previous worldview. The technique he unleashed can actually be recalled. Sasuke, am I dreaming? Smack. Sasuke slaps Naruto. Ouch. Sasuke, what the heck? Looks like you're not dreaming. You can still feel pain. Coming back to his senses, Naruto looks at Kakashi and says, "So cool. I must learn this move." Naruto's eyes shine with excitement. Even Sasuke, at that moment, doesn't refute Naruto as he harbors the same thought. Zabuza, how about this move? Kakashi is quite adept at slapping faces now. Zabuza, who was just laughing, is now rendered speechless. Kakashi waves his hand, and the chakra round slice darts towards Zabuza, its speed visibly increasing. Zabuza can only evade Kakashi's attacks by constantly repositioning. During this time, Zabuza also attempts to use ninjutsu to interrupt Kakashi's technique, but each time ends in failure. The water dragon bullet gets sliced in half, and the hidden mist technique is blown away by the high-speed rotation of the chakra round slice. Zabuza doesn't even have time to cast other ninjutsu. It's already too fast. Moreover, Zabuza has been in high-intensity combat. The aftereffects of using ninjutsu to tap into his body's potential are now manifesting. Zabuza's face shows bulging veins, and cold sweat drips from his forehead. He's even starting to gasp for breath, which is extremely fatal for a ninja. This indicates that his strength has already declined. He is no longer at his peak. Zabuza realizes that if he continues to dodge like this, he might be dragged down. Initially, Zabuza thought that using such a technique would mean Kakashi's chakra consumption must be greater than his own, as Kakashi needs to maintain control of the technique while pursuing him, leading to a several-fold increase in chakra usage. Zabuza wanted to lie in wait for Kakashi to exhaust himself and then attempt a desperate counterattack, hoping to escape from Konoha alive. However, reality dealt Zabuza a heavy blow. Kakashi remains unfazed, like nothing is wrong. This causes Zabuza's plan to fall apart. Now, the only path left for Zabuza is to attack his last attempt, as failure means death. Kakashi, come at me. After dodging the chakra round slice, Zabuza charges at Kakashi with both hands gripping his sword, aiming to strike Kakashi down before the chakra round slice returns. Zabuza observes closely. Kakashi does not move his body at all while using this technique. At most, his fingers control the movement of the technique, which in Zabuza's eyes indicates that Kakashi cannot move his body while using this technique. Only in this way can he stably supply chakra to the round slice. Not good. Kakashi-sensei is in danger. At that moment, Sasuke shouts. Zabuza's thoughts align with Sasuke's as an observer. What? Isn't Kakashi-sensei always in the dominant position? Naruto asks, confused. Sasuke then explains his understanding to Naruto and Sakura. Then we should hurry to support Kakashi-sensei. After saying this, Naruto rushes to help, but Sasuke pulls him back. Don't go. With our strength, we would only be a burden to Kakashi-sensei. As Sasuke speaks these words, he feels bitter. He has often hated his weakness. However, the development of events is often unexpected. Kakashi sidesteps Zabuza's giant blade. When Zabuza realizes his strike has missed, he quickly turns the blade to slash sideways. Kakashi leaps, gracefully landing atop Zabuza's giant blade. Zabuza feels the weight of the blade shift. Zabuza is waiting for this moment, having already formed a hand sign with one hand. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Instantly, he envelopes Kakashi in flames. Zabuza smirks, seeing that Kakashi hasn't dodged his fireball, remaining within it. Kakashi-sensei. The three ninjas all exclaim. It's not just Zabuza who sees this. The Umbu captain also immediately stands up, wanting to rescue Kakashi. However, as he is about to take action, he was shocked by what he saw. Kakashi slowly walked out of the great fireball technique. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. He walked out. Kakashi moved from the tip of the beheading sword to its hilt, looking down at Zabuza. Your tactics are good. If it were anyone else, they might have fallen for it. Unfortunately, you met me. Zabuza did not expect Kakashi to so easily break his killing move. Kakashi wrapped himself in his massive chakra, and Zabuza's great fireball couldn't penetrate Kakashi's chakra shield, let alone injure him. Originally, Kakashi intended to use this move against Kakaroto, but ended up using it here instead. As expected of Lord Kakashi, the captain of the Umbu team exclaimed. Kakashi was his idol, radiating that idol aura. Kakashi-sensei is amazing. X3, here we go. Kakashi lifted his foot and kicked towards Zabuza's face. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone in the face. But Kakashi did the opposite. This action deeply insulted Zabuza. As Kakashi's large foot approached, Zabuza pushed his beheading sword away. Kakashi and the sword flew out directly. Kakashi's foot stuck to the sword, and just as he was about to crash into a building, he kicked off the beheading sword for leverage. After a spin, he landed on the ground, while the beheading sword went straight through the building. Boom! The structure collapsed. Chapter 235, An Unexpected Conclusion. Oh no, I've damaged public property. Kakashi looked at the result of his actions with some regret. This was all Zabuza's doing. You guys need to testify for me. Kakashi turned to his three students, his gaze threatening. The three immediately nodded vigorously, indicating they understood. They knew that if they disagreed, their lives would be tormented by Kakashi. After all, they had witnessed Kakashi's pranking skills firsthand. However, what the three didn't know was that Kakashi's pranking methods were all based on his own experiences, which made his memories so vivid. As for Zabuza's attitude, Kakashi didn't care at all. After all, who would believe a rogue ninja from another village over Konoha's elite Jonin Kakashi? At this moment, Zabuza took out a scroll from his pocket, and with a bang, the beheading sword appeared in his hand. Kakashi wasn't surprised by this, since Zabuza could wield the beheading sword and cause chaos in the ninja world without it being reclaimed by the Mist Village. Kakashi already knew that Zabuza must have a scroll to control it. Swish! Kakashi's chakra round blade flew back into his hands. Kakashi slowly walked towards Zabuza, and his summoning didn't fail. This left Zabuza puzzled. You don't think that just because I used this move, I can't move, do you? After saying this, Kakashi saw the shock on Zabuza's face and laughed heartily. I just didn't want to move because I was lazy. Kakashi's words made Zabuza's face flush. It was exactly this that led him to formulate the previous attack plan, and now he seemed like a clown performing for others. Sasuke beside him also felt embarrassed, especially with Naruto staring at him, as if to say, what you said earlier was wrong. Fortunately, Sasuke kept telling himself that as long as he didn't feel awkward, the awkwardness belonged to others, and he directly ignored Naruto. Go! Kakashi pointed at Zabuza. The chakra round blade shot directly towards Zabuza. This time, it was faster than before and reached Zabuza in the blink of an eye. Zabuza had no time to dodge and tightened his grip on the beheading sword, lifting it above his head to slash down. Crack! The beheading sword in Zabuza's hand broke with a smooth cut. This completely exceeded Zabuza's expectations. After all, the beheading sword he held was one of the 7 ninja tools of the Mist Village, a very rare treasure. Yet it was just cut in half by Kakashi's technique, which Zabuza couldn't accept. The chakra round blade had already been able to cut off Frieza's tail when Krillin was still a small Karamai. If it had been Frieza's neck, perhaps Namek wouldn't have needed to be destroyed. One can imagine how powerful the chakra round blade was. For Kakashi, cutting a beheading sword was effortless. Lord Kakashi, please show mercy. At this moment, the captain of the Umbu shouted. Just as the chakra round blade was about to cut Zabuza's neck, it stopped, but it still grazed Zabuza's skin, causing blood to flow down his neck. If the Umbu captain had shouted a moment later, or Kakashi had hesitated for a second, Zabuza would have become headless. Lord Kakashi, the Umbu captain, along with his subordinates, quickly approached Kakashi and greeted him. It's you, White Mouse. Kakashi remembered his former subordinate. After all, he used to be part of Kakashi's team. I didn't expect you to become a captain now. Kakashi was pleased to see a former team member promoted. Thanks to your teachings, Lord Kakashi, the captain said humbly. But what do you mean by stopping me from attacking? Kakashi's imposing aura pressed down on White Mouse and his team. Hiss! White Mouse and his team felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. White Mouse was somewhat okay, since he was a Jonin, but his team members were trembling in their legs facing Kakashi's pressure. It was that they feared for their lives. Anyone who survived in the Umbu had walked through blood and mountains. It was the resistance against Kakashi's imposing aura that caused their fear. Seeing this, White Mouse immediately took out Orochimaru's order. Lord Kakashi, this is the Hokage's intention. Upon seeing White Mouse raise a scroll, Kakashi reached out to take it. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Does my brother know? Although Kakashi was asking, his tone already indicated that he had made up his mind. White Mouse stood in front of Kakashi, embarrassedly smiling awkwardly. It was because Kakarot had returned with the team and had seen Kakashi fight Zabuza. Damn it, were you all here from the beginning? White Mouse nodded sincerely. It was also because Kakarot concealed their presence that Kakashi hadn't noticed them observing from the shadows. If it weren't for White Mouse's shout, Kakashi would still be in the dark. In fact, Kakashi should have thought of this long ago. After fighting Zabuza for so long, no Konoha ninja came to assist him. All this was orchestrated by Kakarot. Whereas Kakarot, Kakashi didn't even call him brother anymore. After all, a brother who constantly pranks his younger brother isn't someone to feel happy about. Speak the truth. Kakashi glared, and White Mouse could only honestly confess. Kakarot said he didn't want to see you acting smug and left long ago. White Mouse dared not get involved in the love-hate relationship between the two brothers. Both of them were figures he couldn't afford to provoke. Bang bang. Kakashi tapped Zabuza a few times, and Zabuza collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Kakashi snapped his fingers, and the chakra round blade automatically disappeared. I'll leave him to you. Let us go. Kakashi then led his team to support elsewhere. Mainly wanted to find his dear brother. Mr. Zabuza, I advise you to be honest. The White Mouse saw Zabuza still struggling to break the seal Kakashi had placed on him and said, after all, this is what I requested for you. The White Mouse squatted down and whispered in Zabuza's ear. Hearing this, Zabuza immediately became obedient. He knew Bai had successfully contacted Konoha. After all, this was something Bai and Zabuza had discussed long ago. Then let's go, Mr. Zabuza. After saying this, the White Mouse nodded to his subordinates while lifting Zabuza, and the four of them instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 236. The struggle of Guy. Unlike the one-sided battle on Kakashi's side, the fight between Might Guy and Kisame was a true contest of equals. Watermelon Head. My weapon really likes you, Kisame said, showing his jagged teeth to Might Guy. Is that so? It must be because I'm just so popular, replied Might Guy, giving a thumbs up and showcasing his signature white teeth. From the memories transmitted by Samahata, Kisame knew that his former master had been killed by someone dressed like Might Guy. Therefore, Samahata constantly vibrated in Kisame's hand, expressing its hatred for Might Guy and urging Kisame to attack him immediately. Bang! Bang! Without any preamble, the attack began. Despite Samahata's large size, it felt cumbersome in Kisame's hands. Instead, Kisame utilized Samahata's characteristics to unleash tremendous destructive power. Open the door of opening. Open the door of healing. Might Guy instantly opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates, and a massive wave of green energy burst forth from his body. Might Guy was completely relying on his physical body to combat Samahata. I got it. Kisame's Samahata suddenly opened wide and bit down on Might Guy's arm. Might Guy had fallen for it, because Kisame's weapon was a living creature. Kisame, feeling that Samahata was unable to absorb chakra from Might Guy, looked puzzled. Clearly, this man is enveloped in green energy, yet you're telling me that's not chakra? This truly caught even a well-informed Kisame off guard. Open a death gate. Might Guy quickly opened another gate, forcefully pushing Samahata away. Kisame was also pushed back a few steps by this surge of energy. He couldn't imagine how much power was hidden within this man before him. Go for it, teacher Guy. Lee cheered for Might Guy. Their small team was responsible for evacuating the residence, and they hadn't expected to encounter Kisame causing destruction. Thus, Kisame and Might Guy began their battle. Lee, your encouragement has been received. Teacher's youth is about to bloom, Might Guy declared, increasing his strength to generate shockwaves that made it difficult for Kisame to keep his eyes open. I'm coming. After saying this, Might Guy flashed directly in front of Kisame. Zulfust. Kisame immediately thought of this word. Moreover, he noticed that Might Guy was entirely relying on the strength of his body to achieve such speed. Is this really human? Kisame believed he could also achieve such speed, but that would require the aid of chakra. Boom! Kisame felt the backlash from Samahata, his palms trembling slightly. Such great power. Might Guy was fighting unarmed, getting into his rhythm, and pulling Kisame into his rhythm as well. Kisame realized this, but he didn't have time to think of strategies because Might Guy wasn't giving him any chances. The moment he let his guard down, Might Guy's fist would not hold back. The two of them exchanged blows while shifting positions. Everywhere they passed, whether buildings or the stone-paved ground, couldn't withstand the release of their power and turned to ashes. I can't keep this up. I'll be at a disadvantage. Kisame knew that in this situation, he wouldn't be Might Guy's opponent. As a ninja from the mist, his strength lay in fighting in water, and he couldn't exert his true power on land. While fighting, Kisame retreated to the water surface, which was the battleground he chose for his final showdown with Might Guy. Once Kisame stood on the water surface, he stomped on it, using chakra to pull the lake water, kicking towards Might Guy, causing a massive wave of water to rush at him. Might Guy's assault was momentarily halted, allowing Kisame to create distance between them, and they faced off once more. At this moment, Kisame removed his black cloud cloak. He was ready to unleash all his power. I never expected to be pushed to such a point by you. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. Water prison, shark dance. Kisame spat out a massive amount of water, which instantly formed an oval-shaped sphere enclosing both him and Might Guy. Might Guy felt a sudden difficulty in breathing and wanted to swim upwards for air. Unfortunately, this jutsu centered around the user, so no matter how hard Might Guy swam, it was futile since Kisame was always right behind him, neither too far nor too close. Come fort. 5 sharks. Kisame performed a jutsu to summon sharks, intending to tear Might Guy apart. After swimming for a while, Might Guy immediately sensed something was wrong. He felt as if his position hadn't changed at all. The distance to the water's surface hadn't decreased at all. At that moment, Might Guy saw several sharks opening their massive jaws, rushing towards him. To Kisame. Might Guy in the water looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Kisame wanted to savor this feast. Might Guy punched one shark, causing it to explode. However, before Might Guy could rejoice, the destroyed shark immediately revived. No matter how many sharks Might Guy defeated, they all revived without exception. Might Guy also noticed that the number of sharks remained consistently at 5. It never changed. Kakashi-sensei, look! Naruto, who was on his way, called out to Kakashi, pointing at the large, round water sphere. Kakashi frowned. He knew who from Konoha could perform such a jutsu. It must be an enemy with considerable strength. Over there. Kakashi immediately changed direction. Swish! Kakashi and his team arrived at the oval water sphere. Kakashi-sensei. Lee ran over to Kakashi as if he had found his anchor. Lee, what's the situation? Kakashi asked. Lee explained the events that led to this point, revealing that this jutsu was created by an enemy ninja. This enemy is not simple. Such a large chakra reserve, Kakashi remarked, stroking his chin. Kakashi-sensei, please help Teacher Guy. Lee urged anxiously, as Might Guy had been trapped in the water for too long. From the outside, it was clear that Might Guy was currently at a disadvantage. Just as Kakashi arrived, Lee quickly said, Lee, you have to believe in Guy. Kakashi did not think Might Guy would easily lose, as he knew better than anyone the strength of his rival, Might Guy. He's just not used to fighting in the water yet. Lee wanted to say more, but Niji held him back and shook his head. Lee ultimately chose to trust his teacher, becoming a calm spectator. Moreover, Kakashi had said that he would step in if anything went wrong with Might Guy. Chapter 237. One punch to solve the problem run. Hyuga Sanada shouted loudly. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was a rhinoceros. Yes, it was Pain's head-summoning beast. In order to cover his teammates' retreat, Sanada had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. After all, he was the strongest person here. Should he let the medical ninjas like Mayako and Rin go instead? Originally, the mission assigned to Sanada and the others was just to rescue injured ninjas. Unexpectedly, they encountered this monster, and this was a temporary shelter with many residents and injured ninjas. Today, it wasn't just Pain and his group causing destruction in Konoha. The lurking demons that had been hiding previously also surfaced, creating chaos in Konoha. Moreover, those who could hide in Konoha were not to be underestimated. Thus, Konoha initially suffered significant losses. Just as Sanada was distracted, a ninja suddenly appeared in front of him. A kunai was thrust directly into Sanada's abdomen. Sanada spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't sensed something was off and moved half an inch, he might have been a corpse by now. However, the enemy had no habit of holding back. As he tried to widen the wound with the kunai, Sanada tightly gripped the opponent's hand, preventing any movement. But the enemy reacted quickly and kicked Sanada hard in the chest. Bang! Sanada crashed heavily to the ground. Sanada, are you okay? Mayako rushed over to check on Sanada's injuries, knowing that they were in the same team and had a very close relationship. I'm fine. Hurry and go, Mayako. Sanada was still concerned about Mayako's safety first. This place was too dangerous. Not only were there attacks from summoned beasts, but there was also a group of powerful ninjas conducting assassinations. Several ninjas had already been injured or killed in Konoha. After saying that, Sanada began to cough up blood continuously. Mayako quickly started to treat Sanada. She could see that if Sanada didn't accept treatment, he would die here, which was something she couldn't accept. You're really foolish. Sanada chuckled through the blood. He knew that this silly girl, Mayako, choosing to treat him at this moment meant she had already given up her chance of survival. Foolish or not, I don't want you to die in front of me. After saying that, Mayako increased the output of her chakra. How touching. You two can rest assured, I will kill you both at the same time. I won't let you go on your journey alone. After saying that, the enemy charged at Mayako and Sanada with a kunai in hand. Sanada, Mayako! Matsushita Kitoto shouted. He had to hold off this summoned beast and had no time to rescue them. Mieko! Rin also shouted. She was being held back by another ninja, who kept slashing her with wounds, as if enjoying the pleasure of hurting others. Come and take your life. The enemy's voice rang in Mayako's ears as she closed her eyes. At that moment, Mayako envisioned the face of Carrot. I can't see you one last time, Carrot. After waiting for a while and feeling no harm, she opened her eyes. She saw the figure of the person she had been longing for. The unchanged white hairstyle, the orange martial arts uniform, and the key point was that aura that captured everyone's attention at a glance. Sanada, you look so disheveled, Carrot said with a smile. Bastard. Carrot. Sanada laughed heartily after speaking. He knew that with Carrot's arrival, Everyone here would be safe. However, that smile caused him to pull at his wound, making him grimace in pain. Can you not move around while others are reminiscing? Carrot said, holding the enemy's wrist. He could feel the enemy's movement. Big brother, not everyone can withstand your strength. This might be the most speechless moment for the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Carrot quickly flashed several times and knocked out all the enemies. This is too easy. The ninjas of Konoha, seeing Carrot arrive in just half a moment, were astonished that the ninjas who had just threatened their lives were so easily dealt with. Truly, the gap between people is larger than that between dogs. This guy's gotten stronger. Sanada was amazed that Carrot's power seemed endless. Carrot walked up to Sanada, looked at his miserable state, and said to Mayako, "Let me handle it." Mayako, having witnessed the special nature of Carrot's power, stepped aside. Carrot placed his hand above Sanada's wound. A faint yellow glow emanated from Carrot's hand, and Sanada's wound began to heal at a visible speed. In no time, the wound disappeared. Next time, be more careful. Don't lose your life so carelessly. We'll talk about next time later. How about you? Why are you back? Didn't you go to escort Lord Hokage to the meeting? Sanada asked in confusion. I said I missed you and came back to see you. Do you believe it? Carrot's poor excuse wouldn't convince even a 3-year-old. Forget it. Mayako couldn't help but laugh at the sight of her crush and good friend bickering like two children. Carrot, how long are you going to watch the fun? Hurry up and help. Matsushita Kitoto shouted. They were about to collapse, and the two of them were still arguing, showing no regard for him as their teacher. Coming right up. After saying that, Carrot walked toward the summoned beast. He bent down, clenched his right fist at his waist, and spoke. Teacher, you all step aside. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, although Matsushita Kitoto and the others were confused, they still obeyed Carrot's instructions and immediately turned to leave. The summoned beast, the rhino, let out a deafening roar and charged toward Carrot. Carrot threw a punch. Boom! The entire Konoha shook. The summoned beast was instantly reduced to ashes, forming a ravaged line. This was the result of Carrot's release of power. Oh dear, I used too much strength. Carrot felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the destruction caused by the summoned beast in Konoha was not as severe as the damage caused by his punch. The Konoha ninjas widened their eyes in astonishment. They all knew Carrot was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. The scene before them exceeded their imagination. Oh no, I forgot to collect my clothes. Goodbye everyone. Carrot instantly teleported away, fearing that someone would come to him for compensation. Grandpa, come in. Upon hearing a response from within, the masked man pushed open the door and entered. Where have the clan members gone? The masked man asked. There was a riot in the police department today, and Fayek took people to suppress it. It's very safe here now. Upon learning that his grandson was coming to Konoha, the elder had arranged this act. Chapter 238. Rescued still, Grandpa, you are more skilled. The masked man praised his grandfather. Although the elder wanted to spend more time with his grandson, he was concerned about exposure. Thus, he directly asked the masked man about the purpose of his risky visit to Konoha. Grandson, what business do you have in Konoha this time? Yes, Grandpa, I need your help to obtain the Edo Tensei ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. The masked man stated his request directly. For the success of his plan, he needed more powerful and loyal ninjas, and Edo Tensei was the most suitable for him, as the resurrected ninjas could not resist the will of the caster. So it's this ninjutsu. Grandpa has it here. This left the masked man astonished, as this ninjutsu had always been recorded in the Book of Seals, and the Uchiha clan could not approach it at all. He never expected his grandfather to be able to obtain it. You didn't expect this, did you? The elder said with a smile. To deal with our Uchiha clan, the second generation developed various forbidden techniques. How could we Uchiha not have any precautions? Since the first generation, we have already arranged for people to infiltrate the upper echelons of Konoha, and this secret is known only to the elder of the Uchiha clan. I originally thought this line was no longer useful, but due to your circumstances, I had our hidden network collect everything that could be useful to you. Your foundation is too shallow. Edo Tensei is the most suitable for you. The masked man knew the elder cared deeply for him. Thank you, Grandpa, the masked man said, bowing to the elder. As long as your plan can succeed, I am willing to pay any price. Don't worry, Grandpa, I am determined to obtain the Rinnegan. The relationship between Black Zetsu and me is just mutual use. Talk of peace in the ninja world is just an illusion. The ninja world has always been one of the survival of the fittest. Once I obtain the Rinnegan and gain the power of the Sage of Six Paths, I will surpass our ancestors, and the entire ninja world will belong to our Uchiha clan. Ha, good. My grandson has ambition. Our line has been suppressed by Fugaku for too long. It is time for us to take the position of clan leader. The elder had long been dissatisfied with Fugaku, and in the past, it was due to the disparity in strength. Now his grandson gave him hope. The 6th gate opened. Might Guy immediately activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates. The previous tremor had caused him to no longer hold back his strength. Day Tiger. Guy threw a punch in the water, forming a tiger that charged towards Kisame. Just in time, 1,000-feeding shark. Kisame completed his hand seals, and instantly, 1,000 sharks appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Guy to bite him. However, Kisame was being too naive. As soon as the sharks touched the Day Tiger, they instantly dissipated. Although there were many sharks, Guy was like a perpetual motion machine, continuously throwing punches, creating a dry zone. Bang! Bang! The sound of exploding sharks echoed. This was also the first time Kisame had seen someone break his ninjutsu in such a way. After all, there were 1,000 sharks. They could grind a person to death, yet this green-skinned man showed no signs of fatigue. Day Tiger. Might Guy unleashed his full power, and the tiger he created roared. Not good, Kisame thought frantically. However, it was too late for Kisame. The Day Tiger hit Kisame directly, breaking his ninjutsu in the process. Bang! A massive oval water sphere burst open, creating a large hole. If you don't want to become a roasted chicken, run, Kakashi said, immediately running away. His speed, even faster than when he arrived. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, everyone also ran away without hesitation. Whoosh! Water instantly poured down from the sky, expanding the lake several times over. Bang! Kisame also fell from the air. However, he wasn't so lucky. He fell directly to the ground and rolled a few times before losing his strength. Cough, cough. Kisame couldn't muster any strength at this moment. Might Guy's Day Tiger passed right through his body, meaning Kisame had taken a punch from Guy, who had opened the 7th gate. If it weren't for Kisame's exceptional physical condition, he would have long since been sent to the Pure Land. Kisame still wanted to struggle to get up, but Guy was already in front of him. Don't move, stay still, Might Guy said, holding the Samahata sword. Lying down is quite comfortable. Kisame naturally complied. Moreover, his body was in such bad shape that avoiding further suffering was acceptable. Guy-sensei, Lee, and a few others appeared in front of Might Guy in an instant. Guy-sensei, I knew you would win. Lee, this is youth. Today, let's run 5 laps around the village. Okay, Guy-sensei. Lee naturally had no objections to Might Guy's arrangement. Kisame was left in a daze, thinking I lost to this guy. What was your purpose in coming to Konoha? Kakashi asked, being a bit more reliable than Might Guy and still seeking information. Do you think I would tell you? Kisame replied, I'm just testing the waters. After all, torturing me would waste a bit of time. Kakashi smiled at Kisame, but his smile held malicious intent, which Kisame sensed clearly. Kakashi used a ninjutsu to bind Kisame. He placed his palm on Kisame's head, preparing to delve into Kisame's memories. Although Kakashi wasn't a specialist, this method could damage Kisame's brain. Lightly, it could turn him into an idiot. Heavily, it could lead to death. However, Kakashi would show no mercy to enemies. He needed to understand the enemy's purpose for coming to Konoha. Just as Kakashi was about to extract Kisame's memories, a kunai flew towards Kakashi, aiming for his hand. Kakashi turned his body, drew his kunai, and with a clang, deflected the incoming kunai. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The kunai was merely a distraction to draw Kakashi's attention, and Kisame had already been rescued by the newcomer. Who are you? Kakashi asked, seeing the person wearing a yellow mask. However, everyone present recognized the person's eyes. After all, it was a family mark and a prominent one from Konoha. You already know who I am, don't you? The masked man said before disappearing with Kisame. He had 2 purposes for coming here. One was to rescue Kisame, and the other was to sow seeds of doubt regarding the Uchiha clan's trustworthiness, as he had openly rescued a criminal who attacked Konoha. Stop! Sasuke shouted loudly. This concerned the reputation of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke couldn't allow anyone to slander it. Don't go. Kakashi stopped Sasuke from pursuing. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi picked up a stone from the ground and threw it forward. Suddenly, with a boom, everything within hundreds of meters was obliterated. Sasuke felt a chill in his heart. If Kakashi hadn't stopped him, he would have been dead. What a big move. Kakashi hadn't expected the enemy to leave so many explosive tags. Chapter 239, Minato's Discovery. Yahiko. Is it you? Jiraiya couldn't believe that one of his students was the mastermind behind the attack on his village. Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't expect we would meet like this. Although the two were reminiscing, they were not idle. Pain was attacking with lethal intent, while Jiraiya was holding back in every move. He couldn't understand why his kind-hearted student had turned into this. A long-standing defense must eventually fail. As Jiraiya was caught off guard, Pain seized the opportunity, and his black rods were about to pierce through Jiraiya's body. However, what got pierced was just a shadow. Whoosh! Minato appeared nearby, bringing Jiraiya with him. Jiraiya-sensei, pull yourself together. Don't forget, he is now the enemy. Minato didn't want Jiraiya to accidentally lose his life here. Minato clearly saw that the enemy before them was intent on killing. Slap, slap. Jiraiya slapped his own face to concentrate. Go for it, Minato. Jiraiya knew that to understand why Yahiko had become like this, he needed to defeat him first. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God, instantly appearing behind Pain. A Rasengan had already coalesced in his hand, ready to strike Pain from behind. Bang! Minato's body was uncontrollably sent flying backward, and Pain had been waiting for this moment, grabbing Minato's body. Huh? Minato felt the chakra in his body continuously disappearing. What was going on? He looked down at Pain and saw that he had a device in his hand that could absorb other people's chakra. Minato! Jiraiya shouted, wanting to rush forward to help, but was stopped by Devapath. Jiraiya-sensei, you should be more concerned about yourself. Humph! Jiraiya, being blocked by Devapath, naturally did not give him a good look. However, he also knew that he couldn't support Minato right now. The two instantly engaged in battle. Jiraiya was somewhat wary of the black rod in Devapath's hand. But this was Konoha, and even if Jiraiya couldn't provide support, there were others. Tsunade took the lead, using her incredible strength to rescue Minato from the Hungry Ghost Path. Since Tsunade's strength was not a ninjutsu, the Hungry Ghost Path couldn't absorb it. In terms of raw power, the Hungry Ghost Path was no match for Tsunade. So Minato regained his freedom. Tsunade-sama, I need a little time. Tsunade nodded. She knew what Minato needed to do. After all, as a fellow heir of the three great sage lands, Tsunade understood that Minato wanted to enter sage mode. Elder Monkey, transform. The third Hokage commanded his summoning beast. The Elder Monkey transformed into a giant staff that fell into the third's hands. Grow. The staff quickly enlarged and elongated in the third's hands. Clear out. The third shouted to the Konoha ninjas. Upon receiving the third's command, the Konoha ninjas quickly evacuated. The third swung the giant staff, directly sending the summoned beast of the animal path flying. On the sealing team, the members who had been waiting on the sidelines immediately stepped forward, preparing to seal these summoned beasts, as they couldn't kill them, only seal them. However, before they could celebrate, the animal path once again performed its summoning technique. Summoning technique. Bang, bang, bang. Three more summoned beasts appeared. A bull, a centipede, and a Yata no Kagami. Damn it. The third cursed. We haven't even dealt with the two yet. And you summoned three more. You're really something. The three summoned beasts rampaged across the battlefield, causing Konoha ninjas to be overwhelmed. The destructive power of these giant beasts was immense. Konoha's buildings crumbled with a single touch or crash. Multiplication technique. Shadow imitation technique. Mind transfer technique. The Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans unleashed their signature jutsu, working in perfect harmony to bind the enemy with shadow imitation technique, control their bodies with mind transfer technique, and finally let the Akimichi clan finish them off. However, they underestimated these summoned beasts. In an instant, the beasts broke free from their restraints. How is this possible? The three clans were taken aback. Since when did their ninjutsu become so ineffective? Open the door of opening, open the door of death. Chakra round slash. Kakashi and Might Guy finally arrived. As soon as Might Guy appeared, he launched a flurry of kicks at the rampaging bull, sending it staggering back. Finally, he kicked the summoned beast straight to the animal path. Kakashi's side was even simpler. He directly split the centipede in half. This result surprised everyone even more, as they had been fighting for so long without inflicting any damage on the summoned beasts, yet Kakashi arrived and killed one instantly, making them feel inadequate. Pain glanced at Kakashi. This ninja had easily killed his summoned beast. It was the first time Pain had seen this. If he knew that someone could destroy another summoned beast with a single punch, he couldn't imagine his expression. Jiraiya-sensei, leave this to me. Minato, now in sage mode, joined the battle. Jiraiya was at a disadvantage against Devapath. Without Tsunade's occasional help, he might have been dead by now. Fine. Jiraiya knew that a situation would only hold Minato back. With a flash, Minato and Devapath engaged in battle. Now in perfect sage mode, Minato had little difference compared to Devapath. After all, Jiraiya, even in imperfect sage mode, could handle 2 or 3 pains. Devapath inhaled, and Minato's body was uncontrollably pulled towards Pain, who was waiting with the black rod. Minato immediately activated Flying Thunder God and vanished before Pain. The pull lost his target. Minato had already left Flying Thunder God marks around before coming to battle Pain, intending to use them to counter Pain's abilities. Flying Thunder God was simply the best way to counter Deva Path's attraction and repulsion. Minato knew that Pain's abilities had cooldown times, and with Flying Thunder God, he appeared right in front of Pain in the blink of an eye. This was the first time Pain had seen someone counter his technique. There were too few people who mastered space-time ninjutsu. No matter how Minato attacked, Pain could calmly evade and counterattack, leaving Minato puzzled. After all, Minato was using the speed of Flying Thunder God to ambush Pain, and it was impossible for it not to have worked at least once. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Minato's mind. Their eyes were all the same. Logically, the Rinnegan should only have one pair, yet there were 6 pairs here. Minato acted on his realization. He had Tsunade and Jiraiya help block one of Pain's line of sight while he began his attack. This time, Pain's reaction was a moment too slow, confirming Minato's guess. All Pain's shared vision. Chapter 240, Pain's Plan. Now that Minato knew about Pain's shared vision, he became even more stealthy in his attacks. This also made Deva Path feel more uncomfortable. Minato relied on Flying Thunder God to maintain high mobility while waiting for the right moment to attack Deva Path. It was like a mosquito buzzing in your ear, and you couldn't catch it. Deva Path felt this way, wanted to give up on Minato to find trouble with other ninjas, but was continuously harassed by him. Deva Path lost one of its shared visions, and at that moment, he realized that Minato had been using himself as bait, dragging Deva Path along to allow Konoha ninjas to take down the other Pains. Konoha was now filled with talented ninjas, and Pain would pay the price for his arrogance this time. Ever since awakening the Rinnegan, Pain had gradually lost his fear, looking down on everything. Bang! Bang! The loss of 2 Pains startled Deva Path, who knew he couldn't continue like this. The repulsion was activated, sending Minato flying, while the remaining Pains gathered around Deva Path. Yahiko, surrender, Jiraiya said to his disciple, not wanting his student to die in Konoha. After all, Jiraiya had invested too much emotion into each of his disciples. Moreover, it was Jiraiya who led them down the path of being ninjas. The Konoha ninjas surrounded the remaining Pains. Konoha's side was quite powerful now. 2 of the 3 Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, the Yellow Flash Minato, Kakashi, Might Guy, the Hyuga brothers, and even Fugaku had arrived. This lineup could rival the Great Ninja War. Jiraiya-sensei, you're still so naive. Pain said indifferently, I never came here thinking I would fail. You've lost, Kakashi said, pressing his blade against Sasori's heart. With just a little pressure, Sasori would die. Yes, but you won't fare any better. Bang! Countless fine threads shot out from Sasori's body, entangling his limbs. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice at all. Konoha's Shikaku was bound hand and foot, and as the thin threads tightened, he couldn't move at all. When people are pleased, their vigilance decreases. I was waiting for this moment. Scorpion used all his puppets as bait, allowing Shikaku to destroy them one by one, ultimately exposing his own weakness. Finally, he got an opportunity, a chance to get close. Go and confess to my parents. Konoha's White Fang. After saying this, Scorpion thrust one hand like a knife directly into Shikaku's body. No, Scorpion didn't feel the sensation of piercing flesh at all. In fact, Scorpion's senses were not wrong. Bang! The original Shikaku turned into a piece of wood. The real Shikaku was already standing behind Scorpion. The blade was pressed against Scorpion's back. As long as Shikaku applied force, the knife could pierce through to Scorpion's heart, and Scorpion fully believed that if he made even the slightest move, Shikaku would not hesitate to kill him. Curious. How did you know that was a trap? Scorpion was very curious about how Shikaku had used a substitution technique to appear in front of him. At first, I didn't notice it either. After all, your puppets were all being destroyed one by me, until I planned to destroy your parents' puppets. Your movements were clearly smoother than those of the other puppets. As expected of Konoha's White Fang, Scorpion understood that he lost fairly because he turned his parents' corpses into puppets to keep the family together forever. He would never allow them to suffer any losses. Come on, send me off. Scorpion knew he couldn't escape death this time. He had killed so many Konoha ninjas, there was no way he could leave alive. Any last words? Please bury me with my parents, and, if possible, tell my grandmother that her grandson is unfilial. All right. After Shikaku finished speaking, he exerted force with his hand, directly piercing through Scorpion's heart. Scorpion's eyes remained fixed on the direction of his parents, as if he wanted to firmly remember their faces. Shikaku held Scorpion's corpse and placed it beside his parents. Then he took out a scroll and sealed the 3 corpses inside. Shikaku wanted to bury them in a quiet place without war. Master Shikaku. Shursui brought the unconscious Deidara to Shikaku's side. Not bad. Shursui solved the battle so quickly. Shikaku praised. But thinking of Shursui's strength, Shikaku wasn't surprised. After handing the unconscious Deidara to his subordinates, Shursui asked Shikaku, Master Shikaku, what should we do now? Since the situation here has been resolved, let's go support Minato and the others. From the intel provided by the Umbu ninjas, Shikaku knew the enemy's target was the Nine Tails. Understood. The two then rushed towards the direction where Minato was fighting. Scorpion is dead too? Black Zetsu, this old schemer, waited until Shikaku's figure had moved far away before emerging from the ground. The losses this time were too great. Originally, Black Zetsu wanted to take advantage of Kakaroto and Orochimaru's absence from Konoha to stir up trouble, but Kakaroto's pressure was too great for him. Black Zetsu had heard Madara evaluate Kakaroto's strength. Even Madara himself said that peak strength was needed to fight Kakaroto. Black Zetsu then shifted his gaze towards the Uchiha clan. He was also aware of Tobi's little schemes. Having lived for so long, Black Zetsu could see Tobi's ambitions at a glance. Although well concealed, no one was a fool. He clearly knew that Tobi's goal was Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato was also aware of this. However, everyone was using each other. It was just a matter of who would ultimately prevail. Black Zetsu knew there was no longer any reason to stay here. Slowly, he sank down until he disappeared. You've all come, Pain of the Six Paths said as he saw Shikaku and Shursui arrive. Pain had been stalling for time. He knew that, with his current strength alone, he couldn't deal with so many Konoha ninjas. Even if Madara came, he would have to shed a layer of skin. Since you're here, then let us all stay. After Pain finished speaking, his body slowly rose, and he said as he ascended, feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain, understand pain. Not good, we have to stop him. Jiraiya shouted. Although he didn't know what Pain was going to do, Jiraiya sensed sharply that if Pain wasn't stopped, Konoha might be obliterated. Chapter 241. That was close. Shinra Tensei. Just as Pain was about to release the jutsu to kill the Konoha ninjas below, a voice interrupted what he was about to unleash. That won't do. You're not a demolition team. Forceful demolition is illegal. Get lost. Before Pain could react, Kakaroto hit him squarely in the face with a punch, sending him plummeting from the sky. Bang! Pain quickly reacted, using repulsion to counteract the downward force just before hitting the ground. If he had been a moment slower, his body might have fallen apart. Kakaroto also slowly descended from the air. Hi everyone, Kakaroto greeted first, as he is a polite and civilized young man. Upon seeing Kakaroto, everyone felt relieved. Even though the enemy was using the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, they all believed Kakaroto could handle it. Kakaroto, you took so long to get here. Jiraiya couldn't help but complain. Just moments ago, he felt a sense of impending disaster. If he couldn't stop Pain from unleashing that technique, Konoha would be doomed. As expected of the teacher of the Child of Destiny. Seeing Jiraiya's fearful expression, Kakaroto understood how powerful Nagato's jutsu was and the destruction it could bring to Konoha. I rushed back as fast as I could. I guess I wasn't late after all. Kakaroto wouldn't admit that he had gone to watch a play first. No one believed a single word of what Kakaroto said. Who in Konoha didn't know that Kakaroto had a technique that was faster than Minato's Flying Thunder God? Kakaroto, you've angered me, Pain said, suppressing his anger. He couldn't believe he was slapped in the face by a mere mortal, something that was unacceptable for someone who considered himself a god. Oh, and what do you plan to do? Kakaroto stepped forward, looking expectantly at Pain, or rather, at Pain's controller, Nagato. Your foolishness will cost you your life. Pain of the Six Paths raised his hand towards Kakaroto and drew in. Kakaroto, be careful. Minato quickly warned Kakaroto, knowing that Pain possessed strange abilities, both repulsion and attraction. However, the development of the situation completely exceeded Minato's expectations, and even Pain was in disbelief. Kakaroto was completely unaffected and continued to walk step by step towards Pain. Pain was even more surprised than Minato, realizing that his infallible technique had no effect on Kakaroto. But Pain was stubborn and refused to believe it. When the cooldown for his technique ended, he planned to use repulsion to blast Kakaroto away, but it had no effect at all. This almost made Nagato think that his ability was malfunctioning. Nagato never considered that it wasn't the technique that was flawed, but rather that the gap in strength between them was too great for the technique to affect Kakaroto. Hungry Ghost Path Pain jumped between Kakaroto and Pain of the Six Paths and began to attack Kakaroto. However, the speed of Hungry Ghost Path Pain's attacks seemed to Kakaroto to be slowed down by several times. Each move was easily avoided by Kakaroto. leading Nagato to mistakenly believe that Kakarot was just a slightly faster ninja. After Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, he had only one attitude towards the ninja world. Nagato viewed other ninjas as just two types, himself and others. To him, everyone else looked like a mere pawn. This was even more arrogant than Sasuke. If Pain had studied Kakarot's strength properly before attacking Konoha, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly in front of Kakarot. It was also possible that Kurizetsu and Tobi deliberately concealed Kakarot's identity from Nagato, as everyone had their own motives. "I've got you." Nagato's voice came from the Hungry Ghost Path, and he couldn't wait to absorb Kakarot's chakra to compensate for his own power loss. The Hungry Ghost Path suddenly unleashed a powerful suction force, trying to absorb all the chakra from Kakarot's body. However, reality slapped him hard. He found he couldn't extract even a trace of chakra from Kakarot's body. This is impossible. Pain couldn't believe it. He simply didn't understand why there was no chakra in Kakarot's body. Even an ordinary person has chakra, yet this man had none. Disappointed? Nothing is impossible, Kakarot said as he used a blast of energy to free himself from Pain's grip on his right hand. Then, Kakarot used his right hand to break Pain's fingers that were gripping his left hand one by one. The Hungry Ghost Path's fingers were all broken by Kakarot. Kakarot was curious why the Hungry Ghost Path didn't scream. And then he realized that these two people were essentially one, as they were both controlled by Nagato. Boom! Kakarot didn't hold back. As soon as the Hungry Ghost Path grabbed his hand, he felt dirty and immediately kicked the Hungry Ghost Path, causing it to explode without hesitation. "Sorry, I used a bit too much force." Kakarot showed no signs of remorse as he walked towards Deva Path Pain, moving at his own pace. Pain continued to use repulsion against Kakarot, but it had no effect. With a flash, Kakarot appeared in front of Pain, grabbing his wrist and saying, "Your Shinra Tensei won't work on me." Nagato's expression changed drastically upon hearing Kakarot's words. His techniques were unknown to others. How could this person named Kakarot know their names? This made Nagato suspect that there was a spy from Konoha within the Akatsuki. What happened to Nagato? Konan asked anxiously when she saw Nagato's expression change. To her, nothing was more important than Nagato. After all, they only had each other. Nagato relayed Kakarot's words to Konan, who immediately understood his meaning. "You think there's a Konoha spy embedded in our organization?" "Yes, otherwise it doesn't explain why this man, named Kakarot, knows the names of my techniques. Isn't that normal? It's not unusual for our organization to recruit spies from other villages." After hearing Konan's words, Nagato realized he was overreacting. While Nagato was talking to Konan, however, the Deva Path he controlled did not hesitate. Even though one hand was caught by Kakarot, it kicked towards Kakarot's groin. Kakarot quickly stepped back. That was close. Chapter 242. The end of the matter. Kakarot didn't expect this cold man to use such a despicable tactic. But Pain's goal was achieved. Kakarot released his grip on his wrist. Kakarot was a very petty person and would retaliate immediately. He dashed forward and unleashed a combination of punches at Pain. Zulfust. The speed was beyond anything Nagato could counter. Moreover, Nagato controlled Pain through chakra transmission, which required time to output. Therefore, he couldn't defend against Kakarot's attack. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Pain was like a punching bag, continuously being struck by Kakarot from all directions, preventing the Deva Path from ever hitting the ground. Isn't this a bit excessive? The Konoha ninjas watching Kakarot's unreasonable assault couldn't help but think, secretly sweating for Pain. Who told you to provoke him? You really asked for it. Minato, do you think I should step in? After all, he's still my disciple. Jiraiya asked Minato as they watched Yahiko being toyed with by Kakarot. Teacher Jiraiya, we should just watch quietly. Minato certainly disagreed. Kakarot was in the zone, and who would dare poke a tiger's butt? Bang! Tsunade directly punched Jiraiya. Just watch quietly. Perhaps tired from the fighting, Kakarot tightened his grip on the Deva Path's neck and said, "You're really weak. You can't even please me." Cough, cough. Nagato, are you okay? Konan asked with concern when she saw Nagato suddenly cough up blood. Nagato was extremely angry at Kakarot. This was the first time someone called him weak. Ever since he awakened the Rinnegan, he considered himself a god, the strongest in the ninja world. He never expected to suffer a setback in Konoha and be labeled as weak. How could this not make Nagato furious? "We must retreat, Nagato." Konan expressed her thoughts to him. Now that all 6 pains had been dealt with by Konoha, if they stayed any longer, it was likely that both of them would be trapped. Konoha's people would eventually find them, and that would mean being deep in enemy territory. The key was that Konan saw how easily Kakarot had taken down the Deva Path, who was the strongest among all the pains, without even raising a wave. "Are you leaving?" Kakarot's voice echoed through the Deva path to Nagato and Konin. You don't want this person? Kakarot raised Yahiko's corpse, knowing how deep their bond was. And what do you want in return? Nagato knew very well that with his current strength, he posed no threat to Konoha. He had to recover Yahiko's body. That's right. I need a pair of eyes that can revive people. Kakarot's eyes gleamed. Nagato's ability to resurrect the dead was something he coveted. Now that he had the chance to obtain it, Kakarot wouldn't waste it. Nagato's excessive resurrection had caused him to lose too much chakra, leading to his own demise. Now, if Kakarot only needed one pair, it wouldn't significantly affect Nagato. I can give it to you, but he must not be harmed. Nagato instructed. Don't say it's just a pair of eyes. Even if it meant exchanging lives, Nagato would agree without hesitation. After Nagato agreed, Kakarot took Yahiko's corpse to Nagato's base. Hello. Kakarot greeted Nagato and Konin, but as soon as he appeared, Konin immediately attacked. She shed sheets of white paper like an onion, sending them flying straight at Kakarot. Huh? Kakarot was confused, wondering what was happening. He had come to trade peacefully, not expecting Konin to attack directly. However, what happened exceeded Xiaonan's understanding. She clearly saw that her attacks passed through Karoti's body every time. Karoti was just moving at high speed, which created an illusion for Xiaonan and Nagato, making them think Karoti was standing still. You're not being sincere, Nagato, Karoti said seriously to Nagato. He came to make a deal, but ended up being attacked by Nagato's trusted companion. However, it was possible for Karoti to forgive her, but it would cost more. Then goodbye. Karoti waved his hand to bid farewell to Nagato and Xiaonan, and it was clear that he was very happy to leave, his smile never fading. Oomph. Xiaonan gritted her teeth in anger. She did not expect Karoti to have such a thick skin. In the end, he took 5 portions from Nagato. Cough, cough. Are you okay, Nagato? Xiaonan asked, seeing Nagato's pained expression. I'm fine. Let's hurry up. I can feel the Konoha ninjas getting closer, Nagato replied. Seeing Nagato say that, Xiaonan did not hesitate anymore and directly left with Yahiko, taking Nagato with them. Back already? Karoti did not return to Konoha, but went directly to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised that Karoti came back so early. I finished what I needed to do and came back, Karoti said as he lay back in a chair. Let me show you something good. After saying that, Karoti presented the chakra energy ball he obtained from Nagato for resurrection to Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru asked in confusion, having stared at it for a long time without figuring out its use. This is the ability of the Rinnegan, something that can bring people back to life, Karoti explained, which made Orochimaru even more interested in the energy ball. You want me to replicate this ability? Orochimaru quickly guessed Karoti's intention. He was particularly interested in this taboo power that defies life and death. As expected of senior Orochimaru, you figured it out right away, Karoti said, acknowledging the understanding between them. Moreover, Karoti knew that if anyone in the ninja world could study this power, it would be Orochimaru. If it fails, I want to take responsibility. Orochimaru sealed the energy ball into a scroll, giving Karoti a warning. Don't worry, the owner of the energy is still alive. Just ask him for more, Karoti said confidently, showing no signs of embarrassment. Chapter 243. The Rinnegan heist Karoti. Do you think I've done something wrong? Just as Karoti was about to leave the room, Orochimaru asked. Karoti stood at the door without turning back, and after a long while, he replied, Senior Orochimaru, you have changed. With that, Karoti left the room and closed the door behind him. Yes, I have changed, Orochimaru muttered to himself. He had received intelligence about the Akatsuki's attack on Konoha long ago, but he did not disclose it, allowing the Akatsuki to attack Konoha. This was to stir up the Konoha ninjas' hatred towards the Akatsuki, so the village could unite as one. Although Orochimaru had been Hokage for a long time, a group has different voices. Some in Konoha, having enjoyed peace for so long, did not want to fight, simply because the Akatsuki's dagger had not been aimed at them. This is why Nagato led the attack on Konoha, and why Orochimaru did not send his Umbu to assist. Not only did he not send help, but he also ordered his Umbu members to kill those from the main faction. However, when Orochimaru saw the intelligence sent by the Umbu, he began to waver in his actions, as the losses were too great. The casualties were too high. This led to Orochimaru asking Karoti a question. I did nothing wrong. The world is at fault. Nothing can stop me from becoming stronger. This is the true coldness of Orochimaru, centered on himself, willing to abandon everything. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, draping Orochimaru in a golden robe. Knock, knock. Come in. Orochimaru responded to the knock on the door. Lord Orochimaru. The meeting is about to begin. Kabuto, Orochimaru's secretary, entered to notify him that the 5 Kage meeting was ready to start. Then let us go. With that, he took the lead and left the room, with Kabuto following 3 steps behind him to the conference room. Is Nagato feeling any better? Chunin wiped Nagato's forehead. Since returning to Konoha, Nagato's health had been deteriorating. This situation worried Chunin greatly. However, she could not call a doctor because Nagato was the god of the village. If even the god fell ill, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the village. Chunin had taken care of Nagato for so long that she had naturally learned some medical skills, but she was only a novice. If it came to killing, that was no problem, but when it came to healing, she could only pray that he wasn't severely ill. Angel, someone is here to see you. One of Chunin's subordinates entered to report. Didn't I tell you? I won't see anyone during this time, Chunin said, as she needed to focus on taking care of Nagato and had no time for visitors. Not even a good friend? Leader, the masked man walked in calmly, holding the ninja he had just reported about. Madara, what does this mean? Chunin thought to herself that the visitor did not come with good intentions. It's nothing. I heard the leader was injured, so I came to check on you, the masked man said. If he hadn't been holding one of her subordinates by the neck. Chunin might have believed him, but with him doing that, she found it hard to trust his words. You're so noisy. The ninja in the masked man's hand was struggling, which made him very angry. Aren't you interrupting my conversation with your master? Then, with a snap, the ninja in the masked man's hand instantly went limp and motionless. You. If Chunin didn't realize the situation now, then her years of experience would have been for nothing. The masked man was clearly up to no good. Cough, cough. Nagato, filled with blood and anger, looked at the masked man's actions. This was a case of the lower defeating the upper. Nagato had long known that the masked man had his own plans, but he did not expect the betrayal to come so quickly. Now was the weakest moment for pain. The 6 paths had suffered heavy losses in Konoha. Leader, your eyes have been used for too long. It's time for them to have a new master. The masked man said, staring at Nagato's Rinnegan, determined to get it this time. Bastard! Chunin yelled. She did not expect the masked man to be so brazen, laying it all out on the table. With that, Chunin was the first to attack. Although she was a woman, her strikes were fierce, aimed directly at the masked man's vitals. However, the masked man was no pushover. He had been on guard against Chunin since entering the room, as she was the only one who could move freely while Nagato was stuck in a machine-like container. Bang, bang, bang. In just a breath, the two had exchanged several blows. Nagato watched Chunin with worry, fearing she would fall victim to the masked man's attacks, as Chunin was not someone responsible for fighting. He could only wait for others to come to the rescue. But the battle had dragged on for so long, and no ninja from Amage Cure had arrived, making Nagato unable to help but consider the worst-case scenario. The masked man and Chunin were locked in a fierce battle. At that moment, the masked man seized the opportunity and kicked towards Chunin's face. Chunin quickly withdrew to defend herself, knowing how important her face was to a girl. Even though Chunin was a cool and aloof woman, she was still a girl. The masked man was waiting for this moment. The kick immediately changed direction and struck fiercely at Chunin's stomach. The invisible kick hit continuously. Bang! Chunin was kicked away and fell in front of Nagato. I haven't even put in much effort and you're already down, the masked man mocked, believing that victory was assured. Chunin couldn't help but spit out blood. The masked man's kick was indeed heavy, showing no mercy. Chunin stood up shakily. She wouldn't allow anyone to harm Nagato in front of her, even if it meant sacrificing her precious life. You're no match for me. Get out of the way. I just want those eyes. The masked man looked at Chunin and slowly spoke. Huh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Once you get to Rinnegan, will Nagato and I still be alive? Chunin had seen too many lies. As soon as the masked man opened his mouth, she knew he was talking nonsense. Why can't you just die obediently? Why waste my time? The masked man, exposed, no longer pretended. Only after both Nagato and Chunin were dead could he inherit the Akatsuki organization. Then you can go die. After shouting, the masked man charged at Chunin, thinking that capturing her would threaten Nagato. Why not capture the immobile Nagato? The masked man feared that Nagato would destroy the Rinnegan to avoid implicating Chunin. Chapter 244. Injure the masked man launched a fierce attack on Chunin. Chunin was extremely cautious in dealing with him, especially since the enemy was from the Uchiha clan and a pair of Sharingan already put immense pressure on her. In such close quarters, Chunin didn't dare to look directly into the masked man's eyes, knowing that Uchiha Itachi once incapacitated elite Jonin Kakashi with just a glance. Not to mention the masked man, trained by Uchiha Madara. The room was too small, and Chunin didn't dare to use too many explosive tags. Knowing that Nagato was right behind her, one mistake could cost Nagato his life. This made Xiaonan's movements restricted. This was also the reason the masked man chose to attack here. The weaker the enemy, the stronger he felt. The masked man seized the opportunity and threw a kunai that pierced Xiaonan's body. But before he could rejoice, Xiaonan's body turned into a flurry of white paper. It was a paper clone, Xiaonan's signature ninjutsu. The flying paper gathered together and formed Xiaonan's figure behind the masked man. Just as the masked man was distracted by the flurry of paper, Xiaonan struck. Paper jutsu, paper prison technique. The swirling paper immediately surrounded the masked man and wrapped him up. At this moment, Xiaonan pressed her advantage. Paper jutsu, angel strike. Xiaonan used paper jutsu to summon an angelic bow and began shooting paper arrows. Bang, bang, bang. Countless paper arrows pierced through the paper prison. Did I succeed? Xiaonan murmured, her gaze never leaving the paper prison. Wow, what amazing combos. Our angel. The masked man's mocking voice rang out from behind Xiaonan. Before attacking, the masked man thought Xiaonan was just a pretty face relying on Nagato's reputation, but he didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless once she started fighting. What's going on? This question appeared in Xiaonan's mind, and even Nagato looked puzzled. How did another masked man appear? And who was the one fighting Xiaonan? If it were an illusion, it wouldn't escape his eyes. In fact, the one fighting Xiaonan was indeed the masked man, but those were clones cultivated from Hashirama's cells. Since the masked man contained a large amount of Hashirama's cells, that was why Xiaonan and Nagato couldn't recognize him. It seems you have quite a few secrets, Xiaonan said, as it was her first time seeing the masked man with clones. Xiaonan thought there was nothing in the organization that could hide from her eyes. Everyone has some secrets, to varying degrees. But now that you know this secret, to keep you both quiet, I'll have to kill you. The masked man said arrogantly, as if in his mind. He was already the greatest winner of this battle. Hearing the masked man's words, Xiaonan grew even more vigilant. She didn't believe he was lying. He must have some trump cards she didn't know about. Boom. The masked man accelerated and appeared in front of Xiaonan. So fast. The speed he displayed was incomparable to before, and his strength was several times greater. It was clear that clones only had 1/3 of the original's power, and this was just an experimental version meant to test the clone strength. The result was that Xiaonan countered and killed them, needing improvement. Xiaonan could only defend. Although her eyes could keep up with the masked man's movements, her body couldn't keep pace. As the saying goes, a defense that lasts too long will inevitably fail. The masked man seized the opportunity and thrust a kunai towards Xiaonan's heart. Xiaonan couldn't dodge in time and could only block the kunai with her hand. Puffed. Xiaonan's palm was pierced, but this allowed her to avoid a fatal blow. However, it also embedded the kunai deeper into her body. Xiaonan kicked toward the masked man's chest. He slapped her away, and Xiaonan used the force to retreat. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from Xiaonan's palm onto the floor, making a sound. However, the injury on her palm was not the most severe. The wound on her chest was the most fatal. Xiaonan's face turned pale. Xiaonan, are you okay? Although Nagato couldn't see Xiaonan's face, he witnessed the entire process of her being injured. He couldn't help but worry. Nagato clearly understood that Xiaonan was no match for the masked man, and if she continued to fight, she would undoubtedly die. Nagato hated himself. If it weren't for the 6 clones being lost in Konoha and not having time to replenish, the masked man wouldn't have been able to ambush him. It's fine. I can handle it, Xiaonan said, trying to slow her tone. She didn't dare turn around, fearing Nagato would see her condition. The masked man watched the two of them caring for each other with interest, thinking to himself, this is the helplessness of the weak. They can't even control their own lives. The masked man clapped his hands and said, what a touching scene. Why don't you two commit suicide? That way, you could die with dignity. Damn it. Hearing the masked man's words, Nagato felt insulted. He had always considered himself a god, but now he was in a dire situation. Unfortunately, he still couldn't resist and could only watch Xiaonan fight in front of him. Zabuza, are we not going to do anything? Haku asked, unable to bear watching Xiaonan die here, knowing how much Xiaonan cared for him in the organization. Perhaps Haku's kindness made Xiaonan see him in a different light. Zabuza looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was massacring Xiaonan and Nagato's subordinates. He didn't expect Kisame, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be the masked man's subordinate. Since Zabuza was brought into the Akatsuki by the masked man, he naturally belonged to him. Haku, we really have no choice. Zaibujan, now an undercover agent sent from Konoha, must establish his position within the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, he would not survive without value. Zaibujan has also joined the frenzy of slaughter, although his body is wrapped in bandages as part of his act of deception. After all, It's impossible to be captured by Konoha without a scratch. When a masked man rescued Zaibujan, he was on the brink of death. It was only because the masked man used Hashirama cells that he pulled Zaibujan back from the gates of hell, thus earning his trust. To live up to this trust, Zaibujan had no choice but to unleash a massacre. I took a glance at Conan's position and followed Zaibujan's lead, beginning to attack the people of HatakeKarotto. I would never oppose Zaibujan's decisions. Chapter 245, Conspiracia. The screams echoed throughout HatakeKarotto. The masked man subordinates were engaging in indiscriminate slaughter against the ninjas of HatakeKarotto. The villagers' faith in Conan and Nagato had run deep, so the masked man had to be ruthless. After all, he could not allow HatakeKarotto to stand against him. What a cruel heart. Conan, hearing the screams outside, already knew what was happening out there. She had experienced it all before. To achieve great things, one must have blood on their hands. I'm just sending them away from this cruel world. The masked man calmly accepted Conan's accusations. After all, could he fear others' words for what he was capable of doing? Listening to the screams outside, Conan and Nagato's expressions grew increasingly grim. HatakeKarotto was the peaceful village they had built together. They never expected that one day, war would descend upon it. "You will die," Conan shouted. At that moment, her mind was filled with the admiration and reverence of HatakeKarotto's villagers towards her. She needed to do something to vent her inner fury, and killing the masked man in front of her was a good choice. With an explosive surge of power, Conan's potential was unleashed. Her speed increased, and her strikes became more ruthless, fighting recklessly. Conan also understood that if she did not quickly deal with the masked man, his reinforcements would arrive, making her situation even more difficult. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flew out from the room. After sliding across the ground for a distance, it came to a stop. To her surprise, it was the masked man. Conan flew out of the room, her angelic wings emphasizing her noble and cold demeanor. The masked man brushed off the dust from his clothes. He did not expect a woman's rage to enhance her power so significantly, without any scientific basis to explain it. "It's Lady Angel. We are saved." The villagers of HatakeKarotto knelt before Conan as she flew out. They forgot one crucial thing. People can only rely on themselves. Especially when it comes to life and death decisions. Do not place your life in the hands of others. Seeing the villagers kneeling before her, Conan felt a deep discomfort. For the first time, she could not solve the villagers' pleas. "Why don't you answer them? Aren't you their god?" The masked man taunted Conan as she remained silent, aiming to bring down the god in the villagers' hearts and let them die in anguish without their faith. If looks could kill, the masked man would have died countless times from Conan's gaze. Her cold eyes were fixed on him. She had never hated anyone so much. He killed while aiming at the heart. Paper jutsu, shuriken barrage. Conan's wings enveloped her, spinning in midair. Countless pieces of paper were launched. The masked man continuously changed positions to dodge the paper attacks. Bang, bang, boom. The paper struck the ground, causing explosions, creating deep craters. Fire release, wind fire technique. The masked man was not to be underestimated. While dodging Conan's ninjutsu attacks, he devised a way to counter her. What is paper afraid of? Fire, of course. The masked man exhaled a torrent of flames, igniting Conan's paper. It cannot even get close. The sky turned red. Conan's strategy had failed. Just as the masked man couldn't help but feel pleased with himself for countering Conan's technique, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Reacting instinctively, he still suffered a cut. Bang! In midair, Conan transformed into a cloud of smoke. In her hand, a paper shuriken dripped with blood from her earlier attack on the masked man. At this moment, the masked man understood Conan's tactics. Her real body had hidden among the flying paper, approaching him unnoticed and launching a decisive ambush when he was preoccupied with unleashing ninjutsu. He had almost succeeded, but his high vigilance allowed him to evade the attack. It can't be said that she didn't succeed, she had still injured him. The advantage in battle is gained little by little. Hiss! The masked man felt a burning pain on his back, a sensation of flesh being cut. He never expected that Conan's battle awareness was so inventive. At this moment, the masked man became serious, not underestimating Conan just because she was a woman. After all, this woman had wounded him, which was intolerable for someone like him, who looked down on everything. A large amount of fiery, red energy erupted from the masked man, enveloping him. In no time, a giant red figure stood before Conan. Susanoo. Conan's expression darkened as she surveyed the scene before her. Uchiha's Susanoo significantly augmented its wielder's strength, instantly putting Conan, who had slightly held the advantage, at a disadvantage. To die under Susanoo. You could say it's a worthy death. The masked man pointed a conjured longsword at Conan. The red giant swung the sword down, unleashing endless power. HatakeKarotto began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Conan was sent flying by this overwhelming force, crashing through 2 buildings before finally stopping. When the smoke cleared, a deep and bottomless pit split HatakeKarotto in half. Thoof! Conan shakily propped herself against a broken wall, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Looking at the devastation caused by Susanoo's strike, she was deeply shocked. Only by facing such power did she understand why the Uchiha clan could rampage unchecked during the Warring States period. It was too powerful. This was not a force belonging to the human realm. Conan began to feel troubled, wondering, is this really an enemy I can deal with? However, Conan quickly regained her composure. She was not fighting for herself. She needed to carve out a path for Nagato. Even against Susanoo, Conan would bite the bullet. There was only that one technique left. Conan made a decision in her heart, fully aware that cooperating with the masked man was akin to seeking skin from tiger. It was inevitable that they would eventually clash. Thus, she had already begun to plan slowly, preparing for contingencies. Little did she expect it would come into play now. Chapter 246. Conan's Despair Today. The sky over HatakeKarotto was red. Every moment, the villagers of HatakeKarotto poured their blood onto the ground. This time, the masked man brought along the Hashirama Legion. This can also be considered as a military exercise to test the abilities of the Hashirama cells, so as to avoid being unable to display their full strength when facing the 5 great shinobi villages in the future. Zabuza, those people are ruthless. When Bai saw the Hashirama Legion, he didn't forget to use his knife even on those who had already fallen to the ground. He fully executed the masked man's orders, leaving not a single survivor. Bai, this is the cruelty of the ninja world. If you are weak, you are merely prey. Zabuza saw the masked man ruthlessly turning against former allies, and at that moment, he couldn't help but think about whether he and Bai would end up like them in the future. The only solace was that they chose to be undercover. This was their only escape route, and Zabuza could only pray that Konoha would keep its promise. Otherwise, he and Bai might die in vain. Zabuza, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and take action. When Kisame saw Zabuza standing idle, he looked at the Hashirama Legion with great interest and urged him to act. All right, let us get to it. Zabuza didn't want to fall out with Kisame just yet. He swung his decapitating blade, taking down one little kid after another. Slowly, the blood pooled together on the ground, seeping into the earth. This detail went unnoticed by everyone present, as it had been raining continuously in the Rain Village. Unlike the battlefield over there, it was basically a one-sided crush. Conan was suffering greatly. The masked man's attacks fell on her like little raindrops. How could Conan's frail body withstand that? She was already covered in wounds. Conan gasped for breath. It was already a remarkable feat for her to endure this long under the masked man's Susanoo state. However, Conan also achieved her goal. She had lured the masked man step by step into her ambush. Finally, it was ready. At this moment, Conan's face lit up with joy. Seeing the happy expression on Conan's face, the masked man suddenly had a bad premonition. Madara. Conan pressed her hand to the ground, and a gigantic summoning array appeared with a bang. This summoning array enveloped the entire Rain Village. Countless explosive tags filled the air. What? The masked man was shocked by Conan's grand gesture. This woman is too extravagant. This move was originally planned by Conan as a contingency in case of failure, to turn the Rain Village into a giant powder keg and blow up any invading enemies. She never expected to use it here. This woman is truly insane. This was the first thought in the masked man's mind. The entire Rain Village was clearly built on an enormous powder keg. She wasn't afraid that one mistake could make the Rain Village disappear without anyone attacking. Zabuza and Kisame also dared not act recklessly. They had no confidence in escaping from such a field of explosive tags. Let me and Nagato go, and you can survive. Conan formed a hand seal and resolutely said to the masked man, as if the answer he provided had to meet her expectations or everyone would die with her and Nagato. Even if you manage to escape this time, there will be no place for you in this ninja world. You must know that Nagato has offended all 5 great ninja villages. As long as you hand over the Rinnegan, I can let both of you leave safely. The masked man first outlined the situation of Nagato and Conan, then presented his demands, believing this was the greatest concession he could offer. Conan knew the masked man was right, but in her mind, the Rinnegan originally belonged to Nagato. Now, she was being asked to use the Rinnegan to buy their lives. and under such advantageous circumstances. Just a day ago, he was the infamous leader of the Akatsuki, and today he was a stray dog who couldn't even control his own life. Konan felt a deep bitterness in her heart. She couldn't understand what was happening. Why were there so many people opposing Nagato's pursuit of peace? Isn't a world without war something everyone hopes for? Haha, don't get your hopes up. If the Rinnegan falls into the hands of someone like you, you will drag the entire ninja world into the abyss of war. Konan mocked the masked man's delusions. She understood Nagato's intentions. Even in death, he would never hand over the Rinnegan. Such a pity. You have once again disappointed me with your kindness. The masked man said lightly from within his Susanoo. Boss, don't provoke her. We don't want to die. If the masked man could hear the thoughts of Kisame and the others, they were standing still in fear, terrified that one wrong move would lead to them being blown to pieces. Huh? Seeing the masked man still so stubborn, Konan declared, then you all can die. Boom. After finishing her final hand seal, Konan spoke. The explosion she imagined did not occur. The air was eerily quiet at that moment. Unbelieving, Konan formed seals again. Boom. Still, there was no effect. How could this be? Why is this happening? Konan was confused, unable to understand why her explosive tag array hadn't detonated. Hith hith. The masked man's laughter echoed from above. I gave you a chance. The masked man enjoyed the emotional shift from hope to despair in his enemy. Kurizetsu, come out. The masked man called out, and Kurizetsu slowly emerged from the ground. So it was you. The moment Konan saw Kurizetsu, she understood the reason for her failure. Someone who frequently travels underground cannot be fooled by the explosive tags buried in the ground. Fire style. The masked man's fire technique ignited all the paper. Seeing this, Konan realized she had lost all hope. She had no chance to turn the situation around. The flaming blade in the masked man's hand slashed toward Konan. She merely stood there, unable to move. It wasn't that she couldn't escape, but she was completely immobilized. Kurizetsu had already planted a mark beneath her while underground. Nagato, I can no longer stay with you. As the flaming blade drew closer, Konan looked longingly at Nagato's position one last time. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 247. Nagato appears. Nagato descended from the sky, directly repelling the masked man. Konan looked at Nagato's back, as if she couldn't believe it was real. Is it you, Nagato? Sorry, Konan. I'm late. Yes, it's that familiar voice. At that moment, Konan finally believed the person before her was Nagato, still shielding her from danger as before. Are you alright? Those who care about you always show concern first. Nagato had been providing chakra to the outer path statue and had no freedom, but this time he had somehow broken free from its control, which made Konan very worried. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Nagato didn't directly answer Konan's question, and Konan was still lost in the joy of Nagato regaining his freedom, not noticing the implications in his words. You finally made it out. After breaking free from the repulsion of Shinra Tensei, the masked man approached Nagato and Konan, looking down at them as he spoke, as if he knew Nagato would come out. Nagato wasn't foolish either. He understood the meaning behind the masked man's words. You know a lot, don't you? Madara. The masked man has always interacted with Nagato under the name of Obito, and of course, Nagato knows that the masked man's real name is not Obito. However, this does not affect Nagato in any way. They're merely collaborators, and names are just code names. The masked man is certainly aware of this. He also knows who the owner of the Rinnegan is and the specific abilities of the Rinnegan, which was, of course, told to him by Black Zetsu. This was to make it easier for the masked man when he tries to seize the Rinnegan. If he cannot handle Nagato after knowing both himself and his enemy, then he is truly worthless. This is, of course, the voice of Black Zetsu. You can't stop me, Nagato said, looking up at the masked man. He didn't want to waste chakra here, because his current state required a large amount of chakra to maintain. It wasn't easy to break free from the outer path statue. Once his chakra was completely exhausted, death awaited Nagato. This was the price Nagato had to pay to escape from the outer path statue. Nagato quickly mastered all 6 paths abilities. How would you know if you don't try? The masked man also knew that the longer he dragged this out, the more the scales of victory would tilt in his favor. When Nagato noticed that the masked man was still trying to chat without launching an attack, he realized that the masked man was aware of his weaknesses. Konan, let's go. Nagato took Konan's hand and was about to leave Amage Cure. They could not stay here any longer. Konan did not resist. She knew that Nagato's decision was not something she could oppose. The village was already destroyed, and as long as she was with Nagato, anywhere would feel like home. Let's go back, leader. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. Kisame unleashed a ninjutsu, spitting out a vast amount of water that swept Nagato and Konan back. Nagato opened his arms to form a transparent protective shield that shielded him and Konan, preventing them from being seriously injured by Kisame's ninjutsu. Swish, swish. Two more ninjas appeared, blocking Nagato and Konan's escape from all four directions, and their strength was at least that of elite J-nin. You really think highly of me, Obito. At this moment, Nagato suddenly felt a bit self-deprecating. The more it came down to the wire, the calmer Nagato became. His only thought was how to escape from here. Right now, Nagato's only desire was to keep Konan alive. He couldn't care less about anything else. No one would underestimate a person with the Rinnegan. Make your move. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, he slashed at Nagato. Nagato blocked with his hand, and the masked man's large sword could not advance any further. However, Nagato forgot one thing. Others were attacking in numbers. With a loud bang, Zabuza suddenly appeared on Nagato's right side, raising his decapitation blade high, aiming to sever Nagato's right hand. Kisame was not idle either. He aimed his Samahata at the back of Nagato's head. This time, Nagato had no other six paths to assist him. Come back. Konan had somehow wrapped a piece of paper string around Nagato's waist and pulled him back with all her might. A loud crash echoed as Zabuza's decapitation blade struck the ground. Kisame's attack also missed. The Samahata in Kisame's hand trembled, expressing its dissatisfaction. That was close. At this moment, Nagato secretly felt grateful. If it weren't for Konan's help, he would have been taken down by the enemy in one go. This also indicated that Nagato had not yet adapted to this fighting style. It should be noted that Nagato had always relied on the number of six paths to kill enemies. Suddenly having to fight alone felt quite strange. Be careful, Konan warned Nagato. They both had to be extremely cautious. Any exposed flaw could be seized by the enemy, leading to their deaths. This was not an exaggeration. The opponents were all ruthless scum. Both sides were in a standoff, and the area of movement for Konan and Nagato was slowly shrinking. The enemies wanted to apply pressure on them in this way. Fire style, fireball jutsu. At this moment, the masked man unleashed the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Since it was released in the state of Susanoo, the fireball was enormous, completely enveloping Konan and Nagato. If hit by this fireball, even if Konan and Nagato did not die, they would be severely injured. However, this did not affect Nagato. He raised both hands above his head, immediately shifting his ability to the animal path mode. Nagato was absorbing the fireball jutsu. Good opportunity. Absorption takes time, and every battle on the battlefield can change in an instant. The fireball jutsu was an open strategy. If Nagato did not absorb it, he would be injured. If he did absorb it, he would be unable to use his other abilities and could only remain stationary. Kisame and Zabuza launched their attacks simultaneously, which put Konan in a tough spot. If it were just one of them, Konan could handle it, but soon she had multiple wounds on her body. This was still due to Konan buying time to help Nagato. Zabuza and Kisame seized this opportunity to go all out against Konan. The changes were happening too quickly. Before Nagato's ninjutsu had finished absorbing, Konan was already covered in blood. Who exactly is this Uchiha? I had not yet stepped into the fray. He had been observing the masked man, trying to find some clues about him. One of his missions from Konoha was to find out the true identity of the masked man. An Uchiha who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan posed a certain threat to Konoha. Chapter 248, Siege Damn It. At that moment, Nagato absorbed the entire fireball. In an instant, he used the body flicker technique to appear beside Konan. He kicked the Samahata that was attacking Konan off course. Using this momentum, Nagato leaped in front of Zabuza. Zabuza was startled by Nagato's sudden appearance. However, Nagato would not give him any time to react. The wounds on Konan's body were largely due to Zabuza's contributions. Come on. Zabuza was just about to flee, but Nagato pulled him back with a strong force, causing Zabuza to be uncontrollably drawn towards Nagato. Bang! Zabuza thrust his decapitation blade into the ground with great force. He floated up, but his hands remained tightly gripping the decapitation blade. Zabuza knew that if he let go at this moment, Nagato would definitely kill him. He was very aware of what he had done to Konan. Once in Nagato's hands, he would be doomed. Zabuza's palms were already bleeding from the immense force pulling at him. Why was Nagato so intent on dealing with Zabuza? Firstly, it was to avenge Konan, and secondly, it was better to injure a finger than to lose a whole hand. Zabuza was the weakest among them. If he could take this opportunity to kill Zabuza now, the pressure on Nagato and Konan would be greatly reduced. If Zabuza knew what Nagato was thinking, he would surely curse him out. Are you so great? Are you so noble? Am I weak because I ate your rice or stole your wife? The masked man would not allow Zabuza to be killed by Nagato. After all, Zabuza was not someone he recruited into the Akatsuki. He was part of his direct subordinate force. Moreover, Zabuza had executed the masked man's plan excellently just moments ago. Such a subordinate could not be lost here. Susanoo swung its flaming long sword while running, and the flames shot out like a fire dragon, flying towards Nagato. Nagato felt an immense wave of heat approaching him. Just as the fire dragon was about to collide with him, Nagato raised his right hand to face the fire dragon. A massive fireball shot out from Nagato's palm, and in an instant, the fireball collided with the fire dragon in midair. A deafening explosion reverberated, startling everyone's ears. Even the sky turned crimson. The destructive power formed by the two forces is far from over. The ground shakes and cracks, buildings collapse in an instant, and a huge pit appears before us. This is the true manifestation of Nagato's strength. A simple fireball in his hands has such immense power. The masked man is also somewhat surprised, as he has calculated everything. Although it seems like he simply swung his sword, the masked man infused half of his chakra into it. Meanwhile, Nagato just raised his hand casually. This not only did not discourage the masked man, but instead intensified his desire to seize the Rinnegan, as he believes Nagato relied on the power of the Rinnegan to block his attack. In fact, the masked man has underestimated Nagato. He is from the Uzumaki clan, known for their immense chakra reserves. If he didn't have a large amount of chakra, how could he learn those techniques that require a massive chakra consumption? In the ninja world, the larger your chakra reserve, the more powerful your jutsu. Not good. Nagato suddenly feels a wave of weakness. He realizes that he has overused his chakra, leaving him unable to suppress his injuries. The masked man's Sharingan is not just for show. He keenly senses something is off with Nagato, recalling that Nagato had previously been fixed in one place, with all actions performed by the Devapath puppet. Thus, the masked man boldly speculates that Nagato, in his current state, cannot last long. Once his chakra is depleted, he might revert to his previous condition. With a direction in mind, it's time for some testing. The masked man gives a signal to Kisame and Zabuza, instructing them to continue their fierce assault. Following the order, the two resume their attack. The battle begins anew. Zabuza and Kisame are no match for Nagato. His strength and unique abilities are already enough to suppress both Zabuza and Kisame. Am I wrong in my assumptions? The masked man watches as Nagato effortlessly handles Kisame and Zabuza, showing no signs of fatigue. Water style, hidden mist technique. Zabuza's figure slowly disappears into the mist, as this is where he can best display his strength in the hidden mist. Shinra Tensei. Just as Nagato intends to use Shinra Tensei to disperse the thick fog, Kisame's attack arrives. Boss, I can't let you ruin our plans. Kisame knows that even if he cannot win, he can at least buy some time for Zabuza. Zabuza understands that the time Kisame can buy him will not be much. He quickly digs underground. Finally, Zabuza reaches the exact spot beneath where Nagato and Kisame are fighting. Since Zabuza has placed some of his chakra on Kisame, he can accurately locate him. Kisame crushes Zabuza's chakra. Zabuza knows the moment has come. Boom! Nagato is directly blown away by the explosion. He never expected Zabuza to suddenly emerge from the ground like a rat, and upon his emergence, he surprises Nagato. Nagato glares coldly at Zabuza, realizing he almost fell into a trap. Puff! Nagato is still injured, and it's not a light injury. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he feels somewhat better. Nagato! Conan, seeing Nagato injured, feels very worried. But there is no time for her to be distracted. The enemy before her puts immense pressure on her. Who are you? I don't kill nameless people. Conan wants to know who the opponent is, hoping to gather intelligence from him. Just a person who crawled out of hell. Conan naturally does not believe his nonsense. How could someone who is living well claim to come from hell? She doesn't believe a single word the enemy says. In fact, he is not wrong. He is indeed a ninja summoned from hell by the masked man, using the impure world reincarnation and the universal Hashirama cell android. Conan is being overwhelmed. She is not a warrior by nature. Most of the time, she is responsible for logistics. Bang! Conan is kicked away, crashing into the ruins. Conan! Nagato calls out, now very afraid that Conan will be killed. You should worry about yourself. Now, Nagato is facing 3 opponents. 1 elite jonin and 2 powerful shinobi. You 3 come at me together. What do I have to fear? Nagato is completely unfazed by the masked man's words. Chapter 249. The Reappearance of the Deceased. Cough cough. Conan now feels pain all over. The previous attack from the masked ninja left her with no strength to control her body. Step step. Footsteps approach her ears, and she opens her eyes to see the masked man walking towards her leisurely. Conan desperately tries to stand up, but her body informs her of her despair. In no time, the masked man stands before Conan, reaching out to grab her neck and lifting her up. Without any words, he executes a lethal move, perfectly fulfilling the task given to him by the masked man. Conan tries to pry his grip off her neck, but no matter how hard she struggles, she achieves nothing. As time passes, her vision begins to whiten, and her struggles grow weaker. This makes Nagato anxious. He cannot accept Conan dying in front of him. If anything happens to her, how can he face Yahiko? You will pay for this, Nagato shouts. At this moment, he loses his rationality, no longer suppressing his injuries, and attacks with all his might, exchanging injury for injury. Just how strong is Nagato when he goes all out? His opponents are experiencing it firsthand now. Monstrous. Kisame and Zabuza, responsible for holding him back, are retreating in the face of Nagato's strength, with several near-fatal wounds on their bodies. This is why their expressions are grim. It truly could lead to death. The masked man is also not feeling well. Nagato's reckless fighting style puts him at a disadvantage, as he does not want to die either. He also cannot let Conan be rescued, which is what troubles him the most. Boom, boom. The battle between Nagato and the masked man has reached a fever pitch. Nagato's eyes are fixed on Conan. He sees she cannot hold on much longer. Bang! Obito's sword pierces Nagato's body, but before he can rejoice, Nagato does not step back. Instead, he takes a step forward, and Obito's blade pierces through Nagato's body. Puff! Nagato spews out a mouthful of blood, trying to grab Obito's hand. Not good. Obito's face changes drastically. He did not expect Nagato to go this far for Conan, completely disregarding his own life. If Nagato grabs his hand, his life will no longer be his own. The abilities of the Rinnegan are very clear to the masked man. Swish! Obito dodges Nagato's reaching hand with a leap, simultaneously clearing the way for Nagato to rescue Conan. Nagato moves quickly, instantly arriving at the spot where Conan and the masked man are fighting. He pulls the blade out of his body and swiftly cuts off the masked man's hand that is gripping Conan. Conan feels her neck loosen, her body falling into a warm embrace. Nagato quickly retreats with Conan. Conan, are you okay? Nagato asks anxiously, completely unlike the iron-blooded warrior from before. Nagato, I'm fine. Just as Conan finishes speaking, she sees the wound on Nagato's abdomen, blood flowing out as if it were free. Xiaonan quickly tore a piece of her own clothing to bandage Nagato. At the same time, she couldn't help but resent her own lack of strength. If she were stronger, Nagato wouldn't have to risk injury to save her. How could this happen? Even though Nagato was well informed, he saw that the arm of the masked man he had severed had grown back. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Xiaonan followed his gaze and was equally shocked. The Edo Tensei technique of Senju Tobarama was reappearing in the ninja world, which was understandable, as only a handful could master such a technique. Surprised? The masked man seemed to see Nagato's doubt and spoke, almost boasting. As long as I like a ninja, I can have countless of them. With the Rinnegan, who in a ninja world could be my opponent? The masked man spoke with arrogance, as if he could already envision himself obtaining the Rinnegan and reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world. His words made Zabuza and Haku, who were undercover in Konoha, feel a jolt. With the enemy's strength becoming so formidable, did Konoha still have a chance of victory? This thought vanished in their minds in less than a second, because as long as that man was present, Zabuza and Haku believed they would never lose. Hand it over, and I might let you go, the masked man said, extending his hand towards Nagato. Ha! Do you think I'm a fool? I would believe you. If I hand over the Rinnegan, you would definitely eliminate us immediately, Nagato mocked. After working with the masked man for so long, they both understood each other very well. The person who knows you best is often your opponent. In the face of Nagato's mockery, the masked man remained unfazed. Success would be great, allowing him to easily obtain the Rinnegan. If he failed, it would just take a little more time. As Nagato said, the moment he obtained the Rinnegan would also be the day Nagato and Xiaonan died. Don't say the masked man is heartless. He wouldn't allow a former master of the Rinnegan to live, as that would leave him with a hidden danger, right? Since that's the case, I can only invite you to your deaths. Swish, swish, swish. The masked man quickly performed a series of hand seals and then pressed down to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. With the appearance of several clouds of white mist, a few coffins slowly emerged from the ground. There aren't many honest men like the masked man. Others just clap their hands and get whatever they want, but he is still obediently forming hand seals. Boom. The coffin lid exploded, revealing the face of a ninja inside. "You should die." Nagato saw that one of them was his friend Yahiko and was about to rush forward to kill him. Fortunately, Xiaonan stopped the enraged Nagato. Now, they were outnumbered, and they must not act impulsively. The masked man, seeing Nagato being held back, couldn't help but blame Xiaonan for being meddlesome. If he wanted to die, why stop him? It cost him a chance to severely injure Nagato. Why disturb the rest of a deceased? Nagato finally understood why the masked man had said he could have countless such ninjas. They had the opportunity to serve me. It was their honor. I will lead them to create a glorious future. The masked man saw nothing wrong with this. As a man who wanted to dominate the ninja world, he could accept all forms of power. That's why he went to Konoha to obtain the forbidden technique Edo Tensei and learned it with the help of Black Zetsu. Chapter 250. The meeting. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage summit was in full swing. Raikage was still as irritable as ever, due to the disappearance of the Mizukage. Terumi may serve as the spokesperson for this meeting. That Tsuchikage, an old man, was still lucky. The key was that he had lived long enough. Sometimes, living a long time is a skill in itself. Don't you see that the former strongest duo in the ninja world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, have already gone offline? The Wind Kage sat quietly, as he was the weakest, having lost his tailed beast. Even worse, the Hokage, Orochimaru, still had a cold demeanor, looking at everyone as if they owed him money. The other Kage occasionally glanced at Carrot, who sat behind Orochimaru. The pressure Carrot exerted on them was too great. Even just sitting there gave an unshakable authority. Among the other 4 Kage, only Raikage knew Carrot best, as he had fought against it before. That sense of helplessness swept over him again upon seeing Carrot. However, thinking about this being a collaboration, Raikage felt relieved. "Hokage, your village was also attacked a few days ago. Was the loss significant?" The old fox Tsuchikage spoke up. This news had already spread throughout the ninja world. The Kage must have received the specific situation from their subordinates. That Tsuchikage didn't bring it up to mock Orochimaru, but to incite Orochimaru's hatred for the Akatsuki organization so that everyone could unite against a common enemy. "No need for you to worry, Tsuchikage. The enemy didn't gain any benefits either." Orochimaru refused to take the bait, knowing that the Akatsuki organization had not caused any losses to the land of Earth when capturing the tailed beasts, as their Jinchuriki liked to play outside. I didn't want everyone to dilly-dally any longer, knowing that the 8-tailed Jinchuriki was his brother and had been captured by the enemy, risking potential danger at any moment. "Everyone, the Akatsuki organization has chosen to offend our 5 great ninja villages and is determined to capture the tailed beasts. They must have some ulterior motives. Moreover, their strength is evident. They were able to simultaneously target 8-tailed beasts and succeeded. I believe everyone knows what this means. The balance of power in the ninja world has been broken, and war is imminent. No ninja village can simultaneously face the attack of 8-tailed beasts." When he said this, he glanced at Carrot's position, seeming a bit guilty before continuing. "Only by uniting can we have a chance to win. It seems you already have an idea, Raikage." That Tsuchikage was the first to ask. The others also looked at Raikage, eager to hear his plan. If it's feasible, great. If not, they would just continue discussing. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. We, the 5 great ninja villages, will form a ninja alliance and take the initiative to strike the Akatsuki organization before they can react, catching them off guard. Otherwise, once they digest the strength of the 8-tailed beasts, it will be too late for us to act." Raikage's words plunged the Kage present into deep thought. Raikage sat down, watching the others consider his proposal without interrupting. This was a plan proposed by their Chunin village think tank. Since they couldn't win one-on-one, they would fight 5 against 1. Soon, several Kage made their decision and chose to agree with Raikage's plan, as it was indeed the best solution. "Carrot, will there be any changes if the Akatsuki organization doesn't obtain the 9 tails?" Orochimaru knew that the Akatsuki organization's plan began with having 9-tailed beasts. Now that Konoha had successfully protected the 9 tails, the Akatsuki organization was just 1 tailed beast short. This was also what Orochimaru was worried about. "Don't worry, Senior Orochimaru. You should trust that they will have a compensatory plan." Carrot didn't believe that an old schemer who had been hiding in the ninja world for over 1,000 years would not have a compensatory plan. Hearing Carrot's firm words, Orochimaru felt reassured. "Would you like to be a captain of the Ninja Alliance?" Orochimaru asked. If Carrot agreed, many lives could be saved. "Once war breaks out, it'd be a meat grinder. You might as well spare me. This kind of hard work is better left to others." Carrot leapt back a position away from Orochimaru. Karo could not believe that Orochimaru the coal man, was actually trying to recruit him. Working? There was no way he would ever work again in this lifetime. All the hard work he put into his training to reach such a level was precisely to avoid working. Karo now wanted to keep his distance from Orochimaru. Orochimaru had anticipated Karo's strong reaction. It was almost impossible for Karo to accept any missions from him now. Nagato and Chunin, it's been a while. Yahiko opened his eyes and stepped out of the coffin. The first thing he saw were his good friends Nagato and Chunin. He was extremely happy. He never expected to see them again one day. Nagato, how did you get hurt? Yahiko asked, looking at the blood-stained cloth wrapping around Nagato's abdomen. Clearly, Yahiko was suppressing his anger as he spoke. Yahiko had always regarded Nagato as his brother, and now that his brother was injured, how could he not be angry? However, Yahiko's body acted completely contrary to what he said. A heavy punch landed directly on Nagato's wound. With a dull thud, Nagato was sent flying several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Yahiko, you... Chunin looked at Yahiko in confusion. She couldn't understand why Yahiko would even attack Nagato. Chunin hurriedly went to help Nagato up. Nagato coughed up blood. He had been caught off guard by Yahiko's sudden attack. Because Yahiko was his brother, Nagato subconsciously believed that Yahiko would never attack him. In a situation where he was caught off guard, Nagato's carelessness exacerbated his injury. Nagato, are you okay? Yahiko was somewhat at a loss as he tried to help Nagato. Don't come over, Chunin said first. She was now afraid that Yahiko would do something else to hurt Nagato, so she could only call out to Yahiko to stop. It was you, wasn't it? Although she was asking the masked man, her tone was filled with certainty. That's right, the masked man admitted. What did you do to me? Yahiko said angrily. How could he harm Nagato? They had supported each other all along and had long considered each other family. Now Nagato was injured at his hands. How could Yahiko forgive himself? Chapter 251. Difficult battle, what to do? Of course, it's to do what you should do, the masked man said with a grin. You didn't think I summoned you from the Pure Land just for a reunion, did you? Tools should have the attitude of tools. Daring to question your master is simply foolish. Hearing the masked man's words, Yahiko directly plunged his hand into his own heart. He was unwilling to become a weapon in someone else's hands to harm his family. Yahiko felt no pain, and when he pulled his hand out, the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. Clap, clap, clap. How decisive. The masked man saw that Yahiko would rather die than harm Nagato and Chunin, and he felt some respect for him. However, that was not the case. Your life and death are in my hands. The masked man raised his right hand and clenched his fist as if to tell everyone that he had grasped the situation. Make your move. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, several people from the other coffins emerged in a flash, charging straight at Nagato. Their clothing was clearly from the Warring States period. Even Yahiko, who was reluctant, joined the siege against Nagato, his body no longer under his control. Facing enemies from all directions, Nagato felt a huge pressure. The masked man had already figured out his abilities. Now, the masked man's minions, who couldn't be killed, made it difficult for Nagato to cope. Kisame, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Zabuza asked Kisame, who was standing next to him. Kisame was the masked man's most trusted subordinate and knew many secrets that Zabuza was unaware of. In pure world reincarnation, Kisame replied, causing Zabuza to feel a chill down his spine. Although Zabuza had killed many people, he was still somewhat afraid of playing with the souls of the dead. After all, anyone could die, and if your soul were to be toyed with after death, that would be truly tragic. Zabuza thought this was a major piece of intelligence, and if reported to Konoha, it would surely earn him great merit. Not having contributed to Konoha made Zabuza feel quite anxious. Nagato's wounds increased, and his face grew paler. He was now clearly feeling overwhelmed. The depletion of his strength was far greater than he had anticipated. Every time he injured an enemy, they quickly recovered. Moreover, the enemies fought with a life-for-a-life mentality, putting Nagato in a passive position. Because the enemies were immortal while Nagato was flesh and blood, he simply couldn't compete. Be careful. Nagato reacted a moment too late and received another injury. Luckily, Chunin's warning was timely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a small wound, but a large bleeding hole. It seems you can't hold on much longer, the masked man noted as he saw Nagato nearly taken out by a single blow. He knew Nagato was almost out of energy. Subsequently, the masked man ordered his subordinates to wrap up the battle quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more the masked man feared complications would arise. Lord Hokage, the carriage is ready and can set off at any time, an Umbu ninja reported to Orochimaru. The 5 Kage summit had already discussed the battle plan, and now everyone was returning to their respective villages to gather their subordinates. After all, The power of the Akatsuki organization was evident to all. This time, it was not only for revenge, but also to eliminate the hidden Akatsuki organization lurking underground. Let us go. After Orochimaru gave the order, he leaned back in his chair, saying nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. Karo, do you think they will do their best? Orochimaru asked Karo, who was half squinting his eyes in the carriage. They will. This is a matter of life and death for the other ninja villages. Without the tailed beasts, the strength of these villages would drop significantly. I really can't wait to see what the 10 Tails looks like. Just thinking about it made Orochimaru feel excited. As a scientist, he had a great interest in new species. Moreover, this tailed beast was the key to changing the level of life. If they ultimately found out that the tailed beast could not be retrieved, I wonder what their expressions would be. They would probably be dying to kill you. Karo teased Orochimaru, considering that if Orochimaru really succeeded, there would indeed be no tailed beasts left to distribute to other villages. Do you think there will still be this problem by then? Orochimaru countered. That's true. Karo thought about it and realized that if Orochimaru succeeded, he would indeed become another sage of the 6 paths, making him invincible in the ninja world. Succeeded? Karo knew that Orochimaru had been using cloning technology to create a perfect 10 Tails vessel. Yes, this is also thanks to Urashiki. Orochimaru obtained the cells of the Otsutsuki clan from Urashiki. By merging them with Hashirama's cells, he created a perfect vessel. Once the 10 Tails appeared, Orochimaru could switch bodies and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Karo didn't expect Urashiki to be the stepping stone for Orochimaru's success. It was truly a matter of timing and fate. Good luck had fallen directly onto Orochimaru's head. If he didn't succeed, who would? Shinra Tensei. Nagato used this technique to blast away the ninjas surrounding him. Before he could catch his breath, the next moment, an enemy's large blade was already swinging toward his head. Nagato directly caught the blade with his bare hands. He firmly grasped the enemy's katana. The enemy saw Nagato grabbing his katana with no signs of frustration. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before Nagato could react, the katana in his hand suddenly transformed into vines, which quickly wrapped around his hands, tightly binding them together. This was the work of the masked man. Although he couldn't use the wooden shield as recklessly as Hashirama Senju, a small wooden shield to bind someone was still doable. Nagato's expression changed slightly. The branches on his hands could actually absorb his chakra. Now, Nagato's chakra was already limited, and having it drained further made him furious. However, there was nothing he could do at the moment. As the wooden shield absorbed Nagato's chakra, its resilience increased. At this rate, before the masked man could even make a move, he might be completely drained. Nagato was thinking of a way out, but the enemy wouldn't let him have his way. Swish, swish, swish. The enemy threw shurikens at Nagato. He narrowly dodged them with careful movements, but just as he escaped one danger, he fell into another. Chapter 252. The way to break the stalemate. Nagato now had the Rinnegan, but he didn't dare to unleash its full power because his body was already riddled with injuries. One wrong move could lead to an uneven distribution of chakra, and he wouldn't need the masked man to attack him. He would instantly revert to the state of being drained by the outer path. Nagato. Seeing Nagato struggling, Konan felt immense pain. If it weren't for wanting to save her, Nagato wouldn't have ended up like this. As the only person Nagato trusted, Konan knew that he couldn't maintain this state for long, and once he came out of it, he wouldn't last long either. This understanding made Konan blame herself even more for being so weak and holding Nagato back. You'd better not go over there. They're not as merciful as I am. Zabuza blocked Konan's path with his executioner's blade, preventing her from aiding Nagato. Get out of the way, Konan shouted furiously, her cold gaze fixed on Zabuza. You're just a stray dog now, no longer that lofty angel. You need to recognize your position, woman, Zabuza mocked. Konan was fierce and spoke little. With a dash, she accurately aimed a kunai at Zabuza's throat. Zabuza didn't expect that the usually cold Konan would be so ruthless when she attacked, launching a lethal move right away. Zabuza, with chakra enveloping his hand, caught Konan's kunai. A smile appeared at the corner of Zabuza's mouth as he was about to mock Konan. But unexpectedly, when he grasped the kunai, Konan immediately released it. Then, as if by magic, a new kunai flew out from her wide sleeves, which she gripped in her hand. Konan's speed of attack increased rapidly. With an unexpected advantage, Zabuza quickly reacted. He swung his executioner's blade horizontally, intending to cleave Konan in two. However, halfway through the swing, he stopped. His mission was to keep Konan in place, preventing her from assisting Nagato, but he couldn't take her life. If Konan died, who knew what foolishness Nagato would commit? What if he destroyed the Rinnegan? That would be a loss. Zabuza was now a trusted aide of the masked man, so he couldn't defy his orders. Conan smiled slightly, as if she had already known Zabuza would make such a choice. Zabuza stood there without any intention of defending himself. Conan thought he had given up resisting and inwardly remarked, not surprising, a sycophant, so obedient to his master. But before Conan could succeed, countless flying needles shot in from the side, and the target was none other than Conan. Now, she faced two choices. First, to continue attacking, risking her life for a chance to succeed. Second, to retreat, as the flying needles were merely blocking her assault and not trying to kill her. Sigh. Conan sighed inwardly. She took a step back. Conan, you're meddling. Zabuza was not pleased. Instead, he scolded Haku for helping him. In Zabuza's eyes, I didn't ask you for help. Your interference is unnecessary. I'm sorry, I disturbed your hunt, Mr. Zabuza. Haku immediately apologized to Zabuza, although Haku didn't think he did anything wrong. If Zabuza said he was wrong, then he must be wrong. After all, Zabuza held an unassailable position in Haku's heart. Bloodline limit. Conan's expression darkened when she saw the suddenly appearing ice house, as it was yet another subordinate of the enemy, and a strong one at that. It was known that Conan had attacked first, and Haku's ice needles could actually arrive first, which was impressive. The stronger the enemy, the more uncertain Conan felt about whether she, in Nagato, could escape. Got it. Conan slapped her head, regretting not having thought of this sooner. She planned to use the explosive tags that hadn't detonated yet against the two in front of her. Nagato, Sore. Yahiko spoke to Nagato. Right now, Yahiko was like an executioner, wanting to turn against his friend. Although he said for Nagato to quickly eliminate him, things were going contrary to his wishes. The one suffering the most was Yahiko himself. Nagato looked at Yahiko's face and naturally refused to go all out against him because that face often appeared in his dreams. Nagato didn't use his full strength against Yahiko, but the other ninjas were not so fortunate, suffering greatly at Nagato's hands. Their bodies had been destroyed by Nagato several times, but soon recovered as if nothing had happened. Nagato was filled with immense hatred for the ninja who invented the impure world reincarnation technique. What is the point of researching the dead? Isn't it disgusting? Bang. Yahiko kicked Nagato in the kidney, causing him excruciating pain. One person only has two kidneys. And now Nagato felt as if his kidney had been exploded by Yahiko's kick. Yahiko had chosen this spot after careful consideration. He wanted Nagato's pain to override his rationality, allowing Nagato to attack him without holding back, instead of always being cautious. Otherwise, he would eventually die at Yahiko's hands. Boom. Indeed, Yahiko felt the force of Nagato's attack on him increase. The masked man sensed that his control over the ninjas summoned by impure world reincarnation seemed to weaken. He didn't understand where the problem lay. To avoid prolonged issues, the masked man ordered all his subordinates to attack at once. In an instant, Nagato's pressure increased significantly because he had just figured out a way to deal with the impure world reincarnation ninjas, which was to seal them. And among the 6 paths, he just happened to have that skill. What keen perception? Nagato understood why the masked man would give such an order. It was because he was slowly injecting sealing power into their bodies, causing the masked man's control to decline. That was why the masked man opted for an all-out attack. Now Nagato was surrounded on all sides. The masked man and Kisame joined the fray. Conan, seeing the situation, felt anxious, but Zabuza firmly blocked her, making it difficult for her to support Nagato. Just a little more, Conan thought anxiously. She was trying to establish a connection with the explosive tags she had set up earlier. As long as the connection was restored, she could use it to break the stalemate. Her and Nagato's situation would improve significantly. Chapter 253. Xiao Nan is injured, all right. Boom. Xiao Nan pointed in the direction of Zabuza and spoke. Huh. Zabuza suddenly felt a chill run through him, a sense of unease enveloping his heart. Bang! The ground where Zabuza stood suddenly exploded, and he was directly blown away, crashing heavily to the ground. His white pants were now completely stained with blood. Puffed. That wasn't the end. Zabuza spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lord Zabuza, by looking anxious, rushed over to check on Zabuza's injuries. He was afraid Zabuza would leave him just like that, seeing that Zabuza had already lost consciousness and showed no intention of fighting back. Bai's only thought was to take Zabuza for treatment. Swish! Bai picked up Zabuza and left. And Xiao Nan did not stop him because what she needed most right now was time. Nagato's situation was very dire. The masked man also observed the situation on Zabuza's side. He did not expect that the woman Xiao Nan could turn the tide. Kaika, go stop her. The masked man ordered Kai Ka, who immediately withdrew from the battle and charged toward Xiaonan. "Get up," Xiaonan whispered, and as she pointed, the explosive tags seemed to find their target. Countless explosive tags flew over Xiaonan's head, heading straight for Kai Ka. This scene was truly overwhelming. Kai Ka instantly felt as if the sky had darkened. Water style. Kai Ka clasped his hands together, and it was as if a faucet had been turned on. A massive amount of water spewed from his mouth. Kai Ka intended to wet the explosive tags with his water style, reducing their power even if they didn't get destroyed. Boom! 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 As Xiaonan's words fell, the explosive tags detonated instantly. The shockwave of the explosion was blocked by the water, and Kai Ka, submerged in water, was not significantly harmed. After all, with his tough skin, he was practically unscathed. Xiaonan did not expect Kai Ka to use such a method to counter the explosion, which made her doubt her combat plan. Could the explosive tags really support Nagato? Although explosive tags had great power, they relied on surprise. Now that Kai Ka was prepared, it would be very difficult to deal with an experienced ninja like him. "Stay," Kai Ka said, and with that, countless sharks flew out of the water. Boom! Xiaonan was also tough. "Aren't there just a lot of sharks? My explosive tags aren't to be underestimated." Xiaonan was quite confident in the number of explosive tags she had. In the original work, she had even used explosive tags to blow Obito to death. Unfortunately, Xiaonan forgot one thing. Controlling explosive tags required chakra, and her opponent was Kai Ka, known as the tailed beast without a tail. Their battle had now turned into a game of chakra. In this aspect, Kai Ka was absolutely confident in himself. Seeing that his sharks were used up, Kai Ka immediately summoned more. At this moment, Xiaonan was completely unaware. She continuously summoned explosive tags, blowing up all the visible sharks. However, as time passed, Xiaonan began to sense something was wrong. Why wasn't the number of sharks decreasing, while her chakra was continuously depleting? In that moment, Xiaonan understood Kai Ka's plan. "Since you're hiding inside, I'll blow you out. If one explosive tag doesn't work, then 100, 1,000, 10,000. This wealthy strategy was how Xiaonan operated. This time, what Kai Ka saw was not just a dark sky, but complete darkness. Bang! Bang! The explosions sounded one after another. And even Kai Ka on the water was stunned by Xiaonan's methods. Where did this woman get so many? This was the first thought that popped into Kai Ka's mind. At the same time, he began to worry about his safety. Kai Ka was now surrounded by Xiaonan's explosive tags. With each detonation, the water ball he produced shrank a little. Kai Ka glanced at his weapon, the shark, and instantly had an idea. "This time, I'll rely on you, my old friend." The shark understood Kai Ka's words and opened its mouth, biting down on Kai Ka's arm, crazily absorbing chakra from him. Kai Ka felt a pang of regret as he watched the shark, thinking, "Is it really necessary for you to start charging me now, just to act as a shield?" The shark, however, did not hear Kai Ka's thoughts. To the shark, working men had to collect its labor fee first. After it was full, Kai Ka's face turned a shade paler. Time to get to work. Seeing that Xiaonan's explosive tags were getting closer, Kai Ka told the shark. The shark, being a reliable weapon, knew it had to work after being paid. It began to grow larger and open its mouth wide, swallowing Kai Ka whole. This was Kai Ka's battle plan, to use the shark's defense to absorb the explosive tag's explosive power. Just as Kai Ka hid inside the shark's body, the explosions reached the shark's vicinity. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions created a fog that obscured Xiaonan's vision, preventing her from seeing that Kai Ka had already hidden inside the shark. When the smoke cleared, all Xiaonan saw was the shark stuck in the ground, while Kai Ka was nowhere to be found. Xiaonan believed that Kai Ka had been blown to smithereens. After all, she had witnessed the power of the explosion firsthand. Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief. Her chakra consumption had been too great, and her chakra was not as unreasonable as Kai Ka's. After finishing the battle, Xiaonan started running toward Nagato, knowing he needed her. She didn't spare a glance at the shark on the ground. Its size was too large to be used as a weapon for a woman. In an instant, she ran past the shark, exposing her back completely, as she had never considered that Kai Ka was still alive. Kai Ka, sharing visual perception with the shark, knew that this was his chance when he saw Xiaonan's back turned. Suddenly, while running, Xiaonan felt something stab into her body. Looking down, she saw that the tip of a katana had pierced through her body. "The battle isn't over yet. Why are you trying to leave?" Kai Ka whispered in Xiaonan's ear. "You." Upon hearing that voice, Xiaonan realized Kai Ka was not dead and that she had been careless. Chapter 254, Kakashi's Injured World. Xiaonan. Nagato shouted anxiously upon seeing Xiaonan injured. Shinra Tensei. Surrounded, Nagato used this technique against the masked man blocking his way. The masked man did not expect Nagato to disregard his own safety. Yahiko and the other ninjas, seeing this situation, unleashed their attacks on Nagato. Ugh! Nagato forcibly swallowed the blood that was about to spew out and, leveraging the force from being hit, used Shinra Tensei to blow the masked man away. Seeing Nagato coming at him fiercely, Kaika did not dare to provoke him and immediately dodged away. Moreover, Kaika's objective had been achieved. He had added a burden to Nagato. Xiaonan, are you alright? Nagato immediately used medical ninjutsu to heal Xiaonan. Xiaonan knew she couldn't let Nagato lose too much chakra, so she held his hand and shook her head, saying, "No need. I'm not in any life-threatening danger." Xiaonan was clear about his injuries. Kisame's goal was merely to seriously wound him, making it difficult for Nagato to focus on the battle. Finally back, Carrot stretched at the entrance of Konoha village, feeling like his waist was about to give out after sitting in the car for so long. Orochimaru also wore a relaxed expression. After all, nothing was more comfortable than being at home, especially since he was someone who didn't like to move around much. However, Orochimaru's work was no easy task after returning. The Akatsuki's attack on Konoha had left him with a mountain of work, and although the third Hokage was there to help, some matters still required Orochimaru's decision. After all, he was the one in power now. As soon as he returned, Orochimaru went to the Hokage building to work. Our Carrot. Of course, wouldn't he follow Orochimaru? He went to Ichiraka Ramen by himself to take care of business. The Akatsuki's attack had no impact on Ichiraka Ramen. It was a stroke of good luck that the shop suffered no losses at all. Welcome. Carrot pulled back the curtain, and a smiling face immediately came into view. However, when Uncle Ichiraku saw Carrot, his expression changed instantly from warm hospitality to a cold demeanor. This was understandable. After all, Carrot had once set his sights on Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, wanting to offer himself in exchange for a meal. And seeing his prize cabbage about to be pushed away by Carrot, how could Uncle Ichiraku feel good? Although everything was cleared up in the end, it still left a knot in Uncle Ichiraku's heart. Uncle, where's Iam? Carrot asked as he sat at the table. Not here. What do you want to eat? Uncle Ichiraku glanced at Carrot and said, he didn't want his daughter to face Carrot. Isn't it better for you to just be a customer? Carrot didn't understand Uncle Ichiraku's gaze and started to order food for himself. Although Uncle Ichiraku didn't like Carrot, the speed of service was still quick. In no time, a big bowl of noodles was placed in front of Carrot. I'm starting, Carrot said and began to eat with a clatter. The bowl in front of him kept stacking higher and higher. Carrot, you're back. Iam came out from the kitchen and saw Carrot eating noodles, happily saying. Carrot was her good friend and taste tester. Whenever Iam developed a new dish, she'd call Carrot to try it, and it was always unlimited. So, as they interacted more, their friendship deepened, and Uncle Ichiraku felt that his daughter's reliance on him had gradually decreased, which was why he didn't have a good attitude towards Carrot. Yeah, just got back today and couldn't wait to eat your noodles, Carrot replied while eating. He truly managed to chat while eating. If Carrot could put the same perseverance he had for food into pursuing girls, I think no one in Konoha would reject him. Really? You came at just the right time. I developed a new dish today. Iam was very happy with what Carrot said. After all, the greatest compliment for a chef is having someone enjoy their dishes. Great, then let us have it. Carrot was a bit impatient. What? Their new noodles? I want some too. At this moment, Kakashi came in with his team members, and Naruto immediately said he wanted to try the new style. As a passionate fan of ramen, hearing about a new style naturally made him want to give it a try. Yo, Kakashi, my dear brother. Carrot greeted Kakashi first upon seeing him. He didn't expect to run into Kakashi here and thought, my bill is settled. Kakashi was regretting listening to Naruto's suggestion to come for ramen. If he hadn't come, he would have run into Carrot, especially since Carrot was eating. Kakashi felt like his wallet was already crying. Carrot senpai. Naruto yelled happily upon seeing Carrot. He immediately ran over to sit next to him, as Naruto was now a fan of Carrot. Not bad. You've gotten stronger, Carrot said to Naruto. Of course, Carrot senpai. I haven't slacked off at all. Naruto proudly replied. I see. Then today's meal is on me, Carrot generously said. Really? Naruto exclaimed happily. Of course, you all order too, Carrot said to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, waving his hand generously. Thank you, Carrot senpai. The three little ones happily began to order. Soon, their ramen arrived. Naruto noticed that Carrot's ramen looked different from everyone else's and asked, Uncle Ichiraku, why haven't I seen this ramen that Carrot senpai has? Having eaten all the ramen at Ichiraku, he had never seen this one in Carrot's bowl. It smelled better than his own bowl, instantly making him feel like his ramen wasn't tea as good. Wasn't tea this treating him differently? Could they still be friends happily? Fizz is a new style. It hasn't tea been sold yet. It was obvious the humph was directed at Carrot, as Uncle Ichiraku himself didn't tea have this treatment, feeling a strong sense of jealousy towards Carrot. Carrot, however, didn't tea care about Uncle Ichiraku's expression and quickly finished the ramen in front of him. It was so delicious. I want another bowl. The highest respect for a dish is to ask for another bowl. Carrot's only goal now was to eat until he was full. Everyone watched as the bowls in front of Carrot stacked higher and higher. Finally, Carrot let out a long, satisfied burp. Ahem. An Umbu member approached Carrot respectfully and said, "Lord Carrot, the Hokage requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Kakashi thought to himself, "Please no." After that, Carrot immediately used Shunshin to leave Ichiraku Ramen. What the hell? Kakashi felt like the world was collapsing. Chapter 255. Nagato's death. Kakashi had taken every precaution but never expected Carrot would be called away by Orochimaru. Kakashi had sat closest to the entrance to prevent Carrot from skipping out on the bill. Now, Kakashi truly felt like crying without tears. He turned to look at the mountain of bowls left behind by Carrot after finishing his ramen and realized that his work for the past 6 months was wasted. Since he took charge, Kakashi's income had already sharply declined, and now he'd been backstabbed by his own brother. Kakashi's hands grasped at the air helplessly, feeling like the latest version of Heavenly Paradise was drifting further away from him. "Kakashi, thank you for your generosity." Uncle Ichiraku looked at Kakashi with a smiling, cunning businessman-esque expression. As the saying goes, sadness can be transferred. Seeing Kakashi unhappy made him happy. This was Uncle Ichiraku's current mindset. Ayam stood at the counter, covering her mouth and laughing. As long as Kakashi was there, Carrot's visits to the shop were practically free. Ayam had once asked Carrot about this, and his reply left a deep impression on her. Anyway, Kakashi would just spend this money on inappropriate books, so it's better to fill my brother's stomach. Carrot said this with such righteous indignation. Naruto and Sasuke watched Kakashi like this and slowed down their eating speed. They had only started to eat freely because it was Carrot treating them, but now that the money source had left, things became difficult. "Eat up. Sensei has money." Kakashi would let his students pay. He then turned to Uncle Ichiraku and said, "Boss, bring me your most expensive set meal." Kakashi can only turn his grief and anger into appetite now. "Sasuke, does Kakashi-sensei seem off to you?" Naruto quietly asked Sasuke. "Idiot, you just noticed that. Kakashi-sensei is now." Before Sasuke could finish, Kakashi spoke up. "Eating doesn't stop your mouths. If you keep talking, I won't help you to pay." Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke instantly quieted down and began eating noodles. Swish! Carrot instantly teleported to the Hokage's office and found that not only Orochimaru was there, but also Minato, the third Hokage, Jiraiya and his wife, Nara Shikaku, and Carrot's subordinate, Uchiha Shursui. "Wow, there are quite a few people here." Carrot greeted everyone as he appeared. "Lord Orochimaru." What happened? Carrot felt something was strange. He and Orochimaru had just returned to the village and were summoned again, and there were quite a few people present. The Umbu and our undercover agents brought 2 pieces of news. One is that the Rain Village has disappeared, and the leader of the Akatsuki organization is dead. Orochimaru explained to Carrot when he arrived. "Disappeared? Is it the kind of disappearance I'm thinking of?" Carrot asked in surprise after hearing Orochimaru's news. Orochimaru naturally understood what Carrot meant and nodded as an answer to Carrot's question. "A big move. That's an entire village," Carrot said with emotion. Carrot knew that Nagato had this kind of ability, but Nagato happened to die there. This left Carrot momentarily at a loss, not knowing who was responsible. "You don't seem surprised at all about the death of the Akatsuki leader, Carrot," Nara Shikaku, who has a high IQ, asked. After hearing these 2 pieces of news, Carrot only cared about the first one and didn't care at all about the second. Isn't that normal? A common person is innocent. The one with the Rinnegan is Nagato, also known as the Akatsuki leader. It's the misfortune of his own making. Jiraiya looked up at Carrot. He didn't expect his disciple to die so quickly. He knew that he had witnessed Nagato awaken the Rinnegan. The result was Nagato's death warrant. Konoha was attacked by Nagato, but Jiraiya believed that part of the reason was his own failure in teaching, which led Nagato down the wrong path. "Konan, you may need to walk your own path from now on," Nagato said to Konan, standing in front of her with his back turned. "Nagato, what does this mean?" Konan said, looking at Nagato's back. She sensed from Nagato's words that it was a farewell. Nagato turned his head to look at Konan's face, as if he wanted to imprint that face deeply in his mind. During this time, Nagato's chakra within his body had already lost control. The rate of dissipating began to accelerate. Once his chakra was exhausted, it would be his time to die. Go! Nagato used Shinra Tensei to blow Konan into the sky, turning her into a black, disappearing from everyone's sight. You all come with me, Nagato shouted. His whole body began to expand rapidly. Run fast. The masked man said to Kisame and Zabuza. He finally understood what Nagato's intention was in sending Konan away. Nagato wanted to use himself as a bomb to kill everyone here. Kisame and Zabuza immediately ran towards the village's outskirts upon hearing the masked man's words. Super Shinra Tensei. Nagato spread his arms, and the power within him erupted from his palms. Boom! The explosion, centered on Nagato, was spreading through the rain village with terrifying speed. Kisame and Zabuza exchanged glances, knowing that only by cooperating could they have a chance to survive. Bang! Zabuza plunged his executioner's blade into the ground to block the shockwave generated by Nagato's power. The executioner's blade could fully shield Zabuza's body. Kisame followed suit and made the same choice as Zabuza. Although the two managed to block one shockwave, they were already blown away by the second shockwave. You read that right. They were blown away. The entire rain village began to shake. Seeing this, the masked man also planned to retreat. But Nagato wouldn't give him the chance. Nagato's body began to disappear bit by bit. Cough. The masked man coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was facing Nagato's attack directly. His injuries were worsening. Not good. The masked man worried that if this continued, he would die before Nagato, under the threat of death. The masked man comprehended the power of time and space. He vanished into time and space, and Nagato's attack could no longer harm him in the slightest. Nagato watched helplessly as his attack had no effect on the masked man. He was extremely unwilling. However, Nagato had no time left. He disappeared, taking his last attachment to the world with him. Boom, boom. A flash of white light, and the rain village disappeared, leaving only a deep pit the size of the rain village. Cough, cough. The masked man emerged from his time and space. He was somewhat scared. If his power had awakened a moment later, his life would have been taken by Nagato. Chapter 256, Konan's Ordeal. The masked man arrived at the place where Nagato had performed his technique, finding only a pair of Rinnegan left behind, while Nagato's body had long since vanished without a trace. What were you resisting? In the end, not even a corpse was left behind. The masked man sighed. After all, he and Nagato had worked together. Originally, as long as Nagato obediently handed over the Rinnegan, it wouldn't have been impossible to spare his life. The masked man picked up the Rinnegan from the ground and sealed it into his scroll. Now is not the best time to implant the Rinnegan. After the masked man completed this process, Kaguya slowly rose from the ground. Konan's location has been determined. Who do you want to send to kill her? Kaguya was placed by the masked man to monitor the outskirts of the rain village. Originally, Kaguya was enjoying the show, but unexpectedly, Nagato's actions caused a leak in the plan to eliminate the rain village. Send Kisame. After thinking for a moment, the masked man decided. He would, of course, send his most trusted subordinate. Since they had already chosen to be enemies, only dead enemies would be the best enemies. However, the masked man overlooked the fact that his beloved Kisame was seriously injured at this time. This might be a bit difficult, Kaguya said awkwardly. Not everyone can avoid Nagato's suicide attack with space-time ninjutsu. What do you mean? The masked man asked in confusion. Could it be that I can't even order Kisame? This was the only thought in his mind at that moment. Then Kaguya reported to the masked man about Kisame and Zabuza being seriously injured, as well as the ninjas summoned with Edo Tensei who had already returned to the Pure Land. This was something Nagato had anticipated. If these people hadn't been injured, Konan would have had no chance to escape alive. And this is why Nagato had to use his life as a bargaining chip. I underestimated you, Nagato. Haha. The masked man laughed heartily. He didn't expect Nagato to dig such a big pit for him. But do you think this will allow Konan to live? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. The masked man said with a murderous aura. It's time to spread the news. I believe once Konan's enemies find out she has no backing, they will do something satisfying for us. As long as they hold Konan back, Kisame and Zabuza will recover from their injuries, and then Konan can die. The masked man ordered Kaguya. After receiving the approval of the masked man, Kurizetsu disappeared into the ground. It was not yet time to expose all his forces, so he would let you live a few more days. After speaking, the masked man used time-space power to disappear from a spot. The urgent task now was to replace the Rinnegan. Mom, just wait a moment, you'll be out soon. Kurizetsu looked up at the moon, having waited too long for this day. He had already obtained the chakra of the Nine Tails, thanks to Kinkaku and Jinkaku. as Kurizetsu found their former ninja tools and acquired the chakra. If it weren't for the strength of Konoha, Kurizetsu wouldn't need substitutes. Carrot, just wait. Once my mom breaks the seal, you'll see what happens. Kurizetsu had been collecting information on Carrot for a year. After all, Carrot had defeated Madara, and Kurizetsu was well aware of Madara's strength. He was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Son with formidable power. Yet, he still lost to Carrot. So now, Kurizetsu believed that only his mother could keep Carrot in check. Achoo! Carrot sneezed, thinking, who is thinking about me again? Carrot really couldn't muster any energy for this meeting, yawning while sitting in his seat. Just finished eating and already feeling sleepy. Lord Hokage, this is a mission just issued by the exchange. An Umbu entered with information to report. After reading it, Orochimaru handed the information to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was initially confused, wondering why it was given to him. But when he saw the content of the information, he stood up abruptly, unconsciously crumpling the paper in his hand. Orochimaru, I want to leave the village for a while. Jiraiya said to Orochimaru. He could imagine how dangerous Conan's situation was. She and Nagato had offended too many people. Without support, the hope of Conan surviving was extremely slim. Tsunade was skimming through the information while Jiraiya spoke. Orochimaru also wanted to go out for a while. Tsunade chimed in. Orochimaru knew what decision Jiraiya would make after seeing this information, especially since his disciple was the one being hunted. What is the information about? Carrot stretched his neck to see the information in Tsunade's hand, only to be blocked by her impressive chest. This left Carrot feeling quite hurt. Here, watching Carrot jump around in front of her, Tsunade directly handed the information to him, and the scene instantly quieted down. Using a knife to kill someone, Carrot said after looking at the information. Carrot was right. This was the Akatsuki's tactic of using others to kill. After reading the information, Rikuju strongly agreed with Carrot's statement. Let's talk about it in detail, Orochimaru said to Rikuju. There was a reckless man here, eager to save his disciple. So Rikuju had to explain his reasoning to dissuade him from that thought. First, there was an internal conflict in the Akatsuki, and the leader died, leaving Conan without support. This made hunting Conan much easier. Second, for instance, if the village of Rain disappeared, what force could have caused it to vanish? Could it have been Nagato? He used this power to severely weaken the Akatsuki, forcing the new leader to issue a bounty at the exchange. As expected from a clever clan, your guess is spot on. Jiraiya, you heard that. This was done intentionally by the enemy. I don't want you to take risks to save your disciple. Orochimaru didn't want Jiraiya to save that so-called disciple. After all, Konoha had been attacked, and Conan was definitely involved. Orochimaru didn't send Umbu to kill her, which was already a concession to Jiraiya. After all, Orochimaru was the Hokage of Konoha. He had to eliminate all of Konoha's enemies. Lord Hokage, why don't we take this opportunity to eliminate the Akatsuki? Rikuju asked curiously. Previously, they wanted to eradicate the Akatsuki, but chose to give up because they didn't know their exact location. Now, with Orochimaru's undercover presence, the Akatsuki's whereabouts were no longer hidden. Chapter 257. An unexpected discovery. The Akatsuki still had its unfinished mission. Orochimaru said with a smile. Rikuju was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. His clever mind instantly thought of many things. Orochimaru had been allowing the Akatsuki's actions, indicating that what they were doing would ultimately benefit him greatly. During the Shadowless Conference, Orochimaru took away Konoha's top combat power. Konoha was attacked by the Akatsuki. All of this flashed through Rikuju's mind. At this moment, when Rikuju looked at Orochimaru's smile, he felt a chill down his spine. He quickly recalled if he had done anything to offend Orochimaru, and, finding nothing, sighed in relief. It was better to offend anyone than to offend Orochimaru. He was like a snake waiting in the shadows to strike you fatally once you showed a weakness. What's wrong, Rikuju? Why are you sweating so much? Orochimaru noticed that Rikuju's gaze toward him had changed and realized he might have guessed something. What a clever mind. Orochimaru couldn't help but admire the genes of the Nara clan. He even thought about whether to capture a few members of the Nara clan for research on how to make people smarter. It's nothing. Maybe I have a fever. I'll go to the hospital after work. Rikuju respectfully replied. He wasn't a fool. He knew this was Orochimaru hinting at him. At this moment, pretending to be confused was the way to survive. You still need to take care of your health. I can't do without you by my side. Orochimaru was pleased to see Rikuju so perceptive. After all, Rikuju's workability was very strong. With Rikuju helping him handle affairs, Orochimaru could free up more time for experiments. After all, being Hokage was just a part-time job for Orochimaru. His main profession was a scientist. Minato, Recently you were responsible for keeping Kushina safe, Orochimaru said, turning to Minato. Although he knew the Akatsuki had a substitute for the Ninetales, others did not. Orochimaru still had to show concern for the village's Jinchuriki, while also boosting Minato's favor. A worker like Minato, who worked without complaints, took on the leader's burdens, and was also easy on the eyes, was definitely liked by the leader. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato fully agreed with Orochimaru's command. Right now, Minato wished he could stay by Kushina's side 24/7. The last time the enemy attacked had startled him. He couldn't imagine what he would do without Kushina. You mean I'm extra now, interrupting your couple's romance? It was just like that old saying, parents are true love, while children are just an accident. Orochimaru, if the people you send out find Konin, can she be brought to Konoha? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with pleading eyes. It could be said that Konin and the others were brought into the ninja world by Jiraiya. Without Jiraiya teaching them ninjutsu and imparting his thoughts, those kids might not have entered this treacherous ninja world. They might have lived a simple life like civilians. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Jiraiya just wanted his disciples to survive, even under the heavy surveillance of Konoha. Orochimaru stared straight at Jiraiya and finally sighed, saying sure, as long as she doesn't cause trouble in Konoha in the future. Orochimaru agreed to Jiraiya. He didn't expect Jiraiya would plead with him. It could be said that Jiraiya was the only tenderness in Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru could be cruel to anyone, but his tenderness was reserved only for Jiraiya. After receiving Orochimaru's assurance, Jiraiya was visibly happy. He knew that as long as it was something Orochimaru agreed to, it would definitely be accomplished. The heavy stone in his heart finally felt like it had been set down. Orochimaru then announced the content of the 5 Kage Summit to give them some preparation. After that, a Genin meeting was to be held, as it was essential to unite Konoha with the support of the higher-ups. However, with the Akatsuki organization attacking Konoha, Orochimaru believed they would make the right choice. If not, Orochimaru would help them correct it. Finally, the meeting was dismissed in the evening. Carrot yawned as he walked out of the ninja building. Carrot. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from behind, and when he turned around, he saw Hamiko running toward him. It's Hamiko. Carrot noticed that Hamiko was holding a stack of books and skillfully took them from her. Thank you, Hamiko said in gratitude. Where are we going? The two walked side by side, and Carrot asked. The setting sun cast a warm glow over them, as if they were draped in new clothes. To the hospital, Hamiko said, looking at Carrot's profile. Is there something on my face? Carrot noticed Hamiko glancing at his profile from time to time and asked in confusion. If he had a free hand, he would definitely touch his face. No. Hamiko quickly denied, surprised at how bold she felt at that moment. Ever since Carrot saved her last time, his figure had become even more important in her heart. Her previous affection for Carrot was subtle, but now it was intense. Anyone could see it unless they were blind. However, Carrot himself had never thought about it that way and continued to see Hamiko as a good partner. Thank you, Carrot. You already thanked me earlier, and now you're doing it again? This thank you is for saving me. If you hadn't shown up in time, I would have. Before Hamiko could finish, Carrot interrupted. As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to die in front of me. I will protect you. Carrot had the strength to say this now, but he didn't realize how impactful those words were for a girl. Carrot. Hamiko looked at Carrot with stars in her eyes. Her crush had just said he would protect her. Could it be that Carrot had feelings for her too? Hamiko thought to herself. Just treat me to a meal, she said, and Carrot's next words brought her back to reality. Carrot was still the same Carrot. Carrot suddenly noticed that Hamiko wasn't following him and turned around. Hurry up. Let us go eat. Coming. Hamiko replied with a smile. That was fine. As long as she could stay by his side, she was content. Hamiko jogged to catch up with Carrot, and the two enjoyed the sunset, chatting and laughing. Teacher Kakashi, look. Naruto pointed at Carrot and said to Kakashi. Now Kakashi's task was to protect Naruto to prevent him from being captured by the Akatsuki. Follow those two, Kakashi immediately decided. Chapter 258. Support from a best friend. Carrot was still unaware that he was being followed. What's wrong? Carrot asked. Noticing Hamiko seemed a bit hesitant. Do you have a girl you like? After asking, Hamiko's face turned red. She was afraid that Carrot might have someone he liked who wasn't her, and also worried that Carrot might not understand what she meant. When did you become so gossipy? This doesn't suit your personality, Carrot said, confused, as he thought Hamiko usually didn't pay attention to such matters. I'm just curious. You're so excellent, yet still single. What's the reason? You really caught me off guard with that question. I haven't thought about it, Carrot replied after a moment of surprise. Soon, Carrot and Hamiko arrived at the Konoha hospital. Senior Hamiko is back with a guy. A doctor in the office exclaimed loudly. It was like a thunderclap, causing the office to erupt into chaos. Hamiko was beautiful, gentle, and skilled in medicine. She, along with Rin and Shizune, were known as the three flowers of the hospital, with countless admirers. However, Hamiko had always clearly rejected her pursuers and never got close to any male ninjas except for Sanada and teacher Matsushita. Now she had come back with a man, igniting the gossiping spirit of the others. A swarm rushed out of the office to see what was happening. Rin, Shizune, aren't you two going to take a look? A ninja who came to the office to report couldn't help but ask. Although she was new, she knew these three were good friends. We can just wait here. ISNT Hamiko coming this way. Rin and Shizune exchanged smiles, knowing who could make Hamiko willing to walk with someone unfamiliar. Yeah, I'll wait here too. Rin smiled and shook her head at the seemingly not-so-smart girl in front of her, then continued her work. Hamiko, don't you feel like your colleagues keep looking back at us? Carrot asked in confusion. These ninjas kept moving back and forth without seeming tired. Carrot was even getting tired just watching. If you want to look, then look. Why smile from time to time? Those smiles seem a bit suspicious to me. Smart Hamiko understood the reason behind this, but, of course, Wu and T tell Carrot the truth. Maybe they think you're too handsome. At that moment, Hamiko told a white lie. So that's it. Your colleagues have a good eye? Carrot believed Hamiko's words without question. Lord Carrot, a ninja approached and recognized Carrot, immediately greeting him. Hello, is your injury better? Carrot asked upon seeing the injury on the ninja's hand. Thanks to Lady Hamiko's treatment, I'm all healed now. The ninja said shyly. That's good to hear. We'll be on our way now. Carrot said, ready to turn and leave. Lord Carrot, the ninja called out, unable to contain himself. Is there something else? Carrot looked at the boy in confusion, noticing he seemed freshly graduated from the ninja academy, with a youthful innocence still about him. The boy was a bit shy, his face turning red and unable to speak. This left Carrot puzzled, thinking, just say something. If you look at me like that, I can't guess what you want to say. As Hamiko was the boy's attending doctor, she knew he greatly admired Carrot. The impact of Carrot's punch that day was deeply etched in the boy's heart. The boy had mentioned Carrot to Hamiko more than once. Don't be nervous, Taro. Just take your time, Hamiko encouraged. It seemed her words had an effect, and the boy took a deep breath and spoke up. Lord Carrot, could you please give me an autograph? He looked at Carrot with bright eyes, fearing Carrot would reject him, given his status. Of course. Where would you like me to sign? Carrot readily agreed, making the boy very happy. Right here is fine. The boy quickly pulled out paper and a pen from his pocket, as if everything had been prepared in advance. Carrot handed over the item in his hand to Hamiko, took the boy's paper and pen, and asked, what is your name? Kimura Taro, the boy replied. I wish Kimura Taro to become a jonin soon, Carrot said while writing, and after finishing, he handed the note to Kimura Taro. Taro seriously placed the note written by Carrot into his chest pocket and bowed towards the direction Carrot left. Taro, do you know that person? At this moment, the doctors in the office surrounded Taro, asking curiously. Of course, that's Lord Carrot. Is he the legendary lord? Now it was the doctors who were shocked. Carrot's name was very famous in Konoha village, but because he rarely appeared in public, they didn't recognize him at first. Dr. Hamiko is amazing. At this moment, they could only sincerely say that. Hey Rin, Sano, you both are here? Carrot greeted as he entered the office. Carrot, why do you have the time to bring Hamiko back? You usually train? Sano asked with a mischievous tone. This question made Hamiko's face turn red. But who is Carrot? He completely did not understand Sano's insinuation and answered casually. I saw Hamiko carrying too many things, so I helped her carry some. Since I delivered her, I should go back. I don't like this environment. The hospital was the place Carrot disliked the most. When he was a child and fell ill, Kakashi brought him to the hospital for treatment, which left a psychological shadow on him. Where to? Sano did not want her good friend to remain single like this. She felt she needed to help her friend. To eat. Carrot answered emphatically. We haven't eaten either. Let's go together. Sano stood up, pulling Hamiko and Rin along. Carrot looked at the lunch boxes in front of them and then at their faces. Don't mind these details. Sano's face flushed. Being caught in a lie was somewhat embarrassing. All right. Anyway, I have to eat too. Carrot agreed, thinking about how much these little girls could eat. Then Sano dragged Hamiko and Rin to follow Carrot out of the hospital. Kakashi-sensei, they are out. Kakashi was leisurely leaning against a tree, and the task of monitoring Carrot naturally fell to Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi snapped back to attention. Follow them. Chapter 259. Eating together, why does Kakashi look so sneaky? Just as he came out of the hospital after treatment, Might Guy happened to see Kakashi and Naruto. Guy-sensei, wait for me. Lee rushed from behind. In the blink of an eye, his teacher had disappeared. He had never seen a Jonin so afraid of getting an injection. Lee, you're too slow. This kind of training isn't enough. Guy began to lecture Lee, completely ignoring his own fear of needles. Please train me hard, Guy-sensei. I want to become a ninja like you. Lee was filled with determination, exuding a sharp and ambitious aura. Good, the passion is burning. This time we are training and tracking. Have you seen Carrot and Naruto? Might Guy pointed at the nearly invisible Carrot and Naruto. Lee nodded, indicating he had seen them. This time we will follow those two without letting them notice. Can you do it? Yes. Then let's go. Might Guy waved his hand and immediately began to act. The two quietly followed Carrot and Naruto, who had no idea they were being tailed. The two strained their ears to listen to what Carrot was discussing with them. Rin. Obito spotted the woman he had been longing for in the crowd. Just as he was about to greet her, a head of white hair caught his attention, followed by an orange martial arts outfit. Looking up, he saw Carrot's face, and Obito instantly felt like maybe he shouldn't have left the house today. Every time he saw Carrot, he never gained any advantage. Even if he managed to say something, he would still face the pressure from Carrot. If there was a ranking of who Obito feared the most in Konoha, Carrot would undoubtedly be at the top. Could it be that Carrot wants to compete with me for Rin? Obito was startled by this thought. He realized how far he was from Carrot. His strength was no match for Carrot, not even with his awakened Manjiki Sharingan. Carrot's status was higher than his. He was the strongest of the Hitaki clan and the next clan leader. Moreover, he was not just competing for one, but three. Carrot, you are too much. At that moment, Obito had already cursed Carrot in his heart countless times. As the saying goes, a man in love loses his intelligence. Soon, Obito saw his rival Kakashi quietly following Carrot. Just after Kakashi passed, Might Guy stealthily followed behind. What is going on? The more Obito thought, the less he understood, and he felt frustrated. Should I follow too? Obito was an action-oriented person and immediately followed suit. Clan leader, don't drink too much. It's bad for your health. The members of the Hitaki clan were trying to persuade their leader to drink less. What do you think is going on between Carrot and Kakashi? They aren't even getting married. Speaking of his two sons, Hitaki Sakomo was happy, but lately had been lectured by the clan elders for not helping his sons find wives, so that Carrot and Kakashi could have offspring. Did he not want that? He thought about it, until his hair turned white. Clan leader, look. A member of the Hitaki clan pointed towards Carrot's direction, where they saw Carrot laughing and chatting with three girls. Hitaki Sakomo followed the clan member's hand and looked out, seeing Carrot happily interacting with the three beauties. If Lord Carrot doesn't get it, when he does, it's going to be explosive. The clan members said enviously. Ha! Hitaki Sakomo suddenly brightened up, looking at his eldest son with sparkling eyes. Now, he finally had something to report to the clan elders. Just here, right? Carrot loved to eat meat. And in Konoha, who made the best meat? It had to be the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. Welcome. The four walked into the barbecue restaurant amidst warm greetings. Just as the waiter handed the menu to the four, Carrot took a glance at it and said, "Let's start with one order." "Sir, what did you say?" The waiter was taken aback by Carrot's ordering style. He had never seen anyone place an order by the book before. The three female companions were unfazed. It was clear that this was not the first time Carrot had ordered like this. If you waste food, there will be a fine. The waiter tried to make one last effort. However, Carrot would not change his mind. "Sir, the food," since the customers had already made their decision. The waiter knew he had done his best. "Chef, there's an order for one." The waiter went to the kitchen and shared this amusing story with the chef. "Which one?" The chef felt a sudden jolt in his heart for some unknown reason. Bad memories surged to the surface. A man with white hair wearing orange clothing ordered it. Bang! The chef's tool slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. It's a conditioned reflex, a shadow left by a man. A meal had made his hands shake from exhaustion. "Guys, the challenge is here. That man is back. Are you scared?" "Not scared." "All right, let's get moving and fill his stomach." Immediately, the entire kitchen plunged into a sea of busyness. What's going on with these hands? It's as if they've been injected with adrenaline. The waiters looked shocked and confused. It's just one order, right? That man doesn't even look that big. Whether he can finish it is still a mystery. It's normal for you to not know him since you're new. He once set a record in our restaurant. What record? The young waiter looked eagerly for gossip. He finished all the ingredients we prepared for the entire day. The kitchen staff went all out to cook for him. And in the end, their hands were shaking. No way. How could he eat so much when he is so skinny? In the waiter's mind, only someone like the boss could be considered a big eater, yet no one could finish all the ingredients of a barbecue restaurant in a day. The waiter looked skeptical. The new waiter's disbelief made the old waiter smile. After all, such things can only be believed when witnessed. Anyway, they would have plates to collect later. Kakashi and his team entered the barbecue restaurant. Shall we go into? Naruto's stomach growled at the delicious smell of meat in the restaurant. Kakashi initially didn't want to agree, but Naruto's growl forced him to take him inside. After all, Naruto had been following Karo with him today. Even the Emperor wouldn't let his soldiers go hungry, let alone Naruto, who had a mom with a short temper. If she found out Kakashi let her son go hungry, she would tear Kakashi apart. Let us go in. Chapter 260. The embarrassed Konin Karo spotted Kakashi and Naruto sneaking in and shouted loudly. Kakashi's side. Karo's eyes gleamed. This was a golden opportunity. Rin and Shizen were both here. If Kakashi were to open up, choosing between two, if he were a little tougher, the expenses of the Hitaki family would be settled. Karo didn't consider this for himself at all. Kakashi and Naruto exchanged glances. What should we do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto had no ideas now and could only rely on Kakashi to figure it out. Anyway, they had the tall guy to shield them in case of trouble. Let us go over. What else can we do? Since they were discovered, they could only be straightforward. What are you two doing, sneaking around just to eat? Once Kakashi and Naruto sat down, Karo impatiently asked, This kid isn't following Rin or Shizun, is he? Why bring a little brat along for something like this? Karo was fully imagining why Kakashi was here. Kakashi, you actually came here to eat barbecue behind my back. Let us have a manly competition and see who eats more barbecue. Before Kakashi could respond, Might Guy's loud voice announced his arrival. Kakashi slapped his forehead and shook his head. How'd I run into this guy? How am I supposed to learn more now? Big brother Karo. Guy. Big brother Karo. Can you be the referee for my match with Kakashi? Seeing Might Guy's eager expression, Karo suppressed his impulse to leave and nodded. All right, Kakashi, this time will be my 50th victory over you. Might Guy began proclaiming his victory even before the battle started. In his view, with Kakashi's skinny body, how could he compare to his steel-like physique? Go to sleep. You'll dream of it. You say I'm dreaming? Look, even you said that. Kakashi shrugged, speaking lightly. Let us see what you'll do if you lose later. Might Guy knew he couldn't argue with Kakashi, so he chose to let his actions speak. Count me in. I want to compete too. Obito Uchiha, wearing goggles, ran over while speaking. He wouldn't miss any chance to show off in front of Rin. He wanted to defeat Kakashi to win Rin's heart. Their SA show to watch. Let us go cheer them on. Asuma entered with his wife. However, Asuma was carrying many bags, clearly dragged out shopping by his wife. Just looking at Asuma's weak state showed how powerful women could be when shopping. Even an elite J-Nin looked so battered. Hinata, come over here. The three girls immediately called Hinata to their side, whispering incessantly. Karo suddenly felt unhappy. He originally planned for Kakashi to spend time with Rin and Shizun, but now so many of their peers appeared out of nowhere. What is going on? Tsukumo Hitaki looked confused. Aren't Karo and the girls on a date? When Kakashi appeared, Tsukumo wanted to give him a good beating. What are you doing interrupting your brother's date? Trying to show off? But when Kakashi appeared, all the other ninjas from their class followed suit. Kakashi, I'll deal with you when we get home. Kakashi suddenly felt a chill, unsure where it came from. Kakashi, stop daydreaming. It's about to start. Might Guy quickly said when he saw Kakashi lost in thought. He didn't want to win a match like that. Winning should be honorable. Now, the barbecue competition between Kakashi, Might Guy, and Obito Uchiha was about to begin. Does anyone else want to join? Karo looked around and, seeing no response, continued. Is the barbecue ready? Karo turned to ask the owner. He didn't want the barbecue supply to run out and leave the competition unfinished. No problem, assured a member of the Akimichi clan. If we can't supply enough, that would be a slap in our face. Of course, this was because Karo hadn't entered the competition. If Karo participated, they wouldn't have the confidence to claim they could supply enough for their consumption. After all, Karo was just one person. Ready? With Karo's question, the three contestants nodded. Start. With Karo's command, the three of them began devouring the barbecue in front of them at a rapid pace. Go Kakashi. Shizen cheered. Go Kakashi. And Amiko added, as she supported her crush's little brother. Go Kakashi, Obito, and Guy. Rin cheered for all three, though her voice was louder when calling Kakashi's name. Go, go. The nearby audience, all from the same class, cheered for the three of them, united in support. Kakashi-sensei, go. Naruto's loud voice nearly drowned out everyone else's. This pierced Karo's eardrums. As expected of Naruto, the one with the loudest voice. However, Kakashi had more supporters. After all, he was handsome, and before long, some female ninjas appeared around him, gazing at him with infatuation. You're so cool even while eating, Kakashi-senpai. These female ninjas were visual creatures, pushing Naruto aside and surrounding Kakashi. As expected of my brother, he is so popular, Karo proudly said. Oh no, Karo turned to look at Rin and Shizen. All she could see was that the two women were looking at Kakashi with dangerous eyes. If Kakashi were to blame anyone, it would be himself for being too popular. Carrot silently mourned for Kakashi. He had offended two women at once, and they were both skilled in medical ninjutsu. She is here. A ninja who accepted the mission shouted loudly. However, before he could finish, a kunai pierced through his throat, nailing him to a tree. After Konan dealt with this ninja, she immediately fled the scene. Ever since she was thrown out by Nagato, she had been relentlessly pursued. She no longer resembled the angel of Amigate Cure. She was wearing tattered clothes, stained with blood. Some of it was from enemies, but most of it was her own. Where should I go? Konan had asked herself more than once. She had considered every possible way out, except for dying. After all, this life of hers had been extended by Nagato, sacrificing his own. She had to survive. Only by living could she seek revenge. Chapter 261. Carrot takes someone home. Every time Konan thought about how Nagato had self-destructed to leave her a chance at life, her heart ached. The three of them had left the village for their dreams, supporting each other along the way, only for her to end up all alone. Can I go to Konoha? Konan recalled Nagato's last words to her. To Nagato, Konoha was the only place that could shelter her now. After all, the Akatsuki, under Nagato's command, had shown no mercy to other ninja villages. Just capturing their tailed beasts would lead them to obliterate her. Only Konoha had failed in that regard. The key was that Konoha had their teacher, Jiraiya. Naturally, Nagato wouldn't send Konan to Konoha just for that reason. If you have no value, why would anyone risk themselves for you? Nagato had not become the leader of the Akatsuki without reason. Konan held many secrets of the organization in her hands. Nagato had never hidden anything from her, because in his heart, she was far more important than himself. This was also the reason why the masked man had put a bounty on Konan. At this moment, the masked man had no intention of revealing these secrets, as he was not invincible yet. Boom! Just as Konan was deep in thought, a sudden explosion rang out. She knew it was a trap she had set that had been triggered. She immediately suppressed her presence to the lowest level and hid. She must be nearby. Everyone be careful. In no time, 4 ninjas arrived at the clearing next to Konan. This was a small ninja team, and as soon as the leading man finished speaking, the 4 began searching outward from their standing point. Konan couldn't help but tighten her grip on the kunai in her hand. She needed to think of a way to resolve her predicament as quickly as possible. The number of pursuers was simply overwhelming, one wave after another, leaving her in a constant state of tension and fatigue. This was precisely the result the masked man wanted. He aimed to wear her down. A cornered rabbit will bite. And Nagato was the simplest example. The self-destruction move left a deep impression on the masked man, causing him injury. Now, as long as he had money, someone would help him handle the situation. It all came down to being wealthy. Currently, the masked man was left with nothing but money. The forest at night was fraught with danger, which also provided Konan with the element of stealth. A ninja, unfortunately, wandered into the area where Konan was hiding and began to relieve himself. Just as this ninja unzipped his pants and prepared to urinate was when he was at his most vulnerable. As a look of enjoyment appeared on the ninja's face, death arrived right in front of him. Konan swiftly slashed the kunai across the ninja's throat. Ugh! The ninja clutched his neck, trying to stop the blood that gushed out, but he was destined for futile efforts. He could only fall to the ground with his final longing for the world. Unable to close his eyes, Konan gently caught his body and laid it down, not wanting to make any unusual sounds that might alert the other 3 ninjas. 3 left, Konan said calmly, as if those were just simple numbers and not 3 lives. Perhaps Konan understood her situation now. It was either she killed all her pursuers, or she would be exhausted to death by their sea of tactics. Like a diligent engineer, she swiftly and silently approached another ninja from behind. The sound of the kunai slicing through the neck was almost drowned out by the cries of animals. Respond to me. At the agreed contact time, the leading ninja shouted, but things didn't go as planned. He received no response from his 3 subordinates, and his heart sank. Without hesitation, he turned to run. At that moment, his mind was filled with only one thought: to survive. He never expected the enemy could eliminate his teammates without him noticing, which made him worry about becoming the next victim. At this time, revenge was the least of his concerns. Survival was still uncertain. Bang! With a dull thud, the leader was kicked back. It was this kick that made him understand why this woman had such a hefty bounty. He had been completely attracted by the amount and had not considered the danger beneath the generous reward. This kick was just the beginning. Konan's combo attacks came swiftly. She jumped into the leader's embrace. The ninja leader instinctively wrapped his arms around Konan, but this action sounded the death knell for him. Konan continuously stabbed her kunai into the ninja leader's abdomen, and soon he fell before her. Ah! Konan let out a long breath, relaxing for a moment. She knew it was not the time to rest. After collecting some spoils, she immediately left the area. The smell of blood would surely attract other pursuers. As she walked, she erased her traces. Although this wouldn't completely hide her from pursuers, it could serve to delay them. Konan was now extremely cautious. In no time, she disappeared into the darkness. Unlike Konan's bloody escape, things were lively on the Konoha side. What was initially just a date set up by Rin for Hamiko turned into a gathering of classmates. This left the instigator, Rin, and Shizune, both amused and helpless. Kakashi regrettably lost, and Obito missed another chance to show off in front of Rin. Might Guy had one more win than Kakashi, and he was laughing joyfully. The lively night eventually came to an end. Carrot, you're responsible for safely sending Hamiko home. After Rin finished speaking, she grabbed Shizune and ran off, not giving Carrot a chance to refuse. Kakashi also pulled Naruto away. Obito naturally fully supported Rin's decision. In no time, only Carrot and Hamiko were left. Let us go. I'll take you home. Okay. The two walked side by side on the road, very quietly and harmoniously. We've arrived, Hamiko said as they reached her home. So soon? Carrot exclaimed in disbelief. Every time he was with Hamiko, time seemed to fly by. You can go in now. Carrot turned to leave only after Hamiko entered her house. But suddenly he heard her voice behind him. Carrot, is there something else? Carrot asked as he looked at Hamiko, who had rushed out. You need to be careful. Although Hamiko didn't know what Carrot and Orochimaru were plotting, she just wanted him to be safe. Don't worry, I'm invincible. Carrot looked at the hurried Hamiko and waved goodbye as he turned away. You little rascal. Emiko looked at Carrot's back and scolded him. But the smile on her face couldn't be hidden. Chapter 262. Late night conversation. Carrot was walking home, deep in thought. Never doubt a woman's intelligence. Emiko deduced from the slightest clues that what he and Orochimaru were planning was unusual. Concerned for her own safety, she still treated me like a child. Emiko. Carrot took Emiko's concern as an older sister's love for her younger brother, and he hadn't thought at all about feelings. Perhaps this is a Saiyan tradition. His understanding of emotions was zero. Oh, our Carrot is back from a date. As soon as Carrot walked in, he heard Kakashi teasing him. Kakashi leaned against a post, looking nonchalant. If one didn't know better, they might think he was a rogue. Spending too much time in a paradise of affection has influenced his personality. What date? It's just a simple meal. Weren't you there too? Carrot looked at Kakashi as if he were foolish. Seeing Carrot's expression, Kakashi knew Carrot was treating him like an idiot. Kakashi couldn't figure out if his older brother was smart or just pretending to be dumb. Anyone with eyes could see that Emiko's gaze at Carrot exceeded that of ordinary friends' concern. Yet Carrot still acted as if nothing was wrong. Do you think the matchmaker's cleverness is going to help me tie the red string? Kakashi screamed at his heart. He knew that his chance to see Carrot's embarrassment by posing here tonight was ruined because the person involved had no idea he was on a date. Carrot sat down in front of a chair, filled a cup with water, and drank it in one go, feeling thirsty after walking so much. Sit down. What are you showing off for at this late hour? Kakashi could only defeat his older brother Carrot in looks. Kakashi knew he was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man, so he simply sat down opposite Carrot. What is your plan with the Hokage? Kakashi got straight to the point as soon as he sat down. He was too eager to know Carrot and Orochimaru's plan. For this plan, Orochimaru actually allowed the Akatsuki organization to descend into Konoha. Didn't Orochimaru fear that Konoha would be destroyed in an instant? Moreover, this was the first time someone had attacked Konoha's homeland. Many ninjas died mysteriously, and they were all those who opposed Orochimaru's policies. Kakashi was the first not to believe that there was no conspiracy behind this. He also believed that other families in Konoha would know. After all, everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox. Those who weren't smart wouldn't last long in this treacherous ninja world. Also, were you already in Konoha when it was attacked? Before Carrot could answer, Kakashi threw out another question. Which one do you want me to answer? Carrot spread his hands, feeling a bit helpless. But when he saw Kakashi's fiery eyes, he said, all right, one at a time. The first question, no comment. As soon as Carrot finished speaking, Kakashi stood up abruptly, staring at Carrot. Carrot, however, leisurely raised his cup, blowing on it to cool it down before gulping it down, making the tea taste like alcohol. Sit down. The answer to the first question won't benefit you. Carrot naturally didn't want his brother to get involved, because that was the dark side, which Carrot would not allow. After a cold snort, Kakashi obediently sat back down. He knew Carrot's personality. Once he said he wouldn't say, no matter how many questions you asked, he wouldn't tell you. This was a truth Kakashi understood after years of interacting with Carrot. As for the second question, Carrot held up 2 fingers in front of Kakashi and said, yes. I returned the moment Konoha was attacked. Why didn't you stop it? With your ability, you could have dealt with the enemy immediately. Kakashi immediately questioned him after Carrot finished. Kakashi couldn't understand why his brother allowed the village to be attacked. Yes, it would have been easy to get rid of them, but without what they did, how would Konoha unite as one? How would Orochimaru-sensei clean up the pests in Konoha? And weren't the ordinary people in Konoha safe? Carrot's retort left Kakashi speechless. Carrot certainly wouldn't allow ordinary people in Konoha to be threatened. With Carrot's speed, he had already rescued them when their lives were in danger. Kakashi, you need to know that Orochimaru-sensei is the Hokage. He wouldn't do anything treasonous. Carrot pointed this out to Kakashi, not wanting their relationship to become too strained. But he had put his master in danger. Kakashi's biggest issue with Orochimaru was that Kushina, as Minato's wife, cared deeply for Minato's students. Their target is the sensei. If something happens to the sensei, how can the teacher survive in this world? Just thinking of how Minato would look if he lost Kushina made Kakashi's anger rise uncontrollably. He couldn't understand what his brother's purpose was with Orochimaru. But Kakashi knew their plans brought great danger to Konoha, and the source of this danger pointed directly at Carrot and Orochimaru. Isn't this nothing? Carrot answered lightly, leaving Kakashi speechless. The conversation between the 2 brothers ended on a sour note. Come out, father. After placing a cup across from him, Carrot filled it and spoke. Shikaku emerged from the darkness. He thought he had disguised himself well, but he still couldn't escape Carrot's notice. Congratulations. Father, your strength has improved again. Carrot congratulated Shikaku. He didn't expect his dad to continue to grow stronger after having some downtime. What is there to congratulate? You're still better than me. Though he said this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Shikaku's face. Every parent undoubtedly hopes their child surpasses them. Isn't this thanks to your education? Letting this younger generation surpass the older generation. Shikaku sometimes wondered where Carrot learned his thick-skinned demeanor. He himself was very humble. Carrot, don't be angry with Kakashi. He can be too kind sometimes. Don't worry. Father, after all, I'm his older brother. I won't take this little matter to heart. Chapter 263. Eye of Reincarnation Transplant. Is Black Zetsu ready? The masked man asked Black Zetsu after removing his mask. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now he could finally achieve his goal, his heart filled with joy. As long as he successfully transplanted the Eye of Reincarnation, he would surpass the ancestor Uchiha Madara and spread the glory of the Uchiha throughout the ninja world. Everything will go as you wish. The light in Black Zetsu's eyes flashed, but he hid it very well, not letting the currently excited Madara notice. People are often least vigilant when they're about to achieve their goals. That's good. Let's begin. Madara lay down on the bed prepared specifically for him. In this room, there were only the 2 of them, and it was very secluded. From this point, it seemed that the masked man truly trusted only Black Zetsu in the Akatsuki organization. One could only say that Black Zetsu was a good actor. The intense pain caused the masked man's expression to change, as if his eyes had been literally gouged out. The masked man was unwilling to use anesthetics and endured the agony of having his eyes removed. After all, in this treacherous world of ninjas, it was necessary to maintain a level of consciousness. Black Zetsu picked up the pair of Rinnegan from the tray and thought to himself, Mother, please wait a moment. We will soon be reunited. Black Zetsu had forgotten how long he had waited for this moment. He only remembered that he was born with this mission. Although Black Zetsu had many thoughts, the speed of his hands did not slow down at all, and he successfully completed the transplant. All right, now we just have to wait for you to fully adapt to the Rinnegan. After the surgery, Black Zetsu wrapped a piece of gauze around Madara's eyes. How long will it take? At most 1 day, Black Zetsu estimated the time. It wasn't too long. By the way, contact my grandfather and the others. They can come over. Now that the masked man had obtained the Rinnegan, he believed that no one in the ninja world could challenge him. As long as he eliminated the 5 great ninja villages, he would become the new god of ninjas. To avoid harm to his relatives, it was best to bring them close to him. Okay, I'll have White Zetsu take care of it. I still trust your abilities. Go ahead. I need a rest for a bit. The masked man indeed needed a rest. The recent surgery had nearly left him exhausted. Get some good rest. After hearing the masked man's words, Black Zetsu slowly faded into the darkness, as if he had been born from it. White Zetsu delivered this information to the merchant group. After realizing that his hidden technique could not fool Carrot, Black Zetsu established a merchant group. Using the merchant group as a cover, he collected information in Konoha. with the help of the Uchiha elder providing cover. Black Zetsu believed his actions in Konoha were flawless. Okay, this batch of white Zetsu could be considered the chosen workers, completing Black Zetsu's orders without any discounts. Soon, they disappeared from Black Zetsu's sight. After receiving Black Zetsu's orders, the leader of the merchant group began loading goods and headed to Konoha for business. However, their meeting was seen by someone. When they arrived at their destination, Konoha, after daybreak, an Umbu member visited Carrot while he was having breakfast with his family. Lord Carrot, the Hokage requests your presence. It was early in the morning, and the Umbu was urging him to go to work. Isn't Lord Orochimaru making it too hard for others by coming so early? Carrot, as a man who didn't want to go to work, was naturally displeased with Orochimaru's interruption at such an early hour. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Carrot's words. Boss, how can you talk about going to work? How long has it been since you last worked? However, Kakashi wouldn't say it out loud. He was afraid that Carrot would drag him along, claiming that his older brother didn't want to think, and, as the younger brother, he should accompany him. Carrot had a history of doing this. Kakashi stood up, intending to leave immediately. Kakashi, are you going to accompany your brother? Carrot emphasized the word brother, indicating how much he valued his younger sibling. However, to Kakashi, that emphasis felt like a threat. Carrot placed his hand on the table and grabbed Kakashi's hand. In a flash, the two disappeared. Shikaku, holding chopsticks in midair, found his table empty, while the Umbu members stared blankly at the sudden change. It was quite unexpected for Carrot to vanish like that, along with the table full of breakfast. Ahem. Shikaku coughed to bring the Umbu's attention back. You can go back and report. Carrot should have arrived at the Hokage's office by now. After sending the Umbu member away, Shikaku was just about to eat when Carrot, the good son, took his portion as well. Do you need me to prepare another portion for you, Lord Head? No need. I'm going fishing. I'll eat outside. After fiddling with his gear for a while, Shikaku happily set off. Hi. Oh, everyone is here. Carrot's entrance was still surprising. Everyone had gotten used to his sudden appearances, but they didn't expect him to upgrade his entrance style. A large table was filled with a myriad of food, along with an extra Kakashi. Carrot, do you really need to eat so much so early? Jiraiya was a bit surprised to see Carrot's breakfast. Everyone knew he could eat, but wasn't a bit much to have so much in the morning? It's nothing. Just ignore me. You all continue chatting. After saying that, Carrot gestured for Kakashi to help him move the table aside. After all, he didn't want to be surrounded while eating breakfast. Is this true, Orochimaru? The third Hokage spoke up, as this matter was indeed very significant. It could impact the village's unity. Teacher, would I call you all here to discuss if I didn't have solid evidence? Orochimaru replied decisively. How dare they? Hasn't Konoha treated them well enough? Jiraiya clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Carrot listened while eating, still puzzled about what was happening. He then gestured for Shursui to come over. Lord Carrot, Shursui, what exactly is going on? After Carrot spoke, Kakashi quietly moved closer to hear what they were saying. Chapter 264. Fugaku's resolution. After hearing Shursui's words, Carrot quietly asked, What do you think about this matter? Without any hesitation, Shursui replied, I will follow Lord Carrot's orders. Shursui had sworn allegiance to Carrot long ago, and it was through Carrot's cooperation with Orochimaru that Shursui helped Orochimaru with his tasks. At this moment, Orochimaru waited for Carrot to finish his breakfast before asking for Carrot's opinion, as he couldn't disturb someone who was eating. What are your thoughts on this matter, Carrot? After Orochimaru asked, everyone else also wanted to know Carrot's views and looked over. This matter involves the Uchiha clan. Let's leave it to Fugaku to handle. Carrot expressed that such a simple matter didn't require a morning meeting. Didn't they know that the plan for the day starts in the morning? He still needed to train. There was no time to accompany these old men. Indeed, Carrot regarded anyone older than him as old men. Orochimaru nodded. Carrot's off-work peak coincided with his. Since it concerned the Uchiha clan, it was most appropriate to let Fugaku handle it. Orochimaru believed Fugaku would make the correct judgment, and if not, he would find someone else to make the right call. This was Orochimaru's influence in Konoha, contrasting sharply with the cautiousness of the third Hokage. Orochimaru was entirely in favor of the flow of events. Orochimaru. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but was pulled back by his wife, Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade shake her head, Jiraiya didn't voice his thoughts. He used his eyes to signal Tsunade to ask why she stopped him. Tsunade glared back. Don't you know that Carrot and Orochimaru are in cahoots? Carrot agreed, Orochimaru agreed, and even the teacher didn't dare to refute. Did you still want to oppose? Were you aiming for the heavens? The exchange of glances between the two was completed in an instant, and Jiraiya still did not continue to express his opinion. This was not due to fear of his wife, but rather his trust in Carrot and Orochimaru's plan. Fugaku-sama, Hokage-sama, please go to the Hokage building. Fugaku was currently at home enjoying time with his family, which was abruptly interrupted by an Umbu member. At this moment, Fugaku did not sense anything amiss. As the Uchiha clan had fully aligned with Orochimaru, and with Orochimaru's strength, there was no fear that the Uchiha would cause any trouble. During Orochimaru's reign, it was arguably the most relaxed time for the Uchiha clan, a stark contrast to the third Hokage, who was wary of the Uchiha growing stronger and afraid they would become too powerful. Hokage-sama. As Fugaku entered the office, he was somewhat surprised. The third Hokage, Jiraiya, Minato, Kakashi, and Sure were all present, representing the highest leadership of Konoha. They were holding a small meeting. It was not the large meetings that were feared, but the small ones that were most concerning. What shocked Fugaku the most was Carrot, who was sitting at his dining table. The presence of this deity made Fugaku's heart tremble. Such a meeting was one he could attend. Although the Uchiha clan had sided with Orochimaru, it was merely support and did not equate to complete loyalty like Shusui's. Fugaku, take a look at this intelligence. Kabuto handed the intelligence he received from Orochimaru to Fugaku, while smiling at him. Why are you smiling at me? Fugaku felt an inexplicable sense of being targeted by a venomous snake. This feeling was clear. Although Kabuto's strength was inferior to his own, this was the ninja world. There were many soft powers that could lead to death. Fugaku felt uneasy, but he focused more on the intelligence in his hands. However, after reading the information, his expression soured. I, Uchiha Fugaku, am wholeheartedly dedicated to the development and growth of my clan, yet you all are restless and continuously undermining it. He unconsciously squeezed the intelligence, deforming it, and his face darkened considerably. Fugaku, as the clan leader, was no fool. He understood that since Orochimaru was showing him this intelligence, it indicated that he did not intend to uproot the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, what do you need me to do? Fugaku immediately knelt on one knee before Orochimaru, knowing that the decisions made by this man would determine the future of the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan had recently produced many talented individuals, including Shursui, his son Itachi, and himself, they were still not enough in Konoha's eyes. To resist Konoha as a clan would require sacrifices that even the legendary Uchiha Madara would struggle with. Moreover, Shursui's loyalty was not to him, the clan leader, which diminished his power significantly. His son's admiration for Shursui surpassed his own, reducing his influence further. Additionally, individually, he could not match anyone in this room, which hurt Fugaku deeply. It's not about what I need you to do, but about what you should do. Whether you are Konoha's Uchiha or just Uchiha depends on your choice. Fugaku. Orochimaru's cold voice sent a chill down Fugaku's spine. Fugaku understood Orochimaru's meaning and realized he had no room to choose. They were dragging the Uchiha clan into hell. If they succeeded, would there still be a place for the Uchiha clan in the ninja world? The Uchiha would have to wage a full-scale war against the ninja world. Victory would place them at the pinnacle, while defeat would reduce them to mere symbols of failure for future generations. This was also the order given by the masked man to his grandfather, instructing the Uchiha members hidden in Konoha to destroy Konoha supplies and assassinate its high-ranking officials, thus crippling Konoha's war potential. Such orders would pull the entire Uchiha clan into their camp. By then, Konoha would not care whether they were coerced. They needed someone to take responsibility for the incident, and the entire Uchiha would become a thorn in Konoha's side. This was also the masked man's strategy. It was not just his grandfather's lineage, but the entire Uchiha clan would align with him. Hokage-sama, rest assured, the Uchiha will only be Konoha's Uchiha. Fugaku said firmly. Since you're doing the initial work, don't blame me, Uchiha Fugaku, for doing the later work. Tonight, I will give Hokage-sama my answer. Fugaku understood that this was Orochimaru giving him a chance to redeem himself. He had to handle this matter as quickly as possible. Hokage-sama, I need someone to help. Fugaku requested from Orochimaru. What do you need? I want Shursui to follow my orders tonight. Although Fugaku was currently the leader of the Uchiha clan, he truly did not know how to command Shursui. Carrot, what do you say? Orochimaru asked Carrot, since Shursui was really under Carrot's command. Fugaku was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. He did not expect that Shursui was actually under Carrot's protection. Shursui, please help clan leader Fugaku tonight. Yes, Lord Carrot. Chapter 265. The confrontation begins. Elder, the clan leader sent someone to find you. The elder was in his room, conspiring with his subordinates, when he was unexpectedly interrupted. I'll go over there for a moment. I want to see what our clan leader wants with me. The Uchiha clansmen were accustomed to the elders' lack of respect for Uchiha Fugaku, as they felt the same way. They were proud Uchiha, yet they found themselves in a subservient position, which was unacceptable to their pride. Elder. When the elder came out, Fugaku's messenger respectfully called out to him. As the Uchiha clan had a strict hierarchy, did the clan leader summon me for something? The elder asked with a pleasant demeanor. It must be said that the elder was a skilled actor. He could treat ordinary Uchiha with a smile, which is why he had such high prestige in the Uchiha clan, able to rival the clan leader. The clan leader requests your presence for an important discussion. The messenger said respectfully. After all, when a leader treats you kindly, you cannot take it lightly. After thinking for a moment, the elder decided to go see Fugaku, as the action had not yet formally begun, and he still needed to wear the Uchiha skin and could not fall out with Fugaku. Wait here for me. I will join you once I arrange things, the elder said casually. The elder turned and went to the room where the meeting had taken place earlier. Seeing his subordinates looking at him, he understood they wanted to know why Fugaku had summoned him. Today, our clan leader was called by Orochimaru, and upon returning, he summoned me. He must have suffered grievances from the Hokage faction again. After saying this, the elder laughed heartily. Hearing the elder's words, his subordinates followed suit, mocking Fugaku's cowardice. This was precisely why they rallied around the more radical elder. In their eyes, only the elder could lead the Uchiha clan forward. Now that they learned that the elder's grandson had obtained the legendary Rinnegan, their belief turned into certainty. Elder, are you going to persuade Fugaku to join our camp? Uchiha Shin asked. As an advisor under the elder, he naturally speculated on the elder's thoughts. Those who know me understand me. Although I look down on Uchiha Fugaku, I still recognize his strength. Not only has he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but his son Itachi has also awakened it. These are what we need to fight for. If we have their assistance, our plans will be much easier to execute. The elder sees far ahead, far beyond me. Uchiha Shin flattered. He certainly understood the elder's purpose in acting like this, but the other Uchiha in the room were a group that thought with their muscles. If you didn't explain things clearly to them, how would they understand? So Shin deliberately asked the elder this question, allowing him to showcase his wisdom and convincing his subordinates to respect the elder more. Moreover, the elder was also aware of Shin's plan and collaborated with him to perform a grand show of not wanting the Uchiha clan to suffer harm, highlighting the elder's magnanimity and righteousness. However, while the two actors were performing and half the audience was watching, a gleam flashed in the eyes of one Uchiha, fleeting and unnoticed by anyone. Let's go. We shouldn't make the clan leader anxious. After the elder finished his instructions, he returned to the hall and then strode towards the Fugaku household with great momentum. The elder, long accustomed to being in a position of power, carried an imposing aura that put pressure on Fugaku behind him. He couldn't help but think the elder's presence was filled with a strong sense of aggression, completely opposite to that of the clan leader. When the elder arrived at the Fugaku household, he immediately saw Fugaku waiting for him at the door. He hadn't expected such a grand reception from Fugaku. After all, he had only been at home for half an hour before setting out, meaning Fugaku had been waiting for him for at least that long. Thank you for your patience, clan leader. The elder quickened his pace to reach Fugaku. You are too kind, elder. Fugaku stepped aside to invite him in. The elder sensed that Fugaku was different now. There was a hint of decisiveness in his tone that hadn't been there before. As the elder entered the Fugaku household, he felt that it was quieter than usual, and he thought that Fugaku had sent the servants away to talk with him. The elder indeed guessed some things correctly. Elder, please have some tea. After speaking, Fugaku also poured himself a cup. Good tea. As a master of tea tasting, the elder could naturally appreciate the color, aroma, and flavor of the tea. Combined with Fugaku's smooth tea-making skills, it was refreshing. It has been a long time since we could sit down and drink tea like this together. Fugaku put down his cup and said, in the past, his relationship with the elder hadn't been so tense, but after their differing ideologies, such moments had become rare. Yes, I still somewhat miss the old you, full of vigor. The elder emphasized the last three words, as he admired the Fugaku of that time, fearless and undaunted. The former Fugaku had died, leaving behind a timid and cautious Fugaku who hesitated and looked back, which greatly disappointed the elder. Just when he thought he was about to give up, his grandson gave him a glimmer of hope. A hope that could restore the Uchiha clan status back to that of the Warring States period. Konoha is now filled with talent. They won't allow another Uchiha Madara to appear over them. The Uchiha strength is among the top in the ninja world. And as long as they continue to awaken their eyes, their strength will keep rising. How you know it can't be done if you don't try? Besides, Our Uchiha clan is the founding family of Konoha. They only developed because of our influence. In the Warring States period, they were merely subordinate families to us. Moreover, with the Senju clan now dispersed, which other clan can compare to us? The elder became increasingly excited as he spoke. He had dedicated most of his life to restoring the Uchiha clan to its peak. Now, it was just a matter of taking a stand for them to succeed. Of course, this was merely the elder's fantasy. Elder, you're being short-sighted. Now that Orochimaru is in power, our situation has gradually improved. Why would you destroy this hard-won opportunity? Fugaka couldn't help but raise his voice. Ever since he saw that intelligence, he felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. What have you found out? The elder could see that Fugaku was very different from usual. Chapter 266. The audience waiting to watch the show Fugaku did not answer the elder's question, but instead continued. What exactly are you trying to do? Fugaku couldn't understand why the elder would engage in such ungrateful actions. You're not young anymore. How could you still do something so thoughtless? What Fugaku didn't understand was that everything the elder did was for his grandson. Did you find this out yourself? Or did the Hokage tell you? The elder's question struck at the core. If it was merely Fugaku's investigation, then there was room for maneuvering. If it was from the higher-ups in Konoha, the consequences would be dire. At the same time, the elder realized that his surroundings were no longer clean. Such a secret matter had still been investigated, and the elder was constantly recalling who was most likely to be the traitor among them. Seeing that the elder still held onto a glimmer of hope, Fugaku looked at him sadly. He also felt sorrow for himself. Having managed the Uchiha clan for so many years, he couldn't even see the thoughts of those under him. Elder, you think too highly of me. I've been fooled by you for so long. Do you think I have the ability to figure this out? Fugaku said with a mocking tone. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, the last shred of hope in the elder's heart died. Clan leader, we have already been pushed to a desperate situation. The closer it got to the end, the calmer the elder's mind became. He fully understood that only by making a calm judgment could they find a way out of this dire situation. The elder's way out lay in the hands of clan leader Fugaku. He knew that Fugaku deeply loved the Uchiha clan. If he didn't take action, the possible fate awaiting the Uchiha would be annihilation. After all, the higher-ups would rather kill the wrong person than let one slip away. Clan leader, let's join forces. With the intervention of external forces, the elder revealed his true intentions. Originally, the elder's plan was not to take this route, but time was not on his side. He had to quickly bring Fugaku onto his ship. The combined forces of Uchiha would be a complete Uchiha. Otherwise, a disjointed Uchiha would only be devoured by others. Fugaku was also stunned by the elder's strange idea. At this moment, I shouldn't be trying to distance myself from you. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to want to join you. I have a wife and kids, unlike you, a lonely person. Clan leader, our Uchiha have always been suppressed in Konoha. In such Konoha, is there still a place for us Uchiha? Now, the leader of the Akatsuki organization has promised us that as long as we Uchiha can cooperate with them, the future ninja world will be under our Uchiha's control. The elder's highly inciting words exploded in Fugaku's ears. Fugaku thought the elder just wanted to lead the Uchiha to defect from Konoha, but he didn't expect him to actually have a connection with the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Carrot, do you think Fugaku can accomplish this? On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Orochimaru and Carrot were watching the direction of the Uchiha clan. Does it matter whether he can do it or not? Senior Orochimaru has already set up contingencies around the Uchiha clan, right? Carrot sensed that the strength of that group of people was not to be underestimated. The key was that there was a Tsutsuki involved. Orochimaru had even called him over. It seemed that Orochimaru was determined to succeed in this operation. You can't hide anything from Carrot, can you? Orochimaru knew how strong Carrot's sensing ability was. After all, if anyone in Konoha knew Carrot's strength best, it wasn't his father, Kakashi, but Orochimaru himself. Anyone trying to pass through the Uchiha clan had been stopped by the Umbu that Orochimaru had placed here. This caused the Uchiha side to be quiet while the outside was bustling, creating a stark contrast. Tonight, the atmosphere in Konoha was filled with tension. Some clan heads from major families and capable jonin felt it. Orochimaru still doesn't trust Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, holding a pipe. Isn't that normal? Orochimaru only trusts himself. Jiraiya, Orochimaru's good buddy, said, if Orochimaru had no backup, that would be surprising to him. Tonight will determine the rise and fall of the Uchiha. Tsunade saw the Uchiha tonight as if they were meat on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. This is a prestigious family in Konoha. The Senju clan has already perished. Is the Uchiha to follow in the footsteps of the Senju? For Tsunade, who has witnessed the glory of both the Senju and Uchiha. This is inevitably sad. Tonight, it's not just us onlookers. The third Hokage said after looking around. Orochimaru is killing the monkey and honoring the chicken. To quickly consolidate the village's power, Orochimaru arranged this play. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he couldn't do it. This was related to his character being somewhat hesitant. But Orochimaru had no such concerns. In his eyes, there were only two types of people, those who could be used and the dead. Third Hokage, is this really okay? Many Uchiha are innocent. The kind-hearted Minato wanted to plead for the Uchiha. He understood that only the third Hokage had the ability to change Orochimaru's mind. However, what Minato didn't realize was that Orochimaru was willing to listen to the third's advice because it was most beneficial to him. Minato, you're still too kind. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. This is also where you can't compare to Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his most satisfactory disciple and couldn't help but give him a hint. He wanted Minato to take another step forward. Once Minato became Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could regain power, unlike during Orochimaru's time as Hokage, when he couldn't hold any power at all. This was a painful experience for someone who was once at the peak of power. If this is the price of becoming Hokage, then I must become a different Hokage. Minato firmly thought to himself, Great Elder, there's no chance left. You can't go back tonight. Fugaku looked at the Great Elder, who still wanted to persuade him. He didn't expect that the situation had reached this point, and the Great Elder still showed no signs of repentance. Are you going to make a move against me, Fugaku? This time the Great Elder called Fugaku by name, indicating he had completely turned against the Uchiha. Do you think the people in the clan will agree? The Great Elder mocked Fugaku. At this moment, his identity was his best shield. Do you think this is only targeting you? Your faction will become history tonight. Fugaku stared at the Great Elder, speaking word by word. What? The Great Elder's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Fugaku's killing intent to be so strong. This is the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 267 the show begins. This is your choice. You should know that such a decision would have such consequences. Fugaku said painfully. He made this decision out of necessity. In the current environment, if Fugaku said one wrong word, he might not even be able to leave the Hokage's office. Anyone inside could take his life. And he, Uchiha Fugaku, was the first and possibly the last clan head to act against his own people. It's still that group of Hokage who are bullying us. Our Uchiha is the #1 clan in Konoha, yet we only have a police department. Even commoners like Jiraiya and Orochimaru can become high-ranking officials in Konoha and even Hokage. We, the Uchiha, are the founding family of Konoha. Am I supposed to watch my family follow the Senju into oblivion? I'm not wrong. They are. The Great Elder said hysterically, venting his dissatisfaction and concerns about the Uchiha's future. Since Orochimaru became Hokage, he has not suppressed our Uchiha clan anymore. And the clan members have begun to hold positions in other departments. Isn't that enough? Yes, Orochimaru hasn't been as vigilant against the Uchiha as the third Hokage. But can you guarantee the next Hokage will be the same? Are we Uchiha to live forever under the noses of others? A true man cannot remain in the shadows for long. The Great Elder passionately expressed his thoughts, as if convincing himself. Fugaku didn't expect the Great Elder's thoughts to be so extreme, and he felt that his decision was correct. This kind of thinking from the Great Elder would lead the Uchiha clan into the abyss. No, it is already dragging the Uchiha towards the abyss. If the Great Elder's plan succeeds, then none of the Uchiha in Konoha will survive. Fugaku understood Orochimaru's ruthlessness very well. What are you doing? The screams from outside the house reached the Great Elder's ears. You! The Great Elder slammed the table and stood up, looking at Fugaku. This is a banquet of Homin. The Great Elder had already lost the upper hand to Fugaku. He turned to leave, for moving in Fugaku's territory could cost him dearly. You should stay here, Great Elder. Fugaku naturally couldn't let the Great Elder leave at this moment. Otherwise, his scheme would be ineffective. The power exerted with and without the Great Elder's leadership is different. Are you going to stop me, Fugaku? The Great Elder knew that this was Konoha letting Fugaku handle the removal of the Hawks. Otherwise, he would not only see Fugaku here, but the entire Konoha high-level officials. Great Elder, if you surrender, the Uchiha won't spill so much blood tonight. Fugaku earnestly said to the Great Elder. Fugaku looked at the Great Elder expectantly, hoping he could think about the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, you are still too naive. You really are not suited to be a clan leader. Regardless of whether I surrender or not, my subordinates won't survive tonight. You still do not understand the cruelty of politics. This. Fugaku realized he was just deceiving himself after the Great Elder's words. And the Great Elder understood he still had a glimmer of hope, because only the Uchiha were acting tonight. Once dawn came, and Fugaku failed to complete his task, Orochimaru and the others would step in, which was Konoha's last face-saving measure for the Uchiha. All the Great Elder had to do was run back to his home, where he could escape Konoha through the secret passage he had dug over the years. This was his last chance for survival. However, Fugaku's actions made the Great Elder understand his decision. Fugaku used a body flicker to block the Great Elder's path to leave, his intentions clear. If you want to pass, you must go through me. Then let me see your strength as the clan leader. After saying this, the Great Elder immediately took action, knowing that only by quickly getting rid of Fugaku could he escape. After speaking, the Great Elder pushed off the ground and leaped back. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A large fireball was spat out from the Great Elder's mouth, and after landing, he stomped hard and rushed towards the Great Fireball technique, hiding behind it. Fugaku, experienced in combat, quickly reacted and also spat out a Great Fireball. The two fireballs collided, creating a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the Uchiha compound. What happened? The sound is so loud. It seems to be coming from the clan leader's house. The uninformed Uchiha clan members stepped out of their homes, wanted to go to the clan leader's house to find out what was happening. The Elder's rebellion prompted those uninvolved to immediately return home. Fugaku's subordinates rushed to spread the news, as they didn't want innocent clan members to appear, which would affect their subsequent actions. What? How could the Elder commit such a treasonous act? For ordinary Uchihas, although Fugaku's character was somewhat indecisive, their lives were still prosperous. They did not want to lose everything they currently had, so the Elder's rebellion was a threat to their interests. Who knew if the next clan leader would be as capable as Fugaku? Take care of the family. I will go help the clan leader. The Uchiha clans Genin and Chunin bid farewell to their families and left their homes, wanting to contribute their meager strength to the Uchiha. They all carried the pride of the Uchiha and could not tolerate the Elder's betrayal. Lord Shursui, what should we do? Seeing the Uchiha clan members disobediently walking out of their homes one by one, the responsible Uchiha could only report to Shursui, as Fugaku was still fighting the Elder at that moment. Shursui's prestige was the highest at the scene. Seeing the Uchiha so united, Shursui felt happy. This is the Uchiha I want to protect. They can act without hesitation for their families, Shursui thought to himself. At that moment, Shursui felt genuinely proud. Organize them. After the danger is over, do not let them participate in the fight. Shursui issued the command. Their strength was generally lacking, which was also the reason Fugaku had not informed them, as he did not want too many casualties among the Uchiha. Yes, Lord Shursui. Oh no. Something has happened. Uchiha Shin also heard the noise, and at that moment, his brows furrowed. They had been exposed. Everyone, we have only one way to go now. If we kill our way out, we can survive. Uchiha Shin was a decisive person and issued the order without hesitation. Bang! The front door of the Elder's house was violently broken open. Kill! The leader was obviously Uchiha Itachi. This was also Fugaku's way of rallying support for his son. Nothing could rally support better than quelling a rebellion. Kill! Uchiha Shin echoed the same. The two sides immediately engaged in battle without hesitation. Chapter 268. Carrot makes new demands. Oh no, something has happened to the Uchiha. As the liaison, White Zetsu saw the sounds of slaughter coming from the Uchiha clan and knew that things had gone awry. I need to hurry back and inform Black Zetsu. White Zetsu was also a clever person. He realized that the situation was beyond his ability to resolve and that he had to leave this dangerous place quickly. After saying that, White Zetsu immediately used Earth Release to leave Konoha, completely ignoring the lives of others in the merchant group. Just as White Zetsu left, the merchant group's base was invaded. Who are you? No matter how the merchant group resisted, they could only die under the slaughter. Sir, not a single one survived. Withdraw. After speaking, they set fire to destroy all evidence, so that even if someone came to investigate later, they would be burned to death. As the ones investigating were their own people, this show has finally begun. If I wait any longer, I might fall asleep, Carrot said while watching the chaos in the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's timing was also somewhat deliberate, acting when most people were resting. If it weren't for Orochimaru setting up a large formation outside the Uchiha clan, the moment that noise sounded, the entire Konoha would know about the Uchiha clan's disgrace. Carrot yawned. As a disciple of the Turtle Sage, he needed to rest well. Staying up late tonight was not in line with the Turtle Sage's teachings. Carrot definitely planned to ask Fugaku for compensation when the opportunity arose. After all, the Uchiha clan was wealthy. He is too indecisive. Orochimaru looked down on Fugaku, thinking his subordinates were so incompetent. He couldn't even control his own subordinates. If Orochimaru were in charge, he would have quickly stabilized the situation. There wouldn't be so many problems. Oh, it seems Orochimaru feels that Fugaku is not worthy. Carrot sat on the railing of the rooftop, swinging his legs casually. No matter how you put it, Fugaku is still the clan leader. The elder wanting to seize power is simply foolish. Orochimaru thinks from the perspective of a ruler. Ultimately, Fugaku is also a ruler, but he is a ruler of a clan, while the elder is a rebel. In the eyes of a ruler, rebels deserve to die. After tonight, Orochimaru's collection will surely be greatly enriched. Of course, after all, I spared the Uchiha clan. Fugaku should thank me for my mercy. Orochimaru was not worried that Fugaku would choose to resist him taking the Sharingan. After all, the army had surrounded the Uchiha territory. If they did not obey, Orochimaru would not mind sending them to the Pure Land to reunite. Do not doubt Orochimaru's determination, for there is no force in Konoha that can stop him, except for Carrot. Carrot saw Orochimaru ordering his Umbu subordinates to form the large formation and secretly sent in several small teams. Orochimaru truly does not make a losing deal. Orochimaru, since you got what you wanted, could you also help me take a little loot? Carrot thought that since Orochimaru could take the Sharingan, he could also take some trivial things. Oh, is there something in the Uchiha that you, Carrot, are interested in? Orochimaru looked at Carrot with unkind eyes. But Carrot's face was as thick as his strength, showing no signs of embarrassment. You could say that me staying here tonight counts as contributing, right? Seeing Carrot's confident appearance, Orochimaru didn't want to expose Carrot's true intentions. After all, Carrot's fists do not reason with him. If someone saw him, the Hokage, getting beaten by his own subordinate, where'd he put his Hokage's face? Fine, of course it counts. If it weren't for you, Carrot, holding down the rear, the plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Orochimaru naturally affirmed Carrot's contribution. Since Orochimaru recognizes my contribution, please have the Umbu members retrieve the elder's dirty money and hand it over to me for safekeeping. After ensuring that the elder has redeemed his crimes, I will return it to him. Carrot spoke with a sense of righteousness. If it weren't for Orochimaru knowing that after tonight, the elder would be going to hell, he might have believed Carrot's words. Ahem. Carrot's thick skin made Orochimaru gain a new understanding of thick skin, and he had a cough to conceal his embarrassment. Order them, Orochimaru. Carrot said to Orochimaru. In fact, Orochimaru also had his eyes on the elder's wealth. After all, there were many places where his experiments required funding. But now that Carrot had spoken, Orochimaru had to give up on the elder's line. There were still other people besides the elder. Losing a little is better than having nothing. At most, he could embezzle some money from Konoha. Orochimaru was very adept at this. After all, as Hokage, who would dare to investigate him? To inform them. Orochimaru said to the shadow behind him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Then, two formed hand seals, and with a bang, a small snake appeared in front of him. Two took out a scroll, wrote down Orochimaru's orders on it, and the small snake swallowed the scroll. Pung disappeared again with a sound. It's quite convenient. Sometimes Karotto envies them for having spirit beasts, something he doesn't have. Tonight is Uchiha's carnival, and people are constantly collapsing to the ground, closing their eyes forever with a desire for life. Uchiha Itachi, you should die. Uchiha Shursui watched as Uchiha Itachi killed his subordinates one by one, his anger clouding his mind. As a wise man, once he loses his calm, death is not far off. Because his brother was killed right in front of him by Uchiha Itachi. I won't allow your ambitions to destroy the Uchiha. What Uchiha Itachi thought of was the smiles of his mother and brother. He was content with his current life, with family by his side. And now Uchiha Shursui and the others aimed to destroy the beauty in Itachi's heart. So Itachi could only transform into Ashura and tear them apart. Uchiha Itachi, who had not undergone the third generation's brainwashing, was very clear that for the clan to continue to exist, they must cling tightly to Orochimaru's thigh. Only Orochimaru would not fear Uchiha's power. This was also what Uchiha Itachi realized after joining Orochimaru's camp. As he spent more time with Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi found it increasingly difficult to see through Orochimaru's strength. Chapter 269. A crisis at hand. Uchiha Itachi lived up to his reputation as a genius, able to fight evenly with the long-established elite Jonin Uchiha Shursui. The two moved quickly, continuously attacking each other, with sparks flying from the collision of their weapons, illuminating their battle. Meanwhile, the uninformed lower-ranking Uchiha clansmen were engaged in a life-and-death struggle for their respective positions. Kill! Kill these traitors! Damn it! You are the real traitors. The Elder is restoring order. There were no dazzling ninjutsu or intricate schemes here, only naked slaughter. Puff! Two ninjas stabbed their weapons into each other's bodies, and before they could rejoice, another weapon followed. Such scenes were all too common in tonight's Uchiha. Vengeance for the captain. X2, this was the simultaneous roar from both sides. Is this the sorrow of a great clan? The Hyuga brothers watched the slaughter within the Uchiha clan and said with a sense of sorrow. It should be known that the Hyuga clan is the second largest clan in Konoha, second only to the Uchiha clan. The scenes happening now within the Uchiha clan could inevitably happen to the Hyuga clan in the future. Eldest brother. Seeing his elder brother's grim expression, Hinata also understood what his brother was thinking. He didn't know how to comfort his brother because it was also what he was worried about. Tonight, not only Hinata had this worry, but the entire Konoha clans were concerned about whether their clan would follow in the Uchiha's footsteps. Click. Minato took a step forward. Wanted to help Fugaku. Personally, he and Fugaku were friends. Officially, too much blood had been shed in tonight's Uchiha. Minato, don't act impulsively. This is Fugaku's family matter. Yes. Minato, listen to third Hokage, okay? Kushina immediately grabbed Minato's hand. The Uchiha are very stubborn. If Minato intervenes and kills Uchiha clansmen, they won't thank him. Instead, they will hold a grudge against him. This was also one of Orochimaru's motives for letting Fugaku handle it himself. After all, being resented by a great clan is not pleasant. They are still Konoha's people. Minato was unwilling to see infighting within the Uchiha. As long as the evil head is eliminated, it's fine. You are wrong, Minato, Jiraiya said. He felt it necessary to enlighten his beloved student. What? Minato looked at his teacher in disbelief. When they chose to act against Konoha, they were no longer Konoha's people. Traitors are the most detestable, because the strongest fortresses are always breached from within. If it weren't for Orochimaru discovering the Uchiha's planned rebellion in advance, the losses to Konoha would be immeasurable. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato was stunned for a moment. He understood that Jiraiya was right, and they would have to bear the consequences of all this themselves. Kushina tightened her grip on Minato's hand, indicating she would always be there for him. Minato smiled at Kushina. With a wife like this, he was already content. Bad news. A Black Zetsu rushed in, yelling as he ran. What happened again? Black Zetsu was speechless about White Zetsu. This guy's chat topics were really unappetizing, making Black Zetsu not want to see him if there was nothing going on. White Zetsu took a deep breath and finally conveyed the news he had received. The Uchiha clan is experiencing an internal conflict. Uchiha Fugaku has attacked the Elder. White Zetsu spat out the information in one breath and patted his chest afterward. What? Black Zetsu was shocked by this news. He never expected Fugaku to have such determination. It should be noted that Black Zetsu, who had been in Konoha, was very clear about Fugaku's character. Someone must have pressured him. Black Zetsu quickly thought of the root of the matter. He realized that only Orochimaru would have the ability and power to force the Uchiha clan leader to do something he disliked. Orochimaru is really insidious. Black Zetsu did not expect that Orochimaru would allow his power to develop right under his nose. It seemed that all his actions were being watched by Orochimaru. At that moment, Black Zetsu truly witnessed Orochimaru's schemes. He had thought he could manipulate the entire ninja world at will, playing with eagles for a lifetime, only to be scratched by an eagle in the end. Haha. Black Zetsu laughed loudly. This was his second stumble. One was against Kakashi, and the other was against Orochimaru. Both are from Konoha. Am I at odds with Konoha? Seeing Black Zetsu laugh heartily, White Zetsu didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was the first time he had seen such a Black Zetsu. In their memories, Black Zetsu had never had many expressions. After Black Zetsu returned to his usual self, White Zetsu cautiously asked, "Should we inform Madara of this news?" No need. He is currently undergoing surgery and needs to fully absorb the power of the Rinnegan. Other matters should not disturb him. Black Zetsu decisively made a decision on behalf of Madara. After all, in Black Zetsu's eyes, Madara was just a pawn, and pawns should obediently do as they are told. All right. White Zetsu complied with Black Zetsu's decision. After all, they were created by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's genes, as the supreme leader, were deeply ingrained in their bodies. Madara could only come in second. Soon, my plan will be implemented. After White Zetsu left, Black Zetsu murmured. For his goal, Black Zetsu could do anything. He believed that as long as his mother appeared, no one in the ninja world would be her opponent. After all, he had witnessed his mother's brilliant power. If it weren't for the kindness she showed to the Hitaki brothers, could they seal the strongest in the ninja world? Mother, what is going on? We're a brother and father. Uchiha Sasuke woke up to see a large number of Uchiha clan members gathered here, and he couldn't help but ask his mother, Itachi and father have things to do. We just need to wait for them here. Uchiha Makoto said while holding Sasuke. It was impossible not to worry about her husband and son fighting outside. She also wanted to send Sasuke to Kushina for safety. But Fugaku stopped his actions. Fugaku believed that if he sent the children out to seek refuge, it would make his subordinates think he was not confident in victory, which would greatly damage morale. All right, Mom. Although Uchiha Sasuke felt unwilling in his heart, he understood he could not let his mother down. Bang! The ceiling gate was violently destroyed. So that's where they were hiding. It was clear to everyone that the tone was not friendly. The enemy had arrived. Chapter 270. Call me if you need anything. This was the arrangement made by the elder before meeting Fugaku. If any problems arose, they would immediately capture Fugaku's family members to hold his Achilles heel, making it impossible for Uchiha Fugaku to act without restraint. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, the senior members of the Uchiha clan were all gathered by Fugaku. However, they were eventually found by the elder's subordinates. Everyone, do you want to come with me willingly, or should I force you? Uchiha, you said gleefully. He still fantasized about saving the day and helping the elder achieve victory in battle. The elder's rewards would surely be generous. There are only Uchiha who die in battle, not Uchiha who surrender. Uchiha Makoto stepped forward, having the highest status here. The Uchiha clansmen behind her slowly stood up as well. They understood that if they left, their fathers, husbands, and children would die in vain. They could not become a burden to them. This was the only thought in the minds of these Uchiha family members now. Don't force me, Makoto. Uchiha looked at the woman he once loved, feeling very uncomfortable. In his eyes, it was Uchiha Fugaku who, using his position as clan leader, took away the woman he loved. This was also the original intention of Uchiha's allegiance to the elder. He vowed that one day he would definitely take Uchiha Makoto back. The Uchiha are obsessive. Uchiha also opened his 3-tomo Sharingan, fueled by this hatred, gaining the elder's attention. You can still turn back now. Don't follow the elder into making a mistake. Makoto looked at her former playmate, feeling reluctant to see him go down the wrong path and still hoping to save him. Mistake? Where did I go wrong? It's Fugaku who is wrong. When he took you from my hands, did he think of family ties? Now he still wants to oppose the elder. It's simply a delusion. Uchiha, you said with red eyes. The 3-tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. I made it very clear to you back then. I always regarded you as just a friend. Friend? Just a friend? Ha ha. Uchiha, you laughed out loud, appearing mad to others. His love for Makoto slowly transformed into hatred. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. This thought kept swirling in Uchiha-Yu's mind. Since that's the case, then you all can die. He waved his hand, ordering attack, kill them. His subordinates hesitated for a moment, but then began to act under Uchiha-Yu's command. How could the old, weak, sick, and disabled stand a chance against the vigorous youth? Soon, casualties appeared. Why are you blocking my way? I want to go in. Outside the Uchiha clan, Ouchiha-Obito was stopped. He felt a tense atmosphere inside the clan since morning. Although he wasn't very clever, he wasn't stupid enough not to seek external help. Among the people he knew, the one with the best brain was Kakashi. So Obito went to find Kakashi to help him analyze the situation. What Obito didn't know was that Kakashi already knew the answer. After learning the whole story, Obito rushed back. He needed to help the Uchiha. As for why neither faction in the family informed Obito, it was because they saw him as belonging to the forces of Minato Namikaze. Therefore, Obito and his 2 companions were stopped by the Umbu. Why 3 people? Because Might Guy was busy competing with Kakashi when Obito went to find him. After learning about the Uchiha clan situation, he had to come help Obito. This is the Hokage's order. No one is allowed to enter the Uchiha clan tonight. Don't make it difficult for me. I am Uchiha Obito. I want to go home. At this moment, Obito directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, seeing his clansmen fighting each other inside. His kindness wouldn't allow him to stand by and watch. He was still that boy, unchanged in the slightest. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to force his way in, Kakashi grabbed his arm. Obito turned to look at Kakashi in confusion. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown away by Obito by now. But since it was Kakashi, Obito was a bit more patient. Obito, wait. They're also acting under orders. If you force your way in now, they won't survive afterwards. Kakashi, having been in the Umbu, understood their rules. This was one of the reasons he stopped Obito. The second reason was that if Obito barged in without saying a word, it would violate the orders set by Orochimaru. And that was not a matter to be taken lightly. The first person to violate Orochimaru's orders would have 5 meters of grass growing on their grave. Karo, I know you can hear me. If you don't come out now, I'm going in, Kakashi shouted. He knew Karo could definitely hear him. This younger brother was really quite rebellious. Karo smiled wryly and shook his head. This is what you brought on yourself. Go. Orochimaru would not believe that Karo would not go. Then goodbye, Senior Orochimaru. Karo instantly teleported away from there. Lord Orochimaru, wasn't he letting them affect our plans? At this time, Kabuto asked, do you think I want that group of people to win? Of course it's Fugaku. Exactly. Kakashi and the others going in will definitely help Fugaku, and I also don't want the Uchiha to suffer too much damage. After all, the war is about to begin. After speaking, Orochimaru left since he already knew the outcome of victory and defeat. Watching Orochimaru's back, Kabuto suddenly realized. Does he want the Uchiha to be cannon fodder? Truly worthy of Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto thought to himself, quickening his pace to follow Orochimaru. What else can you do besides threatening your brother, Kakashi? Karo appeared silently in front of Kakashi and the others. Karo's sudden appearance startled everyone, except for Kakashi. Chapter 271, The Angry Shursui. Listen, Kakashi said seriously, looking at Karo, his usual dead fish eyes replaced with focus. Now, Kakashi finally understood why Karo brought him to that meeting. If Kakashi hadn't known the content of the meeting in advance, he wouldn't have informed Obito of the ins and outs, and Obito wouldn't have come here to cause trouble. This was also Karo's way of finding some external aid for the Uchiha. What about you, Guy? Karo didn't answer Kakashi's question and instead asked Guy first. Karo, I'm good friends with Obito. Kai and Obito were the bottom 2 in their class. Coupled with their personalities, their bond was very strong. And then there was us. How could I miss out on something that could make a splash? Asuma stepped out from the shadows. Slowly, the other classmates also appeared on the scene. Everyone, Obito was very touched to see so many people supporting him. He realized that he was not alone after all. He had comrades he could rely on. Whoosh. Minato also arrived. At this moment, no one could stop him anymore. He was going to do what a teacher should do, support his students. Teacher, Obito, I'm late. With the speed of the fastest ninja in the ninja world, Minato should not have been late this time. Now everyone was looking at Karo, and at this moment, they all had a single belief, to help the Uchiha family rebel. Let them in. Yes, Lord Karo. At the moment the Umbu stepped aside, a group of elite ninja rushed into the Uchiha clan's territory at high speed. They came with anger, aiming to eliminate the Uchiha who dared to betray Konoha. The clan leaders hiding in the darkness fully witnessed Karo's power at this moment. After all, only the Hokage could command the Umbu. They actually treated Karo's orders as if they were divine. Orochimaru-senpai, it seems you've calculated me into this too. Karo realized now. Karo knew that Orochimaru did not want the Uchiha to suffer too much loss. As expected, snakes are always cunning. After saying this, Karo left the scene. After all, if such powerful experts joined and the elder turned the tide, it could only mean they were too useless. Bang! Sasuke was kicked away and crashed against the wall. Sasuke. Makoto wanted to check on Sasuke's injuries, but she was completely powerless at the moment. Makoto, you should care more about yourself. Makoto was scratched by Uchiha Yu's kunai. Uchiha Yu wickedly licked it with his tongue. Delicious. After licking, he commented. The current Uchiha Yu had completely gone mad. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it, and this was a very good opportunity. Due to years of being pampered, Uchiha Makoto's strength was far from what it used to be. Her Jonin level was merely at the bottom. She was no match for Uchiha Yu at all. She could hold on until now only because Uchiha Yu was toying with her. Mom! Uchiha Sasuke shouted when he saw his mother injured after fighting. He still couldn't accept that such a friendly uncle would suddenly be so ruthless. Oh, such strong energy. It seems my previous strength was still too weak. Uchiha Yu said with a laugh, as if he had discovered something amusing. If he killed the younger son in front of Makoto, he wondered how heartbroken she would be. Just thinking about it made him want to act immediately. He couldn't wait to see Makoto's sad expression. Uchiha Yu wanted to transfer all the pain he had suffered onto Makoto. Although Uchiha Yu was wicked, his strength was formidable. Sasuke could only defend. As time passed, the wounds on Sasuke's body increased. Scream. Why aren't you screaming? Seeing Sasuke silently enduring the pain, Uchiha Yu was not willing to let him remain silent. This made the instigator Uchiha Yu unable to find spiritual pleasure. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. He intensified his attacks, making Sasuke's situation even worse. If Sasuke knew Uchiha Yu's thoughts, he might as well cooperate with his performance. After all, the longer they dragged this out, the greater the advantage for him. As long as reinforcements arrived, they would be safe. Mikoto had always wanted to join the battle, but the reality told her that she was completely ineffective. Even with her and Sasuke working together, they couldn't shake Uchihayu's advantage. "Mom, be careful." Sasuke saw Uchihayu's kunai heading straight for Mikoto's abdomen. Mikoto was reminded by Sasuke and reacted in time, dodging to the side. This was also a trap set by Uchihayu. He used a feint to distract her. As Mikoto jumped away, Uchihayu transformed into a cloud of smoke, and his true self appeared in front of Sasuke. He raised his palm, ready to strike Sasuke's forehead. At that moment, Sasuke felt death approaching. He knew that if he couldn't dodge, he would definitely die. Just as he wanted to teleport away, his feet felt as if they were glued to the ground, unable to move. Uchiha had already sprinkled glue on the ground, timing it perfectly for Sasuke to step on it. Uchihayu's target had never changed. It was always Sasuke. He wanted Mikoto to suffer for a lifetime. "I'm gonna die." At that moment, memories flooded Sasuke's mind like a movie. The most frequently appearing figures were not his parents or brother, but the person he hated the most, Naruto. "I should have scolded you more," Sasuke thought to himself. Just as Uchihayu's palm was about to hit Sasuke's forehead, a steady hand firmly grasped it. "Isn't bullying women and children a bit beneath your status?" It was Shursui. Uchihayu did not expect Shursui to appear here. Shursui's speed was so fast that Uchihayu didn't even have time to react before his arm was caught. At that moment, Uchihayu realized Shursui's speed was unimaginable. After all, they're only misnamed names. There are no misnamed nicknames. Lord Shursui. The women and children present were very happy to see Shursui, as his kindness was well known. With Shursui here, they were saved. "Shursui, come help the elder. The elder's ambitions will lead us to become the highest in the ninja world." Uchihayu did not forget to extend an invitation to Shursui, just a frog in a well. No one in the Uchiha clan could earn Shursui's loyalty. Their strength was just too weak. Shursui saw many Uchiha clan members lying in pools of blood, and a sadness welled up in his eyes. These ordinary Uchiha shouldn't die here. They could have lived well. But all of this was destroyed by the ignorant man in front of him. "You all deserve to die," Shursui said coldly. Chapter 272. Watching the show after hearing Shursui's words, Uchihayu chuckled. Just relying on Uchiha Shursui alone to deal with him and his dozen or so elite Uchiha ninjas. Perhaps it was because Shursui hadn't shown his strength in front of them for many years that they had forgotten the name Shunshin Shursui. This was a title earned by Uchiha Shursui with the lives of his enemies. "Arrogant," Uchihayu yelled angrily, as Uchiha Shursui clearly regarded them as lambs to be slaughtered. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Shursui's back and thought, "This person is even better at pretending than I am." Only Mikoto knew that Shursui was not boasting. She had always heard her husband Fugaka speak of Shursui's strength. Even her husband, who had awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, was no match for Shursui. How could these small fry win? Mikoto's only concern now was that they might act out of desperation against them. "Attack! Kill him!" Uchihayu ordered his subordinates. He had delayed too much time already. Moreover, killing a genius like Uchiha Shursui would give him a sense of accomplishment. Uchihayu and his subordinates charged towards Uchiha Shursui as if he had some kind of allure. At the moment Uchihayu issued the command, Shursui also moved. Shursui activated his body flicker technique, and in an instant, everyone present saw countless Shursui moving at high speed. From time to time, chilling screams echoed, and the entire process didn't last more than 10 seconds. Uchihayu was also stabbed and fell to the ground. It wasn't because he had a strong life, but because Shursui intentionally left him alive. After all, there were some pieces of information that needed to come from his mouth. Uchihayu was completely stunned. He never expected the gap in strength between him and Shursui to be so vast. There was simply no comparison. If given another chance, he would have begged for mercy the moment he saw Shursui. Sasuke's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him. The battle ended too quickly. Sasuke had never thought that the usually polite Shursui would possess such immense power. He couldn't keep up with Shursui's speed at all. Sasuke had always believed that his father and brother were the strongest Uchiha, but now witnessing Shursui's performance shattered his perception. "Don't come any closer." Uchihayu dragged his body back as Shursui stepped closer. Uchihayu felt like he had seen a ghost. He had been stabbed by Shursui without even realizing when it happened. He was an elite Jonin, after all. Among the Uchiha, he was ranked in the top 5. At least according to his own assessment. Yet, he hadn't even touched the enemy's shadow before getting injured. It was utterly humiliating. "I preferred you when you were acting so defiant just now." Shursui did not stop his advance, continuing to approach Uchihayu step by step. One retreated while the other advanced. "Spare me," and I will tell you all the secrets I know. Uchiha Yu made one last plea, not wanting to die. After seeking power and aligning himself with the Elder, he had barely tasted the allure of power before facing death. Who could accept that? If you die, I will still know your secrets. Shui wanted to laugh at his naivety. This was the ninja world. There were plenty of ways to uncover the secrets in your head. Even if you died, the people of the Yamashiro clan could enter your mind and find the secrets I want to know. Moreover, there are many ways to do so at the Hokage's office. Shui had witnessed the experiments at Orochimaru's place. It was hard to forget after seeing it once. It was too brutal, leaving a deep impression. Shui, for the sake of our Uchiha clan, spare my life. Uchiha Yu clung to Shui's thigh. He understood that as long as Shui was dead, his task would be complete. Without Uchiha Shui, the rest of the Uchiha could be easily manipulated. Go to hell. You bastard. Uchiha Yu completely changed from his earlier desperate pleas. His previous act was solely to gain a chance to get close to Shui. Uchiha Yu knew that the gap in strength between him and Shui was too great. Only by first showing weakness and selling pity could he possibly succeed. Fortunately, his efforts had not failed. Uchiha Yu was quite satisfied with his performance. The proud Uchiha had already begged for mercy. How could he not fall for it? With his hand forming a knife, Uchiha Yu stabbed directly through Shui's chest. Not good, Makoto and Sasuke exclaimed, just as they had regained their joy for being rescued. They were hit with a shock. If Shui died, how would they deal with Uchiha Yu? Clap, clap, clap. What a wonderful performance. It's a pity you don't go into acting. The sudden sound of applause and Shui's voice startled everyone present. Some were surprised, while others were frightened. The only one terrified was Uchiha Yu. The Shui in his hands suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. It turned out to be Shui's shadow clone. No one knew when Shui had used the clone technique. It was because Shui's speed was too fast. Uchiha Yu's face turned blue and purple. It was completely due to anger. All his schemes had been seen through by others. He had been foolishly thinking that everything was under his control. Uchiha Yu had completely lost face this time. He pulled out a kunai, ready to slide it across his neck. Just as the kunai was about to touch his neck, Shui appeared in front of Uchiha Yu in an instant, pressing down on the hand that held the kunai. You can't die yet. In Uchiha Yu's puzzled gaze, Shui landed a heavy punch in Uchiha Yu's stomach. Uchiha Yu was hit so hard that his eyes nearly popped out. He crashed directly into the wall and then passed out. Let's collect a little interest first. After extracting his secrets, I'll send him to meet his ancestors. Yes. After Shui issued the command, 2 Uchiha clan members suddenly appeared and took Uchiha Yu away. Shui was not fighting alone. As the deputy minister of the police department, his subordinates were just as strong as the clan leader. Seeing that Shui had dealt with Uchiha Yu, Makoto finally came over to thank Sasuke. Thank you, Shui. If you hadn't come in time, we would have been in grave danger. Makoto was still a bit scared. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid of ruining her husband's plans. I just happened to stumble upon it. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise echoed. Immediately afterward, Shui and the others saw a red and green Susanoo engaged in battle. Chapter 273. Reversal, is that father? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, seeing Fugaku activate Susanoo for the first time. After all, in Fugaku's eyes, his eldest son was the best. Sasuke only remembered Fugaku's sternness towards him. Yes, the clan leader is still very strong. What about compared to you, Shui? In a child's eyes, the father is always the strongest. Just like Sasuke now. He needed to compare who was stronger between his father and Shui. He's not my opponent. Shui thought for a moment and said, he wouldn't deceive a child. After all, Shui's Sharingan abilities were practically unbeatable. Sasuke did not expect such a response from Shui and felt somewhat unconvinced. How can my father lose to you? Didn't you see the giant he summoned? Sasuke thought to himself. He wouldn't understand just how abnormal a genius could be, because Sasuke was merely of average talent. Madam, it is very safe here now. I need to leave, Shui said to Makoto. He needed to observe the battle between Fugaku and the elder up close. If Fugaku was at a disadvantage, he needed to provide timely support. Orochimaru's orders certainly didn't include letting Fugaku die. Shui also didn't want Fugaku to die during tonight's rebellion. The Uchiha couldn't afford to lose Fugaku right now. Okay, thank you, Shui. Makoto understood where Shui wanted to go. She hoped even more that Shui could help her husband. Shui, can you take me with you? Sasuke also wanted to go with Shui. Through tonight's experience, Sasuke deeply understood the inadequacy of his own strength and experienced the threat of death once again. At this moment, Shui had no special powers, unlike Naruto, with the nine tails inside him. You are too weak, Shui said mercilessly. If you don't have a diamond drill, don't take on a hard job. With your little arms and legs, one careless move could get you caught in the crossfire. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to Itachi? After saying that, Shui left directly. He was worried that staying any longer would get him infected by Sasuke's foolishness. Sasuke's mind was echoing Shui's words. He never expected to receive such an evaluation from Shui. After all, he had always been the best in Team Kakashi. Mikoto wanted to comfort her youngest son, but didn't know what to say, so she could only embrace Sasuke from behind. Why hasn't anyone from Konoha come to support us? Uchiha thought to himself as he fell into a disadvantage. During Orochimaru's reign, the Uchiha had integrated quite well into Konoha, and the Uchiha clan members also highly recognized Orochimaru, with Shui playing an important role in this. Just as he was about to die at the hands of the elder, he closed his eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, he felt no pain. Chunin, don't lose hope. Minato Namikaze arrived on the scene, the yellow flash still as fast as ever. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Obito shouted loudly. Lord Obito! The rescued Uchiha exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, the sound of 1,000 birds echoed in their ears. Lightning cutter. Under this dimensional strike, the elder's subordinates lost their lives one by one. Lord Kakashi, seeing Konoha's rescue arrive, the remaining Uchiha were very happy. They knew Konoha had not abandoned them. Just as they wanted to communicate, the battle between the elder and Fugaku attracted their attention. Chunin immediately organized the clan to retreat. The remaining battle is up to us. Yes, Lord Obito. In no time, all the Uchiha left the area. They also knew that the battle below was no longer something they could participate in. After all, facing that giant made them feel insignificant, a feeling they did not want to confront. After ensuring Obito's arrangements were in place, Minato and the others continued on their way, wanting to minimize casualties. The root of the problem had to be resolved, and that large target was the one they were heading towards. Ding, ding, ding. Itachi was still fighting Uchiha Shin. Both of them had some injuries, but Itachi's were noticeably more severe. One had to admit that experience still had its advantages. Just as the two Susanoo appeared, Itachi momentarily lost focus. In a battle between experts, even a slight flaw could be seized by the opponent. Uchiha Shin took this opportunity to severely injure Uchiha Itachi. Itachi covered his wound and distanced himself from Shin using the force of the attack. Something's not right. Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt his chakra flow sluggish. His eyes were fixed on Uchiha Shin's katana. He hadn't expected Shin's katana to be poisoned. Looks like you sensed it. Uchiha Shin saw Itachi staring at his katana and knew Itachi had realized something was wrong with his body. To deal with you, I even hurt myself. Uchiha Shin entered the fray, engaging in a mutual attack with Itachi, aiming to lower Itachi's vigilance so he could poison him, thus winning with the least cost. Playing mind games can be dirty. Itachi realized he had fallen for this trick, defeated by underhanded means. I won't let you die painfully. Uchiha Shin felt delighted at the prospect of killing a genius and nearly burst into laughter. Itachi was one of the Uchiha clan's prodigious twin stars, the other being Shui. Suddenly, as Uchiha Shin approached Itachi, he spat out blood. He couldn't believe that he was about to kill Uchiha Itachi and yet was bleeding himself. The knife was ruthless, piercing through Uchiha Shin's back and out through his heart. Itachi was stunned by this scene. What a twist. After all, no one wants to die. Why? Uchiha Shin asked while spitting blood. He had been backstabbed. There was a spy in his team, and the spy's level was extremely high. I am Lord Shui's man. The elder's confidant turned out to be Shui's person, which dealt a heavy blow to the usually arrogant Uchiha Shin, as he had not noticed it. The spy had hidden too well. Since we've spent so much time together, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. After saying this, Uchiha Shin's heart was directly crushed. Uchiha Shin's eyes widened, dying with his eyes open. Upon seeing Uchiha Shin dead, the elder subordinates were thrown into chaos, fleeing for their lives. Thank you, Itachi said, grateful that without this person, he would have already died. Don't thank me. Thank Lord Shui instead. The spy knew how much Shui valued Itachi. If he watched Itachi die right in front of him, he would surely face repercussions from Shui later. Chapter 274. The matter resolved what? You are Lord Shui's man. Itachi did not expect that Shui had arranged for a spy under the elder. Following this thought, he wondered if there was also a spy beside his father. At this moment, Itachi realized he did not truly understand Shui. If you want to know, go ask Lord Shui. I believe if you trust him, you'll find the answer. After saying this, the ninja disappeared from Itachi's sight. His mission was complete, and he needed to return to his position. Humph! Itachi let out a long sigh. The matter was finally coming to a close. Just as Itachi was about to rest, he noticed the battle of Susanoo. After arranging his subordinates, he rushed to the battlefield to lend a hand. Just as the battle was underway against Uchiha Fugaku, people from all sides had completed the encirclement of the elder subordinates and arrived at the final battlefield. The elder's face looked somewhat grim, as none of his subordinates had come with him. At that moment, he finally lost all hope. He also understood that he could not escape. Even if he could defeat Fugaku before him, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Shursui were all watching closely around him. Fugaku, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of the elder. He had realized that his side had taken the initiative. Now, only the elder remained stubbornly resisting. Surrender. You have no chance of winning, elder. Uchiha Fugaku still wanted to give a try. He had never forgotten the elder's past support for him. However, after taking the position of clan leader, there were many constraints, and he had gradually drifted apart from the elder. Uchiha will never surrender. The elder shook his head. Since he had lost, he would go out in a blaze of glory. This was the pride that came with being an Uchiha. At the same time, he secretly thought, Grandpa can't come find you anymore. The elder chose his own death method. However, he wanted to take Fugaku down with him, so that when his grandson started a war, Konoha would be one less general. In the end, it could only be said that the elder was a good grandfather, but not necessarily a good family leader. His selfishness was too heavy. The elder charged at Uchiha Fugaku with a determination to die, completely adopting a life-for-a-life approach, which made Fugaku somewhat hesitant. The purpose of battle is to kill the enemy and protect oneself. But the elder was simply looking for someone to accompany him to the grave. Fugaku couldn't bear it. I have a wife and children. I'm not done living yet. This put Fugaku at a disadvantage during the fight. Teacher. As an observer, Obito called out to Minato. Upon hearing Obito's words, Minato understood what he wanted to do. Although it would be very dangerous, Minato did not stop him. Go. Be careful. As a teacher, he would only back his students, not hinder them. After receiving Minato's consent, Obito charged into the fight. Another Susanoo appeared. Obito's emergence relieved a significant amount of pressure from Fugaku. However, with Obito's involvement, the battlefield expanded even further. The destructive power of Susanoo was already immense, and now there were three. One could imagine the damage this would cause to Uchiha's territory. In short, Minato and the others kept retreating to make space for their battle. Countless houses collapsed, and the sound of explosions was incessant. For the Uchiha, this was nothing short of the end of the world. Uchiha clansmen were continuously fleeing their homes, all seeking refuge. But in such a vast Konoha, where could they go? Come here, Shursui shouted, and immediately a member of the police force appeared respectfully behind him, calling out, Lord Shursui, quickly evacuate the clansmen to avoid unnecessary casualties. We'll assess the damages after the battle. Yes, Lord Shursui. After receiving Shursui's orders, the police force began to take action. Soon, the panicked clansmen calmed down and were evacuated in an orderly fashion under the police force's arrangements. Minato glanced at Shursui, who had given the orders, and sighed inwardly. Shursui's prestige is so high. Could it be? Minato's mind suddenly lit up. Orochimaru had made so many preparations. It couldn't just be to eliminate a senior elder of the Uchiha clan. Shursui gained the clan's trust in this battle, and the next step would be the position of clan leader. Truly, Orochimaru is an insightful predecessor. Minato realized that in terms of strategy, he was far outmatched by Orochimaru, as he had only just guessed Orochimaru's intentions. Next would be Shursui's stage. As long as he stopped the internal strife with the Hokage's backing, the position of clan leader would be within reach. As if to validate Minato's thoughts, Shursui walked towards the battlefield. In Shursui's heart, his ideal had never changed, that the Uchiha could integrate into the village, not as a form of appeasement, but as a part of the village. This goal had to be achieved by his own hands. Shursui activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and Susanoo enveloped his body. He raised his large sword, forcefully intervening in the battlefield, signaling his ascent to the political stage. Tonight, the Uchiha would showcase their strength with no less than 4 pairs of Manjiki. Some prominent clans in Konoha were naturally aware of the significance of the Manjiki. They felt a simultaneous fear towards this clan. They didn't want to be subservient to the Uchiha again. However, they could not stop the rise of the Uchiha, as their strength did not allow it. With Shursui entering the fray, the elder was at his last gasp. Shursui was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The elder's Susanoo was shattered. PFF. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from Susanoo severely injured him. Haha, I didn't expect my influence to be so great. Having 3 pairs of Sharingan send me off. None of you can take my life. After saying this, the elder plunged a knife directly into his chest. No one anticipated that he would choose this way to end his life. It's over. After saying this, the 3rd Hokage left, and others followed suit. This turmoil would not end with the elder's death. Lord Orochimaru, the internal strife of the Uchiha, has ended. The Uchiha elder has committed suicide. Oh, I didn't expect he would choose such a method. After hearing Do's report, he gave his assessment. Let's start the second phase of the plan. Yes. After receiving Orochimaru's orders, Do began to make arrangements. Sure, Sui, you better not disappoint me, Orochimaru said to himself in solitude. Chapter 275. The angry cuckoos of the night would eventually pass, and dawn had arrived. As day broke, Konoha became lively again, but it felt as though this did not belong to the Uchiha. The Uchiha clansmen were busy treating the wounded and repairing buildings. Everyone harbored a pent-up frustration that finally erupted under the guidance of those with ulterior motives. Why didn't the clan leader expose the elder's conspiracy earlier? Let my child. By the end, only sobs remained. Indeed, this Uchiha's child had sacrificed himself in the battle the night before. The clan leader is blind to people. The clan leader's strength is too weak. He should have dealt with the elder in an instant. Lord Shui is impressive. He appeared and saved me from the traitor. Yes, Lord Shui is so gentle. As soon as this Uchiha finished speaking, many voices of agreement followed. These were all Shui's admirers. When public opinion is manipulated by those with ulterior motives, it forms a sharp blade. This blade was the first step that Orochimaru took to help Shui become the Uchiha clan leader. Clan leader. This is the loss our Uchiha has suffered this time. The battle between Fugaku and the elder was not as simple as imagined. Both were Manjiki Sharingan users, and their strengths were not vastly different. If it weren't for Shui and Obito's help, Fugaku and the elder would have been evenly matched. Hiss. Fugaku looked at the report in his hand, feeling as if his heart was aching. The elder's faction had so many people, and with the clansmen who sacrificed last night, the Uchiha had suffered heavy losses, even greater than during the Ninja World War. The key was that the elder's faction's assets had mysteriously disappeared. This was originally Fugaku's to use for the reconstruction of the Uchiha, but now he was told it was gone. However, the family's reconstruction could not be delayed, so they had to use the clan leader's share to subsidize it. How would he not feel pained? Fugaku's first suspicion fell on Orochimaru, as he believed Orochimaru had the conditions and strength to do so. Others would not dare to offend Konoha's largest clan. This time, Fugaku guessed wrong. Orochimaru had taken the blame for Karotto. Clansmen, let's discuss the matters of rebuilding our clan next. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, someone interrupted him. Clan leader, before handling the clan's reconstruction, shouldn't we do something else first? An elder of the Uchiha spoke. Fugaku frowned, feeling very displeased. You old folks, can't you just stop coming out to seek your sense of existence? Isn't it better to enjoy life happily with your grandchildren? These words were only in Fugaku's mind. He couldn't say them out loud. After all, these people had an extraordinary seniority, and he still had to give them some face. May I ask, what is more important than rebuilding the clan? The oppressive tone in Fugaku's voice made the elder's heart tremble. But thinking of the benefits promised by Orochimaru, the greed in his heart overcame his fear. Of course, it's that you, the clan leader, have been incompetent, allowing the Uchiha to suffer losses. You, Uchiha Fugaku, are blind to people, failing to discover the elder's betrayal early, resulting in many clansmen dying unnecessarily. You should step down. The elder became more and more excited, completely unaware of how Uchiha Fugaku's face was growing darker. Such words were a complete denial of Uchiha Fugaku. It was a denial of his life as philosophy. But Fugaku could not retort, as all of this had truly happened. Fugaku's fists were tightly clenched in the long sleeves of his robe, suppressing the anger in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his son, Uchiha Itachi, wanting to stand up and confront the elder, but Fugaku stopped him with a glance. Because Fugaku thought more than Itachi did. You, a marginalized elder, dared to challenge Uchiha Fugaku? You should know that Fugaku's blood has not dried yet. What are you implying? Fugaku asked, still unwilling to give up. After all, he had been the clan leader for so many years, with loyal subordinates throughout the clan. Yet this time, no one spoke up for Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku must have been quite shocked at this moment, right? Orochimaru looked at the slowly rising sun and said, "It's a pity I can't be there in person." I think so too. Today must be one of the most unforgettable days in Lord Fugaku's life. Do responded to Orochimaru's question at this moment. After all, Do was the one executing the plan. One command from Orochimaru had Do running around like crazy. Effort does not betray those who are willing. However, it took an entire night for those Uchiha who do not support Uchiha Fugaku to come around. It seems the owner of this big Uchiha flag is about to change, Orochimaru said with a hint of indifference. One could only say, as expected of Orochimaru. Kakuzu was startled by the sudden appearance of Karo in his home. After all, you are happily eating breakfast when suddenly a person appears in front of you. It's only natural to be startled. Kakuzu quickly regained his composure. After all, someone who has weathered many storms would have a mental fortitude as hard as stone. A rare guest. Didn't Tiwi just finish dealing with Lord Karo, leaving a huge mess for others to clean up, and then not caring afterwards? Kakuzu said sarcastically to Karo, "Do you know how I've been living these days? If it weren't for my life, I would have died long ago." This was the first time Kakuzu felt that his forbidden technique was so excellent. It was equivalent to one person doing the work of 5, which earned him a nickname Desperate Warrior in Konoha. Karo rarely showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, Kakuzu was the one he brought to Konoha, and yet after returning to Konoha, he ignored him completely. Who wouldn't he feel upset in such a situation? I know that Kakuzu likes money. Look at all this money earned for you. Karo pointed dramatically at the dozens of boxes beside him. This is all the property of the Grand Elder, but now it belongs to the Karo family. Upon hearing Karo's words, Kakuzu's eyes widened. After all, the only thing Kakuzu truly liked was money, and he knew the most about making it. Otherwise, Karo wouldn't have taken him as a subordinate. If Kakuzu knew what Karo was thinking, he would definitely retort loudly. Back then, I had 2 paths before me. One was to go to the Pure Land, and the other was to be your subordinate, Karo. If it were you, how would you choose? Kakuzu is not an old-fashioned person, so he chose to follow Karo through rivers and mountains. Seeing Kakuzu opening the boxes and kissing and hugging the bills inside, Karo shivered, and goosebumps rose all over him. Kakuzu, my demands of you are not high. Just multiply this money a few times. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief at Karo's words. Not high, just a few times? Kakuzu was completely stunned by Karo's grand ambitions. Don't be so excited. After all, there aren't too many bosses who trust their employees like I do. I have high hopes for you. Karo patted Kakuzu on the shoulder and then used teleportation to leave. Kakuzu looked at the boxes in front of him and then at the spot where Karo had just sat. Karo, you bastard! Kakuzu's angry shout echoed throughout the entire house. Chapter 276. Black Zetsu in action for Kakuzu, who could make money grow. Karo had a relatively high tolerance for him. After all, his future life would depend on him. Congratulations. Sure sway. After leaving Kakuzu's house, Karo, feeling idle, came to the Uchiha territory. After all, today was the good day of his #1 general, and he came to show his support. Indeed, Shursui leveraged public opinion to tarnish Fugaku's reputation, and with the support of the vast majority of the clan, he pulled Uchiha Fugaku down from the position of clan leader. Lord Karo, Shursui respectfully bowed to Karo. There is no need for that. You are already the clan leader now. Your status is no longer comparable, Karo reminded him. Regardless of any changes in my status, I am still Lord Karo's subordinate. Shursui said seriously. Since choosing to pledge loyalty to Karo, Shursui had already made up his mind. This loyalty would only end when his life did. The Uchiha are quite sincere, Karo thought with emotion. After returning home, Fugaku sat in the courtyard in a daze. He couldn't understand why his clansmen did not support him. He had been diligent since becoming clan leader, with no signs of laxity. Uchiha Fugaku could be said to be a good father, but he would not be a good clan leader. Even when Itachi slaughtered the entire clan, Fugaku chose to face death generously. He completely forgot the responsibilities of clan leader. Mikoto quietly watched Fugaku from behind. She knew that this situation could only be resolved if Fugaku came to understand it on his own. What others said would be useless. As if sensing something, Fugaku turned his head and saw his wife and child looking at him with worried expressions. It felt as if he understood something in his heart and smiled. Madara finally woke up. Feeling the power of the Rinnegan, it was even more immense than the power of the Sharingan. At this moment, Madara felt he could act without concern. He could easily manipulate the ninja world. Black Zetsu, Madara shouted. After waking up for so long, Black Zetsu had not appeared. Before he fell asleep, he had repeatedly instructed Black Zetsu to protect him. But upon waking, there was not a single soul in sight. This made Madara feel that perhaps his words had become ineffective. Great, you finally woke up. Black Zetsu immediately put on his acting skills worthy of an Oscar. If anyone in the ninja world had the best acting skills, Black Zetsu would dare to claim second place. and no one would dare to claim first. Black Zetsu rushed in front of Madara, fawning over him. Madara truly enjoyed it, as being flattered felt incredibly satisfying. Have my grandfathers come? Why haven't I seen them? At this moment, Madara felt that something was off. As a grandfather, shouldn't you be the first to visit your grandson as soon as he wakes up? Black Zetsu didn't know how to explain this situation at that moment. In the end, Black Zetsu recounted the events of that day one by one. What? Madara could not believe this. That was his only family in the world. Yet in the time it took him to sleep, his grandfather was killed. Konoha has gone too far. Boom! The energy within Madara became slightly uncontrollable, blowing up the room. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's quick earth release, he might have been trapped under the collapsed house by now. Konoha, just you wait. One day, I will make Konoha disappear. Madara laughed wildly, trying to cover up his disappointment with laughter. But his eyes betrayed him. His anger and sadness were impossible to hide. Madara, in this state, made Black Zetsu feel a bit of admiration because he saw a quality in Madara's eyes that was similar to his own. From now on, don't call me Madara. Please refer to me as God. Madara finally revealed his ambition. He wanted to become an existence like Sage of Six Paths. After all, he now had the Rinnegan, which was the same as what the Sage of Six Paths had. Yes, Black Zetsu lowered his head in response. However, Madara did not notice the disdainful expression on Black Zetsu's face as he bowed. Black Zetsu clearly looked down on the current Madara. Even a true Uchiha Madara, the strongest Asura in the ninja world, would not be so arrogant. To destroy a person, one must first drive them insane. And our God is now galloping down the path of madness. Black Zetsu would not remind God. He still needed a target to attract others' attention. Black Zetsu, how is the sacrifice prepared? These sacrifices are crucial for whether he can reach the Sage of Six Paths. There can be no mistakes. Everything is in the plan. We just need to wait for you to set up the Rinnegan to proceed to the next step. No one is more invested in the birth of the Ten Tails than Black Zetsu. After countless years of effort, they are just one step away. Black Zetsu absolutely cannot afford to fail. However, other ninja villages are currently gathering forces to rescue their tailed beasts. The high-ranking officials of the ninja villages believe that the Akatsuki's capture of the tailed beasts was to increase their strength. They never expected that the Akatsuki would use the 9-tailed beasts to create the 10 tails. This highlights the importance of information, which other ninja villages lack. Just a rabble. With the Rinnegan, Obito became arrogant, as if he looked down on everyone present. However, Konoha's Karo was still quite threatening. If we were to say which ninja held the most hostility, it would undoubtedly be Karo. He had visited the battlefield where Karo fought against Uchiha Obito. Not a blade of grass grew there. Moreover, Obito had also stated that he was not Karo's match when he was not at his peak. It is worth noting that Karo was still very young at that time, and his strength had not reached its peak either. Obito was also unusually serious. Karo was famous in Konoha. Without becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Obito did not have the confidence to defeat Karo, coupled with Konoha's other strong ninjas. If he were to be held up by Karo, the plan would definitely be affected. However, after a moment of thought, Obito smiled. Second Hokage, I must compliment you. You're truly clever. Obito thought of the Edo Tensei. This jutsu could solve his urgent problem. Kagaya, go prepare the vessels for our reincarnated individuals. Kagaya almost forgot. The man before him had learned the forbidden jutsu of the Senju clan. I'll handle it right away. After seeing that Obito had no further instructions, Kagaya left the room. Grandpa, wait a moment. I will send the Konoha ninjas over one by one to apologize to you. At this moment, Obito had completely shed his earlier cold-bloodedness, now only filled with the sadness of losing loved ones. It turned out that his previous calmness was all just for Kagaya's viewing. Chapter 277. Jiraiya's request, ladies and gentlemen. War is about to begin again. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere outside the room, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was somewhat oppressive. However, everyone present was from Konoha's upper ranks and knew to varying degrees that war was imminent. Nevertheless, hearing this news from Orochimaru still caused some tension. They were all survivors of the battlefield and understood better than anyone the brutality of war. Minato, Hokage-sama. Minato stood up and respectfully said, this time, Konoha's team will be led by you. Minato was clearly taken aback. He thought that Orochimaru would assign this position to Karo or Shursui, not expecting it to be given to himself. However, he quickly recovered. Yes, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru had also considered asking Karo to take this position, but Karo had refused. According to Karo, am I supposed to babysit them? What am I training so hard for, if not to do as I please? It wouldn't work for Shursui either. While Shursui's strength was sufficient, His prestige still fell short compared to Minato. Then let's adjourn. After explaining everything, Orochimaru dismissed everyone. Each person was assigned their tasks, and Konoha's war machine finally began to move, with various supplies continuously being sent to the front lines. Back to this moment. Konan arrived in Konoha, exhausted. This was her only hope left, the hope of avenging Nagato. It was the only breath that supported her to arrive in Konoha. Jiraiya-sensei. The first person Konan sought was Jiraiya. If anyone in Konoha could make Konan trust them, it would definitely be Jiraiya. Even in the worst-case scenario, Jiraiya would only send her away. He wouldn't kill her. Konan had participated in the capture of tailed beasts with the Akatsuki. Konan. Jiraiya was also shocked. He did not expect Konan to appear here so suddenly, catching him completely off guard. Are you alright? Jiraiya knew that many ninjas were constantly looking for Konan's whereabouts in the ninja world to collect bounties. Many were willing to beat a drowning dog, especially when that dog was worth a lot. Come with me. Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something and immediately took Konan away. They arrived at the Senju clan's territory. After all, he was the son-in-law of the Senju clan. Stay here in peace. It's very safe here. Seeing that Konan looked extremely haggard, Jiraiya knew that she had not been doing well these days. Jiraiya felt bad, seeing his former student now alone and desolate. The memories of the three little kids were still vivid in his mind. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Now, you're the only one who will take me in, Konan said self-deprecatingly. After wandering the ninja world for so long, it all ended up in vain. I want to see the Hokage of Konoha. Konan's words were shocking, and Jiraiya did not expect this. He thought Konan had come to Konoha to hide for a while and would leave once the storm passed. I have important intelligence from the Akatsuki to tell him. This is the only thing I can do for Nagato. Jiraiya wanted to persuade Konan, but as soon as she said this, he knew there was no way to dissuade her. This had already become Konan's fixation. All right. In the end, Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to refuse her. You rest well. I'll go find Orochimaru to discuss it. Jiraiya left. He didn't know what Orochimaru would do upon learning that Konan had come to Konoha. What should he do then? I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. I really have no other choice. Konan knew she had exploited Jiraiya's feelings, because she understood that only if Jiraiya went to find Orochimaru would there be a possibility for Orochimaru to meet her. If it were any other ninja, Konan might have already been imprisoned in the Anbu's jail. Orochimaru, this is the situation. Do you want to meet her? Jiraiya immediately went to Orochimaru's office and told him about Konan's arrival in Konoha. He also informed Orochimaru that Konan was currently at his home. A fascinating girl, Orochimaru said coldly. He still expressed admiration for Konan's choice. A girl with both courage and strategy. Looking at Jiraiya, who was smiling like a blooming flower, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh at the unfairness of the world. Why was it that every one of Jiraiya's disciples was outstanding? Then let's meet her. Orochimaru was willing to give Jiraiya some face. He didn't have many friends, and Jiraiya was one of them. He would do this as a favor to Jiraiya. Okay, I will arrange for the two of them to meet right away. After receiving Orochimaru's consent, Jiraiya immediately went to make arrangements. However, shortly after, Jiraiya ran back. Orochimaru, please promise me not to kill her. His tone carried a hint of pleading. He understood that Konan and Nagato's actions had caused Konoha great losses. Seeing Jiraiya's emotional plea was very touching. Even for someone like Orochimaru, a high-level player, it was hard to resist. Even if she doesn't die, there will still be a price to pay. Jiraiya understood that this was the greatest concession Orochimaru could offer. Oh, what a touching scene. I didn't expect our senior Orochimaru to have such a kind side. After seeing Jiraiya leave, Karo teased Orochimaru. A living human experiment should still be quite good. Orochimaru only said she wouldn't die, but he never said that her crimes would go unpunished. Many ninjas had fallen due to Nagato and Konan, and as Hokage, Orochimaru naturally had to seek justice for them. You truly live up to your reputation, Orochimaru-senpai. Karo apologized for thinking that Orochimaru had become kinder. He knows that Orochimaru is still the same Orochimaru without any change. As the second-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization, what kind of information do you think she will bring? Karo became somewhat interested in the information about Konan. Unfortunately, our undercover agent has joined the Akatsuki organization for too short time. The real core secrets have not yet been accessed. Now, isn't the opportunity coming? The two exchanged glances, and everything was unspoken. Orochimaru agreed to meet you. He had been waiting for news, but Konan finally put down the stone in her heart. She understood that if she rashly sought out Orochimaru, she might be killed before even getting close. You rest first. I'll come call you, Jiraiya finally instructed before leaving. Chapter 278. Carrot, and Orochimaru's purpose, should I call you White Tiger or Angel? Orochimaru said to Konan, who followed Jiraiya in. Konan was momentarily taken aback by Orochimaru's words, then responded with self-deprecating humor. Right now, I'm just a lost dog. You can call me Konan like teacher Jiraiya does. Konan knew that her only support now was Jiraiya. She hoped that Orochimaru would spare her life for Jiraiya's sake. After all, Konan was burdened with deep-seated hatred and sought revenge for Nagato. Oh, Orochimaru said intriguingly, while his attitude toward Konan began to change. I heard from Jiraiya that you have information about the Akatsuki organization to tell me. Orochimaru got straight to the point. He didn't have time to waste on trivial matters. If it weren't for Jiraiya, he wouldn't have met this woman at all. If he handed it over to the Yamashiro clan, they could uncover any secrets in your mind. Then Konan relayed her experiences of betrayal by the Akatsuki organization and the unkillable monster to Orochimaru. How is this possible? Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Konan's account. It was not surprising for him. After all, aside from the second Hokage, no one else had used the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei that had been developed by the second Hokage. Naturally, Jiraiya had never seen it before. If Konan hadn't experienced it firsthand, she wouldn't have believed it either. One must say that the second Hokage's mind was truly a treasure trove. If he hadn't died young, the ninja world would have been dominated by one superpower among the four great nations. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru couldn't help but interject, seeing Jiraiya embarrassing himself. At least you're already married. Can't you be a bit more composed? You're still as reckless as before. Orochimaru thought to himself. He wondered what Tsunade saw in Jiraiya. Was it his lack of hygiene or his age? This isn't a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. How could he have it? And he even mastered it. Jiraiya was well aware of the difficulty of mastering the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage. There were many ninjas in Konoha, and many had attempted to train in the powerful forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, but all had failed. The only successful case was Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. Don't forget, the leader of the Akatsuki organization has a pair of Sharingan. That means he is an Uchiha. Obtaining the second Hokage's forbidden technique isn't a simple matter. After all, it's always hard to guard against an insider. Orochimaru thought highly of the current leader of the Akatsuki organization. After all, he was one of the only two who mastered Edo Tensei and understood the difficulty of training this technique. Is that all? Orochimaru then asked Konan. If that was all the information, Orochimaru would look down on Konan because this information had already been relayed back by his good undercover agent. Konan found it hard to decipher Orochimaru's reaction. This was top-secret information that outsiders shouldn't know, yet Orochimaru seemed to have known it all along. Heihachi cultivated thousands of ninjas. Konan revealed a significant piece of news. She and Nagato had always been wary of Heihachi. Nagato had darkened, but had not become foolish, so he had always been very attentive to Heihachi. After much effort, Nagato discovered Heihachi's secret cultivation of subordinates. This was the first time Konan saw a change in Orochimaru's expression since she entered. Zabuza is too incompetent. Such information actually needs to be told by others. Orochimaru mentally criticized Zabuza's abilities. Far away in the Akatsuki stronghold, Zabuza suddenly sensed a chill, as if something strange was watching him. Zabuza-sama, are you okay? Shiro asked with concern upon seeing Zabuza's suddenly pale face. I'm fine. Zabuza-sama is in good health. After saying that, Zabuza didn't forget to show off his physique. This was actually Orochimaru wrongly blaming Zabuza. They had just gone undercover and couldn't possibly know the old fox Heihachi secrets. You heard that. What do you think? After Konan and Jiraiya left, Orochimaru spoke up. Carrot's figure suddenly appeared in the room, which had been solely Orochimaru's before. Jiraiya and Konan were completely unaware that there was a fourth person in the room. As long as there is absolute strength, nothing will be a problem. Carrot's way to deal with conspiracies was to break through with absolute strength. One force breaks all methods. This was Carrot's last resort. After discussing the conspiracies, Carrot expressed that he was not the opponent of these people, but he had the ability to overturn the table directly, so he could be a player like Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, it seems you have shown some leniency towards Konan. Carrot was aware of how Orochimaru planned to deal with Konan. However, Orochimaru changed his initial intentions after meeting Konan, which surprised Carrot. It was known that for someone like Orochimaru, once he made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change it. In her eyes, I only see a dead silence, not a trace of vitality. Her life now only remains for revenge against the Akatsuki organization. That's also why she is willing to exchange information about the Akatsuki organization with us. I don't lack her as a test subject. But a powerful dead servant can reduce some losses for Konoha. That counts as waste utilization. Orochimaru was not so kind-hearted. He wouldn't choose to forgive Konan for the harm she caused Konoha like Jiraiya did. He needed Konan to pay with her life. This is Orochimaru. Carrot felt regretful for thinking that Orochimaru had softened earlier. Orochimaru hadn't changed at all. Since the matter is settled, then I have nothing to do. Carrot wanted to leave since the matter was resolved. Carrot, do you think we will succeed? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Carrot paused for a moment. Yes, Carrot replied emphatically. I will help you clear the obstacles. No one can disturb you from becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. We will succeed. This was Orochimaru's long-held goal, to become the next sage of Six Paths and escape the fragility of life. Now that this goal was getting closer, it caused Orochimaru to lose his usual calm. However, after hearing Carrot's words, Orochimaru woke up from his anxiety. The two exchanged a smile, and everything was unspoken. Chapter 279, Teacher and Student Reunion. Carrot wandered aimlessly down the street after leaving the Hokage's office when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Karoti looked around and saw Sanada constantly waving, with Amiko and teacher Matsushita standing nearby. At that moment, the members of Team Karoti reunited. Just like the first time they met, it was no exception that Karoti walked towards them. Karoti, what are you doing wandering around alone? Can't find anyone to keep you company? Sanada asked first, having seen Karoti looking around like a headless fly from a distance. Bang! Before Karoti could say anything, Sanada received a punch from Amiko on the head. Ouch! Why are you hitting me, Amiko? Sanada looked confused. Isn't it just a joke about your crush? Is it necessary to react like this? Is it? I just saw a mosquito flying on your head. I was helping you. Amiko's excuse was completely ridiculous. Sanada looked at Amiko, who was lying with her eyes wide open, but he also noticed the warning in her gaze. After so many years, he had never had it easy with Amiko, and since his wife and Amiko were close friends, Sanada could only swallow his grievances. This was not about being henpecked at all. Karoti had seen this kind of situation countless times, and the atmosphere made him feel cheerful. Just walking around, he hadn't strolled through Konoha in a long time. Karoti's life had always been relatively monotonous, focused on training and eating with little entertainment. And the changes in Konoha over the years had been rapid. Therefore, he originally planned to take a good look around, as this kind of liveliness would be affected after the war began. What about you three? Karoti asked, knowing that Matsushita and Sanada were now team leaders. They often went on missions, and it had been a long time since the team had gathered together. We just came from your house, but you weren't home. We didn't expect to bump into you here. It was a rare occasion that both Sanada and teacher Matsushita returned at the same time, so naturally, they wanted the team to gather. However, no one knew where Karoti had gone. Sanada had already begun to scold Karoti for being unreliable. Unexpectedly, they ran into him on the street. This was also because Orochimaru had ordered Konoha's ninjas to assemble, and during this time, ninjas were gradually returning. Thus, Konoha had been unusually bustling these days. Karoti had been using teleportation to travel, and during the day, there were hardly any people at the Hitaki residence. Shikumo went fishing every day, and Kakashi had been coming home late at night and leaving early in the morning. It made Karoti appear to be doing nothing alone, and he couldn't possibly explain his whereabouts to the servants at home. So, how are you going to compensate me, Lord Sanada? Sanada stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Karoti's neck, as if he would strangle him if Karoti didn't agree. I'll just come over to your house for dinner every day. As soon as Karoti said that, Sanada's expression changed. Do you have any conscience? How can you say such a thing? If you come over a few times, I'll go bankrupt. The key point is that my daughter treats you better than me. Sanada immediately became sad and teary-eyed. Who understands this? My little cotton-padded jacket treats Karoti better than me. Is it just because I don't look as handsome as Karoti, or because I don't give her as many gifts? Sanada was in tears, and his hatred for Karoti reached new heights. Matsushita saw his two students playing around in broad daylight with many people watching, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all, he was a jounin and had to maintain his dignity. He couldn't help but cover his face and kept telling himself, I can't see this. I can't see this. You two, stop messing around. Amiko shouted at Karoti and Sanada. After saying that, she stepped forward and hit Sanada on the head. You're biased, Amiko. Why are you only hitting me? Sanada once again covered his head and said, Karoti is still young. Yes, I'm younger than you. So you have to suffer, Sanada. Sanada looked at Amiko and Karoti, who were playing off each other, and turned his gaze to his teacher, hoping he would stand up for him. Matsushita didn't dare to make things difficult for himself and pretended not to see. Isn't it ridiculous to let a girl hit her crush? You know it yourself. And yet you ask such a stupid question. Unbelievable. Matsushita also doubted whether Sanada's brain was malfunctioning. All right, let's not embarrass ourselves here anymore. Let's find a place to sit down and chat. Matsushita couldn't stand Sanada's pitiful expression and just wanted to leave quickly. After Matsushita spoke, the three of them turned their attention to Karoti because he was well aware of where the good food in Konoha was. After all, a big eater's requirements for food are not just about quantity, but also about color, aroma, and taste. I'll treat you, okay? Karoti said to Sanada. Well then, I forgive you. Sanada looked as if he had struck gold. Welcome. As soon as Karoti and the others entered the restaurant, a waiter bowed and greeted them. When he raised his head, he saw Karoti's face. Boss, Lord Karoti is here, he said while running to the boss's room. Amiko, Sanada, and Matsushita stared at Karoti in disbelief, making Karoti feel a bit embarrassed. Then Karoti explained to the three why the waiter acted that way. Everyone looked at Karoti speechlessly. Eating a meal had sent their chef to the hospital. The three of them were once again shocked by Karoti's capacity. The restaurant owner went to the kitchen and said to his chef, "The dignity we lost with Lord Karoti before, we will earn it back today. No one is allowed to go to the hospital, understood?" Understood, boss. The last incident had made the restaurant owner the laughingstock among his peers for a long time. And today, he finally had a chance to redeem himself. Lord Karoti, here's our menu. The boss personally came out. Then let us start with one of everything. Karoti glanced at it and said, "Just a moment." After saying that, the boss confidently walked towards the kitchen. Soon, various sounds of clattering came from the kitchen. In no time, the table was filled with all kinds of tempting food. Let's raise a glass first. It's rare for us to gather like this. Matsushita raised his glass and said, "Cheers." X3, after clinking glasses, Karoti started eating. His hands formed shadows as dishes disappeared and were continuously replaced. Amiko was beside him, ready with water at all times, fearing he might choke. Matsushita watched as Amiko took such meticulous care of Karoti. This kid is really lucky to be liked by such a girl. Chapter 280. Father-son talk what? Amiko, you want to go to the front lines? After eating and drinking to his fill, Karoti heard shocking news. Given Amiko's current position and medical skills in the hospital, there was absolutely no need for her to rush to the front lines. After all, someone with her skills was a strategic asset to the village and couldn't be lost. However, on the battlefield, swords and blades are blind, and no one knows whether tomorrow or death will come first. The front lines need me more, Amiko said firmly. Amiko's personality was that of being soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't change it. Just like her feelings for Karoti, once she was determined, it was for a lifetime. But Karoti couldn't find a reason to persuade Amiko. After all, being a ninja inherently meant danger. And Amiko was right. Once the war started, injuries were unavoidable, and her medical ninjutsu could save more people. Karoti had no choice but to turn his gaze to Matsushita, hoping he could persuade her. As a result, Matsushita also appeared to be a loss. It seemed that Matsushita had already tried to persuade him, but it didn't work. Karo's concern made Hamiko very happy. Although it was just the concern of friends, it meant a lot to her. This indicated that Karo had a place in his heart for Hamiko. Karo, you're being a bit excessive. I'm also going to the battlefield. Why don't you show some concern for me? Sanada interjected. You say you're good brothers, but in the end, feelings have faded. Do you still need concern? They say disasters last 1,000 years. I think you'll be just fine. You say I'm a disaster? He's slandering me. This person is slandering me. Sanada pointed at Karo with trembling fingers, his face showing disbelief as if he had suffered a great injustice. Sit down, don't embarrass yourself. Matsushita saw that everyone was looking over and quickly told Karo and Sanada to stop messing around. Don't be angry, this is for you. Karo took out one of his energy balls. Sanada, quick as lightning, grabbed it. He knew that anything taken from Karo was bound to be good. Sanada held the energy ball in his hand, gently stroking it as if it were a rare treasure. Teacher, this is for you and Hamiko. Karo gave one each to Hamiko and Matsushita. This was Karo's energy. As long as he crushed it, he would know if the others were in danger and could instantly teleport over. It could be said that this was Karo's summoning device. As long as Karo was alive, it would always exist. What is the use of this, Karo? Matsushita looked at the energy ball in his hand, examining it closely, but couldn't see any difference. When you encounter danger that you can't resolve, crush it. I will appear immediately. So you need to take good care of this. Karo said seriously. He didn't want his friends to die in the war. Why didn't you take this out sooner? Give me a few more. Sanada was very clear about his old partner's strength, so having more energy balls was naturally better. Karo rolled his eyes at Sanada. He wanted them to experience it for themselves. Karo wouldn't give more. He was afraid they would become complacent on the battlefield once they had his energy balls. Losing their sense of respect could be fatal in battle. Making this is very troublesome. I only brought it out because you're going to the battlefield. Don't even think about it on normal days. Karo firmly refused. All right, Sanada, aren't you satisfied with one? This is like having an extra life. Karo, thank you. Teacher, I toast you. After Sanada, Matsushita raised his glass to Karo. Teacher, why are you being so polite? You're my teacher. Let's all toast together for our victory. Karo said to Sanada and Hamiko. Cheers. X4 After drinking, everyone dispersed. When Karo returned home, he saw that the lights in the living room were still on. So didn't he go back to his room? When he got to the living room, he found Hitaki Tsukumo sitting there, staring blankly at the coffee table. As Karo approached, he saw Tsukumo's sword placed on the coffee table. This sword had accompanied Tsukumo from obscurity to the legendary status of Konoha's White Fang. After Tsukumo retired, he didn't seen it again. He didn't expect Tsukumo to take it out. Father, why are you still awake so late? Karo directly sat down in front of Tsukumo and asked. He didn't believe a swordsman would be bored looking at a sword at night. Karo, would you oppose if I wanted to join this battlefield? This was what Tsukumo had been thinking about all night. First, Tsukumo was a Konoha ninja, and all his achievements started from being a ninja. This place held his youth and his bonds. Now, his old friends and partners were going to fight for their village, and Tsukumo wanted to help. However, Karo had paid a huge price for Tsukumo to retreat safely. If he returned to the battlefield, wouldn't Karo's previous efforts be wasted? These two thoughts had been battling in Tsukumo's mind all night. Neither could convince the other. Do you prefer the former Konoha White Fang or the current fisherman Hitaki Tsukumo? Father, now your son has the ability to support you. Just follow your thoughts. Karo could see Tsukumo's thoughts clearly. Tsukumo just didn't want his son's efforts to go to waste. You little brat. You're even trying to counsel your old man. Tsukumo said to Karo with a smile and a scold. Karo's words made Tsukumo come to a decision. Father, Karo, why are you still awake so late? Kakashi walked in and asked. However, Karo grabbed Kakashi's head and began to ruffle his hair. Kakashi, it seems you haven't had a haircut in a long time. Have you forgotten your brother's methods? Kakashi struggled, but found it futile, unable to escape Karo's grasp. Kakashi quickly looked at Tsukumo for help with his eyes. Let Kakashi go. He has been very busy and tired these days. Hearing Tsukumo's words, Karo released Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi's tired face, he couldn't help but ask. Have you been watching too much of Paradise of Affection, Kakashi? Kakashi, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out, and Tsukumo got caught in the splash. Chapter 281. Departure. Tsukumo wiped the water off his face without changing his expression, but he thought, could it really be that Karo is right? Kakashi looks lethargic all day. He is clearly overdoing it. As someone who had been through it, Tsukumo immediately imagined how the story would unfold. He shook his head in panic, trying to dismiss those thoughts. Kakashi still didn't know that his father had already plotted out the development of events and was still arguing with Karo. Although Kakashi believed he had watched Paradise of Affection, he still considered himself a good boy. I'm busy with personnel arrangements and resource collection all day, unlike some people who just wander around aimlessly. Ever since Minato was appointed as the head of this operation, he had been extremely busy, even lacking time to comfort his beloved wife. Home was not peaceful. So, as Minato's best subordinate, Kakashi was pulled into the fray, with endless tasks every day. Even though Obito was involved, it was basically zero. That is why Kakashi could only return home late at night. Some people are really detestable, Karo responded, knowing Kakashi was hinting at him. But as long as Kakashi didn't name names, Karo would pretend not to know. Kakashi, who initially wanted to turn the tables, was directly broken by Karo's rogue tactics. Both were men of the Hitaki family. Why were their fates so different? One was carefree, while the other was worn out. Tsukumo watched the two brothers banter with interest. As an onlooker, Tsukumo was qualified. However, he didn't expect to find himself caught up in it. Father, you've been through many battles, so you should be able to handle these little matters easily. Come help me. Kakashi had no choice. He was overwhelmed with daily tasks. Relying solely on Minato's influence was barely enough, but would be extremely exhausting. This is also a test of Watergate's abilities, to see if he has the strength to hold the position of Hokage. The rise of a Hokage signifies the emergence of a powerful faction. Kakashi, as a young clan leader of the Hitaki clan, is also the young clan leader of a super family in Konoha. You read that right, a super family. It is because of Carrot that he has this transcendent qualification. Hitaki Tsukumo rolled his eyes at Kakashi. I'm too lazy to manage the family affairs of the Hitaki clan. Now you want to drag me into another whirlpool. Truly, you're my good son. Hitaki Tsukumo thought to himself, almost drawing his sword. Kakashi felt an inexplicable chill, but it passed quickly. Seeing that his father did not respond, Kakashi turned his attention to his brother. Don't say anything. I'm afraid if you do, I won't be able to help but hit you. Carrot spoke up first. He didn't want to deal with these matters. Isn't it better to rest well and sleep well? Why go looking for trouble? Kakashi was left speechless. He completely believed what Carrot said. Although he had improved his strength and learned Flying Thunder God, Kakashi did not want to think about fighting Carrot. After all, he was an elite Nin of Konoha. At his age, he couldn't afford to be beaten up by his brother. Kakashi, with great power comes great responsibility. Although Carrot was unwilling to work hard himself, it didn't stop him from painting a grand picture for Kakashi. With your ability, you don't seem to take on any responsibilities. Kakashi dared not say this out loud. He could only watch as Carrot began his performance. I'm too tired. I'm going to rest now. Kakashi had no choice but to escape into sleep. He couldn't win a fight or a debate, so he could only run away. Watching Kakashi flee in a panic, Carrot couldn't help but chuckle. You little brat, aren't you going to help him? Hitaki Tsukumo sipped his tea and said. Carrot relaxed and slumped on the ground, replying, How can I help? If you wanted to go help him fight, I certainly wouldn't hesitate, but to deal with a bunch of data? I might as well be killed. Don't worry, father. Kakashi will manage. Carrot had great confidence in Kakashi. After all, Kakashi could still become Hokage. If he couldn't handle this little matter, then what was the point? All right. Seeing Carrot say this, Hitaki Tsukumo could only choose to believe him. Then I'll go rest too. You should rest early, Carrot. Good night, father. It seems you've had a tough training session today. Carrot had sensed that Hitaki Tsukumo's chakra was unbalanced as soon as he entered the house. This was caused by excessive chakra consumption. Old and young, neither is to be underestimated. After saying that, Carrot returned to his room to rest. Today, Konoha finally completed all preparations before the war. Set off. At Watergate's command, Konoha's ninjas stepped onto the battlefield. They first needed to rendezvous with ninjas from other ninja villages to jointly eliminate the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru proudly continued the tradition of the third Hokage. The Hokage does not go to the battlefield. The command of Konoha's ninjas was handed over to Watergate. Carrot saw familiar faces among the ninja ranks. They were all contributing their modest strength for Konoha. Carrot noticed two little guys in the ranks. Logically, they shouldn't be in the ninja team. Little troublemakers. However, Carrot was not concerned about their safety. They had the protection of the Sage of Six Paths Carrot. What little brats? Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. He was watching the team grow distant with Carrot from the rooftop of Hokage's office. And Carrot's mention of little brats caught his attention. The Uzumaki and Uchiha kids are following the team. I thought I ordered them to stay in the village. Orochimaru didn't want the reincarnations of the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths to ruin his plans. They couldn't be killed, so he could only keep them in Konoha. He didn't expect the plan to fail. Lord Orochimaru, should we bring them back? Kabuto, as Orochimaru's #1 subordinate, knew how much Orochimaru had invested in this plan. Kabuto would not allow anyone to threaten Orochimaru's plans. No need. I want to see what kind of surprise they will give me. Orochimaru stopped Kabuto's thoughts. Madara, the ninja coalition has arrived. Black Zetsu reported to Kaguya immediately after receiving the intel. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. He had just healed, after all. Nagato's self-detonation had still caused him some injuries. Synopsis: a time traveler who has crossed over twice into the Naruto world. What kind of story will unfold here?